A bizarre vendor appears in the Sabaody archipelago, selling jars and daring to shout for 100,000 berries each. Su Shang squats in front of the stall, wanting to cry without tears after 7 days in the pirate world. Not a single one of these magical jars has been sold. If he doesn't open for business soon, he will starve. The system stubbornly insists. The price cannot be lowered. Principles cannot be broken. Break your principles. Su Shang gritted his teeth, putting on a red hoodie and a white cape, wearing a wooden jar headpieces, directly cosplaying as a wooden jar. The Jiangnan jar factory has gone bankrupt. That bastard boss ran away with his sister-in-law. He shouted loudly, stunning the crowd, and passers-by stopped in their tracks. Imzelingyas, devil fruits, treasures of wealth. Everything you can think of, and things you can't, are in these jars. The crowd laughed. Just these broken jars? Asking for 100,000 berries is a scam. This one has spatial capabilities. Don't underestimate it. It can hold the entire ocean. Su Shang patted his chest in assurance. In the blink of an eye, the crowd dispersed, leaving only an old man with unsteady steps. Su Shang's eyes lit Upit's Rayleigh. Rayleigh squatted down, his voice hoarse as he laughed. Little brother, how do you play with this jar? Smash it open for a prize. It could be a stone, or it could be a treasure worth billions. Su Shang smiled mysteriously. Rayleigh's eyes brightened. This is like gambling. Interesting. Will he buy one to try? Can a devil fruit really come out of the jar? Will Su Shang's cosplay impress this former pirate king's right-hand man? Rayleigh reached for a jar, weighed it in his hand, and suddenly asked, "Is a good wine in here?" Su Shang's heart skipped a beat. "Maybe. There's an exquisite brew you've never tasted." Rayleigh laughed, pulling out 100,000 berries and slapping them on the stall. "We'll take one." What will he smash open? A worthless stone or a treasure that could shock even Rayleigh? Su Shang stared at the jar in Rayleigh's hand, his palms sweaty. Can he land his first customer? Rayleigh raised the jar and smashed it onto the ground. With a clink sound, white smoke billowed out. "Little brother, how about opening the jar first and then paying?" Rayleigh said with a smile, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Su Shang raised an eyebrow. "Want to get it for free?" "No way. Fake one, and he'll pay you 10 times back. If it's empty, he'll compensate you 1,000,000. He patted his chest in assurance. Rayleigh pulled out 100,000 berries. "Let's do it." Bang! The blue jar shattered open, white mist rising, revealing a glass bottle. "What is this?" Rayleigh frowned. Su Shang's mouth curled up. "Wuliangya, a unique fine wine in the world." Rayleigh scoffed, having traveled the seas. How could there be wine he hasn't seen? He twisted the cap open, and the aroma of wine exploded. Rayleigh's eyes widened, and he eagerly took a sip. In the next second, he tightened his grip on the bottle, shock written all over his face. "This wine is incredible. It's more fragrant than any wine I've ever had." Su Shang leisurely said, "Old man, this is just the lowest grade." Rayleigh suddenly looked up. "What did you say? There's better?" He reached in his pocket, and his face instantly froze. Was out of money. Su Shang could see the expression on his face clearly. Will Rayleigh go back to borrow money and come again? Can the next jar open something even better than Wuliangya? Su Shang suddenly picked up a golden jar. This one might just open. A divine intoxication. Rayleigh's Adam's apple moved, his gaze burning as if he wanted to burn through the jar. What will he do? Will he turn and leave, or find a way to get money? Will this former pirate king's right hand lower himself to do odd jobs for a jar of wine? Rayleigh suddenly smiled and said to Su Shang, "Little brother, how about I help you watch your stall for a while? Can that offset some berries? You said there's better wine?" Rayleigh clutched the Wuliangya bottle, his eyes reddening. Su Shang leisurely said, "Ordinary jars open low-tier stuff. Only the high-tier jars contain the real deal at 1,000,000 berries each." Rayleigh instantly wilted, only had a single coin left. "He'll bring money tomorrow." He dropped this line and hurried off, hugging half a bottle of Wuliangya. Su Shang cleaned up the stall to go home, pulling out that exclusive jar, the one rewarded by the system. Free to open. With one smash, golden light exploded, blinding him. When the light faded, a long knife stood embedded in the ground. God-slaying gun. The form from the world of the Grim Reaper. System prompt. Length up to 1,000 meters, speed 100 times the speed of sound. And it comes with hockey. Su Shang's legs went weak. Who besides the 4 emperors and top navy forces could withstand this thing? He ran to Skypea to test it, shouting at a 30-meter thick tree. God-slaying gun, dance. In the blink of an eye, the tree was pierced through. He twisted his wrist, and the gun suddenly retracted, almost cutting himself. Cold sweat poured down. How do you control this thing? How much money will Rayleigh bring tomorrow? Can it open something better than Wuliangya? Holding the god-slaying gun, Su Shang suddenly felt the Sabaody archipelago is going to be lively. If someone comes to snatch the jars, will this gun be enough? Rayleigh rummaged through his house, pulling out all the hidden berries, muttering, High-tier jars. That must be good wine. Will he get his wish? What other heaven-defying artifacts can Su Shang's exclusive jar open? Will the stall be crowded with pirates drawn by the news tomorrow? Su Shang silently thought shortened, and the god-slaying gun instantly reverted to its original form. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a huge sound came from afar. The 30-meter thick tree was split in half. I just lightly shook my hand. Su Shang took off running. Xiaoqi ran out with a cigarette in her mouth, seeing Rayleigh standing next to the broken tree. Are you crazy? Daring to cause destruction in Sabaody? Rayleigh pointed at the cut. I didn't do it. This blade work, it seems a new great swordsman has emerged. The next day, Su Shang was absent-minded while setting up his stall. The tree-cutting incident was classified as a terrorist attack, and the Navy had come. Hey, handsome Navy grandpa, want to open a jar? He shouted at an old man wearing a dog hat. Couple laughed heartily while biting a donut. Your outfit is quite funny. Let me buy some snacks first. I have delicacies in my jars. Su Shang quickly said. Old man Rayleigh opened one yesterday, and he's currently gathering money to come back. Kapu paused. Rayleigh? That old guy is here too. He squatted down to inspect the jar. Is there really good food in here? Su Shang patted his chest. It's more fragrant than all the donuts you've ever had. Will Kapu try one? What would happen if he knew Su Shang was the one who cut the tree? Did Rayleigh come with money? Kapu pulled out 100,000 berries. He'll take one. If it's not delicious, he'll flip your stall. Su Shang handed over the hammer. Palms sweaty. What will the Navy hero open? Will it be a dish that astonishes him? Or something even more outrageous? Kapu raised the hammer and smashed it down on a red jar. What did that guy Rayleigh draw? As soon as Karp heard the name of his old rival, he perked up immediately. Su Shang acted innocent. Oh, so you know him? He opened a bottle of wine and said it was worth a lot. This drunkard. Karp laughed heartily. How much are you selling this jar for? 100,000 berries each. Karp slammed his fist down and the jar didn't budge, but it sank into the ground. Even used hockey. I need to use this hammer. Su Shang handed over the system hammer. Karp swung it down, and a flash of white light appeared, revealing a colorful jelly floating out. This is a rainbow fruit, a dreamy dessert with 7 flavors. Karp snatched it and took a big bite. The next second, his eyes widened, and he made satisfied humming sounds. This texture, this sweetness, incredible. The watermelon-sized rainbow fruit was gone in 2 bites. Karp looked down at his empty hands, panicking. It's gone? How could it disappear so quickly? He grabbed Su Shang. Do you have more? Give me another one. No matter the cost, I do have more. Before Su Shang could finish, Karp had already run off and go to get the money. Wait for me. Is this guy planning to empty the Navy's treasury? Su Shang watched his back and suddenly thought, would Karp ask Sengoku for reimbursement? What would Sengoku think if he knew that the Navy hero was wasting money on a jar? Karp came back with a box of berries, his eyes shining. Kid, give me 10. No, 20. Could he really open more rainbow fruits? Would there be better food in the jar than the rainbow fruit? Su Shang suddenly felt that he might be getting the Navy to monopolize the place. Karp dumped the berries onto the stall and picked up the hammer to smash. There has to be something this time. The first jar opened, and out came purple light. What was hidden in that light? Ha ha, kid, 10 jars, let's go. Karp held a bag of berries and swung the hammer to smash 10 jars. Fog exploded, revealing 6 white lights, 2 blue lights, 1 purple light, and 1 golden light. Su Shang's eyes went wide. Did he really hit gold on his first 10 draws? This luck was just absurd. From the white light rolled out 2 bottles of Wuliangya, 1 rainbow fruit, 1 pebble, and 2 salted duck eggs. Karp grabbed the rainbow fruit and took a bite. Not even glancing at the other items, just the rainbow fruit was enough. As the blue light faded, 2 items appeared. D3 Experience Capsule. Increases current strength by 1. Mass production CN. Restores 50 stamina. Su Shang gasped. If Karp used this, wouldn't he just skyrocket? In the purple light was a jar labeled Enhanced Xian Jiao Chong. Increases strength by 20 for 3 days. That Su Shang thought to himself. If Karp gets 20 stronger, won't he just punch Kaido tears? Finally, there was the golden light. A pair of gauntlets appeared, engraved with 3 words. Fury of the Mad Dragon. Effect. Increases martial arts power by 30. What is this? Karp chewed on the rainbow fruit, looking confused. After Su Shang explained, Karp frowned. Are you kidding me? Food can increase strength? Gauntlets can enhance punches? Try it and see. Su Shang shrugged. Karp stared at the jar of enhanced Xian Jiao Chong and suddenly slapped his thigh. He'll try it. If he ate the enhanced Xian Jiao Chong, how exaggerated would his strength become? With the fury of the Mad Dragon paired with Karp's punches, could he break through the Navy headquarters walls? Su Shang suddenly felt that the ground of the Sabaody archipelago might be in for some trouble. Karp picked up the jar to open it, and Su Shang quickly shouted, Old man, eating too much of this at once could explode your body. Karp paused, his eyes even brighter. So powerful? Would he be obedient and just eat a little, or would he go all out? If this Navy hero really got stronger, who would he go to test his skills against first? His old rival Rayleigh, or some four emperors? Karp licked his lips and suddenly ripped open the jar lid. The aroma instantly spread throughout the street. His eyes shone like two suns. Because, as the young man said, this dish called immortal jumping wall is even more delicious than the colorful fruit jelly. Gulp, gulp. With one bite, Karp's eyes widened. He licked his lips, savoring the taste of the immortal jumping wall. Then, he lifted the jar and poured the remaining contents, soup and all, into his mouth, letting out a sound of enjoyment. Afterward, he looked at the now empty jar and couldn't help but ask, "What is this? Why is it so delicious? Why does Karp like to eat sweets?" Besides needing to replenish sugar, it's also because the food in the pirate world is too monotonous. Perhaps the culinary methods differ from place to place, and the flavors vary, but fundamentally, all food is quite similar. Karp has grown tired of it. That's why he keeps eating sugary desserts. But today, this immortal jumping wall made him experience what true gourmet food is once again. And it wasn't over yet. Just as he was enjoying this deliciousness, suddenly, a powerful energy surged from his stomach to every part of his body. Karp felt that his physical strength was at least 20 stronger than usual. And this was just a feeling. If he were to return to the Navy headquarters now to test his physical strength, this increase would be even greater than 20. It might reach the 30 that Su Sheng mentioned. What this kid said was actually true. A wonderful dish can really enhance a person's strength by 30. Karp was incredibly shocked. What shocked him even more was that he could clearly feel that his body now only had a feeling of fullness and strength, with no discomfort whatsoever. This means that the strength gained from the immortal jumping wall has no side effects. This has surpassed common sense. Karp has lived for so long and has seen too many methods to temporarily enhance strength. But no matter what method, there are always severe side effects. And it could even lead to death. After all, the sea is fair. To gain strength, one must pay a price. However, at this moment, there is a delicious food with no side effects that can greatly enhance a person's strength. One can imagine that if this kind of food were spread across the seas, it would definitely cause countless powers to fight over it. Thinking of this, Karp looked at Su Sheng, who was dressed in a clay jar outfit, with a complex expression, and then at the empty jar on the ground. This kind of food actually appeared in such an inconspicuous jar. It could be obtained for just 1 million berries. No, this 1 million berries isn't just for this jar of immortal jumping wall. Karp's gaze shifted to the experience capsules, immortal beans, and the fury of the dragon. Since the effect of the immortal jumping wall was as the boy said, it proved that the remaining items were also as the boy said. These are rare treasures in the world. The more Karp thought about it, the more shocked he became, and the more he felt that this boy was incredibly mysterious. If it were someone else, they would definitely try to probe first before deciding how to face Su Sheng. But Karp was different. Karp always felt that conspiracies are the tactics of small people. So Karp straightforwardly said, "Little guy, I've underestimated you. What you said is true. But to provide so many extraordinary things, you are definitely not an ordinary person. Although it's somewhat rude to ask this, as a Navy officer, I cannot ignore you. Little guy, who exactly are you, and what is your purpose in running this shop?" Karp's frankness and openness were exactly what Su Sheng admired the most. So in response to this question, Su Sheng was not angry, but smiled and replied, "Old man, I am Su Sheng, an ordinary jar merchant. The purpose of a merchant is surely to sell more jars." Hearing Su Sheng's answer, Karp laughed for a long time before saying, "Good one, ordinary. Since you are just a merchant, then I won't ask more." Chapter 8. Rayleigh's African 10 consecutive draws outside the shopping street. Rayleigh took a sip of wuliangya, licked his lips, and stared in shock at Su Sheng's stall. He had been waiting here for a while. Last night, Rayleigh spent some time gathering a large sum of money, which caused him to wake up late. When he excitedly arrived at the shopping street, he saw an old acquaintance standing in front of Su Sheng's stall, Karp, although they had known each other for many years. The situation on Sabaody archipelago had been special these past 2 days, and both sides' identities were apparent. So Rayleigh did not recklessly approach, but waited for Karp to finish opening the jars and leave. However, now, Rayleigh couldn't help but want to go over, because the things Karp opened were simply too enticing. Not to mention the 2 bottles of wuliangya. Just the colorful jelly that Karp couldn't help but eat right after opening was irresistible. What kind of dessert was that? Even from so far away, he could still smell its sweet aroma. Combined with Karp's expression of enjoyment after eating it, Rayleigh had only one thought at that moment. I really want to eat it. So, Rayleigh couldn't help but swallow his saliva and took a sip of wuliangya to whet his appetite. Then, he saw Su Sheng explaining something to Karp. while Karp wore a look of disbelief on his face. It was obvious that Karp did not believe in the magic of the remaining items. However, indeed, even last night, he had doubts about Su Shang. What happened next made Rayleigh's eyes widen. He saw Karp eat another food. Like the colorful jelly, this unknown delicacy was also incredibly delicious. And even from a distance, he could still smell that wonderful fragrance. But unlike the colorful jelly, after eating this food, Karp's aura skyrocketed. From a familiar Karp, he transformed into an unknown monster. It was clear that Karp's increased strength was closely related to the food he had just eaten. However, food that can enhance strength is simply too far-fetched, right? I really want to know what Karp opened. 10 consecutive draws are actually this good? If I had known earlier, I should have brought more money last night. While regretting, Rayleigh muttered in his heart, "Damn Karp, since you've already opened what you wanted, hurry up and leave." The next moment, Rayleigh's face lit up with joy, because Karp, holding a large pile of items, hurriedly left the shopping street. Looking at the direction he was leaving, he was heading back to the port. That guy is finally leaving. Watching Karp leave, Rayleigh took a sip of Wuliangya, raised an eyebrow, and approached Su Shang's jar stall. "Yo, Su Shang, I'm back with 20 million berries." Su Shang looked at Rayleigh in astonishment. Truly, he is the old man Rayleigh. In just one night, he quietly managed to gather 20 million berries. However, 20 million berries? That a big client. So Su Shang secretly rubbed his hands and smiled. "Uncle Rayleigh, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. How many jars are you planning to buy today?" Without needing to ask, of course. All this money will be used to open jars. Haha. As he spoke, Rayleigh waved his hand and leaned closer to Su Shang, asking, "But before that, brother Su Shang, could you tell me what that old man just opened?" Su Shang nodded without hesitation and began to speak vividly. "What about the privacy of the guests? Is it important?" "Not important. What matters is stimulating the guest's desire to purchase. By mentioning the impressive array of items just unveiled by Cap, old man Rayleigh would only become more tempted and willing to spend more money on the can." Sure enough, after hearing it, Rayleigh was left in shock, unable to close his mouth. Is brother Su Shang joking? A capsule can enhance strength by 1. A fairy bean can restore 50 stamina? What kind of divine items are these? If it were before, Rayleigh would definitely doubt the authenticity of this matter. But just now, he personally witnessed that guy Karp's strength skyrocketing. With the best witness right there, what is there to doubt? Rayleigh was even thinking about how to handle those items when he gets them later. He waved his hand and directly took out 1 million berries, saying, "Brother Su Shang, give me 10 ordinary jars first." All right. Taking the hammer handed over by Su Shang, Rayleigh didn't hesitate to break open 10 jars. However, compared to Karp, Rayleigh's luck wasn't very good. In fact, it could be said to be quite poor. Out of the 10 ordinary jars, 9 were white and 1 was blue. 3 bottles of Wuliangya, 2 packs of cigarettes, 1 bottle of cola, 1 colorful fruit, 1 inexplicable stone, and 1 raw egg. As for the blue one, it was an experience capsule. His luck was simply terrible. Su Shang's mouth twitched as he secretly glanced at Rayleigh, fearing that Rayleigh would be angry for not getting anything good. However, upon looking, he found that Rayleigh was not angry at all. His expression carried a touch of joy, a hint of curiosity, and a bit of excitement. Yes, Rayleigh felt that the 1 million was well spent. Although the items on the ground were certainly not as good as what Karp had opened, 3 bottles of Wuliangya. That was 3 bottles of Wuliangya. Just these 3 bottles alone had already recouped the investment. Plus, there was that colorful jelly that made Karp look so pleased, and some other small items. The value of these items on the ground definitely exceeded 1 million, especially that green, capsule-shaped item. If he guessed correctly, this was what Su Shang referred to as the experience capsule. Taking it would directly enhance one's strength. The value of such a treasure could not be measured by mere berries. However, this guess might not be accurate. After all, Su Shang's jars were truly mysterious. Perhaps there were many capsule-shaped items inside. So Rayleigh asked, "Su Shang, is this capsule the experience capsule?" Su Shang smiled and nodded. "That's right." "Haha, today is really lucky. I actually managed to get such a good thing." Receiving a positive answer, Rayleigh's eyes lit up and he burst into laughter. Su Shang smiled at Rayleigh, but inwardly he complained, "Old Rayleigh is really easy to please. This is already at the level of a non-chief." Chapter 9. Using the experience capsule. Rayleigh decided to draw 10 high-level ones. Rayleigh didn't use the experience capsule immediately. Instead, he picked up a pack of cigarettes and asked, "Little brother Su Shang, I see that the packaging of this item is somewhat similar to cigarettes. Could it be that, like Wuliangya, this is also a unique product from your place?" Su Shang nodded and added, "Moreover, Uncle Rayleigh, this pack of cigarettes is just as delicious as Wuliangya." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. looking at the huazi in his hand with surprise. Tobacco is something that generally tastes the same. How can it be described as delicious? However, since Shan said so, he must have his own reasons. So, Rayleigh opened the package, took out a cigarette, and smelled it. Instantly, his eyes lit up. Indeed, compared to the cigarettes he usually smoked, this huazi had a flavor akin to a fine wine. Just the smell was refreshing. Rayleigh couldn't wait to light one up, took a deep puff, and began to savor it. As he enjoyed the smoke, he couldn't help but let out an ah. It turned out that cigarettes could indeed be described as delicious. Smoking a huazi made him feel as if his entire soul was soaring. He took a long time with this huazi. Besides being reluctant to smoke it, it was also because it was just too enjoyable, making him unable to resist savoring it. It's quite strange. Shan was not a smoker, but seeing the expression on Rayleigh's face while he was smoking, he couldn't help but be curious about what kind of taste could make Rayleigh enjoy it so much. Just as he was about to ask, the 6 words "smoking is harmful to health" popped into his mind, suppressing Shan's curiosity. He shifted his gaze, no longer looking at Rayleigh, and instead asked Rayleigh, "How is it? Not bad, right?" Rayleigh gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Not just good. Being able to smoke this brand makes my life worthwhile." "Wow, is it really that exaggerated?" Shan was somewhat confused. Just as he was about to reply, he saw Rayleigh extinguish his cigarette and carefully tuck the remaining cigarette into his pocket. Then he picked up the colorful fruit, sighed, and said, "The wine is good. The smoke is pleasant, and even the dessert smells so fragrant. It's truly a case of what comes from the jar must be a fine product." After saying this, Rayleigh took a bite of the colorful fruit. In the next moment, he revealed an even more exaggerated expression than before. This dessert called colorful fruit was truly an evil food. After that, Rayleigh quickly finished the rest of the colorful fruit in a few bites, unable to resist licking his lips. Gulp. Shan watched Rayleigh, whose expressions became increasingly exaggerated. Shan wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Goodness," Shan exclaimed. If he didn't know better, he would think that Rayleigh was someone hired by others to specifically tempt his boss. But he must remain steadfast in his beliefs. He also had 2 exclusive jars now, and perhaps he could obtain some delicious food as well. Thinking this, Shan gradually calmed down and smiled as he said, "Uncle Rayleigh, besides these tasty treats, don't forget about the experience capsules. That's the best thing we've obtained this time." Little Shan, "How could I forget such an important matter? But how do you use this thing?" Rayleigh asked, playing with the experience capsule in his hand, puzzled. Shan explained, "Since it's a capsule, it must be taken orally." Rayleigh looked at Shan in astonishment. How is it again about taking something? Goodness. Why does it feel like Shan's shop is not just a jar store, but also a food store? So far, aside from a few stones and the fury of the dragon, everything else seems to be related to food, right? I just don't know what this experience capsule tastes like. With that thought, Rayleigh tossed the experience capsule into his mouth and swallowed it. How should I put it? It had no taste at all, neither bitter nor sweet, just like swallowing air. But it was clearly not air. After the capsule entered his body, it instantly dissolved, and Rayleigh felt a warmth in his abdomen. This heat rapidly spread throughout his parched body, like a fountain of life, providing new energy and vitality to this body. Rayleigh could feel that his strength had increased by 1 compared to before, restoring him to the way he was a month ago. Not only that, but Rayleigh's physical strength also returned to what it was a month ago. This capsule was not just something that could enhance strength. Rayleigh suddenly realized. He marveled at the changes in his body. Eventually, he discovered that it wasn't that his body had become younger, but rather sturdier. Even so, Rayleigh was extremely excited. After all, for Rayleigh now, the biggest enemy was not the Navy or other pirates, but time. Rayleigh was already old, and his strength was declining day by day. If he could open a few more of these experience capsules, perhaps he could restore himself to his peak. With that thought, Rayleigh looked at Shan and asked, "Shan, you mentioned before that the items in the high-level jars would be better. Are there any experience capsules in the high-level jars?" If there aren't, Rayleigh decided to open a few more ordinary jars. After all, the items in the ordinary jars were already quite good. Shan nodded confidently and smiled. What else is there to say? Of course there's something. Upon hearing Shan's response, Rayleigh let out a sigh of relief. As long as there is something, that's great. Who would want to keep opening ordinary jars when they could get something better? This time, Rayleigh took out 10 million berries and said, "Shan, let's open 10 high-grade jars this time." Chapter 10. Rayleigh's outburst of luck and the soul-cutting blade, although it was a high-grade jar opening. Shan did not change the jar. Instead, he took out a different hammer, a golden stone hammer. Rayleigh, holding the stone hammer in his hand, glanced at Shan and directly smashed open 10 jars. He believed that Su Shang wouldn't ruin his own reputation. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Shang began to explain, "Uncle Rayleigh, I know you're puzzled. However, the jars here are very special. The level of the items inside the jars changes according to the level of the hammer." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh laughed heartily. "Su Shang, you don't need to explain to me. I believe you won't lie to me." Su Shang smiled and looked at the 10 jars. Perhaps it was because of the extreme good fortune that followed the extreme misfortune. Or perhaps it was because Rayleigh was opening high-level jars for the first time. In any case, the jars that Rayleigh opened this time were completely different from the last time. They were unbelievably good. To what extent? To the extent that Su Shang's face turned from green to purple. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Of course, the main reason for his strange expression was that Rayleigh had opened a colorful jar. Under the 7-colored light, Su Shang's face changed accordingly. Rayleigh, seeing this light, curiously asked, "Su Shang, what s with this exaggerated light?" Hearing Rayleigh's question, Su Shang enviously described the colors of the jars to him. Rayleigh then excitedly said, "So, does that mean I've opened something good? Not just good things. God knows how exaggerated the items that could be produced by such colorful light could be." Su Shang nodded and congratulated, "Uncle Rayleigh, congratulations on getting something great." Of course, it was just a colorful light, not enough to make Su Shang envious to that extent. But besides this colorful light, there was also a golden light and 2 purple lights. Rayleigh's 10 consecutive draws this time must have made him fortune. After hearing Su Shang's words, Rayleigh also realized that he was very lucky this time. He couldn't help but laugh, haha. Could it be that my bad luck at gambling all my life was just to get something good here with you? After joking, his gaze was fixed on the 10 jars on the ground. After 30 seconds, the colorful light finally dissipated, and the items in the 10 jars revealed their true forms. Looking at the unfamiliar items on the ground, Rayleigh quickly said to Su Shang, "Su Shang, can you tell me what I got?" Su Shang swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the colorful item, and said to Rayleigh, "Uncle Rayleigh, let me explain one by one. First, there are the 6 items under the white light. Uncle Rayleigh, these 2 bottles contain premium Wulianya. Don't be fooled by the addition of the word premium. In terms of taste and flavor, it's several times better than the regular Wulianya." Rayleigh swallowed as he looked at the differently packaged premium Wulianya. If regular Wulianya is already this delicious, how much better could the premium version be? He really wanted to taste it. Rayleigh's hand slowly reached for the premium Wulianya. Just as he was about to open it, he quickly shook his head. "I still have 3 bottles of Wulianya here. I'll drink the premium one after finishing these." Rayleigh was being cautious. How should he put it? After drinking Wulianya last night, when he tried other liquors, he felt that the drinks he had been consuming were like swill, hard to swallow. If he drank the premium Wulianya now, he might not be able to enjoy the regular Wulianya later, and then the remaining 3 bottles would be wasted. Even if he were to give them away, Rayleigh wouldn't want to. So, he carefully stored away the 2 bottles of premium Wulianya, pretending he hadn't seen them. Then he looked at Su Shang, waiting for him to continue his introduction. The remaining 4 items were not worth mentioning. 2 useless stones, a bag of peanuts for snacking, and a bag of spicy strips. Although Su Shang thought peanuts and spicy strips were nothing special, Rayleigh had never seen or eaten them. After all, in the pirate world, everyone drank with big meat. So Rayleigh asked, "Su Shang, is there anything special about these peanuts and spicy strips?" Su Shang looked at Rayleigh in astonishment. After thinking for a moment, he realized that indeed, there was no such thing in the pirate world. So Su Shang explained further, "Old man Rayleigh, these 2 are both food. Peanuts are eaten while drinking. Not only are they more delicious, but they also help with drinking. As for this spicy strip, it's similar to fruit and is a type of snack, but the taste is simply exquisite. Since they appear in a high-grade jar, both the peanuts and the spicy strips are definitely more delicious than the colorful fruit. This is beyond doubt." Rayleigh showed an interested expression upon hearing this, but he didn't try them. After all, there were still 4 more crucial items that Su Shang hadn't introduced yet. Carefully putting away the peanuts and spicy strips, Rayleigh looked at a pink capsule in surprise. Could this capsule be a more advanced experience capsule? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Su Shang's voice. As for this pink capsule, it's called the C2 type experience capsule, which can enhance strength by 3. Rayleigh, although it only enhances strength by 2 compared to the ordinary capsules, let's not forget that this is an enhancement capsule. Even an increase of 0. 1 would be impressive. Rayleigh looked at the experience capsule as if it were a treasure and then glanced at the next item. The experience capsule that increases strength by 3 emitted a purple glow. What could the golden and colorful glows represent? As for the second purple item, it was a batch of type 2 senza beans, 10 pieces per pack, capable of curing most diseases and instantly healing all injuries. but unable to regenerate severed limbs. Hearing Su Shang's introduction, Rayleigh's eyes widened. What kind of treasure is this? It can actually cure most diseases? In this era, the number of doctors is indeed scarce, and countless people die from illness every year. Because of this, most diseases have no treatment methods. If these senza beans had existed earlier, then Roger. Thinking of this, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel sad. The next moment, he shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. It's been over 20 years. What good is it to dwell on such useless things? Moreover, Su Shang also said that these senza beans can't cure all diseases. Rayleigh's gaze turned to the golden item, which was a knife, an unremarkable knife. Zanpakuto. Source: the initial state of the Zanpakuto has been modified by the system. Currently, this Zanpakuto cannot be released or activated. As compensation, the strength of the Zanpakuto source is above the supreme great knife 12 crafts. Additionally, the Zanpakuto will provide a 1.5 times enhancement to Haki entanglement. After finishing the introduction of the Zanpakuto, Su Shang fell into deep thought. From the introduction, the Zanpakuto seemed very strong. However, this Zanpakuto was far inferior to his divine killing gun. After all, the divine killing gun was in its Bankai form. But the divine killing gun was obtained from a special ordinary jar. The items obtained from ordinary jars were even better than those from advanced jars. Is this normal? It definitely isn't normal. This proves one thing. The items obtained from special jars are much better than those from normal jars. In other words, this scam system is deceiving people. Su Shang did not stay in a daze for long. This was because Rayleigh was already eager to know what the last item was. Chapter 11. Karp returns to Marineford. The last item is a bead that is mostly orange with a star inside. A 1-star Dragon Ball. When 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, they can summon the dragon. That's right. This is the last colored item. It was precisely because it was a Dragon Ball that Su Shang was so incredulous upon seeing it. Rayleigh was taken aback and asked in confusion, Su Shang, what is the use of summoning the dragon? Su Shang looked at Rayleigh and said slowly, it can fulfill any wish of yours. Any wish? Rayleigh asked. Su Shang nodded firmly. Whether it's becoming rich, becoming powerful, becoming young, or resurrecting someone, no matter what kind of wish it is, the dragon can make it come true. Upon hearing Su Shang's words, Rayleigh was left speechless. On the vast sea, a small wooden boat was swiftly heading towards the Navy headquarters. The one rowing the boat was Karp. After eating the fairy jumping wall, Karp felt a surge of power throughout his body. And coupled with his eagerness to inform the Navy headquarters about Su Shang's situation, Karp personally rowed the boat to the headquarters. Yes, Karp had no intention of dealing with the events at Sabaody archipelago anymore. Compared to Su Shang's matter, the celestial dragons were nothing. Initially, Karp informed Sengoku about this via a transponder snail, but Sengoku replied, Karp, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just don't want to handle this matter, so you made up such an outrageous story, right? Do you think I will believe you? I tell you, don't come back until you find the true culprit at Sabaody archipelago. Then, Karp hung up the phone. He abandoned a lifeboat and rowed towards the Navy headquarters at an incredible speed. Meanwhile, at Marineford, Sengoku spoke into the transponder snail. What did you say? Karp is rowing back. Yes, Fleet Admiral, no matter how we stop him, it's useless. Bang! Sengoku hung up the transponder snail, slammed the table, and angrily said, I knew it. I knew sending Karp over would lead to no good. He then looked at the Navy personnel in the office and said, Get Kizaru over here. Yes. Just as the Navy responsible for relaying the message left. A Navy officer rushed into the office in a panic. Not good. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we just learned that a ship is rapidly approaching Marineford. What? Sengoku said in a deep voice. Do we know who it is? Reporting to the Fleet Admiral. Unclear, but their strength is formidable. Seriously, do they think there's no one at the Navy headquarters? Saying this, Sengoku walked towards the Marineford port. Before long, Sengoku and the 3 admirals appeared at the port, waiting for the enemy to show up. It wasn't long before they saw a tsunami approaching from the distance. Ah, is it a devil fruit that can create tsunamis? It can't be Whitebeard, right? Kizaru said nonchalantly while watching the incoming tsunami. Hearing Kizaru's words, all the Navy personnel became flustered. Sengoku scolded, Kizaru, don't say anything reckless before we confirm. Kizaru intentionally elongated his tone while speaking. Just then, the tsunami grew closer. Akiji stepped forward, ready to freeze the tsunami. However, as it approached, Sengoku and the 3 admirals were stunned. What they saw in front of Marineford was not a tsunami, but an old man rowing a boat. That old man was causing the tsunami. Kizaru widened his eyes in surprise. Hey, Hey, no matter how you look at it, this is too exaggerated, right? Akainu, with a cigar in his mouth, didn't say a word, but as he looked at the approaching figure, he broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of power is this to create a tsunami with mere physical strength? Sengoku had a dark expression. He initially thought it was an enemy attack that warranted such a big response. The result turned out to be that guy Karp. This is getting more and more outrageous. Sengoku cursed. At the same time, Sengoku couldn't help but think. Why does it feel like Karp has become even stronger? No matter how strong Karp was before, he wouldn't be this outrageous. At this moment, he couldn't help but mumble. Could it be that what Karp just said is true? Earlier during the call, Karp mentioned that he ate something called fairy jumping wall that increased his strength by 30%. But Sengoku wouldn't believe such nonsense and scolded Karp. Now it seemed that Karp might actually be telling the truth. Hearing Sengoku mumbling, Kizaru asked, "Fleet Admiral, what did Vice Admiral Karp say?" Sengoku frowned and shook his head. "Nothing. We'll have to wait for Karp to come ashore to find out what is going on." Then, Sengoku, you guys appeared just in time. Come play with me. As Karp leaped onto the scene before Sengoku and the others, he threw a punch. Sengoku's pupils constricted, angrily saying, "Karp, what are you doing?" Karp laughed heartily. "We haven't had a fight in a long time, so let us have a match today." Afterwards, those who witnessed this battle said that Vice Admiral Karp defied the superior's orders and single-handedly challenged Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the three admirals, with neither side achieving a clear victory. After this battle, Karp's prestige in the Navy soared even higher. The reasons for this battle were varied. The truth was, 10 minutes later, in the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku had a dark expression as he took a bite of a rice cracker and yelled, "Karp, what the hell are you doing?" "Ah!" Karp laughed and wiped his mouth clean, asking, "Sengoku Akanukizaru Akiji, how much stamina do you have left?" Karp. Hearing Karp's incomprehensible words, Sengoku became even angrier. Kizaru replied, "It's been a long time since I exercised like this. I have about 70 stamina left, but Karp, how did your strength become stronger again?" Akainu muttered, "I have 50 stamina left. I was the only one who went all out in that earlier match." Akiji, who had been hanging back, said, "I still have 75 stamina left." Seeing that Sengoku was slow to respond, Karp didn't mind, laughed loudly, and took out 5 fairy beans, giving one to each of them. "Come on, here, SA treasure, eat it." "What is this?" Looking at the green bean, Akainu asked in confusion. "Why bother with that? Just eat it since I told you to," Kizaru said, tossing the bean into his mouth. Chapter 12. The European King Sengoku. Upon seeing Kizaru swallow the fairy bean, the others followed suit and swallowed it one after another. The next second, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Akainu, who had consumed the most, looked radiant, clearly feeling the difference. "This feels much better," Kizaru said in amazement. At this moment, Sengoku finally believed Karp's words and asked, "So there really is such a thing, Karp? Is that person still at Sabaody Archipelago?" "It can't be reached for a while, but we have to prepare money to open the jar." Karp made a gesture for money. "Money is not a problem. We can all go together. See if we can get something good," Sengoku said excitedly. The 3 others agreed. Money was the simplest issue for them. The group followed Karp onto a fast boat and set off quickly. Meanwhile, Rayleigh was cautiously putting away the Dragon Balls, carefully playing with the Soul Reaper sword. "Su Sheng, my friend, can this sword really enhance armament hockey?" Rayleigh asked, half believing. The cultivation of armament hockey is extremely difficult, and, as the king of the 3 hockey, he knows this best. "When can this jar have counterfeit goods?" "You'll know once you try it." Su Sheng smiled. Rayleigh didn't say much either. As the armed color attached to the blade, and the Zanpakuto instantly emitted a dazzling light, bursting out a fierce aura. "It really can enhance the armed color. I feel the intensity has increased by at least double." Rayleigh was very shocked, and now he completely believed Su Sheng's words. "Su Sheng, my young friend, this jar has almost geometrically increased my strength." Rayleigh actually began to feel grateful. His old and silent heart became active again. "I'm just a businessman. All I seek is genuine goods," Su Sheng said. "Good, then I'll spend all the remaining money," Rayleigh said boldly. "No problem." Su Sheng smiled. "There's still 9 million berries. That's a huge sum again. At this rate, I'll soon be able to complete the system's task." Su Sheng quickly prepared 90 ordinary jars, and just as Rayleigh was about to smash them, a golden giant Buddha suddenly appeared in the sky. With his almost invincible observation color, Rayleigh instantly sensed it and flew forward to confront it with his Zanpakuto. A terrifying sound erupted. "Ha! Rayleigh, your strength has become even more formidable." It was none other than Sengoku. "Sengoku the Buddha, Why aren't you properly serving as a marshal in the government? And come here for what? Naturally, it's for the jars. Rayleigh immediately understood upon seeing Karp. Then we don't need to fight. I'm just a buyer. Rayleigh struck Sengoku back with a single slash and then withdrew, which surprised Sengoku greatly. How has Rayleigh become so terrifying now? Could it be something from the jars? Sengoku was also disinterested in fighting. His curiosity about the jars grew even larger. Just a second before the confrontation, Rayleigh indeed swallowed a capsule, and the 3x boost shocked him as well. That's my young friend Su Shang, Karp said excitedly, pointing at Su Shang as he saw the two stop. A big deal is coming. Seeing the 3 admirals and Sengoku, Su Shang set de les eyes. I salute Marshal Sengoku. Haha, you must be Su Shang that Karp mentioned. Is your jar really that amazing? Sengoku, seeing Su Shang's strange attire, was also a bit curious. Lord Sengoku, you'll know if you try it. My priority as a businessman is credibility. Su Shang vowed. Then I'll buy 10 of them first. That'll be 1 million berries. A small matter. Sengoku didn't mind at all. What a big boss. Spending without hesitation. Su Shang sighed in his heart and looked at the 3 generals. They probably wanted to draw as well. Today was going to be a day for making money. Rayleigh saw that Sengoku was about to do a high-level 10 consecutive draws, and instead of rushing to draw his own, he let Su Shang go first to draw for Sengoku. Watching others draw cards was also a very enjoyable thing. Su Shang quickly prepared the jars, and Zhanghua, holding a hammer, soon smashed them all. The light emanating from the jars left everyone present in awe. 5 whites, 1 blue, 2 golds, and 2 multicolors. One astonishing stroke of luck. This is definitely the luck of a European monarch. Su Shang swallowed hard. This was the most intense can opening ever. And the results were astonishing for Sengoku. Rayleigh's expression changed rapidly. It was too terrifying. His 10 consecutive draws seemed insignificant in comparison, so he took a hefty swig of Wulianya. Congratulations, Admiral Sengoku. Your luck is off the charts. You must be making a fortune. Su Shang congratulated. Haha, as long as it's better than Karp's, that's all that matters. Sengoku laughed heartily. Karp, already feeling envious, nearly turned to jealousy upon hearing this. Su Shang looked at the jar and began to introduce its contents. 3 packets of white spicy strips, a bottle of cola, and a magic bean. The magic bean was so easy to obtain, but what else was there? Sengoku had never seen it before and felt a bit confused. The other 2 were excellent delicacies, best enjoyed together, Su Shang said. Sengoku didn't hesitate and tore open a packet of spicy strips, the aroma instantly spreading. After just 1 bite, he was extremely excited, followed by a sip of cola. What a delicious taste this is. It's worth dying for after just 1 bite. Sengoku was thrilled. Rayleigh looked at his spicy strips and started to swallow. Just as Sengoku was about to take another bite, he was interrupted by Karp, who snatched it away to share with everyone, all of them looking intoxicated. Sengoku could only look at the remaining items. The blue one contained 10 magic beans. The golden one was a bowl of immortal jumping wall, which made Su Shang feel a bit awkward. However, the other one caught Sengoku's attention, the Buddhist classic Diamond Sutra, which, once learned, would grant him the diamond body, increasing his defense by 10. This is simply tailor-made for me. Sengoku was very excited and couldn't help but look at the colorful item. What astonishing treasure could that be? Su Shang explained. The Bodhi heart grows on the Bodhi tree in the Western Paradise. After consumption, the heart transforms into Bodhi, extending life by 50 years and allowing one to withstand a fatal injury once. Upon hearing this, everyone present was utterly shocked. This Bodhi heart essentially grants the strongest in the sea a chance at immortality. Su Shang was also shocked, his jaw dropping. Could this be the jar from which the 10-year lifespan was released? This treasure is too powerful. And the last one, the 3-star Dragon Ball, left Zhanghua speechless after hearing the introduction. Rayleigh, standing nearby, saw the Dragon Ball and began to ponder. With such a huge secret being known, the Dragon Ball would likely cause a stir. Rayleigh quietly asked Su Shang if the Dragon Balls could be opened in conjunction with the stars. Su Shang suddenly remembered and hurriedly asked the system. There can only be 1 Dragon Ball, and it will automatically be retrieved after use. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's expression dimmed a bit as he looked at Sengoku, lost in thought. This directly grants a chance to avoid death. That's too powerful. Oh, it seems the Marshal will live for several more decades, Kizaru said. Increasing defense, it will be difficult for Whitebeard to defeat Sengoku, Akainu remarked. In the next moment, Sengoku directly swallowed the Bodhi heart and quickly read through the Diamond Sutra. Sengoku's body immediately underwent a strange transformation, summoning the great Buddha form. and his aura was clearly much more terrifying than before. Sushang saw the results and was very excited. It seemed that countless people at sea would soon be looking for him to buy jars. At this moment, the three generals couldn't hold back either and spent all their savings to buy jars. Don't rush. Let's open them one by one. 30 of them. 3 million berries. Sushang said excitedly. This was a chance to become rich overnight, and 100 million berries was just around the corner. Chapter 13. The biggest winner is Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji quickly finished breaking their jars, and their expressions became somewhat dim. Even Sushang felt a bit awkward. Compared to Sengoku, these two were just too unlucky. Akiji had 9 whites and 1 blue, feeling a bit helpless, but upon seeing Akainu's 10 whites, he felt much better. Meanwhile, Sengoku and Karp were laughing crazily. Ha ha ha, you two, your luck is unmatched. Sengoku laughed so hard his stomach hurt, especially thinking about his own luck. Oh, let us see mine. Kizaru hadn't smashed his jars yet, and was leisurely breaking them open with a hammer. 10 jars shattered, slowly revealing 10 beams of light. Everyone present was completely stunned. The first 7 were just ordinary white lights, but the last 3 were 1 gold light and 2 colored lights. Oh, it seems my luck is even better, Sengoku, Kizaru said nonchalantly. Akainu beside him was filled with envy and jealousy, thinking, these jars are so amazing. I need to make more money. The gambling-loving Rayleigh's eyes turned fervent upon seeing this. Kizaru, you've really struck it rich. Sushang was extremely excited. This wave had significantly boosted the allure of his jars. Sushang accessed the system and began to explain the 10 jars. 7 were white, 3 contained Wuliangye, 3 packs of rainbow candy, and 1 magical bean. Nothing extraordinary. However, it made Rayleigh and Karp drool. Bring it to me. Karp laughed and directly snatched the rainbow candy to eat. Karp, that's so expensive, Kizaru said somewhat helplessly. The crowd's gaze continued to fall on the remaining 3 jars. 10 devil fruit beans. These were extracted from the abilities of fruits from the entire sea. After consuming them, one could experience the desired fruit ability for 3 days without fearing the sea. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, and Sushang was no exception. Wow, the ability to choose a fruit and not fear the sea. This is practically invincible for a short time. The abilities of devil fruits often have counters. But with these magical beans, one could use the corresponding fruit ability based on the battle situation. For example, Enel's lightning would be useless against Luffy's rubber. At this point, Kizaru could probably take down the entire 7 warlords by himself. Kizaru, it seems you are about to become a major overlord of the entire sea, Sengoku said cautiously. Rayleigh, who was nearby, remained silent, but his expression became serious. The contents of these jars were likely to change the entire power structure of the sea. All right, this is good. Let's see the remaining 2, Kizaru said, somewhat impatiently. 2-star Dragon Ball, 4-star Dragon Ball. The system prompted. More than half of the Dragon Balls have been collected. They can only be unlocked upon reaching the next island. Sushang felt a bit helpless. This damn system. Didn't this reduce the allure of the jars? Kizaru was playing with the Dragon Balls, showing little interest. Gathering all 7 is so difficult. He then tossed it to Sengoku. Sengoku's eyes widened instantly. Such a precious item, and you're treating it like a joke. Sengoku, I don't have any wishes, just let him do something for the Navy, like a wish to make the 4 emperors disappear. Kizaru said half-jokingly. Everyone present immediately broke into a cold sweat. If the 4 emperors disappeared, the whole world would be turned upside down. Damn, this would overturn the world order, and with the Navy being so strong, Luffy and the others probably wouldn't last long. Then I would become a historical criminal. Sushang was a bit surprised. No way. Rayleigh laughed, then pulled out a Dragon Ball and waved it in front of everyone. I have one in my hand, and as long as I'm alive, you will never be able to gather them all, Rayleigh said. Sengoku stepped forward. Rayleigh, you'd better hand over the Dragon Ball. I can offer you a high position in the Navy or 1 billion berries in exchange. 1 billion. What a terrifying price, but everyone was not surprised. Compared to overturning the pirate landscape, 1 billion berries was too insignificant. Impossible. I can't let you destroy the structure of the great pirate era. Men must bravely conquer the sea. Rayleigh said seriously, his eyes shining with light. Then don't blame us for being rude. Facing such an opportunity, Sengoku would not let it slip away. This was the best chance to bring peace and justice to the world. Rayleigh said no more, gently closed his eyes, and opened them again, unleashing a full burst of 3-color hockey. The Dark King Rayleigh was even stronger than before. Sengoku also said no more. With his Bodhi mind and Diamond Sutra, he had absolute confidence. The skies sparkled with golden light, and a golden giant Buddha appeared, Sengoku the Buddha. These two guys are much stronger than before, Karp muttered, then looked at Su Sheng, placing even more importance on him. We must pull him to the Navy. At this moment, Rayleigh and Sengoku were already at a standoff. The temptation of the Dragon Ball was indeed hard to resist. Sengoku leaped high, crossing his hands as if performing a spell, briefly gathering energy. A powerful shockwave roared down, nearly shaking the entire island. This terrifying might frightened Su Sheng. He had only seen it in anime and never expected to experience such terror firsthand. Fortunately, Kizaru flashed over to take Su Sheng away. Otherwise, the aftermath could have killed him, and Su Sheng's instant retraction of his jar shocked them, adding to the mystery. Rayleigh was not afraid either, his haki wildly entwined. In his observation, haki quickly found a flaw. Armed haki attached to his Zanpakuto, he slashed fiercely, and a terrifying airflow burst out. The moment of collision exploded with a huge sound, shaking the entire island. The two quickly clashed, fighting fiercely, exchanging blows. This battle was nearly beyond the level of the four emperors, truly terrifying, and the two fought on the sea to avoid harming civilians. But the entire sea was stirred up with monstrous waves. Su Sheng looked at these and felt it was not a solution. No matter who wins, the whole world will be turned upside down. They're not the damned villains. Stop. If you fight again, I won't continue to open jars for whoever wins. Su Sheng shouted. Hearing this, the two stopped. Without Su Sheng, those terrifying things would be unattainable, and no one dared to provoke Su Sheng. For the sake of Su Sheng, I will spare your life, Rayleigh. Sengoku said. You might not win. Rayleigh's conqueror's haki erupted, and the overwhelming pressure momentarily left Sengoku speechless. All right, I'm just a jar seller. Please don't fight in front of my stall. It's really disrespectful to me as a merchant. Su Sheng said helplessly. Sengoku and Rayleigh could only smile awkwardly, really not daring to offend this big shot. Who knows what terrifying things he has in his jars. Chapter 14 Su Sheng's plan. All right, if you want to buy jars, I'm welcome to it. But please don't fight, Su Sheng said seriously. With Su Sheng's current strength, if such battles happen a few more times, one misstep could cost him his life, and that would really be game over. Mr. Su Sheng, I would like to invite you to provide jars specifically for the Navy, even if the price of the jars increases tenfold. Sengoku said earnestly. I'm just a merchant. I don't like to join any side. You can always come to me to buy. I won't be leaving the Sabaody archipelago anytime soon. Su Sheng waved his hand and said, I also want to explore the pirate world properly. Staying with the Navy is too boring. Thinking about so many pirate characters. Su Sheng was very excited. How could he leave without seeing Luffy yet? All right, without Dragon Balls for now, we'll head back. Sengoku was not a greedy person. If the government didn't have him for too long, there would probably be trouble. Good. The group said little more and boarded the warship to leave. Su Sheng, my friend, I'm out of money. Wait for me to finish my 5-grain liquor, and I'll come back. Rayleigh chuckled. No problem. Always welcome, old man. Su Sheng smiled. Rayleigh slowly left. This was much more exciting than gambling. Rayleigh was very happy. He clearly felt he had become much stronger after sparring with Sengoku. As everyone left in succession, Su Sheng also stopped setting up his stall and returned to his residence, sleeping until night. When he woke up, Su Sheng counted and found that he had sold a total of 72 jars. I'm almost done with the task. Su Sheng was very excited. Then he took out the system's exclusive jar. Seeing how lucky they were, I can finally enjoy myself. Su Sheng couldn't wait any longer. He took out a small hammer and smashed all 6 jars open. Next, Su Sheng couldn't stop smiling. 2 white, 1 blue, 1 purple, and 2 gold. It seems my luck is quite good as well. Only Akiji and Akainu could be that unlucky. Su Sheng couldn't help but laugh at the thought of the 2 big non-tycoons. Treasure detection revealed. 2 white jars contain a bowl of ramen and a bottle of cola. Looks like dinner is sorted. Su Sheng didn't expect much from the white ones, and he hadn't eaten food from his own world in a long time. The blue light was different. It was a detector developed by the system that could locate characters he wanted to find. This thing is interesting. It saves me the trouble of searching for people. Su Sheng was very satisfied with this treasure. The purple Great Yuan Dan, which increases all aspects of the body by 30 after consumption. It really is true that wishes come true. If I take this, my combat ability will skyrocket. With the divine killing gun, I might be able to battle the 7 warlords. Su Sheng was somewhat excited and continued to investigate the remaining 2 golden items. The system extracted treasures from the Naruto world. Manjiki Sharingan, Amaterasu, and Manjiki Sharingan, Kamui. Wow. Su Sheng was completely stunned. The Sharingan is almost an invincible existence in the Naruto world. This is equivalent to having the powers of Itachi and Kakashi. Su Sheng's face lit up with joy. Now my strength is probably enough to make even the 4 emperors wary. Su Sheng lightly shouted, Sharingan, activate. Su Sheng's eyes suddenly flowed with strange patterns. Tianjiao, Su Sheng looked at the surface of the sea and saw that an unquenchable black fire ignited on the water. Divine might, Su Sheng shouted again, and the space where that black fire was located instantly vanished. So strong, I can definitely be considered a top-tier powerhouse in this world. Su Sheng felt the change in his eyes, full of confidence. The system kindly reminded him that there are also side effects of the Sharingan. Damn, if I use it too much, I'll go blind. I originally wanted a rampage across the sea, but it seems I can only sell cans now. Su Sheng felt a bit disappointed. The next day, Su Sheng got up early and started setting up his stall. Sure enough, a large group of Navy personnel had already arrived on the island and rushed over to his jar stall in excitement. It was probably the result of the Warring States period. Su Sheng was a bit surprised. This old man was quite particular. People were competing to buy, and some wealthy leaders even bought 10 at a time. Golden Light, this pill is so powerful. Ivedron a devil fruit. This knife is so strong. One by one, voices continuously heightened the Navy's desire to purchase. Su Sheng was busy until noon before he finally finished. It wasn't that he ran out of stock. He was simply too exhausted to continue. Su Sheng opened the system page to check. Congratulations, host, you have sold 200 jars. After reaching 100, for every additional 100 jars sold, a high-level jar will be issued as an extra reward. The host now has 3 days of freedom and can go anywhere. Su Sheng saw this and let out a long breath. Finally, I can leave this ghostly place and have some fun. Su Sheng immediately took out the detector and said, Show me where Luffy is. Coming to this world, it would be too boring not to check out the main character. The next moment, Su Sheng was a bit shocked. Luffy was at Sabaody archipelago. At that moment, a massive force suddenly appeared on the sea, and Su Sheng looked and saw it was the Navy in full force. Could it be? Luffy was causing a commotion at the Celestial Dragon's auction? Su Sheng set the li specut. Forget it. First find Luffy, I want to rewrite the plot. I must make Luffy buy my jar. Thinking about how the Straw Hat Pirates were taken down by Bartholomew Kuma, Su Sheng felt a bit speechless. That scene was really too tragic. Luffy, wait for me, Su Sheng is coming. Su Sheng set off quickly according to the detector. As evening approached, Su Sheng appeared at the entrance of a hall. Boom! A rubber machine gun. Su Sheng suddenly heard intense, fighting sounds coming from the hall. Sure enough, it's here. It wasn't in vain that I searched for so long. Su Sheng was not in a hurry. Instead, he sat outside, quietly observing the changes. Now is not the time for me to act. Once the thunder comes, everything will be easier. Su Sheng was confident. In just 10 minutes, Kizaru had led his army to surround the entire venue. The battle was getting more intense, and Kizaru directly smashed through the walls. Just as he was about to launch an attack on Luffy and the others, Rayleigh, the Dark King, slowly walked into the venue. Long time no see, lucky one, Rayleigh said with a smile. It's you, Kizaru replied lightly, but with some caution. This guy had fought evenly with Sengoku. Can you let Luffy go? Rayleigh smiled. Kizaru waved his hand. No can do, it's part of the mission. Then there's nothing I can do. The two stopped talking and quickly engaged in combat, exchanging blows, with the enhanced Rayleigh gradually gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, on Luffy's side, Law and Kid were bombarding the Navy, determined to break through. At this moment, Su Sheng also began to take action. Why not practice my skills on those Navy soldiers and help Luffy out a bit, selling them some cans quickly? Su Sheng thought to himself. Soon, Su Sheng appeared behind the army, standing with his hands behind his back on a tall building, looking at the dense crowd. Su Sheng shouted, Amatasu. The crowd quickly ignited in blazing black flames, and people began to stir. These flames were impossible to extinguish. Divine might, Su Sheng shouted again, and the Navy was instantly displaced in space, then released divine might again, throwing all the Navy into the sea. What is happening? Luffy, who was fighting, was very puzzled as the enemies inexplicably disappeared. Hello there, Luffy. Su Sheng shouted loudly. This immediately caught the attention of Luffy and his group. Chapter 15. Deadly Temptation. Luffy and his group looked at Su Sheng, and although they were somewhat puzzled, Luffy still greeted him enthusiastically. Hi, who are you? How do you know me? I've heard about the Straw Hats for a long time. Upon hearing this, Luffy burst into laughter, feeling that his Straw Hat Pirates had already become famous all over the world. Su Sheng leaped towards Luffy. Just as he was about to approach, Zoro blocked him. With a frown, the green-haired swordsman said seriously, the Navy's strange disappearance coincided with his appearance. Be careful, it might be a trap. Don't come over yet. What exactly are you here for? Zoro was already in a stance to draw his sword. Don't be nervous, I'm just a pot seller. here to do a little business. Su Sheng replied with a smile. In the next second, Zoro instantly drew his sword, pointing it at Su Sheng. How crazy do you have to be to come to such a dangerous place to sell broken pots? Seeing that Zoro didn't believe him, Su Sheng felt a bit helpless. This green-haired guy is really stubborn. Then I'll just have to beat you into submission. My pots have delicious food, fine wine, cigarettes, and all sorts of things that can make you stronger. If you don't believe me, just give it a try. After saying that, Su Sheng beckoned Zoro with a finger. Zoro's eyes widened instantly, a blatant provocation. He drew all his swords in an instant, three-sword style. Oniguri. Su Sheng was not flustered. The divine killing gun appeared and quickly thrust toward Zoro. So fast, Zoro was taken aback. He immediately turned around, and a stream of air surged towards Su Sheng. Divine might. In the next second, everyone was shocked. The stream of air passed through Su Sheng's body without causing any harm. Zoro could hardly believe it. What a trick! He then leaped into the air, unleashing the power of the 3,000 worlds. With a roar, the blades of the three-sword style surged forth, a truly spectacular sight. Why is this green-haired guy so stubborn? I just wanted to sell a jar. Why so much hostility? Su Sheng had no choice but to fight back, slowly opening his right eye, with strange patterns swirling. Amaterasu. Su Sheng shouted. In an instant, boundless black flames erupted in front of him, continuously burning, rendering Sauron's 3,000 worlds utterly powerless. Divine might. Su Sheng teleported behind Sauron, gun pointed at his chest, ready to shoot him dead at the slightest movement. I'm really just a pot seller. I don't have a devil fruit. And this ability comes from the things inside my pots. Su Sheng said loudly. Luffy and the others were extremely shocked. The strength that completely overwhelmed Zoro came from the jar. Regardless of whether it's true or not, you won. It's up to you. Zoro, seeing that Su Sheng had no intention to kill, said slowly. Su Sheng slowly withdrew his hand upon hearing these words. Luffy, on the other hand, was enthusiastic and ran over. I'm Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King in the future. What about you? Su Sheng smiled and said, My name is Su Sheng, a jar merchant, dreaming of getting everyone to buy my jars. Ha ha ha, can I buy one? Su Sheng happily agreed. 100,000 berries. Luffy searched around and immediately smiled awkwardly. No money, can't do it. Su Sheng felt a bit helpless. This guy really had no money on him. Luffy looked at Nami, but stingy Nami wouldn't agree, so he immediately turned away, and Luffy had no choice but to beg. Hey, Su Sheng, can your jar really make me stronger? Long-nosed Usopp pointed at Su Sheng and asked, If it really can make me stronger, Usopp, won't hold back anymore. I want to make a name for myself on the sea. Of course, but it depends on luck. The items from my jar come in 5 levels. So it depends on your luck. Su Sheng replied with a smile. Ha, I am a chosen one. Usopp was very confident. Give me one first. Usopp said hopefully, painfully cutting off some flesh. No problem. Su Sheng quickly prepared a jar. Usopp held the hammer, even trembling a bit, and Su Sheng was also nervous. It better be something good. If it's just a white light, the temptation will be too small. Usopp no longer hesitated and swung the hammer down. The next second, Su Sheng's nervous heart suddenly leaped with joy. Golden light. This kid is too lucky. Congratulations, Usopp, golden light, 2nd level, you're definitely lucky. Su Sheng lauget. Ha, I am the gambling emperor. Usopp had no idea what it meant to be lucky. Su Sheng began to investigate. Weapon, ultimate nuclear cannon. Used once every 20 minutes, comes from the planet Cybertron. Wow, this kid Usopp is incredibly lucky. This cannon is just perfect for him. Su Sheng sighed. What is so special about this cannon? Usopp looked a bit confused, but seeing the high-tech cannon, he quickly braced it on his shoulder. I'm not sure either. Why don't you fire a shot and see? Su Sheng said with a smile. Usopp nodded and slowly pulled the trigger. The next second, a red beam of light shot out from the cannon, producing a huge recoil that nearly knocked Usopp over. The red light expanded rapidly in front, instantly destroying the area occupied by the Navy, thick smoke billowing up, and the entire island even shook a bit. When the smoke cleared, a gigantic pit appeared. Everyone present stared wide-eyed, as if frozen in place. Usopp's jaw almost dropped. Sanji burned his hand on the smoke, and Zoro's hand holding the sword trembled uncontrollably. What a terrifying weapon. That shot could probably annihilate an entire Navy fleet. What the heck? This is too terrifying. This lord, am about to become the king of the seas. Usopp shouted excitedly. Ha, now do you believe it? My cannon is definitely worth every penny. Su Sheng laughed. The next moment, the stingy Nami rushed over with her money pouch. Quick, I want to buy 10. Nami said excitedly. Usopp's shot had completely unleashed a deadly temptation. No problem. Sushang quickly produced 10 cans. Nami didn't hesitate at all and quickly smashed down the money. 6 white, 2 blue, 2 purple, 1 gold. After Sushang's investigation, he quickly introduced the items. A white pebble, a pack of Jonhua cigarettes, 3 magic beans, and a bottle of cola. These magic beans are so powerful. They are perfect for someone like the green-hair guy who loves to fight with his life on the line. Give this cigarette to Sanji. What is this? Nami took the cola, opened it, took a sip, and was instantly mesmerized. Seeing her like this, Luffy couldn't help but snatch it away, took a small sip, and excitedly drank the whole bottle. Give me back 100,000 berry. Nami immediately struck Luffy with a heavy blow. Sanji opened the Jonhua, took a puff, and his body immediately softened in ecstasy. Nami-san, this is a treasure that could cost me my life. Sanji was unable to contain his excitement. Only Zoro, with a skeptical look, swallowed a magic bean and was instantly shocked. All the energy he had lost in the previous battle was restored, and now he felt he could take on 1,000 Marines. Seeing their reactions, Nami hurriedly urged Sushang to continue the introduction. Blue, a pack containing 10 bags of magic beans. Type A capsules, temporarily increase strength by 30, lasting for 30 minutes. So powerful. It might not be suitable for Nami, but for Luffy, a 30 increase. What a terrifying concept. Chapter 16. The Luck of the Straw Hat Pirates. Such temporary strength-boosting items must have significant drawbacks, right? Zoro said disdainfully. Oh wow. Sanji echoed in agreement. Although the two didn't see eye to eye, they both believed in the strength they had trained hard to achieve. Trust me, it's definitely without any side effects, Sushang said firmly. Luffy didn't hesitate. He always trusted his friends and swallowed the capsule whole, avoiding any taste. Luffy felt a bit disappointed, but the next second, he suddenly felt something unusual. He instantly shot up, his momentum skyrocketing. Rubber rocket. He punched out, and the ground in front of him instantly collapsed, shaking violently. After landing, Luffy dusted himself off, completely unfazed. This capsule really has no side effects, Luffy said with a smile. But I don't like it. It doesn't belong to me. Sushang felt a bit helpless upon hearing this. This protagonist really is quite stubborn about his own strength. However, his allure to others is definitely not small. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew watched Luffy's performance, all of them shocked, especially Zoro. Wow, the captain's strength has definitely increased significantly. This is already beyond my reach. In his shock, Zoro had already gone to get money to buy jars. Quick, let me see what's left. Nami couldn't wait and even gave Sushang a tight hug. Feeling her ample chest, Sushang was somewhat elated and hurriedly started to introduce. Purple. The Lost Staff of Atlantis can detect hidden treasures on an island, limited to 3 uses. Giant amount of 100 pieces. Gold, the cake from the Last Supper, when consumed by others, allows the owner to cause their death at any time within a year. After hearing the introduction, Nami's smile became increasingly terrifying. Meanwhile, the others grew more fearful, realizing that this femme fatale might unleash her wrath on them one day. Luffy gulped hard. He must never anger Nami again in the future. To be honest, will Nami be the captain in the future? Usopp thought seriously. Nami looked at the 3 treasures, excited beyond words, and immediately picked them up to examine closely. How thrilling. Can Sushang give me 3 of them? Luffy said excitedly. Their items are so interesting. I wonder what I can open. Luffy was filled with anticipation. Sushang quickly prepared 3 jars. Luffy didn't use a hammer. He smashed down with a punch, but it hurt so much that he yelled out in pain. People began to realize the mystery of the jars, and everyone present was intrigued. My jar can't even be smashed by Kaido, Sushang said as he handed the hammer to Luffy. Luffy obediently smashed the jar. White light, and then the last one. The whole crowd was tense. Could this guy really be that unlucky? With the final smash, both Sushang and Luffy swallowed hard. Colorful light. Salt. Everyone was speechless. This was incredible. A jutsu from the Naruto world, Rasengan, which can be cultivated into the Super Rasengan. Wow, Naruto's exclusive jutsu. Sushang was somewhat shocked. With Luffy's speed, this move could be used at will, and there were no chakra limitations. What is this? Luffy found the book quite boring. This book is very useful. Why don't you flip through it? Sushang said with a smile. Luffy could only glance through it casually, but when he reached the last page, his eyes suddenly lit up. He leaped into the sky, and the next scene completely stunned Sushang. Rubber spiral bomb machine gun. Luffy shouted loudly. Luffy's fists swung wildly, each time accompanied by a spiral bomb. In just a few seconds, he unleashed over 100 of them. Damn, this is definitely going to crush Naruto. Su Shang's eyes were filled with envy. Zoro looked at this move, his hand gripping the sword, trembling uncontrollably. This move would probably turn me to ashes in just a few seconds. The killing intent contained in that sphere was terrifying. Luffy landed and laughed heartily. I'm one step closer to becoming the Pirate King. Looking again at the two white lights, there were 2 packs of rainbow candies. Luffy tore them open and ate them. Perhaps due to genetics, this delicious dessert made Luffy and Garp's reactions identical. Wow, how can something be so delicious? After saying this, Luffy looked at Nami. Wanted to buy some more, but Nami just rolled her eyes and did not agree. Thinking of that cake, Luffy dared not say more, fearing that he would anger Nami and end up eating his last dinner. How is it, everyone? My jars are definitely fair and square. Are you satisfied? Su Shang said confidently. Hey, Mr. Su Shang, could you give me 10 of them? Robin slowly walked out. Nami-san, how can I let you spend money? Su Shang, give me 20. Sanji said excitedly. As a top chef, he wasn't too short on money. With a wave of his hand, he took out 200,000 berries. Seeing this, Su Shang was overjoyed. The Straw Hat crew was quite generous. Boss, you will definitely make a fortune. Su Shang lauget. He quickly prepared 20 jars. Robin opened her jar first, not in a hurry, very elegant. 9 whites and 1 gold. It seems luck isn't too good. Seeing the white ones, Robin felt a bit disappointed. It won't be. That gold one is very hard to open, Su Shang said. He then began to investigate. 9 whites, with 3 packs of rainbow candies, 3 magic beans, and 3 packs of Jonhua cigarettes. Robin, aside from the magic beans, gave the cigarettes and candies to Sanji and Luffy. This woman is so generous, Su Shang couldn't help but sigh. Such an intellectual woman has a great allure for me. Su Shang even felt a little moved. The golden product, glasses from Islandi Moko, enhanced observational ability by 60, increased knowledge, and could interpret historical texts. At this point, Robin's calm heart could no longer remain so. Her lifelong goal had been for that piece of history, and now, with these glasses, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Is my dream about to be fulfilled? Robin fell into a daze, tears unconsciously streaming down her face. Su Shang gently patted Robin, saying there's no need to be too excited. This is the charm of my jar, and I hope it can help you gain more. Robin nodded gently, put on her glasses, and suddenly realized that everything around her became slow and clear, which made her even more certain. The help it provides for my exploration of history is hard to express. Let's see what Chef has come up with. Robin quickly came back to her senses and continued to smile at everyone. All right, Robin-san, if you're here, I will definitely soar. Sanji struck down with a hammer, and 10 jars instantly emitted light. In the next second, Sanji was dumbfounded. No way, 9 white and 1 purple. Wow, this is definitely a chieftain from Africa. How could such a cool person act so much like a loser when doing things? Su Shang couldn't help but want to laugh. Chapter 17, Pressure from Kizaru. Sanji's face was extremely dark. It was one thing to have a white color, but 9 pebbles were utterly useless. Everyone present couldn't help but want to laugh, but Robin gently comforted Sanji, which helped him feel a bit more balanced. Su Shang has tried his best to hold it in, but still couldn't help but let out a laugh. Hey, stop laughing. Quickly show me that purple. Su Shang coughed twice, eased his emotions, and began to investigate. The culinary guide from Earth, China, is called Hua Shi. Su Shang let out a sigh. This thing was quite suitable for a chef, not making him too angry. Oh, a recipe? I haven't heard of the food from this place. Let me take a look. Sanji grabbed the book and started flipping through it. However, the next moment, he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Nanny, there are actually such methods. Fish can be prepared this way. And these. Hey, Captain, you're in for a treat. Sanji shouted excitedly. Haha, let me see. Luffy quickly rushed over when he heard about food. Usopp also came over. The two looked at the delicious dishes on the menu, their eyes shining. Wow, it looks so delicious. Luffy, I really want to eat. The two couldn't stop drooling. Don't get my book dirty. Sanji snatched the book back and put it away. The two had to give up, but continued to discuss. I think that fish dish is the best. No, that grilled oyster is definitely stronger. And spicy crayfish. I must catch a sea king lobster when I'm at sea. Luffy laughed heartily. Sanji's face darkened a bit. A sea king lobster would kill me. Zoro finally couldn't hold back and was ready to ask Shio Shung to open the can and take out that poor 200,000 berries. I hope to get a stronger sword. Zoro was very much looking forward to it. Suddenly, a yellow flash appeared. Zoro, be careful. Robin, wearing those glasses, discovered it was Kizaru. Immediately, he activated his devil fruit to block Kizaru's attack, and Zoro instantly drew his sword. 3,000 worlds. A terrifying blade light was unleashed. Kizaru momentarily halted, but then lifted his body, crossing his arms to create a shockwave identical to Sengoku's. Zoro was immediately pushed back. In the next moment, Rayleigh also flew over. Sushang was a bit surprised to see Rayleigh's injuries. When he looked at Kizaru, he suddenly understood. Damn, I forgot that Rayleigh would be fighting Kizaru here. Kizaru is probably starting to experience the abilities of other devil fruits. This seems to be Sengoku's fruit. Sushang sighed, realizing that he had completely rewritten the plot. Sushang, my friend, you're here too, Rayleigh said, a bit surprised to see Sushang. Sushang casually made up a reason, and Rayleigh didn't suspect anything. The Straw Hat crew looked cautiously at the terrifying Kizaru. Who are you, old man? Why are you in such a terrible state? Luffy looked at Rayleigh. Rayleigh briefly introduced himself, shocking everyone. Robin said succinctly, the left hand of the Pirate King. Dark King Rayleigh. The crowd stared at Rayleigh in astonishment, then noticed his injuries. That's right, it was Kizaru who did this. Speaking of which, Sushang, your jars are too powerful. If we weren't captured, I want to buy 10 more, Rayleigh said with a bitter smile. Oh, how did we get captured? Luffy rubbed his wrist, ready for a battle. Straw Hat Kid, the Navy has been keeping an eye on you for a long time. It's about time that old man Karp teaches you a lesson, Kizaru said leisurely. Luffy lightly adjusted his straw hat. No need for that. My friends and I are setting sail. How could we be captured by you? Kizaru waved his hand, and in the next moment, he transformed into a flash of yellow light and charged forward. So fast, Zoro was instantly shocked. In an instant, the entire Straw Hat crew rushed into battle. At this moment, Kizaru, who possessed the mythical Zoan fruit, was truly terrifying, sending the crew flying within seconds. Only Luffy, protected by Rayleigh, was unharmed. It's not good to bully kids, Rayleigh said slowly. Although he couldn't defeat Kizaru now, as the Dark King, he was never afraid of battle. With his sword infused with haki, his eyes opened, and Conqueror's haki was fully displayed. The two engage in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with great intensity. Rayleigh's strength almost surpassed that of the four emperors, but he still found himself helpless against Kizaru, whose dual powers were indeed terrifying. Seeing his companions getting hurt ignited Luffy's anger. Second gear, Luffy quickly enlarged himself. Gum Gum Rocket, Luffy shouted, launching an attack at Kizaru. However, Kizaru easily dodged the terrifying speed, living up to his reputation as a flash of yellow light. Watching their dazzling fight, Sushang was excited. Experiencing it firsthand was truly thrilling. Rayleigh, relying on his terrifying observation haki, finally caught a flaw in Kizaru's defense, but the latter's incredible defensive power made it hard to inflict damage. This is the strength of the Buddha Sengoku. Luffy no longer hesitated. Since Kizaru was fast, he would cover all angles. Gum Gum's Spiral Bomb machine gun, with a furious shout. The terrifying scene reappeared as Luffy swung his arms, launching hundreds of spiral bombs. Dust flew everywhere, creating a terrifying scene that even Rayleigh found shocking. What terrifying power! When the dust settled, Kizaru, relying on his Buddha form, withstood the attack but was still injured, revealing the terror of Luffy's move. Rayleigh did not pause, slowly releasing his three-color haki, gathering his final move without hesitation. Facing Rayleigh's ultimate move, Kizaru furrowed his brow. He had heard of Rayleigh's terrifying power, and this move was incredibly fearsome. The Buddha form was no longer retained. The abilities unleashed by the jar were in their complete form with no side effects, making Kizaru's strength comparable to that of Zhanghua. Rayleigh gathered a terrifying black orb and instantly launched it, while Kizaru unleashed a shockwave with all his might. At this moment, Luffy also did not hesitate, continuously crossing his hands. Super large-tailed beast bomb, Luffy shouted. Wow, amazing! Sushang was shocked. After using it twice, the super large-tailed beast bomb was unleashed. Although Luffy was somewhat strained, it couldn't hide his talent. Two terrifying orbs rushed toward Kizaru, and after a few seconds of stalemate, the outcome was quickly decided. The super large-tailed beast bomb gradually expanded, instantly engulfing Kizaru. Yet, the yellow flash was still visible, and the now tattered Kizaru charged at the two once more, starting an intense hand-to-hand combat. Just then, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, and a terrifying figure descended. Sushang glanced over and was immediately shocked. What the hell? How did the Tyrant Bear arrive now? This doesn't align with the script. Just as Sushang was pondering, the Tyrant Bear looked at Sushang and said, Are you the one selling jars? Sushang sighed in relief. It turned out they had come to buy jars, probably due to the news spread by the Navy. Yes. Do you want to buy some? Sushang smiled. The tyrant bear shook his head. Things like yours are unfair. The warring states even made me buy them. Ridiculous. I came here today to kill you. The tyrant bear's bones crackled with tension, and a murderous aura ignited. Chapter 18. One-on-one with the tyrant bear. The tyrant bear's eyes were filled with killing intent, as if he could tear Su Shang apart in the next moment. Su Shang looked at the tyrant bear and couldn't help but sigh. In this ocean where power is pursued, he didn't expect there would still be such a person. Fortunately, he had opened quite a few good jars. Otherwise, his life would have been lost today. Su Shang did not hesitate, pulling out the divine killing gun, the patterns in his eyes swirling continuously. Kill me? I'm afraid you're not up to it, Su Shang said resolutely. The tyrant bear suddenly laughed heartily. Since when have I been looked down upon by a nameless junior? The tyrant bear's enormous hand swung violently towards Su Shang, and a terrifying pressure immediately descended. Divine might, Su Shang shouted, instantly shifting space. With a direct confrontation, Su Shang's physical quality was not enough. It actually resembles my fruit ability somewhat, the tyrant bear said, slightly surprised. Few people possess the ability to shift space. However, the tyrant bear did not care, thinking of Su Shang as just a jumping clown. In the next second, the tyrant bear also teleported, and Su Shang was taken aback. Damn, if he strikes me with that hand, I probably won't be able to take it. Su Shang did not hesitate. Amaterasu. Around him, a fierce black fire erupted, and the air crackled. The tyrant bear appeared instantly, completely unconcerned about the sea of flames, determined to swat Su Shang away. This isn't good. The fire can't be extinguished. Its temperature is much higher than normal flames. Divine might. Su Shang teleported again. Divine killing spear. Su Shang raised the spear with no frills and thrust it towards the tyrant bear at a speed that almost tore through space. Even wrapped in black flames, the tyrant bear struggled to react quickly. Despite Su Shang's own lack of physical prowess, the power of this divine spear was truly beyond words, piercing a hole in the body of this bounty of 200 million berries warlord. Oh, the tyrant bear felt a deep sense of pain. This spear is a fine weapon. It shouldn't belong to such a useless person like you. Immediately, the tyrant bear underwent a strange transformation, in healing destruction. The tyrant bear's top skill, expelling the damage out of its body. Seeing this scene, Su Shang felt a bit helpless. This is just too abnormal. There's no way to kill it like this. Su Shang vaguely sensed something unusual in his eyes. If this continues, it won't be good. His eyes will go blind. However, before Su Shang could think, the tyrant bear concentrated its strength in both hands, and its body underwent a terrifying transformation. Su Shang saw the surrounding space gradually being compressed, and immediately became serious. Damn it, this guy is hitting me with a big move right off the bat. What terrible luck. Pressure cannon. The tyrant bear roared, and a deafening sound erupted from his hand as an invisible pressure shockwave rushed towards him. Everything around was destroyed, and the terrifying speed and power were beyond description. What the hell? An attack of this magnitude is impossible to fight back against. Sengoku inwali. System, what will happen if I die? The system prompted. After death, all soul jar quotas will reset to 0, and the memories of related individuals will completely disappear. Damn it. I worked so hard to accumulate this much. I can't just give up. Divine might. Su Shang teleported to Usopp's side. He immediately fed him a senza bean. Being hit by the Buddha form of Kizaru, Usopp's small frame clearly couldn't endure it. When Usopp woke up, Su Shang immediately shouted, Usopp, get ready to fire the cannon. I'll draw his attention. He is a warlord. If we don't defeat him, we'll all die. A warlord. Where's Luffy? Let us hurry and run. Usopp's cowardly nature was completely exposed. Run? How are we supposed to run? Right now, only your cannon can defeat him. If you keep being cowardly, the entire Straw Hat Pirates will perish because of you. Su Shang was furious at his lack of resolve. Usopp fell silent, then gritted his teeth and stood up. Although his injuries hurt, they couldn't stop this man as fighting spirit at this moment. All right, then let Lord Usopp be the one to slay the first warlord pirate. Usopp hoisted the cannon, looking imposing. Su Shang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy finally showed some backbone. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to run away. Su Shang gritted his teeth and looked at the tyrant bear. Usopp, I'll hold him off. You find an opportunity to blast him to death. No problem. Just leave it to me. You can count on me. Usopp replied with great confidence. Su Shang said no more and continued to fight. The shockwave he had just barely dodged still left him feeling uneasy. Usopp, you need to hurry up. Don't joke about my life. Bartholomew Kuma laughed as he watched Su Sheng come at him again. This kid's moves are basically the same, just a useless opportunist. Kuma looked down on this merchant even more. Continuous pressure cannon. Kuma leaped into the air. Terrifying shockwaves followed one after another, giving Su Sheng no chance to catch his breath. I'm going all out. Damn it. Su Sheng's eyes had begun to bleed from overusing the Sharingan, but he endured the pain and activated it again. Kamui. The space where the shockwaves were located was instantly transferred, disappearing in an instant. Oomph. The Tyrant Bear noticed the abnormality in Su Sheng's eyes and smirked slightly. The Tyrant Bear crossed his arms again, and the terrifying shockwave came once more. Kamui. Su Sheng shouted, teleporting himself instantly. Damn it. Usopp, are you still not making a move? Do you really think it's easy for me to block the shockwaves? In the next moment, Su Sheng realized that his right eye was close to blindness. Damn it, Usopp, if you don't fire, we're all going to die. Su Sheng approached the Tyrant Bear from behind, the divine killing gun suddenly thrusting out, aiming at the Tyrant Bear's vital point. The Tyrant Bear's body paused. Usopp. Su Sheng shouted loudly. No turning back now. Let's do this. Usopp, who was already terrified, found himself with no escape. He pulled the trigger, and a terrifying red laser shot out instantly. The Tyrant Bear's eyes widened, and its mouth dropped open. So terrifying. I've never seen such horrifying damage. Divine might. Su Sheng made one last spatial teleport, blood streaming from his right eye, leaving him completely blind. As the red laser expanded and exploded, everyone froze. This terrifying scene was something even Kizaru and Rayleigh had never witnessed. Is it really possible to survive this? Kizaru looked at the terrifying blast, somewhat shocked. As the smoke began to clear, a massive figure remained standing, but there was no sound. The Tyrant Bear was covered in wounds, blood continuously flowing. It looked incredibly fearsome. Wow, finally knocked it down. There's no way it can fight back now, right? Su Sheng let out a heavy breath. In the next moment, everyone was completely shocked as the Tyrant Bear slowly spoke 4 words, and its body suddenly propelled forward, its ruined wounds rapidly healing. And it immediately returned to its complete form. Bastards, you all die today. Meatball impact. The Tyrant Bear transformed into a meatball, instantly teleporting down with terrifying destructive power that left everyone horrified. The first to suffer was Usopp, who was directly knocked away. The next few were also unable to withstand it, being swatted away by the Tyrant Bear one after another. Speed and power were absolutely overwhelming. Chapter 19. Rayleigh goes berserk. Su Sheng switches islands. Everyone was knocked down, and with the current strength of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Tyrant Bear was simply too terrifying for them. Just as the Tyrant Bear was about to kill Su Sheng, Rayleigh suddenly blocked in front. In the clash, the Zanpakuto buzzed, and even with a 5 times amplification of Haki, it was still evident how terrifying the Tyrant Bear was. He cannot die. You are being too impulsive, Rayleigh said with a smile. The Tyrant Bear's expression was serious. This man could easily block his meatball impact, showing how formidable he was. You can still leave now. Do you really think the Straw Hat crew and this kid can stir up any big waves? The Tyrant Bear said with a fierce expression. In any case, they cannot be taken away by you, Rayleigh said leisurely. Meanwhile, Luffy was in a fierce battle with Kizaru, but without Rayleigh, in just a few seconds, Luffy was blasted away by Kizaru. Rayleigh, what about now? Kizaru remained calm. Rayleigh did not answer, just chuckled. Su Sheng, who was nearby, felt a bit anxious. Damn, does Rayleigh have some big move? I don't know. It better not be overconfident, or we're all finished. Rayleigh's 3-colored Haki slowly rose, and he threw his Zanpakuto into the air, where the 3-colored Haki continuously condensed and gradually took on a humanoid form. Thanks to Su Sheng's little friend Jar, the Zanpakuto was able to enhance Haki, allowing me to fully unleash this move. Being old has its downsides. Rayleigh laughed. Rayleigh, you are too polite. Su Sheng was both surprised and delighted. Damn, this move looks fierce. We're saved. Meanwhile, Luffy also slowly stood up. Seeing his companions injured, Luffy could no longer endure it. He slowly recalled the usage of the spiral bomb, and the aura around him became extremely sharp. It seems things are getting difficult. Kizaru was somewhat surprised. Everyone present could feel that Luffy and Rayleigh's auras had increased by an unknown number of levels. Rayleigh slowly pushed up his glasses, raised his arm, and a huge Haki of the king formed in the sky. Power of the king, Rayleigh shouted lightly. At this moment, Luffy also soared into the air, his hands constantly waving. Rubber super, large multi-spiral bomb. In an instant, the king's fist smashed down, causing the surrounding space to tremble. And Luffy's fist launched wildly, with countless super-large spiral bombs almost occupying half of the small island. How terrifying, damn. Such strength is hard to achieve just by opening the jar. Su Shang sighed a bit, realizing that in the face of absolute strength, external factors were not enough to rely on. At that moment, Kizaru no longer hesitated, and the terrifying defensive power of his Buddha form was once again displayed. The punches from the King of Hell and countless Raisengans struck the massive barrier created by Kizaru, but in just a few breaths, it quickly shattered. Then, the horrifying attacks landed on Kizaru, who transformed into a yellow flash, yet was still surrounded by countless Raisengan, ultimately taking a solid hit from the King of Hell's punch. As the smoke dissipated, Kizaru's clothes were tattered, and he coughed up blood. Kizaru chuckled awkwardly, saying, "It seems the mission can't be accomplished." He then transformed into a yellow flash and fled. That Luffy kid is quite interesting. He might just be one of the future emperors, Kizaru reflected, realizing that the terrifying attacks just now were beyond what an ordinary warlord could achieve. Bartholomew Kuma looked disdainfully at the fleeing Kizaru but felt helpless. How could the Navy fight to the death alongside him? It seems you are truly strong. But the real battle has only just begun. Kuma roared, spreading his hands, a black shockwave already forming. Deadly impact. Kuma spared no effort, launching the black light wave madly. You really don't know how to repent. Is it fight to the death? Rayleigh was now furious. As the right arm of the Pirate King, he had never encountered such a relentless person. His combative genes had been thoroughly activated. King of Hell, slash. Rayleigh shouted. The Phantom of the King of Hell drew its blade, instantly growing to 100 zhang in size, and slashed down fiercely at Kuma. At this moment, Su Shang also no longer held back. He couldn't strike at Kizaru as a client, but he couldn't spare those who wanted to kill him. Su Shang endured the pain as blood flowed from his right eye again. Just as his right eye disappeared, a massive war god phantom emerged behind him. Susanoo. Su Shang Sautet Faisali. This was the Susanoo that Kakashi used when facing Kagaya, achieved by completely melting his right eye. The gigantic Susanoo phantom swung a sword alongside the King of Hell, causing a tremendous earthquake that engulfed the entire island. However, the black shockwave from Tyrant Bear showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it continued to expand, becoming increasingly terrifying. Luffy, Su Shang, if we don't stop it, I'm afraid everyone on the island will perish. Rayleigh had clearly recognized the terror of the black shockwave, but also triggered his reverse scale. Although a pirate, he would never harm the innocent for any purpose. The blade of the King of Hell, Phantom, swiftly fell, and Luffy did not hesitate, unleashing a nearly 1,000-foot-tall Rasengan. This was something that even Ninetales Naruto would find jaw-dropping, truly terrifying. In a breath, they clashed. Looking again, everything turned to nothingness, and the three of them gasped for breath. Rayleigh was not finished. His white hair danced as the three-colored hockey gradually gathered in the hands of the King of Hell, forming a black-red energy ball. This is too strong. There is still a big move. Su Shang was now exhausted and panting. The black-red energy ball instantly surged towards Bear, who was now out of options. His body began to swell, and the entire space started to distort. Self-detonation. Everyone present realized it. It's over. We just arrived, and we're going to die. Su Shang et Golim. System prompt. The host, in the face of danger while selling jars, is now rewarded with the ability to instantly transfer the island and carry 2 people. Wow, this is just in time. Who to take? Su Shang looked at it and thought that Luffy and Rayleigh absolutely could not be involved, otherwise this island would be doomed. Anyway, Rayleigh still had to save his life. Then Su Shang turned his gaze to Chopper and Robin. Traveling the world, having a pet and a beautiful woman is simply wonderful. Without hesitation, Su Shang immediately made his choice. Soon, the island was about to receive an airdrop. Su Shang felt a wave of dizziness, not knowing where his body had gone. Where's my friend Su Shang? But before Rayleigh could react, Bartholomew Kuma had already exploded. Luffy quickly grabbed all his companions, but they still scattered. After Rayleigh exerted all his effort to suppress Bartholomew Kuma, he only managed to save Luffy. At this point, the Straw Hat Pirates were still scattered. Su Shang, amidst the spinning chaos, finally landed on an island with Chopper and Robin. Chapter 20. Landing on Amazon Lily. Searching for Hancock. The 3 of them fell to the ground, but they were seriously injured, especially Su Shang, who had just gone through a fierce battle. Chopper, as the human fruit holder, was very strong and woke up first. Although he looked a bit confused seeing Su Shang, he still dragged the 2 of them to a cave. In the evening, Su Shang slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful woman and a deer-faced creature looking at him, which surprised him a bit. But after taking a deep breath, he finally calmed down. Mr. Su Sheng, why do we end up here with you? What about Luffy and the others? Robin asked politely. Oh no, how should I explain this? If I say it's some kind of system transmission, who would believe me? Su Sheng was a bit confused. But then he recalled that both of them had been knocked out by the tyrant bear at that time, and he quickly thought of an excuse. Well, at that time the tyrant bear self-destructed, and Rayleigh and Luffy told me to take you two and run first. The rest is up to them. Su Sheng said, trying to sound relaxed. What if something goes wrong? Chopper said worriedly. Don't worry, with my jars, their strength has nearly increased tremendously. How could anything go wrong? Su Sheng said confidently. However, Su Sheng was somewhat worried himself, and planned to sell all the jars here and find a way back to Sabaody Archipelago. Seeing Su Sheng's attitude, the two temporarily believed him. Once Chopper felt relieved, he slumped to the ground, rubbing his belly, looking very cute. I'm so hungry. Indeed, in this remote wilderness there was hardly any food. However, when Su Sheng opened the system panel to check, he found he still had 10 ordinary jars and 3 advanced jars obtained from selling jars. This made Su Sheng overjoyed. He had been worried about how to handle the situation next. Right now my strength is really weak, and with Luffy and Rayleigh gone, I'm truly afraid of dying in this place. By the way, where's this place? Su Sheng wondered. The system prompted him. Amazon Lily, home of the Empress Hancock. Wow, this is amazing, Su Sheng thought, drooling at the thought of the Empress's graceful figure. Mr. Su Sheng? Robin called softly. Seeing Su Sheng's infatuated expression, Robin was a bit surprised. It's nothing. Su Sheng finally came back to his senses. Let's open the jars and see what food we can get. Su Sheng said. Now he could only hope that the 10 ordinary jars would yield some food. Having royal equipment was useless now if he couldn't even fill his stomach. The three of them stared intently at the 10 jars Su Sheng was about to open, seeing them as a real lifeline. Su Sheng did not hesitate and quickly smashed 10 jars. It was hard to tell whether it was divine favor or just a stroke of luck, as he ended up with 10 white lights. This left Su Sheng somewhat speechless, doubting his own hands, but seeing that all 10 were delicious food. He had to let it go. 3 packs of spicy strips, a bag of snail noodles, 3 plates of dumplings, and 3 bottles of cola. Su Sheng loved everything except the snail noodles, which made him feel even better, and he wasn't too upset about his luck. However, it was surprising that Robin loved snail noodles so much that if he had money on him, he would have wanted Su Sheng to buy more. Both Chopper and Robin were shocked. What a terrifying woman. After the meal, Chopper lazily burped, while Robin carefully stood on a high point surveying the terrain upon hearing that this was the island of the Empress. Clearly, this was not a place to stay for long. However, Su Sheng had a different thought. I'm going to conquer the Empress with my charm and become the happiest man on the sea. Hey, Su Sheng, what are you laughing about again? Chopper was even more confused. What is wrong with Su Sheng? Why is he always laughing to himself? He looks pretty strong. It's nothing, I'm just happy. And I have 3 high-level jars. Let us see what treasures we can open. Su Sheng waved his hand and said. He then quickly prepared to open the 3 high-level jars. Hearing about the jar opening, Robin also came over. Those who had witnessed the treasures in Su Sheng's jars couldn't resist that curiosity. Su Sheng has become accustomed to opening cans, no longer hesitating, and decisively strikes. White light. Snail noodles. Su Sheng was quite helpless, but Robin snatched it away. Thank you, Mr. Su Sheng. Robin smiled and gently sniffed the aroma. Su Sheng could only smile bitterly and successively smashed open the 2 jars. Perhaps it was the luck accumulated from the 11 white lights that directly yielded 2 golden lights. The system prompted. Golden light, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami, Itachi achievement completed, automatically upgraded to Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo can be used. Su Sheng was overjoyed. His strength had truly increased exponentially. Itachi's power. How terrifying would he be in the world of pirates? He was determined to conquer the Empress. With the reappearance of his right eye, Su Sheng was even happier. Robin and Chopper didn't know what was happening, but they were also shocked to see Su Sheng grow a right eye. Oh my god, to grow an eye, this is beyond medical skills. Little Chopper felt a bit envious. Su Sheng investigated the next one and couldn't help but click his tongue. The system prompted that the furnace of the Taishang Laojun required the host to enter the furnace and refine all the skin on the surface. As long as he didn't faint, he could obtain an indestructible body. What kind of nonsense is this? Others take a pill to increase their strength. But I have to refine myself. Damn system, it's really a scam. You're just too trashy. Why blame me? This conscientious system is actually making you suffer less and avoid detours. Su Sheng had nothing to say. However, The three of them were even more speechless looking at the huge furnace that appeared out of nowhere. Robin and Chopper, I'll need you two to protect me now. Su Sheng's voice trembled a bit. Huh? The two were confused. But before they could react, Su Sheng had already dived in headfirst. Don't do anything reckless, Su Sheng. Chopper's jaw dropped in shock, and Robin was also bewildered, with snail powder scattered all over the place. Robin used his fruit ability, but hundreds of hands couldn't open the boiler lid. According to Mr. Su Sheng, we can only stay here and guard. Robin said helplessly. This man is so terrifying. Robin felt a bit wary. This was no longer the kind of courage a mere businessman could possess. Su Sheng never expected to suffer like this. He just wanted to avoid dying at any moment and to conquer the Empress. If he wanted to live well in this world, he really had to endure some hardships. The fierce flames were burning Su Sheng, but he did not cry out. In this world full of dangers, how could he sell jars peacefully without enduring some? The furnace had been burning for 3 days straight when Chopper had just returned from foraging for some wild vegetables and was about to use the fire from the furnace to cook. Suddenly, the lid flew off with a bang. Startled, Chopper shouted and ran away, revealing a man engulfed in flames, completely naked. Ha ha ha! I have become indestructible, and I will conquer the Empress. Su Sheng Laoget Li. Is he out of his mind? Listening to Su Sheng's nonsensical talk, Robin was somewhat surprised. Chapter 21 Eye-Catching. How dare he on Nine Snake Island? Mr. Su Sheng, could you please put your clothes on first? Robin scoffed. Su Sheng then realized he was completely naked. His skin had melted in the alchemy furnace, and his clothes had naturally turned to ashes. Hey, Su Sheng, quickly put on some clothes. Chopper said as he took out a set of clothes from his backpack. Due to the effects of the human fruit, Chopper's clothes could be made to fit any size without tearing. Su Sheng put on. Although the straps were a bit ridiculous, it was better than being completely naked. Chopper, let's not return to the Sabaody archipelago for now. I don't know what the situation is like there, and I need to sell all the jars before I can leave. I'll leave it up to you, Su Sheng said seriously. Well, as for Luffy and the others, they're fine. I can stay here for now. The Empress might know something about the celestial dragons, so I want to investigate, Robin said happily. Su Sheng said no more, and the three of them walked out of the cave together. Soon, they arrived at a small town, and the sight of snake people filling the streets surprised Su Sheng a bit. These snake people were quite strange. They were not the beautiful snake people described in the books. At this moment, Su Sheng is disguised as a woman, as men are not allowed to set foot on the island. The three quickly found a spot on the street to start selling jars. This time, Robin was in charge of calling out, as it was inconvenient for this man to make sound. Everyone saw that a jar was being sold for 100,000 berries and thought this person was crazy. What kind of broken jar could be sold for that much? What is this? A broken jar for 100,000 berries? Have they gone mad, thinking they can get rich? Unsurprisingly, there was hardly anyone at Su Sheng's stall. Su Sheng looked at the situation, feeling a bit helpless. It's hard to find a benefactor now. After all, it's not yet the time in the plot for the Empress to appear, and there probably aren't any other people on this island who could be deceived. Sigh, I can have my own people buy it, so that everyone can see the magic of this jar. Su Sheng suddenly felt very smart. Haha. As long as I can attract attention, this wave will succeed soon. The system prompts that the bellies from the jars sold by the host have been reclaimed, and to extract the bellies, the next jar opening qualification must be forfeited. Damn, I've worked so hard to sell so much money, and not a single word is left for me. I thought I was already a billionaire, but it turns out I've always been a poor ghost. Damn system really a scam. Su Sheng was almost ready to curse, but unfortunately, men were not allowed to enter here. The host needed to sell 500 jars on this island, with a reward of 1 high-level jar for every 100 jars sold. Damn, the difficulty has increased. Who knows if in the end, he would have to sell tens of thousands of jars. Su Sheng had no choice but to give up the qualification for the next advanced jar, and suddenly the system had an additional 1 million Bailey balance. Su Sheng looked at Chopper. This guy was so cute and didn't seem like a scammer at all. Chopper, wait a moment. I'll give you money to buy my jars to attract people's attention. Otherwise, no one will believe in my jars, Su Sheng said with a mischievous smile. Hey, are you asking me to be a scammer? Chopper exclaimed dramatically, waving his hands. What do you mean by scammer? My jars are all genuine. And if I take your money, what am I scamming for? Su Sheng angrily tapped Chopper on the head, but was afraid of being overheard, so he didn't raise his voice. Hee, Chopper, just go ahead. We need to sell enough jars before we can find the Empress and Luffy. Chopper had no choice but to obey, but thinking of the treasures in the jars made it not so difficult for him. Chopper quietly left first, then pretended to be a passerby, walking up to Su Sheng's stall and loudly shouted, Come on, open 10 jars for me. This shout immediately attracted people's attention. This deer must be crazy. 1,000,000 berries to open these ordinary jars. What a total fool. People discussed among themselves, but still gathered around. Want to see what good things could be opened from the jars. Su Sheng's face darkened when he heard Chopper's words. Damn it, that little Chopper really leaves me nothing. But there's no way around it. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Su Sheng made up her mind, set down 10 jars. And Chopper smashed them one by one without hesitation. After all, it wasn't his own money. Su Sheng was very anxious. Please don't let there be 10 white lights. Bring something good, or all will be in vain. Watching the light flicker in the jar, Su Sheng held her breath. 5 white, 3 blue, 2 purple. Fortunately, the purple items are attractive enough. Su Sheng explored the treasures and quietly informed Robin, who then introduced them loudly. White light, 2 packs of snail powder, 2 spicy strips, and a magic bean. Blue light, a Lolita dress and an LV handbag. Purple light, 2 Wanyan capsules, which can restore one's appearance by 10 years after consumption. Many people listened, shocked yet disbelieving. How could such things exist? Is this really a scam with no bottom line? Seeing that everyone was skeptical, Su Sheng gave Chopper a look. Chopper understood and shared the spicy strips with the crowd, while the snail powder was also wildly loved by some. With even the soup completely finished. What a delicious treat this is. This jar really contains something special. Meanwhile, Robin was busy trying on the Lolita dress and holding the LV handbag. What beautiful clothes and bags. Look, that bag seems to have small diamonds on it. Is this really worth 100,000 berries? Robin's exquisite figure showcased the clothes and bag perfectly. The women around were already eager to act. The pursuit of beauty is always crazy no matter where it is. Finally, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Robin slowly swallowed the capsule. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Robin's skin transformed at an incredible speed, becoming delicate and smooth, like a baby. The crowd was speechless in shock, and the next moment, they rushed to grab the jar. Berries were being poured out like joy beans in a game of dodiju. Su Sheng smiled widely upon achieving her goal. Robin continued to introduce, equally exhausted. More and more people gathered, and the wealth on this island seemed endless. Everyone, slow down, there are plenty of jars. Su Sheng shouted. Perhaps it was a habit of a merchant, but the next second Su Sheng covered her mouth. Everyone stopped buying because this merchant was a man. After a moment of silence, an outburst occurred. A man! Quickly notify the higher-ups to capture him. Men are all vile creatures. She must be deceiving us. Don't believe what's in the jars. It could be poisonous. The crowd hurriedly discarded their purchases, most of which were white light, with only a few purple lights. Su Sheng felt quite distressed seeing this. How bold! A man actually dares to sell jars here. A guard team rushed over. Lock him up in prison. 2 Snake Man soldiers with spears attempted to capture Su Sheng. This was definitely a perfect opportunity to draw out the Empress. I'm selling jars, and they are genuine. If you bought them and don't believe it, that's your problem. Su Sheng waved her hand and said, Chapter 22. The Empress appears, the man who isn't petrified. He's still trying to argue. Quickly capture him. People were very disgusted with the treasures in their hands, feeling they had dirted themselves. They kept shouting for a refund. Once sold, no returns. This isn't the time for you to fight over them. Su Sheng stated righteously, not backing down at all. This is simply outrageous. Arrest him. A small leader shouted angrily. 2 guards swiftly moved forward, and Su Sheng kept dodging. Use force. Seeing Su Sheng still resisting, the 2 guards directly swung their spears. Su Sheng's lips curled up as she swiftly moved in front of the 2 guards and struck down with a punch. It seemed gentle, but the 2 guards instantly fell to the ground, unable to get up. What kind of merchant is this? This is clearly an invader. Quickly go notify the Empress. Seeing Su Sheng's terrifying strength, the leader dared not approach. Su Sheng was completely unconcerned and sat there leisurely, humming a tune under everyone's gaze. I'm so arrogant. The Empress should come to punish me soon, right? The #1 beauty in One Piece. Just thinking about it gets me a bit excited, hee hee. Meanwhile, Robin and Chopper approached, looking somewhat nervous. Mr. Su Sheng, something seems off, Robin said with a smile. Because in the distance down the street, a giant snake woman was slowly making her way over. By her appearance, she should be a cobra, and her aura suggests she might be the notorious pirate Boa Hancock. With a bounty of 40 million berry, Robin said somewhat seriously. That cobra? Su Sheng laughed. Just in time to practice a bit. I wonder if my indestructible body has any resistance to poison. How bold, to casually mock Lady Boa Hancock. The leader scolded. Hee hee. She's clearly the holder of the cobra fruit. Am I not allowed to say anything? Su Sheng joked. Suddenly, a large, hefty woman came crashing down from the sky. Su Sheng quickly dodged. This woman is quite aggressive, and her armed color is rather terrifying. Su Sheng was somewhat surprised. No wonder he was a great pirate worth 40 million berries. Are you the merchant who sells jars? You look interesting. Why not become my servant? And I'll spare your life. Boa Marigold said angrily. Su Sheng did not respond but pointed to his back and shook his finger. Upon seeing this, Boa Marigold immediately became furious. The mark of the celestial dragon slaves was on their backs. Filled with shock and anger, Boa Marigold stopped talking and charged at Su Sheng with wild attacks. How does he know our secret? Is he a celestial dragon? But he doesn't look like one. Regardless of who it was, anyone who knew this secret had to die. Boa Marigold activated her observation haki and armament haki, maximizing the form of her cobra fruit. And the terrifying cobra human attacked Su Sheng frantically. The people around scattered, fearing that this terrifying figure would affect them. Seeing that this guy finally couldn't hold back, Su Sheng secretly laughed. His goal was finally achieved. As long as he defeated this guy, the Empress would surely appear. Boa Hancock shot sharply, her mouth touching several terrifying cobra poisons, even corroding the air. Su Sheng's eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated to avoid the snake venom. Although he had an indestructible body, encountering such terrifying snake venom was still unpleasant. Is that all you can do? Boa Marigold said disdainfully. Then, she opened her enormous mouth, and a terrifying wave of snake venom erupted, leaving Su Sheng with no place to hide. Seeing this, Su Sheng no longer hesitated, and the strange patterns in his eyes flowed. Amaterasu, Su Sheng shouted loudly. Suddenly, black flames filled the sky, quickly burning away the venom. Boa Marigold was somewhat surprised by this, her body swelling as she maximized her haki, executing her sumo techniques to perfection. With her exceptional observation haki, she swiftly approached Su Sheng and threw a punch. Su Sheng was not afraid at all. With her legs slightly bent, she met a punch head-on, and both of them trembled in their arms. However, Su Sheng's complexion obviously improved a lot. She then leaped forward, drawing her divine killing spear, aiming for the hidden mark of Boa Marigold. The Cobra Man was shocked, his neck rapidly expanding like a cobra to block Su Sheng. However, he was still pierced by Su Sheng, creating a hole. With my current strength, ordinary armed color probably can't do anything to me. Su Sheng felt the continuous flow of power within his body. Boa Marigold hoarid ungridi. As a great pirate, he was truly unwilling to suffer such injuries in just a few moves. With a fierce roar, his body began to swell, transforming into a complete form of a giant cobra, towering over 100 feet tall. Su Sheng immediately felt as insignificant as an ant. He saw the 100-foot python suddenly spray out a massive amount of venom, and then its huge mouth lunged at Su Sheng. Su Sheng remained calm as Amaterasu was triggered again. The surging black flames clashed with the venom, rising in thick white smoke. Under the cover of the smoke, Su Sheng's lips curled slightly. So it's a size comparison, is it? In the next second, the patterns in Su Sheng's eyes swirled, slowly oozing a trace of blood. Susanoo! Su Sheng shouted loudly. The Susanoo from Itachi and Naruto instantly appeared, a giant red warrior, wielding the Tensigen and the Yada mirror, the god of war descending. As the smoke cleared, the massive red warrior stood towering over the land, rendering the 100-foot cobra as if it were a mere plaything. Boa Hancock remained unfazed. Gathering all her strength, the snake's mouth opened wide, its venom enhanced by haki, as the black venom surged towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng controlled Susanoo, and with the Yada mirror as a shield, the giant warrior only took a step back. Then, the 10-fist sword swung down violently, causing the entire island to tremble. This bug-level entity in Naruto is indeed terrifying. Su Sheng was greatly astonished. Boa Marigold had no way to dodge, and it seemed she was about to be cut down by Su Sheng's sword. At the critical moment, a pink flash appeared. With a fragrant step, a woman with black hair styled in a traditional way, deep blue eyes, tall stature, and dressed in red appeared. A pair of snake-shaped earrings jingled. Her alluring figure partially revealed, exuding extreme temptation. She was none other than the Empress, Boa Hancock. With one kick, Su Sheng was both shocked and delighted, and the god of war was kicked back several steps. The Empress was indeed terrifying. The haki in that kick was formidable. However, seeing her in person was simply breathtaking. Su Sheng's heartbeat quickened. This was simply a heavenly beauty. Rude person, step back. The Empress shouted angrily. She then activated the power of the sweet fruit. casting a captivating gaze at Su Sheng, and a heart-shaped flying kiss immediately shot out. Su Sheng's heart raced. This was too beautiful. However, looking at the flying heart, Su Sheng knew it wasn't a good thing. Taking a deep breath, he wielded the God of War's 10-fist sword and shattered the heart. In the face of Hancock's fruit ability, Su Sheng's eyes glowed with intricate patterns. Compared to illusions, you're still too naive. Chapter 23. Gradually Conquering the Empress. Su Sheng gently touched her right eye and whispered, "Moon reading." She looked at Hancock, and the Empress instantly became dazed, her mind going blank. Su Sheng's Sharingan was in full effect, and the Empress fell deeply into an illusion. In the illusion, the Empress saw Su Sheng being tempted by her fruit, and then her enchanting figure twisted in a highly seductive manner. Su Sheng was almost drooling at the sight, and the Empress sneered. Then, she brought her finger close to her lips, kissed it, and transformed it into a big love heart. With a tug of her hand, she shot out many heart-shaped arrows. Su Sheng was hit and instantly petrified. Boa Hancock quickly infused her legs with armament hockey and kicked towards Su Sheng with a fragrant kick. "No matter what I do, I will be forgiven because I am just too beautiful," Boa Hancock said sweetly. Her beautiful cheeks did not diminish the horror of that kick at all. However, the next scene shocked him. The petrified Su Sheng did not shatter, but instead grabbed her and gently said, "I'm just a jar seller. Even though I'm a man, could you not be so hostile?" After saying that, Su Sheng gently touched the Empress's cheek. The Empress was very surprised and instantly blushed. In the next second, Su Sheng lightly tapped Hancock's forehead, and the Empress finally woke up, realizing that she hadn't moved at all. Looking at the man in front of her, the Empress was at a loss. The sense of oppression was strong. After Su Sheng's forging, he looked very handsome, coupled with those Sharingan eyes. Such a strong sense of oppression. Did this man really have no ill intentions? The Empress hesitated, but found that her body still could not move. Su Sheng smiled slightly. "I really came to sell jars. Hancock, your people are too impulsive. If I want to live, I have no other choice." Seeing that the Empress still didn't believe him, Su Sheng flashed and appeared in front of Boa Marigold. "If you want to kill someone, kill me, but don't lay a hand on my sister," Hancock shouted. Su Sheng shook his head helplessly, still not believing me. At this moment, Boa Hancock had already fallen and was unable to get up after being struck by Susanoo. Su Sheng turned her over, looking at her back, finding the right spot, and shouted softly, "Amaterasu." Su Sheng exerted all her strength to control it, and a small black flame slowly ignited on her back. "No," Hancock shouted, thinking Su Sheng was going to burn her sister alive, and more importantly, the celestial dragon slave mark on her back. The slave mark slowly revealed itself, but Su Sheng did not stop, continuing to burn as the mark gradually disappeared. While Boa Marigold's back was also burned to a crisp, Su Sheng took out a high-grade fairy bean and stuffed it into her mouth. Before their eyes, Mary Galud's body began to recover at a visibly rapid pace. This scene astonished Hancock. Did he really have no intention to kill? It seemed he wasn't a celestial dragon. But how did he know our secret? Before Hancock could think further, Su Sheng walked up to the Empress and smiled slightly. But Hancock couldn't move. That expression, did this man have wicked thoughts about his own body? However, Su Sheng said nothing more. He moved behind the Empress and gently pulled aside her clothing, revealing her jade-like back completely. Especially the sight of her voluptuous chest from the back made Su Sheng unable to hold back a nosebleed. "Bastard, I will definitely kill you." Faced with such humiliation, the Empress was already furious beyond measure. The slave mark on her back was fully exposed to Su Sheng. Su Sheng forcibly calmed down and used the small black fire to burn the mark on the Empress's back, gradually making it disappear, along with the burning of her back. The Empress's observation haki clearly sensed the disappearance of the brand on her back, leaving her momentarily speechless. Standing dazed in place, Su Sheng helped her put on her clothes and stuffed a fairy bean into the Empress's mouth. He said to the two of them, "You were never slaves?" For a moment, Su Sheng's demeanor gave the Empress an unusual feeling. This man was different from others. Suddenly, the Empress felt her body could move again. She fell silent and did not continue to act against Su Sheng, but instead ran to check on Marigold. Seeing her sister unharmed and the servant's brand also gone, Hancock finally felt relieved. The Empress slowly looked at Su Sheng and asked, "Are you really just selling jars? How do you know our secret?" Su Sheng replied, "That's not convenient to elaborate on. I'm just a merchant. Now, can I sell jars here?" Seeing that the man before her seemed to have no ulterior motives, and remembering that Su Sheng had not been petrified, the Empress unconsciously nodded. "Alas, I might be more lustful than anyone else. There's no helping it. Who let I be so strong?" Su Shang secretly felt pleased. You need to prove that there's nothing wrong with the things in your jar. The Empress still had some doubts. Su Shang smiled slightly, his figure flashing as he appeared in front of the Empress. He struck a wall slam pose and took out a fairy bean. You must be tired. Why not give us a try? Su Shang said softly. The Empress was somewhat at a loss due to his sudden action, her eyes unconsciously activating the power of the sweet fruit, but did not take effect. A bit dazed, Su Shang was unceremonious, directly stuffing the fairy bean into the Empress's mouth. He lightly tapped her forehead, and Hancock immediately blushed. As she felt her strength slowly recovering, even becoming more abundant, the Empress was increasingly astonished. Looking at the man before her, she felt a bit smitten. Is this a proposal? Su Shang was somewhat speechless. This female emperor was really a bit adorable. No way, this time I have to keep up the act. Su Shang smiled gracefully and calmly placed a immortal bean in a Marigold's mouth. The Cobra woman quickly woke up. Seeing Su Shang, she was about to make a move, but was stopped by the Empress, who explained the situation. Upon feeling the disappearance of the mark, she paused, and her surprise towards the man in front of her increased. Sister, do you feel anything unusual in your body? No, on the contrary, I feel very energized, Marigold said incredulously. Now you believe it, Su Shang said with a smile. The Empress gently nodded. I permit you to sell jars here in the future, but you cannot bring other men. After saying that, she prepared to leave with Marigold. Su Shang smiled and agreed, then got up and approached the Empress, whispering in her ear, Hancock, my jars have more good things than these. There are some that you might want even more. Feel free to come to me anytime to buy. Looking at Su Shang's handsome face and hearing his gentle voice, the Empress immediately blushed, quickly leaving with Marigold. As they walked away, Marigold teased, Sister, are you falling for that man? Hancock felt a bit shy. He was indeed the good man she desired. Hey, you should be a bit more reserved, sister. Watching the Empress leave, Su Shang returned to his stall. Chopper saw Su Shang and said irritably, you could just sell your jars. Why do you have to mess things up and flirt with girls? Su Shang could only smile awkwardly. Then, with a loud shout, he exclaimed, the Empress allows me to sell jars. People immediately flocked over, and the items that had been thrown on the ground, regardless of whose they were, began to be frantically snatched up, creating quite a scene. At this moment, two mysterious figures slowly appeared by the seaside of the island. Chapter 24. The Crisis in Calm Brother. Is this the place where the servant is? It shouldn't be far off, according to the map. The gentleman really is lecherous. A servant who was once toyed with is now being sought after again, complained a burly man in black. Don't talk so much, he's just a small pirate. The sooner we catch him, the sooner we can relax, said another tall man in black. Oh, the burly man stopped talking. The two figures vanished into the woods, gradually making their way towards the center. Meanwhile, Su Shang's jar sales reached a fever pitch, with people fighting over them. 500 units were about to be reached, and Su Shang planned to stop once he hit that target. One reason was that Robin wanted to explore the historical secrets of this place, which might be related to the celestial dragons, and as for himself, he naturally intended to find the Empress Hancock. How could the Empress refuse a man who wouldn't be turned to stone, and who was also very powerful? Su Shang couldn't help but smile foolishly at this thought. Hey, stop grinning like an idiot and give me 10 jars, said a large woman. Coming right up. Su Shang quickly set out 10 jars. Once this order was completed, she would reach her target, which made her a bit happy. Come on, let's make this last round something good. Leave a deep impression on the people. The strong woman smashed open the jars, revealing a dazzling array. 5 white, 2 blue, 2 purple, and 1 gold. Su Shang was somewhat surprised and looked up. The woman's face was filled with ecstasy. How impressive. This woman is really lucky. Before Su Shang could say much more, the woman began to urge the inspection of the items. Su Shang finished the inspection and deliberately introduced loudly. White light, 3 fairy beans, 2 packs of Safina masks. Blue light, see 1 capsules, 10-pack fairy beans. Purple light, 3-day experience card for Jinjin fruit. 1 yen liquid. After application, skin looks 5 years younger. Golden light. Su Shang feigned a pause, and everyone stood completely still, watching to see what this astonishing treasure would be. The result of the surgery, once consumed, would directly enhance one's beauty to rank among the top 10 in the sea. The women present nearly went mad upon hearing this, and another wave of buying frenzy ensued. But Su Shang merely waved her hand, and the stall instantly vanished. That's all for today. You can take a look at this European emperor. My jar is genuine, and I will need your support in the future. Su Shang shouted. People turned their attention to the woman, who promptly swallowed a pill and applied the 1 yen liquid. Within minutes, As a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, a graceful beauty emerged. Although she couldn't compare to the Empress, she was certainly not someone an ordinary person could reach. The crowd fell into deep shock once again. At that moment, two figures in black slowly walked past the stall, and Su Sheng also noticed them. They didn't look like locals or women. However, everyone's attention was on her, and no one noticed the two of them. Are lower-class people so easy to deceive? Do they really believe in such tricks? The sturdy man in black sneered. Just a bunch of lowly beings. Let's finish this quickly. It's really boring to see these foolish people. The tall young man scoffed. The two quickened their pace, their figures disappearing into the crowd. Su Sheng finally managed to handle everyone. Those who bought tickets felt lucky, while those who didn't felt regretful, but there was nothing else to be done, and people quickly dispersed. When Su Sheng went to look for those two again, they had already disappeared. Although she felt a bit confused, she didn't think much of it. How could someone be foolish enough to seek trouble with the entire Empress pirate crew? Su Sheng chuckled self-deprecatingly. The system prompted. Task completed, billionaire status achieved. Reward: 1 flying supercar. All jar earnings could be freely utilized. Su Sheng was overjoyed upon hearing this. A flying supercar? 10 million berries. I can instantly transform into a rich young master. Seeing an extra 10 million berries in his wallet, Su Sheng excitedly shouted, I love you, system. The system rejected the affection of a loser. Damn it. Su Sheng's face turned green with anger. But Su Sheng opened the system panel to claim the reward, and a supercar appeared in front of him in an instant. Wow, a Lamborghini, and it's a bit different. This blue and gold color is really cool. Su Sheng couldn't stop smiling. This was something he never dared to imagine in his past life, and now he unexpectedly owned a car. Su Sheng got into the sports car, feeling a strong push against his back, and then took Chopper and Robin, who looked puzzled at the car, to a luxurious restaurant to indulge in a feast. After finishing their meal, the three got back into the sports car. Su Sheng was enamored with it, his heart bursting with joy as he admired the exquisite interior. Just as Su Sheng was about to switch on the flight mode, Robin suddenly spoke up. Su Sheng, don't those two people look a bit strange? Su Sheng saw the two men in black again and shook his head. It was indeed a bit strange, but unless they had the strength of a 4 emperor, they couldn't stir up any trouble here. Su Sheng immediately pressed the flight button, and the supercar took off, spewing flames. Woohoo! Su Sheng and Chopper shouted together. Robin had no choice but to give up and close her eyes to rest. Meanwhile, the two men in black took advantage of the distraction and quickly pulled a woman over. Without any effort, the woman fainted and was dragged into a dark corner. The burly man in black looked around to see no one was watching and nodded to the tall man in black. The two took off their hats, revealing transparent masks underneath. They were celestial dragons. The tall celestial dragon stepped down, and the woman's leg instantly broke, waking her up in pain as she screamed. The tall celestial dragon slapped her, causing her to fall silent in fear. I ask you, where is Hancock's residence? If you lie to me, Lord Tamar will crush your skull. The celestial dragon, named Tamar, threatened the woman, extending his claw-like hand. The woman was already terrified and trembled as she said, It's behind a mountain in the middle of the island, where the Empress's pirate crew resides. Tamar nodded, then punched down, turning the woman into dust. Motor, let's go get the master's treasure, Tamar said with a sinister smile. The celestial dragon, named Motor, quickly followed, shaking his wrist as if ready to kill. The two disappeared into the night. At this moment, Su Sheng, Chopper, and Robin were staying in a hotel. Su Sheng received 4 jars as a reward. For these high-level jars, the temptation was even greater. The three looked at the jars. Su Sheng swallowed hard and slowly smashed one down. It was his first time opening a high-level jar. MD, give me something good. Su Sheng was very excited, for jars shattered, emitting a glow. Immediately, the three of them gasped in surprise. 3 golds and 1 color. Wow, what kind of luck do I have? System, you won't deduct 50 years from my lifespan, will you? Your lifespan is worthless. Su Sheng smiled foolishly. No matter what, the reward in front of him was real. Robin and Chopper beside him were also extremely surprised. It took 500 golden items to get a few, so how terrifying would the colorful ones be? Chapter 25. Strength Surge, Top Assassin of the Celestial Dragons. Looking at the 3 gold and 1 color, Su Sheng couldn't help but swallow, as unknown treasures are always the most enticing. Su Sheng slowly began to explore, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Golden Light, Gamma Mutation Ray, gaining the ability of the Hulk after stimulation. Golden Light, Hands of Hellfire after use. Can gain hands that can wield death flames. Golden Light, techniques extracted from the Dookie continent. The Great Heavenly Transformation Palm, refining pure blood. The palm gradually turns golden, striking out a blow powerful enough to shatter space. Colorful light, the life and death gate of the puppeteer, stepping through the life and death gate. If one survives, the system will create a puppet for the host based on any character from the 7 warlords of the sea. Hiss! Su Sheng gasped. This is too terrifying. Each of these is an incredibly frightening existence. Any one of these things, placed on the sea, will be something people would fight over madly. Su Sheng sighed. It seems that I can't use so many things, and I don't need so many skills. Su Sheng then looked at Robin and Chopper, grinning. What's wrong, Mr. Su Sheng? Is there something wrong with the stuff in the jar? Robin asked, a bit surprised. Could it be that the golden light produced some useless items? That would be really unfortunate for Su Sheng. No, I can't handle these things at all, but they're just right for you and Chopper, Su Sheng said. Really? Are you going to give them to me? Su Sheng? Chopper exclaimed, jumping up excitedly. Su Sheng is unsure whether it is effective or not. Gamma rays have little effect on Su Sheng, but they are very useful for Chopper. The hands of Hellfire might enhance Robin's fruit ability. Su Sheng didn't hesitate to extract gamma rays and shot them at Chopper. Then he took out a glove engulfed in flames and gestured for Robin to put on. Robin hesitated for a moment, but seeing Chopper gradually transform into Green Chopper, with his size and strength rapidly increasing, and hearing Chopper's roar as he burst out of the rooftop in a frenzy, Su Sheng was surprised. Could it be that in the initial form, he couldn't control his consciousness? Without further ado, Su Sheng flew out and saw the crazed Chopper. Without hesitation, he activated his eye technique, Moon Reading. Chopper looked at Su Sheng and instantly froze, then transformed back into small Chopper. Su Sheng finally unlocked the Moon Reading and said seriously, Chopper, you must not let this power run wild. Combine it with your human fruit and control your rationality. Chopper nodded earnestly, then felt the energy within him, activated his fruit form, and instantly transformed into a green reindeer. With a loud roar, Su Sheng thought Chopper had lost control and quickly activated the Moon Reading. However, Chopper just chuckled and then returned to his original form, which relieved Su Sheng. Chopper was filled with joy at this power, thinking this way, my strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Thank you, Su Sheng. Chopper then flew towards Su Sheng and gave him a big hug. Su Sheng laughed and waved his hand, indicating that it was all a small matter. When they returned to the room, the shop owner was shocked to see the hole in the roof. Su Sheng could only casually come up with a reason to brush it off, and then ended up paying a considerable amount of money. The owner didn't ask much and gave them another room. After all, the money Su Sheng paid was enough to build 10 more rooms. The three of them stared at the burning gloves, lost in thought. Don't hesitate, Robin. Wearing them might significantly enhance your fruit abilities, Su Sheng said. Robin looked at Chopper, who had just become stronger, and gently nodded. When she put on the gloves, an unbearable burning sensation instantly coursed through her hands. The saying 10 fingers connected to the heart was truly painful. The gloves vanished in an instant, leaving only Robin's hands continuously engulfed in flames. Robin let out a sound of pain. Chopper, feeling helpless, realized there was no way to treat this situation. At this moment, Su Sheng leaned forward, gently patting Robin's back, signaling him to relax. Then he grasped Robin's hands. With his indestructible body, Su Sheng felt no pain and could only comfort Robin in this way. The flames gradually extinguished, and Robin's hands were as white as jade. Su Sheng held Robin's hands and said with a smile, so white. Let's see how it works. Robin's face flushed slightly, and as she felt the power of her hands, purple flames suddenly erupted from them, and even when she dipped them into the basin of water, the flames couldn't be extinguished. So scary. Robin was shocked. Then she activated her fruit ability, and countless hands engulfed in purple flames appeared. Su Sheng looked very satisfied. Now your fruit ability has greatly improved, Su Sheng said with a smile. Thank you, Su Sheng, Robin replied with a smile, and then stepped forward to give Su Sheng a kiss on the forehead. Chopper closed his eyes in embarrassment, while Su Sheng stood there grinning foolishly. Robin smiled gently. Get some sleep, Mr. Su Sheng. Tomorrow we're going to find the Empress. Su Sheng smiled foolishly and nodded, then returned to his room. Late at night, Su Sheng lay in bed and opened the Great Creation Palm. In his previous life, he had read that this move put a lot of strain on the arms. He wondered if his indestructible body could withstand it. Su Sheng quickly finished flipping through the manual, imprinting the usage methods in his mind. Looking at the colorful items on the system page, Su Sheng felt a bit puzzled. The gates of life and death? The 7 warlords puppets? Is it really high risk for high reward? Never mind, there's no rush. After all, tomorrow's Empress is the main focus. Su Sheng chuckled and quickly fell asleep. At this moment, the location of the nine-snake pirate crew, Tamale and Motor had already infiltrated. Rather than infiltrating, it was more like a forceful entry. As soon as the two stepped through the door, two guards blocked their way. What do you want? No visits to the Empress at this late hour. Motor chuckled, raised his arm, and lightly snapped his fingers. Two streams of air quickly shot out, piercing through the guards' heads. Hee, what do you want? A noble race has come to find a little pet, Tamale said mockingly as he looked at the two corpses. The two stepped through the main door, somewhat surprised. This servant is quite luxurious. Motor sneered. The surroundings featured clearly structured courtyards, with a huge palace at the end. The wide main road led to the palace, which, while not exactly resplendent, could be considered luxurious. That servant is probably in that palace. How careless. What use are two useless guards? Tamale mocked. Not necessarily. Motor smiled, and the two stopped in their tracks. How bold, daring to invade the Empress's palace at night. A leader shouted sternly. But Tamale and Motor burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. A mere servant dares to be the emperor here. What a huge joke. Who are you? Speaking nonsense so arrogantly. Seize them. The leader ordered as he saw them insulting the Empress. However, before the guards could move, Tamale's figure was agile, and he swept through the crowd, slitting the throats of half of them, leaving them dead. I am a top assassin of a superior race. Chapter 26. A Great Crisis for Empress Hancock. Tamale licked the blood from his twin blades and said ominously, You really are terrifying. Motor said, somewhat speechless. This guy was gruesome in killing people. Heavenly Eight Fist, Motor shouted, stomping the ground, sending the remaining guards flying. Motor then transformed into a flash of light, his speed rivaling that of Kizaru, and with one punch, he knocked a guard away. By the time the guard landed, all of them had lost their breath. You really make fighting such a hassle, Tamale said, unwilling to be outdone, mocking him in return. Motor just smiled. His big brother was indeed stronger than him, so he couldn't say much. Facing these ants, the two were completely unconcerned. Even if the Empress appeared, they probably wouldn't feel too tense. Bastards, die for me. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. It was Boa Marigold. Her massive body shot out fierce venom, then plummeted at a terrifying speed. Tamale and Motor swiftly retreated and scattered. A green serpent flew towards them, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a woman whose head was larger than her body. It was Boa Sandersonia, the second of the Gorgon sisters. The green serpent wrapped around Motor, immobilizing the muscular celestial dragon. Seeing this, Tamale's speed surged as he attempted to take Sandersonia's head first. Fragrant foot. The Empress suddenly appeared. A powerful armament hockey foot crashed into Tamale. He forcibly took the blow, his body trembling slightly. At this moment, Motor let out a light shout, breaking free from the green serpent's entanglement, and threw a punch at the descending Marigold. Marigold was instantly sent flying. Marigold, the Empress and Sandersonia were shocked and hurried forward to check. Oh, the three former servants are not simple. They actually learned hockey. But servants are at most just puppets that have eaten a fruit. Tamale mocked. The two then unleashed their hockey, nearly top-tier, three-color hockey. Although it couldn't compare to Rayleigh, it completely overwhelmed the three. Boa Hancock and her sisters stood up, glaring at the two. Aren't you celestial dragons? Shameless. Coming to our doorstep now. Hancock shouted angrily. If we want our puppets back, we will take them back. Don't resist uselessly. Surrender, and it will save us trouble. Tamale said disdainfully. We are not servants, nor are we anyone's puppets. Boa Hancock shouted sternly. Immediately, behind them, a cannon fired, and a terrifying shockwave surged. Motor laughed heartily as he stepped forward and shattered the cannonball with a punch. The massive shell felt like a mere itch against him, causing no harm. At this moment, all three sisters of Hancock moved, and the entire nine-snake pirate crew surrounded them. One must say that the Empress's foundation was incredibly strong. Almost everyone possessed hockey, and seeing and hearing color, as well as armed color, was common, with even some possessing conqueror's hockey. Boa Hancock activated her fruit ability, her enchanting eyes fixed on Tamale. Does the servant also want me to fall for her tricks? The celestial dragon from the moon would not be harmed by Boa Hancock's fruit ability. Immediately, Tamale's figure surged, and the terrifying armed color made his form indistinguishable. The Empress could only rely on her observation hockey to sense his aura constantly. Windblade, Tamale shouted lightly. He then paused, and countless wind blades appeared, stabbing towards the Empress. She dodged and followed. Tamale sneered, flashing to Hancock's back, and his twin blades immediately slashed deep marks on her back. The mark is gone. Looks like there's something. Tamale was slightly surprised. He then sheathed his twin blades, his aura rising, erasing the servant mark. Was this not a huge challenge to the authority of the celestial dragons? Tamale's three-color haki rapidly surged, and the Conqueror's haki rendered the surrounding pirates unable to move, showcasing its terror. Hancock would not back down either. Her Conqueror's haki quickly met his, and for a moment, the air seemed to solidify. Tamale was slightly surprised, his eyes turning venomous, and his figure surged as he directly engaged Hancock in close combat. The Empress did not retreat either. A fragrant foot met him. Her long, fair thigh could easily make an ordinary person lose their combat ability. Yet Tamale remained unfazed, throwing a punch that not only did not petrify his arm, but instead made Hancock's delicate body quiver, her bosom undulating, incredibly enticing. Without hesitation, Tamale threw another punch, his armed color reaching its peak. Seeing this, Hancock drew a heart with her finger, and a small pink heart appeared, flying towards Tamale, then quickly exploded. The terrifying aura made the space tremble. As the smoke cleared, Tamale was completely unharmed, his entire body covered in golden red armed color. His punch did not relent, and the terrifying shockwave struck the Empress. Such strong armed color. The Empress forcibly steadied her body. The unique armed color of the celestial dragons is something a servant like you can aspire to, Tamale said disdainfully. Hancock's eyes were filled with contempt as she stood up, her aura bursting forth again. Pink energy wrapped around her fists, adding her fruit ability, and she charged forward once more. You are overestimating yourself, Tamar sneered, and the two quickly clashed. Meanwhile, Motor was rampaging nearby, almost able to kill a pirate crew member with a single punch. His haki seemed even stronger than Temer's. Sandasonia transformed into a giant python, and her snake hair immediately attacked Motor, while the crowd surged forward. Motor remained unperturbed, dealing with the snake hair while slaughtering crew members. Just as he made a mistake, Sandasonia moved in, wrapping her massive python body around Motor, rendering him immobile. People bombarded Motor mercilessly, creating a terrifying scene. Marigold seized the opportunity to unleash a massive amount of venom, then soared into the air, her haki enveloping her entire body, crashing down from above. Motor merely smiled slightly. The venom, which had strong corrosive properties, seemed to him like a bath, having no effect. What a hassle, Motor mocked. Sandamaria, who was wrapped around Motor, was unfazed. You'll be dead soon. Ground explosion, Motor suddenly shouted. Centered on his feet, it rapidly spread, and the ground suddenly collapsed, his Conqueror's haki spreading out, causing everyone to momentarily lose focus. Motor easily broke free, first kicking Marigold away, and then delivering a punch to Sandamaria's head, causing the green python to fall to the ground, spewing blood. One hit is all it takes. Motor looked at Marigold, crossing his arms, void wave. An invisible light wave tore through the air, instantly striking Marigold. The Cobra woman tried to block with her neck, but in the next second, a hole was blasted through it. Motor then turned his gaze to Hancock, rubbing his wrist, his expression suddenly becoming extremely malicious. Chapter 27. In the name of freedom, Motor did not engage in close combat. He flexed his muscles, veins bulging like little snakes, and pounded his chest with both fists. With each strike, the air in front of him violently trembled, and as the number of strikes increased, a terrifying air explosion sphere formed in front of Motor, creating ripples that instilled fear. Motor slightly bent his legs, his arms glimmering with golden haki at its peak, and he punched the air explosion sphere. Air core, Motor roared. The air explosion bomb shot towards Hancock at light speed. Tamar was already prepared. The two had worked together for a long time and had a lot of tacit understanding. Just as Hancock was about to kick Tamar away to dodge the air explosion bomb, Tamar used her leg power to flip behind Hancock, grabbing her tightly, his eyes dripping blood as he unleashed terrifying haki. The Empress suddenly became limp, and just as the air explosion bomb was about to hit her, a shadow flashed, meeting the bomb with its body, instantly flying away. Dragon Dandelion, the Empress shouted, as it was her crew member Dragon Dandelion who sacrificed himself to save Hancock. Seeing Dragon Dandelion lying on the ground, rolling his eyes and spitting blood, Hancock instantly erupted in fury. Hancock could not bear it. Her crew was almost entirely wiped out. A rich pink light burst forth from Hancock's body, even her hair turning pink. Everything around her turned to stone, with massive amounts of dust even appearing in the air. Fragrant feet. Hancock's body became extremely soft, instantly breaking free from Temer's grasp and delivering a kick. Tamar remained unfazed. Forcibly taking the hit, but was shocked the next second. His arm had actually turned to stone. Is the fruit awakened? Tamar was somewhat surprised. However, Hancock did not hold back, her eyes fixed on Tamar, not with temptation, but with intense, killing intent. Tamar felt his body growing heavy, but did not turn to stone. Combining Conqueror's haki with fruit abilities? Interesting. Motor noticed the clue. Motor suddenly burst forth, his hands undergoing strange changes, producing dark green liquid. At this moment, Hancock did not hesitate, drawing circles with her hands, and a pink light wave instantly formed. Heavenly Sweet Wind. The massive light wave slammed into Tamar, sending him flying. The smoke cleared, revealing Tamar in tattered clothes, blood dripping from his mouth. Haha, big brother, you're finished. Injured by a mere servant. Motor mocked, but his figure had already leaped in front of the Empress. Motor's fist quickly gathered a vortex of air and blasted out. The Empress did not evade, kicking out, resulting in a huge collision sound. Does the awakened fruit not fear sea stone anymore? Motor was somewhat surprised, but he soon realized his hands were also beginning to petrify. Motor let out a muffled groan, the air explosion shattering the petrification, but blood began to seep from his arms. Both of them suffered losses due to their overconfidence. Motor chuckled awkwardly, his expression turning ominous. Have you heard about the Master of the Air? On the other side, Tamar shattered his hands. New ones growing in an instant, his body completely restored. Have you heard of the Immortal Swordsman? The two's momentum suddenly erupted, quickly attacking Hancock. Hancock was alarmed. These were the top assassins of the Celestial Dragons, serving that mysterious master who had never shown himself. At this moment, she could not help but think as Motor stomped, exploding the air with each step, rapidly approaching the Empress. Tamar's speed was almost terrifying as he wielded a long sword toward the Empress. The two clashed, with Tamar offering no defense, almost hacking wildly. His injuries seemed to heal within 5 seconds, while the Empress could not withstand such a terrifying assault, accumulating numerous sword marks on her body, blood-stained, and the torn clothes hinted at her curves. This kind of fighting was probably a dream for many men. Just as the two were locked in a fierce battle, Motor above roared with red eyes. He pressed down with both hands, and the entire space seemed to teeter, swirling winds rising around them, an extremely impressive momentum. Absolute gravity. Motor pushed with his hands, and the invisible air was pressed down, making Hancock feel as if her body weighed 10,000 pounds. However, Tamar was unaffected at all. He sneered, "A servant is just a servant, no matter what. You are just a pawn." After saying that, Tamar slashed at her leg tendons. After all, they needed a live one above. Hancock could not evade at all. The immense gravity was unbearable. In the next second, blood flew from between Hancock's legs. Although she did not cry out, she still fell to the ground. Tamar walked over and slapped Hancock hard. "Stinky servant, dare to resist? You've exhausted me." Tamar cursed as he pulled out sea-stone handcuffs. Just as Tamar approached, Hancock suddenly sprang up, her body moving like a swimming snake, seemingly not needing any leg strength. "Kiss gun, cannon," Hancock shouted, with her arms spread wide. A massive pink light cannon slammed into Tamar, instantly sending him flying. In the next moment, Hancock's pink domain suddenly expanded. Her petrifying ability grew stronger, and Motor, who could control space, found it difficult to move forward. At this moment, in the name of freedom, Hancock shouted sternly. A heart formed between her hands, which then expanded continuously, containing increasingly terrifying energy, creating ripples around her, making the space seem to sway. Hancock immediately soared into the air, smashing the gigantic heart down toward the two. "Heart giant core," Hancock shouted. Love gradually flew towards Tamar, and under the influence of the fruit's domain, it was very difficult for the two to move. The next second, love exploded with a bang, and the explosion spread throughout the palace, causing the entire island to shake violently. The two screamed in agony, and as the smoke cleared, they were lying on the vast ground, bleeding profusely and unable to get up. The Empress sighed in relief, wanting to go treat her companion. At that moment, Tamar's body transformed into a strange black water and disappeared underground. Just as Hancock turned her head, she felt a chill behind her and saw a puddle of black water clinging to her, which ultimately transformed back into Tamar. "I am immortal," Tamar said ominously. Then, Tamar drew a long knife and slowly stabbed it forward from her back. "I coexist with you, so enjoy the fear." Tamar laughed menacingly. The long knife instantly passed through Tamar, pressing against Hancock's waist, causing her body to tremble violently as the blade slowly pierced into her. Tears involuntarily fell from Hancock's eyes. Inferior races are indeed inferior. Their fear of death runs so deep, Tamar said disdainfully. Then, with a heavy punch, she knocked Hancock unconscious. The long knife did not penetrate completely. Tamar slowly withdrew it and tied Hancock up. Chapter 28. Reinforcements arrived. Tamar carried Hancock to Mulder's side and kicked him twice. Stop pretending to be dead. Hurry up and go back, Tamar said with some disdain. Mulder immediately stood up and chuckled. Big brother is still the strongest. If it were me, it would take a lot more effort. After saying that, he patted Hancock a couple of times, as if playing with prey. Stop talking nonsense. You just love to slack off, Tamar said with even more disdain. Mulder didn't say much more, took Hancock on his back, and the two suddenly quickened their pace, not wanting to linger. Just as they were about to exit the main gate, a patch of black fire suddenly ignited ahead. The two were startled and retreated, discovering that this black fire could not be extinguished. You two think you can just leave after robbing and killing here? A voice from the sky came. It was Su Sheng. Seeing the two, Su Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have arrived in time. He had been sleeping when he suddenly heard the huge explosion from the Empress's side and felt that something was amiss. He hurriedly came over with Chopper and Robin in the flying supercar and was somewhat surprised to see the corpses everywhere, but fortunately, they had not let the two escape. From their appearance, they should be celestial dragons. Robin, who was well informed, guessed upon seeing the glass domes on their heads. Su Sheng was somewhat surprised that the celestial dragons had such terrifying power. The two of them directly took down a pirate crew of the 7 warlords level. It seems a tough battle is about to begin. You two, Su Sheng said cautiously. Chopper and Robin did not say much and directly jumped out of the car, with Su Sheng standing in front of the two. Here come 3 lowly fools looking for death. Motor laughed, clearly not taking Su Sheng and the other seriously. Leave your men, and I'll spare your lives, Su Sheng said. Taimale burst into laughter. Life? How dare lowly people be so self-important? Your car looks good. Leave it behind, and I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Su Sheng also smiled and said, then let you see how to write the word death. Su Sheng did not hesitate and immediately charged forward. Upon seeing Hancock's injuries, he knew he couldn't delay for too long. Brandishing the divine killing spear, he leaped into the air and thrust it towards Tamar. Tamar drew his longsword, clearly intending to settle the matter quickly as well. When the two warriors clashed, Tamar's longsword shattered instantly, leaving him somewhat astonished. Su Sheng's Snodit Daifun. His god-killing gun was probably unmatched by any weapon in the pirate world. Tamar began to grow cautious. This person was likely not simple. Without much hesitation, his body transformed into black water, and a terrifying aura instantly spread. Motor unconsciously stepped back. Big brother is about to unleash a big move. Hey, hey, hey. Undying and unkillable. The underworld water from the moon is my body. What do you have to fight me with? Tamar exclaimed wildly. Monsi C. Tamar shouted. Instantly, it transformed into a vast expanse of black water, filled with bone-chilling coldness and terrifying corrosive power. Su Sheng stepped back, his eyes swirling with strange patterns. Amaterasu, a sea of black flames, surged ahead. Robin and Chopper, go save Hancock, I'll hold him off. Su Sheng Gongman. Although the two were strong, their power had greatly increased at this moment, and they should be able to withstand it. Robin didn't hesitate, activating her fruit ability to form gigantic hand wings, carrying herself and Chopper over the black water, charging towards Motor. Meanwhile, Su Sheng was locked in a struggle with Tamarii, the black water and black flames colliding continuously, making a hissing sound. Motor saw the two and abandoned Hancock, no longer holding back. His muscles bulged, a terrifying airflow swirling around him, and a fearsome armament color covered his entire body. Chopper instantly transformed into his green deer form, leaping down with a terrifying punch that carried immense destructive power. Motor did not retreat. His fist met Chopper's, but he was instantly sent flying. Robin activated her fruit ability, controlling Motor, while Chopper leaped again, delivering a punch that drove Motor into the ground. Then, his fists rained down like a storm. Core of air, Motor shouted loudly. His hands quickly gathered the air into waves, striking Chopper away, standing up with his hands crossed again, gathering the air once more. Motor suddenly pushed forward, and Chopper felt as if his body weighed 1,000 pounds. Robin noticed the anomaly, with terrifying hellfire hands constantly harassing Motor, preventing him from seizing the opportunity to attack. Then, wings formed behind Chopper, who shouted loudly. The power brought by the gamma ray was unimaginable, even while carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. His speed did not slow, crashing into Motor again. Motor took a punch head-on, his gaze venomous, suddenly hammering his chest, causing his heart to sink in. In an instant, Motor's body suddenly grew larger. Compressing his heart activated his potential. Air dance, Motor lightly exclaimed. His figure surged, unleashing a set of strange martial arts against Chopper. At this moment, Green Deer Chopper's defense was terrifying, and the two began to clash in their most primitive forms. Robin spared no effort, fully blocking Motor's movements. Motor was helpless. The flames on his palm were terrifying, with an extremely high temperature that could not be extinguished. Even the air he gathered could burn. At this moment, Su Sheng and Temerii were locked in a fierce struggle. Temerii transformed into black water, suddenly condensing into a sharp blade, seizing the moment when water and fire clashed, and lunged fiercely at Su Sheng. Su Sheng didn't have time to dodge and took it head-on. The divine killing gun created a terrifying gun power, and the invisible airflow surged, colliding with the black water. But Temerii quickly dispersed, approached Su Sheng, and once again condensed into a human form, its claw-like hands suddenly reaching for Su Sheng's chest. In the next second, however, it was shocked to find that it couldn't inflict any harm at all. Although Su Sheng felt a sharp pain, he realized that he was not injured, which made him even more satisfied with his indestructible body. Taking advantage of the moment, he activated Amaterasu, burning Temar. Temar was unable to transform into black water for a moment, and Su Sheng's next shot pierced directly through his chest. Su Sheng kicked out, and the gun body was not stained with blood. Without further speculation, he charged towards Motor. However, he suddenly felt a wave of murderous intent from behind. That Tamerlane's body was actually unscathed. Could it really be an immortal and indestructible body? Su Sheng was astonished, and then his eyes shifted with patterns as he activated moon reading. Tamerlane sensed something was off, and a terrifying conqueror's haki spread out, resisting the confusion brought by the illusion. The conqueror's haki was surprisingly terrifying. It could withstand my moon reading. The Empress didn't possess such strength back then. Su Sheng was even more astonished by Tamerlane. Su Sheng stood up and climbed onto the divine killing gun, attaching black fire to it, which suddenly increased its power. Tamerlane created a massive amount of black water. Meanwhile, he began to draw the black water from underground, forming a huge shockwave, with the black water being continuously compressed and the terrifying scent growing stronger. Su Sheng felt a bit anxious. If things continued to be so compressed, encountering it would likely spell doom for him, even with his indestructible body. Chapter 29. Susanoo vs. Giant of Rage. Su Sheng forced himself to calm down, retracted the divine killing gun, and began to recall the operation method of the great heaven creation palm. At this point, facing such a terrifying killing move, Su Sheng only had this one technique to defend against it. Damn, there's still too few big moves. When facing a stronger opponent, he had to risk fighting to the death. Su Sheng couldn't help but complain. But now was not the time for that. Su Sheng could only carefully sense the changes in his arm. The sharp pain gradually intensified from weak to strong, and the golden light on Su Sheng's hand grew increasingly dense, a mysterious aura rising. Both of them were gathering strength, preparing their ultimate weapon. This strike was an absolute contest of power. Su Sheng's entire arm gradually turned golden, and beads of sweat covered his forehead, clearly a result of the pain. At this moment, Tamar was ready, and the terrifying black water in front of him condensed as if it were solid, the horrific pressure causing the surrounding space to tremble. Infernal water blast! Tamar shouted angrily. The black water shockwave was instantly unleashed, its terrifying power shattering everything around. This move would require considerable energy, even for the four emperors to withstand. As the black water shockwave was about to reach Su Sheng, it was a critical moment, a matter of life and death. Su Sheng's eyes turned cold, and he raised his arm. No more hesitation, it was time to fight. Great heaven creation palm. Su Sheng shouted. A massive golden hand suddenly crashed out, and a terrifying destructive force swept across the heavens and the earth, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. The two forces collided, and the great heaven creation palm displayed an overwhelming suppressive power, causing the black water to be unable to break through that enormous hand. In the next second, the great heaven creation palm unleashed a frenzied suction, instantly shattering the black water. It then slammed into Temar, sending him flying backward, blood gushing out. His glass dome shattered, and his face turned pale, nearly losing his combat ability. Su Sheng's arm trembled. The backlash from the great heavenly creation palm was indeed significant. But seeing Temar in a half-dead state, Su Sheng was still very satisfied. Sushang slowly turned around and looked at Motor. Chopper was still engaged in a fierce battle with him. Powerful armed color? Sushang murmured. Then he gripped the divine killing gun tightly, his body swelling as he charged at Motor. Motor was shocked to see the heavily injured Temoret. This guy is so strong. Motor no longer held back. The speed of the airflow around him reached its peak, and the air pressure around him suddenly dropped. Chopper punched down, and his palm actually deformed, which was terrifying. Chopper let out a painful roar, but at that moment, Sushang had already arrived and thrust his gun forward. Motor sneered, believing that his own creation of super high-pressure protection would render any weapon useless. But the next moment, his mouth fell open in shock as the divine killing gun pierced directly through his chest. Sushang slowly raised his head and waved his fingers at Motor. Motor let out a wild laugh and instantly drew the divine calamity gun. It was then that Sushang realized that Motor's body was completely empty. The atmosphere expanded. Motor shouted loudly. His body rapidly enlarged, instantly surpassing Chopper, making Sushang and the other two feel like ants. Die for me, the gigantic Motor roared. At that moment, he was still fully armed with haki, even manifesting Conqueror's haki, creating immense pressure. Concentrate billions of air, Motor shouted. He then opened his massive mouth and inhaled sharply, causing the surrounding space to suddenly increase in pressure, and Sushang and the others felt a strong sense of compression. What a terrifying move. Motor brought Sushang unprecedented pressure. Sushang had no other choice. Gritting his teeth, he risked overexerting himself as the pattern of the Sharingan surged once more, a drop of fresh blood falling from his eye. Susanoo, Sushang shouted loudly. Instantly, a colossal warrior god, as huge as Motor, appeared. Holding the 10-fist sword and the 8-span mirror, he exuded an unparalleled majesty. Robin and Chopper looked on, both astonished by Sushang's immense power. The gigantic Susanoo clashed with Motor, and for a moment, they seemed evenly matched, which made Sushang marvel at the strength of the celestial dragons. The 10-fist sword, imbued with powerful chakra energy, slashed toward Motor. Motor let out a loud roar, quickly channeling the airflow, and a forceful punch met the terrifying 10-fist sword. The two exchanged blows. The terrifying giants fought fiercely, causing the sky to darken and the entire island to tremble, even triggering a great panic among the island's residents. At this moment, Hancock slowly opened her eyes, and Chopper and Robin hurried over to check her condition. After confirming Hancock's aura, Chopper fed her 2 energy recovery beans, and the Empress was instantly filled with energy. Unable to resist, she hugged the adorable little Chopper. Then, seeing Sushang fighting in the sky, Robin explained the situation, and Hancock finally understood. Is he here to save me? Hancock felt a bit infatuated, especially upon seeing such a strong man. You still have injuries. Although your stamina is restored, let me bandage you first, or it might hurt your insides, Chopper said seriously. Hancock tried to get up, but felt a sharp pain, prompting Chopper to quickly bandage her. Can Sushang hold on? Hancock asked. I believe in him. With the current strength of that celestial dragon, we can't interfere at all, Robin said, looking at Sushang with hope in her eyes. This man stirred something inexplicable in Hancock's heart. After the bandaging was complete, Hancock quickly adjusted her condition, preparing to fight again. As the Empress, she still held some pride. At this moment, Sushang and Motor were locked in a fierce battle, continuously exchanging powerful blows. The 8-span mirror and Motor's explosive punch collided, both retreating. Sushang let out a light shout, and the 10-fist sword shone with a dazzling light, extremely blinding. Susanoo stepped forward, and the Yada mirror blocked Motor. The 10-fist sword thrust out rapidly, and Motor shouted loudly, his other hand activating armament haki, merging with the terrifying airflow. The collision with the explosive sound of air against Sushang's 10-fist sword produced a tremendous noise. Both of them quickly retreated over 10 zhang. With Sushang gasping for breath, the energy consumed by Susanoo was immense. Meanwhile, Motor's arm was also trembling. Had he not exerted all his strength just now, that arm would have likely been finished. Sushang stabilized the Susanoo energy, took a deep breath, and the Susanoo began to slowly condense the Magatama. 8 orange-red Magatama quickly formed, exuding a destructive aura. The Magatama of Yatsukadaki. Sushang shouted. The 8 orange-red Magatama spiraled towards Motor. Motor's eyes widened. The terrifying aura contained in these 8 Magatama made him tremble. Motor frantically organized the airflow, quickly condensing a terrifying atmospheric pressure in his fists. He rose up and struck down on the 8 Magatama, but only a flicker of orange-red light flashed, and Motor was sent flying back. When he stood up, both arms were gone. Motor stared in disbelief, unable to accept that such a terrifying person existed. Why had he never heard of this guy's name before? Perhaps even the Marine Admiral Sengoku would not be his match. Motor exclaimed in shock. Chapter 30. The last card of the Celestial Dragons. With one move, Motor had almost lost his fighting ability. Su Sheng is also having a hard time. The consumption of physical strength from Susanoo is simply terrifying. Motor's gaze is venomous as he glances at his lost arms and lets out a self-deprecating smile. He never expected to be pushed to such a point by an inferior race. Temeri, how long are you going to wait? Motor suddenly shouted. Su Sheng's heart trembled as he turned to look, and Temeri transformed into black water, sinking into the ground. Not good. Su Sheng realized that things were going south. Susanoo immediately took flight, striking down Mordor. However, it was too late. Black water clung to Mordor's body, and in the next moment his arms grew back, and his wounds healed. The most terrifying part was that scales sprouted all over Mordor's body, crawling on the ground. His head began to beastify, growing sharp fangs. Especially noticeable was his trumpet-like nose, completely entwined in black water, immortal and indestructible. Let me show you our ultimate complete form, the immortal explosive beast. Mordor laughed maniacally. It turned out he was not human, just a beast. Su Sheng looked at the explosive beast and said disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Mordor, unable to endure the mockery from a human, exploded with rage, his limbs bursting through the air, and he charged towards Su Sheng at an increased speed. Su Sheng summoned Susanoo to forcefully block the impact, and then Amaterasu was added to the 10 Kusanagi sword, striking down with a single slash. Instantly, the black water hissed as it inflicted a huge wound on Motor. The black flames continued to burn, and Motor realized he couldn't heal, feeling quite uncomfortable. Damn it! Motor roared, and then his trumpet-shaped nose began to inhale wildly. At this point, if he didn't reveal his true trump card, he wouldn't be able to win. Motor truly felt the terrifying strength of Su Sheng. Compress and explode. Motor inhaled air again, and Su Sheng immediately sensed the air pressure around him intensifying. Even space was compressing. Feeling that pressure, there was a vague sense of instability. This was probably compressing the space to the extreme and then exploding in one go, directly shattering me. Su Sheng realized the seriousness of the problem. Su Sheng gritted his teeth. It seemed that Motor's stamina was endless now, and there was almost nowhere to hide in the surrounding space. He took out a magic bean and stuffed it into his mouth, and Su Sheng immediately felt much better. He once again activated the Great Creation Palm, using Susanoo as a vessel, and its power would increase exponentially. Su Sheng instantly felt a terrifying drain of energy. Su Sheng gritted his teeth and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The palm of Susanoo gradually turned golden, and a mysterious aura surged in from all directions. Su Sheng's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Susanoo was the host's guardian deity and also the god of death. Using such a terrifying skill had a severe backlash on Su Sheng. Susanoo's massive arms turned golden, and the surrounding space began to tremble. Su Sheng added fuel to the fire, infusing Amaterasu onto his arm. Susanoo's Great Creation Palm. Su Sheng Sautet Lao Li. The gigantic war god launched a palm strike, and a terrifyingly large palm print flew out, enveloped in rolling black flames, breaking through the oppressive space. Mordor was still compressing the space and had no time to evade. The beast's eyes turned cold, and it suddenly held its breath, causing the oppressive space to explode instantly. At the same time, the Great Creation Palm struck Mordor solidly, sending it flying backward. The black water was instantly shattered, and its head became blurry, its aura weak. Su Sheng was also sent flying for several dozen feet, and Susanoo's form nearly vanished. Seeing the effectiveness of the Great Creation Palm, Su Sheng smiled faintly. He then swallowed another handful of immortal beans and began to condense energy again. Susanoo flew into the sky, and the 10-fist sword continuously gathered power, infused with terrifying black flames. Su Sheng was about to unleash the heavenly sword, aiming to directly slay the celestial dragon. At this moment, the black water transformed by Temeri had also suffered heavy damage, leaving both of them unable to act, and it could be said that they were hanging by a thread. With this strike, it was likely that there would be nothing left but bones. I will not die at the hands of a lowly race, Temeri said sternly. The ignorant arrogance of the celestial dragon provoked both of them. Motor let out a low growl, determination evident in his eyes. Temeri quickly burrowed into Motor's body, and Motor's physique began to visibly swell. causing the surrounding space to tremble. Then, a terrifyingly massive gust of air surged beneath this giant, attempting to lift him into the air to confront Su Shang. He was preparing to self-destruct, aiming to perish together with Su Shang. Robin was taken aback. Hancock also realized this, but despite her injuries, she stood up in anger. Su Shang, descending from the sky with his strike, noticed this as well. This explosion would likely take the lives of everyone present. However, there was no other way. Damn it, even if I die, I will take this dog with me. This arrogant dog, who deprives others of their freedom, deserves to die. Su Shang's heart hardened, and the momentum of the ten-fist sword became even more ferocious. Just as Motor was getting up, Hancock had already rushed over. Hancock's fruit awakened in an instant. This man is fighting so hard for me. I must save him. Tears welled up in Hancock's eyes. Pink energy instantly radiated from Hancock's body, and her momentum surged. She then leaped up, delivering a kick to Motor's foot. The most beloved fragrant foot. Hancock shouted. The Empress's power shone brilliantly, and with one kick, Motor's body trembled, his feet instantly petrified, leaving him unable to move. The beast of explosive energy was immobilized, furious, and humiliated. With a roar, a terrifying airflow spread out, instantly sending the Empress flying. Hancock's wounds burst open, and she fell to the ground, coughing up blood, while Chopper hurried over to treat her. At this moment, Su Shang also descended from the sky, unleashing a terrifying sword strike, while Motor let out a silent roar. Is it over? Chopper blinked his bright eyes. Su Shang let out a sigh of relief, glad that it wasn't the case. Suddenly, he was alarmed as Motor's body began to tremble again, on the verge of exploding. It wasn't completely dead. What the hell? Su Shang cursed under his breath. He quickly positioned Hancock and the others behind him, swallowed another handful of magic beans, and his Susanoo became even more solid, holding the Yata mirror in front of him. He could no longer fully contain Motor. In the next moment, Motor's body exploded with a loud bang, unleashing a wave of destructive power that swept across the island, causing it to shake violently, truly terrifying. Su Shang endured the explosive shock, refusing to let go, even as Susanoo was on the verge of disappearing. After about several dozen seconds, the terrifying explosion finally ceased, and Su Shang collapsed as well. Susanoo dissipated, leaving Su Shang covered in wounds and breathless. Su Shang, Chopper and Robin rushed over. Hancock, watching from the side, also shed tears. Su Shang forcibly stood up, looking towards the ashes of Motor after the explosion, his eyes turning cold. Amaterasu, the ashes quickly ignited with black flames. Ah, bastard, the celestial dragons won't spare you. After Tama Lei's miserable howl, there was no more sound. Chapter 31. The storm cleared away. Su Shang spat towards the ashes. Damn it. It's great to be alive. He laughed and then fell down. Su Shang. Chopper hurried over to catch him. After checking, Chopper found that he had overexerted himself and temporarily fainted, but believed he would recover soon. Let's go to my place to rest, Hancock said as she stood up. Robin supported Hancock, while Chopper carried Su Shang into Hancock's room. The palace was not extravagant, but it reflected the Empress's noble aura everywhere. Chopper placed Su Shang on the bed and went out with Robin to clear away the bodies and the injured. In this battle, the Kuja pirates suffered heavy losses. The Empress's two sisters were seriously injured, and Longdan had died. The others were either dead or wounded, leaving a scene of devastation. Hancock looked outside. Her already injured body felt even worse. She slumped into a chair, gazing at the unconscious Su Shang. The handsome face of this man reflected in Hancock's eyes, and, thinking of how he risked his life to save her, made her heart tremble slightly. It was as if something was tickling her heart. Did this man truly love her? Hancock murmured softly. At this moment, Su Shang could not hear any of this, although his body was asleep. His mind was vaguely wandering in a dream. Su Shang suddenly dreamed that she had died in the explosion just now, yet she saw herself still standing there intact. As if in a dream, Su Shang shouted loudly to the people around, but no one responded. Suddenly, a fog arose, and as Su Shang pushed through the mist, he suddenly saw his past self. Su Shang felt a moment of daze and suddenly broke into a smile. It seemed like I had an epiphany. I was never a person of this world. Life and death probably had nothing to do with me. I seemed to have always been in a dream, but it felt like I could control it myself. As long as I didn't want to wake up, I probably wouldn't die. Su Shang was very certain. The system prompted, "Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment, the Siege of Destiny," and awarded 5 high-level jars. Su Shang was pleasantly surprised. This system already knew that I wouldn't die. Your physical body may die, but your soul cannot. Specifically, how you return to your physical body will depend on your own efforts in the future. The system's voice came again. With my strength, it's probably very difficult for me to die, unless the 4 emperors gang up on me. Otherwise, the chances of me dying are quite low. Su Sheng is quite confident in his own abilities. By late at night, Chopper and Robin, having been busy all day, have quickly fallen asleep. Seeing that Chopper has taken care of his 2 younger sisters, Hancock also feels relieved. As a fruit user with strong physical qualities, recovery is just a matter of time. Hancock voluntarily asked to stay and watch over Su Sheng, but ended up falling asleep on him in the middle of the night. Su Sheng slowly woke up, only to find something on her stomach. Su Sheng slowly opened his eyes and saw the Empress lying on top of him, causing his heart to stir. The perky peaks pressed against his side made Su Sheng, a big boy who had never experienced the pleasures of love, feel as if he were on fire. Su Sheng quietly got up and gently moved the sleeping Hancock onto the bed. As soon as Su Sheng touched Hancock's delicate body, he caught a whiff of an intoxicating scent that made it hard for him to forget. After putting Hancock down, just as Su Sheng was about to leave, he realized that something was pulling at his clothes. Turning around, he found that Hancock was holding on tightly. "Don't go, don't leave me alone," Hancock murmured. Su Sheng saw the woman's frail side, feeling a slight bitterness in his heart. He then slowly released the Empress's hand, covered her with a quilt, and quietly left the room. Meanwhile, Hancock silently shed a clear tear. Su Sheng sat on the rooftop, gazing at the elite moonlight, taking a deep breath, feeling very content. Then he opened the system panel, looking at the gate of life and death. I wouldn't really die anyway. I fear this gate of life and death has no effect on me. Su Sheng speculated in front of the gate of life and death. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm definitely not going to die. As Su Sheng stepped forward, in the next moment, a pitch-black energy suddenly surged from the gate of life and death, starting to rush towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng felt no unusual sensations at all. In fact, he even felt that this energy had a significant nourishing effect on his body. From the gate of life and death, a figure slowly emerged, its form quite large and resembling a tyrant bear. Su Sheng glanced over and thought, damn, what a rival. They actually summoned a puppet that looks like a tyrant bear. Su Sheng sighed a little. Looking at the puppet that stood still, Su Sheng felt a bit puzzled. How do I use it? Do I need to give a name first? Su Sheng stroked his chin, looking at the gigantic puppet. I'll call you Big White, Su Sheng suddenly said with a smile. The puppet's eyes suddenly lit up, showing signs of life. As expected, I wasn't wrong, that's right. Big White, sit down, Su Sheng said to the puppet. The puppet, which resembled a tyrant bear, showed no resistance and obediently sat down on the ground. Su Sheng looked very satisfied. I don't know what skills you have, Dabai. Unleash your ultimate, move towards the sky, Su Sheng said. Dabai stood up, leaped into the air, and instantly moved. Crossing his arms, a terrifying shockwave was instantly released, and the entire sky resonated with a roar. Su Sheng watched the cannon fire and nodded in satisfaction. However, the puppet's body should be impervious and very sturdy, so it might be able to provide him with a fruit experience card. Su Sheng couldn't help but smile at the thought. This was definitely a top-tier combat power. The person and the bear sat on the rooftop until dawn, feeling quite comfortable. At dawn, Chopper found that Su Sheng was not in the room and went outside to look for him. Suddenly, he saw the big white bear and was taken aback. Ah, the tyrant bear. Chopper's eyes widened. He then transformed into his green reindeer form, ready to attack. Su Sheng, run. I'll block him, Chopper shouted loudly. Haha, Chopper. Don't be nervous. This is my new little brother. Su Sheng laughed. Chopper looked incredulous. The 7 warlords as your little brother? You're kidding, right? Su Sheng saw that Chopper didn't believe him, so he controlled Big White. Big White, carry me on your back to eat, Su Sheng said softly. Chopper watched as Big White bent down, carried Su Sheng, jumped down, and walked into the house, instantly dropping his jaw in shock. Su Sheng entered the room, startling both Robin and Hancock. Especially Hancock, who had just killed 2 celestial dragons, was now faced with the terrifying tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. How could they possibly get through this? Su Sheng saw the surprised expressions of everyone and laughed, explaining the situation. Chopper and Robin, who were used to strange things, could barely accept it, while Hancock was deeply shocked. This jar could even produce puppets with the strength of the 7 warlords. If there were more, who on the sea could rival Su Sheng? Looking at the astonished Hancock, Su Sheng chuckled lightly and said, So, do you believe in the magic of my jar now? Chapter 32. Su Sheng's plan. Hancock looked at the big white creature beside her, devouring its food, and nodded heavily. Su Sheng's jar can truly only be described as terrifying. Su Shang was a bit surprised to see the big white wolf devouring its food. This puppet seemed to have human physiological habits, but lacked consciousness, relying solely on its own manipulation. He wondered if this puppet would become even more powerful if it developed a certain level of consciousness, like the awakening of a fruit. Su Shang couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. After finishing the meal, Hancock wanted to go check on her injured crew members. But Su Shang took out 5 jars. Let's not go just yet. Why not watch me open these jars? Some of the things inside will be very helpful for your crew's treatment. Hancock stopped in her tracks. Really? Then I must thank you properly. Hancock was a bit excited. Seeing Su Shang about to open the jars, Chopper and Robin couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that she could keep opening jars indefinitely? If she kept opening terrifying things every day, this world would probably belong to Su Shang. Su Shang took out a small hammer and quickly smashed open 5 cans. A burst of light flashed, and this time, it can only be said that Su Shang is still a top-notch lucker. 2 gold and 3 blue. Seeing this, Su Shang couldn't help but be overjoyed. This luck is simply unmatched. Chopper also felt it was exaggerated. If only I could open such good things from cans. Su Shang didn't say much and began to investigate. Blue, S1 capsule. After taking it, briefly stimulates the body's potential for 30 minutes, increasing strength by 50. Su Shang was very satisfied with this capsule. It may not have been useful before, but with his current strength, a 30% increase would be a significant boost. The blue color, the Compendium of Materia Medica, a book on medicinal herbs. Upon seeing this, Su Shang directly took it out and tossed it to Chopper. As it was of no use to him, Chopper was puzzled, but when he opened the book, he was immediately overjoyed, feeling as if he had struck gold. And he quickly went to the side to study it in detail. Blue, 10-piece pack of fairy beans. Su Shang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling quite satisfied with the 3 blue ones. There were no stones or useless things like flowers and plants. Looking at the golden ones, the 3 of them felt a bit excited. Golden, 50-pack enhanced version of the immortal beans. This surprised Su Shang. These enhanced immortal beans were enough to help the Hancock pirates recover their health. Su Shang asked Robin to distribute the magic beans to those people. Robin picked up the magic beans and used her fruit ability to feed each person one. Hancock was somewhat skeptical. He had seen Su Shang eat magic beans during his battle with Motor, but his injuries had not healed. However, just a few minutes after everyone had finished eating, all the injured people present had fully recovered, and Hancock's 2 sisters quickly stood up, exuding strength. This astonished Hancock. Su Shang, your jar is truly amazing. How should I repay you for your help? Hancock said excitedly. Su Shang didn't say much, just shook his head and smiled, as he didn't need any repayment. Coming here was to conquer you. This gesture showcased Su Shang's generosity, and Hancock's gaze towards him softened a bit. Then Su Shang began to explore the next golden item. Golden, a domineering elixir. When consumed, grants the host exclusive domineering power, beginner level. After reading it, Su Shang took a deep breath, feeling the exclusive Conqueror's Haki. Now he also possesses the 3 types of Haki. Although he is at the beginner level, with continuous battles and training, he will eventually reach the advanced level, or even surpass Rayleigh. It would be even better if he could match the Conqueror's Haki of the Pirate King. Su Shang began to fantasize for a moment. To show off again, Su Shang took out a pill and swallowed it directly. Within a few breaths, Su Shang shouted loudly, and under the shocked gazes of everyone, he unleashed his 3-color Haki. The orange-red armed color covered his entire body, making him very eye-catching. Hancock, who possessed 3-color Haki, naturally understood the difficulty of cultivation, and now seeing Su Shang acquire it directly was truly hard to believe. Seeing Su Shang's transformation, Mary Gollard couldn't help but rush forward, wanting to buy a jar. However, she was stopped by Hancock, who said, "You must not be rude to your benefactor. All members of the 9 Snake Pirates, thank Mr. Su Shang." As the Empress, Hancock was quite aware of proper etiquette. All the pirates knew it was Su Shang who saved them, so they didn't say much and bowed to him. It's only right. Everyone, no need for such formality. I have a good relationship with your Empress. This is only natural. Su Shang was somewhat flattered. Hearing Su Shang's words, Hancock's heart trembled, and she then spoke. All right, let's get back to what we need to do. People began to withdraw to clean up the damage caused by the battle. As the crowd dispersed, Su Shang looked at Hancock and gently said, "Aren't you going to open a few?" Hancock was a bit surprised. She had initially felt embarrassed, but now that Su Shang had spoken, she was very delighted. Su Shang smiled and gently poked Hancock's forehead with her finger, saying softly, "Nonsense, of course you can." "Then I want 10. Hancock was very excited. "No problem." Su Shang quickly set out 10 jars and handed the golden hammer to Hancock. Hancock smiled charmingly and swiftly smashed the 10 jars. Su Shang took a closer look and saw 5 white, 2 blue, 1 gold, and 2 colorful. Wow, this is what a true European emperor looks like. What good things did I even get? Hancock asked in a delicate voice. Su Shang began to investigate. The white items are 2 fairy beans, a bowl of snail noodles, and 2 packs of rainbow candy. Su Shang ripped open a rainbow candy and fed one to Hancock. What delightful taste. Hancock looked completely in enjoyment. Su Shang laughed and immediately stuffed the rainbow candies into Hancock's hands, continuing to investigate. 2 blues and 1 capsules. Chinese Chong Sam. Su Shang was quite excited and exclaimed, "Wow, can we see a transformation?" He picked up the chi pao and looked at Hancock with a grin. "Hancock, try on this outfit and see if it fits. You sure it. When you come back, I'll continue to investigate." Hancock's eyes lit up when she saw the dress, and she immediately took it to change. After a while, Hancock emerged in the chi pao, and Su Shang almost sprayed out his nosebleed at first glance. She was just too beautiful. Her delicate skin and her curvy figure were perfectly highlighted by the chi pao. Her blue eyes were enchanting, and her long legs were stunning. In short, such a beauty should only exist in heaven. Su Shang was so mesmerized that he was almost drooling. When Hancock shot him a flirtatious glance, Su Shang finally snapped back to reality, using a shallow moon reading. Damn, I almost got petrified. Seeing Hancock's mischievous smile, Su Shang understood the implication. Testing me? Su Shang Yue quietly initiated, and Hancock was momentarily dazed. Su Shang quickly approached and gently tapped Hancock's forehead, causing her to instantly wake up. Su Shang said softly, "Don't mess with me." Hancock's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Su Shang laughed and continued to investigate. Golden X capsule. After taking it, one gains the ability to awaken fruits. Su Shang stated its function, and both of them were shocked. Chapter 33. Dare to go to the Navy government with me? Hancock's hand holding the capsule trembled slightly. The awakening of the devil fruit had a terrifying power comparable to that of the 4 emperors. Let's put it away for now. Your strength is about to soar, Su Shang said with a smile. Hancock nodded and stored the treasure away. Such things are simply invaluable for devil fruit users. It is well known that once a devil fruit user develops their ability to a certain extent, it becomes difficult to improve further. However, some fruits are inherently weak, but their awakening can make them powerful. Su Shang didn't say much and continued to investigate the 2 colored lights. As the light flickered, 2 Dragon Balls appeared. Hancock looked at a 6-star Dragon Ball and a 7-star Dragon Ball, feeling quite puzzled. What is this? Su Shang pointed at the Dragon Ball and said, "This thing is called the Dragon Ball, divided into 7 stars. If you collect all 7, you can summon the dragon and fulfill your wishes." Hancock's beautiful blue eyes narrowed slightly, clearly finding it hard to believe such a bizarre treasure. Can it really grant any wish, even bringing the dead back to life? Hancock's expression became serious. Su Shang stared intently at those blue eyes and nodded heavily. Hancock's delicate body trembled, and her eyes sparkled with light. If this could bring back the dragon dandelion, who died for him? Hancock stepped forward, took Su Shang's hands, lowered her head, and said almost with a sob, "Su Shang, please help me gather the 7 Dragon Balls. I want to revive my friend." Su Shang let out a light breath, nodded, and then patted Hancock. "It's okay, I'll help you. But you need to know that there are 3 Dragon Balls in someone else's hands, and I'm not sure they can give them to me," Su Shang said seriously. "There must be a way. Once you finish your business, I'll go with you," Hancock said resolutely. Su Shang was both surprised and delighted. The Empress was following him, which felt incredibly exhilarating. Looking at the Empress, who was full of anticipation, Su Shang pretended to be troubled and said, "All right, but this journey will be very difficult. There are 2 Dragon Balls in the hands of the warring states." Hancock, upon hearing this, was somewhat astonished, but then resolutely said, "I'm not afraid. For the sake of Long Dan, I'll face any danger." Su Shang was a bit moved to see such a determined Hancock. True friendship. There weren't many people like this in his original world, especially those who could trust others unconditionally. For some reason, Su Shang felt a sudden surge of emotion, stepped forward, and hugged Hancock, whispering in her ear, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you." Hancock trembled slightly at Su Shang's embrace, her face turning red. At that moment, Robin, who was nearby, walked over and couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Su Shang hurriedly let go, feeling a bit awkward, and looked at Robin. "What's wrong, Robin?" Robin smiled and said, "The 9 snake pirates no longer have any issues. I want to ask, can the Empress tell me where that part of the history on the legendary island is?" Su Shang immediately turned to Hancock. Is it that mysterious text? It said to contain secrets about the celestial dragons, which is why I want to stay on this island, Hancock said slowly. Can you take us to see it, Hancock? It seems the celestial dragons are not just here for you, but for that piece of history. Since Robin can decipher ancient texts, let's have her give it a try. Su Shang pondered and then said to Hancock, All right, follow me. Hancock replied, now fully trusting Su Shang and the others. Besides, she also wanted to know what the mysterious text was all about. The three quickly arrived at the back mountain, passing through dense grass, and came upon a cave. It's right inside. Hancock pointed to the mountain. Let's go in quickly. Su Shang signaled to Dabai to guard the entrance, and then the three entered the cave. The scenery inside the cave came into view, a huge stone tablet covered in dense text. Robin was quite surprised to see so much material, put on her glasses, and began to decipher it. Xiao Shang and Hancock were quietly watching from the side, afraid of disturbing Robin. Robin was focused, occasionally taking out her notebook to make notes, and sometimes flipping through an old book for comparison. After almost an hour, Robin let out a deep sigh, slowly sat down, and began to digest the large amount of information. Su Shang walked over and asked, What did the inscription say, Robin? Robin's expression was serious, indicating that the situation was quite complicated. The inscription spoke of the history of the celestial dragons, stating that the high-ranking officials of the Navy were celestial dragons, and they seemed to be using the Navy to rule the world. On the island that one must reach to become the Pirate King, it was mentioned that there was something mysterious left by the ancestors of the celestial dragons, but currently, even the Navy could not reach that place on the sea. They could only eliminate pirates to prevent them from getting there. So, are the Navy's peace and justice just a facade? Su Shang was somewhat shocked. The Navy was referred to as spiders by the celestial dragons, while everyone else in the sea was called bugs. It seemed that the celestial dragons had a powerful existence. Translated as the Devourer, Robin said, Does this name mean that their goal is the lives of everyone? Su Shang was surprised. The inscription finally mentioned that the ancestors of the celestial dragons came from the moon, and the passage connecting them was within the Navy. It was said that above the Navy were 5 terrifyingly powerful celestial dragons. Robin said, That should be the 5 elders. Su Shang suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. The treasure that pirates were desperately pursuing likely hid a greater conspiracy, and all of this was a trap set by the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons came from the moon, and Earth was probably not suitable for them to survive. According to the inscription, the celestial dragons likely had even more terrifying and evil purposes. It seems necessary to infiltrate the Navy government, Su Shang said rigorously. If he didn't get to the bottom of these matters, he was afraid that one day, selling cans could lead to chaos in the world, and that would be disastrous. Hancock was shocked to hear this. She never expected the celestial dragon's intentions to be so horrifying. We shouldn't delay. Let's get ready to set off. Su Shang's expression was grave. We're all bounty hunters. Isn't going into the Navy like seeking our own death? Robin was somewhat worried, but still held a glimmer of hope for Su Shang. It's fine. That guy Sengoku wouldn't dare to touch me. And as for the others, not many can fight me, Su Shang said lightly. Hearing this, Robin was surprised. She never expected Su Shang's strength to be so formidable, even having connections with such a terrifying figure as the Navy Admiral. Hancock didn't think much of it. She trusted Su Shang completely. After all, he had saved her life. The three left the cave, and Su Shang looked back at it, raising an eyebrow. Dabai, destroy it. Dabai responded immediately, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that shattered the cave. This made Robin feel a bit pained. The original historical text was lost just like that. Chapter 34. Leaving. New goals. Destroying these things is the safest option. Otherwise, the celestial dragons will definitely come here again, Su Shang said cautiously. Hancock nodded slightly, and Robin didn't say much more. The three returned to their residence, and Su Shang shared his thoughts about going to the Navy government with Chopper. Chopper was somewhat surprised, but didn't think much of it. After all, his bounty was only 50 berries, which was not even enough for a pack of cigarettes. But who could have known that with Su Shang's cans, this little guy's combat power was now on par with Bartholomew Kuma? The few of them sat around the table, constantly scheming. The celestial dragons had already been here once and might come again soon. When that time came, they would likely head straight for the historical text. So Hancock, try to move your people. You will go with me alone, Su Shang analyzed. Hancock felt somewhat troubled, having lived here for a long time. She didn't know where she could take them. Indeed, where could they go that would fully accept such a large pirate crew? Su Shang quietly thought, there is nowhere to go on the sea, so why not go to the sky? Su Shang's eyes lit up. Sky Island. Robin was a bit shocked. You actually know about Sky Island. A long time ago, Luffy drove Enel away, so Sky Island should be liberated now. I think it should be able to accommodate us. Robin smiled. Once we mentioned the Straw Hat Pirates, there shouldn't be any problem. Sky Island? Isn't that a legendary island? Hancock was a bit confused. Robin smiled gracefully and then recounted their adventures on Sky Island. Without further ado, Hancock, you should prepare early. Tomorrow we will set off for Sky Island. With Robin leading the way, we should be able to reach it quickly. Su Sheng stood up and said, "All right, Mary Gollad, gather the crew. We set sail tomorrow." Hancock also did not hesitate. At this point, there was no other choice. Going to Sky Island was the safest way to protect the crew. With the influence of the 9 snake pirates, relocating to any island would surely be discovered by the Navy, and at that time, it would be inevitable that they would be completely wiped out. Su Sheng mobilized the entire pirate crew, hoping to set sail as soon as possible. Crew members, for the sake of everyone's lives, we must relocate. This is also a responsibility to our Empress. Only then can he join me in finding a way to resurrect Long Dan. You wouldn't want your pirate crew to fall apart, would you? Su Sheng urged loudly. Without the Empress, how can we survive in other places? The crew members discussed among themselves. Don't worry, I, Su Sheng, guarantee that the place I take you to will fully accept you. Hancock, come with me. When he returns, I will ensure you have the strongest 9 snake pirate crew. Su Sheng said again. Rest assured, Su Sheng is doing this to help us. The Empress said with a very firm tone. Su Sheng was somewhat surprised. People had nothing to say and began to pack their bags. By this time, it was already late, and Su Sheng and the others also returned to rest, planning to set off early the next morning. These pirates were used to living on the seas. Although they only stayed for a short time, their nature was to leave whenever they wanted. That night, Su Sheng lay in bed and opened the system panel. System for the next island. I want to go to Sky Island. Sky Island belonged to a high-level island, with a low danger level but a large flow of people, increasing the number of tasks, requiring the sale of 5,000 cans. Su Sheng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 5,000, that would be so troublesome. Who knows when he would finish and then go to the Navy government. High intensity, high return. After the host completes the task, they can unlock the 12 Divine Weapon Hall, where each divine weapon has a powerful skill. Su Sheng heard this and felt somewhat accepting. The divine weapon created by the colorful light must be very powerful. By then, with all his skills, he would probably be unbeatable. Beside him, the Bai had already started snoring. Su Sheng smiled, covered his head with the blanket, and hurriedly fell asleep. The next morning, warm sunlight spilled on his Su Sheng's face. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, got up, and went to wash up. When he opened the door, Su Sheng was shocked to see all the crew members lined up in an orderly fashion. Hancock saw Su Sheng come out and turned to smile, saying, Su Sheng, the pirate crew is ready and we can set off at any time. Su Sheng nodded and looked at Robin, who also smiled and nodded. Good. Without further ado, let's set off. Su Sheng then opened the system panel and summoned the flying sports car. Hancock was captivated by this novel vehicle. It was simply too beautiful. Su Sheng got in the car and waved her hand. Is this really something I can do? Su Sheng nodded and then led the way, followed by the mighty 9 snake pirate crew on their ship. In just half a day, they reached the huge sea current that led to Sky Island. Su Sheng stepped on the gas, soaring into the sky. The 9 snake pirate crew closely followed in the airflow. In just a few minutes, an island suspended in the air came into view, and Su Sheng controlled the speed to land smoothly. Meanwhile, the soaring ship was forcibly stabilized by Robin's devil fruit ability. Su Sheng led everyone slowly onto the island, and the clouds beneath their feet were somewhat surprising. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded. Enemy invasion. Stand guard. A group of people appear behind them, with wings and shells tied to their hands. Without any explanation, this group launched an attack. The shells in their hands emitted powerful shockwaves, displaying considerable power. Su Sheng was somewhat surprised. Were these islanders really so unfriendly? Although the number of people he brought was a bit large. Susanu, Su Sheng Sautet Sokti, a huge crimson warrior appeared, easily blocking the attacks from the crowd with the Yada no Kagami. Then Su Sheng lifted Robin and shouted loudly, We are not invaders. We are friends of the Straw Hat Pirates, here to visit. Upon hearing the name of the Straw Hat Pirates, the guards immediately stopped their attacks. Is it true? Have the Straw Hat Pirates really come back to see us? Forget it. You go report first. This guy has strength is something we can't match, said a person who seemed to be an officer. One of the guards quickly retreated. Su Sheng had no choice but to wait in place. Seeing that Su Sheng did not launch an attack, the people from the Sky Island also relaxed their guard slightly. After a while, a muscular middle-aged man hurried over, his steps appearing urgent. They put down their weapons. They were indeed members of the Straw Hat Pirates. The robust man recognized Robin at a glance. Having heard about her from his seniors, the muscular middle-aged man approached, and Su Sheng did not delay in greeting him. "Hello, I am Su Sheng, here to visit." "Hello, I am the leader of the Sky Island, Sakaman." Sakaman was very enthusiastic. "You must be Miss Robin." Robin was somewhat surprised, having never met this person before. "I've heard about you from my seniors, but now that they've achieved peace, they have gone off to travel. They deserve to enjoy it after all their hard work. I am temporarily in charge of the Sky Island," Sakaman said. Chapter 35, stating the purpose, a new crisis. Robin smiled brightly. Indeed, they should enjoy themselves. Sakaman looked at the people from the Kuja pirates behind him, and then at Hancock, somewhat surprised by such a beautiful woman. "You have brought quite a few friends this time," Sakaman said with some confusion. Robin stepped forward to explain their purpose and mentioned that Su Sheng was willing to pay for their stay. Upon hearing this, Sakaman laughed heartily. "No problem. It's just a temporary stay. I won't take any money. We are forever grateful to the seniors for freeing us back then." After saying that, Sakaman waved his hand, instructing someone to lead the Kuja pirates to arrange accommodations in batches. People gradually entered the Sky Island, and Sakaman led Su Sheng and the others to his residence. Sakaman's residence was very ordinary, lacking even a single luxury item. Su Sheng nodded slightly. After the liberation of the Sky Island, the economy was in its initial development stage, and this leader could be said to be very responsible. "Haha, feel free to sit. My humble abode is a bit of a mess," said Sa Kong-ming with a relaxed smile, and then prepared tea for everyone. After taking a seat, Sa Kong-ming sipped his tea. "Mr. Su Sheng, when you plan to leave to take care of that matter?" Sa Kong-ming asked. Being a clever man, he naturally didn't press Su Sheng on what the matter was since Su Sheng was unwilling to disclose it. Currently, there was no problem for the Sky Island to accept a pirate crew. "Hee, I might stay for a while longer. I need to sell some things," Su Sheng said, putting down his teacup with a smile. Su Sheng was also helpless. He couldn't transfer the island if he couldn't sell everything. "Huh? Selling things? Are you a merchant?" Seiko Ming was a bit surprised. He didn't expect such a powerful person to be a merchant. "Hee, I am indeed a merchant, and saving the world is just a side job." Su Sheng's words made everyone present laugh. "Haha, Mr. Su Sheng really knows how to joke." Su Sheng immediately took out a jar. "I originally sold jars, and upon opening it, there were all kinds of treasures inside. My strength also came from the jar." Sa Kong-ming was a bit surprised. How could an ordinary-looking jar contain such treasures? Su Sheng smiled and said, "Why don't you hold one? It will be a good precedent for the residents of your island." Sa Kong-ming seemed a bit skeptical and looked at Robin. Robin nodded, indicating that it was fine. "So, Mr. Su Sheng, how much is it to hold one?" 100,000 berries. That's a bit much, isn't it?" Sa Kong-ming felt a bit embarrassed. The economy of Sky Island wasn't doing well, and as its leader, he didn't have much in assets. He really needed to think carefully about that 100,000 berries. "Don't worry, it's absolutely worth it." Su Sheng patted his chest. "If it doesn't turn out well, I can lend you money to buy mine." The system seemed to not notice this bug, and Su Sheng secretly felt relieved. The system prompted, "Self-buying and self-selling are not allowed. If this behavior occurs again, 20 exclusive jars for the host will be deducted." Su Sheng cursed loudly. Damn it. And just as he thought of this, the system arrived. No cursing the system, or you'll be in for it. Su Sheng had no choice but to give up. He was really afraid that this system would cause some trouble. Sa Kong-ming gritted his teeth and took out 100,000 berries. Su Sheng handed a small hammer to Sa Kong-ming, who was also a bold person. Without hesitation, he struck the hammer decisively. Su Sheng focused and saw the blue light. Ah, this blue light, what it produces is probably not attractive to Sakamori. Su Sheng began to investigate the famous book on governance, Ziji Tongjian. Su Sheng felt a bit embarrassed. What is this? The comprehensive mirror to aid in government? Did someone really spend 100,000 Bailey to buy this broken book for fun? Su Sheng took out the book and handed it to Sa Kong-ming. This is a famous ancient Chinese book on governance. You should take a look. Su Sheng thought that this book should be useful for Sa Kong-ming as a leader. Sa Kong-ming took the book with some doubt. A famous book on governance? China? He had never heard of it. Sa Kong-ming opened the pages and initially planned to read it superficially, but he was deeply captivated from the very first page. Cultivating Peace Through Literature and Governance. A great book. After reading a few pages, Sa Kong-ming reluctantly closed the book. With this book, how can I worry about the development of my empty island? Sa Kong-ming was very grateful and bowed deeply to Su Sheng. Su Sheng was somewhat surprised. Is this book really that useful? It seems that the things left by our ancestors are indeed treasures. but only those with discerning eyes can see it. Su Sheng thought to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. Kong Ming, there's no need to be like this. This is what you bought. You deserve it, Su Sheng said with a smile. Kong Ming was very grateful and went back to the room to take out 200,000 berries. This time, he showed no reluctance at all, but rather a firm determination. Mr. Su Sheng, this is my last savings. Please let me open 2 more jars. Su Sheng sighed. Truly a good leader, discovering good governance strategies and not hesitating to spend all his wealth. Soon, Su Sheng prepared 2 jars and handed them to Kong Ming. This time, Kong Ming seemed a bit nervous. After all, he loved the first item very much, and now he had concerns. With 2 hammer strikes, light burst forth. One was white and the other was gold. Su Sheng saw this and took a deep breath. It can be said that heaven does not disappoint those who are determined. A person like Kong Ming opening gold is very fitting. Congratulations, you have opened something good, Su Sheng said with a smile. Kong Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mr. Su Sheng, please take a look at what it is. Su Sheng began to investigate. It was just a white bag of rainbow candy. Looking at the golden ones. The golden ones were angel fruits produced by the system. After consumption, they grant the ability to control trees and are not restricted by seawater. After reading it, Su Sheng felt a bit envious. The temptation of this fruit was quite strong for him as well. Su Sheng introduced himself to Kong Ming in detail. Kong Ming had just torn open a rainbow candy and eaten one piece. Still savoring its deliciousness, he was completely stunned by this fruit. With his mouth agape, everyone present was also shocked by this fruit, which had the ability to withstand seawater. Fortunately, they were on Sky Island. If it were in the lower world, it would likely be another terrifying existence. Kong Ming tidied his clothes, handed the rainbow candy to his daughter, who had sneakily come out for a taste, and then knelt heavily in front of Su Sheng. Mr. Su Sheng, you are my benefactor and the savior of Sky Island. Kong Ming was very excited. You're too kind. This is what you bought. Thank yourself. Your daughter is still here. Please get up, Su Sheng said, a bit taken aback. Kong Ming slowly rose. Mr. Su Sheng, no matter when you leave, I will definitely treat you well tonight. We won't stop until we're drunk. All right. Su Sheng my It had been a long time since he had any alcohol. That night, Su Sheng and Kong Ming drank 3 rounds, boasting to each other. While Hancock also had a few drinks, her delicate face becoming even more alluring. She slowly stood up to check on her crew. Just as she stepped out of the courtyard, a flash of light streaked across the sky, very swiftly. What a beautiful person. Being the goddess of this god should be nice. Hee hee. Chapter 36. Selling pots is going too smoothly. Although Hancock was slightly tipsy, her excellent observation, hockey, still allowed her to sense that flash of light. Who is it? Hancock suddenly looked up, but in the deep night sky, there was only a gentle breeze passing by, with a few stars twinkling occasionally. Is it my illusion? Hancock rubbed her head, not seeing any sound around her. Hancock continued to sway her delicate body and slowly walked forward. I drank a bit too much tonight. In the depths of the forest on Sky Island, a continuous stream of extremely short soldiers was descending, looking very cute. They were orderly, quickly forming ranks, constantly waiting for their teammates to arrive, their eyes looking forward as if waiting for someone to come back. This peaceful Sky Island seemed to have hidden currents flowing beneath the surface. At this moment, Su Sheng and Kong Ming had already fallen asleep with their heads tilted back, snoring intermittently, which was noisy enough to keep Kong Ming's little daughter tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. If it weren't for how delicious this rainbow candy is, I would definitely kick my dad hard. The little daughter was a bit angry and could only bury her head under the covers, trying her best to sleep. The next morning, everyone was leisurely. Robin was preparing breakfast with Kong Ming's wife, and Chopper was still studying the compendium of Materia Medica. Kong Ming and Su Sheng only got up slowly when they smelled the aroma of food. The 2 like-minded men immediately began to feast. Kong Ming, I'll need your help later. Your promotion for selling pots is much more effective than mine, Su Sheng said, biting into a piece of bread. Of course, I'll gather the leaders for a meeting and spread the news so that everyone capable can buy your pots, Kong Ming readily agreed. After all, these pots would greatly enhance the strength of his Sky Island. After finishing their meal, Kong Ming put down his bowl and wiped his mouth. There's no time to waste. I'll gather people and spread the news right away. You can set up your stall outside my courtyard. I'll take this opportunity to see the overall economic strength of the Sky Island residents and how their livelihoods are. Su Sheng nodded, admiring Kong Ming's responsible attitude. With such a leader on Sky Island, how could it not prosper? Hey, Kong Ming, Let Abai go with you, he's fast, Su Shang said. Sa Kongming smiled broadly and climbed onto Abai's back, who immediately teleported away. It seems you have a good relationship, Robin said with a smile. Yes. Sa Kongming is very responsible. If the residents of the island are enthusiastic, I don't mind selling a bit more to help him, Su Shang said, playing with his teacup and smiling. Robin also nodded. With Sky Island becoming stronger, they could leave with peace of mind. Now, the Navy government would definitely regard the 2 Dragon Balls as treasures and wouldn't cause any trouble for the time being. The 9 snake pirates were also here, so they weren't afraid of the celestial dragons doing anything. Before long, Sa Kongming rushed back, calling loudly at the door. Su Shang, come out and set up your stall. People will come to buy soon, Sa Kongming shouted. Su Shang hurried out, beaming with joy. Su Shang walked while opening the system panel, directly producing 5,000 jars. The open space outside Sa Kongming's house was large enough to accommodate them, and Su Shang stood at the stall with the demeanor of a big boss. Everyone came over, lined up and took turns. Delirium, your family is the best off, you go first. Sa Kongming directed on the scene. Su Shang sighed a little, seeing that the island residents seemed to be very convinced by Sa Kongming with such high initiative, as he watched a chubby man in a suit walking slowly towards him. Su Shang smiled slightly and prepared a jar. Sa Kongming smiled and introduced, this is the wealthy man of our island, who made his fortune selling new-style clothes. The man, Delirio, pretended to adjust his tie. If there's a chance, I would also like to ask Mr. Delirio to make me one. Su Shang Lauget Hoti Li. If this jar is really as Sa Kongming said, I'll customize a high-end outfit for you for free. Delirio said while taking the hammer and casually smashing it down. Sa Kongming felt a bit envious. It was truly wealthy, tossing down 100,000 Bailey as if it were nothing. The jar shattered, emitting a glow, purple. Su Shang looked over and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. This quality is quite good, as it is both attractive and can heighten people's anticipation for the 2 subsequent product tiers, much like a beginner's lottery in a game. Su Shang opened the system to check the goods for Delirium. Ultra-high precision weapon, Barrett, with 1 shot, is enough to shatter the enemy into pieces. Is it really that strong? Can it have a range of over 1,000 meters? Delirium was somewhat skeptical. Su Shang gestured towards the tall trees in the distance, prompting Delir to fire a shot. Delir shrugged and gestured for his bodyguard to take the gun. The bodyguard took the gun, surprised by its weight. Lying on the ground, he pulled the trigger, and with a loud bang, the distant tree was shattered, while the recoil left the bodyguard's shoulder sore. Boss, I've never seen such a precise gun. It's terrifying. Delir nodded in satisfaction. This is purple. What does the gold one look like? Sa Kongming laughed heartily, and everyone wondered what the purple one looked like, and if they wanted to see the gold one. The gun was indeed impressive, but it wasn't very captivating. Sa Kongming said no more, took a deep breath, and raised his arms, causing 2 gigantic trees to rapidly sprout on the street. Sa Kongming shouted again, "Wood dragon." The massive trees suddenly transformed into a dragon's shape, soaring into the sky, dazzling everyone, before crashing into the ground in the distance, creating a large pit that was quite terrifying. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Although gold was rare, purple was also quite good. They might as well give a try. In an instant, people rushed to buy. They lined up, one by one, with each person allowed to buy a maximum of 2 due to the large crowd. Sa Kongming kept directing. Wow, I got the gold one. A resident immediately attracted everyone's attention. Gold, the longevity pill. After taking it, you'll have a body and strength like Captain America. The person swallowed it, and before the astonished eyes of the crowd, transformed from a middle-aged man into a young one, with muscles all over. The crowd went wild. I got the blue one. I got the white one, but this spicy strip is amazing. People eagerly made their purchases, and even the white one satisfied them with delicious food. Sa Kongming helped Su Shang busily, enjoying the moment. I got the blue one, a woman exclaimed. Su Shang checked and said, "Congratulations, this is a Desert Eagle pistol, incredibly powerful and suitable for self-defense." The woman was quite satisfied, thinking it was much better than that shell. She fired a shot into the sky. But after that shot, the crowd fell silent. In the back of the crowd, a person collapsed with the sound of the gunshot. What the hell? Can your bullet curve? Sa Kongming gaped in shock. Su Shang's eyes turned sinister. Damn it. Look behind you. Sa Kongming looked over and saw a group of extremely short soldiers aiming their guns at the crowd. It was obvious that the shot just now was fired by them. Chapter 37. The enemy on the moon. Sa Kongming widened his eyes and shouted loudly, "There are intruders. Residents run. Guard team, move out." However, the people didn't panic. Instead, they all picked up their empty explosive shells or weapons they had obtained from opening cans and surged forward. Su Shang was shocked by the terrifying scene, with everyone becoming soldiers. However, those short soldiers moved extremely fast, constantly darting between the rooftops, implementing guerrilla tactics. Their guns were also strange, firing only lasers with high accuracy and power. Don't rush around recklessly, retreat, and hold your positions. Sakaman shouted commands. Margot, what's going on? How could you not detect such a large group of invaders? Sakaman questioned a tall young man. Margot replied while shooting, Commander, this is simply an ambush. I didn't hear anything during my patrol this morning, and just now, people were distracted by the rush for cans, and these guys boldly attacked. Margot initially blamed herself, then cast a suspicious glance at Su Shang. Don't make baseless accusations. Mr. Su Shang has brought us countless good things that you can't even imagine. Sakaman reprimanded sternly upon seeing Margot's gaze. Su Shang was also speechless. Where did these little soldiers come from? He had never seen these things, even while watching One Piece. Did he miss a plot point? However, Margot's voice was very loud, and those who didn't get good items began to suspect Su Shang. Their suspicions were significant. The commander, especially when some people discovered that their companions had died in battle, they couldn't help but shout out. Su Shang shook his head helplessly. It is human nature. I can only take action, otherwise the 9-snake pirate crew might not be able to stay here. The 9-snake pirate crew was specifically arranged by Seiko Ming in the center of the town, and Hancock also strictly managed them, not allowing the 9-snake pirate crew to go out and cause trouble. This instead raised more suspicion among the people. Hancock, you must bring people here. Although they're just a group of ants, it concerns the issue of trust. Su Shang murmured. Just as he was hesitating, a large group of people appeared, led by a beautiful woman with blue eyes, and they launched an attack on the small soldiers. Almost all of them had a terrifying level of armed color, showing no fear of the lasers, and the situation quickly turned around. Like a devastating force, those short attackers kept falling one after another. Su Shang smiled slightly, no longer hesitating, and leaped forward to attack. Su Shang, don't be impulsive, it's dangerous. Sa Kongming exclaimed in shock. Just as Sa Kongming finished speaking, a laser shot over and hit Su Shang. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Su Shang merely shook his body and was unharmed. Is this a god? Sa Kongming said in astonishment, dumbfounded. Su Shang smiled slightly. Without showing some absolute dominance, one would always be suspected. Susanoo. Although this kind of urban warfare is not suitable for Susanoo, it's all about showing off. The enormous war god appeared over the city, and everyone gasped in astonishment. Some elderly people even knelt down. This must be the true god. Su Shang struck down with a single blow, directly shattering those minions. Then, with a wave of his hand, he unleashed Amaterasu in the alleys, causing them to perish one by one. In just a matter of seconds, those minions were swiftly cleared out. The island's residents watched Su Shang in awe, not daring to speak, realizing this was a true deity. Especially those who had doubted Su Shang found themselves kneeling involuntarily as he passed by. Su Shang turned his head and smiled. We are all friends. When facing a crisis, how can I not lend a hand? I'm just an ordinary person, so please don't be too formal. Get up quickly. What the hell? An ordinary person? What about us? Sa Kongming felt a bit helpless and then shouted loudly, everyone, clean up the battlefield and go on high alert to prevent another attack like this. People began to disperse and clean up the battlefield. At this moment, Hancock walked over, constantly sizing up Su Shang, even reaching out to touch him. Su Shang, are you hurt? Su Shang smiled and shook her head, lightly tapping Hancock's forehead with her finger. You young couple are quite affectionate. With such a beautiful wife like Su Shang, you are truly fortunate. Hancock's face instantly turned red, and the domineering Empress showed a rare shyness. Su Shang smiled lightly. Not all just good friends. With someone as beautiful as you, I don't have that kind of fortune. Hancock's body trembled. Does he not like me? She felt a bit dejected, but seeing Su Shang's handsome face smile gently at her made her feel much better. All right, what's going on with these short soldiers? Is there any record of such beings in Sky Island? Su Shang asked seriously. Sa Kongming thought for a moment and resolutely shook his head. They have strong combat power, and I'm afraid this won't be the only attack. Next time, they might try to capture us alive to get information. Su Shang rubbed his chin and said. Sa Kongming agreed, and then said, Su Shang, I need to trouble you with this. Their combat power and those terrifying weapons, the island's forces probably can't handle it. It's fine. If you can't solve this, I can't leave with peace of mind. Su Shang patted Sa Kongming. Hancock also chimed in. My 9 snake pirates would do everything we can to assist. Sa Kongming felt a bit moved. With 2 god-level figures present, who could possibly breach Sky Island? Su Sheng couldn't leave either. After half a day, he managed to sell 2,000 jars, but there were still more than half left. If these issues weren't resolved, it was likely that no one would come to buy the jars. The 3 returned to the Sakong Ming residence, where many high-ranking officials had already arrived. They quickly held a meeting to arrange defense deployments. Sakong Ming wanted to invite Su Sheng to the meeting, but his invitation was declined. Su Sheng is not foolish. Participating in such meetings is no different from meddling in others' affairs. Su Sheng called Robin and the others to the backyard, sold 2,000 jars, and now has 20 high-grade jars. Su Sheng is going to open a big box to prepare battle resources for the people on the island. 20 high-level jars, which are absolutely tempting treasures in the eyes of those who understand jars. Su Sheng did not hesitate to open them one by one. The backyard was instantly filled with dazzling light. For whites, 9 blues, 3 purples, 3 golds, and 1 colorful. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Indeed, it was the main character. Truly too lucky. Su Sheng smiled as she checked. A white bag of cigarettes, 3 bags of snail powder. The blue ones are 8 bags of 10-count fairy beans, and 1 bag of 10-count C1 capsules. The C1 capsules can increase strength by 3%, suitable for those with relatively strong abilities. The purple ones are 2 upgraded fairy beans and 1 fairy wall jumping bean, all very useful at this critical moment in battle. Then she looked at the remaining treasures. People held their breath. Golden, the Western Shoe Overlord's soft armor. When worn, the Overlord color reaches the highest level. Golden, a side effect pill called the Grim Reaper Scythe, which, when used, disables one hand and locks down all of the target's powers. Golden, the Golden Hoop Rod, which doesn't need much introduction from the system, right? Su Sheng looked at these treasures and took a deep breath. Chapter 38, Preparing for Battle, a team with incredible strength. The 3 of them stared at these items, astonished. What extraordinary treasures these were. Su Sheng picked up 3 items, looked at the 3 people, and laughed heartily. Don't worry, follow me, and you'll always have meat to eat. Su Sheng first picked up the Emperor's armor and handed it to Hancock, saying, Hancock, this is for you. It's top-tier Conqueror's hockey, so no one will be able to resist your devil fruit abilities. Hancock was stunned, her expression frozen in disbelief. Are you really giving this to me? The Empress found it hard to believe, and Su Sheng nodded gently. What? Do you want me to help you put on, Your Majesty? Su Sheng Gyoka. This armor was perfect for Hancock. With his Conqueror's hockey and her awakened devil fruit abilities, Hancock will be powerful enough to rival the 4 emperors. Thank you so much. Hancock stepped forward and gave Su Sheng a big hug. All right, you should go try it on, Su Sheng said, feeling the heat from Hancock's chest. After Hancock left, Su Sheng took out a black pill and handed it to Robin. He introduced its functions in detail and then smiled, saying, You have plenty of hands, so losing 10 of them is no big deal. I can't bear to lose mine, so take this for your safety. Su Sheng smiled as he handed the pill to Robin. The knowledgeable Robin was once again moved by such a precious gift. Thank you, Mr. Su Sheng. Robin wasn't one for excessive words. Why are you being so polite with me? Su Sheng waved his hand and said. Robin smiled gently, stepped forward, and lightly kissed Su Sheng on the cheek, then laughed as she sat on to buy and left to help Sa Kongming with the arrangements. For some reason, even though to Bai was a puppet, it still listened to Robin's words. Su Sheng had a silly smile on her face. Su Sheng, don't be infatuated, Xiaoba said with an expectant look. Su Sheng looked at Chopper and laughed. Don't worry, I won't forget you. After saying that, Su Sheng threw the golden staff to Chopper. This golden staff can change size, is very powerful, and has strong destructive capability and durability. With it, your combat strength will increase several levels. Chopper was very excited. Really? Su Sheng nodded, signaling Chopper to study the golden cudgel. He then looked towards the colorful light. However, this time was very different. Su Sheng felt an icy chill emanating from the colorful light. This might be something good. This strange sensation made Su Sheng very certain that this colorful light was definitely a great treasure. As the colorful light dissipated, an ice-white arm appeared, constantly emitting cold air. However, the grass below was reduced to ashes. Such power! Su Sheng felt a bit excited. He quickly opened the system panel to investigate. The illusory cold firearm, when equipped, merges with the skin, allowing the user to wield cold flames that can burn the soul. Ultimate move, Despair. After use, the target's speed is reduced, and the ice and fire burn their soul, leading to continuous internal consumption and chronic death. Su Sheng looked at the terrifying arm, gasping in cold breath. The cold flames burned the soul. It was too horrifying. Although this thing appeared to have no terrifying power, it continuously consumed the opponent during battle. A 1,000-mile dam can collapse from an anthole. In the face of those supreme beings, the function of this ethereal cold fire was absolutely terrifying. Su Sheng slowly picked up the arm and gradually put it on. As soon as it touched her skin, Su Sheng instantly felt a bone-chilling coldness and a severe burning sensation. This feeling was extremely terrifying. Su Sheng felt that his entire arm was slowly going numb. Fine beads of sweat continuously dripped from Su Sheng's face, causing Chopper to look a bit surprised. Is the side effect of the colorful equipment this severe? Chopper hurried over to check on Su Sheng, only to see him trembling all over, unable to speak due to the pain. His veins were bulging, and his skin had developed frostbite. This made Chopper's heart race with fear. Chopper quickly prepared a bowl of herbal medicine according to the prescriptions in the Compendium of Materia Medica to drive away the cold. He stuffed it all into Su Sheng's mouth. After about half an hour, Su Sheng's complexion gradually improved. His arms slowly lifted, facing the sky, and Su Sheng shouted loudly. A patch of icy white flames appeared in the sky. Although the flames were not very vigorous, they exuded a terrifying chill. A wave of release made Su Sheng feel incredibly refreshed. It seems my medicine works very well. Chopper was extremely happy. Su Sheng turned his head and asked, "Your medicine?" I clearly absorbed it with great difficulty on my own and never felt any external assistance. Choba pointed at the formula in the book. Cold dispelling soup. Main ingredient. Boy's urine. What the hell? No wonder my mouth tastes so weird. Su Sheng's eyes widened as he looked at Choba. Choba blinked his big eyes and laughed. Looks like my urine is very potent. Damn you, Choba. That's deer urine. Su Sheng was furious. As a dignified man of 7 feet, being forced to drink deer urine to absorb cold fire was unbearable. I want steamed deer meat. Su Sheng stomped after Choba, ready to kill him. Just then, Sa Kongming came out, panting, "Su Sheng, it's bad. Those invaders are probably going to launch a massive attack." Su Sheng hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" Our patrol team discovered deep in the dense forest that they were actually being teleported in. That teleportation interface is continuously transporting soldiers, almost endlessly. Just as Sa Kongming finished speaking, gunfire erupted outside. They have probably started their invasion. Sa Kongming and Su Sheng ran outside. As they ran, Sa Kongming said, "Those invaders, upon being discovered, have stopped hiding and are accelerating their teleportation from the skies outside the town. The enemy forces outside must be over 10,000 now." There was a hint of despair in Sa Kongming's eyes. "Don't be afraid. Haven't you tried to disrupt the teleportation?" Su Sheng asked. "We have tried, but that teleportation channel seems to absorb everything, and once it encounters a terrifying attack, the channel temporarily disappears. We can only briefly suppress the growth of the invading forces." "There is no other way," Sa Kongming said, panting heavily. Su Sheng's expression was serious. The situation was becoming quite difficult. The two quickly arrived at the front lines, where Hancock and the others were also fighting. Without Hancock and the others, the residents of Sky Island would have long since been unable to hold on. With the support of such powerful forces, the invaders did not pose much of a threat. However, the terrifying situation was that once these invaders died, as long as their bodies remained, the portal would emit light, stimulating every invader, and they would immediately resurrect. This meant that aside from Hancock's petrification and shattering, which could completely kill them, others could only achieve a temporary death for those invaders. Moreover, the invaders continued to descend in an endless stream, and their strength was gradually increasing, with a wide variety of weapons being used. Su Sheng looked at the battlefield, feeling a bit overwhelmed. If they didn't destroy that passage, it was likely that this battle would never end. Chapter 39. Rooting out the problem. Su Sheng looked at the silver-white, glowing passage and couldn't help but frown. To eliminate the root cause before removing the disaster, the wisdom left by our ancestors is never wrong, Su Sheng murmured to himself. Sa Kongming's face was filled with anger and urgency, and his tone reflected his anxiety. The opponent had excellent weapons, and their soldiers were coming in waves. If this continued, our side would definitely face total annihilation, a thought Sa Kongming didn't want to voice. "It won't happen," Su Sheng said with certainty. "How could he just stand by and watch this place be destroyed?" Seeing Su Sheng's serious expression, Sa Kongming inexplicably felt a sense of security and nodded slightly. At that moment, a wounded soldier was being carried off the battlefield, passing by Sa Kongming and the others. Looking at the soldier whose leg had been blown off, it was a shocking sight, and although Sa Kongming was a strong man, tears were already welling up in his eyes. When Su Sheng looked over, Sa Kongming cursed. Damn it! Su Sheng walked over to Sa Kongming, lightly patting him and urging him to calm down and not lose his composure. It made sense, and Sa Kongming naturally listened. He trusted Su Sheng, and if he said it wouldn't happen, then it definitely wouldn't. As he watched Sa Kongming gradually calm down, Su Sheng continued, I think it's time to put what we got from the jar to use. This statement awakened everyone in the room. After hearing Su Sheng's words, Sa Kongming suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that he had indeed lost his composure and forgotten about the good things they had obtained from Su Sheng. My wooden dragon can also play its part. I'll go help. Sa Kongming's tone was filled with barely contained excitement. Before he finished speaking, Sa Kongming had already started to move, eager to showcase his wooden dragon immediately. Su Sheng quickly grabbed Sa Kongming's arm and said anxiously, wait. Even if you keep using your wooden dragon to kill, their soldiers will still come in an endless stream. Sa Kongming's mind seemed to have been hit again, and he reacted. All right. Sa Kongming stepped back and asked Su Sheng, then what should we do? Su Sheng pondered for a few seconds, looking at the soldiers fighting in front of him, and said, please gather those who have opened good items first and eliminate the root cause. I will gather those who have opened good items, and everything will follow your arrangements. At this moment, Sa Kongming, who was awakened, hurriedly ran off to gather people. Almost everyone was fighting on the battlefield, so it was unreliable for him to shout for each individual. So he quickly found a loudspeaker and shouted, those who have opened good items, temporarily exit the battlefield and gather here. Afraid that his voice would be drowned out by the chaos, Sa Kongming shouted 2 more times. Very good, important things should be shouted 3 times. In fact, there weren't many people who had opened good items. Those who heard him, while fighting off the nearby low-ranking soldiers, began to move towards Sa Kongming. Can I be of help? The first to arrive was Hancock, her face covered in blood. But she tried to appear gentle in front of Su Sheng. As the Empress who could fight alongside the soldiers and civilians, Su Sheng didn't show anything on the surface, but felt a sense of admiration in his heart. Su Sheng spoke solemnly, his gaze fixed on the brutal battlefield. Wait a moment. He decided to wait until most of the others had arrived before arranging for them to play their roles. The people had mostly gathered, but those left on the battlefield were still fighting fiercely, typically outnumbered, fighting 1 against 10. Were they afraid? Haha, to me, they're all just ants. My army is unbeatable. In the sky, at the connection point of the passage, the instigator of this invasion war, anew, watched the situation below and continuously laughed mockingly. It will all belong to me. Perhaps due to his excessive excitement, his entire face appeared somewhat ferocious. At this moment, many people had already gathered around Su Sheng. A few generals had retreated from the battlefield, and the visible strength of their side had significantly diminished. He looked again at the passage and then at the soldiers and civilians fighting against those short soldiers, saying, order all soldiers and civilians to retreat and stand behind us. Su Sheng's words were not refuted by anyone, and Sakamoto responded the fastest. He picked up the loudspeaker he had just used, found a slightly higher spot, and shouted to the military and civilians, everyone retreat. He shouted it 3 times with growing urgency. Just as the last shout fell, a laser from the enemy struck the loudspeaker in Sakamoto's hand. A bunch of little people. Sakamoto looked at the hole in the loudspeaker and jumped down from the height, unable to hold back a curse. The military and civilians gradually retreated from a group of short individuals. More and more short soldiers were approaching, and many soldiers were heading towards them. I'll slow them down. Kongming, use the wooden dragon to take out a wave first. Su Sheng shouted while running a few steps forward. Su Sheng ran while raising his arm towards the short soldier, only gathering strength for a few seconds before shouting loudly at the sky. A large expanse of icy white flames appeared in the sky, and although the flames weren't as fierce as last time, they were visibly much larger than before. Many people behind him had seen it once, but seeing it again still shocked them. Wow, what great power! It feels like our chances of winning are quite high. Of course we can win, or else it would be a waste of the money we spent on these things. Hearing these conversations behind him, Sa Kongming noticed that the short soldier's speed had slowed down not far away. For a moment, he was a bit taken aback. With such power, why fear the enemy? Hancock couldn't help but exclaim, then patted Sa Kongming next to her. Hancock's eyes were only on Su Sheng, and at that moment, she truly felt he was a god. A bit dazed, she turned to Sa Kongming and said, is it your turn now? Sa Kongming guessed. He was so mesmerized that he almost missed a crucial moment. Kongming, focus and launch the wooden dragon. At this moment, Su Sheng also turned around and shouted to Sa Kongming. Sa Kongming snapped back to reality and didn't dare to be slow. He took 2 steps forward, stood firmly, took a deep breath, and raised his arms. In the distance, two giant trees quickly grew. Perhaps due to emotional fluctuations, the trees were noticeably larger this time. Sa Kongming shouted to the sky, "Wooden dragon!" As if summoned, the trees transformed from their original shapes into dragons, soaring into the clouds, leaving a dazzling afterglow in the sky. The controller in the sky looked down at the situation on the ground, and the wooden dragon brushed past his flying butterfly, causing a brief flash in his eyes. Enel blinked, a bit confused. What was that just now? In a moment of Enel's bewilderment, the wooden dragon rushed down rapidly, followed by a loud booming sound from below. Enel suddenly had a bad premonition and hurriedly looked down at the situation. A huge pit appeared in his line of sight, with thick dust billowing from it. What is this? Enel would certainly not give up easily. His gaze turned cold, and he chuckled lightly, slightly mocking. Do you dare to compete with high technology with such trivial tricks? You probably don't even know my soldiers can't be killed. Saying this, Enel continued to manipulate the lightning, directing it into the large pit, continuously charging the short soldiers, allowing those in the pit to revive and poke their heads out again, with a few climbing back to the battlefield. I don't believe you can defeat us, Enel said, and his actions became even more frenzied. Su Sheng watched as more dwarf soldiers began to surge forward. He ran a few steps ahead and continued to use his illusory cold firearm to slow down their speed. He released it once above the large pit created by the wooden dragon, and then again below their passage. The dwarf soldiers were moving slowly. It would take them some time to reach us. There should still be some living soldiers underground. Let's capture a few. Su Sheng lowered his arms and jogged back, saying, now, they should first figure out the enemy situation. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Hancock was naturally the first to react. Although he reluctantly shifted his gaze away from Su Sheng, his response was exceptionally quick. Hancock charged into the battlefield and casually grabbed two dwarf soldiers before returning. He tossed them in front of Su Sheng and laughed, saying that when they moved quickly, it was indeed hard to catch them. Now, they didn't even have time to raise their weapons. The two dwarf soldiers stared blankly at Su Sheng, their faces still somewhat confused, clearly not realizing they had been captured. Who is controlling you? Su Sheng asked from a higher position. Seeing they did not respond, he feared they might not have heard him due to their height. So he crouched down to speak again. Just then, one of the dwarf soldiers spoke, lightning. Hearing the slowly elongated sound, Su Sheng understood. It wasn't that they couldn't hear because of their height, but rather that the illusory cold firearm had slowed their speed, causing their reaction time to be a bit delayed. Lightning? Su Sheng glanced thoughtfully at the passage. Su Sheng's first thought was about the electronics, running out of power and recharging to continue using. How many soldiers did you bring? Su Sheng asked again. This time, he specifically waited a few seconds and then heard the short soldier say, full boat. Su Sheng understood a full boat, but he didn't believe that just one boat could continuously provide soldiers. Don't talk nonsense. These soldiers must be saying something false. Sa Kongming, somewhat angry, stepped forward and said that even if they were short, they couldn't keep coming in endlessly. He didn't believe that these soldiers could be sent continuously. Their homes weren't here. After all, could they keep being sent? They can't be sent continuously, but what if they could be revived infinitely? Su Sheng's gaze locked onto the deep pit. A short soldier was slowly and desperately crawling out one by one. Sa Kongming also looked over. Revival? What nonsense! I don't believe they can be revived if we blow them to ashes. Sa Kongming was somewhat furious. Behind him, Diryu walked over with his chest held high. He had just been on the battlefield, with plenty of dust on his face and several holes in his suit. This damn image. I have a barret here. It should be useful. Diryu held the barret with both hands and aimed it at the large group of short soldiers, as Sa Kongming suggested. They had seen the power of the barret. It could easily crush these soldiers. Su Sheng, who had been deep in thought, snapped back to reality and pushed the barret's gun barrel upwards toward the sky. To catch the thief, first catch their king, instead of killing these soldiers. It's better to start with their controller. Su Sheng smiled faintly, as if he was completely confident. Mr. Su means to kill the controller? Diryu looked at Su Sheng with some confusion. They hadn't seen the invader's controller yet, let alone talk about killing the controller. Not just Diryu. Many others cast puzzled looks as well. At this critical moment, Su Sheng did not keep anyone in suspense and said calmly that the manipulator must be controlling things nearby that passage. And the reason they couldn't see him was that he had been in the sky the whole time and never came down. His words were clear and understandable, making it hard for those around him not to comprehend. This petty person in the military was fearful and hesitant, not even daring to show himself. Hancock's tone also carried a hint of anger. She glanced at the two soldiers they had captured and felt an inexplicable sense of pity for them. With such grand ambitions, but such a small heart, relying on soldiers to risk their lives, it was truly unfortunate for these soldiers to have such a leader. But now was not the time to sympathize with them. Invaders, no matter how pitiful, were still invaders. She didn't know how to eliminate the manipulator behind all this or if she could be of any help. Hancock's expression was very firm as she spoke, and at that moment, there was not a trace of shyness. Su Sheng watched the short soldiers slowly approaching them, originally intending to speak. But he was stunned as he witnessed them continuously falling down. This time, Sa Kongming was once again dumbfounded. Su Sheng brought him a lot of surprises, repeatedly plunging him into shock. With a thud, the two short soldiers beside him also fell down, but when the lightning struck them, they did not revive. Why didn't they revive this time? Deliru voiced the question that everyone was wondering. After asking, Deliru looked at the bear in his hand. It seemed that it had not yet killed their controller. Su Sheng frowned, looking at the two short soldiers who had fallen before him, slowly dying on their own. If he guessed correctly, their souls should also be dead. There was no need for him to explain further. Sa Kongming excitedly grabbed Su Sheng's arm and said, "This is the true power of the illusory cold firearm, right?" Sa Kongming's eyes sparkled with light. "This is the greatest effect, isn't it? You must have quite a bit left in that jar." He smiled cheerfully, completely forgetting his earlier anger, and even stroked Su Sheng's arm, exclaiming, "This is really good." The small invading soldiers visibly diminished by more than half, and the military and civilians behind, Su Sheng slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 41. A brief respite. Although many had been reduced, there were still some short soldiers who had not been affected by the illusory cold firearm. Seeing their kind falling around them, they still charged forward desperately. However, as they did not see those who had fallen getting back up, their hearts began to panic. Anew, up above, was nearly going mad. Looking at the fallen soldiers, he shouted in anger, "A bunch of useless things. Why aren't you getting up? Get up. You still want to be lazy, huh?" He babbled on, his hands clearly flustered. Lightning struck erratically among the dead soldiers. "Damn it," Anew shouted, his face flushed with rage. At that moment, there were no soldiers left in the transmission channel. Anew turned to take a look. The vast ship's hold was now empty. A whole ship of waste. Anew stopped his actions, his roar echoing throughout the hold. Thinking back to when he first arrived, the hold had been filled to the brim with soldiers, all short and stacked layer upon layer. Now, Anew looked down again, his gaze locking onto Su Sheng, who was looking up at the sky. Su Sheng looked at the connection between the sky and the passage. He must have run out of troops and was already in a panic. "So, should we capture the leader first?" Sa Kongming asked weakly. Beside them, Deliru handed over the bear in his hand. "Here you go." Su Sheng glanced at the approaching short soldier and said, "Leave a few alive for questioning. You can deal with the rest." Su Sheng took the barrette handed over by Deliru, thinking for a moment. Is this the right thing to do? Logically speaking, it doesn't seem appropriate. Su Sheng slowly handed the barrette back to Delirium. "You go ahead." Delirium was momentarily taken aback, but caught the gun with surprising ease. "Let me give it a try," he said politely, nodding at Su Sheng. He raised the gun, carefully aiming at the connection between the corridor and the sky. Although he wasn't confident he could kill the operator, he was more than willing to give a shot. Many of the soldiers had already engaged in battle with the remaining dwarf soldiers. Those who had weapons had used them. Hancock was also busy. Since this wasn't her fight, she entered the smoke-filled battlefield to engage the enemy. Robin looked at the black pill in his hand, muttering to himself, to eat or not to eat. He glanced at the dwarf soldier, who seemed to gain immense courage, and nodded. Yes, eat. But before he could swallow the pill, Su Sheng intercepted him. Su Sheng held the black pill and said, "No need to swallow it. It's almost over. Although you have more hands, you shouldn't waste them for nothing, right?" Robin nodded, agreeing with Mr. Su. He returned the black pill with side effects to Robin, and Su Sheng patted Robin's shoulder. "You don't want to lose a hand for nothing, do you?" Time passed for a moment, but Deliru had not fired his gun. He kept aiming with the gun raised. The weight of the Barrett rifle was palpable, and gradually, sweat began to bead on Deliu's face. Su Sheng did not urge him. However, Anew, who was watching the situation on the ground from the air, felt an inexplicable fear as he saw Barrett's gun aimed at him. He swallowed several times. What was this? Why did it feel so ominous? Sensing something was off, Anew stood up, perhaps because he had been sitting for too long and his back felt a bit sore. But that didn't stop him from wanting to leave. Anew walked towards the rear cabin and boarded the small spaceship he had prepared in advance. He sat in the spaceship, fastened his seatbelt, put on his helmet, and pressed the start button. Why was it working? It shouldn't be broken. Anew felt a bit anxious and pressed the start button several more times. Still nothing. Below, the sweat on Delirio's forehead dripped down, and after taking a deep breath, he gently pulled the trigger. Who? Delirio exhaled. He finally fired. God knows how nervous he was. The crowd looked up as a shell flew straight into the sky, heading towards the gradually disappearing passage. Bang! The shell directly hit the spaceship. Anew shouted angrily, and the small spaceship suddenly started and flew out. Due to the inertia of his body, Anew leaned back slightly. The moment the small spaceship flew out, Anew felt a wave of heat behind him. Damn it, where did they get such powerful weapons? Anew gritted his teeth, lamenting, while not stopping his actions, driving the small spaceship to disappear as quickly as possible. He had underestimated them. Boom! A huge sound echoed in the air as the glowing passage above shattered, and the spaceship was reduced to fragments, falling piece by piece. Sakamoto's face lit up with joy as he took out a loudspeaker with a hole in it and shouted, "Your spaceship has exploded, and your leader should be dead by now. Soldiers who know what's good for them are good soldiers. Surrender, and you won't be killed." Naturally, this was an important matter, so he shouted it 3 times. The soldiers looked up at the sky and put down their weapons. Some who still wanted to resist were knocked out before they could turn their heads. I handled each of these small fries myself. The enemy's surprise attack failed, and a significant number of prisoners were captured. Their weapons were all high-tech and should be useful to you, Su Sheng reminded them. Looking at these short soldiers, Sakamoto was very calm now. I will take these back for interrogation. Su Sheng nodded in agreement. Hancock walked over with a hint of a smile on her face. Thank you. Su Sheng politely responded to Hancock's smile. You don't have to be overly polite. We are friends, it's only natural. But in his heart, he questioned whether they were really just friends. Hancock once again raised this doubt in his mind. The captives were taken away by Seiko Ming, and Dirio came over. How was it just now? Dirio asked with a smile, adjusting his tie. Mr. Dirio's marksmanship is naturally good. Su Sheng chuckled lightly. After hearing this, Dirio felt a bit more pleased, genuinely happy inside. Your jars are really good. I wonder how many more there are? The joy in his heart made him want to spend money on things. A lot. Su Sheng's heart also had a slight ripple. It seemed like he would make another fortune. Although they had won this time, the losses were heavy, with many injured. Chopper was boiling medicine according to the Compendium of Materia Medica, constantly mumbling, "This really is a divine book. With this book, I feel like I am the king of the medical world." Little Chopper had a faint smile on his face as he took out the newly acquired golden staff to admire. Hee. It's great to follow Su Sheng. Chapter 42, Warriors of the Moon, Respected Host. Seiko Ming sent someone to take the captives back, and a large number of short soldiers were gathered and guarded. Su Sheng and others followed Sakamoto to the temporarily established command post. The soldiers from Sky Island had already begun the interrogation, but the short soldier remained silent. They even resorted to using torture tools, but he seemed completely unresponsive to pain, still indifferent. Say something, a soldier exclaimed in exasperation, wanting to shoot off the limbs of the short soldier. Su Sheng hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, saying, "Let me handle it." The soldier, seeing that it was Su Sheng, said nothing more and quietly stepped back. Su Sheng looked at the short guy and smiled, then placed his hand on his head. The short guy struggled desperately, but Su Sheng's strength was now unimaginable. After the previous battle, his haki had subtly improved. Slowly, an icy white flame appeared on Su Sheng's hand and pierced into the short guy's skull. The short guy let out a scream that was unlike any human sound. "Are you going to talk?" Su Sheng pretended to increase the intensity of the flame. I will talk." The short guy made a strange sound and struggled to speak. Su Sheng smiled slightly, sat on the chair beside her, and asked, "Where are you from? Who is your leader?" We are the Moon Warriors. Lord Enel grants us ample energy, and we swear to follow Lord Enel to the death. This is the home that Lord Enel has been deprived of, and we will help Lord Enel reclaim his homeland," said the short one in a strange tone. Su Sheng was somewhat surprised, rubbing his chin. Enel? The manga did mention that he was driven away, but he didn't expect him to go to the moon and recruit so many little minions. Su Sheng felt a bit overwhelmed. Enel's strength was comparable to that of the 4 emperors, but he simply hadn't appeared in Shanghai. The abilities of the Logia fruit were truly difficult to deal with. Beside him, Seiko Ming looked grim. Was that really Enel returning? The goddess Gaipia. Seiko Ming even felt a bit desperate. His ancestors had told him that Enel was so powerful that he could control people's minds. With electric currents of over 100 million volts. He was also made of lightning, immortal and indestructible, truly a god. Su Sheng patted Seiko Ming's shoulder and said firmly, "Don't worry, brother. Since I have a request of you, I will definitely handle everything properly. And what about Eneru? I can kill him just the same. Hearing this, Seiko Ming felt slightly relieved. After all, he had witnessed Su Shang's strength, which was at a level that normal people could hardly reach. Alright, Eneru will probably arrive soon, and these small soldiers are likely just a test. He hadn't expected the combat power of the Sky Island to be so terrifying. Next time he comes, who knows what horrifying things he might bring. Seiko Ming nodded. They must prepare well, as Eneru would surely return. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space, a spaceship landed on the moon. A man with pale skin stepped down, angrily cursing. At that moment, a few short figures approached him. How is it, boss? Did you take the place? Oh, don't mention it. I don't know why that group suddenly became stronger. The other brothers fell into their hands. The little figures jumped up in anger. Boss, are these people so bad? We can't let our brothers suffer over there. Eneru waved his hand. They won die. They'll run out of power soon. Now let's go find those big guys. Hearing they were going to find the big guys, the little figures trembled, feeling a bit fearful. I've already beaten them into submission. What are you afraid of? Eneru said helplessly. These little figures had been in slumber due to a purple stone, and there were 9 big guys guarding them. Only after Eneru woke them up did he realize this. Now, the stone had been modified by him to charge all the little figures. And the 9 big guys were still guarding the stone, but this time they were helping Eneru guard it. It was said that these 9 big guys were once the overlords of the moon, often oppressing these little figures, to the point that they were terrified of them. Forget it, I'll go myself. Eneru transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished in an instant. At the center of the moon, on a huge platform, a purple stone crackled with lightning, reaching directly into the sky. Below the platform sat 9 odd-looking giants. The 9 giants were deeply asleep, but suddenly, they felt a flash of light and trembled. That guy is back. The 9 giants immediately stood up. Eneru slowly descended and looked at the 9 giants, lazily saying, "Nothing much happening recently?" "Nothing at all, boss. We've been watching closely." One giant, covered in white and holding a strange staff, replied, No need to watch anymore. Come with me to a place. Take that stone down for me." A giant covered in threads unleashed a massive black thread to take down the stone and hand it to Eneru. "Let us go. I'll take you to work out your muscles." Eneru released a massive amount of lightning, surrounding the 9 and disappearing into the air. The 9 giants didn't dare ask any further. Eneru hated excessive talking, but they were excited about fighting. This time we must succeed. Eneru's expression turned grim. At this moment on the Sky Island, people were astonished to find that the short soldiers had lost their breath, as if they were dead. Seiko Ming was somewhat puzzled. These things are probably entirely reliant on Eneru's lightning for power, but just in case, we still need to keep a close watch, Su Shang said slowly. Seiko Ming nodded and immediately sent people to guard them closely. These little things could very well be ticking time bombs. With nothing to do all day, night fell, and there wasn't a single star in the sky. Even the moon dimmed considerably. The air felt oppressive, and Su Shang tossed and turned, unable to sleep, while loud snores filled the air. This guy is truly pure. He sleeps when he should and fights when he should. I'm growing fonder of this puppet. Su Shang thought. At this time, Hancock was investigating the situation of the 9 snake pirates, when suddenly, a massive flash of light illuminated half the sky. "God, Eneru is back." A terrifying voice echoed across the sky. Hancock hurriedly went out to investigate and collided directly with Eneru. "Well, isn't this my favorite goddess?" Eneru's gaze was strange. Then he pointed his finger, and the 9 giants immediately rushed forward. Hancock stepped back, her 3-color haki quickly wrapping around her. The Conqueror's haki reaching its peak, and a wave of pressure dispersed, causing the 9 giants to become sluggish. Hancock then gathered pink energy and struck at the giants. The giant at the front instantly turned to stone. With the Conqueror's haki at its peak, Hancock's fruit ability no longer needed to rely on beauty. She could petrify with her immense strength. The Empress leaped up, drawing a pink heart in front of her, and struck again. A giant wielding a massive axe was about to bring it down when he was instantly petrified. However, at that moment, a giant holding a strange staff quietly appeared behind Hancock. Chapter 43. Hancock captured. The terror of the purple stone. Hancock suddenly felt her whole body go soft and weak. Gritting her teeth, she used her Conqueror's haki to restrain the giant's movement, and the awakening of her fruit generated a strange energy that instantly petrified the giant. Following that, she executed a fragrant kick, but at that moment, Hancock had already lost her strength, and the giant simply fell to the ground and shattered. "Wow, my goddess is strong," Eneru said disdainfully. Hancock was out of strength. and it seemed that there was some venom on that strange staff, which robbed her of her power. Inaru took out the purple stone, his form exploding as he appeared in front of Hancock, pressing her head down to make her gaze fixed on the purple stone. Hancock suddenly felt something piercing her brain and instantly lost consciousness. Inaru grinned sinisterly, tossing Hancock to a giant carrying a huge bag, who casually threw Hancock into the bag. This woman really is something. She killed 3 big guys in one go, Inaru lamented. But he didn't linger too long, his form rising again as he headed toward the center of the town. A giant, entirely red with one eye, walked ahead. This giant had 2 large mouths on its hands, constantly sticking out its tongue. The red giant tightly clenched its fists, rubbing them together to create a massive white sphere. It then threw it into the streets of the town, instantly triggering a terrifying explosion that made the entire sky island tremble. Sushing noticed the flash and got up, but still couldn't catch up, seeing the huge explosion with a serious expression. This was bad news. Sakongming rushed over with a choked voice. Are they going to exterminate my sky island? My people. Sakongming's eyes turned red, and he activated his fruit ability, summoning a giant wooden dragon that charged towards Enel and the 6 remaining giants who were wreaking havoc in the distance. Enel and the giants were already killing indiscriminately, and the massive explosion had drawn everyone's attention. Faced with the tragic deaths of their compatriots, people were almost blinded by rage. Enel glanced at the imposing Sakongming charging at him and sneered. Just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. 1 billion volts. A terrifying electric current shot towards Sakongming, turning everything in its path to ashes, including those vibrant lives. Wooden dragon, grow! Sakongming shouted. The wooden dragon suddenly grew larger and charged at Enel. When the electric current struck the wooden dragon, it shattered instantly, and Sakongming was severely injured, his body flying backward while he spat blood uncontrollably. Sakongming! Su Shang shouted loudly. Damn it, how impulsive. Enel's ability is definitely not to be underestimated. At this moment, Chopper and Robin had arrived. Chopper transformed into his reindeer form and charged forward with his golden staff. A giant shining with a metallic glow confronted him, engaging in a bare-handed clash with Chopper, whose terrifying defensive strength surprised him. What a terrifying body. Chopper swung his golden staff, but it only produced a shower of sparks. The giant, wrapped in thick black threads, was ensnaring people and throwing them into the air. Then the black threads hardened, piercing through them. Robin swiftly moved in, activating her fruit ability. Many hands burning with hellfire gripped the black silk, burning it away with a hissing sound, emitting a foul odor. The black silk giant saw Robin, and black silk coalesced behind him, forming a massive black spear aimed at Robin. Robin quickly gathered a multitude of hands to defend. The enormous black spear collided with the shield formed by countless hands engulfed in flames, producing a piercing sound. But the black spear could not shake the giant shield at all. Instead, it was being consumed by the flames. The black silk giant was somewhat surprised. This was the first time his skill had failed. Robin smiled faintly. Sir, be careful behind you. The black silk giant was taken aback. But it was too late as countless hands of hellfire appeared behind him, locking around his throat. The black silk giant tried to struggle, but Robin's gaze turned cold, and those hands immediately twisted the black silk giant's neck. He was then burned to ashes by the hellfire, filling the air with a terrible stench. A nearby shark-headed giant rushed over for support, and his palm formed a strange mark. Suddenly, a massive water orb appeared in the sky, and the shark-headed giant shouted, diving into the water orb, his figure quickly disappearing. This bizarre scene astonished everyone present. What kind of monster is this? The residents felt a sense of despair. Giant shark charge technique. A terrifying voice echoed in the sky. A water-formed giant shark appeared and charged at Robin. Robin immediately conjured countless hands to block the shark. But unfortunately, water extinguishes fire. Despite the power of the hellfire, it could not avoid being extinguished. Robin found it hard to bear. The impact of the giant shark was extremely fierce. He looked around, shaking his head. Once the giant shark landed, the people would surely suffer. The remaining 5 giants were already overwhelming for the people, and seeing this giant's terrifying technique filled them with even more despair. Robin took out the black glove and slowly put it on, and in an instant, a piercing pain surged through him. The woman's forehead was soon beaded with fine sweat. Robin gritted his teeth and severed the blood vessels in that hand. Suddenly, black light surged, and Robin aimed at the giant shark, unleashing a beam of black light. In just a few breaths, the giant shark vanished, and the strange phenomena in the sky dissipated. leaving the giant powerless and slumped on the ground. Robin endured the pain, summoning the Hellfire hands to slowly tighten around the giant's neck. At that moment, the bomb giant leaped into the air, forming a semi-solid red bomb in his hand and throwing it at Robin. The bomb was terrifying, causing the surrounding space to tremble from the horrific temperature. Robin did not look at the bomb, closed his eyes tightly, and exerted all his strength to strangle the giant. Just as the bomb was about to explode, Su Sheng appeared in front of Robin. "You can't just die like this," Su Sheng said softly. Robin was a bit surprised, then smiled, his charming face captivating. Su Sheng said no more, raised his arm, and the illusory, cold fire appeared. The ice-white flames instantly enveloped the bomb, and the bomb immediately fell silent, turning into rubble on the ground. Su Sheng's gaze flickered, and with a flash of Amaterasu, the giant was instantly engulfed. The giant attempted to explode, but was tightly wrapped by the ethereal cold fire, silencing it in an instant. In the distance, Enel saw this, and his figure surged. "Thunder Dragon!" Enel shouted, and a dragon of lightning roared towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng's legs bent, and the twin fire lotus emerged. The black fire and ice-white flames complemented each other, forming a massive fire lotus. It collided with the Thunder Dragon, instantly producing a tremendous explosion that left everyone present in a daze. "It seems you are the leader. If you know what's good for you, you'd better roll out of here." Anew, seeing Su Sheng effortlessly defeat the giant and easily handle his Thunder Dragon, sensed something was off. "That's not going to happen. I still have plenty of things to serve you," Su Sheng said with a mischievous smile. Chapter 44. Face-to-face death battle hee. "I want to see just how many good things you have," Anew said to Su Sheng, a smirk appearing on his face. He then took out 2 miniature laser guns, raised his hands, and began to fire at Su Sheng in a barrage, unleashing lightning even stronger than Anew's fruit. Su Sheng couldn't help but frown. This guy was really good at high-tech. Although he wasn't afraid, it still felt a bit uncomfortable when it hit him. While dodging, Su Sheng wanted to raise his arm. However, after glancing at the military personnel and civilians, he hesitated for a moment and lowered his arm again. "Let's make it fair and see who can aim better." Su Sheng stealthily took out a gun from under Ainul's nose. Ainul had seen this gun before. It was the one that had destroyed his spaceship last time. Remembering the explosion of his spaceship, Ainul gritted his teeth. His shooting movements didn't stop. In fact, they became even more intense. Su Sheng aimed directly at Eneru and shot. Eneru quickly pressed the button on his waist, and a thick protective shield appeared around him out of thin air. Su Sheng then fired another shell. Enel certainly wouldn't just stand there and wait to die. Even with the shield protection, staying still was still very dangerous. One shell missed, while another directly shattered the shield around Enel. He took a deep breath and calmly watched the shell fly past him. Unable to hold back, he cursed, "What kind of damn thing is this? The force is so strong, it almost took my life." Su Sheng would not wait for Eneru to reminisce. When he was about to fire the third shell, he directly met Eneru's eyes filled with hatred. Before he could fire the third shell, Eneru threw something over, hitting Su Sheng's arm. What was thrown was none other than the mini laser gun in Eneru's hand. "Do you have anything else besides this?" Eneru said, a sinister smile appearing on his face at that moment. In a moment of distraction, Su Sheng saw the purple stone in Ainul's hand. "What is this?" Su Sheng squinted at the object in Ainul's hand, murmuring to himself, "No matter what it is, it can't be anything good." Su Sheng's eyes turned cold as he raised his gun again. Although Ainul had already witnessed the power of the Barret after getting hit twice, he didn't show any intention of dodging. Su Sheng looked at Ainul, furrowing his brow tightly. "Return the person, and I'll spare your life." Upon hearing this, Ainul lazily threw the other microgun in his hand to the ground, letting out a light laugh from his throat. "Then let's see who ends up sparing whom," Ainul said, raising the purple stone and admiring it closely. The surrounding military and civilians began to stir slightly, as if losing something, soullessly swaying and continuously approaching them. Su Sheng's gaze was drawn in, but the hand holding the gun remained raised. "It's all a trick. They won't even spare the old, weak, sick, and disabled." Su Sheng spoke with unwavering conviction. Ainul chuckled lightly and said, "I'm the ultimate winner. Haha." Gradually, the military and civilians stood in front of Ainul, further emboldening him. Ainul glanced at the purple stone in his hand, then looked at Su Sheng, unable to suppress his boastful words. "Aren't you going to kill me? Have you thought about never seeing your beloved again?" After saying this, Ainul couldn't help but add smugly, "Besides, you can't kill me, foolish humans. You only deserve to be beneath my feet." As more and more military and civilians gathered, Su Sheng began to sweat slightly. He had sensed something was off for a long time, and now it seemed the problem lay with that broken stone. Su Shang's gaze was fixed on the stone in Enelu's hand, completely ignoring what Enelu was saying. Enelu watched Su Shang remain motionless, and his feelings of disgust grew even stronger. Damn it, I hate it when people ignore what I say, Enelu muttered under his breath, gripping the purple stone tightly. Charge at him and kill him. At this moment, the military personnel received orders, and their eyes gradually turned purple. They suddenly raised their heads, as if gaining immense power. The soldiers rushed towards Su Shang, and Enelu completely disappeared from his line of sight. Heartless, Su Shang put down the barret in his hand. He didn't want to harm any of the soldiers. Weapons shouldn't be used. He simply asked the system if there were any potions or similar items. Losing one's mind still means the body can't be completely controlled. Yes, do you want to open a can? It's definitely effective every time. With the system opening a back door, it was a stroke of luck that it would work, but the current situation was different. Do you think I can calmly open a can right now? Su Shang said flatly, his gaze fixed directly on the approaching soldiers. However, the system felt a hint of shame after hearing this and directly delivered the item to Su Shang's hand, even kindly introducing what it was. Aqueous anesthetic to be sprayed permeates the spinal canal to anesthetize the target, causing numbness and weakness in the lower limbs and weakness in the upper limbs. Users must not use it on themselves. Seeing someone approaching him, Su Shang dropped the barret and leaped forward. With one hand, he opened the cap and sprayed it at the charging soldier. In an instant, the effect was truly rapid. How is it possible to take down so many people without lifting a finger? Impossible. The smile on Enelu's face gradually faded, replaced by a grimace of losing control. Enelu tried to continue manipulating the purple stone, but it had no effect, only adding to the suffering of those who had fallen. Su Shang felt a surge of anger in her heart. A cruel and brutal person. Su Shang aimed the spray at Enel, but Enel couldn't be bothered to continue fiddling and ran away, creating some distance between them. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? I, Enel, will never lose, Enel said, raising his left hand as the sky instantly darkened, a bolt of lightning connecting directly to his palm. The show you wanted is just beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck directly towards Su Shang. Su Shang suddenly darted to the side, extending his arm towards Enel in midair, shouting loudly as the familiar icy white flames erupted again. Enel's pupils constricted, and he immediately redirected the lightning in his hands, continuing to launch an attack on Su Shang. Damn it! As the flames descended, Enel exerted all his strength to shatter the flames with lightning. The impact of the lightning, colliding with the icy flames, generated a silvery beam of light at the point of collision, causing both of them to involuntarily take a step back. If you don't die today, I, Enel, will never back down, Enel roared, wishing he could crush Su Shang with his gaze. Chapter 45. The Power of Communication. Enel fixed his gaze on Su Shang, his hands almost solidifying with lightning, the air filled with a burnt smell. I must kill this brat today. Enel suddenly soared into the sky, releasing lightning that roared into the heavens. In an instant, thunder rumbled and countless bolts of lightning formed in the sky. Enel raised his hands, drawing all the lightning from the sky downwards. Mind link, Enel exclaimed softly, and his body emitted ripples of lightning, pulling the bolts towards him. The lightning gradually transformed into humanoid forms, and within a few breaths, a massive lightning giant took shape, wielding a gigantic lightning axe, looking terrifying. With every step it took, the ground of the sky island trembled violently. Enel positioned himself atop the giant's head, beginning to control it. Haha, you bastard, die. Enel's expression grew increasingly ferocious. The remaining 3 giants had long lost their will to fight. They had no idea how terrifying Enel was. If he used this move on the moon, we would have been finished a long time ago, the 3 giants thought, feeling a lingering fear. Su Shang looked at the lightning giant, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You think you're the only one with a giant? Suddenly, Su Shang activated his Sharingan, Su. As his voice fell, a massive red-orange warrior appeared, holding the 10-fist sword in his left hand and the 8-span mirror in his right, with an incredibly gentle breeze. The most unusual thing was that Su Shang's ethereal cold fire arm also appeared above the Susanoo, the red-orange arm containing a frosty white hue, which was quite peculiar. Su Shang stood above the martial god and beckoned towards Enel. Enel's eyes trembled. How could this guy still have such a strong trump card? Su Shang saw the surprised Enelu and no longer hesitated. To avoid harming the civilians, he soared into the sky. Enelu watched Su Shang fly up, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Seeking death, he thought. Above is all my lightning. The lightning giant rose, and Enelu summoned the lightning, causing thunder to rumble in the sky once more. Qilin. With Enelu's roar, a giant beast of lightning in the form of a Qilin appeared in the sky, charging towards Su Shang. Su Shang's gaze was calm as the colossal war god slowly raised its arm, executing the great heavenly creation palm. A massive golden handprint was unleashed, more terrifying than ever before, surrounded by black flames and ethereal cold fire. It collided swiftly with the Qilin, and in an instant, the ethereal cold fire enveloped the Qilin, causing its momentum to vanish and gradually weaken. Enel's eyes widened. This seemingly ordinary ice-white flame was so terrifying. It actually had the power to wear down strength. The giant golden handprint came crashing down, shattering the void, and even the thunder in the sky seemed to cower like a mouse before a cat, becoming feeble. Enel gritted his teeth, his eyes blood-red, unleashing 200 billion volts, Thunder Axe. After a fierce roar, the lightning giant soared into the air, bringing down the massive Thunder Axe. The 200 billion volts of power caused everything around to disappear, and the space nearly collapsed. The Thunder Axe collided with the handprint, unleashing a tremendous pressure that dispersed outward, even reaching the massive sea current connecting the Sky Island, directly crashing into the Qinghai Sea. A tsunami instantly rose, making distant fishermen wonder what kind of monster it was. The Thunder Axe and handprint were nearly exhausted, and as the smoke cleared, the lightning giant lost an arm, while Su Shang suffered a massive impact that destabilized his Susanoo state. The two fought with all their might, evenly matched. This guy is really tough to deal with. Damn it. Su Sengoku Inwali. He was running out of tricks and needed to end the battle quickly. Enel's expression darkened. This clash made him feel Su Shang's strength. This kid might have more hidden cards. He must be dealt with quickly. Enel controlled the giant to soar into the sky, and in the next moment, the giant disintegrated, forming a suit of lightning armor as Enel transformed into the Thunder War god, charging at Su Shang. As the user of the Rumble fruit, Enel was incredibly fast, and Su Shang dispelled his Susanoo, charging forward. I want to see if your lightning can break my indestructible diamond. Su Shang charged forward with the god-killing gun. The two quickly engaged in combat, with Enel unleashing electric attacks with millions of volts each time, while Su Shang pierced through the lightning with the god-killing gun, striking down Enel. As the battle continued, Su Shang gradually fell into a disadvantage. How does this guy always guess my next move? Su Shang was somewhat surprised. Enel sneered and delivered another punch. My mantra can see through all your actions. Trying to fight me up close, you really don't know how to write the word death. Su Shang immediately understood. He forgot that this guy had observation haki and could enhance it through lightning. Although it couldn't predict the future, it had certainly touched the threshold. Su Shang smiled slightly. You can predict, can you? Then I'll make your movements slow down. Su Shang raised his arm and threw a magic bean into his mouth. The illusory cold fire array. A large ball of dazzling ice blue flames suddenly appeared on his arm. Su Shang gathered his strength and pushed hard, and the icy white flames instantly spread across the entire battlefield. Clearly, it was fire, yet the temperature of the whole battlefield was close to freezing, which was extremely terrifying. Enel looked at the fire array and sneered, thinking that just because it looked impressive, he could defeat me. He then transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged at Su Shang. But the next second, he realized something was wrong. Why am I speed slowed down? Seeing this, Su Shang smiled slightly, his figure swelling rapidly as he quickly approached Enel and pierced through his skull with a spear. Enel widened his eyes, then smiled knowingly. He raised his arm and slowly pulled the spear out of his head, the lightning flashing and leaving him unharmed. Just as he was about to get up, he looked at Su Shang in surprise and said, "Your flames are really strange. Why are they burning chaotically in my head?" Su Shang was suddenly taken aback. "Wow, you could see through my little tricks?" Enel smiled ominously. "Let's see what else you have." He then transformed into a gigantic thunder giant. Su Shang smiled slightly. "There's still a lot." Susanoo reappeared, wielding the 10-fist sword, and charged towards Enel with black flames. 100 trillion volts, heaven falls. Enel shouted, and instantly the sky was filled with white light as massive lightning struck down rapidly. "Yasakani no Magatama." Su Shang shouted, and 8 Magatama flew swiftly towards Enel. Then, the 8-span mirror defended against the lightning, while the 10-fist sword struck from behind to attack Enel. The terrifying lightning instantly shattered the 8-span mirror, and the Magatama and 10-fist sword solidly hit Enel. Both of them were sent flying back quickly. Even though Su Shang was indestructible, he felt immense pain. "Damn it! I must be injured internally, Su Sheng thought as he swallowed a fairy bean and barely stood up. Enel wasn't feeling well either and spat out a mouthful of blood. The two stared intensely at each other, both having nearly exhausted their trump cards. They were guessing each other's moves, each holding back something, and they simultaneously resorted to hand-to-hand combat to test each other. Su Sheng temporarily suppressed Enelu with the illusory cold fire and immortal beans. However, the two continued to exchange blows in a chaotic manner, neither side faring well. Chapter 46. Despicable Enelu with a loud bang. Both struck at each other's hearts, and Su Sheng's illusory cold fire instantly pierced into Enelu's body, causing him to be thrown back. Enelu staggered backward, suddenly feeling something was wrong with his body, his eyes darkening. Electrotherapy, Enelu shouted softly as lightning began to stimulate his heart, forcing out the illusory cold fire. He then increased the voltage, and his body was instantly pushed to its peak, even floating involuntarily in the air. This is the power of lightning. The strongest me, crushing the darkness with thunder. Enelu roared. Immediately, he summoned tens of thousands of thunders, rumbling ominously and extremely terrifying. Faced with the terrifying lightning, Su Sheng no longer hesitated. This guy is probably about to use his strongest trump card. Susanit, the crimson-orange giant reappeared. 10-fist sword, decaying hell. 8-span mirror, boundless sea of suffering. This was a technique formed by combining Amaterasu with illusory cold fire. The giant warrior wielded the 10-fist sword, which was enhanced with terrifying black flames, striking out countless black flame blades, while the 8-span mirror reflected boundless illusory cold fire. In an instant, the heavens and earth were filled with terrifying flames. Su Sheng unleashed a frenzied attack towards Enelu, showcasing an overwhelming momentum that was hard to bear. Seeing the terrifying assault, Enelu's lips trembled slightly, and with a thought, the terrifying lightning directly summoned the two giants that had retreated far away to come and block. The two giants were filled with despair. This was a terrifying power they could not withstand. With no other choice, one giant used spatial power while the other employed a potent poison. The six-armed giant gathered all his strength to tear apart space, creating the largest spatial rift he had ever managed to produce. The massive space absorbed most of the illusory cold fire and black flame blades, but the six-armed giant also suffered tremendously from a backlash, continuously spitting out blood. The poison giant removed the medicine pot from his back, wildly emitting venom to corrode the flames. However, the illusory cold fire reflected by the 8-span mirror continued to increase, gradually squeezing the giant's face. Su Sheng has, and his stamina is inexhaustible, but the two giants are different. They are constantly consuming each other. The venom giant even uses its own blood to create venom, but still cannot withstand the terrifying flames. The two giants look at Enelu in despair. They are controlled by Enelu's mind net, and there is no escape from death. Su Sheng looked at the two giants and sighed. How pitiful. Let me give you a quick end. Su Sheng let out a light sigh, and the Yasaki no Magatama emitted a burst of energy, instantly shattering the bodies of the two giants. They flew towards Enel. But at this moment, Enel was fully prepared, and a massive sphere of lightning appeared in an instant. The terrifying black lightning intertwined with an ancient aura. This is a sphere of light condensed through the power of the universe. The terrifying lightning can devour everything. Enel's fearsome voice echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Then, Enel pushed forcefully, and the terrifying black lightning sphere surged towards Su Sheng, unstoppable by anything, truly terrifying. Su Sheng frowned tightly. This guy's final trump card was indeed terrifying. In that case, he could only use that move. Su Sheng shouted loudly. And the crimson-orange war god retracted the 10-fist sword and the 8-palace mirror, raising his arms slowly as they transformed into gold. Has he given up resistance? Enel looked at Su Sheng's colossal war god transformation with some disdain. Indeed, in the face of a true god's strength, everyone should be afraid. Enel suddenly burst into laughter, especially when he saw Su Sheng about to unleash the great heavenly creation palm again. A mantis trying to stop a car. Enel shouted loudly, and the black thunderball accelerated, completely absorbing the ethereal cold fire, even becoming more intense. Su Sheng forced himself to calm down, and two huge golden handprints slowly formed. However, this time the two handprints intertwined, as if there was something between the two hands. Su Sheng exhausted a large amount of energy this time, and swallowed a celestial bean to feel somewhat better. He then activated Amaterasu, even his blood dripped from his eyes, and summoned ethereal cold fire. Two flames intertwined, creating a strange spectacle. He then dove into the massive handprint, continuously channeling flames to stabilize the might of the great heavenly creation palm. His veins bulged, clearly bearing tremendous pressure, playing tricks and illusions. Nothing mattered in front of my lightning. Enel, seeing Su Shang up to something again, felt somewhat disdainful. He then condensed terrifying lightning once more, trillions of volts. Enel shouted loudly. His entire body turned crimson, unleashing a solid-like terrifying black lightning that enveloped the black lightning sphere, which began to swell continuously, about to shatter. In a critical moment, Su Shang lightly called out, "Lotus born from Buddha?" Two enormous handprints spread open, one golden on the inside, while the exterior was a chaotic mix of black and icy white flames forming a fire lotus, exuding a terrifying momentum. It was a sense of oppression against the soul. The massive lotus quickly confronted the black lightning sphere, and in an instant, phenomena erupted across heaven and earth, with terrifying lightning and flames intertwining. But the flames were visibly purifying the black lightning, the two continuously wearing each other down, until finally, a golden light sphere touched the black lightning sphere. Instantly, a massive explosion occurred, causing the entire sky island to tremble violently, and the entire space began to fluctuate, teetering on the brink of collapse. Neither of them backed down, both channeling energy into their lethal moves. However, such a terrifying killing move could not endure long in peace. In the end, it was utterly destroyed, and the entire sky turned into endless darkness. As the smoke dissipated, amidst the dead silence, the two slowly climbed up. It was indeed Enel and Su Shang. Enel was the first to raise his arm, laughing fiercely. 30 million volts. A terrifying lightning bolt shot towards Su Shang. Su Shang couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying, falling to the ground, unable to get up. Ainullah laughed heartily, finally dead. He then slowly approached Su Shang, looking at him lying on the ground with his eyes closed, and stepped on him. Suddenly, Su Shang opened his eyes, grabbed Ainullah's arm, and a small fire lotus appeared in his other hand, forcefully blasting it against Ainullah. In an instant, the outcome was reversed, but Ainullah was still not dead. He got back up through electric therapy, yet he had lost the ability to engage Su Shang in battle again. Su Shang ate 2 fairy beans and an upgraded version, and now he could fully use the Buddha's birth lotus once again. Looking at the unharmed Su Shang, Enel's face was filled with shock and disbelief. "What kind of monster are you?" Enel said, somewhat desperate. "A monster specifically made to kill you." Su Shang replied with a smile. He then raised his arms, and a small Buddha's birth lotus appeared once more. "This will send you to hell," Su Shang shouted harshly. Chapter 47. Enel's comical threat. Enel was somewhat panicked. He had no combat ability left. Struggling to raise his hand, he shouted, 30 million volts. A bolt of lightning shot out, but was easily neutralized by Su Shang's ethereal cold fire. Su Shang said coldly. The Buddha's birth lotus slowly moved towards Enel. At that moment, the pocket giant suddenly leaped in, charging at Su Shang, looking for death. Su Shang didn't even glance, and immediately released Amaterasu. But the next second, Su Shang stopped. The pocket giant pulled out Hancock. "Hancock, how do you have her?" Su Shang exclaimed in shock. He then halted, the Buddha's birth lotus swirling at his fingertips. Enel immediately distanced himself from Su Shang, electricity crackling at his fingertips, aimed at Hancock's neck. "Haha, I didn't expect this woman to be so important to you," Enel said ominously. Su Shang clenched his fists. "Bastard, let him go, and I'll give you a way out." He chuckled. "Let her go? Then you and your people must leave Sky Island forever, and I'll let him go, but you have to sever an arm, otherwise. I'll kill this beauty." Su's face darkened, not expecting to be tricked by Enel at the last moment. "Let me put it this way. You will never be able to kill me. I am lightning. But now there is a better way. I certainly won't pretend to be dead." Enel's laughter grew increasingly arrogant. "You bastard, are you joking with lives like this? Those giants, those thousands of little people, all perish for your selfish desires?" Su Shang shouted sternly. They, since they worship me as a god, should offer me their lives," Enel said disdainfully. Su Shang immediately retorted, "Nonsense. You don't understand the responsibilities of a leader at all. Look at Sa Kongming, who is willing to sacrifice for his people. A leader should protect their citizens, but here you are, joking with the lives of your subordinates." Enel grew somewhat impatient. "Are you going to cut off your arm or not? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill this woman." Su Shang smiled slightly. "With you like this, you don't deserve to exist in this world, because your existence will lead to the deaths of more innocent lives. Are you done yet?" Enel was already furious. "Not done. Tsukuyami," Su Shang shouted, his Sharingan spinning, causing Enel to momentarily lose his focus. Enel hurriedly used lightning to regain control of his mind. But by the time he came back to his senses, it was too late. The pocket giant quickly pulled Enel into his pocket, sealing it shut, and then tossed Hancock to Sushang. Sushang smiled knowingly. What she just said was not meant for Enelu, but for this pocket giant. This big guy had watched his companions die one by one, and it was likely that he had changed his mind. Sushang had noticed this. Sushang suddenly felt a change in his observation haki, gaining insight into the giant's heart. This imposing aura was indeed a good thing. This battle had brought him considerable improvement, and Sushang secretly rejoiced. Brother, well done. Now no one can joke about your life anymore, Sushang said with a smile. Yeah, this guy let all 8 of my brothers die. He really doesn't treat us like humans. The pocket giant said, here, this is that stone. After hearing your words, I feel like this thing is useless. The pocket giant threw 2 punches at the pocket and then handed the purple stone to Sushang. Sushang held the purple stone, examining it closely. He discovered that there was Enel's lightning within it, so he used the illusory cold fire to release it. The moment the lightning disappeared, people began to wake up, staring in shock at the battlefield before them. Everyone, don't worry. Enel has been captured by me. Just clean up the battlefield, Sushang said loudly. Sakaming also slowly woke up, experiencing a wave of pain in his body. He quickly swallowed a fairy bean and, upon hearing Sushang's words, didn't ask further. He hurriedly led everyone to deal with the battlefield. Looking at the nearly half-dead Sky Island citizens, he felt a pang of sadness. Suddenly, someone shouted, not good. Those short ones are awake. Sushang frowned and got up to look at the short figures. However, the next scene was surprising. The short figures did not launch an attack, but instead looked around in confusion. Where are we? The short figures chattered, and the scene became chaotic for a moment. Sushang turned to look at the pocket giant. It seems you are the one who can control them. The pocket giant nodded and then landed, causing the little ones to fall silent. Don't say anything. You have been controlled. Now come home with me, the pocket giant said loudly. The little ones dared not speak and looked at the pocket giant. Don't worry, I won't oppress you anymore, and no one will oppress you. Come back to the moon with me. I will protect you, the pocket giant said as he found the giant's stick and lightly pointed it at the sky, causing a tunnel to appear. Let's go home, the pocket giant commanded. Yes, my lord. The little ones were both surprised and delighted, and they all stepped onto the path home. When the last little one crawled into the tunnel, the pocket giant waved to Sushang. The pocket is yours. Enel is at your disposal. Just don't let him return to the moon. No problem. I'll make sure he can't go anywhere in this lifetime. Sushang patted his chest and said. The two exchanged knowing smiles. The pocket giant stepped into the tunnel, which then closed, and everything returned to calm. At this moment, the battlefield had also been mostly cleared, and Sakaming suddenly said loudly, if it weren't for Sushang this time, we would have probably become servants again. Let's thank Sushang, thank Su-God. People began to shout, Su-God, Su-God, Su-God. Sushang was somewhat surprised. Holding Hancock, he seemed like a savior, with both the kingdom and beauty in his arms. Sushang waved his hand, saying that everyone didn't need to be so formal, as they were all friends, and it was his duty to help them. The battlefield was severely damaged, so everyone should hurry to repair their homes, so he could leave as soon as possible. People applauded and cheered, then continued their busy work. In the evening, Hancock gradually woke up. Sushang and others were seated around the dining table at Sakamoto's house. Everyone listened to Sushang recounting the battle with Anew and couldn't help but express their amazement. Hancock even shed tears, saying, I almost caused your harm. Sushang gently tapped Hancock's forehead with her finger and said, why are you crying? You're fine. And I'm fine too. There's no need to blame yourself. Don't worry, with me around, you will never be hurt. Upon hearing this, Hancock felt a bit better and slowly leaned into Sushang's embrace. Sushang was overjoyed and embraced the beauty. Sushang felt a bit warm. To liven up the atmosphere, he took something out of his pocket to show you all something fun. Sushang struck the pocket hard, and a sound immediately came from inside. You bastard Sushang, let me out, I will definitely kill you. Inaru shouted angrily. Everyone was surprised, especially Sakaming, who was overjoyed. You're still so arrogant. Tomorrow I'll seal you, Sushang said, delivering a heavy punch to the pocket, followed by Inaru's scream as he was put away. Chapter 48. Seal Inaru. The next morning, Sakaming set out early. The battlefield had been mostly cleared, and people began to repair their homes. Sakaming led a group to a remote area of Sky Island, surrounded by hard rocks. They arrived at an open space, and Sakaming waved his hand to signal them to stop. This is it. Sealing Inaru will definitely ensure he never rises again, Sakaming declared confidently. Last night, Su Shang had instructed Sakongming to find a sturdy place to dig a large pit to seal anew inside. Sakongming soared into the air, activating his fruit ability, and a giant wooden dragon crashed into the ground, instantly shattering the rocks. The people looked at Sakongming in admiration. Clearly his strength had increased. Sakongming smiled slightly. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's move the stones, and I'll go notify Su Shang. The people said nothing more and got to work. Sakongming turned and left. Before long, Sakongming returned with Su Shang, carrying the pocket. Inside, anew was still cursing and making a lot of noise. Su Shang looked at the huge pit and was very satisfied. This place is good. Let that brat anew sleep here forever. Su Shang lauget. Sakongming chuckled, making sure he can never rise again. Hey, Su Shang, what are you up to? Making this lord never rise again? Are you kidding? Su Shang said nothing more, but picked up the bag and went to the top of the stone pit, casually tossing the bag into the pit. Susanoo, a massive crimson-orange war god appeared, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Su Shang looked at the pocket, let out a gentle breath, and then the 10-fist sword emitted a dazzling light. 10-fist sword seal. Su Shang shouted. The red-orange war god swung the 10-fist sword, and a beam of red-orange light flew down, instantly shattering the pocket. Enel appeared, startling the people around him. Haha, I'm out. Before Enel could finish laughing, the red-orange light quickly enveloped him, suppressing Enel and completely imprisoning him. Su Shang, I hate this. Enel suddenly fell silent. Only a beam of red-orange light remained, flickering in the stone pit. Su Shang let out a sigh of relief. Finally done. He then retracted Susanoo and slowly descended to the ground. Sakamoto Akira noticed this, waved his hand, and the people began to fill in the massive pit. Let's bury the bodies here, so that the deceased can forever protect us, and so that people will remember this disaster, Sakamoto Akira said. The people expressed their agreement, and before long, they were pulling their companions' bodies here to bury them, praying silently. Su Shang silently watched everything, slowly exhaling a breath, and gently patted Sakongming. All right, it's all over now. Once the reconstruction is complete, I'll sell you some jars to help ease your pressure in the future. Sakongming nodded. The two of them left. Su Shang first went to find Hancock. In this battle, the Kuja pirates also suffered considerable losses, so he wanted to see how Hancock was doing. At the same time, Su Shang was very interested in that purple stone, and since Hancock had also been affected, it was most appropriate to study it together with her. Su Shang quickly arrived at Hancock's residence. She was discussing matters with her two sisters. Sister, your little lover has arrived, Mary Garud said to Hancock upon seeing Su Shang. Hancock's face turned slightly red. Don't talk nonsense, what lover? Isn't he? Su Shang has already walked in, smiling. What are you laughing at, so happy? Seeing Su Shang enter, Hancock's pretty face turned even redder, and she immediately said, It's nothing. Why are you here? Su Shang waved his hand and said, You suffered quite a loss in this battle, so I came specifically to check on you. Hancock was indifferent and replied, It's fine, our injuries are manageable. Most of the crew can use hockey, so there aren't many casualties. After all, we are living under someone else's roof, we have to help out. Indeed, once they finish up and I've sold enough cans, we can set off. Hancock felt a bit pleased upon hearing this. Finally, it's coming soon. By the way, you didn't come just for this, did you? Su Shang chuckled and took out the purple stone. This stone has been in your possession, but I've never been able to figure it out, so I specifically came to see you. Hancock raised an eyebrow and said, I knew you came for this matter. Su Shang immediately took out the purple stone and said, You should take a look. Hancock took the stone with some caution, recalling that she fainted when she first saw the strange patterns inside. Why am I not fainting now while looking at these patterns? Hancock was also a bit puzzled. Su Shang reminisced and said, At that time, I saw Enel's lightning inside. I refined it, and everyone became better. I guess it might be because of that lightning. Hancock gently nodded. Apart from this strange pattern, I really can't see anything unusual. Su Shang took the stone and examined it carefully for a while. How about trying the Sharingan? That way, the observation ability would be very strong. This thing is somewhat similar to Tsukuyami, but the ability to control others is quite terrifying. Su Shang opened his Sharingan and discovered its mysteries. Inside the stone, there was a ball of light. It must be the effect of this light ball. Su Shang was certain. He then used the ethereal cold fire to refine the stone and finally brought out the light ball under Hancock's watchful gaze. This strange sensation left me feeling dizzy. What exactly is this? System, do you know? Su Shang heard the voice of the system in his mind. The system identified it. This is the Moon Spirit Stone, which is quite rare. If you can completely absorb this light cluster, your observation haki will improve significantly. Isn't this an ability that can confuse people? Su Shang felt a bit puzzled. That's the effect of Enel's lightning, altering the flow of energy waves, causing strange effects. However, its impact on observation haki is the most significant. Su Shang suddenly realized, and his gaze towards the light orb changed. What's wrong? Hancock asked, somewhat puzzled. This is a good thing. Su Shin smiled. Huh? Hancock was still confused. But the next second, Hancock was shocked. Are you crazy? Seeing Su Shang swallow the light orb whole, Hancock nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. Have you lost your mind from fighting? Eating everything. Su Shang, don't do anything rash. Spit it out quickly. Hancock shook Su Shang. Su Shang waved his hand and sat down in place. First, his eyes emitted a purple glow, and then his skin radiated a faint purple hue. Hancock felt a strong sense of pressure emanating from Su Shang, as if something within his body was evolving. What a powerful aura. Hancock was somewhat surprised. He then sat quietly beside him, silently watching Su Shang, preventing outsiders from disturbing him. Su Shang was enveloped in a purple glow, slowly falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 49, Observation Haki Enhancement. The jars sold out in an instant. Hancock quietly watched over Su Shang, and before she knew it, night had fallen. Despite handling many affairs, Hancock still did not leave. Su Shang's body slowly floated with purple mist, making it increasingly difficult to perceive. Suddenly, a multitude of images flashed through Su Shang's mind, all of which he had never seen before. Mountains and seas, countless magical scenes, splendid and bizarre. He suddenly heard an ancient voice, but he couldn't tell where it was coming from. The world is vast and full of wonders, and the magnificent sights are all shaped by the passage of time. Only by seeing what others have not noticed can one attain beauty. No matter what one looks at, it must be viewed from a distance, with mist producing purple energy, rising from the east, and only through reincarnation can one open the perception of the unknown. Su Shang was somewhat perplexed, but his steps did not stop as he continued to push through the fog, wanting to look ahead. However, within the mist lay more mist, as if there was no end in sight. What was going on? Could it be that the world is, by nature, shrouded in layers of mist, with fog giving rise to purple chi? From a distance? Su Shang scratched his head. Su Shang slowly closed his eyes, feeling the surrounding things, mist upon mist. I tightly shut my eyes, hoping to remain undisturbed. In an instant, Su Shang felt much clearer. Ahead was a mountain. Suddenly, the faint light from the mountain peak illuminated Su Shang. Ahead was the sea. Su Shang immediately felt the turbulent waves ahead. Only by not viewing the world through conventional logic can one see the essence and see through the cyclical reasoning of others. Su Shang said with delight, "This may seem less than predicting the future, but it surpasses predicting the future." Su Shang breathed in and out, and purple chi slowly rose. The mist gave rise to purple chi, coming from the east, once again in a cycle. Things are but things, all are cycles. Su Shang suddenly had an epiphany. Hancock, who had been drowsy, was instantly awakened by Su Shang. He saw Su Shang's whole body burst forth with purple chi, which in an instant returned to his skin. Su Shang slowly opened her eyes, and a pair of purple pupils instantly caught Hancock's attention. Hancock's face turned red with embarrassment, as she felt an overwhelming sense of being seen through at a glance. Does he know my thoughts? Hancock murmured. Su Shang saw Hancock blushing and couldn't help but want to laugh. Could it be that my aura is so strong? Then she lightly tapped Hancock's forehead with her finger, asking what's wrong. Why are you in a daze? Hancock immediately came to her senses and replied, "It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired." Su Shang smiled and said, "Oh, it's so late, I should go now. You should rest." However, Hancock couldn't help but grab Su Shang's hand and said, "It's so late. Where are you going?" "Just rest here. Sakalming's place is very far." Su Shang let out, wondering if this could be considered a blessing in disguise. "Well, it seems I have nowhere else to go." Su Shang said awkwardly, "I've kept watch over you all night, so you should keep watch over me while I sleep." Hancock suddenly said in a spoiled tone, "All right, I'll keep you company." Su Shang was caught off guard by this sudden display of affection. He obediently sat in front of the Empress's bed, keeping watch over her as she slept. Su Shang absorbed the purple stone, and his whole body felt like the rising sun, completely free of fatigue. Su Shang was bored and, with her purple eyes sparkling, began to gaze into the distance for miles. She was momentarily captivated by the stunning scenery. Suddenly, Su Shang felt a warmth in her hands. Looking down, she found that Hancock was holding her hands tightly, even though she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Su Shang felt a bit nervous as he looked at the beauty in front of him. His heart fluttered, and he gently brushed Hancock's tousled hair with his fingers, revealing her stunning features in all their glory. Su Shang's heart surged with heat, unable to hold back any longer, and gently kissed Hancock on the cheek. At that moment, the Empress suddenly embraced Su Shang, catching him off guard and pulling him onto the bed. At this point, Su Shang no longer hesitated. Gazing at her stunning figure and extraordinary beauty, it was as if a flood had burst forth, and he passionately kissed Hancock, his hands tearing at her clothes. In an instant, the entire room was filled with the scent of spring. The two of them rolled beneath the covers, the room brimming with an atmosphere of intimacy. The beautiful night passed amidst their eager breaths. The next morning, Hancock got up early and prepared breakfast for Su Shang. This generous woman was not afraid of the crew, knowing and openly admitted that Su Shang would be the captain in the future. Su Shang lay limply on the bed, feeling as if he had been drained after a night with Shizenlei. Even though he was as tough as a diamond, Su Shang was nearly exhausted, and this was still the result of taking a miraculous bean. Su Shang lay on the bed and exclaimed, "Hey wife, hurry up and bring the food over. I'm so hungry." Hancock chuckled and replied, "What's the rush?" As she brought breakfast to the window, Su Shang thoroughly enjoyed the treatment of a lord. Su Shang filled her stomach, put on her clothes, and held Hancock's hand with a smile, saying, "Let's go, my lady. People should be almost ready. Today, we can almost start selling the jars." Su Shang held the landlady's hand and excitedly walked out of the courtyard. Today, everything was safe and sound. Just being able to sell jars with this beloved beauty was enough. Su Shang quickly arrived at Sakongming's home to explain his plans, and Sakongming readily agreed. The current Sky Island indeed needed to strengthen its power. It wouldn't do to rely solely on Su Shang. Last time, the military and civilians had witnessed the treasures in Su Shang's jars, and Sakongming had intended to buy more jars. Since Su Shang mentioned selling jars himself, Sakongming decided to do him a favor. "Leave this to me. You can rest assured that your jars will sell like hotcakes, especially on sale." Sakongming said with a beaming smile, secretly pleased. He also wanted to buy a couple more jars later to see what good things could be opened. As he spoke, Sakongming took a couple of bites of rice, then put down his chopsticks and, with a beaming face, prepared to head outside. "I'll go gather the military and civilians." "Su Shang, please wait a moment." Before his voice faded, Sakongming quickly exited, holding his trumpet. The most primitive and simplest way to call people is to use one's voice. Once Sakongming left, only Su Shang and Hancock remained in the room, perhaps due to the fierce battle the night before. The two had completely pierced through the veil that had been between them. Su Shang naturally attached his hand to Hancock's. The beautiful woman shyly lowered her head, a hint of pink gracing her face. The military and civilians gathered quickly, possibly due to the previous war. Everyone was extremely interested in the jars. Sakongming stood at the front, raising the treasured horn in his hand and shouting, "Last time you saw Su Shang fight the enemy, he was able to produce many good things from this jar. Those of us with money, let's support him." Before Sakongming could finish his words, the military and civilians surged towards Su Shang's jars like a storm, instantly emptying the stall. Chapter 50. Opening jars with joy, asking for Dragon Balls, seeing the situation. Sakongming couldn't help but twitch his face. It turned out that his promotion here was completely unnecessary. In the end, he was mistaken. Sakongming put down the horn in his hand, squeezed to Su Shang's side, and poked Su Shang's arm. "Do you have any jars left? Did you save a few for me?" Their speed of clearing stock is too fast. Looking at Sakongming speaking, there was actually some displeasure between his brows. Thousands of jars were swept away, and although Su Shang made quite a bit of money, the jars also earn a lot. "Yes, how many do you want?" Su Shang asked. Hearing this, Sakongming fell into silence, slowly extending 2 fingers after a moment. 2. Sakongming was quite conflicted saying this. He wanted to buy more, but his financial situation didn't allow it. Even the money for 2 felt painful. 2. Here you go. Su Shang said as he placed 2 jars on the table in front of Sakongming. These 2 jars naturally belonged to Su Shang himself, and they definitely contained good things, as the system would somewhat give him a backdoor advantage, since it was said he would help them improve their strength. These 2 jars were worth it. Just these 2? I don't even get to choose. While speaking, Sakongming's brows tightened even more. It wasn't that he didn't trust his brother, but he was afraid that his luck would be set in stone. While he was still hesitating, he heard a series of loud shouts from the crowd. "I got something good, The first person to scream was a fair-skinned teenager, looking cultured, but his excited expression was indeed somewhat inconsistent with his demeanor. He was holding a submachine gun, unrestricted submachine gun, Bullets can be automatically replenished infinitely with immense power, allowing the user to spray continuously, though they must pay attention to their stamina. Others who screamed also opened quite a few light weapons. Precision sniper rifle automatically locks onto targets, one shot to the head, with extremely high kill rate. Suitable for high places, users are advised to pay attention to concealment. Kilometer rifle, used to fire bullets, capable of harming exposed living targets, with a long shooting distance, equipped with a bayonet, usable at both close and far ranges. This series of guns, big and small, totaled no less than 100. However, the most eye-catching was the large item that was produced. Su Sheng's eyes brightened, and her pupils couldn't help but shrink. Is this system clearly being lenient? How can such a massive tank be operated? The crowd circled around this colossal machine, their faces showing some confusion. It's so big. How can it possibly be overturned? A middle-aged man in tattered clothes joked, his eyes sparkling and a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Invincible heavy tank, a heavyweight weapon with immense power, capable of directly crushing enemy forces, fully resistant to enemy artillery attacks, and able to destroy enemy field fortifications. The shell's power is enormous, and it can annihilate thousands of targets with precise locking. The description is very detailed, and combined with the tank's overwhelming presence, it makes people unable to resist giving it a try. The person who drew it is a subordinate of Sa Kong-ming, and upon hearing the introduction, he couldn't hide his excitement. "I'm going to give it a try," he said as he climbed into the tank, spending some time studying it before firing a shot directly at an open area. Everyone watched as the shell landed, creating a large crater. The crowd said nothing. To them, the tank seemed to have average lethality. Su Sheng could see it clearly and spoke slowly, saying that the greatest function of this tank is not actually reflected here. Its defensive capability and weight are the best manifestations of its purpose. This explanation is quite straightforward, but without practical experience, it's really hard for them to understand. Beside him, Sa Kongming couldn't help but click his tongue, glancing at the two jars in front of him. There were quite a few good items this time. Perhaps the best ones were saved for last. "Su Sheng, open these two jars for me," Sa Kongming said, looking determined. He placed the prepared money on the table in front of him and added, "Just open them for me." Su Sheng lightly curved her lips, feeling that investing was not a loss. Two beams of colorful light suddenly appeared, and Sa Kongming couldn't help but rub his eyes. "My goodness, what is this? It's a very small thing, and it looks like a bug." This made Sa Kongming question his life, feeling inexplicably like he had made a loss. Super Goo King. The controller can manipulate goo worms to enter a person's body, causing them to lose consciousness, or cultivate goo insects and place them in water, which can disturb one's mind. Mini missile device. Powerful, generally not recommended for use to avoid unnecessary consequences. After hearing this explanation, Sa Kongming felt that he had regained a bit of his inner peace. After listening, Su Sheng's expression darkened a few shades. He only wanted to increase the military strength of this place, but he didn't expect it to be so thorough. He was really afraid that, because of his actions, irreversible consequences would occur. In that case, he would be a sinner. Such things have great power. It's better not to use them unless necessary. Su Sheng spoke in a lukewarm manner, and Hancock clearly sensed this slight change in him. The hand that had been held tightly tightened again, and she quietly asked, "Is something wrong?" Su Sheng smiled at Hancock and said to Seiko Ming, "Kong Ming, I want you to take me to see Admiral Sengoku." Seiko Ming looked a bit puzzled and directly asked, "What do you want with Sengoku? If you want to meet him, I will, of course, take you. Last time he opened a Dragon Ball for me, and to truly increase strength, we still need to rely on this Dragon Ball," Su Sheng candidly stated, but he did not elaborate on the background of this matter. Seiko Ming showed some surprise on his face, saying, "I heard a bit about this Dragon Ball a while ago, but gathering these Dragon Balls is quite a troublesome task." As he spoke, Seiko Ming's expression clearly darkened. "Just take me there. You don't need to think too much about other things," Su Sheng said, showing no extra expression on his face. However, his words gave Seiko Ming an inexplicable sense of trust. Without hesitation, Su Sheng set off. When he met Admiral Sengoku, Su Sheng gently nodded. Without beating around the bush, he directly explained his purpose to Sengoku. "I certainly would be willing to take this Dragon Ball for us, but I'm not foolish enough to be bullied," Sengoku said with a smile. He could give it to him, but it was also something he had spent a lot of money on, so he naturally felt reluctant to give it away for free. "How about I give you a jar for free, and you can choose," Su Sheng stated frankly. He originally thought Sengoku would hesitate for a moment, but to his surprise, Sengoku immediately replied without thinking, "Deal." Chapter 51. Discontent among subordinates. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Akainu stepped in. Admiral, this might not be good. Although Su Shang came with the 7 warlords. Are you not worried about any problems arising from handing such a treasure to a pirate? Sengoku's hand paused slightly. Isn't this just exchanging one jar for another? Akainu was even more helpless, saying, our Navy's strength does not lack for this one jar. If something goes wrong with the Dragon Ball, how much strength and sacrifice will we need to recover? At this point, Akiji and Kizaru also rushed over, agreeing that the Dragon Ball should not be given away casually. Sengoku felt a bit awkward and said, Su Shang, my young friend, I'm afraid we can't proceed with the trade. Su Shang smiled lightly and said, it's nothing. I suppose you're just afraid that Hancock and I will cause some irreversible consequences with the Dragon Balls. But I want to say that we are only resurrecting Hancock's companions. As for strength, I don't lack the power that the Dragon Balls can provide. There are probably not many who can restrict me on the sea. Sengoku smiled lightly and replied, young friend Su Shang, there is no need to boast like that. There are many strong people on the sea, so it's really unnecessary. Let's discuss this carefully and see if we can reach an equivalent exchange. Su Shang's heart sank. This old guy, I sold 3,000 jars in the end, and he only gave me 1 super jar for every 1,000 jars. He got a good deal and still acted like he was being wronged. Su Shang recalled the system's reminder. The naval government could not sell the cans on the island of power, otherwise it would disrupt the balance. Su Shang felt a bit helpless. Now he couldn't sell even if he wanted to. Looking at the 3 generals, Su Shang had a sudden idea. Why not have the 3 generals fight me? To prove I have extraordinary strength? The Dragon Ball is just to resurrect Hancock's companion, and my credibility will be the guarantee. Su Shang said firmly. Hancock grabbed Su Shang's hand. Su Shang. Su Shang shook his head, indicating that it was nothing. Sengoku felt a bit awkward and glanced back at the 3. Except for Kizaru, Akainu and Akiji had strong fighting spirit. Mr. Su Shang, if it comes to a real fight, I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you. Akainu said with a hint of sarcasm. Sengoku felt uncomfortable. Come on, don't brag about your ancestors. The 3 admirals have some ability to contend with the 4 emperors. Aren't you joking? Su Shang smiled and said, don't worry, I will take responsibility for any problems I cause. Zhanghua, it seems they agree. Let's head to the martial arts arena. Zhanghua had no choice. Su Shang had made up his mind. Sigh. It seems this jar is not meant for me. Zhanghua sighed. There's no way around it. I didn't bring a jar this time, so I'll have to rely on my hands to carry the Dragon Balls. But don't worry, when you see me on the outer islands, no matter who you are, as long as you buy a jar, I will sell it. All right. Then Su Shang, my young friend, be extra careful from now on. Their subordinates might be around. Zhanghua said. Su Shang didn't say much anymore. Maybe? They might scare the 3 of them to death in a while. Su Shang leaped down from the school martial arts arena and beckoned to Akainu and his 2 companions. The 3 were reluctant to make the first move, as Su Shang's identity as a kin merchant was quite tempting. After a moment, Akiji jumped in, saying, I'll go first. Then, the kin is not that important. As a candidate for the next admiral, Akiji naturally wanted to showcase his absolute strength to this provocateur, challenging the Navy's power. Akiji landed and positioned himself with his hands in his pockets, clearly allowing Su Shang to attack first. Su Shang smiled slightly. The Navy people are really a bit arrogant. Let me show you some colors. Su Shang took a deep breath, his entire arm turning golden as an ancient and mysterious aura surged forth. Great heavenly creation palm. Su Shang shouted. A golden handprint was instantly launched, carrying a terrifying aura towards Akiji. Initially unconcerned, Akiji suddenly felt a tremendous danger, his eyes widening as he retreated. Thick ice. A thick ice shield appeared in front of him. However, the golden handprint showed no signs of slowing down, gradually shattering the massive ice. Such a terrifying move left Sengoku and the others in shock. Su Shang has become so strong? Has it only been a few days? Sengoku said, somewhat incredulously. Hancock, Robin, and Chopper smiled slightly, realizing they had greatly underestimated Su Shang's power. Su Shang is someone who can defeat the holder of the Rumble Rumble fruit. Hancock said softly. Sengoku paused for a moment. The legendary god of Sky Island? Hancock nodded gently. The god has disappeared. The group fell silent, especially Sengoku and the others, who were stunned by Su Shang's terrifying strength. It seems Akiji is going to face a lot of hardship. Sengoku said with a wry smile. I'll go next. That guy Akiji always likes to be overconfident. He'll suffer sooner or later, Akainu said coldly. At this moment, Akiji's expression was serious. He hadn't expected Su Shang to be so powerful. Oh, looks quite strong. Ice Age, Akiji said lazily. In an instant, a terrifying chill spread out, freezing the golden handprint. Ice blade. An ice blade appeared in Akiji's hand, shattering the golden handprint. Sushang smiled slightly. His strength was quite good. Just the right opportunity to try out the observation haki, enhanced by the purple aura. Sushang let out a light shout, his armament color enveloping him, but entangled in purple. His eyes turned purple, as if he could see through everything. Akiji met his purple gaze and was instantly dazed. Those eyes were somewhat terrifying. Sushang launched a powerful punch, ice ball. Qingji exclaimed. He unleashed 5 ice pillars from his palm, aiming to freeze Sushang. However, Sushang had already seen through Qingji's movements and even anticipated his next step. With purple energy rising from the east, he observed from afar, noticing the subtle details. Sushang saw Qingji's change and instantly shifted his position. While dodging the ice pillars, he moved behind Qingji and delivered a fierce punch. Oh, is it the observation haki that can predict the next move? Qingji was somewhat surprised. Stepping on ice, ice formed beneath Qingji's feet as he jumped rapidly, evading Sushang. Immediately, a massive amount of solid ice formed behind him, creating 2 ice spears. 2 gigantic spears appeared in the sky behind Qingji, terrifyingly fast as they thrust towards Sushang. Sushang slightly bent her legs and raised her arms. Let's see if my fire is cold enough. The illusory cold fire sea. Sushang shouted loudly, and an icy white flame immediately spread in front of him. Yet the temperature of the entire training ground dropped even lower. Sushang, how is this flame so cold? Warring States was somewhat surprised. It's the same low temperature. But what effect can this flame have on Akiji? Kizaru wondered. Just a trick. Why hasn't Akiji made his move yet? Akainu was a bit anxious. However, the next scene left everyone stunned. Despite the extremely low temperature of the flame, it still melted Akiji's solid ice. Akiji could no longer remain calm. This is really powerful. Ice Age, Akiji shouted, freezing the entire training ground. The terrifying low temperature generated a massive amount of cold air, extreme cold phoenix. Akiji leaped into the air, condensing the cold air into a gigantic phoenix that charged towards Sushang. Chapter 52. Defeating Akiji, torturing Akainu, frightening Kizaru. Sushang looked at the gigantic ice phoenix, took a deep breath, and the purple in his eyes faded, strange patterns swirling. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Amaterasu. Sushang exclaimed softly. In an instant, the entire space was filled with intense heat, and terrifying black flames quickly engulfed the ice phoenix. In just a few breaths, the massive phoenix disappeared without a trace. Akiji stood dumbfounded in place. So powerful? What kind of fruit ability is this? Akiji was somewhat amazed. Sushang smiled slightly. I have never eaten any fruits. All my strength comes from within. Sushang started to show off. I give up, Qingji said lazily, leaping away from the school martial arts arena. Oh, Qingji can't handle it? I'll take over, Akainu said with a hint of mockery, transforming into a flash of fire and charging towards the school martial arts arena. Sushang smiled slightly. The troublemaker has arrived. Once subdued, the matter will be easily resolved. Akainu knew very well that Sushang's strength was impressive, so he immediately unleashed formidable skills. Akainu created terrifying lava with both hands and shouted, "Burning river, great fire." Following that, he launched a massive lava fist made of molten rock, attacking Sushang with overwhelming force. Sushang no longer overestimates himself. Akainu is likely to come at me with a stern face, and if he wants to fight to the death, then I'll take him down in one strike. Sushang shouted loudly, "Susunu." As the patterns flowed, a massive crimson-orange war god appeared in the training arena, wielding the 10-fist sword and the 8-span mirror, exuding immense terror. Great heavenly creation palm, illusory, cold fire added. Sushang shouted again. The enormous crimson-orange war god raised its arm, which instantly transformed into gold, and a gigantic golden handprint reappeared, enveloped in illusory cold fire. The two forces collided, and the terrifying ice-white flames and lava consumed each other, gray mist continuously rising into the air, creating an extremely tense scene. Looking at the golden handprint, Akainu smiled slightly, using the same trick again. Is that all? Akainu leaped up, dog-toothed red lotus. He transformed his arm into lava, taking on a dog-like form, and a massive lava dog charged towards the golden handprint. At the moment of contact, Akainu's body swelled dramatically, shattering the golden handprint in one blow, and he lunged towards Sushang. This guy has some tricks. Sushang was somewhat surprised. He could forcibly break through his golden handprint. Sushang's mind stirred, and the crimson-orange war god took a step back, with the Yada mirror in front, bracing itself against the enormous lava hound. Then, the 10-fist sword added terrifying black flames and slashed towards the red hound. The red hound shook Susanoo with a powerful punch, its momentum surging. With another loud roar, it unleashed the earth flame explosion. The ground crumbled, and terrifying lava erupted, which the red hound then directed and hurled towards Su Shang. Su Shang's 10 fists transformed the sword strike from a chop to a slice, cutting horizontally. And a terrifying energy was immediately unleashed, resisting the lava. The two began to clash, testing whose foundation was more profound. Su Shang didn't want to get too entangled. If you can hit thoroughly and make you submit. Su Shang's eyes shimmered with patterns, the Yasakani no Magatama. In an instant, a massive Magatama spiraled towards Akainu. The aura was incredibly powerful, instantly breaking through the lava and slashing down towards Akainu's head. Akainu's pupils contracted, and he retreated rapidly, taking a deep breath, his eyes turning red. Lava waterfall. Akainu opened his mouth wide, and terrifying lava poured down like a waterfall, engulfing the entire sky. The horrifying lava distorted the space, violently colliding with a massive Magatama, causing a fierce explosion. The terrifying lava scattered everywhere, causing the observing navy to flee in panic. This guy really affects a lot when he fights, oh. Akiji said lazily. Immediately, his fruit ability activated, freezing the surrounding magma. Akainu glanced back, his gaze sinister. Needing help while fighting was a slap to his own face, wasn't it? Akainu's face turned dark, glaring fiercely at Su Shang, slowly exhaling. The next moment, Akainu turned crimson and soared into the sky. Lava hell. Akainu appeared to be pushing himself to the limit. The entire training ground transformed into a sea of magma. Even the air was filled with it, tightly wrapping around Su Shang. Is he forcibly awakening his fruit? Sengoku was somewhat surprised. Su Shang also noticed this and smiled slightly. Hell, let me show you the pressure of facing death. Falling stars. Akainu shouted, and countless magma fireballs fell from the sky. The Lion King glared angrily. Akainu did not give Su Shang any time to catch his breath, as the massive lava lion head roared down. Su Shang's mind was calm, and with the presence of purple energy, he was able to see the small cycle of reincarnation. These major matters of life and death were, for him now, like a child watching a play, easy and effortless. Su Shang's mind stirred as he saw the giant war god lift the Yada mirror, reflecting the ethereal cold fire, creating a chilling sea of flames that blocked the terrifying lava. Are you going to unleash your ultimate move? Don't be scared, a kind of baby. Su Shang laughed. In the next moment, the arms of Susanoo transformed into gold, and two massive palm prints came together. Facing the charging lion's head, the palm opened, and a bicolored fire lotus swayed within. In the next moment, it exploded violently, causing a terrifying blast that shook half the island, leading many Navy soldiers to mistakenly believe they were under attack, creating a commotion. When they saw the horrifying scene on the training ground, they were even more astonished. With the explosion of the fire lotus, the lion's head and lava vanished completely, and Akainu was thrown back, struggling to stand up while spitting blood. Su Shang did not make things difficult. Standing atop the reddish-orange war god, he coldly looked at Akainu. Now you're convinced, huh? You've even coughed up blood. Su Shang secretly cursed. Akainu stood up, spat out a mouthful of blood, and once again gathered molten lava. Falling sun. At the moment, Akainu roared. The sky turned pitch black. In the next instant, the world became a fiery red, and a terrifying giant lava sphere appeared, crashing towards Su Shang. You really don't know when to quit. Su Shang was somewhat angry. Sengoku watched this with some embarrassment. Akainu's sense of justice did not allow him to intervene. Akainu is really serious this time. Su Shang, just hope for the best, Akiji lazily remarked. Su Shang's pupils contracted slightly as he took a deep breath. Buddha's lotus. 10 strikes. Su Shang shouted. The Yada mirror rebounded with a sky full of ethereal cold flames, and black flames continuously erupted. The enormous Susanoo spread its palms wide, crazily absorbing the two types of flames. The golden light became more and more dazzling, gradually obscuring the two kinds of flames. After a few breaths, Susanoo released a massive golden palm print, which suddenly melted away, revealing 10 golden lotuses of Buddha's birth. The golden lotuses distorted the entire space, slowly swirling above Su Shang's head. The terrifying power created a suffocating sensation for everyone present. Su Shang coldly stared at Akainu, not wanting the entire Navy government to suffer. Yet he still wouldn't back down. Akainu was shocked by Su Sheng's shout and then absorbed the lava. Su Sheng let out a cold snort, and Tin Buddha's life lotuses slowly dissipated. Looking back at Huang Yuan, this guy was already frightened out of his wits, not daring to make eye contact. Chapter 53. Successfully obtaining the Dragon Ball, an inevitable outcome. Su Sheng slowly landed and looked at the grim-faced Akainu, smiling faintly. You do have some skills, but still not as good as me. Akainu replied indifferently. If we had really fought just now, the outcome might not have been certain. Su Sheng smiled and said, that move of yours just now couldn't even break my eightfold mirror, and I'm indestructible, plus I have the divine killing spear. Akainu's body trembled, and he stopped speaking. How terrifying is this guy? After all, Su Sheng came to Huang Yuan and smiled. Are we still fighting? Huang Yuan, no need. I'm afraid I'll die without a complete corpse. Su Sheng laughed and threw a jar to Zhanghua. Zhanghua initially felt a bit pained, thinking he was going to lose 2 Dragon Balls for nothing. But upon seeing Su Sheng toss the jar, he immediately beamed with joy and took out 2 Dragon Balls to throw to Su Sheng. My young friend Su Sheng is truly generous. Take the Dragon Balls boldly. Zhanghua laughed. Su Sheng didn't say much and handed the hammer to Zhanghua. Zhanghua didn't hesitate and struck down with the hammer, a hint of anticipation on his face. Hoping it would be something good. The jar shattered, emitting a glow. At first, a flash of white light appeared, and Zhanghua immediately felt disappointed. But then the light burst forth brilliantly, displaying a dazzling array of colors. Ha, it really is something good. Su Sheng was also a bit surprised. What luck does this guy have to draw such a brilliant light in one go? Su Sheng, my friend, quickly check what treasure it is. The Warring States was a bit impatient. Su Sheng helplessly opened the system panel to check, and was immediately taken aback. The Demon S dual gift gauntlets, when worn, double the attack power but drain the user's vitality. Sengoku saw this and was overjoyed. What does a 2-fold increase mean? For Sengoku, known as the strongest man at sea, doubling his strength might allow him to take down Kaido with a single punch. Su Sheng, my friend, I really love you. Sengoku exclaimed excitedly. How could Sengoku not be thrilled by such a boost in power? Su Sheng waved his hand and let out a. It seemed that the outcome was difficult to change. Originally, he wanted to join the top war to save Ace, but now with Sengoku being so terrifying, there was probably no hope. At that time, even Whitebeard might not be able to defeat Sengoku. No matter how he participated, it was difficult to change the overall situation. Su Sheng sighed a little, but wasn't this a challenge for him as well? At this moment, Warring States was already immersed in that pair of boxing gloves. And Su Sheng smiled slightly. He summoned the flying supercar and returned to the daughter nation, 9 Snake Island. The group got into the car, and Su Sheng waved his hand, saying, see you again, Warring States. Warring States replied with a grin. Take care, young friend Su Sheng. Next time, I'll come to buy a jar from you. Su Sheng felt a bit helpless. Please don't buy any more. If you keep buying, the whole ocean will belong to you. The supercar was very fast, but Su Sheng was quite relaxed. Hancock, inform your sisters to return to Amazon Lily. Aren't we going to look for the last Dragon Ball? Hancock was a bit confused. Su Sheng mysteriously said, that one is on 9 Snake Island. Hancock was even more confused, but Su Sheng was clear-minded. Rayleigh should be teaching Luffy the 3 types of hockey in the Daughter's Kingdom, and that Dragon Ball just happens to be in Luffy's hands. Then Luffy would go to impel down to rescue Ace. Although Su Sheng knew it would be too late, he couldn't go directly to the Navy headquarters. With Sengoku in charge now, no one could stand in his way. Although he was strong, directly confronting Sengoku was still somewhat unrealistic. At that time, he could sell a can to Whitebeard to ensure his survival. Then he would be able to successfully rescue Ace. And now, Su Sheng wasn't just thinking about selling cans. He had bolder ideas. He had to see the island that would become the Pirate King. Since that was the case, Su Sheng definitely couldn't take on everyone in the Grand Line alone. He needed a strong crew. Now, with Hancock, the next targets were Luffy's pirate crew, Rayleigh the Dark King, and Fire Fist Ace. Su Sheng knew that Whitebeard was quite old, and as long as it didn't involve Ace defecting to pursue the Grand Line, he would definitely agree. I wonder if during the Marineford War, it could go as I wish. Su Sheng murmured. What Marineford War? Hancock asked, a bit confused. Su Sheng smiled gently. It's nothing. Well, thank you this time, Su Sheng, for letting you lose a jar for nothing again. Hancock felt a bit guilty. Su Sheng hugged Hancock tightly. Are you being polite with me? Hancock felt a bit shy, and, seeing the charming Su Sheng, couldn't help but give him a sweet kiss. Su Sheng's heart was filled with joy, and he pressed the gas pedal to the floor. Chopper, who was peacefully reading, was startled, and the book almost flew out of his hands. Su Shang slowed down. However, Dabai chuckled and gently ruffled Chopper's head. Su Shang was very pleased. This big white, referring to a person or entity, was becoming more and more understanding of human nature. It seems that his team at least has 2 7 warlords now, and there are even stronger versions. Su Shang, will surely become famous throughout the entire sea. Su Shang felt a surge of confidence as he soared through time. Suddenly, he sensed a change in his aura, and he took a deep breath. This feeling. It seemed like his conqueror's haki had upgraded. Su Shang was somewhat surprised. The purple stone had elevated his observation haki to an intermediate level, and the current bold aura had also brought his conqueror's haki to an intermediate level. This should be the momentum formed after fighting a Kainu, Su Shang speculated, feeling quite happy about it as his strength had increased once again. The system prompted him to return to 9 Snake Island, where the jar task would continue. He was forcibly switched to another island, with the task being 10,000 jars, and for every 1,000 jars, he would receive a special jar. Su Shang felt a bit overwhelmed. This would require a significant amount of effort, because the host had repeatedly forcefully designated islands. This was a punishment. After completing this task, the achievement of Jar Tycoon would be unlocked, allowing free access to the islands in the future. Each island would only require selling 2,000 jars, and once sold out, they could freely enter the islands, offering a high degree of freedom. Su Shang finally felt a sense of balance. After selling this time, his freedom would greatly increase, and the legendary Pirate King's island wouldn't be too far away. Su Shang was somewhat excited. This greatly facilitated his progress in exploring the Pirate King's island. The speed of the flying car was fast, accompanied by wonderful music, and soon they arrived above Amazon Lily. At this moment, Rayleigh felt a bit confused. Although he was training Luffy, he wondered why there was not a single person in the Kingdom of Women. This struck him as odd. Could some terrifying power have wiped them out? But how terrifying would that need to be to annihilate a warlord pirate crew? Rayleigh was puzzled. In recent days, he had also explored the island and indeed found nothing unusual, but for Luffy's training, he still needed to stay for a while. The Son of Dragon is indeed a bit different. Rayleigh sighed, especially when Luffy awakened his conqueror's haki. Rayleigh seemed to see Roger's shadow. Chapter 54. Even haki can't compare to buying us a couple of cans. Rayleigh was lost in thought when he suddenly noticed a shadow in the sky. What is that? How can it fly? Rayleigh was somewhat puzzled. He slowly stood up and watched as the car approached him. When he got a clear look, his eyes widened in surprise. Su Shang? Rayleigh, long time no see. I guess you would be here, Su Shang said with a smile. Rayleigh was also surprised. Huh? Su Shang, what a coincidence. How did you guess? But you're doing quite well, huh? The Empress and Tyrant Kuma have become your subordinates? Su Shang waved his hand. I'm just missing my brother Rayleigh. This isn't a bear, this is my puppet, named Big White. Big White grinned and waved, but Rayleigh was somewhat shocked. This kid has become so terrifying in just a few days. Then Rayleigh's gaze fell on Hancock, and seeing this, Su Shang laughed. Hancock is already my wife. Su Shang was very proud. Rayleigh widened his eyes, wondering what level this guy was at. Having Hancock as a wife and the 7 warlords as subordinates. Was he even human? Su Shang, you really surprised me. I'm afraid the future Navy government won't know how to deal with you, Rayleigh said with a hint of helpless laughter. Hancock then spoke up. Our Su Shang just finished beating the 3 admirals, you know. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh was shocked beyond measure. Single-handedly taking on the 3 admirals? This kid must have the level of an emperor. Su Shang, this is too terrifying. It seems like you have a lot of good stuff in your jar. Let me buy 2, Rayleigh said, somewhat impatiently. Su Shang smiled and said, No rush, brother Rayleigh. I'm here to ask you for a favor this time. Rayleigh looked a bit speechless and replied, You're such a remarkable person. What can I, an old man, possibly help you with? Su Shang took out all the Dragon Balls and saw that he was still missing 2. Rayleigh, you also saw that I'm just too short of gathering all 7 Dragon Balls. One hasn't been opened yet, and the other one is with you. Su Shang had made his meaning very clear. You want the one I have, right? Rayleigh said somewhat reluctantly. Su Shang smiled and said, Brother Rayleigh, I know this is a good thing, but I really need it. If you agree, I'm willing to give you 2 jars for free. But you'll have to wait for a while. Su Shang immediately stated the purpose of using the Dragon Balls. Giving away 2 exclusive jars might be a bit painful for Su Shang, but he was very willing to do so for Rayleigh. After all, Su Shang wanted Rayleigh to join his ship to explore the Grand Line. After listening, Rayleigh readily agreed, realizing that it would be impossible for him to gather all the Dragon Balls, so it was better to exchange for 2 jars and do a good deed. No problem. I'll be waiting for the jars from you, young friend Su Shang, Rayleigh said with a smile, then took out the Dragon Balls and handed them to Su Shang. Brother Rayleigh, you're so generous. Su Shang received the Dragon Balls and immediately passed them to Hancock. At that moment, a figure flew down from the sky. Landing was a bouncy rubber man. Su Shang, what are you doing here? Haha, missing me? Luffy exclaimed as he hugged Su Shang. Luffy was always very enthusiastic towards those who helped him. Haha, Luffy, you've improved a lot in your training here, right? Su Shang could clearly feel Luffy's haki. Luffy pointed himself with a thumbs up. Of course, I've now trained in all 3 types of haki. Great, let us spar a bit later. No problem, Luffy said, swinging his fists confidently. But the next moment, Luffy and Hancock locked eyes as if they were shocked. Why does this guy make me feel so strange? He asked different from those lecherous men. Hancock quietly said to Su Shang. Su Shang felt a bit helpless. What the hell? The protagonist effect? This gonna raise sparks? No, I can't be green. It's fine, he's gonna be the king of pirates, so he's naturally a bit different, Su Shang said softly. Hancock raised an eyebrow. Well, he seems quite interesting. Hancock smiled. All right, the Kuja pirates will be back soon. You go meet them, settle the arrangements for selling the jars, and then you'll have a chance to unlock the last Dragon Ball, Su Shang urged. Hancock nodded gently and then left. When Luffy and Chopper reunited, they were very happy. Chopper shared with Luffy what Su Shang had given him the jar. Chopper transformed into a green deer man, holding a golden staff, looking very powerful. Wow, Chopper. So cool, Luffy exclaimed, looking quite surprised and a bit envious. Robin smiled beside them, using her devil fruit ability to transform her arms into wings, engulfed in flames. This immediately caught Luffy's attention. Robin, so cool. Luffy laughed joyfully at their new abilities. Su Shang looked at the shouting Luffy and smiled. This guy is always so sincere to his friends. Rayleigh also walked over, thinking that this guy is indeed somewhat similar to Roger. Su Shang turned her head and smiled. Do I look like the Pirate King? Rayleigh was somewhat surprised and pretended to examine Su Shang seriously. I think you're even stronger than the Pirate King. Perhaps the sea can't even contain you. Su Shang laughed and said, all right, from now on, I'll consider myself the ruler of the world. Rayleigh looked a bit confused. I was just flattering you, and you actually took it seriously? If you weren't a big shot, I would have mocked you a bit more. Su Shang stopped talking nonsense and called out to Luffy, Luffy, your companions are already so strong with me. Let me see what you can do now. Rayleigh cleared his throat and said, Luffy is indeed very strong now. Your friend is impressive, but do you really have that kind of strength? Just watch. I'll polish Luffy for you. Su Shang was extremely confident, having no worries about Luffy's current strength. Luffy was already prepared, rubbing his fists and eager to try. Let's get started. Luffy stood firm, gathering all his strength, wanting to prove to his crew that he was still very strong. Su Shang took a few steps forward and waved his hand at Luffy, clearly not planning to take the initiative to attack. He was afraid that one punch would send Luffy flying. Yassi, I'm going for it. Seeing that Su Shang didn't move, Luffy could no longer hold back and prepare to go all out. Luffy leaped into the air, stretching his rubber rocket cannon. His arm quickly snapped back, and the terrifying speed was astonishing as Luffy's fist rushed towards Su Shang. Su Shang's legs were slightly bent, and her eyes turned into purple orbs. The speed of Luffy's punch appeared to slow down in her eyes. Su Shang's orange-red haki enveloped her as she caught Luffy's fist with one hand. Then, with a powerful swing, she threw Luffy into the sky. Su Shang's figure swelled as she unleashed a fierce punch downwards. Luffy did not retreat at all, activating his haki at the same time. Gum Gum King Kong Gun. A massive red fist came crashing down. Su Shang's eyes widened. Damn, he's coming in strong right from the start. But Su Shang couldn't retreat. He took the punch head on, and his entire arm felt a bit numb. Sigh. It seems I need to show Luffy something serious. Chapter 55. You seem a bit lacking Great Heaven's creation palm. Su Shang shouted, and a golden handprint burst forth, shaking the ground and mountains. Back then, this had scared Akiji so much he ran home to find his mom. Seeing this, Luffy took several steps back, fearing for his young life. But Luffy was unwilling to back down and unleashed his secret technique. Ninja art, spiral sphere. Su Shang muttered to himself that this was Naruto's exclusive jutsu from the Naruto world. Even though his current level far surpassed his past, he could not underestimate Luffy's skills. After all, he was a man destined to become the Pirate King. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Amaterasu. Luffy appeared somewhat overwhelmed by Su Shang's powerful attack, but he absolutely could not lose to Su Shang here. The Rubber King gun took the stage again. Su Shang, my friend, don't blame me for not giving you face. Su Shang stepped back 2 paces. This kid's Rubber King gun was even more intense than before. Help! It was clearly Su Shang who opened the can for him. What had he done to provoke him? Kamui. Su Shang, quick as a flash, teleported behind Luffy and delivered a heavy punch. Luffy, enduring the pain, leaped up, using his speed to seek an opportunity to strike Su Shang. Damn it. Zoro had clearly said not to turn his back. Rubber heavy punch. Luffy charged in front of Su Shang and delivered a heavy blow to his ribs. Su Shang covered his ribs and said, "You're really something, Luffy. If I break my ribs, are you going to support me in my old age?" Amaterasu, Sharingan. Dust rose ahead, and black flames spread. If I want to test this guy, I have to go all out. He is still constantly growing, and Rayleigh's training for him may still not be enough. The two celestial beings I encountered last time, Luffy might not be able to handle them yet. With this in mind, Su Shang took out the divine killing gun, thinking to give Luffy a show of strength to see just how capable he really is. Su Shang charged at Luffy with the gun, and Luffy's pupils instantly widened, his expression serious as he quickly dodged among the trees. This was not looking good. Luffy calculated in his mind that if this continued, it would definitely turn into a prolonged battle. Luffy randomly hid and dodged, planning to catch Su Shang off guard. Taking advantage of Su Shang's search for him, Luffy quietly launched a sneak attack. Rasengan, take this. Su Shang heard the sound and dodged. What a joke. If I can't dodge this, wouldn't it be laughable? The crew members, witnessing this chase, all had their mouths agape. On one hand, they cheered for their captain, and on the other hand, they didn't want to miss Su Shang's astonishing combat power. At times like this, even blinking could be considered a regret in life. Rayleigh stood with his arms crossed, seemingly already anticipating this. After a few rounds, Luffy was getting more and more spirited. Although he was already exhausted, his spirit never faded. Su Shang stopped his moves and smiled at Luffy. "Good guy, no wonder you want to be the Pirate King. That old man Rayleigh taught you well." Luffy chuckled, having already exhausted too much energy, with beads of sweat on his upper body falling to the ground like the drizzling rain of Jiangnan. "Why stop now? I haven't defeated you yet." Su Shang suddenly became interested. "You seem to be far from it, huh? Why not buy a few more jars for me? If something good comes out, you'll make a fortune." "I'm not kidding, my jars are definitely." The crowd felt embarrassed. How did this guy suddenly turn into a desperate salesman? Sure enough, a businessman is still a businessman. Luffy, this naive little kid, had his eyes sparkling, but after checking his pockets, he ultimately sulked and sighed. "Poverty limits my possibilities too much." He secretly vowed to get a jar and make Su Shang cry for his mom. After the sparring ended, Su Shang began his jar-selling journey. He set up a stall on 9 Snake Island and continued to sell his jars. Completing the task of selling 10,000 jars was no easy feat right now. He was like a clay idol crossing a river, barely keeping himself safe. Su Shang, after all, was still a dignified man. How could he end up in such a miserable state? Moreover, his wife was the queen of the Daughter Kingdom. Surely there would be a turning point, right? At this moment, he shouted loudly, "Jars are here, jars are here. Want to stay youthful and beautiful? Want to taste delicious world cuisine? Or want to increase your strength and beat up your enemies? Don't hesitate, come quickly." Was it Su Shang's excellent sales skills? Or were these women just too crazy? They snatched away 1,000 jars in an instant. However, the stampede at the stall was no joke. Su Shang was trampled and his face was bruised. His exclusive Emperor's face was now in a sorry state. Well, at least he could finally get an exclusive jar. Su Shang kept chanting for good luck, hoping for a miracle. After hesitating for a moment, he excitedly smashed open a jar, closed his eyes, unable to bear looking. After a while, he half opened his eyes and saw a flash of white light before him. What a disaster! How could it be this broken white light? He had gotten this for his bruised face. He took a closer look and found a cola and some snail noodles, instantly spitting out fragrance. Help! Who besides Robin would like this thing? Unexpectedly, the smell attracted a fat woman, her eyes sparkling, drooling at the delicious food. "Let me try." Before he could react, the snail noodles were already in the fat girl's mouth. What was happening? The fat girl gulped down the noodles in one go. Su Shang was embarrassed. Who was this woman? Too scary. After living so long, one could see everything. The fat girl wasn't satisfied with just one bowl. She called over dozens of her sisters to smash jars with her. Wow, who would have thought this fat girl was a potential stock? Now, they could make a big haul. Su Shang secretly rejoiced and cheerfully said, "Sister, here, let me smash for you." With a few clangs, all the colors were opened. Some sisters got self-defense items, cosmetics, clothes, skirts, shoes, and bags, having a great time. In the end, they opened a full 20 bowls of snail noodles. The fat girl happily took her sisters and left in a hurry. Now, he could open 2 exclusive jars. Su Sheng couldn't contain his excitement. Jars were truly great things. He opened 2 in a row. A purple light flashed. Good, that's not bad. Flying Swallow returns. One of the prince's proud moves. Explained here as the attack from the enemy bouncing back to themselves and increasing damage by 10. This was no small feat. It was directly taking off. Another golden light flashed. And today, Su Sheng was going to smile until his mouth fell apart. All thanks to that fat girl and her sisterhood. Divine Mirror, meaning the ability to replicate the moves of enemies, allowing oneself to use the opponent's ultimate moves. Wow, this was incredible. Su Sheng couldn't help but want to give those sisters high votes, letting them debut directly in the center stage. With this, Wano and Rayleigh would surely be envious of him. At that moment, 2 shadows darted past, almost at the speed of light. Su Sheng felt a strong sense of oppression. What was going on? Was it a system issue? Why are you being so neurotic? Are you not satisfied with what you opened? The task isn't completed yet. Don't celebrate too early. Damn, this system was too arrogant. Who created it? Sooner or later, they would be destroyed, always causing annoying issues. In the distance, 2 men in black stood on a branch, murmuring. Who is that person? How could they emit a purple and a golden light? Were these slaves up to now? So unlucky. Lowly beings, hurry up and clean up. If it weren't for Mordor and Temar not cleaning up properly, we wouldn't have to deal with those fat women. We need to report back to the higher-ups to punish those 2 well, right, big brother? The other black-clothed man's fawning expression was infuriating. First, observe the situation. Don't alarm the snake. This jar seller seems not to be easy to deal with. The big brother calmly pointed at the cigarette, his tall figure carrying a 98K, ready for a headshot at any moment. On the other side, Su Sheng and the others thought today was a good day, celebrating with drinks, feeling euphoric. The 9 snake group that had been picked up also joined in, completely unaware that danger was quietly approaching. The moonlight grew denser, and the songs and dances were joyous. The female group on 9 Snake Island had been quietly taken down, and where the moonlight shone was now a scene of corpses, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 56, Crisis Everywhere. The next morning, Su Sheng woke up on Hancock's bed, his head pounding from the hangover. Stepping out the door, he saw everyone sprawled all over the yard after a night of revelry. What a terrible sight. Although he was hungover, Su Sheng's mind was clear. Since yesterday, he had sensed something was off, a sinister aura enveloping 9 Snake Island. He packed his things, ready to continue selling jars. The world is vast, but jars are the biggest. He needed to sell them first. He woke up Luffy, Rayleigh, and others to go out together. Strange, why was it so quiet today? It shouldn't be this late, right? Is 9 Snake Island really so laid back? No one is coming out to do business? Su Sheng set up his stall in the same place as yesterday, ready to have another big sale today. He cleared his throat, mustered all his strength, and shouted loudly. After several rounds, there was silence. The street was so quiet that even if Luffy farted, it would echo. A few people decided to go take a look, and Su Sheng's ominous premonition grew stronger. They walked and stopped, and the group arrived in the woods, where the eerie atmosphere was comparable to a graveyard. Wild grass grew wildly, reaching as high as their calves. Su Sheng waved his Zanpakuto, carefully searching for something. Meanwhile, Rayleigh and Luffy cautiously moved through the bushes, relying on each other's backs. Damn it! Luffy screamed. I stepped on something soft. Just as Rayleigh was about to draw his weapon, Luffy scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. It seems to be someone's poop. Su Sheng helplessly glanced around and suddenly shivered. Rayleigh looked. Rayleigh's deep eyes glanced over, and his face immediately turned ashen. What is that? Whose poop is it? Luffy curiously walked over, squatted down on the grass, and exclaimed, Mama, it's bones. So many bones. Su Sheng fell into deep thought. Could it be that everyone here met with misfortune? He didn't dare to think further. If that were the case, not just Hancock, but all of them would have to make a wager with death. The group returned to the courtyard, heavy-hearted, and for a moment didn't know how to speak. This matter must be related to the Celestial Dragons. The strength of the Celestial Dragons had become clear after the last battle. They were definitely formidable beings. The mysteries behind Amazon Lily are numerous, and that history of slavery is truly puzzling. What is the purpose of the Celestial Dragons? Is it really just as simple as reclaiming slaves? Su Sheng was focused on selling more jars and unlocking new skills to enhance his strength. On one hand, it was to fight against the Celestials, and on the other, to protect everyone. Unfortunately, encountering these poor souls left him with no choice but to seek other paths. At first, they found it difficult to speak to Hancock, as the deceased were her people, and this sudden bad news would surely destabilize her. Robin and Chopper were puzzled by the trio's worried expressions. Why was the usually lively and mischievous Luffy looking so sickly? Hancock pulled Su Sheng aside. She held his hand and worriedly touched his forehead. Are you sick? Is business not going well? Su Sheng looked at her with deep affection, embraced her slender waist, and softly said in her ear, no matter what, I will be by your side. Hancock was confused, touched by his sudden display of emotion. Su Sheng lowered his head and kissed her deeply until the beauty in his arms gasped like a spoiled child, wishing the moment could last forever. Joyful birds were soaring in delight, but suddenly a loud noise erupted and liquid sprayed from above, splattering Su Sheng's face. He quickly shielded Hancock behind him. The most feared situation had finally arrived. A poor jar seller and the Empress didn't seem to fit together, did they? I couldn't help but burst into applause at the foul-smelling love expressed by a bird for you both. The man in black arrogantly sat on a tree branch, mocking them coldly. What exactly is your purpose? I've already said we are not anyone's slaves. We only belong to ourselves. Hancock yelled with a broken heart. What are you pretending for? Slaves must serve the Celestials forever. The man in black scolded. Amar, stop wasting time, Calder said, raising his 98K and aiming it at Hancock with a disgusted expression. Get away from that woman. Hancock and Su Sheng dodged the bullets, each displaying their unique skills. Kiss the gun. Cannon. Hancock refused to back down, filled with determination. Su Sheng assisted from the side, Sharingan. Amaterasu, how is that possible? Almaner and Cardo easily dodged the attack, leisurely jumping down from the tree, completely unconcerned about the leaves falling all around them. The two casually put their hands in their pockets and chatted slowly. Su Sheng sneered. Since it's a battle, can you take it a bit more seriously? Immediately, he took out the divine killing gun and charged towards Cardo like a flash, aiming for his chest. Cardo dodged swiftly, a cluster of ghostly flames erupting from his fingers as he threw it at the Empress. His target had never been Su Sheng. Damn it! Su Sheng stayed close to the Empress, afraid that these two dark and twisted perverts would harm even a single hair on her. The Empress's heart bombarded the entire building, and Su Sheng had thought that at least this would make some holes in the black clothing. But what was infuriating was that these two still wore the same expressions. Su Sheng could no longer endure. Mirror of the gods. In an instant, Su Sheng was dressed in black, his eyes losing their clarity. He mechanically raised his gun, aimed at Cardo and shot at him fiercely. What? Cardo dodged the attack with lightning speed, his lazy gaze suddenly sharp. This guy? Selling cans? Seeking death. He ordered Imaner not to let his guard down and to quickly resolve the battle to report to the higher-ups. Chapter 57. I will eventually annihilate the celestial dragons. Cardo felt a bit annoyed seeing Imaner being controlled. Bold, lower-class race, how dare you manipulate us? Cardo scolded. Suddenly, a massive rubber fist came flying from a distance, knocking Cardo away, his body crashing into a cloud of dust. It was none other than Luffy. Seeing the celestial dragons humiliating his friend, he certainly couldn't stand it. Oof, don't insult my friends. Otherwise, I'll knock you down, Luffy said while rubbing his wrist. Su Sheng laughed and said, that's quite loyalty. Why don't we each take one and see who wins first? Su Sheng looked at Cardo, who stood up, and the awakened Armin, feeling a surge of battle intent. No problem, I will definitely win, Luffy said confidently. Cardo and Armin sneered. Who will win first? Do the lower races think they can act recklessly just because of a little trick? Let's see which of you two dies first. Su Sheng ignored them. In Su Sheng's eyes, these two were already dead. Luffy grinned, activating his haki. I'll take down the one who talks the most. Luffy pointed at Cardo with his Conqueror's haki, which quickly spread out powerfully, causing Su Sheng to shudder. All right, then I'll take this guy down. Su Sheng coldly looked at Imaner, whose terrifying Conqueror's haki also spread out. The two exuded an overwhelming aura, showcasing their kingly demeanor. Stop pretending, Imaner. Show them the might of the celestial dragons, Cardo said disdainfully. The two discarded their weapons, unleashing their haki in full force. As the two blue-golden celestial dragons exhibited terrifying, suppressive power. It seems I underestimated them just now. These guys' haki has subtly reached an ultimate level, Su Sheng murmured, especially upon seeing Cardo releasing his haki, transforming it into a long sword. Rayleigh chuckled. These two guys' haki was impressive, just enough to show them what true haki is. They won't get into trouble, will they? Hancock asked worriedly. Rayleigh waved his hand, smiling wryly. Su Sheng's strength is too terrifying. I don't think there's any risk. We could just watch. Rayleigh led a few people to hide in a tree, observing this top-tier battle. Hancock and Robin were a bit competitive, one supporting her man and the other supporting her captain, creating a slightly strange atmosphere. Luffy, did you see that? Quite troublesome. I'll go first and show you how it's done. Su Shang laughed. His figure then surged, charging at Almond. Su Shang's arms turned golden. An ancient and mysterious aura surged forth. Heavenly creation palm. A terrifying golden handprint shot out, aimed at Almond's face. Looking for death. Just a puny insect trying to stop a card. Almond Sukofut. He simply clenched his hands, and instantly, pitch-black metal appeared, meeting the golden handprint. A deafening metallic roar echoed as the golden handprint dissipated, yet the metal remained completely intact. Almond coldly smirked. My turn. Drill steel body. The black metal instantly adhered to Almond's skin, transforming him into a black metal figure charging at Su Shang. Su Shang's eyes turned cold as he thought, metal. Let's see my indestructible strength. His body surged in size as he threw a punch at Almond, and Su Shang's eyes widened in shock. It hurts so much. What the hell? Who is this guy? This metal is terrifying. Lower race. Let me show you how to use domineering. Almond unleashed his three-color haki. The blue-gold armed color enveloped him. The Conqueror's haki condensed into a tangible form, exuding a terrifying pressure, along with the observation haki. Every move Su Shang made was anticipated in their clash. Damn it, if it weren't for my purple Chi East coming eye, I might have been beaten to death by him. Su Shang's expression was grim. You teach me with that arrogance? Su Shang said somewhat disdainfully. The armed color of the red gold enveloped him. Although it was barely at the intermediate level, with the indestructible toughness and the purple aura coming from the east, he could still manage to fight. Overlord explores mountains and rivers. Suddenly, Almond shouted. The tangible armed color suddenly transformed into a giant disc with eye patterns on it, which was quite peculiar. Su Shang immediately felt a terrifying pressure in the air, and even breathing became somewhat difficult. Conqueror's haki, is it? Then let's bring out someone who isn't afraid of it. Big White. Su Shang shouted loudly. Big White descended from the sky. As a puppet, Big White would not be affected by this mental pressure. Big White, destroy this giant disc. Su Shang said loudly. Big White responded and began to compress space with both hands. In just a few breaths, the space in front of Big White became extremely distorted. Then, Big White threw a punch, and an invisible shockwave surged toward the giant disc. The entire space shook, and before the giant disc could suppress anything, it was shattered by the invisible shockwave. Almond, seeing the situation, had a gloomy expression. What is this? Not afraid of my Conqueror's haki? You really know how to take advantage. Su Shang let out a cold laugh, his figure expanding as he held the divine killing gun. If you're going to take shortcuts, then I'll take you down head-on. The armed color fully enveloped the divine killing gun, and the crimson gold light intensified. Almond did not hesitate either. His black arm radiating light, an overwhelming aura compressing as his figure began to flicker, ready to strike. This ethereal movement was dazzling, but in Su Shang's eyes, filled with purple energy, it seemed somewhat slow. Finding the right moment, he thrust down with the gun. Hooked! Almond let out a cold laugh as black metal oozed out, instantly freezing the divine killing gun. Almond immediately turned around, delivering a terrifying punch. You are the one who is hooked. Su Shang gritted his teeth. The divine killing gun. With unstoppable power, the gun erupted with a deafening roar, incredibly marvelous, its momentum surging as it shattered the black metal and pierced through Almond. Meanwhile, Almond's punch struck Su Shang's chest, sending both of them flying. The long gun was firmly lodged in Almond's back, continuously bleeding, as he endured the intense pain and pulled out the divine killing gun. But the black metal here could not coalesce. Poisonous? Almond glared fiercely at Su Shang. Su Shang forced himself to stand up, his chest sunken. The collision just now left both of them feeling quite miserable. Damn, this guy is much stronger than the last two celestial dragons. Su Shang began to be cautious. The black metallic defense on this guy is too strong. Melee combat would definitely not be a good idea. Su Shang let out a light shout. A gigantic crimson-orange warrior appeared, wielding the 10-fist sword and the Yada mirror. Almond looked at the enormous warrior, not only unafraid but even grinning. Finally showing your true skills? Su Shang wielded the 10-fist sword enveloped in black fire, launching several sword strikes towards Almond, terrifyingly fierce. Almond remained unhurried, drawing a rib from behind him. Before the blood could even drip, it was swiftly encased in black metal and transformed into a long blade. This was the true form, the black martial blade Almond. Almond's aura surged, with armed haki enhancing the blade and Conqueror's haki enveloping his entire body. He swung the blade. unleashing a massive blue-black blade that clashed with the black fire sword strikes. Chapter 58. Breaking the Heavens with Strength, the Reincarnation Gold Lotus. As the two met, the blue-black blade seemed solid, instantly shattering the black fire and charging straight toward Su Shang. Su Shang's pupils constricted slightly. Is he really that strong? Armin's formidable strength had surpassed Su Shang's imagination, and this confrontation was almost a complete suppression of himself. He needed to end the battle quickly. Su Shang no longer hesitated. The ethereal cold fire appeared, reflecting a sea of flames through the Yata mirror, causing the temperature to drop sharply. Armin looked down on him, the black metal on his body creaking ominously in the low temperature, sounding chilling. There are indeed many good things. Relying on external forces, surviving until now can be considered your luck. Armin increasingly looked down on Su Shang. At this moment, Su Shang conjured a black fire, and the enormous Susanu's arm transformed into a golden color, beginning to absorb the flames. Waiting for all the flames in the arena to disappear, two gigantic golden hands emerged, holding 10 fire lotuses, and the terrifying pressure caused the space to crack darkly. Amonir stared intently at the 10 fire lotuses, his eyelids twitching, clearly sensing the terrifying momentum of these 10 fire lotuses. Who? Armin took a deep breath. The blue and gold colors flowed on the black long knife, and an ancient, mysterious aura began to spread. Even Armin's hand gripping the knife trembled slightly. Su Shang did not want to give Armin a chance to breathe. 10 fire lotuses slowly floated towards him. Let's keep our distance. Those 10 fire lotuses looked terrifying. Rayleigh was somewhat surprised, not expecting Su Shang's trump cards to be endless and truly frightening. Is this the foundation of a jar merchant? No, or rather, it could be said that Su Shang has developed new tactics from limited items. The 10 fire lotuses circled above Armin's, starting to expand continuously, about to explode. Armin's suddenly looked up, his long sword shimmering with blue and gold, and with a single strike he opened the heavenly gate. With a loud roar from Armin's, a towering blue-gold sword light slashed towards the fire lotuses, instantly triggering a tremendous explosion. Smoke billowed up, and two figures stood in place. Su Shang had a deep knife wound on his body, while Armin's was left in tatters from the blast. They didn't die? Both were equally shocked. The two locked eyes, killing intent rising, and Conqueror's haki swirled across the ground, clashing fiercely. Neither of them had the leisure for hand-to-hand combat, secretly preparing their killing moves. Su Shang's gaze was obscure. There was only that one move left, and he didn't know if it would work. Su Shang threw a fairy bean into his mouth, and his stamina was instantly restored. Immediately afterward, the terrifying armed color began to spread all over Susanu's body, creating a spectacular scene of a giant armed color that reached 1,000 jong. Su Shang put away the 10-fist sword and the 8-fold mirror. Susanu raised his arms and continuously unleashed the great heavenly creation palm, while Su Shang's face turned pale, clearly showing the immense physical exhaustion. In the end, 9 golden palm prints slowly hovered in the air. Su Shang let out a light breath, and purple mist rose around her, merging with black fire and ice-white flames, swirling within the 9 massive palm prints. The 9 golden palm prints absorbed energy, continuously infusing it into the luminous sphere. Amonir was not idle either. The momentum of the black gold knife in his hands kept rising. It was visible to the naked eye that his essence and blood flowed into the black gold knife, slowly forming a long blade with blue and red intertwining colors. The ultimate moves of these two were likely to destroy this island. Rayleigh said softly. The 9 golden hands had slowly revealed a purple gold fire lotus, and the long knife exuded a suffocating aura of death. The two continued to breathe and cultivate, and at the 10th breath, they suddenly opened their eyes. Su Shang lifted the terrifying purple gold fire lotus and threw it at Amonir. Reincarnation Golden Lotus. This was a skill Su Shang comprehended by combining the eastern purple chi with the fire lotus, making the fire lotus extremely condensed, equivalent to 100 fire lotuses. Amonir stood up, lightly drawing his long knife across his chest, seemingly ordinary, but in the next moment, the entire space cracked open. An incomparably terrifying aura surged forth, and a massive black blade appeared with a thunderous roar, breaking the heavens with force. This strike contains my lifelong understanding of the sword. There is nothing else, Amonir declared confidently. The gigantic golden lotus collided violently with the black light blade, both in a stalemate for a second, before the golden lotus rapidly expanded and exploded. Not in a typical explosion, but continuously rising with purple chi. As the black light blade came crashing down, Su Shang used the Yada mirror to defend, but was still sent flying. The Yada mirror shattered, and the Susanoo state disappeared, leaving Su Shang with a large wound. However, at this moment, Almaner's eyes were vacant, as if he had lost his mind. The enormous reincarnation golden lotus slowly descended, and Almaner not only did not dodge, but instead stared blankly at it. Who am I? Where am I? Almaner murmured in a daze. Su Shang smiled faintly, having succeeded. With his purple chi coming from the east, he could see the cycle of reincarnation. Without the strange voices prompting, it was easy for one to fall into confusion, unaware of life and death. Clearly, Amarn was caught in it. Amarn, what are you doing? Hurry up and run. Cardo shouted harshly upon seeing this. But Luffy quickly followed up with a punch, forcing Cardo to continue the melee. Damn it. What the hell is this guy? He can't be killed, and he gets stronger the more we fight. Cardo cursed angrily. However, Cardo still had to face the countless Rasengan, as Luffy's stamina seemed endless. Cardo had no time to spare, and his expression grew increasingly grim. The purple golden fire lotus finally descended, and instead of the expected earth-shattering explosion, after an intense rotation of space, Amarn lay quietly on the ground, breathless. Su Shang smiled slightly, a complete victory. But the next second, Su Shang's eyes widened, and she burst out laughing. Su Shang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his vision became dim. Damn, this knife has hidden strength. It feels like my organs are. Su Shang immediately fainted. Su Shang, Luffy shouted, feeling very anxious as he saw his comrade fall to the ground. Hancock quickly rushed to Su Shang's side. Su Shang. Seeing that Su Shang did not respond, Hancock's eyes filled with tears, and she had no choice but to pick up Su Shang and leave the battlefield. Even with her ample bosom swaying against Su Shang, it couldn't wake the strong man. Trying to leave, Kaido noticed and grew larger, ignoring Luffy's attack, gathering water into a blade, enhanced with haki, and launched it at Hancock. Killing a Marn has some skill, but you won't survive. Kaido, now the target of many, was determined to take down anyone he could. Seeing this, Luffy sprang forward, standing in front of Hancock, as the water blade pierced through his shoulder, only to be kicked apart by Hancock. Holding Su Shang, Hancock was unable to exert her strength. Luffy gently pushed Hancock aside and adjusted his straw hat. You guys go. He then looked at Kaido. If you want to harm my friend, are you ready to face the consequences? Luffy's killing intent surged. Chapter 59. Luffy vs. Kaido. Super Showdown. Kaido looked down on Luffy, beckoning him with his finger, clearly not considering Luffy a threat from the start. Luffy's body turned bright red. Second gear. Luffy shouted lightly. He then shot into the sky. Goma Gomu, no multi-strike spiral. Luffy's giant hand stretched back, and then he focused energy into a spiral in his palm. His arm snapped back, and the spiral grew larger, even surpassing Naruto's super giant Rasen Shuriken. The white sphere rushed forward, shattering everything in its path. Kaido remained calm. This level of attack was merely child's play. He flexed his muscles, gathering a massive water sphere that solidified under pressure. As the spiral approached, Kaido released the water sphere, causing a collision that forced both fighters back. However, Luffy didn't pause to catch his breath and gathered energy again. Goma Goma no King Kong gun. Luffy inflated his huge fist, adding haki, and the fierce red punch came rushing in. Kaido, a bit impatient, thought, is this how lowly the lower races attack? He quickly formed hand signs. Spirit of the Great Tree. With a light shout, the ground cracked open, and a giant Tran appeared, roaring as it threw a punch to meet Luffy's terrifying attack. The Trant quickly disintegrated, and Luffy's momentum also faded as he panted heavily. Is that all? I thought it would be more surprising, like that guy. Kaido feigned disappointment. But then he formed hand signs again, Earth Flow Technique, Earth Dragon. Kaido's hands touched the ground, and dirt and stones slowly rose, forming into a roaring Earth Dragon, exuding overwhelming power. Seeing this, Chopper and the others wanted to help, but were stopped by Luffy. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, his gaze becoming resolute. Haki began to wrap around him, and steam started to rise from his legs. Luffy leapt into the air, pulling his arm back, then snapping it forward, causing friction between rubber and air that ignited his fist with flames. Goma Goma no Fire Pistol. Luffy shouted. The fierce fire fist charged forward, colliding with the wood dragon, producing a violent explosion that shattered the earth dragon. Luffy panted heavily, clearly exhausted. Oh, bring it on. Luffy's fighting spirit reached its peak. Kaido smiled. As a controller of the five elements, he was absolutely confident he could take down Luffy. Luffy soared into the air, hardening his haki, Gomu no Raijin spear. Luffy's arms stretched toward the sky, and then quickly snapped back, covered in lightning, terrifying in its might. Kaido watched the fierce punch, his pupils narrowing as he took a deep breath. Fire flow, technique, fiery phoenix. Kaido shouted. The next moment, Kaido's belly bulged grotesquely, and he unleashed a tremendous flame that slowly formed into a fire phoenix, charging at Luffy. Luffy's punch collided with it, but the intense heat of the flames weakened him, and the fire phoenix's cry sent Luffy crashing to the ground. As the dust settled, Luffy struggled to stand, his gaze still resolute. Kaido was somewhat surprised. This kid is still alive. Luffy shouted, Thunder Axe. Luffy roared, kicking straight into the sky, rapidly descending toward Kaido, his foot wrapped in terrifying lightning as he brought it down. Gold flow technique diamond. Kaido quickly changed his hand signs. A large golden shield formed. But as Luffy's Thunder Axe struck down, the shield shattered instantly, and Kaido was shocked, bracing himself against the blow, half his body sinking into the ground. Gomu no giant whip. Luffy shouted again. A sweeping kick aimed at Kaido's head sent him flying back. Amidst the dust, a figure stood up, and Luffy's eyes turned cold as he unleashed another attack. Gomu no giant rocket. Luffy shouted, a terrifying black-red giant fist crashing down on Kaido. However, this strike went silent, and Luffy's fist couldn't be retracted. TSK really stubborn. Kaido chuckled as he emerged. He controlled the water to absorb Luffy's fist, which seemed to have immense swallowing power, preventing Luffy from retracting it. Kaido sneered, water and earth flow technique, swamp of death. The water's attraction suddenly intensified, quickly drawing Luffy in. Earth and fire flow technique bomb. Kaido shouted lightly. An explosion erupted in front of Luffy, sending him flying. His body charred as he gasped for breath. Is this all you can do? What will you use to save your comrade? You're just a waste. Kaido mocked. He then looked at Rayleigh and the others, who observed with sharp eyes as Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, his gaze turning piercing, with a domineering aura quietly spreading. Don't look at us. Luffy is not dead yet. Kaido felt momentarily stunned. What a powerful haki. No wonder T-Bone and the others didn't return. It turned out there were even more terrifying people here. He couldn't waste energy like this. He needed to eliminate the strongest first. Kaido smiled, ready to attack Rayleigh. However, at that moment, his feet wouldn't move. Kaido turned to see Luffy. I said, don't lay a hand on my friends. Luffy forcefully threw Kaido away. Fourth gear. Luffy shouted, his entire body turning black-red, emitting massive steam. Luffy swung his arms back, then pulled them forward, a massive palm gathering a spiral. The terrifying friction generating lightning that continued to expand. Thunderstorm, super, giant spiral. Luffy shouted. A massive lightning sphere hurtled toward Kaido. Kaido's eyes widened. What terrifying power was this? Wood earth and gold flow technique. Living wall. Kaido immediately formed hand signs, creating a golden soft shield in front of him. The spiral quickly arrived, striking the soft shield and bending it dramatically. Luffy shouted. Gomu no jet great snake cannon. Luffy's black and red giant foot fell from the sky like a fire serpent, crashing down on Kaido's head. Kaido's mind went blank for a moment. The soft shield disappeared, and a lightning spiral ball hit Kaido, creating a large hole in his chest. Luffy landed and panted heavily. Water would flow technique, regeneration. Kaido muttered. His chest grew muscle and quickly healed, appearing as if he was completely unharmed. He sneered at Luffy, saying, you do have some strength, but you can't kill me. Water earth would fire flow technique, lava sword. Kaido quickly formed a several-inch-long lava sword. Earth flow technique, earth spin. Kaido suddenly appeared in front of Luffy, aiming the sword at his chest. Chapter 60. I'll send you to the afterlife. Great Ape King gun. Thud. The lava sword pierced through Luffy's chest, and the air turned silent. Luffy's straw hat was blown off, and his body slowly fell, lifeless and silent. Kaido let out a cold laugh, stepping on Luffy's face. What's wrong? Can't scream anymore? With this little ability, what can you use to protect? What a joke. Kaido stepped over Luffy's body and slowly walked towards Rayleigh and the others. The real slaughter began. Kaido grinned viciously. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Oh, Luffy, I can only help you block for 3 minutes. Rayleigh said with a light laugh. He then stepped forward slowly, with each step increasing the terrifying pressure of his conqueror's haki. After being enhanced by Sushang's jar, Rayleigh's strength far surpassed that of the past, and in the entire OP world, he was probably hard to find a match for. What terrifying conqueror's haki! Kaido's expression changed. and his body trembled slightly. Kaido took a deep breath, his hand seals changing rapidly, aiming for a quick resolution. This was Kaido's thought. He had no idea how terrifying the guy in front of him was. Rayleigh smiled slightly, his armament haki not wrapping around but appearing out of thin air, easily controlled. With his conqueror's haki swirling, Kaido's eyelids twitched, and he swallowed hard. Gold water with fire flow technique, infinite flow gold. Kaido shouted loudly. Kaido raised his arm, and countless streams of gold appeared, surging towards Rayleigh, wanting to overwhelm him. Rayleigh smiled gently, and the red material of his armament haki and conqueror's haki slowly transformed into a giant hand, colliding with Kaido's attack. Kaido's expression became serious, and he felt a bit strained, while Rayleigh handled it effortlessly. 2 minutes, Rayleigh said softly. Kaido became increasingly nervous but couldn't withdraw. If he retracted the flow of gold, that terrifying haki would surely leave him half dead. Kaido's expression grew darker. Condense. The flow of gold rapidly shrank and solidified, completely suppressing the haki. Rayleigh waved his hand, and the hard metal instantly shattered. With another wave, the haki rapidly attacked Kaido. Water flow technique, disperse. Kaido transformed into a mass of water, quickly dissipating. Rayleigh's attack missed, and behind him, a mass of water formed Kaido again. Kaido's expression was grim as he executed the earth gold would flow technique, Diamond Fist. Kaido's arm turned pitch black as he struck towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh smiled slightly and quickly turned around, catching Kaido's fist with one palm. What terrifying power! Kaido was shocked. Rayleigh's armament haki, formless, surpassed the tangible. Last 10 seconds. Rayleigh chuckled lightly. He spun around and swung his fist decisively, unadorned, the terrifying armament haki wrapping around it, sending Kaido flying. The next moment, Luffy stood up, enveloped in armament haki, with terrifying conqueror's haki added on. Don't you dare hurt my friends, Luffy shouted. Rayleigh's eyes filled with approval. Shan told me to come here early, and indeed this kid is not bad. Rayleigh's figure flickered, leaving the battlefield to Luffy. Fourth gear. Luffy's arms became enormous, and a terrifying pressure filled the air. Kaido turned around, utterly shocked. This can't kill me. Seeing Rayleigh exit the battlefield, Kaido felt somewhat at ease. These inferior races are indeed tenacious. Kaido's expression was ferocious. Goldwood water fire earth fusion technique, dark forest. Blood flowed from Kaido's mouth as he began to execute the most terrifying flow technique. Instantly, black trees sprouted from the ground, forming a dark forest with black mist spreading, emitting a terrifying aura. Suddenly, a terrifying giant appeared in the dark forest, and Kaido vanished, hidden within the darkness. Luffy, in the dark forest, slowly closed his eyes, reaching the peak of observation haki. He soared into the air, but the black mist slowed him down, making his head dizzy and his body feel heavy. Luffy shouted, "Thunder God Elephant Gun!" Luffy's terrifying fist fell from the sky, obliterating the forest with a fearsome lightning strike. However, the giant in the dark forest raised its enormous fist to meet Luffy's punch. The terrifying force sent Luffy flying, but he quickly steadied himself. Darkness played tricks. Luffy's eyes became resolute. Thunder God Spiral Ball Machine Gun. Luffy soared into the air, stretching out his fists, unleashing the spiral balls, creating massive friction that generated lightning. Luffy punched rapidly, unleashing dozens of punches in the blink of an eye. Countless Thunder God Spiral Balls bombarded the giant in the dark forest, creating a terrifying scene. The giant could not withstand the overwhelming strikes and rapidly disintegrated. The entire dark forest was left in ruins. "Kaido, come out and accept your death," Luffy shouted in anger. Arrogant words, dark flow technique, human meat explosion. Kaido charged out of the dark forest, his entire body pitch black and his face pale. Relying on the sacrifice of his own blood, he unleashed a terrifying human meat impact, imbued with a powerful dark aura. The space along the way creaked and groaned. "I'll send you to the afterlife." "Great Ape King Gun," Luffy shouted loudly. His fist swelled, enormous and filled with terrifying armament haki. The rubber began to compress, the terrifying elasticity building up. The two collided instantly, shaking the space and creating a massive sound. Luffy gritted his teeth, the power of his punch surging again, sending Kaido flying. However, Luffy's fist trembled, clearly suffering immense pain. "Ah, rubber jet machine gun," Luffy shouted. Terrifying fists rained down on Kaido, who couldn't even let out a scream, being pummeled into the ground, lying there motionless. Luffy reverted to his normal form, panting heavily, looking at Kaido. "I told you, don't lay a hand on my friends." Kaido was already speechless. Rayleigh slowly walked over, smiling slightly. Good job, kid. It was worth teaching you for half a day. Luffy scratched his head and then collapsed to the ground. Luffy. Chopper hurried over. After examining Luffy, Chopper exclaimed, "You're too seriously injured. How can you continue fighting?" Chopper was somewhat shocked. Luffy forced a smile. "I can't let anything happen to you." Hearing this, Rayleigh's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. "You really resemble that guy." Rayleigh murmured as he picked up Kaido. "Let's go, and we'll ask this guy what the celestial dragons are really after in this place." The crowd quickly returned and imprisoned Kaldor, assigning someone to guard him. At this time, Sushang was still unconscious, trapped in a deep sleep. Rayleigh looked on with some concern. Sushang was very strong, but unfortunately, he had been careless this time. The strange moves of these celestial dragons were too numerous, making it hard to defend against them. Hancock stayed by Sushang's bedside, her eyes red. "You all go rest first. I'll keep watch over Sushang." The crowd sighed and quietly left. Chapter 61. Sushang's redemption in his deep sleep. Sushang suddenly felt a splitting headache. "Host, it feels like you're about to be done for." "What the hell, system? Why are you suddenly talking to me? Your body is almost falling apart. I'm here to send you a lifeline." Then stop dawdling. People must be very anxious. But the system did not respond with words. Instead, with a flash of light, Sushang's vision brightened. Sushang boarded a wooden boat, and the sea was empty of people. Sushang was somewhat puzzled, sitting on the wooden boat and letting it sail. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared on the sea, and a gigantic ship emerged. A tall and sturdy man, holding a long knife, stood on the deck of the large ship, gazing into the distance, looking very imposing. From a distance, Sushang saw it was the Pirate King, Roger. Sushang was somewhat shocked. How could Roger appear here? The massive ship slowly approached Sushang, who hurriedly waved his hand, not wanting to be crushed beneath it. Roger was gazing into the distance when he spotted Sushang waving and smiled slightly. "Hey, stop the ship. There's someone down there who is about to be crushed." Only then did the large ship come to a shaky halt. Resurrection mission, defeat Roger. Sushang suddenly widened his eyes. Damn, defeating Roger? Are you kidding me? But there was no choice. The crew urged Sushang to board the ship. Sushang gritted his teeth and stepped onto the ship. Damn it, after selling so many jars and with Hancock around, I absolutely cannot die. Roger slowly walked towards Sushang. "Oh, my friend, you're quite brave. Wandering around in a small wooden boat in these waters." There was a hint of admiration in Roger's gaze. Sushang smiled and said, "What the hell? Should we just go for it, or what?" "Bro, it's mealtime now. Since it's fate, let's have a meal first." Roger chuckled. Sushang was just about to muster his courage when he suddenly stopped. "Well, thank you for your hospitality, Brother Roger." Sushang forced himself to calm down. "Do you recognize me?" Roger looked a bit puzzled. Who doesn't know the famous Pirate King? Sushang the bleed. Haha. Has my reputation spread that far, really? Roger laughed heartily. Roger took a sip of old wine. "That's right. You made a name for yourself." Roger smiled as he filled Sushang's cup with wine. "Come on, brother, let's drink." Sushang didn't dare to hesitate and drank it all in one gulp. How refreshing. This must be some kind of dream. Otherwise, Rayleigh wouldn't possibly not recognize me. Since that's the case, I might as well boldly give it a try. Sushang secretly made up her mind. She then put down her chopsticks and said loudly, "Mr. Roger, I want to challenge you and witness the true power of the Pirate King." As Sushang's words fell, the entire venue fell into silence. People looked at Sushang in astonishment. Has this kid gone mad? Still wet behind the ears. And he wants to fight the Pirate King? Anyone on this ship could probably crush you with ease. Please, Mr. Roger, promise me. I long for that final island, but having the fortune to meet you, I want even more to have a duel with you. The people present were shocked, realizing that he knew about the final island. Everyone turned to look at Roger. Roger remained calm, proudly lifting his head. "All right, I am willing to give the young man a chance to conquer the sea, but you must show me your potential." Sushang smiled. His strength could at least match that of the four emperors. As the purple energy surged from the east, purple mist slowly appeared around Sushang, and his eyes turned purple, which was quite extraordinary. Sushang looked at Roger, who did not flinch. The terrifying conqueror's haki spread out, causing the entire sea to become turbulent. The two exchanged a glance, and Sushang could see through the cycle of reincarnation, no matter how powerful Roger was. Sushang was not afraid. Roger was a bit surprised, but then laughed out loud. "Good. I promise you, your potential is limitless. Let me show you the strength of the Pirate King." Roger exclaimed. The huge sailboat slowly approached a small island, and Sushang and Roger disembarked, ready to compete. Everyone had already settled down, wearing expressions that suggested they were watching a joke. How dare this kid? A tall crew member sneered. However, Rayleigh quietly remarked, "This guy is not simple." He showed no panic in the face of Roger's Conqueror's haki just now. At this moment, Roger appeared calm and composed, clearly approaching Su Shang with the mindset of a senior. Su Shang saw Roger not making a move and couldn't hold back, so he took the initiative. When fighting the Pirate King, how could one not show some momentum? Su Shang's armed color spread all over his body. The purple aura rose from the east, and the Conqueror's haki expanded as he brandished the divine killing spear, thrusting it toward Roger. Roger looked at Su Shang charging at him quickly and smiled slightly. At the moment the divine killing spear pierced his face, Roger drew his sword and struck down, sending Su Shang flying straight back. Wow, so strong. I didn't feel any power just now, but I was involuntarily sent flying. Su Shang was a bit shocked. The people around watched Su Shang with smiles, an understanding that was unspoken. The strength of the Pirate King is the aura of a king. If it weren't for Robin's agreement, Su Shang wouldn't have been able to battle Roger at all. Su Shang showed a difficult expression. This is too formidable. When Su Shang's Conqueror's haki spread, he felt Roger's terrifying Conqueror's haki. It seemed that Roger was about to get serious. Just a glance could suppress him. Su Shang saw that he had no injuries, and he was sure that everything was due to Roger's Conqueror's haki. Even though Su Shang had not been affected by Roger's Conqueror's haki just now, that kingly aura was innate. Even if Su Shang did not feel it, that inherent pressure still existed and was impossible to resist. If close combat could not cause damage, then he could only resort to long-range attacks. Su Shang felt a bit helpless. "Susanoo!" Su Shang shouted. A massive crimson-orange warrior appeared, wielding the 10-fist sword and the 8-span mirror, exuding immense authority. This display caught everyone's attention. What kind of skill was this? This kid is quite interesting. This guy dares to challenge Roger. It seems he has some real abilities. Everyone had high hopes for this Susanoo. Su Shang's expression was serious. No matter how powerful it was, she had no idea about Roger's moves. The comic didn't mention it either. Who knows how terrifying the moves of this Pirate King are? Su Shang shouted loudly, and the 10-fist sword slashed down with its blade, accompanied by terrifying black flames, exuding an overwhelming presence. However, even more imposing was Roger. Upon seeing Su Shang draw his blade, Roger also charged forward with his own sword. When his blade met the black sword blade, he was unexpectedly unaffected by the black flames, and a massive 10-fist sword was actually suppressed by this man. A physical suppression of Susanoo. Su-sen-ga-pet? What kind of god is this? This is just too terrifying. Su Shang controlled the war god to wield the 8-fold mirror, and only then did Roger shift his position. After landing, Roger remained calm and unruffled. Chapter 62, Roger's Conqueror's Haki. Su Shang calmed down, and his mind began to think constantly. Remote attack, I don't believe it anymore. Su Shang controlled the crimson-orange war god, slowly gathering 8 enormous Magatama, infused with Amaterasu's black flames. The Magatama of Yasaka. The red Magatama instantly flew toward Roger. The terrifying power caused the space to tremble. This made the observing crew members reveal a hint of disbelief. This kid is indeed strong. It seems that even the admirals of the Navy wouldn't be his match. He doesn't seem like a pirate. I wonder if Roger will recruit him. Roger looked at the giant Magatama flying toward him and smiled. Strong people. The ones I admire the most are strong people. Roger slowly sheathed his sword, and his Busashoka haki was finally unleashed. The golden-red haki shone brilliantly, seemingly exclusive to the Pirate King. Roger's Busashoka haki expanded, slowly forming a gigantic arm. As the Yasaka Magatama approached, Roger stepped forward and threw a punch, causing the Magatama to experience violence and shatter rapidly. However, this time Roger did not hold back. It was clear he wanted to show Su Shang a lesson. Roger's speed was terrifying, far beyond what Su Shang could reach. Even though Su Shang could see Roger's form with a Ziki-Donlai eye, he simply couldn't evade in time. The massive haki-infused fist struck Suzaku. Su Shang immediately noticed the chaotic energy of Susanoo, and before he could stabilize himself, it quickly dissipated. Damn, it's so strong. Su Shang was completely beaten down. This was the first time he had been defeated like this since arriving in the pirate world. It was incredibly frustrating, and he had no ability to counter. Great heavenly creation palm. Su Shang's arm turned golden. In an instant, he unleashed a golden handprint. Roger looked at the golden handprint, slightly taken aback, and retreated. Roger's eyes widened, and a terrifying conqueror's haki spread out. The golden handprint rapidly diminished and disappeared before it could reach Roger. What the hell? What kind of conqueror's haki is this? It's too terrifying. Su Shang wanted to create some distance to fight again, but he found his body becoming weak. Conqueror's Haki. Such a strong, oppressive force. This made Su Shang fully realize the terror of Conqueror's Haki. Su Shang gritted his teeth and desperately unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. But it was in vain. He couldn't even close the distance of a few inches, being firmly suppressed by Roger. Is this what it means to be a king? Su Shang was somewhat stunned. No matter, give it everything. Su Shang raised his arm, and a patch of icy white flames appeared, starting to burn wildly. But the temperature in the air dropped significantly. What kind of flame is this? It's even colder with such a large area. A bare-chested big man said, shivering. This also made Roger realize that this guy had quite a few good things. Young man, don't always rely on external forces. Your domineering body is very weak, not even reaching the minimum level of my crew, Roger said to Su Shang. Su Shang's expression was unpleasant. It was the first time he felt looked down upon. Although it was Roger, Su Shang still felt uncomfortable inside. He had the indestructible body of a Vajra, yet he didn't expect to be so easily defeated in front of Roger. System, is your indestructible body real or fake? Su Shang gom lai hao ba. You should consider who it is. The attacks from those big shots are much stronger than the blows from a Vajra. Su Shang felt helpless and decided to ignore the system, thinking about continuing to fight. Su Shang's eyes appeared with strange patterns. Moon reading. Roger suddenly felt his mind become hazy and somewhat unclear. By the time Roger forced himself to react, Su Shang had already transformed into a two-colored fire lotus. Exudinga Dirifayinyoha. Amaterasu. Su Shang looked at Roger, and black flames ignited instantly. However, Roger unleashed his armament haki, causing the black flames to dissipate immediately. Not bad. Roger looked at the two-colored fire lotus that was attacking him with approval. It's time to show you something of mine. Roger smiled lightly. He slowly gripped the blade, and the flowing armament haki gradually infused into the sheath. After a few breaths, Roger drew his sword. Dragon Slayer, Roger shouted. With one slash, a massive black dragon roared forth, directly swallowing the fire lotus, and then charged towards Su Shang. Holy crap, is this thing coming after me with a fire lotus? Su Shang was shocked. What kind of terrifying thing is this? He immediately activated Susanoo, but under Roger's overwhelming Conqueror's Haki suppression, Su Shang could only manifest half of it, using the Yada mirror to barely defend himself. However, Su Shang was also injured. Young man, our gap is quite large. You should go train for a few more years. Roger turned to leave. Stop. I haven't lost yet. Su Shang shouted loudly. I can't give up the opportunity to awaken. Roger turned back, grinning, ready for a big fight. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki was unleashed, and the oppressive force surged. Su Shang shouted angrily, and the Conqueror's Haki continuously surged forth, instantly releasing Susanoo. Oh, have I triggered it? This Conqueror's Haki is constantly increasing. Roger was a bit surprised. Susanoo's hands transformed into gold, and the armament haki once again coiled around it. Su Shang immediately released a large amount of icy white flames and black fire. Purple chi spread, and a huge golden hand appeared, holding a purple-golden fire lotus. Su Shang shouted loudly. Armed color was forcibly externalized and attached to the fire lotus. But at this moment, Su Shang's face was also pale, clearly having exhausted a lot of energy. Destruction, fire lotus. Su Shang shouted. The terrifying black golden fire lotus surged toward Roger. Roger laughed loudly. Good. So domineering. Roger's Conqueror's Haki quickly materialized, transforming into a solid shockwave that slammed toward the destruction fire lotus. The two collided, producing a huge sound that shook the entire island. Wow, this guy is really strong, hard to deal with. Everyone had a new perspective on Su Shang. After the terrifying explosion, as the smoke cleared, Su Shang stood in place, his legs trembling. It wasn't out of fear, but rather from the massive physical exhaustion. And in this virtual world, there were no sins of beans, making Su Shang feel for the first time what it was like to be completely drained. In contrast, Roger remained unbothered and unharmed. Su Shang's complexion was grim. Was it no damage done? What on earth was going on? Roger laughed heartily. That's refreshing. Young man, the future belongs to you. He then turned and left. You won. By the way, take a good feel of your Conqueror's Haki. It has many uses. Roger suddenly staggered a bit, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Rayleigh walked over and handed Roger a handkerchief. You're really seriously ill, yet still trying to show off. Rayleigh chuckled. Roger wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There's no choice. It's rare to meet a young person with a dream similar to mine. Sigh. I wonder what the future will look like. The crowd departed, while Su Shang stayed on the small island. In his words, he could easily fly back. Su Shang completely collapsed in place, recalling the battle. He carefully felt the conqueror's haki within him. Chapter 63. Su Shang's Awakening. Cough, cough, cough. Host, you have won the battle against the Pirate King and successfully awakened. Accompanied by the system's voice, Su Shang slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was lying in Hancock's arms. Hancock, with her beautiful and enchanting eyes filled with tears, looked at him in panic. You finally woke up? Su Shang looked at the stunning beauty in front of him, who had already turned into a weeping mess, and couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Dragging his weak body, he forced a smile and gently stroked Hancock's head, saying, "It's okay, it's okay." Seeing the scene, Hancock finally felt relieved and leaned in closer to Su Shang, giving him a gentle hug. Facing the soft chest that came rushing towards him, Su Shang couldn't help but blush deeply. Su Shang's consciousness gradually began to recover. Although the recent battle with Roger was a dream, he could still feel that his strength had significantly improved, and his conqueror's haki had been enhanced, giving him the aura of a king. Despite this substantial increase in power, his body was still undeniably weak. Now, even taking a few steps was strenuous for Su Shang, and he needed to quickly find a place to recover. The task prompt indicated that ahead was the Kingdom of Women, where he needed to sell 10,000 jars. For every 1,000 jars sold, he could obtain an exclusive jar. After a few days of brief rest, Su Shang's body gradually recuperated, and he could finally start his jar-selling journey. On that morning, Su Shang began his daily sales pitch. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Seize the moment. With this jar, you can maintain your youthful appearance forever. 1 jar invigorates the mind, 2 jars eliminate fatigue, and 3 jars grant immortality. However, despite his enthusiastic shouts, not many people came forward to support him, and the scene turned awkward as the crowd looked at this man who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, feeling quite bewildered. Su Shang was extremely disappointed. At this rate, it seemed like the 10,000 jars would take an eternity to arrive. Just as he was feeling down, Hancock walked over to him. As soon as she stood beside him, a crowd of people gathered to watch, and only then did everyone lower their guard, allowing his calls to be heard. Su Shang was taken aback for a moment, then realized that his wife's influence was indeed significant. So he immediately perked up to introduce the jar to everyone. To be honest, the Kingdom of Women lived up to its reputation, with each of them possessing quite a bit of beauty. Su Shang mumbled quietly, not expecting Hancock next to him to overhear, her face turning red with anger as she reached out to pinch Su Shang's ear. Then you tell me, who is beautiful? Su Shang touched his ear in pain and said, "Of course it's my wife who is beautiful. They're just slightly good-looking. But you are as stunning as a celestial being." Hancock relaxed her grip after hearing this, saying, "That's more like it." Who would have thought that Su Shang, praised for his strength by Roger, would be so easily controlled by his wife? Su Shang couldn't help but shed a tear of bitterness. Just then, the crowd suddenly began to stir, with several women gasping loudly. Su Shang thought something had gone wrong and hurried to check what was happening. After parting the crowd, he discovered that someone had opened a jar, and a woman was overjoyed. When the jar was opened, a set of SK2 cosmetics sprang out. Looking at the exquisite packaging, the woman was both delighted and curious. Su Shang was momentarily speechless. This jar was truly full of wonders. Then, she quickly began to explain the effects of this item to the woman. This is fairy water, which when applied to the face daily, guarantees a perfect complexion, fair skin, and eternal youth. You can instantly become as beautiful as a celestial being, even rivaling your king. Everyone gasped in astonishment upon hearing this, and the woman was greatly shocked, immediately putting away her treasure. With such a good thing available, the crowd became even more enthusiastic and eagerly approached to buy the jar. After Su Shang finished her introduction, she ran back to her original position. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are more great items waiting for you to discover. Everyone felt even more tempted after hearing this, raising their wallets and vying to be the first in line. Watching this scene, Su Shang turned her head and gave Hancock a proud smile, which made Hancock's heart race, prompting her to quickly join in Su Shang's promotion. With such strong purchasing power and Hancock's kingly buff, the 10,000 jars were sold out in no time. Even though some people hadn't managed to buy any, there were no more jars available to purchase. Su Shang looked at the crowd. Some people were selecting which jar to open first, carrying several jars, and often feeling frustrated when they didn't get what they wanted. Others watched them with envy, their fingers revealing their jealousy. It really was a case of the drought dying of thirst and the flood drowning. With 10,000 jars successfully sold, Su Sheng and Hancock also successfully closed up shop. With such strong purchasing power, Su Sheng naturally made a huge profit, and most important thing was that Su Sheng obtained 10 exclusive jars, which she was eagerly looking forward to the abilities contained within. After work, although the jars were quickly snatched away, Su Sheng and Hancock were still a bit tired. Dragging her weary body, Su Sheng looked at Hancock, who had been busy with her all day, and couldn't help but tease. "You say you're the king of Amazon Lily, and I'm your man, so doesn't that make me the male king of the Amazon?" "What a beautiful thought," Hancock said. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully punched Su Sheng a few times. The two laughed for a while, and Su Sheng said, "Now that the jars are sold out, it's time to move on to the next action." She turned to ask Hancock where Luffy and Rayleigh had gone. "They left after seeing your find, saying that they would definitely meet again in the future." "Oh," Su Sheng replied, then lay on the bed to start planning her future itinerary, hugging Hancock and falling asleep in the deep night. The next morning, Su Sheng and the others prepared to board the ship and set sail again. Just after leaving Amazon Lily, they spotted a familiar ship at sea. It was Luffy and Rayleigh's ship. Su Sheng immediately sped up to catch up with them. The two were moving very quickly, looking quite hurried, and it took Su Sheng quite a bit of effort to finally catch up. However, Luffy had a serious expression, completely unaware of Su Sheng chasing behind them. Seeing the situation, Su Sheng sensed that something significant must have happened, and she shouted to stop Luffy. Luffy turned around with a heavy look, his face filled with anxiety. Su Sheng had never seen him with such an expression, so she quickly approached him, and Luffy also told Su Sheng everything that had happened. Su Sheng learned from Luffy that Luffy's brother Ace had been captured and was being held and impelled down, about to be executed. At this moment, Luffy was very anxious and angry, and was racing at full speed towards impelled down. Su Sheng recalled the One Piece manga he had read before and remembered that this trip could save Ace. He decided to first stabilize Luffy's emotions. "I understand the situation, but we absolutely cannot act recklessly." Chapter 64. Together to impel down. Su Sheng looked at Luffy's injuries, which had not yet fully healed. The last battle had drained a lot of his energy, so this time he couldn't be too reckless. "I'll give you a jar first. You should recover. We'll still head to impel down at full speed, and we can discuss our plans further along the way." Luffy took the jar and felt much more at ease after hearing Su Sheng's words. "Thank you, Su Sheng." At that moment, Rayleigh finally spoke up. "Su Sheng, my young friend, you promised me 2 jars earlier. Shouldn't you give them to me now?" He smiled at Su Sheng. "Of course. I can't go back on my word to my brother Rayleigh." Su Sheng replied with a smile as he handed over the 2 jars. The two of them held the jars, and with the enhancement of their conqueror's haki, Su Sheng also felt relieved. Su Sheng knew that there would be many difficulties in going to Push City this time, so it was naturally better to be cautious. After saying that, he took out a special jar and opened it. Multiple shadow clone technique. It can release multiple shadow clones with certain abilities of their own. As his own abilities improved, the strength of the clones would also increase, and similarly, the number of clones would also increase. Wow, this is practically a bug. After reading the introduction, Su Sheng couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. With the enhancement from the jar in hand, the next step was to head to Push City. Su Sheng and others exerted great effort to reach the deep-sea prison, impel down, by taking a Navy warship through the Navy's exclusive current. This is the most secure prison of the world government, located at the bottom of the doldrums. And the fierce sea monsters add an extra layer of danger to the prison. The Navy warships are heavily guarded here, making it a challenging task to enter impel down. This undoubtedly made Su Sheng start to feel troubled. Even he, who was full of clever ideas, found himself at a loss. At this moment, Hancock suddenly spoke up. "I have a way to get in. As a warlord of the sea, I have the authority to enter." After hearing this, Su Sheng slapped his forehead. "That's right, it all depends on you, my wife." Hancock felt a bit shy after being called wife like that. Together with Su Sheng, they discussed their plan and got up to head towards impel down. Although she was one of the 7 warlords, Hancock still had to follow the rules, which meant being stripped and brought to the sea stone handcuffs. Hancock was no exception as a 7 warlord. She followed a soldier into a small dark room, where she was required to undress for inspection, and the room was equipped with surveillance cameras. Behind the cameras, several lewd men were leering, and Su Sheng, hiding on the ship, wished he could rush out and deal with them immediately. However, Hancock naturally couldn't fulfill their wishes. As soon as Hancock activated her sweet wind, both the soldier and the surveillance equipment were petrified. Su Sheng and his group finally came out together. Looking at his impressive wife, Su Sheng said with a smile, "Wife, you're still the best. It's too dangerous inside, so leave the rest to us. You go get ready and wait for us to come back." Although Hancock was reluctant to leave, she could only watch Su Sheng and the others enter with a heavy heart. Su Sheng and his group successfully infiltrated Impel Down. On the way, Su Sheng did his homework. Impel Down has a total of 7 levels. The first level above sea level is for baptism and interrogation. The second level, the Red Lotus level, is a forest filled with red arrow trees. The third level is the beast level of the demon world. The fourth level is the hell level, where the Warden Magellan is located, and Ace is on the 5th level. After confirming their positions, the group began their search for Ace. The first and second levels were easily passed by the group. With just a few guards, Su Sheng could handle them without even using his Conqueror's Haki. After passing the second level, Su Sheng sighed. This so-called most secure prison is nothing special. However, just after saying that, he was stunned. These were no ordinary beasts. Su Sheng looked at the towering beast prisoners in front of him, feeling troubled. Just right. Let us try my new ability on you monsters. With that, Su Sheng shouted. Multiple shadow clone technique. After a series of shadowy figures appeared, 10 identical clones of Su Sheng surrounded him. Su Sheng felt secretly pleased with how cool it looked, while Rayleigh and Luffy were shocked, wondering how this kid always had new tricks up his sleeve. The group of beasts roared at the sight of Su Sheng and charged at him without hesitation. Su Sheng wasted no time and activated his Conqueror's Haki to meet them head-on. Although it was Su Sheng's first time using this skill, he handled it with ease, as if manipulating a puppet, quickly resolving the group of beasts with just a few moves. Just that. Su Sheng's my brudili, and the clones beside him also turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. Just as he finished speaking, a loud rumble sounded behind him. Su Sheng slowly turned his head and discovered a lion-headed, human-bodied beast behind him, as massive as a mountain. Before anyone could react, the giant creature slammed down with a paw. Fortunately, several people reacted quickly and managed to dodge the attack with some agile movements. As the smoke cleared, the sheer size of the monster startled Su Sheng. Faced with such a colossal creature, he had no choice but to activate his Susanoo. Su Sheng shouted Susanoo into the sky, and a giant warrior clad in armor, emanating purple energy, appeared in midair. The warrior raised his hand and wielded the 10-fist sword, striking towards the monster. The 10-fist sword, engulfed in black flames, swung towards the creature, but the Sphinx merely raised a hand to block it, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Su Sheng discovered that the beasts here were not skilled in flashy attacks, but had tough skin and thick flesh, making them quite difficult to deal with. He engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the monster, exchanging punches and kicks. After a long while, both sides were somewhat exhausted. Su Sheng glanced at Luffy, signaling him to strike at the right moment. Luffy understood immediately. While they continued to maneuver around each other, Luffy suddenly jumped up, activating Gear 4th, and threw a punch at the Sphinx-like creature. The monster, worn out from the entanglement, had no time to dodge and was hit squarely on the head. Its massive body fell to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, everyone approached the monster. Su Sheng looked at it and said, "I didn't expect it to just faint like this. It really is tough." He then turned to Luffy and said, "Let us go. We don't have much time left. Let us move on." Everyone nodded and proceeded to the third level. This third level only had a few guards, which Su Sheng and the others easily dealt with. They breezed through this level, feeling quite pleased with themselves as they made their way down. After overcoming numerous obstacles, they reached the 5th level. Su Sheng, having read the One Piece manga, realized he was too late. Ace had already been taken away. Chapter 65, Battle with Magellan. The prison was now empty. Seeing this, Luffy was very anxious, as he had no news about Ace. Just as everyone was at a loss, a familiar laughter suddenly echoed. "Ha ha, I didn't expect to run into you here, Kid Luffy." A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Blackbeard. Su Sheng was startled. It was just as he had anticipated. Blackbeard provocatively walked up to Luffy, his face full of mockery. This made Luffy furious, as he remembered that his brother Ace had fallen into this place because of Blackbeard, fueling his anger even more. Just as Luffy was about to take a fighting stance, another figure appeared. Seeing the massive figure, Su Sheng immediately recognized who it was, the Warden of Impel Down, Magellan. Magellan launched a poison dragon attack, forcing everyone to dodge frantically. Blackbeard, Luffy, and Rayleigh were separated on the battlefield, leaving Su Sheng standing before Magellan. Magellan exhaled a puff of poisonous gas and said, "You lot are so bold to act so recklessly in my territory. I really must have been careless." He then cracked his knuckles and added, "Is it you, kid? Relying on outside forces to be so arrogant?" Su Sheng looked at the ground corroded by the poison gas and snorted coldly. "That's right. It's me." After saying that, he activated his Conqueror's Haki. Rayleigh and Luffy also noticed that Su Shang's Conqueror's Haki was now several times stronger than before, and they were both quite shocked. Su Shang clenched his fists and turned to Luffy, saying, "You go deal with that Blackbeard. Leave this side to me." Magellan sneered, "You're quite arrogant, kid." He then took a fighting stance. Luffy was already filled with hatred for Blackbeard and immediately activated Gear Second, charging towards Blackbeard. With a burst of speed, he unleashed a jet rocket punch that hit Blackbeard directly. Blackbeard didn't have time to react and was smashed into the wall by Luffy's punch. Just as Luffy was about to follow up on his attack, Blackbeard struggled to get up. He wasn't foolish. He had learned from his mistakes. Dark energy surged forth as he extended his hand. Dark water. A wave of dark power pulled Luffy in, and Blackbeard grabbed him. Then, with a powerful slam, he drove Luffy into the ground, causing Luffy, who possessed a devil fruit ability, to spit out blood. Luffy, not daring to be careless, jumped back, his face filled with shock. Blackbeard's dark fruit ability could absorb other devil fruit powers, rendering both Ace and Luffy's abilities useless against him. However, Luffy had changed significantly. With Su Shang's support, his recovery speed was faster. Luffy gathered himself and activated his Conqueror's Haki, while Blackbeard calmly faced him with his dark powers. On Su Shang's side, he focused on Magellan's poison gas, realizing he could not let this terrifying poison touch him. Magellan, with a proud expression, waited for Su Shang to make the first move. Multiple shadow clone technique. Su Shang decided to use shadow clones to test the waters. Multiple Su Shangs charged towards Magellan. Magellan, however, remained calm, sneering as he casually waved his hand, unleashing a wave of poisonous mist. Before Su Shang's clones could get close, they were dissipated into a cloud of smoke by the poison. It seemed the clones were too weak. Su Shang recalled the remaining clones and decided to take matters into his own hands. "I have to do this myself." With that, Su Shang covered himself in armament haki, activated his purple aura, and wrapped himself in Conqueror's Haki, wielding the Killing God Spear as he lunged at Magellan. With armament haki activated, Su Shang's strength was formidable. The surrounding hypnotic poison and regular poison were pushed back, and the sharp tip of his spear aimed directly at Magellan's vital point. Seeing this, Magellan didn't dare to be careless. He raised both hands and slammed them down. Poison swamp. The poison he had left behind suddenly spread out, transforming into a sea of poison. Seeing this, Su Shang prepared to leap over the toxic swamp, but Magellan bent down and slammed the ground again, causing the poison to surge upwards at incredible speed. Su Shang was alarmed. The speed of the poison was too fast to dodge. Su Shang could only dodge with great effort, but he was still grazed by the venom on his arm. Fortunately, Su Shang's armament haki was strong enough that the venom couldn't harm him. Just as Su Shang felt relieved, Magellan gave a charming smile. Toxic explosion. The venom on Su Shang's arm suddenly reacted violently, and the poison unexpectedly exploded. In such a situation, Su Shang had no time to evade. With a bang, the explosion caused a cloud of thick smoke. Seizing this opportunity, Magellan leaped forward, his right hand filled with venom, striking towards Su Shang with Toxic Heaven Strike. As he brought his palm down, Magellan was pushed back, his hand covered in black flames, which looked very strange. In a panic, Magellan could only use the poison to repel the unquenchable flames. As the smoke cleared, Su Shang's enormous Susanoo radiated a reddish-orange light, sizzling as it collided with the toxic gas. "You little brat still have some skills," Magellan remarked with a smile. Now, Su Shang wouldn't wait for Magellan to strike first. He raised his 10-fist sword and thrust it directly at Magellan. Magellan, not daring to underestimate him anymore, directly activated his ultimate move, Hell Judgment. Countless venomous liquids began to cover his entire body, exaggeratedly piling up more and more, eventually forming a giant made entirely of venom. Magellan's eyes bulged, filled with dark red poison, as the poisonous giant reached out and forcefully intercepted the 10-fist sword. Magellan swung his other hand towards Su Shang, who used Susanoo to take the hit directly. To his surprise, the venom in this state could actually corrode Susanoo's absolute defense, causing Su Shang to be startled and retreat quickly. "The toxicity of this venom is too strong. I can only create distance and use ranged attacks," Su Shang thought, controlling the reddish-orange deity to slowly condense 8 massive magatama, drawing his bow and shooting them directly at Magellan. This powerful strike frightened Magellan as well. He could only condense all the venom in front of him to form a gigantic poison shield. The 8 magatama whistled as they shot towards the poison shield, but they were deflected off course by the shield, crashing into the wall. Although Magellan managed to block this attack, it took a considerable toll on him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood, while Su Shang only sustained minor injuries to his arm from the explosion. Su Shang continued to press the attack on Moonreader. Suddenly, strange patterns appeared in Su Shang's eyes, and Magellan momentarily became dazed as the venom around him began to dissipate. In that instant, Su Shang drew his bow again and shot out 8 hook jewels, causing the venom giant to shatter, and Magellan fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 66. Luffy vs. Blackbeard finally came to an end. As Magellan fell, Su Shang also released Susanoo. Su Shang covered his slightly painful arm and looked at Magellan, who was lying in a pool of blood. Realizing that he could actually injure one of my arms, I was still a bit careless. Immediately, a loud noise came from the side. The battle was far from over. Luffy was struggling to confront Blackbeard, while that old man Rayleigh just watched the fight with a satisfied expression on his face. Su Shang couldn't help but have 3 black lines appear on his forehead, feeling speechless. He then stepped over the residual poison on the ground and walked towards Luffy. "Don't come over." At that moment, Luffy, drenched in sweat, shouted at Su Shang, "I'll settle the score with this guy myself." Still so hot-blooded, Su Shang murmured softly, "Don't force it." Su Shang waved his hand at Luffy. Luffy, however, ignored him, fixated on the smug Blackbeard in front of him, analyzing the next strategy. On Blackbeard's side, things weren't particularly easy either. He was also sweating profusely trying to deal with Luffy's attacks, but compared to Luffy's injuries, he was much better off. The atmosphere was tense. Luffy's legs tensed up, activating his armament haki, with Conqueror's haki wrapping around him and entering gear second. Rubber King Kongun. Luffy raised his enormous dark red fist, retracting it into his body to increase its elasticity and multiply its attack power. He swung his fist with all his might towards Blackbeard, the rapidly moving fist creating a sizzling sound as it sliced through the air, making the power of this punch truly fearsome. However, Blackbeard remained unfazed. "I told you, your fruit ability is ineffective against me." He then waved his hand, summoning dark water. A massive dark energy instantly coalesced in his left hand, emitting a powerful. Luffy, who had jumped into the air, was directly pulled into his palm, and Luffy's fully powered punch landed softly on Blackbeard, a powerful attack forcibly neutralized. Quake Air Shatter. Captured. Luffy had no strength to break free, and the intense pressure in the air pressed him flat against the ground, unable to withstand the blow absorbed by dark water. Luffy's rubber form instantly reverted. Blackbeard smirked slyly, stepping on Luffy's head and arrogantly saying, "You're really as useless as your silly brother." Su Shang saw this and was filled with rage, secretly gathering his strength, ready to charge at Blackbeard for a powerful strike. Just as Su Shang was about to rush in, Luffy suddenly reached out, pulled Blackbeard's foot off his head, and slowly stood up. "I'm not that easy to defeat. I'm going to be the Pirate King." Blackbeard scoffed at this and laughed disdainfully, revealing his uneven teeth. "You think you can beat me looking like that?" Su Shang thought to himself that Luffy really did have some protagonist aura about him. Luffy stood up, slowly raised his head, his eyes wide open, as if a raging fire had ignited within them, ready to consume Blackbeard before him. "Show me what you've got." Blackbeard remained unimpressed, looking down at the small Luffy. Seemingly more excited the angrier Luffy got. In this situation, even a normally reckless Luffy began to think about how to effectively attack him. On the side, Rayleigh could no longer sit still. "You kid, think carefully. If you don't let his vile dark water touch you, it can be easily resolved." Luffy suddenly understood, realizing that he couldn't just charge in for a close-range attack. Gritting his teeth, Luffy quickly restored his stamina with the help of the can and activated Gear 4th. As Gear 4th was unleashed, Luffy's entire body shone with a dark luster. To avoid the dark water's attack, he had to push his observation haki to the limit. Luffy thought, "I won't give you time to think." Blackbeard suddenly raised both hands to activate his dark abilities. He then slammed down heavily onto the ground. Suddenly, the ground surged with dark currents, and countless dark energies gathered beneath Blackbeard's feet, rapidly spreading out towards Luffy. In this situation, Luffy had no choice but to retreat repeatedly. Blackbeard's attack was so wide-ranging that Luffy couldn't get close, and anything or anyone touched by that monstrous dark energy would be sucked underground and crushed to pieces. With such a fierce attack, Luffy couldn't recklessly charge forward. Faced with such a move, he could also opt for a long-range attack. Gum Gum Jet Snake Shot. A dark red shadow whistled past the ground, rushing towards Blackbeard. However, Blackbeard showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he unleashed a wave of dark energy to meet Luffy's punch head-on. "This is bad. I can't let that dark energy touch me. Luffy panicked, knowing that he couldn't afford to be reckless against that dark energy. In a moment of desperation, Luffy hurriedly retracted his fist, and Blackbeard smirked even more. You're still young. You can't break my moves. He laughed again. But before Blackbeard could finish his words, another punch came rushing in. You never learn. Blackbeard attempted to manipulate the dark energy to respond calmly. However, this punch was different from before. Its speed was astonishing, constantly changing trajectory in the air, leaving Blackbeard confused. Gum Gum King Cobra. The dark red fist transformed into a golden cobra through multiple turns and charges, seemingly ready to swallow Blackbeard whole. Blackbeard was in a panic. Before he could dodge, the punch struck him heavily. Seeing that the attack was effective, Luffy followed up with several punches, causing Blackbeard to roll on the ground. This was the side effect of the dark fruit. The damage taken would be doubled, and Blackbeard cried out in pain with each punch. However, this move was also exhausting for Luffy. Seizing the opportunity while Luffy was fatigued, Blackbeard quickly got up. Quake. The ground instantly cracked, causing Luffy to lose his footing. Blackbeard seized the moment, leaping up, wielding dark energy as he charged towards Luffy. In this critical moment, Su Sheng suddenly jumped out to block the attack for Luffy. Blackbeard smirked. Another one coming to die? Unexpectedly, Su Sheng smiled lightly. Your underhanded tricks won't work on me. Saying this, he punched Blackbeard away, and Luffy thought, now's my chance. Luffy came to his senses. Gum Gum King Kong Gun. He struck directly at Blackbeard, the solid punch hitting him hard. Taking the blow, Blackbeard crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Chapter 67. Scaring Blackbeard away. Blackbeard struggled to stand up, spitting out blood. You've really angered me. His eyes turned cold. The double pain was almost unbearable, and he was completely consumed by a murderous intent. No one gets to leave. Blackbeard's face twisted into a snarl. Su Sheng slowly stood up, staring fiercely at Blackbeard. If you don't want to die, then get lost. Su Sheng didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Blackbeard was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Damn it, it's all my fault for killing Magellan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this complicated. However, Su Sheng wasn't too concerned. After all, he was someone who had fought against the Pirate King in a dream. Blackbeard laughed maniacally. Kill me? Dark water. With a loud roar, terrifying black mist began to frantically absorb surrounding objects, gradually condensing into a large sphere and continuously compressing. Su Sheng quietly watched the moves of Blackbeard, her eyes shimmering with a mesmerizing pattern like a hook. Release! Blackbeard shouted. The terrifyingly compressed, massive sphere roared towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng smiled slightly. Amaterasu. The black flames instantly engulfed the massive sphere. I originally intended for you to train with Luffy, but it turns out you are so ungrateful. Su Sheng was a bit annoyed and decided to end things quickly. Blackbeard, on the other hand, was not worried. Instead, he was filled with a strong desire to fight. Stop boasting. Blackbeard unleashed a terrifying energy. Dark hole. Blackbeard's large hand reached towards the ground. An immense darkness continuously spread across the surface. Su Sheng smiled, extending her arm as icy white flames spread around her, preventing the darkness from encroaching. No more tricks, right? Su Sheng knew that at this stage, Blackbeard had not yet acquired the Tremor fruit, and his strength was not formidable. Su Sheng's figure surged, and ice-white flames covered his fists. Cold roar. Su Sheng shouted. The massive ice-white fire fist slammed towards Blackbeard. However, Blackbeard revealed a cunning smile. You've fallen for it, he exclaimed. Release. Blackbeard shouted loudly. The darkness suddenly surged into the sky, binding Su Sheng's feet. Su Sheng was unable to move, feeling a powerful pressure on his feet. If it weren't for his indestructible body, his feet would probably be ruined. Su Sheng smiled slightly, standing against the odds. Susanoo. A massive crimson-orange war god appeared, breaking through the black bindings with a single strike. Su Sheng unleashed the great creation palm. In an instant, he sent Blackbeard flying. Blackbeard got up from the ground, but he was shocked to find that Su Sheng and the others were all dead. Blackbeard let out a loud laugh. Can't you withstand my dark fruit after all? His voice echoed throughout the prison as he slowly walked outside, only to find himself back in the same place. Strange, am I lost? Blackbeard was very puzzled. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. Su Sheng appeared behind him, and the divine killing spear pierced through his chest, directly bringing out that lively heart from the tip of the spear. Ah! Blackbeard cried out in terror. Aren't you dead? Blackbeard trembled all over. Su Sheng smiled and said, It's you who is dead. Su Sheng slapped Blackbeard's face, waking him up instantly. Looking at Su Shang in front of him, and then at himself, completely unharmed, Blackbeard was shocked and exclaimed, "What kind of fruit is this?" Su Shang shook his head. "It's not a fruit. It's a more powerful energy." Su Shang smiled faintly. Blackbeard trembled all over, cold sweat dripping down. "What a powerful energy." Blackbeard stammered, but his hand secretly wanted to activate the fruit's ability. Su Shang extended his finger, and a purple gold lotus flower spiraled at his fingertip, unleashing a terrifying energy. This concentrated version was enough to turn Blackbeard to dust. Blackbeard immediately stopped resisting and trembled as he said, "Please, Lord Su Shang, spare my life." Su Shang made the golden lotus dance on her fingertips. With each movement, Blackbeard's heart skipped a beat, fearing that Su Shang would send him to his demise. "I can let you go, but you have to promise me one thing, and I will also offer you some help," Su Shang said. Without thinking, Blackbeard asked, "I agree. What is it?" Su Shang smiled and seemed to cherish his own life. "I want you to kill Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors," Su Shang said expressionlessly. Blackbeard's body trembled, but he soon revealed a sinister expression. "Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors? That woman who likes to make children? Why should I kill her?" Su Shang made the lotus flower rise at her fingertips and gave Blackbeard a cold glance, and the killing intent suddenly surged. Blackbeard was scared out of his wits and stammered, "I spoke too much. I will definitely get this done." Su Shang smiled slightly. "Very good. But for now, it's still the future, and you'll find it hard to be my opponent. We will meet again, and when that time comes, bring 10 million berries, and I'll give you something nice." Blackbeard was skeptical, but had no choice but to agree. "All right, I'm always ready with 10 million berries to welcome you." Get lost," Su Shang said without any politeness. Blackbeard swallowed hard, but didn't dare to say more, even refraining from showing any defiant expressions. Blackbeard left with his men in a dejected manner. Luffy walked over and asked, "Why did you let him go?" Su Shang smiled. He had more important things to do while he was alive. For Blackbeard to kill Whitebeard, Su Shang first had to really dislike this guy, and secondly, it would reduce the obstacles to the Grand Line. Su Shang had a hunch that the island concealed some earth-shattering secret. He wanted to involve greedy, gold-driven figures like Blackbeard in this scheme. As for whether Blackbeard would kill Whitebeard in the future, that had nothing to do with him. The old generation had to fall for a new era to arise. Su Shang has enough opportunities to achieve higher goals. Moreover, Whitebeard definitely won't listen to him to kill Big Mom. But Blackbeard is different. He has been completely scared and now possesses 2 devil fruits. Blackbeard will definitely go after Big Mom, which is just right for his ambition. The group slowly sailed away from the underwater prison, each person with their own purpose, scattering in different directions. People like Jinbei who follow closely. Su Shang doesn't mind. The bigger his team, the better. Su Shang is gradually becoming a leader, and at that time, he only needs to ally with the Straw Hat Pirates and continue searching for the final island. Su Shang held Hancock's hand and slowly walked away. However, Luffy was anxious, fearing that something might happen to his brother. Su Shang said slowly, "No need to rush, he won't die." Ace is also a crew member that Su Shang is determined to have, and as for the 3 admirals, he doesn't mind taking down Akaina this time. The Celestial Dragons control the Navy, and these are all potential threats. Su Shang is very clear about this. Only pirates like Luffy and Blackbeard, who have clear goals, are necessary allies. Chapter 68. Heading to Marineford, Jinbei found a Navy warship and drove it, leading everyone towards Marineford. On the way, Su Shang was thinking about how to save Ace. At that time, terrifying figures from a Navy would be deployed, making it very tricky. Now, Su Shang could be considered half a pirate, although it was for the Celestial Dragon's secret. However, the Navy is ultimately controlled by the Celestial Dragons, and there might even be a confrontation with Sengoku, which made Su Shang feel a bit overwhelmed. But Su Shang was absolutely confident in his own strength. At least he wouldn't make any major mistakes. As long as he could succeed, the story's progress would greatly increase, and the chances of containing the Celestial Dragons would also improve. This change was immense, and he wondered if the Celestial Dragons would appear again. Su Shang murmured, feeling somewhat worried. Hancock nestled in Su Shang's arms and said, "Don't worry, I will protect you even if I die." Hancock's eyes were firm. Su Shang glanced at Hancock, feeling warmth in his heart, and suddenly felt refreshed. "Don't worry, you don't need to take action. You must be safe. I can't bear to let anything happen to you. If necessary, I'll just fight my way out." Su Shang said firmly, "Yes, why think so much? Just kill them directly." At that moment, the sea was turbulent, with the 7 warlords, Whitebeard, Shanks, and various terrifying pirate crews converging towards one place, the Navy headquarters Marineford. At this time, Ace was being forced by the Navy towards the execution platform, and the entire atmosphere became tense. Ace was handcuffed with sea prism stone, raising his head slowly to look at the sky, his handsome face bearing many scars. Ace let out a gentle breath. "Huff, Dad, please don't come." Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates were rushing towards the Navy headquarters. "Ace, don't worry, I'll be there soon." Whitebeard shouted loudly. Su Sheng and the others were on a warship, moving at a decent speed, while Luffy was anxiously hoping to arrive soon. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates were already on the brink of the Navy government city, accompanied by 43 pirate crews from the New World. The atmosphere was terrifying to a shocking degree. Sengoku led the 3 admirals and the 7 warlords of the sea to the scene, and the tension on the battlefield reached its peak. Whitebeard slowly stood up, holding a long sword, and shouted angrily, "Sengoku, release Ace, and I will withdraw my forces." Ace's crimes do not warrant death. Sengoku slowly stood up and replied, "Impossible. What everyone may not know is that Ace is from the D family. He is the son of Joel D. Roger. We cannot let him go. His secret involves countless lives." The crowd was shocked to learn that Fire Fist Ace was actually the son of the Pirate King. So what? Roger was a good man, the most respected person on the seas. "We must save his son," Whitebeard shouted loudly. The pirates were greatly encouraged, and with Whitebeard's roar, they launched a frenzied attack. Suddenly, the Navy raised a formidable barrier to encircle and eliminate the pirates. Many pirates were taken aback, but still couldn't break through the iron wall. Whitebeard leaped into the air, activating the Tremor fruit, and a terrifying shockwave slammed against the massive iron wall, causing the entire sea to tremble, but it still couldn't break that terrifying cage. However, Whitebeard's subordinates were also powerful, continuously launching fearsome attacks. The Navy kept bombarding from distance, and at that moment, these pirate crews felt like fish in a barrel, struggling to endure. Just then, a massive warship floated down from the sky. The strongest reinforcements, Su Sheng's crew, had arrived. Upon reaching the destination, Luffy saw the scene before him and jumped down without hesitation. Su Sheng felt helpless as he waited for the warship to slowly descend before he stepped out of the cabin. Su Sheng looked at the scene in front of him, somewhat shocked. Experiencing the war firsthand was indeed overwhelming. Sengoku saw the enormous warship and was quite puzzled. When he saw the notorious pirates pouring out of the underwater prison, he was even more astonished. Su Sheng? How did he end up with the pirates? Sengoku felt a surge in his heart. He probably was a pirate all along. Akainu said disdainfully, "It will be best if we don't have to fight with young friend Su Sheng." Sengoku sighed bitterly. Su Sheng Landet glanced at the old man with the white beard and waved his hand. "Old man with the white beard, step back, you can't open it." The crowd was slightly startled, wondering who this person was to be so arrogant. Su Sheng didn't care about others' gazes, looking at the copper wall and iron bastion with a slight smile. The patterns of the Sharingan in his eyes circulated, and with a furious shout, "Susanoo!" The giant crimson-orange warrior on the sea attracted everyone's attention. Is a god descending? Great creation palm. 2-colored fire lotus. Su Sheng unleashed 2 powerful moves, the golden cash register and the 2-color fire lotus, crashing into the enormous wall, which shattered like glass despite being incredibly sturdy. Everyone present was shocked. It seemed that Su Sheng had grown even stronger. Why was he helping the pirates? Sengoku felt somewhat troubled. Su Sheng destroyed the wall, showcasing absolute deterrence, and then shouted loudly, "Pirates, charge! Save Ace!" The pirates raised their arms and shouted, rushing forward. In an instant, their fighting spirit reached its peak. With such a divine ally in battle, what was there to fear? Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Thank you, my friend, for your assistance. There will certainly be a great reward in the future." After saying this, Whitebeard's figure swelled dramatically as he charged forward. Su Sheng smiled slightly. This old man was much more amiable and easy to get along with than in the comics. Shouldn't we let him live, after all? Su Sheng felt somewhat conflicted. He was indeed troubled by the development of the plot. "Forget it. I'll help you out. Whether you live or die is up to you." Su Sheng charged forward. Hancock followed closely behind, and Su Sheng turned back with a smile. "It seems you've forgotten your current strength. There aren't many opponents here." Hancock laughed, saying, "I have awakened my devil fruit powers and possess top-tier haki in all 3 forms." As she spoke, Hancock showed Su Sheng her soft armor. Su Sheng swallowed hard, thinking that after this battle, he should spend some quality time with his wife. The two said no more and headed straight into battle. Originally, the Navy had the upper hand due to their geographical advantage. However, with Su Sheng's strongest reinforcements arriving, the situation turned around. Even though the warlords of the sea were participating in the battle, Robin and Chopper's current strength was enough to match the warlords. Su Sheng immediately demonstrated absolute dominance. The terrifying Susanoo wreaking havoc. It felt so satisfying to kill. Luffy, Whitebeard, cover me, I'm going to rescue Ace. Su Sheng shouted. Among the pirates, no one had stronger individual combat ability than Su Sheng. Just as Su Sheng was about to charge in, a terrifying molten lava giant fist struck from the sky, its overwhelming power making the pirates tremble. Su Sheng smiled slightly. Red Dog, old man, just what I wanted. Su Sheng did not hold back, activating Susanoo with an added armored arm, unleashing two massive heavenly creation palm strikes, creating two crimson golden handprints that smashed down, causing the molten giant hand to quickly disintegrate. Akainu was astonished. He has become even stronger. Chapter 69. The appearance of Hawkeye. Akainu was shocked by Su Sheng's rapid growth, and at the same time, the fist of the crimson-orange giant was swinging towards him. Akainu quickly dodged this exaggerated strike. Even though Su Sheng's abilities were rapidly improving, the unruly Akainu still felt no fear whatsoever. You old man showed up just in time. I was worried about not having anyone to practice on. Su Sheng looked at Akainu with pride. Don't get cocky, you brat. With that, Akainu made a swift move and launched a powerful fire attack directly at Su Sheng. Su Sheng remained unperturbed. Why are you still using these petty tricks? With just a wave of his hand, the enormous Susanoo dispersed the incoming fireball. Playing with fire? Let me show you what true flames are. After saying this, Su Sheng's eyes revealed that strange pattern again, and blazing black flames surged towards Akainu. Amaterasu. Akainu was not to be outdone. Dogbite Red Lotus. A ball of crimson flames clashed against the approaching Amaterasu. So naive. Su Sheng looked proudly at the raging fire in front of him. The crimson flames began to weaken as soon as they touched his Amaterasu. Akainu was shocked to find that his fierce fire was being consumed little by the black flames, which expanded steadily and rushed towards him. Akainu had no choice but to dodge, but he was directly struck by Amaterasu. After the blow, Akainu spat out blood. In the smoke, Akainu slowly stood up, forcefully wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glaring fiercely at Su Sheng. Don't think you're the only one who can get bigger. After saying this, he let out a loud roar, flames gathering around him as he leaped into the air, surrounded by fire, forming a giant of crimson flames. The newly formed flame giant summoned a magma bomb that fell straight down on Su Sheng's head. Then it swung its magma fist directly at Su Sheng. Su Sheng naturally looked down on him, as he was well aware of Akainu's strength. He did not even try to block the magma bomb above him, letting it fall freely. The blazing black-red magma landed on Susanoo and was instantly extinguished. Immediately, Su Sheng swung his 10-fist sword, first slicing through Akainu's fire giant, and then delivering a blow that sent Akainu flying. Akainu was knocked back dozens of meters, landing right next to Sengoku, rendered unable to fight. Sengoku looked at the disheveled Akainu and said with a hint of annoyance, I told you not to act rashly. This kid's strength is unfathomable. Seeing that Akainu had lost his fighting capability, Su Sheng directly disengaged from Susanoo and taunted, Magma old man, you should go back to light some candles. With that, he left without a second thought. Akainu was infuriated by being mocked by such a brat, but he found that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. This was an absolute display of strength. Meanwhile, not far away, a pair of sharp eyes were watching everything unfold, eyes that even Su Sheng had not noticed. Wonderful, wonderful. Su Sheng was startled as a voice of praise accompanied by applause suddenly came from behind him. He quickly turned around to check, and before him stood a man in a black cloak, carrying a black long sword on his back. As Su Sheng expected, Hawkeye had indeed appeared. With the appearance of this man, the crowd was in an uproar. This man possessed the keen insight of an eagle. Just the sight of his eyes would make even the strongest opponents tremble. The black sword on his back was one of the only 12 supreme swords in the world, known as Black Sword Knight. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim that even the usually aloof Hawkeye wanted to join this battle. However, it was clear that Hawkeye was here to challenge Su Sheng, and his sharp eyes fixed on Su Sheng made him shudder slightly. Though Su Sheng's own perception was naturally stronger. After the crowd's amazement, the cold and distant Hawkeye pointed at Su Sheng and said, I have come this time to challenge you, to see the difference between us. After listening, Su Sheng said, since that's the case, I won't waste any more words. With that, he extended his hand, and the god-killing spear quietly appeared in Su Sheng's grasp. Eagle Eye, naturally, had nothing more to say, and directly drew the black blade from his back. Holding the black blade in front of him, he looked at Su Sheng and swung the blade. unleashing a fierce sword energy straight at Su Shang. Is this just a simple test? Su Shang thought, then calmly drew the god-killing spear to defend. The fierce sword energy charged forward, and everyone couldn't help but marvel. Witnessing this strong confrontation was indeed a gain. Although this sword energy was terrifying, tearing through the air. For Su Shang, such an attack was merely child's play. He simply raised the spear in front of him to block the strike, then looked at Eagle Eye and said lightly, "Such an attack is not enough to harm me." Eagle Eye smiled faintly, raising the black blade to his chest. Night 1/. Once again, a wall-splitting sword energy surged forward, but this time its power was far greater than the last. After reading it, Su Shang no longer relaxed. He raised the God Slayer spear and thrust it forward with all his might. This time, the confrontation was intense, and Su Shang found it somewhat challenging to withstand the attack. However, he could clearly feel that he was gradually falling behind in this clash with the God Slayer spear. Just when Su Shang thought he would be able to block the strike, the sword energy in front of him suddenly vanished, replaced by the swift approach of Eagle Eye. Chaotic slash. Eagle Eye grasped his weapon midair and launched an attack towards Su Shang, executing a rapid and fierce spinning assault that caught Su Shang off guard, forcing him to block passively. Watching the rapidly moving figure of Eagle Eye, which left only a black afterimage, Su Shang understood he could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent. He widened his eyes, and strange patterns reappeared in his pupils. In an instant, everything Eagle Eye did seemed to slow down in Su Shang's eyes. Every move and technique appeared clearly to him. Su Shang easily countered each attack and continuously thrust the spear tip at Eagle Eye during the gaps in his offense. Eagle Eye was shocked. It seemed as if this guy could predict all of his attacks, forcing him to retreat step by step. Su Shang's spear tip struck like a venomous snake, quick and lethal, and in the midst of panic, Eagle Eye was hit once, the God Slayer spear directly lifting him up. In a moment of crisis, Eagle Eye quickly rotated his black blade, unleashing a wave of sword energy that blasted Su Shang away. Fortunately, thanks to his indestructible defense, Su Shang was only pushed back due to carelessness. Both retreated a few steps, and seeing the unfathomable opponent before him, Eagle Eye felt a bit flustered. He then picked up the black blade again and unleashed his ultimate move, Deadly Blade Light. The black blade plunged into the ground, and the sword energy exploded outward, charging directly at Su Shang. Curious about the power of this formidable move, Su Shang decided to take on the incoming sword energy head-on, only to find that it merely restrained his limbs. However, an even more terrifying wave of sword energy surged towards him. Chapter 70, Eagle Eye Retreats. Baki takes over. Su Shang was slightly taken aback. The techniques of Eagle Eye were indeed unique. Su Shang remained calm, facing the fierce attack from Eagle Eye. Su Shang raised his arm, and icy white flames appeared, slowly dissipating Eagle Eye's sword energy. Then his arm transformed into gold. "Great heavenly creation palm!" Su Shang shouted. The golden palm print was instantly launched, smashing through the palm print and heading towards Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye frowned slightly, gathering all his strength and infusing it into his long knife with arm color. "Night language," Eagle Eye murmured softly. Suddenly, a piercing eagle cry echoed in the air, and a black whirlwind surged forward, incredibly fierce, shattering everything around it. The golden palm print collided with it a few times before disintegrating into fragments. Su Shang's eyes widened in surprise. "This Eagle Eye has many deadly moves." "Amaterasu," Su Shang shouted loudly. Black flames surged and appeared everywhere, constantly resisting the black whirlwind. Just as the two forces were in a stalemate, suddenly a small soldier shouted, "Not good, Dad. Ace is going to be executed early." Everyone was startled. Whitebeard shouted loudly, pushing back the nearby navy. He leaped up, further expanding the pirates' advance. Su Shang understood the aggressive behavior of the old man with a white beard. It was time to act quickly. Su Shang slowly exhaled, gathering all his strength. His purple eyes appeared, and the movements of Eagle Eye became slow. Two colored flames emerged from Su Shang's hands as he forcefully condensed them, and with the continuous fusion of purple energy, a three-colored fire lotus was formed. "Reincarnation Fire Lotus," Su Shang shouted loudly. The intricately crafted lotus shot towards Eagle Eye, who could not dodge in time. The overwhelming aura reached its peak, and the long knife was sheathed. But a series of sword sounds echoed in the sky, quite peculiar. A terrifying pressure spread out, the top-tier knife intent enveloping nearly 3,000 miles. And Eagle Eye's momentum reached its zenith. As the exquisite fire lotus slowly approached Su Shang, Eagle Eye let out a loud roar, Blade Dragon. A massive black blade flew out, its terrifying power shattering the surrounding void, the overwhelming pressure peaking, making the pirates feel as if they could not breathe. Such powerful strength. I didn't expect this guy, Eagle, to be so strong now. Whitebeard was also somewhat shocked. The kid from back then had now wielded swordsmanship that was so terrifying. Whitebeard could only fight fiercely against the enemies, knowing that if anything went wrong with Su Sheng, he would have to step in. That terrifying blade flew out, instantly shattering the Golden Lotus, and a horrific explosion spread, but did not diminish the momentum of that black blade in the slightest. Su Sheng felt a heavy heart, not expecting that Eagle-Eye's strength was so formidable to this extent, something he had never seen in the comics. Su Sheng gathered his strength, the patterns of the Sharingan swirling. Holding the divine killing spear, two colored flames enveloped Su Sheng's lance. With a leap, Su Sheng's terrifying momentum peaked, and a series of booming sounds echoed in the air, causing the void to tremble. Divine killing spear strike like a dragon. Su Sheng roared. The spear thrust forward, and a black and white dragon roared out, colliding violently with the black blade. The two forces locked in a stalemate, as Hawkeye attempted to condense his terrifying sword energy once more. However, Su Sheng stood in the sky, surrounded by a terrifying sea of black flames and icy white flames. Su Sheng forcefully inhaled, and purple energy slowly spread out. The extraordinary spectacle of nature drew everyone's attention. Is this a god? Perhaps the strength of the Pirate King is nothing compared to this. Sengoku, watching from the side, felt a heaviness in his heart. Su Sheng's strength had become increasingly terrifying. He felt that Su Sheng still had even stronger moves yet to be unleashed. Akiji remarked, perhaps so, otherwise how could Akainu have lost so miserably? Sitting nearby, Akainu's face was ashen, severely injured to the point where he couldn't even stand. That guy, even when facing a Logia user, attacked with real power, wasn't just due to his haki. He had something even more terrifying, especially that icy white flame. Akainu's analysis wasn't far off. However, for the defeated, saying anything more was pointless. At this moment, Su Sheng resembled an otherworldly being, golden handprints slowly unfolding, and two purple golden lotus flowers appeared, causing the surrounding void to rip apart as they spun. Everyone fixated on the two small purple golden lotuses. Some weaker individuals trembled in fear from the overwhelming pressure. Hawkeye gazed at the terrifying purple golden lotuses, his expression grim. Has he become strong enough to surpass the four emperors? Hawkeye was puzzled. How could a young man be terrifying to this extent? If Hawkeye were to retreat now, it would be a disgrace. Gritting his teeth, Hawkeye bit his finger, letting blood flow slowly into the blade. The long sword emitted a tremor, as if it could connect with Hawkeye's soul. Blood sacrifice, sword demon. Hawkeye murmured softly, his voice weak, clearly indicating that this move had consumed a significant amount of his energy. He then plunged the sword into the ground, and a wave of darkness spread out. Night demon, arise! Hawkeye suddenly shouted. From the terrifying darkness emerged a massive demon, roaring loudly, the shockwaves causing some weaker opponents to die instantly. The night demon continued to roar, its hands gathering terrifying darkness as it charged towards the two purple golden lotuses. The collision of the two was beyond terrifying, creating colossal waves that made the entire island tremble. Those with slightly lesser strength were already too frightened to fight back. After the massive explosion, two figures still stood firm in place. Su Sheng's clothes were somewhat tattered. After eating a fairy bean, his complexion improved somewhat. However, Eagle Eye was clearly exhausted, his face pale, the knife planted in the ground, and he leaned half on the handle of the knife, breathing heavily. Su Sheng smiled slightly, and Susanoo appeared, its form rising violently and charging towards the inner island. Hawkeye, you're still too weak. Keep training, Su Sheng said with great pretension. You go ahead. I'll hold him off, Luffy shouted, activating Gear 4th and smashing countless Marines with a single punch. Whitebeard punched into the air, and the terrifying shockwave caused massive casualties among the Marines. What kind of divine beings are these? The Marines were filled with extreme fear. If it weren't for the terrifying firepower of the Navy, they would have likely been completely wiped out. Hawkeye wanted to stop Su Sheng as a legendary sword emperor. How could he endure such humiliation? Just as Hawkeye was about to take off, Emperor Buggy descended. Ha ha ha. Today, let Emperor Buggy kill Hawkeye and become a warlord of the sea. Buggy laughed uncontrollably. What bunch of trash. Hawkeye scoffed. With a single swing of his sword, Buggy was instantly cut in half. Stinking bug. Just as Hawkeye was about to sheath his sword, he saw that Buggy was still alive. Buggy quickly restored himself and punched Hawkeye. Hawkeye did not dodge at all. He swung his long sword, executing a series of advanced sword techniques that chopped Buggy into noodles. Just as Hawkeye was about to get up and leave, Buggy merged back together. Chapter 71. Sengoku's determination. What kind of monster is this? Hawkeye's face turned green upon seeing Buggy revive again, and he cursed loudly. The clown Buggy laughed maniacally. Ha! Emperor Buggy is someone you can never defeat. Hawkeye's face turned a deep shade of rage. He couldn't hit him, but he couldn't let this guy mock him either. Hawkeye's pride couldn't take it. With his eyes wide open in anger, he thought that even if this guy was weak, he was still so arrogant. Buggy pulled out a new type of cannon and aimed it at Hawkeye, firing a shot. Of course, it didn't cause any harm to Hawkeye. Enraged, Hawkeye kept chopping down with his sword, breaking Buggy apart, but Buggy continued to merge back. Suddenly, Hawkeye smiled slightly, chopped Buggy into 2 segments, then grabbed the upper half and kicked it away for 10,000 miles. Buggy was thus completely separated and no longer had any fighting capability. Hawkeye spat on Buggy's lower half, then kicked it away. He then found a quiet place to rest. Meanwhile, Su Sheng's massive Susanoo had already entered the inner bay. Su Sheng activated the purple chi eastward eye and saw Ace being escorted to the execution ground from a distance. Su Sheng smiled slightly and sent his clone forward. Luffy wanted to follow, but was stopped by Kizaru, who engaged in a relentless battle. Light pistol. Kizaru's figure disappeared, and he struck Luffy with a punch. Luffy, fully armored in haki, was not knocked back and retaliated with a King Kong gun, which was incredibly powerful. Kizaru transformed into a flash to dodge, becoming even stronger. However, Kizaru did not mind. He had the treasures from Su Sheng's jar that could grant him a devil fruit ability. Therefore, on the Navy's side, Kizaru was a potential terrifying force. Whitebeard rampaged through, but Aokiji angrily blocked him, and the terrifying Logia powers began to clash. Although Aokiji was not at an advantage, he could barely hold his ground. Whitebeard, however, was exhausted from his impatience, and, coupled with his old age, found himself somewhat lacking in strength. Otherwise, how could a man who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the Pirate King be stopped? Su Sheng was about to reach Ace's side. Amaterasu. Su Sheng activated his Sharingan, instantly eliminating the Marines surrounding Ace. However, Ace was currently restrained by Sea Prism Stone. He couldn't fight back or even escape. Just as Su Sheng was about to rescue him, Sengoku descended from the sky, placing himself between Su Sheng and Ace. Su Sheng, my young friend, I'm sorry, but I can't hand Ace over to you. I promise you some conditions, so please don't interfere. It's better for both of us, Sengoku said with a bitter smile. Sengoku, you have to give me some face. Just hand Ace over to me. I can agree to help the Navy sell cans. Su Sheng's offer was tempting. However, Sengoku still shook his head. He is Roger's son. I cannot let him go. The secrets he carries are tied to countless lives. Su Sheng shook his head, having no intention of leaving. I need Ace, and it also involves countless lives on the sea. Sengoku's gaze was resolute. Is this the reason why you, my young friend Su Sheng, have become a pirate? If you want to save him, I will do everything I can to help you in the Navy, even at the cost of my own position. Su Sheng was taken aback. This Warring States period is truly ruthless. Su Sheng smiled bitterly and said, this matter must be kept away from the Navy, as there are many connections involved with you all, which will have the opposite effect. Sengoku remained unwavering. I don't care, but for the sake of justice, Ace must die. Prepare for execution. Sengoku shouted. The Navy was about to execute Ace when Su Sheng activated his Sharingan and burned those soldiers to death. Su Sheng, my young friend, you're making it very difficult for me, but for the Navy and justice, I cannot allow you to do this, Sengoku said with some helplessness. Then, Sengoku shouted and transformed into a gigantic golden Buddha, exuding immense authority and power that could shake the world. As soon as Su Sheng saw Zhanghua, he knew it would come to this. As a commander, Zhanghua would never let anyone go. Su Sheng took a deep breath, ate a fairy bean, and Susanoo became incredibly focused. The crimson-orange martial god confronted the golden-bodied Buddha, creating a truly shocking scene. Ace watched from the side, feeling a bit excited. What a terrifying spectacle. Where did Dad find such reinforcements? They are indeed ridiculously strong. Ace looked at Su Sheng's immense power, his eyes filled with admiration. He hoped for Su Sheng's victory, and when the first cannon sounded, Ace knew Dad had arrived. He was now eager to know Dad's situation. However, the Navy was a massive force, continuously pouring out. Watching the pirates already landing on the island, Su Sheng smiled slightly. Let us add some excitement. Su Sheng unleashed a terrifying conqueror's haki, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression that caused a large portion of the navy to collapse, bleeding from their mouths, their lives uncertain. Su Sheng looked at his conqueror's haki and was very satisfied. Su Sheng, my friend, your conqueror's haki is quite strong. Sengoku was somewhat surprised. Su Sheng's conqueror's haki resembled that man's, which made him feel a bit of pressure himself. Su Sheng smiled slightly. Before Zhangguo could attack, Su Sheng condensed 3 reincarnation lotus flowers and launched them toward Zhangguo. Zhangguo was completely unafraid. With the treasures in Su Sheng's jar, Zhangguo's defensive power was astonishingly terrifying. It seemed that no one could restrain him. Su Sheng chuckled to himself, not expecting that selling jars would ultimately backfire on him. I'm sorry, my young friend Su Sheng. Sengoku couldn't afford to delay any longer. As long as he killed Ace, he could handle the issues on the battlefield. With a giant fist of Buddhist and Taoist energy, in just a few breaths, Sengoku's enormous golden fist slammed towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng used the Yata mirror of Susanoo to block a punch from Sengoku, who was terrifying. With the other hand, he wielded the Ten-Fist sword to unleash a massive blade of black fire, attacking Sengoku. Sengoku remained calm and summoned all his strength. Buddha's palm, Sengoku shouted, and a golden handprint slowly descended from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. Even the originally clear sky turned gloomy. Su Sheng looked at the huge golden handprint, feeling somewhat emotional. However, he did not think too much about it. He infused his hands with armed color and unleashed 2 terrifying great heavenly transformation palms to meet the Buddha palm of Sengoku. The 2 attacks collided with a loud bang, and for a moment, Su Sheng actually found himself at a disadvantage. However, he was not surprised. Sengoku's strength had greatly increased after acquiring his own jar. Was this digging a pit for himself? Su Sheng felt a bit helpless. Su Sheng let out a soft shout, and 2 delicate reincarnation lotus flowers appeared in her hands. Drifting toward Zhangguo, Zhangguo sat calmly in place like a great Buddha, composed and tranquil. When the lotus flowers exploded with a thunderous sound, Zhangguo slowly breathed and exhaled, and the Buddha light illuminated the great sky. In an instant, Zhangguo emitted dazzling Buddha light, the radiance refreshing the heart and mind, giving a sense of purifying all things. The 2 golden lotuses did not explode. Instead, they slowly dissolved under the Buddha light. Su Sheng widened his eyes, wondering what level the Warring States period was at. It wasn't this terrifying in the comics, was it? Su Sheng felt helpless. Chapter 72. The terrifying scene created by Su Sheng. Su Sheng looked at the powerful Warring States with some helplessness. He really didn't expect to face the Warring States. With the strength of the Warring States, it would be difficult to inflict damage with ordinary moves. Even the Destruction Fire Lotus would probably struggle to cause any substantial harm. Su Sheng furrowed her brows, finding it really tricky. For now, she could only hold back the Warring States and prevent them from carrying out the execution while waiting for reinforcements. The Warring States also did not want to completely fall out with Su Sheng and did not use their killing move. Su Sheng Genli Sanet, and the armed color was completely attached to Susanoo. The Conqueror's haki rapidly spread, and the pressure of a king made Sengoku's expression somewhat grim. The massive golden war god slowly raised its arms and instantly unleashed dozens of golden hand seals, continuously swirling in the sky. Su Sheng once again gathered his strength, as terrifying black flames and ice-white flames slowly swirled with a purple aura among the dozens of hand seals. A purple-gold lotus flower gradually formed. Then, Su Sheng unleashed his armed color, attaching it to the purple-gold lotus, causing a black-gold lotus to slowly bloom. That terrifying aura made even Sengoku breathe rapidly, while others seemed to witness a miracle. Each time the black-gold lotus spun, it tore apart the very fabric of space. The entire sky was filled with wind and rain, thunder and lightning, all of which were the extraordinary phenomena created by the black-gold lotus. Su Sheng soared into the sky, holding the golden lotus like an immortal. Destroy the fire lotus. Su Sheng gently pushed forward, and dozens of golden palm prints propelled the black gold fire lotus towards Warring States. Warring States looked at the terrifying black gold fire lotus with a serious expression. Just how deep is Su Sheng's strength? Seeing the horrifying black gold lotus, Warring States had to take it seriously. With a loud shout, Warring States transformed into a giant Buddha form, golden light surging, illuminating the entire sky. A magnificent sight as the wind and clouds converged with the golden light. Many bystanders stopped in their tracks, staring at this unprecedented, terrifying scene. Warring States roared, his energy reaching its peak. 1,000 hands of Buddha. The golden Buddha form instantly manifested thousands of arms, striking towards the black gold fire lotus. The two clashed, erupting with a terrifying sound. The entire world shook, even the islands seemed to fracture, as a thunderous roar echoed, causing the earth to tremble. People were panicking, filled with fear, the aftermath of the battle making their hearts race. Eagle Eye watched the battle, his heart startled. If this guy had unleashed all his power just now, how terrifying would that have been? As the massive smoke cleared, two gigantic figures stood tall and unwavering. Su Shang and Zhanghua were both panting heavily, clearly having expended a tremendous amount of energy just now. They both instinctively swallowed a magical bean to regain their strength. Both of them looked somewhat uncomfortable. With so many magical beans, it seemed they would have to fight until next year. Zhanghua waved his hand, took out the magical beans, and threw them away. Su Shang, I'll give you this chance. I'll throw away the magical beans, and as long as you defeat me, Ace will be at your disposal. Seeing this, Su Shang was somewhat shocked. The Warring States truly deserves to be the Navy Admiral. He really has great courage. Good. The Warring States is indeed magnanimous. Su Shang also took out a fairy bean and threw it away. The momentum of the two reached its peak, and the Conqueror's haki quickly expanded, leading to a clash of inherent potential. Su Shang let out a light shout, his Conqueror's haki transforming into a dragon form, continuously roaring. Warring States was unwilling to show weakness, his Conqueror's haki transforming into a tiger form, clashing against Su Shang's Conqueror's haki. How could this young man's Conqueror's haki be so terrifying? Su Shang was clearly a businessman. How could he resemble that man so much? Warring States felt Su Shang's Conqueror's haki and was increasingly shocked. Su Shang shouted loudly, and the Conqueror's haki surged into the sky, scattering everywhere, causing those insignificant foes to faint on the spot. Sengoku was panting heavily, clearly surprised that his Conqueror's haki was actually no match for Su Shang this time. Sengoku's figure suddenly leaped up, creating distance. Su Shang, my young friend, I won't hold back any longer, Sengoku said with a serious expression. Su Shang laughed loudly. Come on. The great Buddha of the Warring States erupted with brilliant light, roaring to the heavens. The golden body of the Buddha raised its hands, releasing energy toward the sky. And in an instant, the sky was filled with gold, blinding to the eyes. The next moment, a massive golden boulder descended from the sky, square and enormous, covering half an island, and it came crashing down directly towards Su Shang. People hurriedly retreated, but Su Shang could not fall back. If he did, the Warring States could easily kill Ace. Su Shang shouted loudly, and Susanoo was enhanced with terrifying haki, while Conqueror's haki also began to radiate outward. Two colored flames appeared as Su Shang first used the Great Creation Palm to strike into the sky. Although it was like an ant trying to stop a chariot, it could slightly slow down the falling speed of a massive rock. The two colored flames soared into the sky, combined with haki and Conqueror's haki. Conqueror's Cauldron, Su Shang shouted. Suddenly, the flames and haki merged, transforming into two gigantic black gold arms that shot up into the sky, holding back the enormous falling rock. The massive stone began to slowly rise, and Su Shang gritted his teeth, releasing flames once more, with haki and purple energy swirling around Amaterasu and the icy white flames. As a destructive fire lotus reappeared, Su Shang's move seemed to strike at Jinshi, but it was actually aimed at the Warring States. The destructive fire lotus continued to expand, and a terrifying explosion approached. However, the Warring States were not to be outdone and exerted more strength. Jinshi suddenly became heavy, causing Su Shang's feet to sink into the ground, and his two black gold arms struggled to support him. The Warring States had already devised a countermeasure for the same destructive fire lotus. With both hands together, the Warring States declared regret. A beam of golden light appeared, transforming into a massive cage that completely enveloped the destructive fire lotus. Su Shang's expression was grim. His ultimate move had been easily neutralized. It seemed that he could only gamble everything now. Su Shang murmured to himself, without the support of the immortal beings, I don't know how long I can hold out. Su Shang decided to challenge his limits. He clasped his hands together and performed the multi-shadow clone technique. A mist enveloped the area, and in an instant, hundreds of Su Shangs appeared, all with identical strength. This left Sengoku dumbfounded. What? Is this the shadow clone technique? Sengoku murmured. However, Sengoku was not nervous, as typical shadow clones would diminish in strength. But in the next second, Sengoku could no longer remain calm. He saw hundreds of Su Shangs simultaneously activating Susanoo. In the world, hundreds of crimson-orange warrior gods emerged, their aura incredibly formidable. Su Shang activated Amaterasu, and the entire world was engulfed in black flames, releasing icy white fire. Immediately, hundreds of Su Shang unleashed the great celestial creation palm, and in an instant, hundreds of two-colored fire lotuses formed, slowly crashing down towards the massive golden stone. A tremendous explosion spread out, shattering the entire island, and the people ceased their attacks, fleeing for their lives. What kind of monster is this? The strong fighters engaged in battle were all astonished. Who exactly is this Su Shang, a deity from somewhere? The enormous golden stone shattered, and hundreds of Susanoo stood in midair, each wielding a 10-fist sword and an 8-span mirror, attacking Sengoku. Chapter 73. Defeating Sengoku. Sengoku's face turned pale. Dealing with such terrifying foes was truly difficult. There was no choice. For the sake of the Navy, Sengoku had to charge in. The terrifying golden Great Buddha surged forward, relying on its astonishing defensive power. Even though the attacks from the 10-fist sword were incredibly fearsome, the black flames could not break through Sengoku's defenses. After hundreds of exchanges, Sengoku was panting and began to show signs of injuries. Su Shang was also feeling the strain, having taken quite a few solid punches from Sengoku. This guy really is getting stronger with age. His physical skills are so terrifying. Su Shang gasped for breath, once again astonished by Sengoku's strength. At this point, Su Shang's Susanoo was becoming unstable, having exhausted too much stamina. Everyone was watching this battle. Only Whitebeard and Luffy were still desperately fighting. But it was difficult to determine a victor. Luffy was gradually falling into a disadvantage, but Whitebeard had indeed been suppressing Aokiji. However, the situation on this side was far less favorable than Su Shang's confrontation with Sengoku. The two were nearly fighting for their lives, with various techniques emerging in a frenzied consumption of energy. The two exchanged a punch, but hundreds of Susanoo attacked, some using Amaterasu, others wielding the 10-fist sword to strike. After a round of exchanges, Su Shang's stamina was nearly at its limit, and Sengoku was covered in wounds. Although they were not fatal, they looked severe. I really am getting old. Sengoku let out a bitter laugh. Su Shang did not respond. If the situation was not resolved soon, his stamina would be completely exhausted, and he would probably struggle to survive. At present, in the warring states, even Whitebeard would have a hard time defending himself. Su Shang soared into the sky, with hundreds of Su Shang standing above, the enormous Susanoo terrifying beyond measure. Su Shang adjusted his breathing and saw hundreds of Susanoo raising the 10-fist sword, erupting with a crimson glow. 10-fist seal, Su Shang shouted. In the sky, hundreds of crimson beams bombarded Sengoku. This move had a sealing effect that directly disintegrated the flesh. This was the ultimate skill of the 10-fist sword. As the crimson beams descended, the entire ocean was reflected in a sea of red. Sengoku sensed the terror of the crimson beams. Forcing himself to calm down, he immediately sat down, and the immense golden light scattered around. In the sky appeared golden Sanskrit, which, when read closely, was the Buddhist scripture, the Diamond Sutra. Indestructible, Sengoku murmured. He then sat down and continuously recited the scripture. The golden Sanskrit began to flow, and, as the crimson beams crashed down, they could not penetrate the Buddhist scripture. The scripture circulated, constantly resisting the crimson beams, but the beams were refracted, turning everything they touched into nothingness, causing havoc in the surrounding environment. People dared not approach and fled in panic. With a single strike, Su Shang's face turned pale, his energy completely exhausted. If I keep going, I don't know if I can continue. Su Shang began to doubt himself. Sengoku was not faring much better, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, clearly suffering severe internal damage from the earlier recitation of the Diamond Sutra. Both of them had reached their physical limits, but they refused to back down. Su Shang retracted his avatar and charged forward. This time, the 10-fist sword clashed against Sengoku's terrifying arms, emitting a series of vibrating sounds. Two powerful individuals battled fiercely, causing chaos in the heavens and earth. Su Shang leaped forward with a kick, and Susanoo also kicked out, blocking with both arms. Then, Su Shang turned around, and the enormous Yada mirror bumped into Zhanghua, while the 10-fist sword quietly stabbed out. Zhanghua was also formidable, gripping the 10-fist sword tightly, blood slowly oozing from his palm, but the power of the 10-fist sword was diminishing. Purification ability? Su Shang was slightly taken aback. This Zhanghua's natural fruit even had a Buddhist purification effect, in his blood. This made Su Shang feel a bit overwhelmed. Zhang Guo's offensive and defensive moves were top-notch. Such attacks would probably be futile, and he needed to be more decisive. Su Shang murmured. So, Su Shang no longer hesitated, his figure surged, and once again, hundreds of crimson-orange war gods appeared. They were extremely imposing. All Susanoo retracted the Ten-Fist sword and Yada mirror. Su Shang's conqueror's haki rapidly spread, enveloping all Susanoo. In an instant, these giant war gods became extremely solid, their momentum growing even stronger. Could this be the descent of a celestial being? Some people could no longer withstand this terrifying pressure. Su Shang exerted his power once again, the armed color spreading across every Susanoo. The flames of Amaterasu and the icy white flames appeared, forming a sea of fire, with a tremendous temperature difference in the entire world. The white fire cold as ice. The black fire like the sun descending. Everyone felt such terrifying changes, shocked beyond belief. Is this really something a human can achieve? Sengoku's expression was serious. With such a display, the terror was about to reveal its final trump card. The golden-bodied Buddha sat cross-legged. Sengoku tightly closed his eyes, murmuring something. The golden-bodied Buddha kept growing larger, slowly transforming into a clear human form, and the golden light created by Sengoku became increasingly brilliant. The golden light of Admiral Sengoku was so powerful. Why do I feel myself becoming so pure? I feel filled with strength. Sengoku's golden light brought surprises. The Buddha's light saving all beings, bringing infinite hope. At this moment, Sengoku's figure became indistinct, as if coming from the void. Umapa, a sound of Buddha echoed in the air, seeming to come from millions of years ago, yet also seeming to come from tens of thousands of years in the future. The mysterious aura left people astonished. Su Shang also felt the terrifying changes of the Warring States period, and the speed of condensation suddenly accelerated. He saw hundreds of Susanoo simultaneously using the Great Creation Palm, instantly absorbing Amaterasu and the ice-white flames. As the purple chi from the east emerged, the sky filled with purple chi, responding to the golden light of the Warring States. The two seemed like gods and Buddhas battling, making onlookers' blood boil. Each Susanoo's golden handprint converged, with purple chi continuously entwining. Then, the handprints floated towards the Warring States, but had no effect, dissipating like clouds. Just as I expected. There's a wear-down effect. Su Shang smiled slightly. He then controlled the purple gold lotus, releasing armed color, and over 100 black gold lotuses appeared. This is still not enough. Su Shang mumut. Su Shang closed his eyes and recalled Roger's Conqueror's haki, beginning to unleash his own Conqueror's haki with full force. Eventually, Su Shang erupted into a blue domain, covering all the black gold lotus flowers. Then, Su Shang continuously supplied energy, and the lotus flowers gradually transformed into a deep blue color, stunningly beautiful, yet exuding a very dangerous aura. Su Shang was struggling a bit, exerting all his effort to stabilize over 100 lotus flowers, preparing to defeat Sengoku in one go. At this moment, Sengoku's figure had completely vanished, and a gigantic Buddha was sitting in mid-air. Suddenly, a sound echoed from afar. I, Buddha, will save the world. The enormous Buddha, with its hands stacked in front and behind, had palms that shimmered with golden light, and a strange Sanskrit character glowed brightly, shooting towards Su Shang in an instant. At this moment, Su Shang gritted his teeth, and over 100 deep blue lotus flowers surged forward. Chapter 74. Rescue Ace, Whitebeard's Final Fate. Supreme Fire Lotus. Su Shang Saotet Lao Li. Over 100 deep blue lotus flowers flew forth, unleashing terrifying destructive power. In an instant, the two forces collided at the boundary of heaven and earth, emitting a terrifying energy that seemed capable of tearing the sky apart. At this moment, both Su Shang and Sengoku had serious expressions. The two forces were at a stalemate, and in such a moment, no one dared to be lax. Whoever's energy was exhausted first would lose. Su Shang has been gritting his teeth to hold on, while the Warring State side is also showing signs of strain. However, after a short clash of these two forces, everyone began to notice that the power on the Warring State side was clearly weakening. The Warring States had aged, and naturally, they could not compete against the younger Su Shang in a protracted battle. However, Su Shang was also struggling greatly. Historically, the left side has often lost, and coincidentally, the Warring States' elder was standing on the left. The golden light of the Warring States gradually diminished, and the Supreme Fire Lotus was slowly approaching the Warring States. Finally, The warring states could no longer sustain their strength. The deep blue supreme fire lotus surged forward, and the elder of the warring states had no ability to defend himself, being struck by that terrifying force. The warring states were sent flying by the fire lotus, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, ultimately collapsing to the ground and unable to rise again. On the other hand, Su Shang's situation was not optimistic either, as he was using the last of his strength to support his body. Everyone was extremely astonished. Such a formidable warring states was actually defeated by this young lad. They began to speculate about the origins of this boy, and this battle was likely to instill fear of Su Shang in everyone. First, there was that strange technique, followed by the terrifying conqueror's haki. Under such circumstances, no one dared to act rashly. At this moment, Su Shang was also completely exhausted, his vision darkening as if he were about to collapse and be consumed by the darkness before him. Su Shang. At that moment, a voice called out to Su Shang. Hancock rushed over and supported the weakened Su Shang. Hancock's arrival finally prevented Su Shang from collapsing directly. With Hancock's assistance, Su Shang staggered step by step towards Ace. After finally reaching Ace, even in such a state, Su Shang did not forget to look around for Whitebeard's figure. On Whitebeard's side, the situation was still relatively favorable, facing Aokiji with an almost overwhelming suppression. Su Shang's victory over the warring states surprised Whitebeard greatly. With Su Shang's win, Whitebeard no longer had any concerns and planned to quickly deal with Aokiji in front of him. At the same time, Aokiji noticed that Whitebeard was distracted, and with a leap, an ice ball shot straight towards Whitebeard. The scattered icy air rushed towards Whitebeard, who had no time to dodge and was immediately frozen by the icy blast. However, it wasn't long before the ice was shattered by Whitebeard's shockwave. Aokiji wasted no time and attacked again, but this time, Whitebeard was no longer careless. He thrust his large knife fiercely, piercing Aokiji's entire body. However, Aokiji seemed unfazed, and this strike did not inflict any harm on him. Then, Aokiji transformed the ice into ice spears and thrust them towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard remained calm and swung his large knife to slice through the ice spears Aokiji had formed. He then swung his knife at Aokiji, sending him flying into the ruins. In the smoke, Aokiji slowly stood up, blood dripping from his mouth. As the strongest pirate, Whitebeard could not be manipulated by him. Ace had been successfully rescued, and with a roar, Whitebeard intended to finish off Aokiji right away, swinging his large knife directly at him. At this point, Aokiji could no longer dodge, and the icy air he released had no effect on Whitebeard at all. Just as Whitebeard's knife was about to strike Aokiji, a yellow flash suddenly appeared, shooting towards Whitebeard at high speed. Whitebeard couldn't evade in time and had to brace his raised knife against his chest. The yellow flash struck Whitebeard, and although he managed to block it, the impact forced him back several steps. Indeed, this symbolic yellow flash was none other than one of the Marine admirals, Kizaru. Wow, what a terrifying Whitebeard, Kizaru said, stepping forward while cloaked in justice. Watching from the sidelines, Su Shang couldn't help but internally criticize, thinking Kizaru was quite arrogant, while also worrying about how Whitebeard would escape from such a situation. Unable to shake off his concern, Su Shang stepped forward to help. But as soon as he stood up, he almost stumbled and fell. At that moment, Su Shang couldn't save him. Everything now depended on Whitebeard's own fortune. The scene shifted, and Whitebeard was starting to feel a bit anxious. The man shooting lasers was indeed tough to deal with. Kizaru had no intention of giving Whitebeard a moment to breathe and shot 2 lasers at him with a wave of his hand. Faced with the incoming lasers, Whitebeard could only leap to avoid them. Aokiji, hidden in the smoke, temporarily escaped danger. Even Whitebeard felt a bit anxious in a 1-on-2 situation. Have you ever experienced a lightspeed kick? Kizaru said with a sly smile, rushing straight at Whitebeard, a golden flash gathering around his leg as he swept it towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard raised his large knife and used the hilt to block the attack, then spun the knife, aiming the hilt at Kizaru. Unfazed, Kizaru jumped back, dodging to the side. Heavenly Cloud Sword. Kizaru gathered golden energy in front of his chest, forming a golden blade, and charged at Whitebeard again. Whitebeard adjusted his stance and swung his large knife to parry the incoming blade. The two clashed, each exchanging blows, causing the ground to tremble with their fierce power. In the stalemate, Whitebeard gathered energy into his left foot and stomped down, shattering the ground beneath him with immense pressure. Kizaru suddenly lost his footing, and Whitebeard seized the opportunity to throw a punch. Kizaru, unable to evade, took the punch head-on and was sent back several steps. The force of the punch was tremendous, sending up clouds of dust, In the smoke, Kizaru stood up, brushing off the dust, still looking unfazed. Eight-span mirror. Kizaru raised his hands to his abdomen, gathering golden energy that refracted like light, suddenly flashing behind Whitebeard and stabbing with a golden sword. Even with such speed, Whitebeard quickly reacted, swinging his large knife behind him, blocking Kizaru's attack. However, Kizaru smiled strangely. It turned out that Aokiji, who had been lurking, had also charged in, unleashing a powerful blast of icy air. Whitebeard, unable to dodge, took the hit directly. Although the icy blast didn't have a significant impact, it still slowed him down, allowing Kizaru to stab him in the abdomen with a golden blade. Chapter 75. The fall of Whitebeard. Facing the combined assault of two admirals, Whitebeard couldn't evade in time. In an instant, he was pierced through the chest by Kizaru's golden blade. The crowd gasped. The world's strongest warrior was pierced through the chest, and Whitebeard coughed up blood from the impact. Ace, having been freed from his sea-stone cuffs, was shocked upon seeing this and gathered fiery energy to charge at Whitebeard. But Whitebeard remained calm, his right hand gathering the power of the tremor fruit, gripping the blade lodged in his chest. The surrounding air distorted instantly, and the golden blade shattered, sending both admirals flying. Whitebeard then waved towards Ace and the other pirates. "You all retreat first. I'll handle this." The pirates naturally wouldn't abandon Whitebeard, but a single glance from him was enough for them to comply with his order. "Ace has been rescued. The mission is accomplished. I don't want any more of you to die. Hurry." With that command, the pirates had no choice but to follow, retreating while dealing with the remaining enemies. After saying that, Whitebeard turned to face a group of Marines, swinging his weapon, and with just one swing, the small officers were directly knocked down. The Marines, of course, did not intend to let the pirates escape, with cannons aimed at the fleeing pirates, and the Marine officers pursued relentlessly. Meanwhile, the pirates had already retreated behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard turned to look at the pirates behind him, gathering power in both hands, causing the ground to warp, and a chasm 100 meters deep opened up beneath him. His expression showed a determination to face death. Even though Ace was filled with reluctance, he was still dragged towards the ship. On the Marine side, one officer was fixated on the man, exuding terrifying power in front of him. Whitebeard stood before everyone, brandishing his weapon with an imposing presence, as if he could withstand the might of thousands alone. Even in his old age and with a blade piercing through him, the strongest man on the sea remained mighty. Aokiji no longer hesitated, transforming into a mass of icy air and charging at Whitebeard. The icy Aokiji floated in the air, gathering several ice spears around him that shot towards Whitebeard with astonishing speed. However, Whitebeard had encountered this trick many times before. He simply clenched his fist, and all the ice spears in the air shattered. "This power is truly abnormal," Aokiji lamented while raising both hands again. The surrounding waves surged, forming a massive wall of ice to encase Whitebeard. Such an attack had no effect on Whitebeard. He merely clenched his fist to shatter the surrounding ice. Kizaru could no longer sit idle and activated the 8-span mirror, flashing into the sky with the 8-span jewel. Thousands of golden orbs of light gathered in the air, dazzling to behold, as one shot directly towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard stood firm, ready to fight. But just as he raised his weapon, the Yunxia, pain surged through his chest. In this critical moment, Whitebeard suddenly fell ill, spitting out several mouthfuls of black blood. The golden orbs did not wait for him to react. Two struck Whitebeard directly, one piercing through his arm and the other going straight through his body, leaving a gory hole in his abdomen. The crowd gasped, watching Whitebeard sustain such severe injuries, fearing the worst for him. Whitebeard staggered, his body leaning back. Was he about to fall? Everyone marveled, wondering if this giant figure would finally topple. No, he was Whitebeard. After a stagger, he tightened his grip on the Yunxia, still standing before the Navy with the demeanor of a king, inspiring awe among the Navy and admiration from the pirates. However, the Navy would not give him a moment's respite, as a swarm of junior Navy officers charged at Whitebeard, stabbing him repeatedly in his sturdy chest. The incoming Navy officers clung to him. Whitebeard's body shook violently, sending the smaller officers flying. Though Whitebeard was gravely injured, these officers were not enough to harm him further. At that moment, a familiar figure leaped out, with his signature grin and missing teeth. It was Blackbeard, the one who had instigated this battle. Behind Blackbeard stood several notorious criminals released during the chaos of Impelled Down. "Old man, I've come for you," Blackbeard said, narrowing his small eyes. "Teach. You are unworthy to be my son," Whitebeard retorted, unleashing an earthquake shockwave that surged toward Blackbeard and his crew on the execution platform. Blackbeard's crew was instantly knocked down as Whitebeard focused on the treacherous man before him, raising the Yunxia towards Blackbeard. "You scheming bastard! I will fulfill Ace's dying wish and take your life, so Ace can rest in peace." Blackbeard was enveloped in an endless darkness, with black material exploding outwards, devouring everything it touched, including Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Whitebeard swung his fist at Blackbeard. However, the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit was absorbed by Blackbeard's dark material, and he was struck in the abdomen by Blackbeard's punch. After being hit repeatedly on the jaw, Whitebeard was sent stumbling back, only to be grabbed by Blackbeard at the arm. Conversely, as Whitebeard continued to unleash his fruit powers, they were absorbed by Blackbeard, forcing Whitebeard to retreat further, even sending the Yunxia flying from his hand. Nevertheless, Whitebeard showed no hesitation, continuing to exert the tremor fruit's power. As Blackbeard continued to absorb the fruit's abilities, the Yunxia fell back into Whitebeard's hands, leading to a series of swift and elegant strikes aimed at Blackbeard. Blackbeard fell to the ground, howling in pain, as his hands were restrained, and Whitebeard seized his neck tightly, energy surging in his hand, ready to explode Blackbeard's head. In this critical moment, Blackbeard desperately called out "Daddy," and began to plead for mercy, shamelessly saying, "But I'm your son. Are you really going to kill me?" A flicker of reluctance flashed in Whitebeard's eyes as he unleashed the tremor fruit's energy, creating a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Blackbeard was still kneeling and unharmed, as Whitebeard had held back. Just as Whitebeard moved forward again, Blackbeard, in a moment of desperation, pulled out a pistol and fired several shots at Whitebeard, instructing his companions to move in for the kill. Blackbeard's crew rushed forward, using various tactics to attack Whitebeard, who was like a target being hit repeatedly. After a flurry of attacks, Whitebeard's eyes gradually became hollow, yet he still clutched the Yunxia, standing firm. The once great king was destined to fall. The strongest man on the sea refused to go down even in death. Chapter 76. Blackbeard steals the fruit. The Navy pursues. Su Sheng, seeing the imminent demise of Whitebeard. Blackbeard felt neither guilt nor regret. Instead, he saw an opportunity. With Whitebeard still alive, his thoughts were solely on the strongest Logia fruit. He commanded his subordinates to place him and Whitebeard beneath a black curtain, keeping the Navy at bay. When Blackbeard emerged, he radiated power as if transformed and shouted, "I finally have it, you old fool." The nearby Navy soldiers raised their hands in celebration. "Congratulations, congratulations." Blackbeard's face broke into a triumphant smile as he ordered his subordinates to pursue Luffy and the others. He became the first person in the world to possess 2 devil fruits. "Finally, it's time for me to showcase my talents and attack Marineford. I will make it sink into the sea." His crew cheered, "Long live, long live, long live." He continued, "Do you see this? You people must tell the whole world. Stupid, peace-loving civilians, the Navy, the world government, and the pirates, the future of this world has been decided. That's right, the next era will be mine." With overwhelming power, Blackbeard confidently made his way towards Marineford. Soon, Sengoku heard the news of Blackbeard eating a devil fruit and learned that he intended to sink Marineford. Blackbeard couldn't wait to arrive at the Navy headquarters, using his new abilities to launch an attack. The Navy soldiers shot arrows and fired at him, but none could get close. At that moment, Blackbeard seemed insulated from the outside world. The enhancement of 2 devil fruits was indeed remarkable, and he would soon claim the throne. Another burst of haki erupted, shaking the Navy headquarters, as the soldiers inside and outside were awed by Blackbeard's powers. What incredible ability! Who would have thought 2 devil fruits could be this powerful? Blackbeard shouted at the decimated headquarters, "Damn Marineford, damn sea fortress. Let your black grandpa make you disappear. Grandpa will give you a swift end." Sengoku had no choice but to step out for a fight, saying, "You traitorous pirate, you murderous wretch, how dare you come to my Navy headquarters looking for retribution?" Sengoku's words seemed to strike a nerve with Blackbeard, igniting his fury. A wave of darkness suddenly descended as Blackbeard unleashed his powers again, this time feeling as if strength was surging from his body, as if he could control everything in the world. As the darkness gradually faded, a loud crash echoed, and the Navy headquarters collapsed. The Navy soldiers were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing, thinking they had entered an illusion. How could the century-old bastion of justice on the seas turn into ruins in just a few minutes? This was impossible, absolutely impossible. Blackbeard watched as they stood dumbfounded, no one attacking him, and he revealed his arrogant expression, saying, "Hey, pretentious agents of justice, I've taken down your stronghold. Why aren't you coming to fight me? Come on, let us go, I'm really scared." Ha ha! A burst of heartfelt laughter. The Navy finally regained their composure and showed him expressions of hatred. Sengoku finally spoke again. You little brat, you've really forgotten your roots. Well, it's understandable. What can someone whose father was killed and eaten remember? I heard you want to sink Marineford into the sea. You're impressive, young man, but don't just spout nonsense. Blackbeard disdainfully replied. You're quite impressive yourself. Knowing Ace can't be released, aren't you at a loss to? I don't seem to be as incompetent as you. This completely enraged Sengoku. Without saying a word, Sengoku launched a powerful attack, the Iron Fist of War, aiming to strike Blackbeard. Seeing this, Blackbeard immediately flashed and prepared to escape. Blackbeard thought to himself, as long as there's Green Mountain, there's no fear of firewood running out. I can't just get myself killed. It seems Sengoku is really anxious, but he couldn't let Sengoku go without paying some price. While Blackbeard was contemplating, he heard from his subordinate that Su Sheng and the others were being relentlessly pursued by the Navy and were struggling to hold on. Blackbeard thought, I can't just watch them die. After all, I promised to keep that 1 million berries ready for him. Otherwise, who will I give it to? And where will I buy that jar? Thus, Blackbeard felt that leaving would be the best option, which would only benefit Sengoku in that damn place, Marineford. Blackbeard activated his fruit power, and the sky instantly turned pitch black, with dense clouds obscuring everything. He left a parting remark to Sengoku. Old Sengoku. Grandpa Blackbeard is coming back. Just wait for me. This farce came to a temporary end. Meanwhile, Akainu, who was barely alive, continued to relentlessly pursue Jibei and Luffy. He pierced Jibei with magma and struck Luffy, severely wounding both of them. At this moment, Blackbeard was on his way to forcibly assist Su Sheng, and from afar, he saw Su Sheng and the others fighting against the Navy. Blackbeard, with a sinister smile, charged towards Su Sheng, his expression filled with arrogance as he stared at him. Seeing his expression, Su Sheng already guessed that he had succeeded and that Whitebeard and the great man had fallen, but he didn't care, because he always believed that only with the fall of the older generation could the rise of the new generation be highlighted. Su Sheng said, Congratulations. You've finally become a traitor and killed him. Did you sink Marineford? That old thief Sengoku didn't take your life? What a joke. I'm the only person in this sea world who possesses 2 devil fruits. How could he possibly hurt me? If it weren't for your troubles, I would have already sunk it. Now it's just a matter of one more step. Here, 1 million berries as you wanted. No need to thank me for my generosity. Su Sheng shot a glance over, and he noticed that Blackbeard, who had eaten 2 devil fruits, was indeed struggling to find his own position. Although he knew he was already very strong, he was still intimidated by the dark gaze of this unknown ability user. Su Sheng didn't waste any words. Give me Bailey, and I'll give you 10 jars. But after you take the jars, you have to help us get rid of those annoying Navy. Otherwise, everything is off the table. Chapter 77. Returning to the Daughter Kingdom. The great battle with the celestial dragons. Blackbeard thought to himself, such a profitable deal is something only someone like me, who is about to dominate the sea world, could make. Blackbeard readily said, Of course, but you have to give me the jars first. Su Sheng said to the system, Hurry up and give me 10 jars. You are really generous, giving all 10 jars to him alone. Hurry up, I have my own plans. Soon, all 10 jars were in Blackbeard's hands. He greedily opened them one by one, and the greedy light in his eyes made Su Sheng feel disdain in his heart. However, the more ruthless a person is in pursuing their goals, the more they can desperately obtain what they want. He must become my gun. Suddenly, Blackbeard let out a wild laugh. Lord Su, you really treat me so well that I want to kiss and hug you. You actually gave me golden light. Are you trying to make me invincible? Su Sheng was also very surprised. He did not expect there to be golden light, thinking it was just some minor abilities. This is quite good, as it allows for a quick end to this battle. If it could be kept under my control, that wouldn't be a bad thing either. My great undertaking also lacks such villains. Su Sheng saw that his skills had greatly improved, and upon seeing this, he called his other companions and prepared to leave. Blackbeard, it's up to you now. If fate allows, we will meet again. Su Sheng and Hancock discussed and decided to go to the Daughter Kingdom first, as it was their territory and they were familiar with the situation. They hurried back on the way to Nine Snake Island. The two had just sat down on the bed when Su Sheng looked at Hancock, who had fought alongside him, and felt a surge of love. This woman was simply too feminine, both strong and capable, perfectly matched with him, and she liked him so much. He really was quite charming. Just as he was about to kiss her, a subordinate suddenly reported that their informant said the Navy's 5 Elder Stars had learned of Ace's rescue and considered the matter to have extremely severe implications and consequences. They conveyed the message to the Celestial Dragons, demanding that Ace be brought back and, if necessary, executed on the spot. 2 powerful celestial dragons were coming to Nine Snake Island. Hancock felt a pang in her heart. Although she hoped to help Su Shang, she didn't want her people to suffer harm. At that moment, Su Shang suddenly coughed heavily, and Hancock noticed the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was then that both he and Hancock realized he had been injured, and quite severely. If that were the case, there was absolutely no way he could fight against the celestial dragons. Hancock insisted that he rest and that she would handle the matter with the celestial dragons. Su Shang was worried, but he also seemed to lack the strength to get up again. Su Shang said, "All right then, I should recover quickly. If you can't hold on, remember those 2 bottles. They can be used in critical moments, but be careful not to hurt yourself, or I'll be heartbroken." Hank Curie was both amused and exasperated. "I'm not a child. What are you worried about? We still have Luffy, that pirate king, and Ace, right? Don't worry, we can do this. You just make sure to rest well. I will guarantee the completion of the mission and protect your safety. Ha ha ha." Hank Curie looked at Su Shang with a doting and fond expression. It turned out that Su Shang, whose combat power wasn't that overwhelming, had a demeanor that resembled a delicate scholar, eliciting both pity and affection. After pouring water for Su Shang and letting him rest, Hank Curie gathered everyone together to inform them of the celestial dragon's arrival. No one showed any surprise, as everyone seemed to know that the war was just beginning. Hank Curie assigned tasks to everyone, instructing subordinates to reinforce defenses and prepare supplies for emergencies. She also instructed people to set traps and defenses throughout the island, making sure to have enough weapons ready. She explained Su Shang's situation to Luffy and Ace and how to deal with the celestial dragons. Feeling guilty, Ace said, "If it weren't for me, everyone wouldn't be involved and hunted down with me." Hank Curie replied, "This is our common dream. How can we see a rainbow without going through the storm? Although we all have our big moves, it's different, right? We're good friends." Just then, the celestial dragons arrived quickly, and Hank Curie was somewhat familiar with them. If it weren't for Su Shang, she might have already met the King of Hell last time. It was truly unfortunate, and she thought she wouldn't see this day again, as Ace was about to meet those 2 inhuman beings again. Hank Curie tidied her outfit as she stepped outside of Amazon Lily. Although she was in battle mode, it did not affect her beauty and charm as the Empress. The celestial dragons, Tamarai and Moder, recognized Hank Curie and smiled. "So it's this woman. We suffered a terrible defeat because of her last time, and this time I will defeat her and claim her for myself. Where's that hero who saved the beauty last time? Why are there 2 little brats instead?" Hank Curie felt disgusted upon seeing them and shouted, "Old Iron, I salute you. What are you 2 inhuman creatures doing on my Amazon Lily? Is this a place for you to run wild? You still have time to leave now. Don't come begging me later." She warned, "You better remember my beauty before you die, or you can blame yourselves. Enough talk, take this. This time your hero can't save you, can he? A beauty is unfortunate, as this can only die in my hands. Ha 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 ha." Hank Curie felt a surge of nausea and warned, "Be careful of Tamarai. He has hard to kill. I'll focus on freezing him. You all attack them. Don't let Moder get close to that person, or they can revive. I'll go for Moder first." She quietly discussed tactics with Luffy and Ace, and they nodded in agreement. "How about we have a one-on-one? 2 against 1 doesn't count. I'll take on that ugly Tamarai, and Luffy can handle your worthless Moder. What do you say? If you're a man, agree to it, otherwise I'll look down on you. What does it matter? I'll give you a step back. Don't be polite. I can be soft on beauties. Do I need you? Don't disgust me, you filthy scum." Before Tamarai could react, he was instantly frozen. At that moment, Ace, who was hiding, unleashed a powerful attack on Tamarai, shattering him into pieces. "Nice one, Ace. You're so cool." Hank Curie exclaimed in admiration. "Hurry, go help Luffy. That guy's using his disgusting gas core. It smells terrible." Hank Curie then shot her fragrant legs at Moder, immobilizing him. Finally, both were held in place, but Tamarai would only remain frozen for 10 seconds before recovering. Hank Curie used her beloved fragrant legs 3 times to freeze him for 3 minutes. The 3 of them worked together to place the 2 in a line. And Hank Curie shouted a battle cry, and they all unleashed their deadly moves at the celestial dragons. In an instant, a brilliant light glowed, with the outer pink being particularly dazzling. The stone-like forms of the 2 instantly turned to dust. Suddenly, a golden light illuminated the area, blinding the 3 of them. They saw Sengoku arrive, collecting the ashes from the ground. Chapter 78. The terror of the celestial dragons under the flickering golden light. Sengoku attacked again. "Oh, Ace, you must come back with me today," Sengoku said, rubbing his wrist. Hank Curie was shocked. "Aren't you seriously injured by Su Shang? How did you recover so quickly?" Sengoku smiled slightly. Please convey my apologies to Sushang. Some things are beyond my control. After saying this, Sengoku moved aside, and two figures stepped out, revealing the familiar glass dome of two celestial dragons. Is it this inferior race that has killed nearly 4 of our compatriots and caused trouble in the Navy government? One tall celestial dragon said with a sharp voice. Sengoku, wanting to protect Sushang, merely nodded silently. Sengoku, you're quite incompetent. These guys can still cause a ruckus in the Navy government. The tall woman spoke with disdain. Sengoku remained silent, shaking his head slightly. Can these people really injure you? You should practice more. Otherwise, how can you continue to sit in the position of admiral? A plump celestial dragon said mockingly. Hearing his sarcastic tone, the usually proud Sengoku did not remain silent. I'm old. It's time for me to retire and leave it to Akainu and those guys. At this point, it was the celestial dragon's turn to be silent. Akainu? He is on a completely different level than Sengoku. If Sengoku really leaves, the Navy government's combat power will drastically decrease, and it will be difficult to intervene in the depths of the Grand Line. The two celestial dragons looked at Hancock and the others. The female celestial dragon, Morgana, scanned the area, and her gaze landed on Ace. You must be Roger's son. Be smart and come with us. The other plump celestial dragon, Guebe, laughed menacingly. Otherwise, I'll turn everyone here into puppets. The plump celestial dragon's face shifted between black and white, looking quite terrifying. Luffy was furious. Hey, if you want to take my brother, you'll have to ask me if I agree. Luffy's eyes were determined. Ace smiled slightly. It's fine to just completely kill you. A terrifying fire fist appeared. At this moment, Chopper, Robin, and Frankie also emerged, forming the most terrifying defense line with Hancock. As long as they didn't turn into corpses. These two could never step over this line. The current lineup was terrifying, but the two celestial dragons did not take it seriously. Wow, there are really quite a few who aren't afraid of death. Morgana sneered. The two celestial dragons were extremely arrogant. Guebe's eyes were cold as he released a large number of threads into the ground. Is it about numbers? Gueji Shengyan. As Guebe's strange voice echoed, the ground turned black. And suddenly, hundreds of pitch-black puppets appeared, each wielding different weapons. Some even possessed haki, exuding a strong aura of terror, and with each step they took, they corroded the ground. Luffy and the others were slightly taken aback. Now they no longer had the advantage in numbers. Then let us fight, Luffy shouted loudly, not saying much more. Suddenly, he soared into the air, his 3-color haki fully unleashed, the terrifying Conqueror's haki slowing down the movements of those puppets. Ghost Monument was slightly startled. How is this kid's Conqueror's haki so powerful? However, Ghost Monument quickly calmed down and shouted, Life and death, attack. Hundreds of puppets charged towards Luffy. Luffy instantly activated Gear 3rd, Rubber Lightning Gun. He pulled his arm back and quickly snapped it forward. The terrifying rubber fist generating horrifying lightning through rapid friction, smashing down, scattering the swarm of puppets. Ghost Monument was taken aback. That punch was truly terrifying. Luffy felt victorious, and the others were invigorated, charging forward. The Green Deer Man Chopper, wielding a golden rod, took the lead, instantly facing dozens of giant puppets without losing ground. Big White also faced off against several. Robin's Hellfire Hand was perfect for group battles, dealing almost universal damage, preventing anyone from getting close, while also providing support to others. Hancock, with her Awakened Fruit and top-tier haki, was naturally the strongest and faced off against Morgana. Morgana wielded a long, sharp blade, so sharp that it could even cut through the air. In just one clash, she left a bloody mark on Hancock's arm. This knife can actually pierce through my armament haki? Hancock was shocked, knowing that with Sushang's soft armor, her haki was top tier. Morgana smiled slightly. Do you think the armament haki of a lowly race can compare to my queen's blade? Morgana possessed the bloodline of the only queen of the ancient sea. And this blade was an heirloom of the queen, an existence that transcended haki and fruit abilities. Sengoku looked at the blade with some trepidation. This was a legendary treasure. Yet it was in the hands of this woman. Hancock's expression darkened as she leaped into the air. Kiss gun. Hancock said softly. She gently kissed, and a heart-shaped projectile was immediately infused with armament haki, blasting towards Morgana. Morgana scoffed, retracting the queen's blade, her arm glowing with a pale blue light. Queen's gaze. Morgana spread her palm, and a blue eye appeared in her palm, bursting with ancient and mysterious power. Hancock's kiss gun erupted without any sound and dissipated. Hancock's expression grew serious. This guy's ability is truly terrifying. Hancock, still unwilling to back down, quickly spread her conqueror's haki, the terrifying pressure radiating out, causing Ghost Monument's puppets to even halt. Several were instantly scattered, but Ghost Monument's puppets were quite strange. Even if half of them were left, they could still fight. And if one was completely destroyed, Ghost Monument could use threads to reassemble the puppets. Several odd creatures were already on the battlefield. Morgana, what are you doing? Why are you allowing her conqueror's haki to take effect? Ghost Monument said unhappily. Morgana smiled disdainfully. I don't need your lessons. I have my own plans. Morgana completely ignored Hancock's powerful conqueror's haki, smiling as she walked forward. Your conqueror's haki absolutely does not belong to you. The potential of a lowly creature like you has no trace of such powerful conqueror's haki. Hancock's face turned pale with anger, feeling looked down upon. How could the things Su Sheng gave her be so easily underestimated? Hancock exerted herself again, her face pale, but Morgana still showed no signs of being affected. In fact, Morgana was right. She had the bloodline of a queen, and her perception of conqueror's haki was unmatched. She could tell at a glance whether someone had the potential for top-tier conqueror's haki. Suddenly, Morgana stopped, lightly tapping her toes on the ground. A pale blue conqueror's haki rapidly expanding, instantly overshadowing Hancock. That terrifying pressure made it hard for Hancock to breathe, causing her great discomfort. Hancock even felt her body trembling slightly. Chapter 79. Suppression. Luffy and Ace's fire fist. Hancock's trembling body made her feel her strength waning. This must be the suppression of top-tier conqueror's haki. However, thinking of the injured Su Sheng, she forced herself to steady her mind. I can't lose. I can't let Su Sheng be harmed. Hancock's gaze was determined, thinking of everything Su Sheng had done for her if she couldn't even protect him from a celestial dragon. How useless she would feel. Suddenly, Hancock erupted with immense fighting spirit. Her conqueror's haki began to twist, leveling with Morgana, even slightly overpowering her. Morgana was somewhat surprised. Huh, how did this conqueror's haki suddenly become stronger? And there's a breath I can't identify? But Morgana didn't take it to heart. A true strong person is not solely reliant on conqueror's haki. Although Hancock's conqueror's haki had strengthened, it still couldn't restrict Morgana, who possessed the bloodline of a queen. Morgana's figure surged, royal fist, 36 body technique variations. Morgana's form became extremely bizarre as she attacked Hancock. Hancock's martial arts were also impressive, so she naturally wouldn't fear a clash of techniques. Fragrant leg, Hancock said softly. Her snow-white long leg kicked towards Morgana, simple yet swift, incredibly powerful. The two collided, and for a moment they were evenly matched, fighting fiercely. After all, they were women. The desire to win was strong. Meanwhile, on Luffy and Ace's side, things were a bit tough. Ghost Monument's puppet technique was quite strange. Those shattered puppets were constantly merging, and now Luffy and Ace were facing a giant monster together. The massive puppet was covered in weapons, arms, and eyes from almost every angle, various armament haki mixed together, looking quite disgusting. Chopper, Big White, and Robin were also not having an easy time, all facing the merged giant monster. Chopper and Big White were managing well, maintaining the upper hand. However, Robin found it a bit challenging. She excelled in large-scale group battles, but lacked the explosive power for one-on-one combat, clearly at a disadvantage. Ghost Monument was controlling 4 huge monsters, making it even easier. The speed and attack power of those puppets had risen significantly, becoming even more terrifying. Luffy and Ace continuously attacked the giant monster. Rubber rocket cannon, Luffy shouted, his terrifying fist infused with armament haki, smashing down, causing the giant monster to become battered. Yet it bizarrely merged again. This made Luffy feel frustrated. Ace laughed heartily. Luffy, you still can't do it. Watch me. Flame up, Ace shouted. Suddenly, flames erupted from the ground, engulfing the giant monster in an instant. The massive flames burning away the puppet's limbs, a foul odor filling the air. Luffy covered his nose. Ace, your attack stinks too much. Ace's eyes widened in anger. What did you say? Obviously, that monster stinks. Luffy picked his nose. All right, I believe you. Ace rolled his eyes continuously. Luffy rolled up his sleeves. Then let's see my move. Ghost Monument looked at the two of them so leisurely and felt somewhat disdainful. Do you really think my puppets are so useless? Life and death, flesh bomb. Ghost Monument shouted. The giant puppet began to contract, accompanied by terrifying wails and a pungent stench, transforming into a massive black sphere, fully infused with armament haki, rising and swirling in the air. Oh, it can even transform? Then let me break you apart directly. Luffy laughed heartily. Suddenly, one of Luffy's legs stretched up to the sky, generating terrifying power, Thunder Axe. Luffy shouted loudly, and one leg fell from the sky. The terrifying friction caused Luffy's leg to spark with lightning, like a bolt from the blue, incredibly fearsome. Luffy's Thunder Axe crashed down, and that black, armored human meatball burst forth to collide with Luffy's Thunder Axe. The black ball sank into a deep dent. Just at that moment, Ace's mind stirred, and he soared into the air, his arm igniting with massive flames, engulfing the entire sky in fire, forming a gigantic fiery fist. Ace shouted, "Fire Fist!" The enormous fiery fist crashed down, instantly causing the black human meatball to rot away half of its mass. "Luffy!" Ace shouted loudly. Oh! Luffy understood that the flames were even more damaging to this human meatball. Luffy leaped into the air, his huge arm growing larger, adding haki, stretching his body, and launching himself out, his massive haki-infused fist generating enormous flames through friction. "Fire Fist!" Luffy shouted. Ace rolled his eyes, thinking, "Can't you come up with your own moves? Stealing my name?" Luffy laughed heartily and swung his fist even harder. Two gigantic fire fists descended, reducing the puppet monster to dust, unable to recover. Meanwhile, Chopper also smashed the puppet to pieces, letting Robin's hellfire burn away. The white beard was even more terrifying, directly compressing the air to turn the puppet into a puddle of mud. The entire battlefield's puppets had disappeared. Guebei's face darkened. It seemed he still had some skill. As he had lost the puppets, he had spent half a year accumulating. Guebei sneered sinisterly, pulling the thread in his hand, inserting it into the ground, causing a tremendous rumble. Suddenly, the entire ground cracked open, revealing two gigantic puppets. "Nature's law! Earth demon, fire demon!" Guebei shouted loudly. From a shattered ground emerged a massive earthman and fireman, roaring fiercely, incredibly terrifying. Luffy and the others were somewhat shocked. This guy had really produced two such terrifying beings. The two giants charged out without any hesitation, and despite their massive size, they were indeed very fast. The Earthman transformed his hands into gigantic axes and slashed down fiercely. Chopper soared into the air, his golden staff clashing hard against it. Whitebeard shouted angrily, turning into a gigantic meatball and charging out. He directly knocked the Earthman down, and Chopper seized the opportunity to leap into the sky, his golden staff suddenly growing to 1,000 feet, Chopper descending terrifyingly. The Earthman was instantly turned to dust. Such a terrifying blow startled everyone present. Instant kill? Well done, Chopper. Luffy couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Chopper grinned, but Guebei's expression was dark. His precious puppet had been destroyed in 2 moves. Guebei's lips trembled with rage. Nature's law. Thunder Demon. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the clear sky. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down, and a gigantic lightning giant appeared, wielding a massive lightning blade. Incredibly fearsome. "Come on, this is my most treasured possession," Guebei sneered. Chopper no longer hesitated, raising his staff again, but the lightning giant grabbed the golden staff, releasing massive amounts of electricity. Chopper was done for. Chapter 80. Hancock's Crisis. Su Sheng enters the battle. Luffy was shocked. "Chopper." He then flew forward. "Lightning, huh? Rubbermen are the least afraid of that. Everyone deal with the fireman. This guy's mine." Luffy pressed his straw hat down, his eyes becoming resolute, revealing a strong, killing intent. Everyone quickly began to fight. Although the fireman was strong, Ace found it easy to fight, as the nature-type fruit gave him a strong ability to manipulate flames. The others only needed to assist in restricting the fireman's movements. "Fire Fist!" Ace shouted loudly, and the terrifying fiery giant fist smashed down on the fireman, causing the giant to retreat several dozen feet, completely falling into a disadvantage. Those present, looked down upon by the celestial dragons, did not realize that each of them possessed absolute combat power and potential. Underestimating them was akin to seeking death. Over on Luffy's side, a punch was thrown at the Lightning Man, and the terrifying fist sent the Lightning Man flying. Guebei was astonished. How was he not affected by the lightning? Luffy threw another punch, and the Lightning Man could not stand up, being battered by Luffy's relentless assault. Meanwhile, on Hancock's side, Morgana, who possessed the bloodline of the Empress, seemed tireless, like a perpetual machine. Empress Hancock was somewhat weary. Her body, as white as jade, bore several unsightly scars. Morgana also had numerous scars, and although she resisted with haki, Hancock's fragrant feet still inflicted some pain on her. Hancock's snow-white long leg kicked out, and Morgana's arm glowed faintly blue to meet Hancock. With a loud bang, both women were forced back several dozen feet. Morgana's eyes were filled with intense, killing intent. Being delayed by a lower race for so long was unbearable for her centuries-old pride. Suddenly, Morgana flew into the air, her arms bursting with faint blue light. A blue eye opening in her palm, a terrifying pressure radiating out, making it hard to breathe. The Empress's gaze. Morgana shouted. The eye in her palm erupted with blue light, shooting out two faint blue beams that tore through the surrounding void, heading straight for Hancock. Hancock's expression turned grave. She naturally sensed the terrifying power of Morgana's attack. Hancock's fruit ability erupted fully, the infinite energy from her awakened fruit benefiting her immensely. Hancock drew circles with her hands in front of her chest, and a pink circle appeared. Love's energy cannon. Hancock called softly. The pink circle exploded, releasing pink waves of light that fiercely charged towards the blue beams. The pink light waves inherited the fruit's ability, petrifying everything around, incredibly terrifying. The air itself turned to stone dust, slowly falling. This spectacular scene even surprised Morgana. When the two forces collided, they did not hold back, and with a loud explosion, the entire battlefield shook, drawing everyone's attention. These two women were indeed fierce in battle. Hancock's gaze grew more resolute, the more battles she fought. The stronger her control over her fruit's power became. Hancock's awakened fruit ability spread, petrifying the entire ground, incredibly terrifying. Hancock shouted, and the entire ground was ripped apart, rising into the air in a spectacular scene. Who could imagine such a terrifying sight could be created by a beautiful woman? Hancock shouted, giant stone punishment. The pink energy enveloped the giant stone, transforming it into a fist shape. Hancock's face turned somewhat pale as she swallowed a healing bean, then shouted again. Her haki covering the entire giant stone, fearsome indeed. Hancock threw with all her strength, and the massive pink giant fist crashed toward Morgana. Morgana's expression turned serious, and she softly shouted, her entire body glowing faintly blue. Guei, seeing this scene, couldn't help but smirk. With such a terrifying attack, Morgana was bound to suffer a bit. Morgana, with her formidable strength, gave a murderous glare to the ghost monument after hearing its words. The ghost monument was so frightened that it immediately fell silent. This crazy woman, relying on her bloodline suppression, would kill anyone who provoked her. Morgana erupted with blue light, and behind her, a magnificent woman's phantom continuously flickered. Unmistakably, the Sea Empress from 1,000 years ago. Morgana's face gradually turned pale, clearly indicating that this technique, which awakened her bloodline power, consumed a tremendous amount of her vital blood. The Empress's judgment. Morgana shouted. Immediately, her body felt somewhat weak. This move had cost her a significant amount of vitality, and she would take Hancock down in one blow. The enormous phantom of the Empress intensified its gaze, revealing her holding a long sword. In an instant, the sound of bells rang out in the sky, and an ancient and mysterious power spread. The Empress's phantom unleashed an arrow strike, and a terrifying light blue blade shot forth. The entire void trembled. It was horrifying. The light blue blade swiftly struck the gigantic fist, and within mere moments, the armament color was shattered. Then, like a withered tree being uprooted, the enormous fist was cleaved in two. The blue blade surged towards Hancock. Hancock was greatly shocked. Was her fruit ability really that fragile? She immediately awakened her three-color haki, combining it with her fruit ability, instantly petrifying the air, turning the stone powder into a giant shield, enhanced with armament color, to block the blade. However, it was still futile. The ancient power of the light blue blade seemed to naturally restrain haki. The giant shield shattered in an instant, and a terrifying slash struck Hancock, sending her flying, completely drained of strength, raising a cloud of dust, and falling silent. Morgana rushed in to deliver a finishing blow, but her body felt weak, and suddenly she was grabbed by an earth person. Morgana showed no expression, only glanced back at the ghost monument. The ghost monument wore an awkward smile, and the earth person disappeared, turning into black dust, but Morgana regained some strength. She charged forward, wanting to finish Hancock off. Seeing this, Sengoku's expression darkened. If the Empress died, Su Shang would be in big trouble. He had already engaged Su Shang, who was also severely injured, and the remaining people clearly could not hold him back. Sengoku could only pray for Su Shang. Just as Morgana flew towards Hancock, a loud noise erupted, and Morgana was sent flying back. She crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was immediately astonished, and the ghost monument was also taken aback. How could someone withstand a blade and still possess such terrifying strength? As the dust settled under everyone's astonished gaze, a tall man emerged, holding Hancock gently. It was none other than Su Shang. Su Shang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he fiercely looked at Morgana. How dare you touch my woman? Are you seeking death? Su Shang didn't say much. The Conqueror's haki quickly spread, a genuine king's pressure enveloping the area. How could someone of mere bloodline inheritance compare to this? Finally, I understand why all four of them died. The Ghost Monument looked at Su Shang and couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 81. Su Shang's Battle Against the Empress. Su Shang coldly stared at Morgana, his eyes revealing a strong, killing intent. The terrifying Conqueror's haki made Morgana feel somewhat breathless, the overwhelming pressure reminiscent of that of a pirate king, frighteningly powerful. Morgana's expression was grim. What kind of guy is this? Sengoku beside them let out a sigh of relief, but remained tense. It seemed that Su Shang had become even stronger. Su Shang said nothing, gently putting down Hancock, her brows filled with tenderness. Looking at Hancock's blue eyes, she softly said, "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Hancock felt a bit shy and nodded gently. Su Shang smiled slightly, and then turned his head, a terrifying killing intent rising dramatically. Su Shang slowly stepped forward, and with each step, the Conqueror's haki became even more terrifying. Gradually, Su Shang created an overwhelming pressure. The Crimson Gold Conqueror's haki slowly rose, exuding an imposing aura, extremely formidable. The Conqueror's haki transformed into a giant dragon, full of dominance, filling the world with an intense sense of oppression. Everyone was shocked. Is this the terrifying power of this man? Gue Bei couldn't help but swallow hard, and without hesitation, he unleashed his nature magic, light magic, and water magic. Gue Bei used all his nature magic puppets. He needed to quickly end the battle. If the two of them didn't join forces, Morgana would likely die in a terrible way. Meanwhile, on Su Shang's side, the giant dragon had already formed, roaring continuously in the heavens and the earth, utterly terrifying. Dragon roar. Su Shang shouted. The giant dragon, formed from the Conqueror's haki, roared madly, causing the entire world to tremble. With a wave of Su Shang's hand, the giant dragon charged towards Morgana. Morgana's body trembled slightly, facing such a terrifying Conqueror's haki attack. She forced herself to calm down. Blue light radiated from Morgana's body, incredibly strange. In the next moment, Morgana's face turned pale, her eyes vacant. Morgana terrifyingly pulled out a rib from her back, which glowed blue and then transformed into a staff. Morgana mumbled incomprehensible words, extremely mysterious. The Queen's Law. Morgana suddenly awakened and shouted loudly. The staff emitted a blue light, and thousands of ancient characters floated in the sky, filled with an eerie aura. Those countless characters intertwined and gradually transformed into the shape of a sharp sword. Morgana's face was pale, but she still shouted fiercely as the massive character sword suddenly struck out. The giant dragon faced the sword, but in just a few breaths, the characters shattered completely. What Queen's Law? In this era, Su Shang, possessed the domineering aura to touch the path of kings. Su Shang instantly displayed an unparalleled powerful aura, causing Morgana's heart to tremble. He resembled that man from decades ago. Oh, is he the Pirate King? Su Shang can compete with me, Luffy said excitedly. Ace punched away the fireman, saying, "You're still far from it. First, deal with the four puppets in front of you." Ace felt a bit helpless. The four puppets of the Ghost Monument were indeed troublesome. Although their offensive power was insufficient against them, their defensive strength was quite high. With a loud bang, the giant dragon broke through the words and fiercely struck Morgana, sending her flying once again. As the smoke cleared, the celestial dragon with a powerful bloodline appeared. His clothes tattered, body covered in wounds, and his gaze vacant, looking as if he had suffered a tremendous blow. Su Shang released the Amaterasu and Ice White flames, forming a delicate two-colored fire lotus that was much more solid than before, indicating that Su Shang's control over the flames had significantly improved. Everyone felt the terrifying aura of the two-colored fire lotus, and the four of them felt a bit of relief, as Su Shang was about to send Morgana to her demise. In an instant, their fighting spirits surged, terrifyingly so. Morgana, who was dazed on the spot, felt a sense of unwillingness, her face twisted in rage, murmuring something to herself. No, impossible. How can a lower race suppress my Conqueror's haki? I am the Empress. Morgana's eyes were filled with red veins, and she looked somewhat deranged. Suddenly, Morgana raised her head sharply, staring intently at Su Sheng. You must be fake. Lower race. Did you secretly eat the forbidden fruit? Morgana thought of a fruit tree that the Empress had cultivated with her blood. The fruits of that tree were all forbidden fruits. But thousands of years had passed. How could such a mythical thing still exist? Get lost with your forbidden fruit. A useless thing. Where does all that arrogance come from? Su Sheng was utterly impatient with this mentally challenged woman. Su Sheng's arm transformed into gold, and the great creation palm was suddenly thrust out, carrying the terrifying two-colored fire lotus towards Morgana. The handprint and fire lotus reached Morgana in the blink of an eye, followed by a thunderous explosion. The world was engulfed in flames. This is impossible. Morgana roared fiercely. As the smoke cleared, Morgana's figure was nowhere to be seen amidst the flames. You lowly creature. Damn it. Morgana had injured Hancock, which had completely provoked Su Sheng's wrath. Su Sheng turned to look at the four giants and smiled faintly. Puppets. It's been a long time since I've used my Tsukuyami, and it works perfectly on these mindless puppets. Su Sheng stepped forward, urging everyone to back off. The crowd was confused. Was Su Sheng really going to take on four monsters alone? Was this the kind of powerful determination that came with strength? Su Sheng stood still, waiting for the four puppets to charge at him. What was Su Sheng doing? Even if he was strong, he shouldn't be so arrogant. Robin felt a bit worried. Luffy, should we go help him? What is this guy thinking? If something goes wrong, it could be a big problem, Ace said helplessly. Gue Bei's face was filled with disdain. Did he really think he could defeat Morgana with his conqueror's haki and then handle my four puppets by himself? What a fantasy. He doesn't know his own limits. Just as the four puppets were about to strike Su Sheng, a miraculous scene unfolded, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. Su Sheng's eyes swirled with the three-tomo pattern Tsukuyami. He softly murmured. The four puppets instantly froze, becoming completely uncontrollable. Gue Bei, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. What kind of strange technique is this? Why are my puppets not under my control? Gue Bei looked at his four hulking figures that had stopped working, his eyes filled with fear towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng smiled slightly, holding the divine killing dagger, and walked step by step towards the ghost monument. The ghost monument trembled all over, but did not retreat. Even if it went back, it would still be executed. The trembling ghost monument planned to use its last taboo. It pressed its sharp palm against its chest and slowly pierced into the flesh. Su Shengfei rushed forward and saw the strange ghost monument, without saying a word. He thrust his spear down. In the next second, a blue flash instantly struck, reaching Su Sheng's back in just a few breaths. Chapter 82. Furious Su Sheng battles the Empress of War. The ghost monument suddenly laughed eerily, rising up to grab the tip of the divine killing spear, restraining Su Sheng's movements. Su Sheng, be careful. Everyone also saw that terrifying blue light and shouted in unison. Su Sheng was taken aback, clearly sensing a terrifying force approaching from behind. Su Sheng quickly dodged, but the blue flash still pierced Su Sheng's shoulder. Strangely, Su Sheng did not bleed. Instead, he felt his whole body weaken, his strength suppressed. The ghost monument kicked out, infused with a terrifying armed color, and Su Sheng was instantly sent flying. Damn it, I was tricked. That woman isn't dead. Su Sheng realized immediately. Feeling his whole body drained of power, Su Sheng's expression darkened. Slow death. Su Sheng's eyes were dim, but he couldn't get up. He saw the place where Morgana had fallen. A flash of blue light flickered, spreading across the entire sky, dazzling and brilliant. Gradually, beneath the blue light, a gigantic silhouette appeared, and when the blue light dissipated, it left everyone stunned. A massive woman adorned in luxurious clothing and jewels appeared. Towering over 100 feet tall, her entire body was blue, especially her pair of blue eyes, which exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. It was apparent that her heart was transparent, and inside was Morgana, but only her head remained. A piercing and sinister laugh echoed in the sky. Ha! Inferior beings, I have sacrificed myself to Her Majesty the Queen, and with her power, you shall be prepared to die. The crowd awakened, realizing that this gigantic woman was the queen from 1,000 years ago, holding a scepter, exuding immense authority. With each step she took, a terrifying, domineering aura spread like ripples, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and rendering them powerless. This terrifying ruling power, with a single move, would likely cause the deaths of all present. Su Sheng looked at the enormous queen, his eyes suddenly filled with determination. I can't let you all bury me, he thought. I don't want to become a sinner. A slow death, invading my insides, right? Su Shang's gaze turned fierce. He summoned the ethereal cold fire, the icy white flames swirling at his fingertips. Without hesitation, he plunged it into his wound. With his mind, he controlled the icy white flames to suppress the residual blue light, corroding it bit by bit. Su Shang felt a heart-wrenching pain. After all, this ethereal cold fire would burn the soul. Seeing Su Shang in such agony made everyone feel uncomfortable. But only Chopper realized what Su Shang was doing. He was removing the poison from the blue light, and they would hold off for him for a while. Everyone came to their senses. "Yoshi, let's go," Luffy said firmly. The others nodded, and without hesitation, Luffy soared into the sky, going into Gear 4th. Luffy shouted and transformed into a giant rubber man, his arms expanding, filled with elasticity. The armed color added, and terrifying speed created flames as he punched toward the queen. Ace didn't hesitate either, unleashing terrifying flames, the heat seemingly melting the space. "Dragon Fist," Ace shouted. Flames formed a massive dragon's head on Ace's fist, and he suddenly accelerated, delivering a horrifying punch. Chopper transformed into his reindeer form, wielding a golden staff that grew to 1,000 feet tall. Chopper's veins bulged as he swung the golden staff with all his might, delivering a terrifying blow. Robin fully unleashed her fruit powers, merging all her hands into a bow and arrow, many hands gripping together to form a hellfire sword, shooting a fierce arrow at the giant queen. The four combined their strongest attacks, showing no mercy and disregarding their own safety, crashing fiercely into the queen. Morgana's face was filled with disdain as she said, "Let you see the power of the queen." The enormous queen burst forth with blue light, instantly swinging her massive scepter, and the air filled with ocean water. The four's devil fruit powers instantly became ineffective, and they fell to the ground. The giant queen first knocked Luffy and Ace away. Then her arms sprouted a sword, knocking the golden staff away, sending Chopper flying as well. Robin quickly transformed and flew far away. Robin activated her fruit powers again, and terrifying hellfire hands tightly restrained the queen's movements. The giant queen moved, lifting the entire ground and soaring into the sky. It then descended, and a terrifying blue light sphere appeared on the scepter, crashing heavily toward Robin. Robin's face was filled with determination as countless hands appeared, not making any defenses, but still restricting the queen's movements. Even if it meant death, she would buy time for Su Shang. Just as the blue light was about to strike Robin, a massive red-orange shield blocked it, deflecting the blue light sphere. Robin looked up and saw a gigantic red-orange war god appear before her. "Su Shang," Robin exclaimed, somewhat excited. Su Shang turned around and smiled slightly, thinking to herself, "Now I've completely defeated her." Su Shang gave Robin a thumbs up. Robin smiled brightly and encouraged, "Go for it." Su Shang soared into the sky, the massive red-orange war god confronting the giant goddess. "From the world of ninjas, how can you stop me?" Su Shang said arrogantly. Morgana, confused, sneered, "I will kill you, tear you to pieces." Morgana harbored deep hatred for Su Shang. She had sacrificed herself to the queen, and even if she won, her body would age, leaving her with only 5 years of life, after which she would be like a waste. Morgana was unwilling to lose, so even under such circumstances, she was determined to kill Su Shang. Su Shang did not hesitate, and the Yada mirror met the Empress's enormous scepter. Then, with a series of 10 sword strikes, the Empress dodged, and Su Shang took advantage of the moment, bringing down the massive elbow of Susanoo forcefully onto the Empress's face. The terrifying combination of armament haki and conqueror's haki caused the Empress to become somewhat unstable. After all, it was a broken body that had been sacrificed. It couldn't compare to the true Empress. However, her pride remained unyielding as she shouted at Su Shang. "Pretentious! Su Shang's gulp!" The gigantic Empress's eyes emitted a rolling blue light, and strange patterns appeared on her eyes, looking very mysterious. The enormous Empress glared fiercely at Su Shang, and 2 strange waves of light surged toward Su Shang's brain. Mental attack? Su Shang sneered. Tsukuyami. The kaleidoscope Sharingan patterns flowed, and Tsukuyami was activated in an instant. The 2 blue lights vanished instantly, leaving the Empress momentarily stunned, followed by a painful scream as her eyes filled with blood vessels. Morgana's head had a sinister expression. "Bastard." Su Shang scoffed, "Comparing my skills with me? You can't even touch me." As the giant queen regained her composure, Su Shang had already created a massive self-fire lotus, slowly swirling within the golden handprint of the great heavenly creation palm. Su Shang pushed forward without hesitation in an instant. He saw dozens of golden handprints pushing the purple gold lotus towards the Empress. Reincarnation Golden Lotus. Su Shang shouted loudly. The novel can be downloaded through the open-source free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download, and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open-source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyououtlook.com. Author QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group, 149050832. Official TG Group, https, t. Me FQ Tool, Chapter 83. Destroy the Empress, sanction the Ghost Monument. Let this ghostly thing that has been dead for thousands of years go meet the King of Hell. Su Shang shouted loudly. His eyes were filled with disdain for the Empress. The Empress reacted, her eyes filled with fury, as if 1,000 years had passed. She was still the Sea Emperor, Sea Domain God and Demon Conquest. The Empress shouted loudly, her already distorted face becoming even more hideous from Su Shang's attack. Su Shang saw her spread her hands, and between her palms, there were 2 giant mouths that instantly spewed out 2 balls of blue light, and 2 giant toothed sharks appeared in an instant. Those terrifying mouths greedily tore at anything. Even the air was being ripped apart. The golden handprints thundered forward, trapping the 2 sharks, and the purple gold lotus exploded, a terrifying pressure spreading out with black fire, purple light, and icy white flames raging, creating a very eerie atmosphere throughout the space. The 2 giant toothed sharks struggled continuously, but were soon engulfed in a massive sea of flames. Su Shang stared intently at the massive queen, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. This giant queen had been sacrificed by Morgana, and it seemed that no matter how hard they fought, she would not die. The most important thing was to directly eliminate Morgana. Su Shang's eyes sparkled as he thought of a plan. However, in just a moment, the giant queen plunged her staff into the ground, instantly enveloping the area in a soft blue light. A breath of life unexpectedly emerged, leaving people somewhat astonished. Su Shang looked at Morgana's face, which suddenly appeared much older. A trace of imperceptible light flickered in his eyes. It turned out to be the toll of draining life. It seems that the price for your queen is quite high. Su Shang looked at this woman who relied on external power with some disdain. Just garbage. In terms of real combat power, Su Shang could easily pin her down and rub her against the ground. Suddenly, a faint blue light rose from the ground, and in an instant, hundreds of warriors in golden armor appeared. Su Shang was somewhat surprised. What a bold move. Su Shang was powerful and imposing. To his surprise, the armor of these warriors was actually formed from their own armed color. These things were a bit terrifying. Su Shang sai sopti. Do you think you can't defeat me in a one-on-one fight? So you call for help? Su Shang smiled slightly. He then formed seals with his fingers, continuously changing them, and used the technique of multiple shadow clones. With a furious shout from Su Shang, the astonishing spectacle that had been displayed during the Marineford War reappeared. Hundreds of Susanoo emerged, each adorned with the colors of hockey, stacked upon one another, terrifying beyond measure. In an instant, those golden warriors looked like mere ants. Upon witnessing this, Morgana's eyes widened in shock, staring at the sky filled with crimson and orange divine warriors, her expression extremely grim. Su Shang shook his head as he looked at the golden warriors. The terrifying conqueror's hockey had completely restricted their movements. It looked impressive, but things obtained at the cost of one's lifespan had their shortcomings. Su Shang did not take these warriors seriously at all. Su Shang let out a sigh. Having been dead for over 1,000 years, it was time to stop causing havoc in the mortal realm and grant you a swift end. With that, Su Shang gathered all his strength, and all the Susanoo movements synchronized as one. A torrent of black flames and ice-white fire erupted, compressing the entire world into an exceedingly narrow space, leaving the Empress no room to counterattack. Then a wave of purple energy spread, making the world appear as if heaven and hell were intersecting, exuding an air of mystery and terror. Su Shang shouted loudly, and all the Susanoo began to use the great heavenly creation palm. Hundreds of golden handprints formed in an instant, and the world was filled with dazzling golden light. Intricate and magnificent, amidst the golden light, purple energy, black fire, and icy white flames, there was suddenly a moment of silence. Within the golden light, over 100 purple gold lotus flowers emerged, incredibly beautiful. First, countless golden handprints fell, preventing the golden warriors from moving, and then hundreds of purple gold lotuses slowly descended. Morgana looked at this terrifying scene, her expression becoming increasingly ferocious, and she shouted, "Golden Warrior Formation, Luo Mia ascend to heaven." At this moment, pale blue energy slowly drew those golden warriors, who formed a marvelous formation and began to swing their weapons continuously in place. The golden blade light gathered continuously, creating an astonishing momentum that left people in awe. Those golden handprints were actually shattered by the relentless blade light. Just as the golden lotuses were about to fall, a giant golden warrior apparition appeared in the sky, striking down with a blade from afar, and at that moment, the purple gold lotus flowers exploded instantly. The terrifying explosion spread across the entire sky, obscuring everything, and a brilliant light made people feel as if they were in another world. Amidst the smoke, Susanoo remained towering in place, displaying infinite divine might, while Sushang quietly infused a large amount of icy white flames onto his fist. Sushang gave up on Susanoo, hiding in the smoke of battle, and soon approached the Empress. Sushang smiled slightly and punched the Empress in the chest, causing her massive body to tremble. "Seeking death, you little brat," Morgana exclaimed, surprised to see Sushang flying in for close combat. She swung her staff at Sushang. However, with Sushang's indestructible body and his three-colored super dominance, how could he be so powerless? The enormous Susanoo appeared again, blocking the Empress's staff with one hand and then delivering a punch. The terrifying armed color fist was incredibly fierce, forcing the giant Empress to retreat several dozen meters. "Go to hell. You're not even good at close combat." Sushang looked down on Morgana. Morgana, infuriated, appeared much older in her face. Listen to the sound of the sea. The Empress emitted an ancient sound, which was extraordinarily eerie. The entire battlefield was engulfed in a massive blue light, and Sushang suddenly felt dizzy. The sounds of everything in the depths of the sea echoed continuously, making Sushang's mind grow increasingly numb. All the Susanoo disappeared, and Sushang watched as the giant Empress approached him, wanting to resist, but feeling dizzy. I've been hit." Sushang felt a bit frustrated. He initially thought Morgana wouldn't dare to overdraw her life again. Who would have thought this woman was so crazed? Sushang shook his head, and the enormous Susanoo took a heavy hit from his staff, beginning to sway unsteadily. The Empress then retracted her staff and drew her imperial blade, which glimmered with a faint blue light, quite extraordinary. That blade seemed capable of dissolving all power, and as it approached Sushang, the form of Susanoo began to destabilize. Sushang's eyes were firm, showing no signs of retreat, yet a trace of an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How can one still smile when facing death? Morgana looked on with disdain. Then, the queen flew forward with a sword, aiming to behead Sushang. Sushang closed his eyes, waiting for death. Morgana revealed a bizarre smile, extremely ugly. Sushang let out a gentle breath. Boom! Suddenly, the massive Empress stopped moving, and Morgana let out a scream. Chapter 84. Crushing like withered weeds. The ice-white flames invaded the Empress's heart, instantly engulfing Morgana's head. Amid Morgana's wretched cries, the Empress's enormous body could no longer move. You bastard, I won't let you go even as a ghost." Morgana was now left with only defiance. The ghost tablet also witnessed this scene and couldn't believe that Sushang could make Morgana suffer so painfully, enduring such a devastating attack. However, the ghost tablet wasn't in the mood to mock, as Morgana was dead, and it didn't bode well for him either. A noble celestial dragon with the Empress's bloodline ended up in such a tragic fate, he probably wouldn't fare any better. Sushang was unaware of the thoughts of the ghost tablet as he leaped into the air, his figure soaring. The massive Susanoo resembled a swimming dragon, incredibly swift. It quickly launched an attack on Morgana, moving so fast that the air was filled with a booming sound. The four puppets of the ghost tablet had just released Tsukuyami, and upon seeing this, the ghost tablet immediately controlled the light demon to intercept. In a flash, the light demon appeared in front of Sushang, attempting to block him, while on the other side, the water demon clung to Morgana's body, trying to extinguish the icy white flames. Although Morgana was being burned by the icy white flames, she felt an overwhelming chill and was even rendered speechless. The ghost tablet looked at the pitiful woman before him and couldn't help but sigh. The so-called queen's bloodline might very well become extinct. "Ghost tablet, save me. Otherwise, I won't spare you." Morgana moaned in agony. This made the ghost tablet frown. After all, he was trying to help, but what kind of attitude was that? Nevertheless, for the sake of his own life, the ghost tablet did not hesitate and continued with his plan. However, the light demon, wanting to block Sushang, radiated with great light. its arm transforming into a mirror that could actually gather sunlight and reflect it, producing a terrifying temperature. Su Sheng looked somewhat disdainful. It was just a shortcut. Su Sheng activated the Sharingan, and with a shout, Amaterasu, the terrifying black flames spread instantly, radiating a temperature more horrifying than the sun. The light demon paused, and without hesitation, Su Sheng kicked the light demon away, his form swelling once again. Seeing the water demon clinging to the Empress's body, Su Sheng smiled slightly. Yasaka Magatama, a massive crimson-orange Magatama, flew out fiercely, shattering the void with its terrifying power. Su Sheng's unparalleled demeanor shines brilliantly. The hooked jade instantly falls onto the Empress's body, and one can see the water demon trembling all over, quickly detaching from the Empress's body. At this moment, the Ghost Monument has no time to execute any moves. Su Sheng's terrifying speed had already reached Morgana's side. Ten-Fist Sword, Su Sheng shouted. The Ten-Fist Sword erupted with a terrifying crimson-orange light, instantly piercing through the Queen's heart. With a single thrust, Morgana's head was also taken away by the Ten-Fist Sword. Morgana let out a scream and then fell silent. The Queen's body collapsed with a loud thud. Su Sheng lightly tossed the Ten-Fist Sword, and Morgana's head landed in his hands. Su Sheng looked at the ugly face that had aged from a life spent in battle, watching as his mouth opened and closed without making any sound, and couldn't help but smile disdainfully. Is this what they call a superior race? Those who commit many wrongs will surely bring about their own demise. Su Sheng's eyes turned cold, and with increased strength, he directly crushed Morgana's head. He slowly turned to look at the Ghost Monument, which was in a daze. The Ghost Monument couldn't help but swallow hard. How could this kid be so mad? With some fear in his eyes. But seeing the intense killing intent in Su Sheng's gaze, the Ghost Monument had no choice but to fight. The threads in his hand trembled as 4 puppets gathered in front of him, embodying the 4 elements of light, thunder, water, and fire. Their momentum was quite impressive and had a significant deterrent effect. If this were in the past, Su Sheng might have found it tricky, but now, facing these, it was just a matter of time. Su Sheng did not say much and suddenly charged forward, swinging the Ten-Fist Sword down with terrifying force. Gue Bei's expression was serious, his hands trembling with the threads as 4 puppets swarmed forward, displaying impressive combat power. The Thunder Demon had long summoned terrifying lightning, forming a massive lightning shield, while the Water Demon transformed into a pool of black water, directly attaching itself to the giant shield. The lightning shield rapidly spread, creating a truly terrifying scene. Su Sheng did not hesitate. Such attacks can only be considered child's play nowadays. Su Sheng shouted loudly, and the Ten-Fist Sword, enhanced with haki, became even more powerful. Behind him, the Fire Demon had already conjured a terrifying fire arrow, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The Light Demon gathered light, twisted space, and quickly applied it to the fire arrow, which then shot out with a thunderous roar, accompanied by a series of booming sounds. The high-speed friction made the arrow grow larger and more terrifying. Su Sheng's terrifying arrow struck down, sending the 2 puppets flying dozens of yards away. Su Sheng's 8 mirror welcomed the massive fiery arrow, taking a few steps back before charging up again. The ice-white flames spread out, instantly turning the fiery arrow to ashes. Looking at the Thunder Demon and Water Demon, Su Sheng acted without hesitation, applying the armed color to the arm of the giant Sisnu, which instantly shone with golden light. Great creation, Palm! Su Sheng shouted angrily, and a terrifying golden handprint slowly descended, knocking the 2 puppets to the ground. Seeing this, the Ghost Monument was heartbroken. Its 2 treasures had been so mistreated. The threads in the Ghost Monument's hand trembled as it tried to retract the puppets, which Su Sheng naturally noticed. Su Sheng flipped his hand, and a delicate 2-colored fire lotus appeared. With a mighty heavenly creation palm, Su Sheng sent the fire lotus straight towards the Ghost Monument. The Ghost Monument was alarmed. It had witnessed the power of these fire lotuses before, and being at the epicenter of the explosion would definitely result in severe injury or even death. The Ghost Monument's threads moved swiftly, pulling the Fire Demon back and forcing it to swallow the 2-colored fire lotus directly. Although they were both fire, there was a terrifying explosion, and the Fire Demon was instantly reduced to pieces. The Ghost Monument's expression darkened. It had lost another treasure. I will kill you. The Ghost Monument began to feel some anger. However, contrary to its intentions, Su Sheng's terrifying conqueror's haki restrained the movements of the 2 puppets. The divine killing spear appeared, and Su Sheng suddenly thrust it forward, causing a dragon formed from Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki to appear and rush forward. The two puppets, no longer under the Ghost Monument's control, were forcibly sent flying into the sky. Ten-Fist Sword Seal. Su Shang shouted loudly. The massive Susanoo lifted the 10-fist sword, erupting with red-orange light, striking the two puppets, which instantly vanished without a trace. The Ghost Monument was completely enraged. Losing 3 treasures was unbearable. It then controlled the light demon, immersing itself in a fully absorbed state, projecting armament Haki onto the light demon. With a light breath, a strange flowing cloud flew into the light demon's body. The light demon flickered in and out of visibility, appearing incredibly mysterious. Let me show you the true power of the light demon. The Ghost Monument laughed maniacally. The light demon drew a long sword glowing with light, exuding an extraordinary aura. The threads controlling the light demon turned into golden threads, allowing it to become invisible in the air, greatly increasing the light demon's agility. Chapter 85. The virtue of the Ghost Monument. The Ghost Monument's mind stirred, and the light demon quickly launched an attack, swinging the golden sword down fiercely, sending a beam of golden light hundreds of feet long flying out. Su Shang's pupils constricted slightly as he secretly sighed. This light magic is impressive. The speed of the golden light was incredibly fast, dazzling to the eyes as the space seemed to tear apart, quickly rushing towards Su Shang along with the rapidly opening dark hole. Su Shang let out a light breath, feeling that this battle seemed never-ending. Immediately, she spread her hands, and Amaterasu and the illusory cold fire were activated. The black fire and ice-white flames spiraled around continuously, creating a very strange scene. Then, they formed a giant shield of black and white. As the golden light struck, the two forces collided, producing a tremendous sound. The light magic moved at an incredible speed, and with a thought from the ghost tablet, it vanished once again. Su Shang sensed the aura of color and suddenly swung the 10-fist sword backward. The light demon was indeed there, but quickly dodged, slashing at the Susanoo. The enormous red-orange war god staggered back. Su Shang was somewhat astonished. The observation Haki was incredibly strong. The flowing clouds spat out by the Ghost Monument earlier were probably the external manifestation of his observation Haki. This guy had very strong solo combat abilities. Su Shang couldn't help but sigh. In terms of pure power clashes, he had few rivals now. But facing someone with such incredible speed was indeed quite challenging for him. The light demon reappeared, employing a bizarre sword technique that was unpredictable and stunning, as if it had absorbed the power of the sun. The terrifying aura caused the space to sway. Su Shang shouted loudly, unleashing all his strength, and killed you in one strike. Su Shang's killing intent surged, and a terrifying conqueror's Haki spread out, causing the light demon's figure to visibly slow down. Su Shang's golden conqueror's Haki rose up, slowly transforming into a dragon shape. However, Su Shang did not hold back. Instead, he unleashed his armament Haki, empowering the terrifying dragon-shaped conqueror's Haki. The massive golden dragon let out a roar, dragon roar. Su Shang shouted loudly as the divine dragon charged towards the light demon. But the light demon was too elusive. With a flicker of sunlight, its figure almost instantaneously appeared, and its miraculous swordsmanship continually struck at the giant dragon's spine. With a loud bang, the giant dragon dissipated, and the light demon's sword light flickered, void of ignorance. In the distance, the Ghost Monument suddenly shouted, and the light demon's radiance weakened, ultimately merging completely into the sunlight. Its figure disappeared, and the sword light did not disperse. It was clearly a fine sunny day. It began to rain. It was a continuous downpour of golden sword light. Su Shang felt somewhat frustrated. This guy was clearly not strong, yet he had made himself look quite disheveled. It seemed he needed to focus on improving his speed in the future. Susanoo lifted the Yada mirror, defending against the golden sword light. Su Shang took a deep breath, his expression resolute. He stuffed a fairy bean into his mouth and thought, running away? Then I'll make sure you have nowhere to hide. Su Shang shouted loudly, multiple shadow clone technique. As Su Shang continued to form hand seals, hundreds of Susanoo appeared in the sky. Is it that move again? Seeing this, the Ghost Monument couldn't help but feel a chill. Immediately, it controlled the light demon to escape continuously. Su Shang watched as the golden blade light rained, kept moving, smiled slightly, and felt a sense of confidence in his heart. Su Shang did not summon the Golden Lotus this time. Faced with the terrifying speed The effect of the illusory cold fire could be described as horrifying. All of a sudden, Su Shang raised both arms, and the terrifying ice-white flames swept across the sky and the earth, indeed slowing down the movement of the golden light. The entire world was rendered extremely cold by this terrifying cold fire. As the ice-white flames spread, sunlight could not penetrate, and the light demon was finally revealed. Su Shang smiled slightly. Great heavenly creation palm. Thousands of golden palm prints surged out wildly, covering the sky and the ground, all filled with golden handprints. The light demon had nowhere to hide and was instantly hit. With a loud bang, the light demon fell to the ground. Just as it was about to get up and leave, Su Shang's killing intent surged. The divine killing spear appeared in his hand. Bankai, divine killing. Su Shang fiercely threw out the divine killing spear, and a terrifying aura of death spread out, powerful enough to annihilate gods. The horrifying divine killing spear, glowing with pitch-black light, shot towards the light demon, shocking the ghost monument. How many trump cards does this guy have? The ghost monument gasped in disbelief. Could it be that a lowly race could possess so many treasures? The ghost monument even suspected that Su Shang was a celestial being from another realm. Sengoku watched the spear, his body trembling slightly. This was too powerful. If they had fought back then, Su Shang could have easily pierced the skull with this move. Sengoku regarded Su Shang with even more respect. It seemed that during their previous battle, Su Shang had indeed shown him considerable mercy. Sengoku felt regret for having used all his killing moves at that time. In a future world, Su Shang would likely hold absolute power. With Su Shang's current strength, the four emperors would be far from sufficient to contend with him. Was what Su Shang said about countless lives really true? Sengoku began to waver. His gaze towards the celestial dragons changed as well. The ghost monument had no time to control the light demon's return. The light demon's head was pierced by the divine killing spear and fell to the ground, losing its brilliance. Su Shang let out a breath, once again realizing the power of the divine killing spear. Initially, he thought the spear wouldn't be so strong, but when he grasped it, he constantly sensed its unique power. Looking at the isolated ghost monument, Su Shang smiled. All Susanoo disappeared, and he slowly walked towards the ghost monument with the spear in hand. How do you plan to die? Su Shang scoffed. Faced with these always arrogant celestial dragons, Su Shang did not intend to speak to them calmly, nor did he want to spare their lives. The ghost monument wore a sinister smile. Die? A lower race? The disdain from Su Shang only fueled its arrogant heart even more. Su Shang was furious. You useless trash. You call yourselves a superior race. And yet 5 of you have already died at my hands. What are you even worth? Su Shang's divine killing gun emitted a black light, clearly aiming to take down the ghost monument in one strike. The ghost monument let out a cold laugh, coating itself in armament color, with veins bulging all over its body, resembling stone muscles that were constantly pulsating, showcasing incredible strength. The ghost monument swung a black rope, continuously wrapping around Su Shang in an attempt to secure him. While attracting Su Shang's attention, a black thread slowly drifted towards the massive body of the Empress. As a genius puppet master, as long as the ghost monument's thread touched the Empress, no matter how large her body was, it could be controlled immediately, unleashing the last potential of that body. Su Shang did not get entangled with the ghost monument, attacking with deadly precision, continuously stabbing at the ghost monument. The ghost monument was large, but its observation haki was exceptional, allowing it to evade Su Shang's attacks. However, Su Shang was well prepared, with one hand already nurturing a slowly blooming purple gold lotus. Just as Su Shang was about to release it, the enormous figure of the distant queen suddenly stood up, and Su Shang's eyes widened. Not dead yet? Chapter 86. The storm subsides. The ghost monument let out a piercing mockery. With someone like you, a lowly being, do you really think you can defeat me? Su Shang was provoked by him, and the purple gold lotus in her hand unexpectedly closed, its original brilliance instantly extinguished. The ghost monument looked at Su Shang with disdain, continuously manipulating the black silk threads in his hand. The white flame in the Empress's chest slowly condensed into a ball of red fire, directly attacking Su Shang. Su Shang was still immersed in the shock of the Empress's resurrection, caught off guard by the fiery red light, and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The ghost monument continued to manipulate the Empress's body, but Su Shang had already noticed the telltale black threads that were particularly conspicuous in the sunlight. The ghost monument, a despicable scoundrel, actually concocted a puppet, Su Shang thought to himself. Su Shang quickly calmed down, not showing that he had already noticed the problem. and continued to act injured. Behind Su Sheng, a purple gold lotus flower slowly bloomed in her hands. This purple gold lotus was different from before. Its core was actually a golden sword. The golden sword was hidden in golden light, making it difficult to detect, and the ghost tablet was currently enjoying the joy of winning a battle, having let down its guard. In an instant, the petals of the purple gold lotus opened up, each petal splitting into individual lotus flowers, each hiding a sword within its core. The purple gold light flashed, giving the ghost tablet no chance to react, as all the golden swords charged straight towards the Empress's heart. The Empress's body was instantly torn apart, her bones flung 10 meters away, and her threads turned to ashes. Everyone was forced to close their eyes in the wake of this light, only feeling a wave of heat rush towards them. Among this wave of heat, the first to open his eyes was the ghost tablet, who looked at his hands in disbelief, noticing burn-like scars on his fingers that were entwined with threads. The ghost tablet's expression changed, his eyes widening as he looked at Su Sheng. Why? Su Sheng scoffed. You consider yourself a genius puppeteer and look down on all the lower-class people because you think you are a celestial dragon. Su Sheng choked up and said, but everyone is a unique individual. What right do you have to look down on us? Growing angrier, Su Sheng did not answer the question posed by the ghost monument, but instead threw a handful of flying swords at him. The ghost monument dodged skillfully, saying, lowly people are ultimately lowly. Aren't you very powerful? Why are you afraid for me to know the answer? Su Sheng said while flying the sword. The abilities of a genius puppeteer are nothing more than this. The glowing silk thread was particularly dazzling in the sunlight. The ghost monument glanced at the ash-colored silk thread, although its color was no longer discernible. It truly shone brightly in the sunlight. Su Sheng was unwilling to pay attention to the arrogant celestial dragons, and seeing their self-righteous demeanor filled him with malice. Su Sheng raised her hand, using the higher-level transformation of the great heaven creation palm she had refined to cover the entire sky. The sky darkened, and the threads lost their original colors. Gue Bei watched as he was slowly enveloped by shadows, knowing that his opportunity had come. His eyes instantly became vacant, the whites of his eyes rapidly expanding, with a pupil the size of a mung bean dotting the center. Su Sheng opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. She was shocked that the ghost monument had sacrificed itself to such an extent, turning itself into a puppet. The ghost monument raised its hands and charged straight at Su Sheng. Su Sheng suddenly found a whip in his hand and swung it at the ghost monument. The ghost monument dodged left and right, while Su Sheng pursued relentlessly, causing dust to rise. Finally, Su Sheng wrapped the whip around the ghost monument, rolling it up like a zongzi. Just as Su Sheng was about to mock the ghost monument, the armed color of the ghost monument erupted with veins, breaking free from the whip with brute force. At that moment, the illusionary palm pressed down vertically, striking the ghost monument again and again. The ghost monument nimbly evaded but accidentally stepped on Morgana's head. It quickly kicked her head away and dodged another strike. Su Sheng knew that this skill could not defeat the possessed ghost monument, so he planned to use the purple gold lotus flower again. When Su Sheng presented the purple gold lotus flower, the ghost monument reached out and used the wind to knock it down. Fortunately, Su Sheng reacted quickly, supporting the tray of the purple gold lotus flower and swiftly launching the golden sword from the flower's core. The light emitted by the golden sword struck the ghost monument's eye, causing blood tears to flow from his eyes, and the sword pierced directly into his chest. The ghost monument's veins bulged, his muscles expanded, and his clothes were torn apart by the growing muscle. As the muscles grew larger, the skin could not bear the weight, and blood burst forth, veins rupturing, leaving a gruesome scene. Blood splattered onto Su Sheng's face and Morgana's head. It turned out that the light of the purple gold lotus flower was a weapon to defeat the puppet, Su Sheng murmured. Zhanghua slowly walked out of the portal, and Su Sheng immediately became alert again. I am not here to duel with you. I am here to tell you the reason, Zhanghua said slowly. Su Sheng was puzzled. Why? I don't need to know the reason. After speaking, he reformed his whip, intending to strike at the warring states. The warring states had formed a protective shield for himself, and said slowly, the Marine Admiral is usually selected from the Marine Generals, and their strength is extremely formidable. Whitebeard pays more attention to me than Karp, and this has seriously affected my life. Being the Admiral has already exhausted me. Su Sheng remained silent, and then Zhanghua continued. The position of the Commander-in-Chief of the Warring States should not be held by just one person. I should also allow more capable individuals to take on a role. Letting capable people take charge is my excellent virtue. Zhanghua laughed loudly, while Su Sheng quietly put away the whip. The goat that eats paper was munching on a piece of paper, with a stack of paper beside its feet. Sushin couldn't help but ask, isn't the power of the fleet admiral quite significant? How can you bear to give it up? Sengoku seemed to anticipate Sushung's question. He was not impatient, but answered patiently. Power is only meant to make the Navy better. As long as one has strength, anyone can become the fleet admiral. Sengoku stroked his goat and continued. The fleet admiral is responsible for leading the Navy to expel evil in the name of absolute justice and to maintain peace under the rule of the world government. Peace is my pursuit, and I want more people to join in maintaining world peace. Sushung nodded, tacitly agreeing with his words. I, along with Whitebeard, Karp, and Roger, belong to the same era, but we have all grown old. Sengoku stroked his white beard. The supernovas I trained are more outstanding than one another, and one day they will defeat me, just like you. Sushung tore the paper by the goat's foot, shredding it to vent her inner anger. After a long silence, Sushung slowly exhaled. I understand. Zhangwei said heavily. You will understand, Sushung. He picked up the paper by the goat's foot, fed a piece to the goat, and then patted its head. Zhangwei opened the portal and, as he was about to step through, turned back to glance at Sushung, who was looking down in silence, biting her lip and fidgeting with her fingers. Zhangwei shook his head and stepped into the portal, leaving this place. Chapter 87. Calm after the storm. Watching Zhangwei gradually disappear into the portal, Sushung pondered over the phrase, you will understand, feeling a bit lost in thought. Sushung. Robin's call brought Sushung's thoughts back. She looked at the chaos left after the battle, at her injured companions, feeling a bit uneasy. Is everyone all right? Sushung stepped forward, looking worriedly at everyone. If there's something, we can just solve it, Luffy said with a carefree smile, wiping the dirt off his face to reveal his standard grin. Hancock was more seriously injured, leaning against Robin, gasping for breath. Sushung hurried over, took Hancock from Robin, and conjured an upgraded version of a healing bean, feeding it to Hancock. A flash of golden light passed, and Hancock's injuries quickly healed. Everyone, let's find a place to sit for a bit. I'll use the upgraded healing beans to help you recover. Seeing Hancock was fine, Sushung quickly conjured several upgraded healing beans and distributed them to her companions so they could heal first. Thanks. Everyone didn't hesitate and graciously ate the healing beans they received. The upgraded healing beans indeed had extraordinary effects. Everyone felt their wounds healing, and the heavy blows they had just received seemed to no longer throb, as if their bodies' pathways had been cleared and their strength was fully restored. What a great thing. Chopper couldn't help but praise the healing beans, looking at himself completely unharmed, feeling very excited. Even better things are still to come. Sushung chuckled. Let us clean up a bit, and I'll continue selling jars to see if I can get some more good treasures to prepare for our upcoming journey. Once everyone was organized, they found a bustling market, and Sushung set up her stall again, selling jars. All you passing big shots, don't miss out. Amazing treasure jars. The bolder you are, the more treasures you'll yield. You might even find ancient artifacts. Brothers who cultivate, don't miss this. Sushung began to shout loudly, introducing the mysterious jars to the crowd. Driven by curiosity, quite a few people gathered around, but since the jars were not cheap, many just looked without anyone daring to step forward to try. Sushung made a series of playful gestures at Chopper, who quickly understood. Taking advantage of his small size, he stealthily slipped into the crowd. Everyone, does anyone want to give it a try? Sushung prompted. Who knows if it's real or not? Who dares to try? What if it's a scam? The onlookers voiced their doubts. Why doesn't he, the stall owner, demonstrate it for everyone to see? Don't just shout about it. Exactly. This statement received agreement from many people. Sushung still had a cheerful smile on his face, but in reality, he was feeling quite frustrated. If he could start earlier, he wouldn't have to sell here. Give me 2 to try. Chopper successfully squeezed out of the crowd and waved his hand, successfully attracting everyone's attention. All right. Sushung took the hammer and let Chopper choose a can. Chopper randomly pointed to one, and Sushung smashed it down with the hammer, revealing several buckets of instant noodles. Sushung was a bit choked. Everyone seemed a bit sighing, looking disinterested. Sushung quickly shouted loudly, wow. It's actually such a rare delicacy. Sushung praised instant noodles extravagantly, successfully attracting everyone's attention. At that time, such an item was indeed unseen. Sushung skillfully prepared the noodles, added the seasoning, and handed it to Chopper. So fragrant. The aroma of the instant noodles instantly filled the entire stall, something that everyone had never smelled before, and they craned their necks to see. Chopper cooperatively slurped a bite, the chewy noodles drawing a beautiful arc in the air, accompanied by the fragrant broth, making everyone drool with envy. I want to get one too. Soon. Some people in the crowd were tempted and took out money to buy a jar. Su Shang publicly smashed open the jar and discovered a long rainbow rope inside. To everyone, it indeed looked like a somewhat luxurious rope, and the face of the person who opened the jar was filled with disappointment. Brother, this is not an ordinary rope. Su Shang picked up the rope and demonstrated it to the crowd, explaining based on the introduction provided by the system that this is called the long rainbow rope, which can automatically lock and bind anyone you want to tie up. Like this. Su Shang threw the rope into the air, pointing her finger at Chopper, who was gobbling down instant noodles. The long rainbow rope automatically locked onto Chopper in midair and quickly wrapped around him, binding him up. Chopper looked confused, while everyone else applauded enthusiastically. The person who opened the jars was also very satisfied and took away the long rainbow rope. This amazing operation successfully sparked strong curiosity and purchasing power among the crowd, and many unique individuals were willing to spend money to open jars, hoping to obtain some magical artifacts. By the end of the day, more than 300 jars had been sold, and Su Shang received 3 high-level treasure jars and several beginner jars from the system. Su Shang knocked open a high-grade jar, and a wind firewall fell out. What is this? It even has flames? Chopper curiously leaned in. You and T understand this. It's called a wind fire wheel. Su Shang looked at the wind fire wheel with some excitement, not expecting to obtain Neza's treasure. Based on the system's introduction, he successfully stepped onto the wind fire wheel. Flames surged and golden light flashed. Su Shang felt incredibly light, with the dual wheels concealing the power of wind and fire, soaring through the sky at incredible speed. Everyone watched Su Shang glide swiftly through the air, filled with envy, and couldn't help but murmur, "Isn't it hot on the feet?" Su Shang discovered that the wind fire wheel could be carried directly on one's person. When not in use, it could be stowed away, and when needed, it would automatically appear with a simple push of the heel against the ground, taking up no space at all. Everyone eagerly awaited the unveiling of the next treasure. Su Shang then immediately produced a potion that could double one's strength within half an hour, along with the Mo-Sia sword. This Mo-Sia sword is the one famously sacrificed by Mo-Sia in the legend of Ganjiang and Mo-Sia. When it shines, heads fall. Anyone or anything touched by its blade is instantly severed. In fact, the blade does not even need to touch the enemy for the sword's energy to cause their heads to fall. Of course, this requires the wielder to possess tremendous strength, and Su Shang is very confident in his ability to wield the Mo-Sia sword. It is said that there was once a very skilled left-handed swordsman who wielded the Mo-Sia sword. With the most powerful move, Mo-Sia instant. His speed was so great that the enemy couldn't even see the blade unsheathed before they fell beneath the Mo-Sia sword. Su Shang held the Moi sword, determined to master the Moi moment technique in order to unleash the sword's full power. Everyone came to open jars and see what treasures they could find. Su Shang also remembered everyone, sharing the profits he made that day with them, so they could buy his jars. Chapter 88. Separation. Su Shang. We need to head to the Sabaody archipelago to meet up with our pirate crew first. Luffy noted that they had already wasted a lot of time, and the Straw Hat crew members should be waiting for him, Chopper and Robin. Chopper and Robin nodded in agreement. Open a few more jars, just in case we need something on the way. You never know what good treasures you might find. Su Shang piled up the jars in front of everyone. They all found this reasonable, and listening to Su Shang, each of them picked up 10 jars. Su Shang first smashed the jar for Luffy and the others, as they were in a hurry to get to Sabaody archipelago. What is this? As Su Shang struck down, a dazzling blue gem suddenly appeared in the jar. Brilliant and exquisite, captivating everyone. This is the melody of the ocean. Su Shang looked at the properties of the treasure and introduced the gem to everyone. This gem can manipulate seawater, such as parting the sea when diving, or controlling water columns, waves, and so on, but its effectiveness is also limited by the holder's abilities. This is perfect for me. Luffy took the gem, satisfied, and admired it in his hand. Su Shang opened 2 more jars, and his eyes lit up. Wow, this is really something good. Su Shang picked one up and excitedly introduced it. This is Miss Zhou's golden drawing tool, a type of mind control weapon. Thinking about how this weapon had been used in the manga, where Luffy had also been toyed with by it, Su Shang couldn't help but find it amusing to see Luffy showing off with the ocean's melody at that moment. What is this thing even good for? Robin was very interested in the exquisite drawing tool, especially since it was a mind control weapon, which made her even more excited. This thing is powerful. It can not only influence the emotions of the attacked, but also make them uncontrollably act in response. It's a very impressive kind of mental controller, Su Shang said, feeling a bit mischievous as she held the brush and began gesturing towards Luffy. Without understanding what was happening, Luffy suddenly froze, a strange emotion sweeping over him, and his body moved uncontrollably, rushing towards Chopper, lifting him up and planting a big kiss on him. What the heck? That's disgusting. Let go of me. Chopper looked at Luffy in terror, struggling non-stop, his little legs flailing in the air, while Luffy's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. Everyone watching couldn't help but laugh. And Su Sheng quickly stopped the control. Su Sheng. Once Luffy regained his senses, he gritted his teeth and lunged at Su Sheng, but was stopped by Robin. All right, we still have so many jars to open, and we need to keep moving. Don't stoop to his level. Su Sheng laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back, while Chopper beside him wiped the drool off his face with a look of frustration. Su Sheng then opened a few more bottles of potions and strength-enhancing pills, all of which were very beneficial for improving abilities or fighting during adventures. Su Sheng handed them all over to Luffy and his crew, explaining their effects and how to use them. Luffy and the others distributed the strength-enhancing drugs among everyone, encouraging them all to take them together to boost their own power. What is this? Another kind of drug? Su Sheng opened another jar, from which several small black jars rolled out, beautifully packaged. The crowd gathered around again, thinking it was something good for enhancing their strength. Su Sheng felt a bit familiar with it, and when she picked it up to take a look, it was several bottles of Helena's cream. This is a type of cream that can beautify and nourish the skin, commonly known as black bandage. Many girls love to use it, but it is quite expensive. Su Sheng held the black bandage jar and distributed it to Robin and Hancock. It's best for girls to use this. Su Sheng held Hancock's hand and smiled slightly. Hancock couldn't help but blush, playfully took the black bandage, and gave Su Sheng a kiss on the cheek. Su Sheng also felt quite embarrassed, covering her face and feeling a wave of heat. Bias. What about us? Luffy and Chopper shouted from the side, sobbing. After all, we're the ones being blown by the sea breeze and sun. To become the Pirate King, one must not be petty. Stop talking nonsense. Open the jar. Open the jar. Su Sheng picked up a hammer and smashed the next jar. Su Sheng, this jar is a bit special. What's inside? Su Sheng opened another jar, and Luffy and the others leaned over to take a look, unable to help but ask, could this also be a mind control weapon? Luffy asked in confusion. This thing looks ordinary, just like a regular whiteboard. The material of this paper is quite different from ordinary paper. Oh, what's different? This is not paper. Su Sheng shook her head. This kind of paper is very thin and made from the juice of a certain plant. When it sinks and floats in water, it can exhibit excellent bounce and toughness. And in water, it can also absorb water vapor and continuously evolve. This is a plant that can live in water, and it doesn't need to breathe, which is why its juice becomes like this. It can absorb some toxic gases and liquids and release them again, becoming a weapon to attack enemies. So that's how it is. Luffy nodded and looked at another jar that Su Sheng had smashed open. What is this thing? This thing can be made into some hallucinogens and illusions, which can cause people to lose their judgment. Su Sheng explained that this hallucinogen is a drug that can paralyze enemies, causing them to fall into a state of chaos. While this illusion can make enemies faint, Su Sheng introduced the things she had smashed open one by one. Most of the treasures smashed open today were very useful, and they had already smashed a good number of jars for Luffy and the others. After gathering the treasures they had smashed, Luffy and his group set off on their way to Sabaody Archipelago. There were still 10 jars belonging to Hancock, and the beginner jars that Su Sheng obtained from selling jars from the system. Su Sheng opened several jars in succession, but didn't get anything good, leaving only a beginner jar. Perhaps he had exhausted his luck after smashing jars for Luffy and the others. Su Sheng decided to open Hancock's advanced jars first. Out of 10 jars, he only obtained 2 useful artifacts. One was a purple ribbon celestial garment, and the other was the flute of all beasts. The purple ribbon celestial garment is a legendary treasure of the Chan sect, resembling a purple ribbon. Wearing this garment makes one impervious to knives and guns, and resistant to fire and water, effectively providing protection from attacks. It is perfect for Hancock to keep her safe. After Su Sheng helped Hancock put on the celestial garment, the already stunningly beautiful Hancock appeared even more graceful and ethereal, ensuring her safety. The flute of all beasts is indeed a great treasure, but it has its pros and cons, as it is also a mind control artifact. It can control all animals and monsters that have cultivated into spirits, but it requires someone who understands music to manipulate it. Otherwise, it is just a useless flute. Moreover, if not handled properly, it could even bring disaster to the user. Chapter 89. New encounter. All the jars have been opened, and now only a beginner jar remained. Su Sheng didn't have much hope. After all, only 2 treasures had come from 10 advanced jars. What could possibly come from this one beginner jar? Su Sheng struck it with his hammer and revealed a snake-shaped coiling ring. What a beautiful ring. What is it for? Hancock exclaimed in wonder as she looked at the ring. Su Sheng picked it up and examined it. It was exquisite, but it seemed somewhat redundant. This ring could withstand all attacks from snakes and could transform into any form of a snake. But it seemed useless to us since we didn't venture into any humid jungles. Su Sheng didn't pay much attention and just tucked the ring into his pocket. Once the jars were sold, Su Sheng and Hancock could set off for other islands. However, the island they arrived at this time seemed a bit strange. The island was shrouded in thick fog, a sea of sand with only scattered oases. Su Sheng sensed an unusually chill aura in this place. Wife, hold my hand tightly. This place seems ominous for now, but I feel it's very dangerous, Su Sheng said. Hancock blushed and nodded, following Su Sheng's footsteps. The fog in the desert was surprisingly thick, and when Su Sheng attempted to use his abilities to disperse it, he found that they had failed. What's going on? Why can't I use my abilities all of a sudden? Su Sheng furrowed his brows. What should we do? I seem to be as helpless as Hancock, he realized, noticing that he couldn't exert any power either. With this limitation, Su Sheng couldn't summon the treasures he had before. The thick fog loomed ahead. If they didn't find an oasis to rest soon, they might be buried by the sandstorm the next day. Su Sheng had a sudden inspiration and thought of the newly arrived fire wheel. Get on. Su Sheng quickly picked up Hancock and stepped on the ground, causing the fire wheel to soar into the air. Oh, it can be used this way too. Hancock's eyes brightened as she discovered that the flames from the fire wheel could illuminate a small area. Hold on tight. Luckily, this treasure doesn't require ability control, so we can use it like this. Su Sheng held Hancock tightly and flew forward on the fire wheel, finally spotting an oasis. He gently landed in the oasis, searching for a flat, dry cave to spend the night, planning to explore during the day tomorrow. This place is too strange. If we find a clue tomorrow, we should leave quickly. Hancock started a small fire, looking around anxiously. Deep down, she felt scared. No one knew what they might encounter in this place where their abilities were restricted. When it gets light tomorrow, we'll find a way out and see if there are any towns or villages nearby. Su Sheng also sat down. He tried to sense his internal energy and found that his abilities seemed to be imprisoned, unable to be used, except for his haki, which was still flowing around him. It seems haki can still be cultivated. I'll give it a try. Su Sheng felt a glimmer of hope. He attempted to cultivate haki this time without being restricted. He joyfully expressed his excitement to Hancock, only to notice that her face seemed somewhat pale. What's wrong? Su Sheng quickly approached to support Hancock. I feel weak all over. Hancock said, feeling dizzy. I need a rest for a bit. You stay here and lean against the wall. I'll go out and see if I can fetch some water for you. Su Sheng stood up and walked towards the cave entrance. Outside, the mist seemed to have dissipated significantly, and with the moon shining bright, Su Sheng suddenly heard some rustling sounds. Instinctively, he hid and saw two figures approaching, holding long spears and walking in a very strange manner. As he focused, he realized they had human bodies with snake tails. The island is clearly very calm. Why do they keep telling us to strengthen patrols? One snake person said, I think they said something about intruders coming in, right? Once they reach our territory, they can't use their abilities anyway. Even if they are outsiders, what can they do? Isn't this making a big fuss over nothing? It's just orders from above. We just need to execute them. The two snake people were whispering to each other. Su Sheng held his breath, not daring to make sound. Snakes are nocturnal animals, and these people have strong perception abilities at night. He couldn't use his abilities now, and Hancock was alone in the cave, so he must not alert them. After the two snake people walked far away, Su Sheng dared to come out. He intended to head back, but vaguely heard the sound of flowing water. Thinking of Hancock's discomfort, Su Sheng thought, since I'm already here, I should get some water for Hancock first before leaving. Su Sheng stealthily moved forward through the thicket and arrived at a calm lake. Under the moonlight, the surface shimmered mysteriously, yet it carried an ominous feel. On the other side of the lake, a serpent man was patrolling. Su Sheng held a large leaf to conceal himself and cautiously approached the lake's edge, carefully filling a jug with water from the clear area. Just as Su Sheng was about to tighten the water bag and leave, someone broke through the surface of the water. Su Sheng instinctively looked up, only to see a scene of a beautiful woman emerging from a bath. The woman was clad in only a thin layer of gauze, her snow-white skin shimmering like satin, with eyes that reflected an endless deep blue, intertwining with the moonlight, shining with a dazzling brightness, mysterious and enchanting. Her long black hair draped over her beautiful figure, subtly revealing and igniting the imagination. Su Sheng felt a heat in his nasal cavity, and his eyes went wide. Who's there? The beauty exclaimed. Miss, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean to peek at you while you were bathing. I just came to fetch some water, Su Sheng quickly explained. Then why were you looking? The beauty's captivating gaze made Su Sheng regain his senses, and he hurriedly turned his head away. Why, yes, I'm sorry. Su Sheng's face turned crimson. Miss, this place is full of snake people. How could you be here? It's too dangerous. Su Sheng recalled the snake person he encountered earlier and quickly warned her. Snake people? Why be afraid? The beauty smiled gently as she looked at Su Sheng's back, slowly moving closer to him, and whispered in his ear, because I'm also a snake person. Su Sheng turned around in terror and saw that the lower half of the beautiful woman was a long, terrifying snake tail. But you little handsome human, intruding into our snake people's territory is quite dangerous. The snake woman's voice was filled with allure, and the atmosphere around her seemed to carry a hint of danger. Smell. Su Sheng suddenly came to his senses and immediately held his breath. Ever since this beautiful woman emerged from the water, he had been feeling a bit dizzy. An idea struck him, and he secretly took out the snake-shaped ring from his pocket, which cleared his mind considerably. How dangerous it was to encounter such a beautiful snake person. Su Sheng quickly stepped back a few meters, tightly covering his mouth and nose. So many outsiders want to capture us as slaves. Are you one of them? The beautiful woman smiled charmingly, but her azure eyes sparkled with a dangerous light. Master, what happened? A male snake person's voice came from not far away. Su Sheng cursed under his breath and quickly activated the windfire wheel, turning and running away. Master, are you all right? The arriving male snake person looked at the dark aura emanating from the beautiful snake woman and hurriedly asked respectfully, What do you think? The beautiful snake woman replied coldly, You didn't even notice when a human intruded. What use do I have for you? The male snake guard looked terrified, and before he could beg for mercy, his head had already rolled onto the grass. The beautiful snake woman gazed in the direction Su Sheng had left and smiled a faint, enigmatic smile. Run faster. Chapter 90. The Cursed Island. Su Sheng couldn't help but exclaim, seeing that these snake people were somewhat surprised. How come there are snake people in this place? Hancock was still waiting in the distance. When she saw Su Sheng return, she immediately stood up and asked, Su Sheng, how did it go? Su Sheng looked at Hancock and smiled slightly. This can't be your hometown, right? Hancock seemed a bit confused. Su Sheng scratched his head. It seemed like this was the territory of the snake people. Hancock found it hard to believe that this was also the territory of the snake people. Su Sheng secretly sighed. What a strange and chaotic island this is. Su Sheng thought that Luffy and the others should be heading to Dragon Palace. But he didn't want to go. He wanted to find a few small islands to sell some jars and take a break for a while, as he had been exhausted from frequent battles lately. To Su Sheng's dismay, the system randomly generated a Snake Man Island. Hancock seemed to be deep in thought, and seeing this, Su Sheng softly asked, Wife, do you know something? Hancock's expression was serious as she lightly nodded. It was said that there was a cold and dark Snake Man Island on the sea, but it was not originally a Snake Man Island. It had been cursed by the gods, transforming people into snakes, and they would never see the sunlight again. Su Sheng shivered upon hearing this bizarre story. No wonder this place is so cold and gloomy. I thought it was just overcast today, but it turns out it's like this all the time. Su Sheng's, It seems this place is quite interesting. Could it be that there really are celestial beings? I have already defeated the celestial being Enel. What else could there be? Hancock's expression was serious. I'm not talking about people, but one of the ancient weapons known as the celestial being. Su Sheng fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. A celestial being? Su Sheng was somewhat excited. He had never seen any news about the celestial god in comics. Could it be that there were clues about the legendary celestial god on this unremarkable island? This piqued Su Sheng's curiosity. If they really had a celestial god, it would mean having the ability to control the climate and even more terrifying powers, which Su Sheng found very tempting. Luffy would soon possess the second ancient weapon. And when all three ancient weapons were in their hands, even if the kind of situation described on the stone tablet of Nine Snake Island really happened, their chances of winning would increase exponentially with their combat power. Su Sheng smiled slightly. The god? I was planning to leave, but now it seems I can't. Hancock chuckled softly. Searching for ancient weapons can be very dangerous, but I like your ambition, and I want to stay by your side. A warmth instantly surged in Su Sheng's heart, and he took the opportunity to carry Hancock on his back and ran forward. No matter what, I will protect you from behind. Su Sheng's tone was very firm. With Su Sheng's strength, there was no need to hide on such a small island. Even if it was related to the god, he didn't believe that a cursed place would really have a god. Su Sheng walked forward, deliberately avoiding the pond. Soon, the dense forest disappeared, revealing a huge tribe ahead. And those people were all snake people. Su Shang smiled slightly. It seems that it really is Snake Man Island. However, to find clues about ancient weapons, I need to come up with a plan. Hancock looked at those people and smiled slightly. Have you forgotten my identity? Su Shang suddenly realized that this was the queen of the snake people. Even though they were mutated snake people, they would definitely be subjected to bloodline suppression. So the two of them immediately leaped to the front of the tribe, and the guards immediately saw them and shouted, "Who are you?" Xiao Sheng and Hancock remained silent, and the Snake Man guard was about to swing his knife. Hancock unleashed her Conqueror's Haki, causing the snake men to tremble all over, cold sweat pouring down as they appeared extremely tense. With the awakening of her devil fruit, Hancock's domain spread, and the pressure from the queen's aura made the snake men feel immense stress. The snake men kept trembling, even wanting to kneel. Su Shang looked at the performance of these snake people, somewhat surprised. His wife is so strong. A commotion arose in the snake people tribe, and an elder snake person quickly came forward. His body trembled, needing support from his clansmen. "Where is the queen? I can sense her presence," the elder snake person said. Trembling, Su Shang watched as the snake people continuously emerged, somewhat surprised by their strong sense of unity. To create momentum for Hancock, Su Shang smiled slightly, picked up Hancock, and immediately activated Susanoo. The two stood atop a massive crimson-orange deity, exuding an unparalleled aura of authority. The snake people, upon seeing this, felt a stir in their hearts and all knelt in worship. The beautiful snake person who had previously teased Su Shang broke into a cold sweat upon realizing that the person before her was indeed Su Shang. Did she just defy a deity? The old snake person looked at the imposing deity, leading his clan and bowing down, and the clan members also knelt. "We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Queen." Their voices rang out loudly. Hancock was not intimidated either, shouting in response, "Rise." Su Shang looked at Hancock's appearance and couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly deserving of being a queen. Such elegance. Honey, you're so amazing." Su Shang laughed. Hancock immediately became shy. "Not at all. Let's go down." Su Shang nodded, dispelled Susanoo, and the two landed on the ground, looking at the trembling serpent man as they slowly walked forward. The old serpent man hurriedly approached, saying, "Old servant Wenge, greetings to your majesty the Empress." Hancock waved her hand, saying, "No need for formalities. Is there a place to rest?" Wenge quickly replied, "Yes, yes, yes. I hope your majesty the Empress will follow the old servant." Su Shang and Hancock entered the tribe surrounded by the snake people. Wonga brought Su Shang and Hancock to a dilapidated but bright house, which seemed to be Wonga's home, as there was a meeting room inside. The few of them entered the house and sat at the table. Soon, someone brought tea. Su Shang took a sip and smacked his lips. The place was indeed desolate, and even the tea was very dry. "Please don't take offense. This island is cursed, and it's hard to produce anything decent." This tea was collected by the old servant after a long time. Wonga said respectfully when he saw Su Shang's change in expression. "Cursed? I have heard that this island was cursed by the celestial gods, causing you to become snake people. Is that true?" Hancock asked in confusion. "Your majesty may not know, but we have always been the snake people. According to legends, the ancient weapon celestial gods did leave traces here. Our ancestors said that the tribe once had a few pages of remnants about the celestial gods. Later, a group of people came and demanded those remnants. Our ancestors refused to yield, even at the cost of their lives," Wonga said, slightly out of breath, taking a sip of tea. "What happened then?" Su Shang asked. "As a result, those people resorted to violence, killing our ancestors to seize the remnants. They called themselves a superior race and left behind a curse, ensuring that this place would never see the sun again." Wonga sighed. Su Shang's expression became serious. "What do high-level races look like? According to the ancestors, that person wears a glass helmet and has a very ugly appearance." Winger said. Chapter 91. Another Celestial Dragon. Xiao Shang's eyes filled with killing intent. "Damn it. Another Celestial Dragon. Do you know those people, Your Excellency?" Winger looked somewhat surprised, but a glimmer of hope soon appeared in his eyes. "Su Shang note that? To never see the sun for eternity? That's difficult to achieve. Didn't they leave any traces back then?" Wongu trembled slightly, feeling hesitant to speak. "Whatever it is, just say it. I will find a way to resolve it for you." Hancock realized the seriousness of the matter upon hearing it involved the celestial dragons. Only when the queen spoke did Wang Gu feel reassured. Since then, a huge cave was opened in the back mountain of the island. Every month, we have to kill a tribesman, cut off the snake tail, and place the upper body in front of the cave. If that person is drained of blood, everything will be fine. If not, we must kill another person. If we fail to make the offering on time or discuss it in private, we will face even harsher punishments. Wang Ji's words were filled with fear. What punishment? Could it be that strong? Su Seng, Thao Wen. This was the first time she heard of such rampant celestial dragons. It seems he knows everything we do. If we defy him, we will be severely punished. At this moment, Wang Ji's eyes were filled with terror. Your Majesty, I've already said it. That curse might fall upon me soon. Wang Ji's words were not finished. Suddenly, the door outside creaked open, and a thick blood thread with thorns slowly advanced towards Wang Ge. The three were shocked. Your Excellency, I didn't mean to say that. Please spare my life. Wang Ge was extremely anxious. But the blood thread did not stop, continuing to crawl forward. Seeing this, Su Sheng snorted coldly, activated his Sharingan, and shouted, Amaterasu. Terrifying black flames appeared, quickly turning the bloodline into ashes. Playing tricks. What a bunch of nonsense. Show yourselves. Su Sheng shouted an Vili. But there was no more sound, only Wenger, standing there trembling. Your skills are impressive. Thank you for saving my life. Wenger said. Su Sheng waved his hand and calmly analyzed. Although he didn't know what abilities this person had from his performance, it seemed that this person's observation haki had reached a terrifying level. Moreover, having guarded this place for so many years, the secrets about the celestial dragons were likely more than just the remnants of pages. There must be something else on this island. Hancock nodded in agreement and then looked at Wang Ge. Wang Ge, take us to that cave. I want to see what is playing tricks. Su Sheng also expressed agreement. I'm afraid it might endanger the queen's life. Wenger felt a bit scared. Su Sheng smiled slightly and said, if even the Navy admiral can't defeat me, what are you afraid of? Wenger suddenly realized this is a celestial being. Wenger nodded and said, I will take you there tomorrow. It is getting late now, so I asked Her Majesty the Queen to rest. Su Sheng and the others agreed, but Su Sheng remained cautious. He noticed the colors slowly spreading, and when his purple energy opened his eyes, he was immediately taken aback. In the dim night, thousands of blood threads silently approached. Good move. Su Sheng smiled slightly. He then kicked open the door and sat down firmly. You think you can scare me, son thief? Let me show you my power. Su Sheng Lauget. Hancock and the others were confused until Su Sheng released the ethereal cold fire, and the entire night suddenly turned as bright as day, revealing the countless red threads that had nowhere to hide. Hancock wanted to take action, but Su Sheng stopped him with a slight smile. Trying to scare me with a meeting? Then I'll give you a grand gift. Su Sheng activated his Sharingan, and black flames reappeared, merging with the icy white flames. As waves of purple energy erupted from him. Reincarnation, Fire Lotus. Su Sheng Saotet Sopti. He then threw out the small and exquisite Fire Lotus, and a terrifying power immediately swept through. When the Fire Lotus touched the red threads, it exploded instantly, reducing them all to ashes in the blink of an eye. Su Sheng chuckled. Don't worry, I'll take care of you tomorrow. But there was still no response. Su Sheng shook his head. The ice-white flames spread across the entire courtyard before he closed the door. All right, this guy undoubtedly has observation haki. Just now, when my purple chi came from the east, and I looked at him, his speed suddenly increased. Hancock nodded. Tomorrow, I'll go and capture him. Su Sheng smiled slightly. Feeling tired? Tonight, I will sleep with my head resting on you. Hancock suddenly felt a bit shy, and Wengu immediately lowered his head. Could he really hear this? The three quickly returned to the room to rest. Xiaosheng lay on Hancock's snow-white thigh, pondering the red thread, feeling a bit confused. How could the attack range be so far? Hancock smiled gently. All right, don't think too much. You'll find out tomorrow. Su Sheng smiled gently, her eyes full of warmth. Great. The two of them soon fell asleep. In the early morning, the sleeping Su Sheng was awakened by the panicked voices outside. What happened? Why is it so noisy so early in the morning? Su Sheng rubbed his sleepy eyes and went out, only to see Winch hurriedly approaching. It's a big deal. Your Excellency, I didn't dare to disturb Her Majesty's rest, so I didn't call you. Su Sheng was a bit confused. What's wrong? Wenger pushed the door open and pointed at the sky. Su Sheng looked in the direction pointed by Winch and gasped. He saw a sky filled with blood threads sweeping towards him, an overwhelming force. Damn it, I haven't even come to find you, and you bring such a big commotion? Su Sheng found it somewhat amusing. He then shouted loudly, everyone back to the house, do not enter the battlefield. People hurriedly retreated, not daring to come out. Looking at the empty battlefield, Su Sheng shouted and charged forward. Susanoo immediately appeared, the giant crimson-orange war god wielding 10 swords, charging towards the blood threads. Su Shang's armed color was added, and a terrifying aura spread out. Amaterasu opened the way, and the 10-fist sword was unmatched, splitting the sky full of red threads in two. The red threads continued to coil and twist together, transforming into a giant dragon that charged towards Su Shang. Su Shang smiled dismissively, like trying to stop a cart with a mantis arm. Su Shang activated the power of Susanoo, and 8 red Magatama appeared. Yasaka, no Magatama. Su Shang shouted. The red Magatama rushed out quickly, its power immense, making people's hearts race. In an instant, it collided with the giant dragon. The red seal dragon was no match and quickly disintegrated, but many parts were still severed. I didn't look for you. You came to seek death on your own? Su Shang said disdainfully. The red silk recoalesced and charged towards Su Shang at great speed, with faint cracks appearing in the void, transforming into a giant hand reaching for Su Shang. Su Shang felt a powerful attraction affecting the flow of his energy and blood. He immediately released his Conqueror's Haki to suppress it, daring anyone to try and absorb his blood. Su Shang was somewhat angry. Great heavenly creation palm. Suddenly, a surge of golden light filled the sky, and Susanoo raised its arm, unleashing a massive golden palm imprint. The terrifying gravitational force completely destroyed the structure of the red threads. Chapter 92. Not a celestial dragon, an existence beyond the 3 parties. The red threads fell to the ground, but did not lose control. Instead, they twisted and gathered together, suddenly rushing into the villagers' houses. A scream immediately echoed as a villager, drained of blood, was thrown out, his snake-like tail still writhing, a pitiful sight. The red threads, having absorbed blood, quickly became thick and strong, entangling with each other once more, spreading like a tide. Meanwhile, the ground was littered with the terrifying corpses, drained of life, sending chills down one's spine. Seeing this, Su Shang was furious, claiming to be a superior race, yet feeding on human blood and cultivating their techniques was truly shameful. At this moment, Su Shang no longer hesitated. The villagers had already evacuated far away. He raised his arms, and the Susanoo glowed with golden light, instantly unleashing 2 golden handprints. Black fire and ice-white flames formed in an instant, accompanied by a slowly condensing purple aura. The golden handprints suddenly closed together, revealing black, white, and purple glows between his fingers. Moments later, a purple-gold lotus suddenly bloomed. The purple-gold patterns flowed, looking incredibly beautiful, yet this beauty hinted at boundless, terrifying power. The purple-gold lotus, towering over 100 feet, was instantly thrown out by the Susanoo, with the golden handprints continuously circling around it. Reincarnation Golden Lotus. Su Shang shouted. This was the reincarnation Golden Lotus born from Su Shang's boundless rage, the strongest lotus he had ever condensed, with solid and abundant energy, incredibly powerful. The terrifying reincarnation Golden Lotus quickly collided with the countless red threads, exploding swiftly, and the terrifying purple-gold light completely enveloped the entire sky. The small island, which had not seen sunlight for over 100 years, suddenly became warm and filled with color. As the purple-gold light gradually dissipated, there was no trace of a single red thread in the sky, leaving it completely clean. Su Shang stood still, not retracting his Susanoo, but instead gazing at the sky and letting out a heavy sigh. Stop pretending to be mysterious. A mere nobody thinks they can control the sky and sunlight. Su Shang said disdainfully. With that, he continuously formed hand seals, multiple shadow clone technique. Suddenly, hundreds of Susanoos appeared in the world, each one incredibly powerful. Su Shang let out a soft breath, then unleashed a terrifying Conqueror's Haki, the crimson gold domain rapidly spreading across the entire sky. The dense black clouds above began to tremble, ripples appearing. Do they think they can deceive me with this? Su Shang's eyes were filled with mockery. Then, Su Shang shouted, and all the Susanoo wielded their Haki, each raising their arms, a terrifying aura emanating. Great heavenly creation palm. Su Shang shouted loudly, and hundreds of Susanoo arms turned golden, looking terrifying. Accompanied by armed color, in an instant, hundreds of black gold palm prints blasted out, heading towards the sky. The entire sky began to shake violently. The serpent people on the ground looked at Su Shang's astonishing display, their eyes filled with awe. Your Majesty, is this a god? Wang Gu said tremblingly as he watched Su Shang's terrifying operation. Hancock smiled. He is not a god, but he has the power to match a god and a heart for salvation that gods do not possess. Wang Gu seemed to understand somewhat, but his eyes held even more respect for Su Shang. All the serpent people looked at the terrifying Su Shang in admiration. And the beautiful serpent woman felt a sense of fear. Such a terrifying being could probably kill her with a mere flick of his hand. Fortunately, he is a friend of Her Majesty the Queen. Otherwise, she would be a sinner of the entire tribe. Even so, the beautiful serpent woman's eyes remained fervent towards Su Shang. At this moment, Su Shang resembled a true celestial being, bombarding the entire sky, with dark clouds continuously dissipating. And true sunlight began to pour down, looking incredibly beautiful. This island, shrouded in darkness for countless years, finally revealed its light, warming people's hearts. The serpent people, seeing the sunlight, also began to feel excited. They watched as tender shoots sprouted in the barren land and saw their cold, pale skin gaining a hint of redness. This was the true blessing. Su Shang's gaze was intense. Is this what it feels like to be a savior? It's so damn exhilarating. Su Shang became more and more excited as he watched the sun gradually appear. Perhaps due to the long absence of sunlight, the sun here seemed exceptionally large, extraordinarily dazzling, and incredibly beautiful. Su Shangqing took a deep breath and stopped using the great creation palm. He saw Susanoo continuously gathering power. Dark clouds, huh? Then let's burn them completely. Amaterasu. Hundreds of Su Shang's Sharingan activated, and terrifying black flames spread across the entire sky. The dark clouds were burned away, revealing their terrifying power. The whole world became clean. As the dark clouds were incinerated and turned into rainwater, it thoroughly drenched the land. This dark island instantly became beautiful and alluring. Su Shang looked at the completely changed sky and smiled faintly, retracting her clone, intending to land. Just as Su Shang turned her head, a leisurely voice suddenly came from afar. The little ghost has decent strength. I have no grievances or grudges with you. I do not care about your actions, nor will I intervene. Leave quickly, and we shall be at peace. Su Shang sneered. Finally dare to show your face? You piece of garbage? Talking conditions with me? I've killed countless celestial dragons. Am I afraid of you? This little friend has some strength, daring to kill celestial dragons, but I'm not one of them. I'm just living here. There are some things you're better off not knowing. The leisurely voice revealed a hint of surprise. Su Shang was slightly startled. Aren't you a celestial dragon? But your actions are indeed disgusting. If what Wengu said is true, then you can't be separated from celestial dragons either. The voice only let out a few laughs. I'm afraid it's all related to the gods. This thing I will definitely take. Su Shang's tone was very resolute. The voice became somewhat angry. Don't ask for trouble. Don't be ungrateful. This is not something you can participate in. If you persist in your folly, I will kill you to eliminate future troubles. Su Shang laughed. Just because of you. I'm going to take down your lair right now. Just because of me. You just come. Your essence blood is a rare top quality one in 100 years. Ha ha. That voice let out an eerie laugh, then fell silent. Su Shang smacked his lips, realizing that this guy was not simple at all. Even celestial dragons couldn't do anything about him. This guy's strength was quite impressive. For what he said, he had probably lived for around 100 years, a person from the era of Roger. This guy must have some terrifying courage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay here until now. Just based on his ability to transmit sound over long distances. Su Shang couldn't help but pay special attention to him. Chapter 93, Heading to the Back Mountain. Su Shang's Thao Lindet. And everyone looked at this man who was terrifying enough to open the sky, kneeling down one after another. We pay our respects to the Lord of the Heavens. People spontaneously expressed their deep admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Su Shang was a bit surprised, but looking at the snake man's devout expression, he still felt somewhat pleased. Su Shang slowly walked forward and suddenly saw the beautiful serpent woman by the pond, her gaze becoming somewhat playful. Su Shang gently walked in front of the beautiful snake woman and looked down. The beautiful snake woman was very nervous, her head lowered even deeper, not daring to look at Su Shang. What is your name? Su Shang asked with a smile. The beautiful snake woman trembled and didn't dare to speak, thinking, is the deity here to take revenge on me? She shook all over, her head almost buried in the ground. The beautiful snake woman's father thought Su Shang was interested in his daughter and was extremely excited. He slapped the beautiful snake woman on the back and said, what are you doing? The deity is asking you a question. What's your name? He then turned to Su Shang and awkwardly smiled. Please forgive my daughter. She doesn't understand etiquette. I will discipline her more in the future. Su Shang did not look at the old snake man, but shook his head and bent down to continue watching the beautiful snake woman. The old snake man kept poking the beautiful snake woman, and only then did she dare to slowly raise her head. When her gaze moved up and she saw Su Shang's handsome face, she was momentarily stunned. What a handsome man! The beautiful snake woman's heart raced as she gazed at Su Shang's exquisite features. My name is Bai Jia. Greetings to the Lord of the Heavenly Gods. Bai Jia introduced herself, but her body couldn't stop trembling. What's wrong? Don't you want to eat me now? Su Shang said with a smile. Bai Jia suddenly lifted her head, and the two faces were very close, their lips almost brushing against each other, causing Bai Jia to blush instantly. Su Shang noticed the unique fragrance on Bai Jia, which surprised him. The scent was fresh and very much to his liking. The usually flirtatious Su Shang quickly regained his composure and continued to look at Bai Jia. My lord, I was wrong. Since you have seen my body, I am willing to share your bed. Bai Jia's voice was very soft and shy. The old snake man, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. Having such a daughter-in-law would surely elevate his status. Wouldn't he have a say in the tribe from now on? Although the old snake man dared not speak, he was extremely excited inside, hoping Su Shang would agree quickly. Su Shang smiled slightly, reached out to pinch Bai Jia's chin, and gently lifted it to carefully examine her features. It must be said that she had a certain elegant charm, appearing very pure, but being a snake person added a touch of wild beauty that was stunning. Although she couldn't compare to Hancock, this kind of aura was different from Hancock's fiery nature. It was more likely to evoke a protective instinct in men. Accompanying you to sleep? Are you that cheap? Bai Jia, right? It would be better if you kept your dignity. You can come to me, but there's no need to accompany me to sleep. Su Shang's words were very gentle, making Bai Jia's heart race. Just then, Hancock stormed over with an imposing presence. Your Majesty, everyone quickly lowered their heads. Bai Jia was suddenly too scared to speak. Su Shang, it's only been a little while, and you've already taken a liking to someone else. Is this how you treat your concubine? Hancock's tone was somewhat angry, tinged with jealousy. Su Shang smiled awkwardly. My wife isn't what you think. I just have a passing acquaintance with her. Wife. This made Bai Jia tremble all over. She had unknowingly provoked the queen's wife. Was there still a way out for her? Hancock saw Su Shang's evasive response and became even angrier, coming over to grab Su Shang's ear, saying as she walked, we're going to the back mountains soon, and you still have the time to think about this. Su Shang helplessly gritted his teeth in pain as he was taken away by Hancock. Hancock didn't pay any attention to Bai Jia. She was never the kind of woman who acted irrationally. Bai Jia's trembling body calmed down a bit. People watched the two, and none dared to laugh. If they did, what if the two wiped out the entire tribe, just like that? The two arrived at Wen's hut to discuss entering the back mountain. Wen, there's no time to waste. Arrange for someone to go into the mountain. You shouldn't go with your old bones, Su Shang said succinctly. Wen sighed. It's extremely dangerous to go into the back mountain, and I would have to face that blood-sucking monster. How can I let the other tribesmen go? This time, I should be the one to go. It could be the last thing I do for my people as their old chief. Su Shang listened to Wenger's words, and her gaze suddenly changed. How about you draw the route, and I'll go with Hancock by ourselves. Just as Su Shang finished speaking, a noisy commotion erupted outside. The three of them opened the door to find a group of young male and female snake people surrounding the entrance, and to Su Shang's surprise, Bai Jia was among them. We heard that the Empress and the Celestial God are going to the back mountain, and we are willing to lead the way and help. Yes, we are not afraid of death. With sunlight, our descendants will grow up without worries, and we are willing to go. The snake people raised their spears, eager to recommend themselves. Wenger looked at her enthusiastic kin, tears streaming down her face. Chieftain, the tribe can't do without you. We understand you, and we definitely can't let you go. Yes, the chieftain will be waiting for our good news at home. Su Shang smiled slightly when he saw these young adults and patted Wenge on the shoulder. All right, I'll answer on behalf of the clan leader. I need 3 people who are willing to bet their lives to come with me. Having more would only add to the trouble. Su Shang shouted loudly. Me? I can do it. I'm familiar with the back mountain. People eagerly recommended themselves, their enthusiasm burning bright. Su Shang stepped down from the stage and chose 3 snake people who looked strong and clever. You 3 will do. Get ready. Gather at the village entrance later. Yes. Su Shang immediately looked at Bai Jia, gazing at her beautiful little face, and couldn't help but want to laugh. She was quite brave, but unfortunately, this was not something she should be involved in. Let's go. After saying this, Su Shang turned around and didn't look back. Bai Jia's expression was unpredictable, and Su Shang was unaware that next month, it would be his turn to be honored. Su Shang had saved her life. The crowd quickly dispersed, cheering on the 3 chosen ones. Su Shang and Hancock were ready and soon left the house. Before they left, Wengu knelt heavily. The old servant Wengu thanked the goddess of the queen. Su Shang waved his hand, saying it was unnecessary, and that after he chopped off that old monster's head, they could drink together again. The two quickly quickened their pace and soon arrived at the village entrance. The three had long been waiting there, fully prepared to set off. Greetings to the Empress of Heaven. The three showed great respect. No need for excessive courtesy. The battlefield is unpredictable from now on. Let's refer to each other as friends and not bother with these trivial formalities. Su Shang said, waving his hand, and Hancock nodded in agreement. The three were all smiles. Good. The divine spirit's straightforward temperament is very appealing to us young people. The three soon set off, while Bai Jie took a detour and quietly followed behind. Chapter 94. The Great Change in the Back Mountain Like Hell. The three moved quickly and soon entered the back mountain. A scarred serpent man spoke, cross over this mountain, and to the south, cross a river. That's where the cave is located. At our speed, we can reach it in half a day at the earliest. Su Shang nodded, seeing the posture of the snake man. It was clear that he had come to the back mountain many times, and the marching route he chose was definitely correct. All right, let's hurry up. That old monster's strength is unpredictable, in case he prepares some kind of powerful weapon. Su Shang said. The others nodded in agreement and quickened their pace. On the way, Su Shang distributed fairy beans to everyone, 3 for each person. When Su Shang mentioned that these beans could restore stamina, the three were quite surprised. The divine fruits were indeed powerful, and such a treasure was given so casually, which further strengthened their determination to eliminate the old monster. The group passed through a dense forest, and the scarred snake man poked his head out. Next, we could just follow the small path we prepared down the mountain. However, the others did not speak and looked towards the other side of the mountain, their expressions frozen. The scarred snake man turned back and was also taken aback. They saw that the mountains were covered in red threads, continuously wrapping around. The wild beasts and trees were all entangled with red threads, and those wild beasts were completely controlled in shock. Even the bones buried underground were being pulled out by the red threads, exuding a terrifying power. Su Shang looked at the terrifying scene and smiled slightly, thinking, what a grand welcome this is. At that moment, the dense forest behind them, and even the entire mountain, was engulfed in red threads, leaving them with no way to retreat. The three of them were somewhat flustered. They had never seen such a horrifying sight in their lives. It was truly terrifying. Su Shang immediately unleashed Amaterasu, and the black flames burned, creating a battlefield for them. What should the gods and the Empress do? The three of them were somewhat at a loss. They couldn't just charge in with spears, could they? That would be seeking death, wouldn't it? Su Shang smiled slightly. Since he gave me an entire mountain as a gift, then I will completely flatten this mountain. As soon as Su Shang said this, a few people were stunned. How powerful must he be to say he could flatten a mountain? However, the three did not think Su Shang was boasting. After all, he had directly collapsed the entire sky, and such a fierce person was indeed rare. Just as Su Shang was about to operate the Fire Lotus, a woman's scream pierced the air. Everyone was startled, and Su Shang immediately discerned what was happening. With the help of his purple chi coming from the east eye, he clearly saw that Bai Jie was entangled by a mass of red threads. Bai Jie was panicking, about to have her blood vessels pierced by the red threads, and in the next second, she would be drained dry. Her eyes were filled with despair, yet in her mind, Su Shang's face flashed in a moment of clarity. Just as her eyes closed, she clearly saw Su Shang's visage. Is it really you? Bai Jie found it hard to believe. She had never thought this man would truly put himself in danger for her. When she learned of his great strength, and, as he lifted her chin, giving her ample respect, her mind filled with infinite possibilities, and at this moment, it had truly come to pass. Bai Jie couldn't believe it. She rubbed her eyes and realized the man had really come. A tear rolled down her cheek, something a cold-blooded creature had never possessed, yet it was undeniably warm. Su Shang forged ahead through thorns and brambles, relying on the terrifying power of Amaterasu, facing the mountains of thorns as if walking on flat ground. Su Shang said nothing and directly approached Bai Jie. The surrounding red threads couldn't come within half a step of the two, and a terrifying pressure continuously spread out. Su Shang took a deep breath, and the fearsome conqueror's haki permeated the air, causing the red threads to appear weak and listless. Looking at the flustered Bai Jie in front of him, Su Shang smiled gently, picked her up, and flew towards the others. During this brief moment, Bai Jie gazed at Su Shang's handsome face, recalling the dashing expression he had when he saved her earlier, and she couldn't help but feel her heart race. Almost uncontrollably, Bai Jie lifted her head and gave Su Shang's cheek a deep kiss. Su Shang was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at Bai Jia, revealing a playful smile. This scene could not escape Hancock's keen eyes. Ever since Su Sheng went out, Hancock had been watching him closely. However, given the current crisis, Hancock couldn't say much. The group stood their ground, watching as various terrifying red silk creatures attacked, but none could break through Su Sheng's black fire. Only then did the three feel relieved. Bai Jia, as a girl, why do you have to join in the excitement and make the gods take risks for you? The scarred snake man said angrily. Bai Jia said nothing, but lowered her head in shame. Just as she was about to raise her head, she caught sight of Hancock's cold gaze, causing her body to tremble involuntarily, and she buried her head even lower. Seeing this, Su Sheng smiled faintly, patted Hancock, and said softly, "It's just a child. Don't take it to heart." Hancock shot Su Sheng a glare and pinched him on the waist. Su Sheng gritted his teeth in pain, but dared not make a sound. He quietly walked over to Bai Jia and comforted her. "Don't worry, I will take you out," Su Sheng said softly. Bai Jia nodded and glanced at Hancock, who had already turned her head to look elsewhere. Only then did Bai Jia feel at ease. Su Sheng stood beside Hancock, saying, "Your fruit has awakened. It must be at its best." Hancock, in a sulky mood, ignored Su Sheng and activated her fruit's ability alone. In an instant, pink energy flowed and rapidly spread out, a terrifying pressure enveloping the entire mountain. The horrifying red threads immediately fell silent, and the whole mountain plunged into dead silence. Those red threads all turned to stone, leaving the other three dumbfounded. What kind of terrifying power is this? Su Sheng smiled slightly. His wife is just amazing. Su Sheng immediately summoned Susanoo, bringing several people into the sky. At this moment, a two-colored fire lotus had already appeared in Susanoo's hand. Susenkasu Doset Asai, and a terrifying power spread throughout the entire mountain. Black fire and ice-white flames were continuously generated by Su Sheng, and the two-colored fire lotuses rained down like an endless barrage of bullets, striking the mountain with great ferocity. The entire mountain peak kept shrinking, being continuously destroyed by Su Sheng's astonishing power. This scene left everyone in awe. The people from the tribes watched as the back mountain gradually disappeared, utterly astonished. How long had it been? He directly leveled the entire mountain to the ground. This was too terrifying. Su Sheng was having a great time, and in the end, the entire mountain completely disappeared. Su Sheng laughed heartily as he watched the whole mountain being leveled to the ground, feeling incredibly satisfied. This was the sensation of power. The others quickly landed, their steps becoming much lighter. When they reached the riverbank, everyone was a bit excited. Beyond the river was the lair of that old monster. However, at that moment, something strange was stirring beneath the river water. Chapter 95, Underlying Currents. As the group arrived at the riverbank, the three snake people, who had been here multiple times, did not hesitate and stepped into the river. Su Sheng also followed the three into the river. As the three were halfway through, an unusual sound suddenly came from beneath the ground, and the originally calm river suddenly became turbulent. Su Sheng's pupils constricted as he sensed the color of the situation. It was indeed not that simple. Suddenly, the entire surface of the river floated up to the sky, creating the spectacle of an inverted river. It resembled the scene where the monk Li Dongxin from the martial arts world had the Yellow River flood the Taoist ancestral hall. However, the situation Su Sheng and the others were in was even more dangerous. The ground cracked open, and countless red threads emerged. These red threads were particularly thick and appeared more tightly woven. The three snake people were startled and attempted to cut the red threads with their spears. But as soon as they made contact, the threads instantly shattered the spears, terrifying. The snake people were taken aback and had no time to react before they were ensnared by the red threads, hanging upside down in the sky. Seeing this, Su Sheng picked up Bai Jia and flew up with Hancock. Su Sheng's fingers swiftly formed hand seals, quickly summoning multiple shadow clones. In an instant, Su Sheng summoned Susanoo. A massive red-orange warrior god appeared, the clones tightly guarding Bai Jia, while Su Sheng and Hancock began to confront the terrifying red threads. Su Sheng was already a bit impatient. This old monster just wouldn't stop chattering. Hancock said nothing, and she was surprised to find that her fruit ability was petrifying the red silk very slowly. Su Sheng furrowed her brows slightly. These red threads were entwined with the armed color. This guy's strength is truly terrifying. With such a grand momentum, even Su Sheng cannot apply the arm color over such a wide area. The terrifying red threads intertwined, transforming into a massive red whip that swung towards Su Sheng. Its speed so fast that the void shattered. Su Sheng stepped back, activating the Susanoo ability. Yasaka no Magatama. Suseng Saute. Suddenly, 8 red-orange Magatama were created by the crimson-orange warrior, entwined with radiant red-orange light, incredibly dazzling. Su Shang let out a light breath, instantly throwing out 8 hook jade. The hook jade, accompanied by terrifying energy, quickly collided with the whip. In just a breath, the whip was instantly severed. Hancock did not hesitate, leaping into the air, her feet enveloped in terrifying haki. Fragrant feet. Hancock's snow-white long legs, infused with terrifying energy, kicked down on the whip. The fruit ability was instantly activated, directly petrifying the whip, which fell to the ground and shattered with a loud crash. However, the red threads were endless, still swirling around the river. In the next moment, those terrifying red threads began to converge, continuously entwining, flowing into each other, growing larger, gradually forming a giant of red threads, which shouted loudly at the two. Su Shang was somewhat surprised. This red silk can actually transform into living beings. However, Su Shang didn't take it seriously. Looking at the red silk giant, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You send me the upside-down river, and I'll send you a sky full of meteors. A killing intent appeared in Su Shang's eyes. Suddenly, Su Shang's figure soared, and a terrifying dual-colored fire lotus appeared in his hand, which he instantly threw down towards the ground. In an instant, the shattered stones were blown into the sky, and Su Shang unleashed Amaterasu, with the terrifying black flames rapidly spreading over all the stones. Su Shang was in the sky, and with a thought, the arm of Susanoo raised slowly, transforming into gold. Great heavenly creation palm! Su Shang shouted angrily. In an instant, a terrifying golden palm print shot out, driving those black fire meteors to strike at the giant with red threads. When the giant saw the meteors filling the sky, it let out a roar. The roar shook the ground, and the red threads on the giant's arm twisted together, forming a giant red shield to block the meteors. Then it soared into the sky, with countless red thread blades piercing towards Su Shang. Su Shang smiled slightly, releasing the Susanoo, stepping on the windfire wheel, his speed skyrocketing, his figure becoming elusive, making it impossible for the giant to catch sight of him. Just as the red-threaded giant lowered its massive shield, preparing to spread the countless red threads, Su Shang suddenly appeared, wielding the divine killing gun, the terrifying cold light flickering at the gun's tip, making people tremble. Bankai divine killing. Su Shang eklim sopti. With a single thrust, he pierced through the giant's skull, and the giant crashed to the ground. Countless red threads attempted to gather again, but quickly withered. Su Shang stood in place, the top-tier conqueror's haki spreading out, the crimson golden light enveloping the earth, completely suppressing the red threads, which soon lost their vitality. At that moment, the inverted river rapidly descended. Su Shang took a slight step, rising on the windfire wheel, using his gun to lift the river and throw it toward the cave on the opposite bank. Strangely, all the flowing water was absorbed by the mysterious cave. This surprised Su Shang. He had originally intended to lure out that old monster and then kill it. But the cave entrance was so peculiar that it could actually absorb the water. Su Shang lightly landed, while another clone manipulated Susanoo to catch the three and gently descend. Do you know the mystery of this cave? How could it absorb an entire river? Su Shang was somewhat surprised. The three shook their heads. We only came to the cave entrance when we were paying tribute to him. We don't know anything else, and no one has ever gone inside. The three snake people also felt helpless. Bai Jia, however, spoke up. I can see inside the cave entrance. It seems to be a hard stone door, but I can't see anything else. Su Shang was somewhat surprised and looked at Bai Jia, carefully examining her eyes, which alternated between white and black. So magical, Su Shang exclaimed. Bai Jia looked a bit sad, saying, it's because of these eyes that I was chosen by the red thread. Next month, it will be my turn to be commemorated. Fortunately, I have you. Bai Jia's unusual eyes gazed at Su Shang, who was momentarily lost in thought, feeling an inexplicable allure. It's okay, as long as I'm here, everything will be fine, Su Shang said with a smile. Those are the eyes of a white jade python. It is said they can see through certain things. This little girl has transformed into a snake quite a bit, but her lifespan will also decline as a result. Hancock interjected. It's all right, as long as I can save the people in the tribe, I have no problem dying, Bai Jia said firmly. This surprised Su Shang. This little girl's awareness was much higher than his own. Hancock smiled slightly and said, then you'll need to lure that old monster's red thread out and investigate. Okay, Bai Jia replied resolutely. No, that's too dangerous. It would be better to force our way in. Su Shang shouted. But Bai Jie had already been thrown out by Hancock. The other 3 snake people remained silent. It seemed the queen might be feeling jealous, which truly put Bai Jie in a difficult position. Bai Jie rolled out at the cave entrance. Here comes the great supplement. An eerie and strange voice echoed. Su Shang was taken aback and suddenly flew to Bai Jie's side. At that moment, a thick red thread appeared and pulled the leader, Su Shang, towards the cave entrance. Su Shang forcefully threw Bai Jie away and entered the cave himself. You again. Now that you're here, I'll ensure you don't leave a single bone behind. That piercing voice came again. Chapter 96. Su Shang battles the old monster. Each red thread was very thin, but when piled together, they appeared exceptionally thick. Su Shang was wrapped around the waist by the red thread, and before he could react, the red thread swiftly retracted. Carelessly, he was pulled into the cave by the red thread. Su Shang silently summoned Susanoo in his heart, and the red thread binding him was instantly burned to ashes by black flames. He performed a graceful turn in the air and then landed elegantly. The crowd outside saw him being pulled into the cave and, disregarding how terrifying it might be inside, followed him in. Hancock was at the front and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Shang safe. Bai Jie, feeling guilty, stepped forward and said, Heavenly God, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you ventured alone into danger. In fact, everyone understood that this matter had nothing to do with Bai Jie. Su Shang smiled at her and replied, It's nothing. It can be seen as a blessing in disguise. Look at this cave. After hearing this, everyone began to notice the internal environment of the cave. The inside of the cave was not as dark as it appeared from the outside. It was spacious and bright. Especially deep inside the cave, something was flashing, resembling sparkling gold. Su Shang thought he had stumbled upon a treasure. So, he boldly moved forward, and the deeper he went, the more he discovered that the red threads not only increased in number, but also became more formidable. He thought about using the black flames to burn them away, but it would require some effort. He fought his way through, gradually pushing back the red threads, and finally reached the vicinity of the shiny object, only to find that it was not treasure, but a shattered space. Seeing this, he frowned. Why would a shattered space appear here? Su Shang couldn't understand, but he knew it wasn't a good sign because this mysterious space was like a bottomless pit, capable of absorbing energy emanating from the outside, and it could never be satisfied. No wonder the deeper he went, the stronger the power of the red threads felt. It wasn't that they become stronger, but rather Su Shang's emitted power was being absorbed by the shattered space. The surrounding red threads were continuously pushed back by him, and without these obstacles, he quickly arrived in front of the fragmented space. He gazed thoughtfully at the space, realizing that it couldn't be left alone. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a rustling sound from behind the fragmented space. He tilted his head to look back, and suddenly, a thin red thread shot towards his forehead. Seeing this, Su Shang hurriedly dodged, and although he landed safely in the end, he was still shaken. He touched his thumping little heart and cursed loudly, Damn it. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have died on the spot. That thin red thread seemed to have a mind of its own. After failing its first attack, it immediately changed direction in the air and charged at Su Shang once again. When Su Shang saw the red threads, he knew he was not far from that old monster. He snorted coldly at the red thread and shouted, Ha! Old monster, you're really cowardly. Only daring to hide behind and control these lifeless red threads, but not brave enough to come out and fight me. I look down on you from the bottom of my heart. Since you are unwilling to show yourself, then I'll force you out. Seeing that there was no response from behind the fragments, Su Shang continued, A thin red thread, no matter how agile it is nothing to fear. With a wave of his hand, the red thread was instantly burned to ashes. He raised his foot and slowly walked toward the shattered space, when suddenly, countless red threads flew toward them at high speed. This time, the red threads did not group together, but instead attacked them one by one from different directions. Su Shang was already feeling a bit overwhelmed, and now he had to protect the people behind him, making it even more difficult to cope. However, he did not lose his composure at all. He quickly formed hand seals in the air, performing the technique of multiple shadow clones. Instantly, countless clones of him appeared in the cave. Without a moment's pause, Su Shang summoned Susanoo, and a massive red-orange warrior floated above him, appearing over his head. The clones huddled back to back, vigilantly watching the red threads coming from all directions. The red threads, like agile water snakes, seemed to come alive under the control of the old monster, attacking their targets directly. The clones were not to be outdone. They hurriedly summoned their energy and engaged the red threads in battle. However, Su Sheng soon noticed something was off. He could distinctly feel his strength gradually dissipating. Meanwhile, the red threads that bypassed the fragmented space to attack them seemed to grow more and more powerful with each passing moment. Soon, Su Sheng's gaze locked onto the shattered space. With a furrowed brow and a glint of coldness in his eyes, he said, "So is you behind this?" Su Sheng knew that this couldn't go on any longer. He used his clone to block all the red threads outside, protecting everyone behind him. While he stood at the forefront, his hands forming seals and chanting incantations. He concentrated all his power into his hands, and soon the energy gathered in his palms, slowly transforming into a lotus flower. Between his fingers, 3 colors of light, black, white, and purple, flowed out. Then, with a wave of his hand, he pushed the golden lotus towards the shattered space. The patterns on the golden lotus were clear and beautiful, but this lotus was not a mere ornamental vase. On the contrary, it possessed the most terrifying power. As the purple golden lotus approached the crack in the space, it stitched the gap together at a visible speed. During this time, a force was interfering with him, but that was no match for his reincarnation golden lotus. With a slight exertion of strength, he rebounded that force back, and then the crack was sealed, disappearing into the air. As the shattered space vanished, the entrance behind it revealed itself. Su Sheng knew they were one step closer to that old monster who played tricks. He strode forward and kicked open the stone door of the entrance. It must have weighed several hundred pounds, yet he kicked it open effortlessly. The 3 young serpent men stared at Su Sheng in shock, while a hint of admiration flickered in the pure, white eyes of one of them. Everyone followed Su Sheng inside, and what met their eyes was an old man covered in red threads, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, likely a wound left from a recent backlash. Chapter 97. Su Sheng convinces the old monster. Su Sheng noticed the old monster's incredulous expression, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the old man. "Old monster, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Do you still like the gift I brought for you?" The old monster, hearing this, was so furious that his beard bristled and his eyes widened. He glared fiercely at Su Sheng and snorted, "You little brat, coming to my territory and acting so wildly. Since you're here today, you'll have to stay and keep me company." With that, he leaped off the stone seat and charged toward Su Sheng. As the old monster made his move, the red threads on his body began to spin rapidly, quickly forming a solid shield around him. Su Sheng swung his spear and launched an attack on him, but soon he discovered that the red silk was impervious to knives and guns, and even his black flames could not burn through its armor. Hancock, seeing this, became very anxious and quickly flew forward to join the battle. "I'm here to lend you a hand." The snake people were also worried about Su Sheng's safety, but their own skills were too weak, so they could only find a corner to stay out of trouble. Bai Jie frowned and shouted loudly to Su Sheng, "Be careful." Su Sheng felt more confident when he saw his wife come in to help him. He loudly summoned Anew, and instantly, he was enveloped by this terrifying power. Combined with Hancock's fruit abilities, the resulting power was extraordinary. In no time, the couple worked together to push the old monster back, especially since the old monster had just suffered a bit of internal injury from backlash and was momentarily unable to withstand their fierce assault. The old monster was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by Su Sheng's Anew, and the red threads on his body instantly fell off like withered vines. Su Sheng, holding a long spear pointed at the old monster's neck, said, "Old monster, you lost," even with the spear at his neck. The old monster didn't blink an eye and remained unconcerned, saying, "Humph, kid, go ahead and make your move. After living for hundreds of years, I'm no longer afraid of death." Su Sheng was surprised to find that he was not afraid of death, and he felt a fleeting sense of admiration in his heart. But it quickly passed without being noticed by anyone. He had not intended to take anyone's life. He simply wanted to learn some information from him. "I can spare your life, but I want clues about ancient weapons and celestial beings." Upon hearing Su Sheng say he wouldn't kill him, the old monster was momentarily stunned. Then, upon hearing what Su Sheng was asking for, he instantly felt a sense of despair and stretched his neck toward the gun, saying, "Even if you kill me, I won't give it to you. If you want to know the clues, you might as well give up on that thought." The old monster continued to add. When Su Sheng mentioned the clue, the old monster became unusually excited, knowing there must be something fishy about it. Just as he was thinking about how to coax the words out of him, Bai Jie spoke up. With red eyes, she said, "Why do you harm so many people? Do you know how wronged and innocent they are?" The old monster roared sharply. "Ha! You people are very selfish, only caring about your own interests. So what if they die? Do you see how miserable I am now? Just as you wished. Ha ha ha, when I was a child, Those cold-hearted pirates and navy cruelly destroyed my hometown. After saying this, the old monster's eyes filled with tears as he laughed to the sky. They made me homeless. So I hate you all. The worse you suffer, the happier and more excited I become. After listening, Su Sheng roughly understood why this old monster hated the snake people on the island so much, to the point of wanting them to live forever in darkness. Su Sheng sighed and said, "Old man, you misunderstood. I'm not on the same side as those people. We're looking for the celestial gods, not for any other reason, but to save more people in this world. I suspect that those despicable celestial dragons hold the secrets to controlling the entire world, which is why I want to find those clues and defeat the celestial dragons." This was just empty talk without any evidence, and the old monster clearly didn't believe him. Seeing this, Su Sheng concentrated all his power on his fingers and wrote the secret script of the celestial history in the air from memory. Although he couldn't quite understand the script himself, he could write it down word for word from his memory. Others might not understand it, but the old monster's eyes lit up upon seeing the script. Having lived for over 100 years, deciphering the characters in this secret script was no problem for him. Soon, tears welled up in his eyes, and he silently nodded at Su Sheng, now believing that this terrifying kid was not a celestial dragon. Su Sheng silently retracted the long spear in his hand and asked, "Old man, why are you here? And what are these red threads all over you?" The old monster sighed and explained the reason. "Sigh, in the beginning, to seek a glimmer of hope, I chose to cooperate with that enemy, the Navy and the celestial dragons. They gave me this powerful red thread, but the condition was that I had to decipher the secret of the gods from this steel. However, the longer it went on, the less I feared for my life, and now I have become indifferent to it." The old monster pointed to the steel behind him, and Su Sheng and the others finally noticed a weathered steel standing there. Su Sheng fixed his gaze on the stone tablet and slowly approached it. The tablet showed signs of wear, likely left by the old monster's frequent studies. He examined it carefully but couldn't understand it. So he turned back to the old monster and asked, "Have you cracked it?" The old monster nodded slightly. In fact, he had deciphered the text long ago, but he had never told his enemies because from the very beginning, he had no intention of collaborating with those vampires. All he had in his eyes and heart was revenge. He had been delaying until now, intending to fabricate some false clues to mislead the Navy and the celestial dragons into following these fake leads, leading them further astray. Meanwhile, he would hold on to the real clues and seek out the celestial god alone, asking why things were so unjust. Everything was within his expectations. However, he never anticipated that someone as formidable as Su Sheng would appear on Snake Man Island, disrupting the old monster's plans. "I cracked it long ago," the old monster said calmly, then stood up and dusted off his clothes. He walked slowly towards Su Sheng, reached out to touch the damaged characters on the stone tablet, and said, "There really are clues here that you want." Chapter 98. The old monster reveals the clue upon hearing this. Su Sheng felt a surge of joy inside. He knew this trip wasn't in vain, but his face remained expressionless. He quietly stood to the side, watching the old man as he stroked the damaged characters on the tablet, his eyes turning a deep red as he seemed lost in thought. He originally intended to follow the clues himself to find the celestial god, but due to his cultivation of secret arts and gaining the powerful strength of the red thread, his body had also suffered great damage. As his health deteriorated day by day, the old man gradually abandoned the idea of seeking the celestial god. However, even if he could no longer use these clues, he wouldn't let them fall into the hands of the Navy and the celestial dragons. Thus, he persisted, planning to fabricate the clues before he died. But who would have thought he would encounter Su Sheng and others? The old man pondered for a long time, as if he had made up his mind. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a surge of hot blood rising, and with a puff, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Su Sheng quickly stepped forward, and Hancock, Bai Jia, and the other 3 young snake men surrounded him. However, the looks in Bai Jia and the 3 snake men's eyes toward the old monster were not very friendly. After all, the old monster had rampaged on this island for many years, harming countless innocent snake people, among whom were their friends and family. It was already quite fortunate that they hadn't taken the opportunity to seek revenge. Su Shenghui had keen insight and immediately saw through the old monster's body, golden and beautiful on the outside, but rotten on the inside. Although it looked glamorous on the surface, the reality was that it was already decaying. He frowned tightly and squatted beside the old monster, asking, "Are you okay?" The old monster shook his head. He was very clear about his own body and knew that his time was short. He had devoted all his energy to fabricating clues. "Sigh, it's nothing. Su Sheng stretched out his hand, revealing a shiny golden pill in his palm. The old monster had never seen anything like it and curiously asked, "What is this?" "It's a celestial bean. Eating it won't cure the root of your problem, but it can help your body recover a bit and extend your life for a few more days." Upon hearing this, the old monster first displayed a look of shock in his eyes. He couldn't believe that Su Sheng, just by standing there and watching, could identify his ailment. After learning that this golden pill was a celestial elixir, he found it even harder to believe. He had only seen celestial elixirs in ancient books, which described them as crystal clear, golden yellow, fragrant in aroma, and capable of bringing the dead back to life. Such a precious celestial elixir, and Su Sheng had given it to him without even blinking. The old monster was deeply moved and carefully took it, placing it in his mouth. Then he wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes and looked at Su Sheng with great excitement. Well, I originally planned to die with the clues. But now I will tell you this to repay your kindness for the medicine today." After consuming the celestial elixir, the old monster's body instantly returned to normal, and he could now move with great agility. He pointed at the stone tablet nearby and said seriously, "Don't be fooled by the dense writing on this. It's meant to confuse you. The truly useful information is right here. Look at this. It mentions Ice and Fire Island, and Cake Island has its secrets. But the biggest secret of this stone tablet is the seabed of this island." Su Sheng fell into deep thought upon hearing this. It turned out that after going around in circles, this secret was lying at the bottom of the sea beneath their island. The old monster, seeing that he was silent, thought he had encountered some difficulty again and hurriedly said, "If you can find that secret text at the bottom of the sea, I can help you decipher its mysteries." Upon hearing this, Su Sheng raised an eyebrow, smiled, and playfully said, "Then I'll thank you in advance." After everyone got organized, they set off towards the sea bottom. On the way, Bai Jia looked at the handsome Su Sheng with a hint of worry in her eyes and anxiously asked, "Celestial being, do you really believe what he said? Aren't you worried that he might be a fraud?" The scarred snake man beside them also doubted the old monster, as they were all victims, and it was not surprising to be wary of him. "Yes, celestial being, are we really going to the bottom of the sea? I've heard that it's terrifying down there. That old monster wouldn't want us to go there to die, would he?" Su Sheng smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, when a person is about to die, their words are kind. Let's trust him this once, especially since I'm here, you won't die." Su Sheng's strength was evident to all, so no one brought it up again during the journey. In the cave, the old monster stood alone at the entrance, watching their departing figures, his gaze becoming more determined. He thought to himself, "Since you trust me so much, I will definitely lend you a helping hand." Along the way, they chatted and laughed, and soon they arrived at the coast. Su Sheng's fingers moved in the air, forming hand seals, and groups of black flames floated above. Su Sheng shouted shield. The flames seemed to understand human speech, quickly flying to their group and forming a translucent protective barrier around them. Seeing everyone's confusion, Su Sheng explained, "This is a protective shield I made for you. It will ensure you can breathe freely underwater and may save your lives at a critical moment." Bai Jia looked at the shield in awe, her eyes filled with respect as she joyfully gazed at Su Sheng. "God, you are amazing, thank you." The three young serpent people also quickly expressed their gratitude. Su Sheng waved his hand dismissively and then led the group into the depths of the sea. The underwater world was terrifying, filled with various man-eating fish and enormous whirlpools that could easily swallow a person whole. Along the way, they encountered numerous terrifying sea kings. Perhaps due to Su Sheng's divine presence, these sea kings dared to be so rampant as they valued their territory greatly. When Su Sheng and the others passed by, they were seen as intruders. Communication between humans and animals was already difficult, and Su Sheng, pressed for time, didn't bother to waste words with them. He directly summoned Zaisu Nunghu, and that terrifying power quickly spread across the seabed, driving them back. Without the obstruction of these sea kings, their progress became faster. After walking for a while, Su Sheng noticed a house not far away, though it was somewhat unclear due to the distance. Su Sheng pointed to the building in the distance and said, "Let's go check it out." As they got closer, everyone discovered that there was actually a palace standing on the seabed. Chapter 99. Strange whether no one knew when this palace had started to exist here, or how many years it had been. Su Sheng turned her head in confusion and looked back at the others with her eyes, asking for their thoughts. Bai Jia and the others all shook their heads, indicating that they also had no idea. Despite being natives of Snake Man Island, there were many things they were unaware of, including the palace in front of them, which they knew nothing about. Su Sheng saw that there was no danger around, so he volunteered to stand at the front and slowly lead them toward the palace. Although they had not encountered any danger yet, they could not let their guard down, especially in this underwater area where danger could arise at any moment, and they did not know what lethal crisis awaited them ahead. The palace had been standing for many years, yet its grand entrance still looked very new. Su Shang immediately felt a sense of doubt, but he didn't think much of it. Just as he reached out to push open the big door, he was called to a halt by Hancock beside him. Hancock also sensed that something was off here. Worried about Su Shang, he stepped forward, intertwined his fingers with Su Shang's, and said, "Be careful, I'll accompany you." Su Shang smiled knowingly and couldn't help but hold Hancock's hand tightly. "All right, my wife." Bai Jia, who was following behind, saw this scene and revealed a look of envy in her eyes, which soon faded away. Indeed, how well-matched the queen and the god are together. What my worth in comparison? Su Shang held Hancock's hand and pushed open the grand palace doors, stepping inside. As he looked around, it was strange. Everything in the palace was spotless, lacking any sense of age. The only worn item in the room was the mural hanging on the wall. Just as the last person stepped through the palace's entrance, the door seemed to come alive, automatically closing behind them. The last young serpent man who entered was terrified. If he hadn't come in quickly, he might have been caught in the door. He patted his racing heart and stretched out his hands, trying to pull the door open with all his might, but it seemed to have some kind of magic, resisting all his efforts. With no other choice, he turned to Su Shang and said, "Divine being, what should we do?" Seeing this, Su Shang showed no signs of panic on his face, as if everything was within his expectations. "It's fine. Let's search for the secret text first." Under Su Shang's repeated reminders, everyone carefully spread out in all directions, patiently and cautiously searching for the secret text. Su Shang was certainly not idle. He walked straight towards the strange mural and stood still, carefully examining it. Suddenly, a young snake man shouted in panic, Bai Jia, what's wrong?" Hearing the voice, he looked over to see Bai Jia slumped on the ground, her entire body weak. At that moment, her fair skin had turned unusually red, as if it had been sunburned. Su Shang and Hancock hurried over, while Bai Jia kept saying, "It's so hot, it hurts." "Hot?" Su Shang was surprised. He didn't feel hot at all. He looked at the others with a puzzled expression. He saw that the three young snake people were sweating profusely and also looked very hot, but their skin was dark, so it wasn't as obvious as Bai Jia's. Su Shang quickly looked at Hancock beside him. "Are you okay?" Hancock also felt the heat, but her abilities were much stronger than Bai Jia's, so her endurance was higher. "I'm fine. Although we are snake people, we, like snakes, prefer dark and humid places, so we can't stand the heat." "But why are you okay? That shouldn't be the case. Is this cursed weather only targeting us snake people?" Hancock blinked her bright eyes, looking at him in confusion. She didn't understand why Su Shang was completely fine. Upon hearing this, Su Shang couldn't help but frown. He really didn't feel that the weather was that hot. There was no time to think too much now. He quickly took out 5 elixirs and distributed them, saying, "Take this, it should help alleviate the discomfort." After eating, they indeed felt much better. Su Shang noticed that Bai Jia on the ground was staring at him with her big, watery eyes and feeling a tug at his heart. He couldn't help but extend his hand and say, "Come on, I'll help you up." As soon as Su Shang's voice fell, before her fingers could touch Bai Jia's hem, she was yanked up from the ground by Hancock with one hand. She didn't need your help. It could be said that rather than being pulled, it was more like being lifted like a little chick. Bai Jia immediately turned pale and looked at Hancock, stuttering, "Your Majesty?" Hancock then released her grip, clapped her hands as if she had just touched something dirty, smiled at Su Shang, and then directly pulled Su Shang by the ear and left. "Hey, wife, you misunderstood. I really had no other intentions." "Ouch, it hurts." Hancock snorted coldly, ignoring his explanation. After spending so long with Su Shang, how could she not know what kind of person he was? Clearly knowing he was pretending, she still couldn't help but soften her heart and let go. Su Shang saw this and chuckled, then leaned forward to steal a kiss on Hancock's cheek, leaving as lightly as a dragonfly, touching the water. "My wife is the best. Come on, wife, come take a look at this painting. I think there's something wrong with it." Su Shang immediately put away his playful smile and became serious. Hancock reached out to touch the mural on the wall. It seemed to depict a war. Suddenly, white mist began to rise in the palace, and the temperature dropped sharply. Su Shang took advantage of the fact that he could still see clearly and hurriedly shouted to them, "Come over here, form a circle, and don't get separated." Just as Bai Jia and the others approached, the white mist became even thicker, making it impossible to see the people nearby. Su Shang calmly said, "Stand still and don't move." A gust of cold wind blew in, and suddenly icicles began to fall from the sky, growing larger and more painful as they struck down. "This can't go on." In a flash, Su Shang quickly formed hand seals in the air and then summoned the reincarnation Golden Lotus. He slowly ascended, pushing the reincarnation Golden Lotus toward the center of the palace. Shouting break. The Golden Lotus quickly spread in the air, radiating brilliant light, looking incredibly beautiful and moving. When the icicles and white mist completely disappeared, the reincarnation Golden Lotus in the air also vanished without a trace. The palace returned to its previous tranquility, and after the mist cleared, a scene appeared in the void, as if a flowing movie was slowly playing. Chapter 100, The Battle in the Void. Su Shang and Hancock, along with others, couldn't help but look up. In the scene, the mermaid princess said with a heart full of pain, "Why did you deceive me?" The man in black felt guilty inside, but still stubbornly said, "Are you stupid? I've been using you from the beginning, and you only just realized it." Upon hearing this, the mermaid princess shook her head vigorously, her face filled with disbelief and immense pain. "No, it can't be. Were we before?" "Before? Just a dream." After saying this, the man in black disappeared, leaving the mermaid princess alone in the empty space, filled with sadness and anger. Then the scene shifted, and a great battle appeared in the void. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, blood everywhere, and the sounds of cries and clashes echoed incessantly, showing an exceptionally cruel and heartless scene. The mermaid princess fought fiercely for her life against the man in black, but ultimately, outnumbered, the war ended in her defeat. After watching, Su Shang felt quite moved, but it was still far less than Bai Jie beside her. She had tears welling up in her eyes, sobbing, "The little mermaid princess is so pitiful." Suddenly, a cold wind blew in, startling Su Shang, who shouted, "Watch out." He rushed forward, firmly protecting Bai Jie behind him. Bai Jie was initially confused and turned to look, only to see a huge bloody mouth right in front of her face. Bai Jie took 2 steps back and barely managed to steady herself. Su Shang summoned Susanoo, and he quickly formed hand seals in the air with his right hand, shouting loudly, "Great heavenly creation palm." Suddenly, a vast expanse of golden light surged, and Susanoo slowly raised his massive arm, delivering a tremendous golden palm strike towards the black dragon. However, the black dragon remained completely still. Su Shang thought to himself, "With skin this tough, no wonder it has lived for so many years." The black dragon spiraled in the air, looking down at the tiny figures below, its gaze seemingly saying, "Foolish humans, do you really think you can kill me? You truly don't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. You're just dreaming." Su Shang was infuriated by his condescending gaze, and he shouted loudly, "Jiao Long, today is your day of death." After that, Su Shang summoned Susanoo once more, immediately unleashing its power as 8 red Magatama swiftly appeared before the Jiao Long Yasaka no Magatama. Su Shang shouted. The red Magatama charged forward rapidly, its power immense, and its momentum enough to make one's heart race. At the moment, the blood-red Magatama collided with the giant dragon. A blazing black flame suddenly ignited on the Jiao Long's body. The black dragon let out a roar and struggled wildly in the air, trying to escape the flames. But in the end, the giant dragon could not withstand it and was burned to a cinder. After the Jiao Long was defeated and died, the palace instantly became foggy, and to their astonishment, several characters sprang forth in the air before them. This strange phenomenon of the crystal characters appearing out of nowhere evoked feelings of both novelty and anxiety in them. Hancock stepped forward, looking at the crystal characters in the void, and uncertainly said, "Could these be the secret texts we are seeking?" Su Shang was not very sure either, but apart from these characters, he couldn't find any other writing in the palace. I also didn't dare to be too certain, so I decided to bring these characters back and have the old monster take a closer look. Hancock looked at Su Shang with a face full of agreement, realizing that there was probably no other option at the moment, and then nodded. The two relied on their strong memories to quickly memorize the crystal characters in the air at a glance. Bai Jie was very curious about why these characters had suddenly appeared, and in the end, she couldn't help her curiosity and unconsciously reached out to touch the crystal characters. As soon as her hand made contact, the characters instantly disappeared, as if they had never appeared at all. Everyone's gaze turned to Bai Jie, as if there was a hint of blame in it. Bai Jie looked like a child who had done something wrong, hanging her head and whispering, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect this to happen." Su Shang saw her guilt and self-blame, and quickly spoke to comfort her. "It's okay. I remember everything. Now let's hurry up and go out." He looked at Hancock beside him and said. Hancock nodded, thinking that it didn't matter if those crystal characters disappeared, She had remembered most of it. Just as they were about to step outside, suddenly, crystal walls appeared in front of them out of nowhere, blocking their way. The scarred snake man looked at the translucent wall and said, "Hey, look, I'm actually inside." After saying that, he waved his limbs, and, surprisingly, the person in the wall mimicked his movements perfectly. At this moment, Su Sheng and Hancock also noticed themselves in the crystal wall. Su Sheng thought to himself, "Isn't this just a mirror? How could it appear here?" Then he felt it couldn't be that simple and cautiously observed his surroundings. He saw that the three snake people seemed to be mesmerized by the people in the wall. Even the loud calls from Su Sheng went unheard by them. Su Sheng looked at the wall in front of the three people and noticed that two people had appeared in the wall without him realizing it. The two looked identical and were fighting each other. He quickly glanced at Hancock beside him and saw that she was looking at him in the same way, which made him realize that she was not deceived. Bai Jia on the side did not understand what was happening and asked in confusion, "God, your majesty, what happened to them?" Hearing this, Su Sheng looked at her in surprise. "How could you not notice anything?" Bai Jia looked bewildered and confused. "Huh? What do you mean?" Su Sheng asked in confusion. "Why aren't you enchanted?" Bai Jia had no idea what was happening and didn't understand why Su Sheng was asking such a question. She shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. At that moment, Hancock, who was beside them, looked at Bai Jia and explained to Su Sheng, "It's because of her eyes. Nothing in this world is more enchanting than her eyes." After saying that, she gave Su Sheng a particularly meaningful glance. Su Sheng knew what Hancock meant. He scratched his head and said with a smile, "Hee hee, my wife is the smartest." Bai Jia looked at her kin committing suicide against the wall, feeling extremely worried. She anxiously asked Su Sheng, "Heavenly God, what should we do now?" Su Sheng and Hancock exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's intentions. Su Sheng said to Bai Jia, "Stay here and don't move. Wait for us." Chapter 101. Bai Jia turns to ashes without waiting for Bai Jia to say anything. Su Sheng and Hancock entered the crystal wall together and began to fight against another version of themselves. Since their powers were too strong to be deceived, they decided to offer themselves willingly. After all, only by getting deeply involved could they find a way to break the illusion. Outside the wall, Bai Jia was left alone, anxiously waiting. Her eyes were only on one person, and she couldn't help but approach the crystal beside Su Sheng, watching his every move within the wall, fearing he might be in danger. Inside the crystal wall, Su Sheng and his copy had already engaged in a battle, and it was somewhat challenging because the other self replicated by the crystal was too comprehensive. It possessed all of his skills, and the copy surprisingly knew how to use them all. When Su Sheng summoned the reincarnation Golden Lotus, that person also summoned it. When Su Sheng summoned Susanoo, that person would also summon it. No matter what Su Sheng did, the replica would do the exact same thing, and the two were almost synchronized. This situation caused Su Sheng some headaches. It absolutely couldn't continue like this, as it was too time-consuming. Otherwise, how could he find a flaw? Just as he was feeling a headache and somewhat distracted, he didn't notice the person beside him making a move and was knocked to the ground by his own great creation palm. Immediately, the replica did not give Su Sheng a chance to catch his breath and instantly summoned Susanoo, gathering his breath and energy. The giant concentrated all his power in the palm of his hand, and black flames ignited in his palm. Without a moment's pause, the black flames flew straight towards Su Sheng, who was lying on the ground. Bai Jia, who had been watching the battle from outside, was startled and shouted, "No." Her eyes then turned crimson, and she glared fiercely at the other fake Su Sheng, roaring, "Ah, I will kill you, I will kill you." Soon after, a white light appeared before her, enveloping her. In the blink of an eye, she actually appeared in the wall where Su Sheng was. Just as the black flames were about to strike Su Sheng, Bai Jia suddenly flew forward, intending to use her body to block that fatal blow for him. Because the replica wanted to kill Su Sheng, every move was deadly and merciless. This strike was its full power, aimed at killing Su Sheng. Bai Jia was directly knocked away by that palm, feeling as if her body were a kite with a broken string, weak and in immense pain. Unable to move at all, Su Sheng came back to his senses and quickly realized something. He swiftly flew over and caught Bai Jia, who was descending from the air. Bai Jia, smelling the familiar scent, slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the man in front of her, who, despite being in a disheveled state, still appeared so handsome, and couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. After they landed, Su Sheng furrowed his brows tightly and asked with concern, "How are you?" Bai Jia shook her head and slowly said, "My dantian has been shattered, and my life is running out." Su Sheng hurriedly took out various elixirs from his body and said, "If you take these, you will definitely survive." Bai Jia still shook her head. She knew very well how her body was. She could feel the loss of strength within her, and she knew she was about to die. Bai Jia had no strength left in her body, and with a reluctant look in her eyes, she gazed at Su Shang. Extremely weak, she spoke in a fragmented manner. Heavenly God, thank you. After saying this, Bai Jia wanted to reach out and touch Su Shang's face, but before she could, she regrettably turned into specks of light in Su Shang's embrace, turning to ashes. Su Shang looked at the sky, reaching out as if to grasp something, but it was all in vain. He let out a mournful howl, I killed you. Then he joined his hands together, silently summoning Zisano. A terrifying power enveloped the false Su Shang, who still tried to reach out to block something, but for some reason, Su Shang's power suddenly became overwhelming. In an instant, he couldn't withstand it and was instantly turned into a shadow under this strike. Immediately, he looked at the sky and struck his palm towards the nearby crystal wall, shouting loudly. The crystal wall instantly shattered into pieces, and everyone came back to their senses, ready to say something, feeling relieved, but they found Su Shang's eyes were bloodshot, and after looking around, there was no trace of Bai Jia to be found. Su Shang endured the pain in his heart and explained to everyone that Bai Jia would never return. After hearing this, everyone felt very sad. Even Hancock, who had always disliked Bai Jia, couldn't help but shed a few tears. Their group had come with 6 people, but only 5 returned to the island. As soon as Su Shang stepped onto the island, he sensed that something was off, and he secretly thought, this is not good. He quickly flew towards the old monster's residence, and seeing this, Hancock, unwilling to be left behind, hurriedly followed. They rushed back to the cave at the fastest speed of their lives. After just a few steps, Su Shang heard a strange voice coming from inside. Ha, old fool. You really have some nerve. You dare to use a fake secret document to fool me? Do you want to die? Hancock also heard the voice and whispered to Su Shang. It's a celestial dragon. The old monster seemed to have become indifferent to life and death, only regretting that he couldn't help Su Shang before he died. Kill me or cut me. Do as you wish. If you want the real secret document, dream on. This successfully provoked the celestial dragon, and just as he raised his knife to strike the old monster's head, Su Shang appeared. With a surge of power from his hand, a beam of light immediately blocked the descending blade. At the moment of impact between the light and the large knife, the blade in the celestial dragon's hand actually shattered. The celestial dragon, seeing this, felt no fear at all and instead shouted loudly, "Who is it? So reckless and ignorant of death?" Su Shang was not willing to show weakness and arrogantly said, "Who do you think I am? Your grandfather? How dare you say that your grandfather doesn't know life and death? Today, I will uphold justice against my own kin." After saying that, he moved to attack the celestial dragon. He formed a seal with his hands, and an ice-white flame rose from his palm, swirling flexibly before suddenly shooting towards the oblivious celestial dragon. The celestial dragon, seeing this scene, still did not realize the seriousness of the situation. He reached out to block it, only to discover that the flame was unaffected by external forces. First, it ignited his hand, then his clothes, and soon engulfed his entire body. Chapter 102. Battle with the celestial dragon. As the black flames consumed him completely, he finally realized the severity of the problem. His eyes filled with fear, and he let out a painful wail before disappearing into the cave. Just before his death, the celestial dragon shouted at Su Shang, "Haha, if you kill me, our people won't let you go. I'm telling you, they will be here soon." After saying that, the celestial dragon turned to ashes. Hearing this, Su Shang scoffed. He was not afraid at all. If one came, he could kill one. If 2 came, he could kill 2. If they all came, he wouldn't mind going on a killing spree. He stepped towards the injured old monster, thankful that they returned in time, allowing the old monster to save his life. Su Shang extended his fair and slender hand to help the old monster up from the ground. "Are you all right?" Su Shang furrowed his brows and asked with a concerned expression. He could tell at a glance that the old monster's health seemed to have deteriorated even further, and he wondered if he could last through the next few days. The old monster had lived for most of his life in solitude, let alone having someone care for him. Hearing Su Shang's concerned tone initially warmed his heart, as he wasn't used to it. But then he awkwardly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't die. Oh, by the way, have you found the secret text?" Su Shang saw his open-mindedness and no longer said much. He nodded at the old monster, realizing how truly marvelous the seabed was, as they had indeed discovered the secret text. The old monster had them search with a tentative attitude from the beginning, not expecting that they would actually find it. Upon hearing this, the old monster was even more excited than Su Shang, his pale face beaming with a smile, You found it, quickly take it out, and I'll help you translate it. I think the celestial dragons will soon know that their companion has been killed and will come for revenge. Once I finish translating, you should leave quickly. But unexpectedly, before Su Shan could take out the crystal secret text, the companion of the celestial dragon who had been burned by fire rushed over. Those celestial dragons were very alert, knowing that the old monster did not have the strength to kill their companion. So they suspected that there must be others helping him. Not knowing the details of the situation, the celestial dragons did not directly enter the cave, but instead shouted at the entrance, "Old Immortal, get out here. We haven't shown you some colors for a few days, and you've gotten bold, to the point that even our celestial dragon has died in your cave. It seems this cave is quite sinister. Why waste words on him? Regardless of whether his cave is sinister or not, daring to kill our celestial dragon, I will level this cave to the ground." Another celestial dragon, who had come, was clearly much more irritable. The old monster, hearing the voices of the celestial dragons outside, felt no fear at all. Instead, deep hatred erupted in his eyes. He pointed to a very concealed place and turned to Su Shang, saying, "Do you see that? There's a cave over there. You take your group and quietly go down the mountain from there. It seems today is the day I will meet my end. But it's a pity I can't help you translate the secret text." Su Shang felt touched that the old monster could still consider the safety of unrelated individuals at such a critical moment of survival. He thought that aside from the bad deeds he had done, the old monster was still a loyal and righteous person. Since he had made up his mind to help the old monster, there was naturally no reason to give up halfway. Su Shang ignored the old monster and stepped towards the cave entrance. Hancock, being an old wife, understood that Su Shang's tendency to meddle was acting up again, but she didn't stop him and followed him out. Hancock thought to herself, "No matter what choice you make, I will support you. If there's a fight, I'll fight alongside you." The three young serpent men inside the cave were deeply reluctant to help the old monster. If it weren't for Su Shang's sake, they would have turned and left the mountain long ago. However, they were not heartless people. Su Shang had saved them from danger multiple times, and now they could not allow Su Shang and Queen to face danger alone. Thus, the three strong young men glared fiercely at the old monster and then followed Su Shang and the others. The old monster understood why they were looking at him that way. He rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat guilty, but what he had done in the past couldn't be changed. Watching everyone resolutely walk out without fear of the powerful celestial dragons, a genuine sense of respect ignited in his heart. The old monster was very moved. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't find the right words, sighed, and followed them out. When the celestial dragons saw someone emerging from inside, the figure looked familiar, but it wasn't the old man. The irritable celestial dragon couldn't remember who it was at that moment and asked, "Who are you? Where's the old man?" Another, slightly calmer celestial dragon also thought Su Shang looked somewhat familiar, but didn't pay much attention, saying, "You are the one who killed our people." Su Shang listened to his words and couldn't help but look at him a bit more, surprised that there was actually someone among the celestial dragon people who had a brain. "That's right, I killed him. I burned him with that blazing fire. And in the end, he didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy before turning to ashes." Su Shang and they were never on the same wavelength, so there was no need to waste time talking to them. However, at this moment, Su Shang just wanted to tease them, to infuriate them. Obviously, the impatient and irritable man, wielding a large hammer, shouted loudly at Su Shang, "You're looking for death. I will kill you." Before Su Shang could make a move, Hancock flew out to block the man's attack, coldly sneering at him. "If you want to touch him, you have to get past me first." After saying that, the two engaged in a fierce struggle. The rough man with the hammer was clearly not one to show mercy, delivering deadly strikes with extreme ferocity. The three young snake men below were sweating nervously, worried that the hammer might accidentally land on their queen's beautiful face. They silently prayed for their queen, while Su Shang stood calmly to the side, showing no signs of worry, simply because of trust. Another, slightly calmer, celestial dragon, seeing how impatient the person next to him was, didn't say anything more, gripping his twin blades and leaping forward to confront Su Shang. There were 5 celestial dragons in total. Aside from the 2 leading the fight, the other 3 saw their big brother join the battle and quickly shouted, "We're here to help you." Just as they were about to sneak up from behind Su Shang, they were blocked by the 3 young snake men who had come along. "Your opponents are us." One of the snake men with a scarred face said bluntly to the celestial dragons. Even if they couldn't win, they couldn't allow Su Shang and their queen to lose face. So another snake man stood tall and said arrogantly, "Yeah, if you can't even beat us, that would truly be embarrassing for you, celestial dragons." It was hard to understand why this group of celestial dragons, who had come out together, were so easily provoked. Just a few words from the snake men had them furious, raising their blades to strike at their heads. The three young snake men were equally unyielding, drawing their swords and quickly joining the fight. The old monster, still recovering from previous injuries, had just been attacked by a celestial dragon. So now he was panting as he leaned against the wall, struggling to make it out of the cave. Suddenly, he saw two extremely terrifying forces collide in the air. One purple and the other red, rapidly exploding in the sky, forming a beautiful mushroom cloud. However, the shockwave was immense, causing debris to fall from the cave. Su Shang's body radiated a purple glow as he held his breath and concentrated, channeling all his power into his palms. He then launched it toward the celestial dragon who was fighting him. The celestial dragon snorted coldly, focusing all his strength into the dual blades in his hands, which quickly became entwined with a dazzling red light. At the moment the purple light rushed toward him, he stepped back and swept the dual blades in front of him, creating a beautiful arc. Su Shang's attack was not made with all his strength. He only used about 70 to 80% of his power. So the purple light was cleaved in half by the celestial dragon's dual blades. Su Shang never intended to kill him with a single blow. That would only benefit him. Hancock, on the other hand, was struggling a bit against the violent celestial dragon, whose tough skin made Hancock's attacks feel like mere tickles. The agitated man was clearly growing impatient, eager to end the fight quickly and then go kill Su Shang and the old monster. He looked at Hancock with disdain and said, "Is that all you can do?" Hancock's gaze was icy, devoid of warmth, as she replied, "I can easily kill you." She then stopped wasting words on the dying man and secretly activated her devil fruit powers. In an instant, pink energy flowed beautifully, and the pink light quickly spread out, enveloping the violent man in a terrifying pressure. The hammer in his hand began to petrify slowly, and he soon realized something was wrong. Tried to exert force to resist Hancock's attack. The significant disturbance naturally caught Su Shang's attention. While he was fighting the celestial dragon, he had been distracted, paying attention to his wife's every move. Thus, he noticed that Hancock was clearly struggling against that person. In a moment of distraction, the celestial dragon seized the opportunity and swung his double blades towards Su Shang's face. By the time Su Shang noticed, it was too late. He hurriedly sidestepped to avoid the attack, but it was still a bit slow, leaving a small cut on his handsome face. He reached up to touch the wound and winced, "Ouch, that hurts." It seemed it was time to end this battle. Su Shang's face bore a mark, yet it didn't feel out of place at all. Instead, it gave him a roguishly handsome vibe. Su Shang was surrounded by a purple glow. He leaped forward, forming hand seals and shouting, "Great heavenly creation palm." As soon as his voice fell, a surge of golden light erupted, forming a massive golden palm in front of him. Without mercy, he unleashed all his strength towards the celestial dragon. This terrifying power swiftly enveloped the celestial dragon, binding him tightly. The celestial dragon struggled desperately, tried to escape the grip, but he remained completely immobilized. He could only watch helplessly as the golden palm struck towards his body. In his final moments, his eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the entire process of his death. How cruel it was. Just before he was reduced to ashes, he finally realized, fear igniting his heart, and he trembled as he asked, "You are Su Shang?" Yes, Su Shang, whose reputation among the celestial dragons was so resounding, was their recognized enemy. How could he forget? It was too late for him to remember who Su Shang was, and he wanted his companions to retreat quickly and relay the message. But Su Shang never gave him the chance to speak, letting him die with resentment. After finishing one, Su Shang quickly looked towards his wife. Hancock was using her devil fruit powers to fight against the aggressive man, but the man's strength was clearly above hers. Hancock was struggling, and cold sweat dripped from her forehead. She dared not let her guard down, fearing that the opponent would take advantage of her weakness. Su Shang suddenly saw the furious celestial dragon concentrating all his power on the pair of iron hammers, then swinging them toward Hancock. Seeing this scene, Su Shang thought, "Not good," and hurriedly flew to Hancock's side. The old monster on the ground also broke into a cold sweat for Hancock, although the two had somewhat similar strength. That celestial dragon's big iron hammer was clearly a nemesis to Hancock's fruit powers. Su Shang was ultimately a step too late. Hancock was knocked to the ground by that blow, blood gushing from her mouth. Seeing his wife injured, Su Shang was immediately enveloped by a surge of anger and summoned his divine spear to block the attack. The furious celestial dragon stumbled back 2 steps due to inertia and, seeing the newcomer, felt a sense of confusion. Where were his companions? Why didn't they stop him? He quickly scanned the surroundings and, Apart from the other 3 celestial dragons grappling with the snake people, he did not see the other leader. They had come with 5 people in total. He and another man were the leaders of this mission, bringing 3 underlings along, but unexpectedly. What have you done to our people? Although he already had an idea in his heart, he couldn't believe it. He just wanted to hear it from Su Shang's mouth. Su Shang saw his beloved wife injured, and he had long lost the calmness he had at the beginning. He spoke softly, "She's dead, but you don't need to worry too much, because you will see her soon." Chapter 104. The Old Monster Regrets. Su Shang was too lazy to waste words with him. She directly ascended to his front and used her ultimate move, Su Nung Hu. Instantly, a gigantic invisible giant appeared between them. This giant emanated a powerful aura of dominance. Su Shang hadn't even made a move yet, but the irritable celestial dragon could clearly feel a terrifying pressure, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Su Shang was burning with rage, his hands forming seals in the air. Although the old monster couldn't understand what he was gesturing, he knew that this move was incredibly powerful, even he couldn't withstand it. Soon, a 2-colored golden lotus appeared in Su Nung Hu's hands, with black and icy white swirling together, yet never merging. This beautiful spectacle was truly breathtaking for onlookers. But for the celestial dragons, the more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it became. Su Shang suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, as if giving orders, "Go." The pair of golden lotuses seemed to have eyes of their own, swiftly chasing after the remaining 4 celestial dragons. The 3 little minions below clearly had weaker strength and couldn't dodge Su Shang's attack at all. As soon as the golden lotuses touched the corners of their clothes, they ignited instantly, burning fiercely and impossible to extinguish no matter how they tried. The 3 young serpent men were astonished by the scene before them, standing by with their mouths agape. The scarred serpent man praised inwardly, as expected of the Lord God, truly powerful. A single strike is deadly. The remaining celestial dragon, wielding a large iron hammer, could still block a blow or 2. But he only managed to hold on for a short while before quickly exhausting his strength and ultimately succumbing, along with his large iron hammer being burned to ashes. After dealing with the celestial dragons, Su Shang hurriedly flew to Hancock, reached out to embrace her, and asked with concern, "Wife, how are you?" At this moment, Hancock's bleeding had stopped, and she weakly said to Su Shang, "I'm fine, but your face." Hancock then noticed the scars on Su Shang's face. She slowly reached out her hand, gently caressing the wound, and asked with heartfelt concern, "How could you be so careless? Does it hurt? Wife, you won't despise me for being disfigured and not want me anymore, right?" Su Shang said with a tone of grievance, looking pitiful. Hancock knew he was joking with her, and with a forced smile, she said, "Yes, I will definitely despise you. So, you must not let yourself get hurt again, or I won't want you anymore." After saying this, it seemed Hancock had exhausted all her strength, and then she couldn't stop coughing, her stunning face now devoid of warmth. Su Shang hurriedly searched his entire body, but still couldn't find the elixir. He thought to himself, "This is bad. I've used up all the elixirs on this trip." Without the upgraded elixir, he could only use some ordinary medicine to treat Hancock's injuries. He took out a medicine bottle from his belongings and poured out a black pill, then fed it to Hancock. He was quite distressed, wondering why he hadn't opened more jars to obtain more elixirs. "Alas, without elixirs, I'm sorry, my wife." This black pill was somewhat bitter, and after Hancock swallowed it, she frowned slightly, the bitter taste lingering in her mouth for a long time. Seeing Su Shang blaming himself nearby, she hurriedly comforted him, saying, it's okay. Good medicine is bitter to the mouth, as long as it works." Although this medicine was indeed not as effective as the elixir, it wasn't completely useless. After taking the medicine, she felt much better and had a bit more strength to speak. 3 serpent youths rushed over, looking very worried, and anxiously asked Su Shang, "Queen, are you okay? It's all our fault for not protecting you." Another serpent youth added. Hancock smiled gently at them, the sunlight shining on her face, making her look exceptionally tender. She looked at the serpent youths and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. There's no need to blame yourselves. It's not your fault." The old monster also slowly walked over. After all this commotion, he felt quite a bit, and he knelt down directly in front of Hancock, still feeling guilty as he said, "I'm sorry for hurting your people before. Letting them live forever in darkness is all my fault. I'm sorry. I don't seek your forgiveness, nor do I deserve it. After all, I've done so many wrong things." The old monster's face was filled with self-reproach and guilt, his expression weary, his eyes brimming with tears as he sincerely finished speaking. Although Hancock was the leader of the serpent people, She couldn't make decisions about such matters because she wasn't the victim. She couldn't empathize with them or generously choose to forgive on behalf of others. You should be apologizing to them, and the ones who should forgive you are not me, Hancock said slowly and deliberately. The old monster quickly turned his body towards the three serpent youths and knelt down again, bowing repeatedly. Although the old monster was quite detestable, the three serpent youths clearly had never encountered such a scene and were momentarily at a loss. They didn't want to forgive the old monster. After all, he had killed so many of their relatives and friends. If they simply chose to forgive, the souls of their people underground would surely not rest in peace. In desperation, they could only look to Su Shang for help. After Su Shang received their pleading looks for help, he smoothed things over and said, "Oh, come on. The most important thing right now is the secret text." The secret text. Old man, didn't you say you would help me decipher the code before? Are you trying to go back on your word? The old monster, having lived for hundreds of years, naturally understood Su Shang's meaning. It was he who had put others in a difficult position. The old man slowly stood up, shaking his head at Su Shang, and said, No, I will definitely do what I promised you. I'll translate the secret text for you right now. What does that sound? Upon hearing this, Su Shang exchanged a glance with Hancock in his arms, then nodded. You need to look closely. He gently placed Hancock on the ground, stood up, and used his energy to restore the crystal inscriptions in the air. He had always had a good memory, and quickly wrote down the inscriptions. After finishing, he looked at Hancock beside him, who nodded in agreement, indicating that he had written it correctly. The old monster slowly approached to examine the inscriptions carefully. He was very familiar with these inscriptions, having studied them for many years, and there was no problem in researching their deciphering. After a short while, his eyes were filled with shock, and he looked at Su Shang with great surprise. Chapter 105. The Divine Being is Human. Su Shang saw the expression on the old monster's face and knew that he had certainly discovered the secret within. Therefore, he remained silent, standing quietly to the side, watching the old monster and patiently waiting for him to speak again. After the initial joy, the old monster finally looked at everyone with great excitement, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He revealed a shocking secret. We have always thought that the celestial god was a deity, but who would have thought he was human? Everyone gasped in surprise. A human? That's impossible. The celestial god is obviously very powerful, nothing like the weak humans. The scarred snake man widened his eyes, unable to believe that the celestial god was human. Humans are a weaker existence than they are. No way. The celestial god is clearly very powerful. Yes. Humans can't even defeat us, and yet the celestial god can effortlessly defeat countless celestial dragon people with just a wave of his hand. Another young snake man echoed in agreement. Su Shang is actually human, but because he has a system and his strength is quite impressive. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person at all. Aside from Su Shang and Hancock, the surprise and disbelief of the others were clearly visible on their faces. Su Shang smiled faintly and calmly asked, "Is there anything else?" The old monster came to his senses and continued to translate while looking at the floating words in the air, saying, "It also mentions that the celestial being once visited Ice and Fire Island and Cake Island. Ice and Fire Island, Cake Island. Does that mean that as long as they go there, they might be able to find the celestial being?" Hancock thought this way. However, Su Shang felt that the possibility of encountering the celestial being was not very high. After all, it was unknown how long this secret text had been at the bottom of the sea, but perhaps they could find some clues about the celestial being and get closer to him. We will set off for Ice and Fire Island immediately. Su Shang thought for a moment and then made a firm decision. Hancock agreed, but they still had some matters to attend to. Let's find a clan leader first and explain everything to him. Su Shang knew what Hancock was talking about. He frowned slightly and looked troubled as he glanced at the old monster beside him. This time down the mountain, they would inevitably explain the situation clearly, just like the snake people on Snake Man Island. The old monster had done something wrong, and he had no right to intervene in how the clan leader would handle the matter. After spending so long together, he surprisingly had a moment where he didn't want the old monster to die. The old monster, having lived for many years, naturally noticed Su Shang's dilemma. This was all his own doing, and he should be the one to pay for it. Sins of one's own making cannot be lived through. You don't need to pity me. Hurry down the mountain. You still have many things to do. The old monster's tone was calm, as if he had already seen through everything. Upon hearing this, Su Shang said no more. After bidding farewell to the old monster, he led his group down the mountain. They had just stepped out when they saw clan leader Winge waiting for them in the distance with the snake people. It seemed he had rushed to inform them upon hearing the commotion. When Winge saw Su Shang and the Empress safely coming down the mountain, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. He had been anxious for the past few days, praying for their safety every day, fearing that something might happen to them. Now that he saw they were all safe, he let out a huge sigh of relief and hurried forward to greet them. Lord God, Empress, you have finally returned. Su Shang nodded to Winch and greeted him, saying that he had encountered some issues on the way, which caused a delay. Winch saw that Su Shang was unwilling to elaborate and did not ask further. Hancock interjected, "Don't worry, up the mountain there is just an old monster living there. He has already been tamed by us, and he will no longer harm you." Upon hearing this, all the clansmen present cheered, relieved that they no longer had to live in constant fear. At that moment, a short snake man stood up, visibly angry, and shouted, "Chief, since the old monster has been tamed, should we go up the mountain and capture him to avenge our people?" Yes, Chief, bring him down. The old monster has committed many evils, killing so many of our clansmen. He definitely cannot be let go easily. For years, that old monster has been using the red silk to rampage on this island, ruthlessly killing countless snake men. It is said that he would cut off the tails of the snake men each time, leaving their upper bodies exposed at the cave entrance. And while they were still conscious, he would drain all their blood. Just thinking about it is cruel. No wonder these snake men harbor such hatred for the old monster. The chief made a gesture for everyone to quiet down, then stepped forward and said, "I know that everyone is very angry about this, wishing to chop him into pieces. I feel the same way. The old monster has committed heinous crimes, and we absolutely cannot let him go easily." Then the chief looked at the 3 young snake men who had come down the mountain with Su Shang and said, "You should all know the exact location of the old monster, right? Now, take a few strong clansmen with you and go up the mountain to capture him." As soon as these words were spoken, many young and vigorous snake men in the tribe could not hold back and raise their hands to vote, eager to accompany the 3 young snake men to the mountain to capture that wicked old monster. The chief casually assigned a few strong snake men and then instructed, "You all go with them, but be careful. Although the old monster has been tamed, there might be other dangers on that mountain, so being cautious is always wise." The 3 young snake men quickly led their clansmen up the mountain, heading straight for the old monster's cave. The chief then led all the clansmen to perform the highest ceremony of their snake people to Su Shang and Hancock, thanking the Divine Lord and the Queen for rescuing their tribe from danger, allowing their descendants to see the light of day again. "Thank you, Divine Lord and Queen." All the snake people echoed in unison. Seeing this, Su Shang hurriedly stepped forward to help the old patriarch up, saying, "Old patriarch, there's no need to be so polite." Hancock also spoke up, "Everyone, please don't be so formal. This is what we should do. She is the queen of the snake people, and protecting her subjects is her duty as a queen." The old patriarch, with tears streaming down his face, reached out his wrinkled hand to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes and looked gratefully at Su Shang, saying, "Divine Lord, please come in. You must stay with us for a few more days so that we can show you our hospitality." Chapter 106, Su Shang's Guilt. Yes. Please stay a few more days so we can treat you well. Another tribesman hurriedly added. At that moment, an elderly snake person suddenly stepped forward, looked behind Su Shang, but did not see the person he was hoping to find, and worriedly said, "Divine Lord, my daughter Bai Jie didn't come back with you. Did she? She left me a letter saying she was going to find you." "Didn't she find you? Where could she have gone?" The elderly snake person said softly. Su Shang knew him. He was Bai Jie's elderly father, and they had met briefly before. The thought that Bai Jie had sacrificed herself to save him filled Su Shang with immense guilt. It was his incompetence that failed to protect Bai Jie, yet she had given her life to save him. "I'm sorry Bai Jie is gone," Su Shang said, filled with self-reproach. After hearing this, Bai Jie's father clearly found it hard to believe. His daughter had been fine when she left. How could she be dead? "Impossible, my daughter is still so young. How could she be gone?" "Lord of the heavens, this is no joking matter." The elderly man thought Su Shang was joking with him and forced a smile as he spoke. Su Shang knew that it would be difficult for anyone to accept this situation, and it was understandable that her father didn't believe it. She continued to explain, "Bai Jie, he did it to save me." However, Su Shang couldn't bring herself to say the rest. It was all his fault. Upon hearing this, her father's eyes turned red with anger. After all the effort he put into raising his daughter, how could she just be gone? The old clan leader also watched Bai Jie grow up and felt deeply saddened to hear that she had died at such a young age. Bai Jie's mother had passed away early, and her father had only her as a daughter. Now, he had to bury his child before him. Just thinking about it was heartbreaking. The old clan leader, Winch, looked sympathetically at Bai Jie's father, then walked over to him, patted his shoulder, and spoke to comfort him. "Alas, my old brother, once a person dies, they cannot come back. Please accept my condolences. After all, their daughter had sacrificed her life to save Su Shang. Su Shang didn't know what to say to comfort him, so she could only keep apologizing, saying, "I'm so sorry, uncle." After a long while, the father finally calmed down from his grief. Su Shang was his daughter's benefactor and the benefactor of their entire clan. He felt that no matter what, Su Shang should not apologize to him. No, Lord God, this is not your fault. Everything was my daughter's choice. It was her honor to sacrifice herself to save you. Moreover, you are already my daughter's benefactor. If it weren't for your appearance, she would have been the next to be sacrificed. It is you who allowed her to live this long, so we should thank you. The father's eyes were filled with sorrow and gratitude as he sobbed out these words. Hancock stepped forward, took Su Shang's hand, and looked at him with gentle eyes, as if comforting him not to feel so guilty. Su Shang couldn't help but tighten his grip on Hancock's hand, looking at the beautiful lady beside him, thinking to himself, "My wife is truly wonderful, always making me feel at ease." Then the old patriarch wench said, "All right, since we've all cleared things up, let's head inside. The Lord of the Gods and the Empress must have had a hard time on the way, so let's hurry in and rest for a bit." Su Shang actually didn't want to stay here for too long. He was anxious to head to Ice Fire Island to search for the traces of the celestial god. So he refused, saying, "We're in a hurry to get to the next stop, so we won't rest here." In fact, Hancock had been traveling for so long and also felt a bit tired, but no matter what choice Su Shang made, she would support him. Seeing Su Shang eager to go to Ice Fire Island, she nodded to the old chief and said, "Chief, we will take our leave now. If there is a chance to meet again, please treat us well." Upon hearing this, the old chief looked a bit anxious and hurriedly urged, "Celestial Lord, Queen, are you really in such a hurry? I see the day is already late. How about leaving tomorrow?" "Yes, it's getting late. The Queen must be tired as well. Let us rest on our island tonight and leave tomorrow," the old father, with red eyes, quickly said as he saw them about to leave. "Exactly. Who knows when we will meet again? Let us treat the Celestial Lord well tonight," a thin snake person said sincerely. In fact, Su Shang was powerful and not afraid of traveling at night, but hearing how warm and hospitable the people of Snake Man Island were, and not knowing when they would meet again, he thought about it and nodded to the old chief, saying, "Since the tribesmen are so warmly inviting, then I will respectfully accept." Among the group, someone started to cheer, shouting, "Oh yeah? The Celestial Lord has agreed. What are you all waiting for? Hurry back and bring out your best food and drink." Upon hearing this, the tribesmen rushed back to their homes. An old woman, smiling, said to another snake person beside her, "I have peach blossom wine that's over 10 years old. It's delicious. I need to hurry back and get it for the Celestial Lord and the Queen to taste." The person beside her joked, "Wow, Iron Rooster is actually being so generous this time. It's quite rare. I just wonder if I can get a little sip of the Celestial Lord's wine." The old woman immediately stopped smiling and distanced herself from the snake person who said this. "I knew you were always thinking about my peach blossom wine." The two gradually walked away while chatting and laughing. Soon, only 3 people were left at the foot of the mountain. The chief felt very proud seeing his tribesmen being so hospitable, so he was quite pleased. "Celestial Lord, let's go in quickly." Saying this, he walked ahead, leading Su Shang and Hancock inside. On the way, Su Shang held Hancock's hand, suddenly leaned close to her, and whispered in her ear, "Wife, you were injured in the fight earlier, and I think you must be tired, so I didn't discuss it with you and just decided to rest here for the night before continuing our journey. I hope you won't be angry." Hancock could clearly feel Su Shang's warm breath by her ear, and her face instantly flushed. She pushed against his solid chest, hoping he wouldn't lean so close to her. Chapter 107. The warm hospitality of the snake. People, how could I be angry? No matter what decision you make, I will respect you, support you, and always be your strong backing. What do you want to do? Just go ahead and do it. After hearing these words, Su Shang felt warm inside. He didn't expect his once cold-as-ice wife to say such affectionate words. It was truly incredible. "Wife, don't say that. If you do, I won't be able to resist." Hancock's strength wasn't that great to begin with, and after pushing for a while, Su Shang not only didn't move away but actually got even closer. Compared to Su Shang, Hancock was obviously more innocent, so she didn't understand Su Shang's meaning. Furrowing her brows, she asked in confusion, "What can't you resist?" Su Shang saw that his wife didn't understand, chuckled lightly, and then mischievously said, "Of course, I can't help but want to have a taste of your beauty." Hancock was taken aback by this remark, her face instantly turning as red as a big apple. She felt extremely embarrassed and looked up at the old patriarch leading the way, relieved to see that he hadn't noticed their conversation. Su Shang noticed all the little actions of his wife. He reached out and lightly scraped Hancock's high nose bridge, smiling as he said, "My wife is so cute." I really hope it gets dark soon, so we can rest early. Hancock was momentarily stunned by his teasing, and she shyly lowered her head, unsure of how to respond to his words. She thought to herself, I really don't know how he can be so thick-skinned. Soon, they arrived at the old chief's home. The old chief, Winge, led them to the house they had stayed in before. Before they left, the old chief asked, Lord God, how is the Empress's injury? In fact, he had already noticed Hancock's chaotic aura when they were at the foot of the mountain, and he suspected she must have been seriously injured. There were too many people just now, so he didn't feel it was appropriate to ask. When Su Sheng heard his question, he didn't intend to hide it from him and explained, the Empress has been injured by the celestial and dragon people. But she has already taken medicine and will recover after some adjustment. When Winge heard Su Sheng say this, he let out a slight sigh of relief. He certainly didn't want anything to happen to the Empress on his territory. As long as there's nothing wrong, then you all rest for a while. I'll come to call you for dinner later. After saying this, Winge retreated and thoughtfully closed the door. Soon night fell, and a huge bonfire was lit in the center of Snake Man Island. Families brought out their delicious food and placed it together for everyone to enjoy. When everything was almost ready, the old clan leader came to the courtyard where Su Sheng and the others were, gently knocking on the door, saying, Divine Lord, Empress, are you awake? Everyone is waiting outside. Winge's rough and aged voice accompanied his knocking. In such a short time, Su Sheng hadn't actually fallen asleep. He just rested for a bit. Hearing the old clan leader's voice, he got up, opened the door, and smiled. We're awake. We'll be right over. Hancock, having sustained a little injury, surprisingly managed to fall asleep instantly. Upon hearing the noise, she also got up, put on her shoes, and simply tidied her clothes. Let's hurry, so we don't keep them waiting. Hancock walked to Su Sheng's side and said to him. Su Sheng saw that his wife had woken up, reached out to tidy her somewhat messy hair, and then said, well, it looks much better this way. Let's go. After speaking, Su Sheng naturally took Hancock's little hand and walked towards the center of the island. Along the way, they encountered many people from the island, who warmly greeted Su Sheng and Hancock, saying, Lord God, hello. Your Majesty, hello. Although Su Sheng and Hancock did not remember who they were, they still politely responded, hello. Suddenly, a child from somewhere ran in front of Su Sheng holding some food, filled with admiration, and looked at Su Sheng saying, Lord God, you are my God. Su Sheng was amused by this statement. She squatted down and reached out to touch the child's fluffy hair, asking him, how'd I become your God? The child, with sincere eyes and a babyish voice, replied, because you're amazing. When Su Sheng cut through all those terrifying red threads on the island, he had watched the entire process clearly from below, especially since Su Sheng also dispelled the darkness for them. This move directly won the child's heart. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng chuckled lightly and said without any modesty, haha, I know I'm amazing. Hancock shot him a glare from the side, thinking to herself, really, can't he be a little more reserved? I really don't know what his face is made of. How could it be so thick? The adorable little child then held out the food in their hands and said, Lord Celestial, Lady Empress, these are the cookies I made myself for you. Su Sheng looked at the small child in front of him in shock, unable to believe as he asked, did you make this? You're so small. And you can make cookies? The child, feeling a bit shy, stretched out his chubby little hand, scratched his head, and said softly, I made it, but it looks a bit ugly. I hope the great deity won't mind. Su Sheng took the cookie from his hand without any disdain, broke it in half, gave one half to Hancock next to her, and put the other half in her mouth. Not bad. It's quite tasty, little brother. You're really great. When I was your age, I could only cry loudly. The cookie was actually a bit salty. It seemed to be a confused salt for sugar. However, to avoid hurting the child's confidence, she still forced herself to praise him. Hancock took a small bite, nodded slightly after tasting it, and said, not bad. The taste is good. Keep it up. The little boy was very happy to hear their praise and bounced off to find his mother. Su Sheng quickly saw the old patriarch directing the arrangement of food and items with Hancock. They walked over hand in hand, and the old patriarch hurried over, smiling as he said, Lord Deity, Your Majesty the Queen, you have come. Please take a seat. The old patriarch arranged their seats at the highest place, which not only symbolized respect for them, but also represented their status. Chapter 108, The Banquet. Su Sheng and Hancock had just taken their seats when many people came forward to present their delicacies. Great deity, this is my homemade peach blossom wine. Please have a taste. An old woman walked up slowly, holding a large wine jar in both hands. Seeing this, Su Sheng hurriedly wanted to take the heavy wine jar from her hand, but was rejected by the old woman. No need, Your Excellency. Don't be fooled by my old age. I'm still quite strong. After saying this, she insisted on pouring wine for Su Sheng and Hancock. Although Hancock was the queen of the snake people, she did not put on airs at all. She quickly picked up a wine glass and extended her slender hand to pass the silver cup over. The old woman joyfully filled their glasses with wine and then said, "Thank you, Your Excellency, thank you, Your Majesty, for avenging my son." It turned out that the old woman's son had recently been sacrificed alive to an old monster, had his tail cut off, and was drained of blood, leaving him in pieces. Su Sheng's appearance allowed her son's great revenge to be fulfilled. So how could the old woman not be grateful? "You don't have to be so polite. Protecting the people is my duty," Hancock said sincerely, looking at the elderly woman with a smile. Then, under the old woman's gaze, Su Sheng slowly picked up the wine glass from the table, took a gentle sip, and smiled as he said, "Not bad. The flavor is fragrant and the taste is good." Hearing this, the old woman beamed with joy, placed the jar of wine on the table in front of Su Sheng, and then turned back to look at Su Sheng and Her Majesty with gratitude every few steps. After a long while, she finally walked back to her seat. After the old woman left, the old patriarch stepped forward, stroking his tuft of gray beard, and laughed. I really didn't expect the old lady to part with such a big jar of wine. I'm a bit unaccustomed to it." It was known that usually, when the old patriarch wanted to taste the old woman's 20-year-old brew, he would have to make an appointment for a long time just to have a small cup. This shows that the old woman was truly grateful to them. "This wine is rare. I must taste it well." After finishing, the old patriarch picked up his wine glass and quietly poured himself a full cup. He then enjoyed it all in one go, exclaiming, good wine, what delight." At that moment, another person approached with a jar of wine, a stranger whom Su Sheng had never seen before. But it was clear that the patriarch recognized him. Wenj was visibly surprised to see the newcomer. Dragging his weary body forward, he asked, "Hey Xiao Na, why are you here alone? Where's your elder?" The person called Xiao Na was a boy of about 12 or 13 years old, with very beautiful Danfeng eyes. But he was clearly a bit shy and didn't dare to speak loudly. "I came by myself. My mother is sick," Xiao Na stammered, due to nervousness. She couldn't come to personally thank Your Excellency and Your Majesty, and felt very guilty about it. "So she sent me to offer this rice wine as an apology and to show our gratitude." The boy was worried that Su Sheng would be angry, so he mustered his courage and explained all this in one breath. After listening, Su Sheng walked over to Xiao Na, reached out to touch his little head, and said gently, "It's okay. Let your mother take care of her health." After saying this, he took out a bottle of pills from his pocket that could strengthen the body and also serve as a complete tonic. Although these pills were not as good as elixirs, they were much more effective than ordinary medicine. He handed them to Xiao Na with a slight smile and said softly, "Xiao Na, these are some pills that can make your body healthier, a gift for your mother." Upon hearing this, Xiao Na's beautiful eyes instantly turned red. He overcame his inner fear and looked up at Su Sheng's handsome face, thinking to himself, the Divine Lord is not only powerful, but also so gentle. At this thought, his face turned crimson. Xiao Na sniffed hard, trying to hold back his tears, then shook his head and said firmly, No. The Divine Lord has already helped us a lot. I absolutely cannot accept such precious medicine again." Su Sheng saw him refuse and immediately put on a stern face, coldly saying, "If you're not going to take this medicine, then you can leave. Take this wine back with you as well." The meaning of Su Sheng is already very clear. "If you don't accept my medicine, I won't take your wine either. That's fair." This rice wine was brought by Xiao Na's mother for him to deliver to the great deity and Her Majesty the Empress. If he were to take it back unchanged, his mother would probably be very angry. Her health was already poor, and if she got upset over this, it wouldn't be worth it, Xiao Na thought to himself silently. All right, then let's make a trade. Both of them had stubborn personalities, and they had been at a standstill for a long time. Xiao Na would take a step back, as if he had made some determination, and said. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng smiled satisfactorily, stuffing the medicine bottle into Xiao Na's hands while also taking the jar of rice wine from him. That's more like it. Su Sheng reached out to pat Xiao Na's little head and praised him. Xiao Na felt a bit shy from the pat, scratched his own head, and then said goodbye to them before turning to run away. The old clan leader looked at Xiao Na's departing figure with sympathy, his tone carrying a hint of sadness as he spoke. Alas, that child Xiao Na is truly pitiful. His family's living conditions are not good. His father passed away early, and his mother is bedridden. Fortunately, he is sensible and has taken on the heavy burden of the family at such a young age. Alas, I wonder if his seriously ill mother can survive this winter. If not, this child will likely become an orphan. The old clan leader added with a sigh. After listening, Su Sheng suddenly felt that the wine jar in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds, almost suffocating him. He looked down at the wine jar and thought to himself, could this be all their wealth? Usually, they must have been reluctant to even take a sip, yet now they're giving me the entire jar. Su Sheng carefully filled the cups for the three of them, then raised his glass to take a sip, saying, this rice wine may not compare to the old woman's peach blossom brew, but it's still quite good. Although this rice wine was made from the most ordinary coarse rice and grains, Su Sheng found it incredibly sweet and delicious. Chapter 109. Setting sail after a hearty meal, they began their midnight revelry. A group of young boys and girls gathered around the bonfire, singing and dancing, having a great time. Soon, the night of merriment came to an end. The banquet concluded, and Su Sheng and Hancock each returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Su Sheng woke up early. He went to the door next door and knocked on Hancock's door, saying, honey, hurry up and get up. We're about to set off. If you don't come out soon, I'll just leave by myself. Hancock suddenly opened the door. She had gone to bed quite late the night before, so her eyes were swollen. She glared fiercely at the nonchalant Su Sheng and coldly said, humph, you think you can get rid of me? Su Sheng looked at the charming person who had just woken up in front of him and chuckled. Ha, then you better keep close, or if you get lost, I won't go looking for you. After saying that, Su Sheng turned and walked outside. Hancock rubbed his still sleepy eyes, shook his head vigorously to stay awake, and then followed after him. Last night, Su Sheng had already informed the old chief that they would leave quietly this morning, so there was no need for them to come and see them off. However, when Su Sheng and Hancock arrived at the shore of the small island, they found that the chief had already led all the tribesmen to wait there, though they didn't know when that had happened. Seeing the scene, Su Sheng showed a look of surprise. He remembered telling the chief that they would leave quietly, so why was everyone here in an orderly manner? Chief, Su Sheng began, but was interrupted by the old chief. Oh, great God! How can we not come to see you off? Winch said, yes, this is the boat we prepared for the great God and the Empress, along with some dry food for the journey. The road may be long, and this is all we can do. We hope the great God will not find it lacking and will accept it. The old chief said on behalf of all the tribesmen. Su Sheng knew that this was a small token of their appreciation, so he did not continue to decline. He thanked the clan leader and the clansmen. After saying goodbye once more, Su Sheng and Hancock boarded the ship heading to Ice Fire Island. At that moment, far away on Ice Fire Island, the most intense battle in history was taking place, with Akainu and Aokiji competing for the position of admiral. Akainu looked at Aokiji with disdain and said, if you admit defeat now and willingly withdraw from this competition for admiral, perhaps I can consider our many years of friendship and let you off the hook. In truth, although they had worked together for many years and often disagreed, it was impossible to say there were no feelings between them. If it weren't for their fierce competition for this position, they might have become good brothers. It was precisely because they had spent so many years together that Aokiji understood Akainu's character better. Therefore, this position of admiral must not fall into his hands. Otherwise, the world would likely be thrown into chaos again. It's impossible for me to admit defeat. I can give up this position, but you can't have it either, Aokiji said calmly. His indifferent attitude infuriated Akainu. Akainu, no longer caring about their past friendship, gritted his teeth and said, then I will fight until you admit defeat. Although Aokiji didn't want to cause trouble, he wasn't one to back down either. Since Akainu wanted to fight, he would oblige. If you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Akainu shouted at Aokiji, Dogtooth, Red Lotus. In an instant, lava transformed into thick arms, becoming a giant dog form that rushed towards Aokiji. Aokiji was equally unyielding and shouted, Icebird. As the words fell, a chilling aura began to emanate from his body, quickly condensing into a massive icebird that charged forward, dealing extensive damage wherever it went. The two forces quickly collided in the air, exploding in opposite directions and creating dazzling red and blue lights, a beautiful sight. However, both were in the midst of a fierce battle and had no time to appreciate such a beautiful scene. With his first attack missing, Akainu shouted again, Watch my meteor volcano. After saying this, Akainu swung his fists in the air, unleashing countless massive lava fists. As the lava fell to the ground, it instantly turned the earth into a sea of lava. Wherever the lava went, nothing grew, showcasing the overwhelming power of Akainu's meteor volcano. It was said that if this meteor volcano hit an enemy, it would have a certain chance to attach a flammable mark, subsequently increasing the fire damage to the target, and weaker enemies could be killed in one hit. However, Aokiji was no weakling. Facing Akainu's deadly attack, he showed no fear and calmly said, Frozen moment sealing chamber. The cold air surrounding Aokiji all concentrated in his hands. With a slight exertion, the cold quickly condensed, forming numerous ice shards. Aokiji faced the flames flying towards him, leaped lightly, and shouted in the air, "Ice shards, go." The ice shards flew towards the flames as if they had eyes, with some even making a 90-degree turn in midair to chase their target. All the ice shards struck Akanu's meteor volcano. They were both among the 3 major generals under the warring states, with comparable strength, so Aokiji easily neutralized Akanu's 2 powerful moves. This made Akanu's mood, much like his fiery nature, burn even hotter. Furious, Akainu exclaimed, "Aokiji, why do you have to oppose me? Wouldn't it be better if you voluntarily withdrew?" Aokiji's patience had worn thin. He coldly looked at the irrational Akainu before him and said, "I still stand by my words. The position of admiral absolutely cannot fall into your hands." Akainu was confused, unable to understand why Aokiji was so stubborn. Why? Why stop me? I want to be admiral to uphold justice. Don't you always talk about upholding justice? Akainu continued. Aokiji snorted coldly. Justice? You're even qualified to speak of justice? You probably haven't even figured out what justice is up to this point. Your so-called justice is too extreme. Sooner or later, people will suffer immensely. And I absolutely cannot let that day come. Chapter 110 Ice Fire Island Battle. Akainu, already angry, was now fuming like a powder keg, grumbling, "I don't know what justice is. How could I not know? Extreme? That's just your one-sided opinion. The justice I uphold cannot possibly be disliked by anyone. I love this government. I love this world. How could I bear to let it fall into chaos?" He added, "And what qualifications do you have to point fingers at me? Just you?" After saying this, Akainu completely lost his rationality. He could no longer think calmly. After finishing his words, he no longer gave Aokiji a chance to respond and directly charged at him to engage in a brawl. Meanwhile, in the vast sea, a ship was drifting, and on the ship stood 2 people, one stunningly beautiful and the other handsome and elegant. These 2 were Su Sheng and Hancock, who had set out on their journey. Hancock's injury had not yet healed, and after staying at the bow of the ship with Su Sheng in the cold wind for a long time, she suddenly had a relapse, coughing heavily, cough, cough, cough. Su Sheng quickly took off his coat and draped it over Hancock's shoulders. Then, frowning, he spoke with unmistakable concern in his voice, "If you're sick, you shouldn't be out in the cold." Hancock naturally detected the concern in his tone and knew he wasn't really angry, so she smiled at Su Sheng and said, "Oh, I'm really fine, and I just wanted to spend more time with you, so please don't be mad." The usually aloof queen, at this moment facing Su Sheng, surprisingly spoke with a hint of a spoiled tone. Su Sheng heard this, and his brows relaxed a little, but he still said coldly, "No, you should go back and rest. This journey is quite long, and if you get sick, I will have to be distracted taking care of you." After saying this, he noticed that she was still standing in place, looking at Su Sheng with affectionate eyes, showing no intention of leaving. Su Sheng sighed helplessly, finally taking her hand and saying, "Sigh, I really can't do anything about you. Let's go, I'll go back with you." At this moment, Hancock was extremely happy. Like an 18-year-old girl, innocent and adorable. Su Sheng felt that she didn't resemble a snake at all. Instead, she was more like a fox. Otherwise, why was it that she often found herself unable to handle her and frequently fell under her spell? Just a short while after they boarded the ship, they both felt a bit unsteady all over. Su Sheng looked at Hancock beside him and asked, "Dear, do you feel the ship swaying a bit?" Hancock was completely focused on Su Sheng, so she naturally didn't notice the external movement. She shook her head and said, "I don't feel anything." Hearing this, Su Sheng felt puzzled. Could it be that he was mistaken? That couldn't be possible. Soon after, the ship began to sway violently. This time, Hancock truly felt it. She nervously grasped Su Sheng's hand and said, "I really felt it. The ship is rocking." Without her saying anything, Su Sheng already knew the ship was swaying, as the items on the table inside had all rolled to the floor. Unsure of what was happening, Su Sheng thought about going outside to check. "You stay here. I will take a look." Hancock grabbed his hand and said, "No, I will accompany you." Su Sheng didn't know what dangers were outside, so after thinking for a moment, he decided it would be safer to keep Hancock by his side. "All right, then stay close to me." Su Sheng nodded in agreement and continued speaking. The 2 of them held hands again and walked out. As soon as they opened the door, Su Sheng felt a cold wind blow in, chilling to the bone. Hancock beside him shivered and couldn't help but tighten her clothes to keep warm. Su Sheng looked up at the sky not far away and saw dark clouds covering the area, dense and heavy. He thought to himself, this is not good. Such a large expanse of dark clouds might be a sign that a storm is about to arrive. On this vast and boundless sea, A storm is no joke. If things get serious, it could very well lead to capsizing. Sigh. We might encounter a storm, Su Shang said in a low voice. Hancock had heard about the seriousness of storms before, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. What should we do then? Although Su Shang was also worried about capsizing, he appeared to be incredibly calm compared to Hancock. It's okay. We'll face whatever comes our way. If we really fall into the water, I can give you a protective diamond shield, so we're not afraid of the water. Therefore, the storm isn't that scary, right? Su Shang comforted. Upon hearing Su Shang's words, Hancock instantly felt that the storm wasn't so frightening after all. She happily looked around and soon spotted a magnificent sight. Unable to help but exclaim, "Wow, look over there." Su Shang followed her gaze and was surprised to find a large whirlpool not far away, which was being pushed towards them by the direction of the wind. Su Shang's eyes were filled with a hint of fear. Could this be a waterspout? He had heard earlier that the dangers at sea were endless, and with one careless move, one could lose their life. Among the most perilous things at sea, this waterspout was probably one of the worst. It was said that this tornado could sweep a person thousands of miles away, and by the time they were caught up in it, they would already be dead. Some even claimed that such a whirlwind could swap people's souls, thus exchanging their lives. However, all of this was just what Su Shang had read in books, and he wasn't sure about its truth. Hancock had initially been comforted by Su Shang's few words, but at that moment, the tension surged back, even more intense than before. A waterspout at sea? Will we meet our end here? Hancock asked anxiously. Su Shang wasn't very sure either. Whether they could survive probably depended on luck. But Su Shang had never resigned himself to fate. Don't worry with me around. You won't die. Su Shang's words pierced deeply into Hancock's heart like a stabilizing needle, calming her significantly. I believe in you. Hancock smiled faintly at Su Shang and then added in her heart, whether to live together or die together. As long as you are here, I am not afraid. Su Shang watched as the ship drew closer to the whirlpool. He ran to the ship's steering wheel and tried with all his might to turn the vessel away from the endless vortex. However, the night wind was strong, and despite his efforts, he was unsuccessful. Hancock, seeing this, quickly said, I'll help you. Chapter 111. Danger at sea. The two of them struggled, but their efforts seemed futile. They were unable to change the ship's direction and were instead getting closer to the whirlpool. Hancock's expression was tense, and she couldn't help but look at Su Shang, saying, What should we do? We're getting closer to the whirlpool, and if this continues, our ship will capsize. Su Shang's eyes were fixed on the waterspout approaching him, and he let out a deep sigh in his heart. This must be classified as a natural disaster. There's no way to escape it relying solely on human strength. He somehow produced a rope, tied one end around his waist and the other around Hancock's waist, and then said with a smile, Now that we're tied together like this, we don't have to worry about losing each other. Hancock was also affected by his carefree attitude. Even though danger was right in front of them, she felt no tension at all. She playfully smiled at Su Shang and said, Hee hee. Well then, doesn't this count as a fateful connection? Too bad it's not a red string. Upon hearing this, Su Shang raised an eyebrow and smiled, then asked wife, Do you really want to be tied to me so badly? Hancock snorted lightly and glared at him, her gaze seemingly saying, Don't you know how I feel? Why ask? The two of them stood at the bow of the ship, hand in hand. Su Shang noticed that the whirlpool was getting closer, and turning to Hancock, he said, We can't wait any longer. If we jump off the ship now, our chances of survival might be greater. His eyes were as beautiful as obsidian, and Su Shang was captivated, quietly staring at Hancock before asking, Aren't you afraid? Hancock felt as if his eyes had some magical power, drawing her in deeply. Even in such a dangerous situation, she felt a sense of security. She shook her head seriously, her gaze clearly telling Su Shang, I told you with you here, I'm not afraid. Su Shang then quickly formed a hand seal in the air and shouted, Vajra shield. Soon, a golden protective shield appeared around him and Hancock, allowing them to breathe freely underwater and communicate easily. After doing all this, they held hands tightly, exchanged a smile, and jumped into the water in one seamless motion. Thanks to the protective shield, walking underwater wasn't difficult at all. They swam hard to navigate around the sea tornado and moved forward. Normally, in such terrifying weather, there shouldn't be any fierce aquatic creatures near a tornado, but who could have guessed that there actually were? From a distance, Su Shang saw a school of fish swimming towards them. At first, he didn't pay much attention and said to Hancock beside him, Look, so many fish. How spectacular. However, gradually, Su Shang sensed something was off as the fish swam closer and closer, and their size grew larger. Finally, Su Shang clearly saw the fish ahead and shouted, Oh no, it's a shark. Upon hearing shark, The fear in Hancock's eyes was unmistakable. She nervously clenched her fists and said, "Ah, shark? We should swim faster." Su Shang nodded in agreement and, while speaking, involuntarily quickened his pace. Closer, closer, they were getting nearer. Both Hancock and Su Shang were very tense, entering a state of readiness. They passed through, and surprisingly, they had passed. Hancock was puzzled as to why these sharks weren't attacking them. After the sharks swam by, countless small fish followed behind them. Su Shang was also very curious and turned to look back. It was a shock when he saw that at some point, the waterspout had actually adjusted its direction and was rapidly heading towards them. "Not good, let's go." Su Shang shouted loudly, reaching out to wrap his arms around Hancock's waist, trying to swim faster with her. But even if Su Shang swam as fast as he couldn't match the speed of the waterspout. With a loud scream from Hancock, they unfortunately got engulfed by the tornado. Su Shang tightened his grip, holding Hancock closely in his arms as they faced this dangerous situation together. The power of the waterspout was immense, not only sucking the two of them into the vortex, but also pulling in debris from the sea, including some broken ships, planks, and fish that couldn't escape. Some unknown objects flew towards them. Su Shang didn't know what they were, but he tightened his hold on Hancock, attempting to shield her with his body. Bang! That really hurt. Su Shang grunted, then couldn't help but curse. Due to the tornado's high speed, the unknown objects were also moving quickly, and when they struck Su Shang, the impact was overwhelming. Fortunately, Su Shang had the protection of the indestructible barrier, which prevented him from being knocked out. Hearing him grunt, Hancock anxiously asked, "Are you okay? Where are you hurt?" Su Shang gritted her teeth and endured the pain, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Are you okay?" Su Shang continued to ask with concern. Hancock felt like her brain was about to explode. When she opened her eyes, she only felt that there were two Su Shangs in front of her. She struggled to hold back the dizziness and said, "I'm so dizzy, so dizzy." After saying that, Hancock could no longer hold on and fainted. Su Shang lowered her head and softly called out, Wife Hancock, wake up, please wake up. How could you faint at a time like this?" "You really know how to pick your moments," Su Shang thought to herself. There was no other choice. Su Shang could only tightly hold Hancock and silently say, "I absolutely cannot faint. I absolutely cannot." However, the tornado was spinning too fast, and after an unknown amount of time, Su Shang could no longer hold on. He used the rope on his body to tightly bind the two of them together, then slowly closed his eyes and said, "So many jars, so much money, I'm so dizzy." After saying that, he completely passed out. The tornado spun over the sea for an unknown length of time before it finally stopped. When Su Shang woke up again, he found that they were already on shore. "Where's Hancock?" He quickly looked around and saw Hancock beside him. She was still unconscious. He reached out and pushed her body, saying, "Wife, wake up, wake up." Chapter 112. Arrival at Ice and Fire Island. The protective diamond shield had broken at some point, and seawater was stuck to Hancock's eyelashes. She had also choked on a few mouthfuls of water. She coughed lightly twice and slowly opened her eyes, asking, "Huh? What's wrong?" Su Shang reached out to help Hancock sit up. Hancock clearly had a headache and felt a bit disoriented. She gently tapped her head a couple of times, and then a wave of memories flooded back to her. She remembered that there had just been a tornado, and then they were caught in this vortex. After which, she fainted and couldn't remember anything until she woke up here on the shore. Su Shang saw his expression and knew that she must have remembered something. She then stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and reached out her hand to Hancock, saying, "Come on, let me help you up." Hancock had been floating in the water for so long that her lips had turned a bit pale and her fingers were swollen from being soaked. She placed her hand in Su Shang's large hand, and with a strong pull, he helped her up. After drifting at sea for so long and not knowing where they had ended up, she turned her head to look around, then looked back at Su Shang and asked, Do you know where this is?" Su Shang then began to notice the island. After looking around, he uncertainly said, "This seems to be Ice and Fire Island. If that's the case, then this is the island they are looking for." However, after the 10 days and nights of battle between Akainu and Akiji, the climate change on the island has completely altered its original appearance, and this is the origin of Ice and Fire Island. Hancock, upon hearing this, became very excited. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? She then happily looked at Su Shang and said, "Isn't this the island we are looking for? I didn't expect that the tornado would directly take us to our destination." Hancock continued to add, Su Shang had just said maybe, without certainty. He helplessly looked at Hancock, who had only heard half of what he said, and shrugged, then said, "Don't get too excited. I just said maybe it might not be that way. Let's go inside and take a look." Su Shang supported Hancock and walked towards the interior of the island. At first, they found the environment on the island fairly pleasant. But the deeper they went, the more they noticed something was off. The surrounding plants were all withered. Furthermore, it should be the season for flowers to bloom. But all the flowers on the island were wilted. Su Sheng knew that things were definitely not this simple. He cautiously said, "Something is wrong here. There might be danger inside. Let's be careful." "Yes, I understand," Hancock replied obediently, nodding her head. The two continued walking forward. Su Sheng's senses were much sharper than others. So from a distance, he heard the sounds of intense fighting. He then stopped to listen carefully. Hancock also halted, looking at Su Sheng in confusion, and asked what's wrong. Su Sheng placed his index finger on his lips and gestured to Hancock, indicating for her to be quiet. He listened carefully, strange sounds drifting into his ears. Bang, bang. Puff, puff. He continued to listen and heard a man saying, "Haha, Akiji, how much longer do you think you can hold on? Ha ha, I'm about to win." This time, Su Sheng understood clearly. Akiji win? These sensitive words struck Su Sheng's mind, and he instantly realized that during this time period in One Piece, Akiji and Akainu were likely in a fierce battle on Punk Hazard. So, this must be Punk Hazard without a doubt. And the clues he was looking for regarding the god were also on this island. Thinking of this, he became incredibly excited. Hancock, not knowing what was happening, asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you so happy?" "I've confirmed it. This is the island we were looking for, and I just heard someone fighting ahead. Let's go watch," Su Sheng said firmly. After saying this, he lifted his foot and slowly walked towards the sound of the fighting. Hancock was puzzled. If there was a fight, shouldn't they stay far away? Why would they want to go watch? However, since Su Sheng didn't elaborate, she didn't ask any further questions and jogged to catch up with him. The battle between Akainu and Akiji was one of the most famous battles in One Piece. Su Sheng felt incredibly lucky to witness such an intense and spectacular fight. Since they had stumbled upon it, how could they not watch? Not far away, on two tall stone pillars, stood two strong men, both injured. One was enveloped in flames, while the other was wrapped in ice. Neither of them was in good shape. The ice and fire elements were inherently opposed, and after a long battle, both fighters were already exhausted. Akainu's eyelashes were frozen solid. He thrived in heat, and in such a cold environment, he could hardly endure it. Shivering, Akainu spoke in a stammering voice, "You're going to lose. I'm about to become the fleet admiral." Ha ha ha. After saying this, Akainu forcefully sniffed. Akiji was not in much better condition. His clothes were burned to tatters, and he stood there in rags, yet his tone showed no sign of fear. "As long as I'm alive, you will never become fleet admiral," he retorted. "Why are you so stubborn?" This was the most complete sentence Akainu had spoken so far. Akiji snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. He looked at Akainu and continued. "The one who is stubborn from beginning to end is you." After finishing, Akiji leaped into the air and shouted, "Freezing moment." He then kicked fiercely at Akainu's chest. Caught off guard, Akainu was taken by surprise, and Akiji unleashed all his cold air, directing it at Akainu. The moment the cold air hit the ground, it caused some damage to Akainu. After falling to the ground, Akainu covered his chest with his hands, looking in great pain, before bursting into flames and roaring, "Magma fruit." The flames shot straight towards Akiji. Seeing this, Akiji attempted to dodge, but his speed was a bit slow, and his leg was accidentally burned. Akiji was violently thrown to the ground, holding his leg and screaming, "Ah!" Chapter 113. Su Sheng watches the battle. Su Sheng heard the scream from a distance, and thought to himself, "Is it that intense?" Then, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Hancock, seeing this, hurriedly followed suit. The further they went inside, the more they felt the weather changing rapidly. One moment, it was like being scorched under the blazing sun, and the next it seemed like they were on eternal ice. Su Sheng and Hancock were also having a tough time. The weather kept fluctuating between hot and cold, and they didn't know whether to take off or put on their coats. They approached, sweating profusely, and then squatted behind a dusty stone, watching everything unfold before them. Hancock nudged Su Sheng with his elbow and said, "Wow, how long do you think they've been fighting for it to end up like this?" Shinji's face was completely dark, and blood was streaming down his legs. As for Akainu, he was completely frozen. If he weren't still moving, he would probably be mistaken for an ice statue. His chest wound was particularly severe. Su Sheng had seen anime before, and he estimated in his heart that it had probably been 9 days and nights of fighting. There should still be 2 days and nights left until a winner is determined between the two. They have been fighting for 9 days and nights, Su Sheng said excitedly. After hearing this, Hancock showed a look of surprise on her face. She covered her mouth with her fair hand, her eyes wide open. Looking incredulously at the 2 injured people in front of her, softly murmuring, 9 days and nights. Have they really been fighting for so long? With such a long fight without a winner, how terrifying must their strength be? Hancock continued, expressing her difficulty in imagining the kind of perseverance these two must have to last until now. So who are they? Hancock asked further. Su Shang's eyes were fixed on the two big figures in front of him, Aokiji and Akainu. Previously, when Su Shang came to the island, he had sold jars, and he clearly remembered that Akainu and Aokiji had terrible luck, opening 10 jars, and almost all of them being white. Hancock was even more shocked upon hearing the names of these two. Earlier, she had heard that there were 3 great generals under Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kazu, all of whom were extraordinarily powerful, able to take on hundreds by themselves. She never expected that today she would have the fortune to witness a battle between the 2 great generals, Akainu and Aokiji. It seemed that this trip was not in vain, Hancock thought to herself. Still in a state of shock, Hancock didn't even notice anything unusual about Su Shang. After a long time, Hancock finally calmed down, full of confusion, and looked at Su Shang beside her, asking, strange, how did you know? How did you know they fought for 9 days and nights? You've obviously been with me these past few days. Su Shang was just too excited and blurted out everything he knew, not even realizing it himself. And now he was being questioned by Hancock. Su Shang's forehead was dripping with sweat, and he couldn't tell if it was from nervousness, heat, or cold sweat. He reached up to wipe the sweat from his forehead, his mind racing, and then awkwardly said, I actually guessed. Hancock laughed lightly upon hearing this, and the tense atmosphere instantly disappeared without a trace. She looked at Su Shang and said, I told you. How could you possibly know? Turns out it was a guess. I was just asking, look how nervous you are. Haha. Hancock observed Su Shang's actions, but didn't think much of it. At that moment, Su Shang reached out and pressed Hancock's head down, whispering in her ear, don't make a sound, or they'll find out. Akainu, holding his chest, staggered his feet, and said fiercely, you're about to lose. You're going to lose soon. Aokiji's leg was still bleeding. He quickly used his ice fruit powers to freeze the blood on his leg. After doing this, he stopped the bleeding, but when he tried to stand up with great effort, he found that his leg hurt severely and he couldn't stand at all. Seeing this, Akainu burst into laughter. Haha. Give it up. You've become a cripple. How could the admiral let a useless person take charge? Look at you. You don't even have the strength to stand. How can you stop me? How can you defeat me? Akainu mocked. Laughing too hard caused Akainu to aggravate his internal injury. He covered his chest with his hand, looking very pained, and then spat out a mouthful of blood poo. Aokiji, seeing this, snorted coldly, you laugh at me, but aren't you the same? You're injured like this. How can you have the nerve to mock me here? The two exchanged barbs for a moment before starting to fight again. Aokiji was best at jumping, but now that his leg was injured, his abilities were greatly diminished. However, Akainu wasn't in much better shape. He was hit in the chest by Aokiji's palm and suffered severe internal injuries, causing him to face serious backlash whenever he used his powers. Therefore, in the subsequent battles, neither of them used their best skills, but they still exerted all their strength, trying to bring the other to their doom. On one side, the battle was fierce, while on the other side, Sengoku sat leisurely in a chair, sipping tea, and asked the Navy in front of him, how's the battle going? After all, he only had 3 admirals under him, and with the other 2 admirals locked in a fierce fight, it was impossible for him, as the leader, not to be aware of it. He just tacitly allowed it. The Navy reported seriously what he saw, stating that, overall, there was still no winner. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cleverness flashed in Sengoku's eyes, thinking, as expected of the fierce generals under me, they've been fighting for so long without a winner. He then sighed, hoping that neither of these fierce generals would die. But unfortunately, there could only be one position of admiral, and they could only fight to the death. Besides the flash of cleverness in his eyes, Sengoku showed no expression on his face. He looked at the Navy waiting for orders and instructed. Since it has been going on for so long, it should be ending soon. Go investigate again and report back. The Navy quickly retreated after receiving the order, leaving Sengoku alone in the empty room. Sengoku sighed, alas, there's nothing that can be done. Hancock looked at the tragic situation of the two in front of her and felt a twinge of sympathy. She awkwardly turned her head away, not wanting to see the bloody scene. Chapter 114. Watching the battle and eating melons, so enjoyable. She whispered to Su Shang, are we really not going to help them? Su Shang smiled and replied, how do you want to help? Who do you want to help? Indeed, who to help? It can't be both, right? This question really puzzled Hancock. He wasn't very familiar with the two people, so he didn't know who was good and who was bad. How could he help in that case? Forget it, I won't help. After struggling internally, Hancock finally decided not to help anyone and just focus on watching the battle. After squatting behind a rock for a while, Hancock felt that her feet were getting a bit numb. She reached down to rub her sore legs and wanted to stand up and stretch a bit. Just as she stretched her legs, Su Shang's big hand pushed her back down, and he looked at Hancock with a helpless expression, saying, "What's wrong? Tired?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Hancock's beautiful little face. She lowered her eyes and smiled lightly, nodding slightly as she said, "A bit. My feet are numb." Then, Su Shang waved his hand, and out of nowhere, he produced a small stool, placing it in front of Hancock, saying, "Here, sit down." The moment she saw the small stool, Hancock's eyes instantly brightened. She curiously looked at Su Shang and asked, "Where did you pull this out from? I didn't see you carrying it." After Hancock spoke, she used her bright big eyes to look over Su Shang, trying to find any large pockets on him. But how could Hancock possibly find that? Su Shang had always had a system with him. There were no large pockets at all. Su Shang noticed her little actions and affectionately poked her nose, saying, "Aren't you tired? Hurry up and sit down to rest." Only then did Hancock reach out to take the small stool from him, then set it on the ground, lifted her skirt, and sat down. At that moment, she noticed that Su Shang was still squatting beside her. Why wasn't he sitting? Was there only one small stool? Hancock thought to herself, and then asked out loud, "Is there only one small stool?" Su Shang smiled and shook his head, saying, "I'm not tired." Then, as if performing a magic trick, he took out a large watermelon from somewhere and handed it to Hancock, saying, "Are you thirsty? Come eat some watermelon." Su Shang stretched out his hand to gather strength, and then slapped down on the watermelon rind. Instantly, a crack appeared on the rind. He then used his hand to break the watermelon into several pieces and handed it to Hancock. Hearing Su Shang's silence, Hancock also felt a bit thirsty. She smiled lightly, thanked him, and then took the large watermelon, starting to eat it slowly. "This watermelon is so sweet. Where did you get it?" After half the watermelon was in her stomach, Hancock began to inquire. From a can, Su Shang explained. He had always possessed some magical jars, which always contained some strange things. Hancock was aware of this, so she did not press further. Time passed quickly, and soon Su Shang and Hancock had been watching the battle for an entire night. Based on the time, the battle over there was probably coming to an end. Having not slept all night, Su Shang's eyes were a bit red and swollen. He rubbed his sore eyes and carefully watched the fight between the two. Although he already knew the outcome, being able to see it with his own eyes was still a good experience. He saw Akainu stagger to his feet, wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and fix his gaze on Akiji, his eyes resembling a vicious dog staring hungrily at a big bone. "After fighting for so long, it's time to end this," Akainu said coldly. "From now on, no one can stand on equal footing with me." "Ha ha!" Akainu exerted all his strength, using his natural abilities, and shouted loudly at Akiji, "Dogtooth, Red Lotus." In an instant, all the magma surged towards Akiji. Akiji was not idle either. He wrapped himself in cold air and shouted, "Freezing moment." As soon as he finished speaking, Akiji unleashed frost and cold air rushed toward Akainu. Normally, Akiji's skill needed to be combined with a jump, but due to his injured leg, he couldn't jump, significantly reducing his attack power. Because of this, when the two forces of ice and fire clashed, Akiji ultimately lost and fell from the battlefield. Akainu pressed forward step by step, while Akiji retreated continuously until he was forced to the edge of the shore, with the endless sea behind him. Akainu smirked, revealing a proud smile, and said generously, "The situation is settled. I've already won. As long as you surrender, I'll let you go." Akiji gritted his teeth and firmly replied, "Even if you kill me, I will never surrender." It should be noted that although Akiji had always been laid back, he valued justice and loyalty. Now, since Akainu's actions contradicted the justice he advocated, he would not yield to him no matter what Akainu said. Seeing Akiji so stubborn, Akainu no longer cared about their past friendship and angrily said, "If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless." After speaking, he shouted again, "Meteor Volcano." This Meteor Volcano was Akainu's core high-damage skill. Su Shang, who was hiding in the shadows, knew this was Akainu's true ultimate move. The flames combined with the fire mark caused explosive damage. If all the damage hit a single person, it could likely kill them instantly, and it also had a silencing effect. Su Shang was not exaggerating. This skill was indeed that powerful. He remembered that it was said in the book that Akiji was struck by this final blow and fell into the sea, subsequently disappearing without a trace. Su Shang knew that Akiji was a person with a sense of justice. He didn't want this generation of heroes to perish just like that. So he came up with a plan. He gently nudged Hancock beside him and whispered, Wait for me here, and don't let anyone find you. I'll be back soon." Just as he was about to stand up and move back, Hancock grabbed him and asked, "Where are you going?" Su Sheng looked seriously at Qing Ji's stubborn face and said, "I will save people. I will go with you." Hancock tightly held on to Su Sheng, unwilling to let go, worried that there would be danger in this trip, so she wanted to go together. However, Su Sheng refused her, and Hancock immediately lowered her head in disappointment. Su Sheng naturally noticed her disappointment and hurriedly comforted her. "I need to go save someone in the ocean. You just came out of the water, and your body is very weak, so it's better if you don't take risks with me." Chapter 115. Su Sheng saves someone. And look at that man. He looks fierce and intimidating. He clearly isn't a good person. You should keep a close watch on him here. If he makes any moves, you can alert us, right? Su Sheng continued to elaborate. He felt that his reasons were quite convincing, to the point that he almost believed them himself. After hearing this, Hancock also thought Su Sheng made a lot of sense. If they all left to save someone, what if that man did something bad? So she happily agreed, lifting her chin and patting her chest, saying, "You can leave this to me. I'll keep an eye on him and won't let him cause any trouble. Go save the person." After Hancock finished speaking, she waved her hand at Su Sheng, signaling him to hurry and leave. Hancock released her grip on him, and seeing this, Su Sheng quickly lowered his head and bent over, moving backward. He cautiously made his way to the seaside, then formed a decisive seal in the air, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. He then leaped into the water, planning to dive ahead of time and hide in the sea. Once Aokiji was knocked into the water, he could quickly pull him up, which should prevent any disaster from occurring. Although the comic said he went missing after this battle, it didn't specify whether he was alive or dead. Perhaps he wasn't missing at all, but rather had disappeared without a trace. However, since Su Sheng was present, he certainly wouldn't let Aokiji die under such unclear circumstances. He found the best position at the bottom of the sea and began to wait quietly. Splash! With a loud sound, waves were splashed up on the surface of the sea, creating ripples. Su Sheng saw a huge object being thrown in as if it were a corpse, and immediately the surrounding seawater turned red from the massive, unidentified object. Su Sheng saw this scene and knew that Aokiji had already fallen into the sea, but he did not act rashly, as he could clearly see Akainu on shore. Akainu might have been worried that Aokiji was not completely dead, so he quietly stood by the shore for a long time. However, in the end, he did not leave either, but fainted instead. It was unclear whether it was due to exhaustion or serious injury. Su Sheng saw the red dog fainting by the shore and hurriedly swam towards Aokiji. His stamina was truly impressive. Despite being so severely injured and soaking in the water for so long, he was still conscious. After being surprised, Su Sheng reached out and formed a hand seal, creating a transparent diamond shield around Qingji to help him breathe and walk in the water. Qingji felt someone grab his arm, opened his eyes that had just closed, and looked down to see an extremely familiar face. Qingji was somewhat in disbelief that he would encounter the vendor who used to sell jars at a stall here. "What are you doing here?" Qingji asked curiously. Su Sheng did not answer his question, but instead pointed to the shore, indicating that this was not a place for conversation and they should go up first. Green Pheasant nodded, and then Su Sheng reached out to grab his arm and pulled him up onto the shore with force. They deliberately avoided the area where Akainu had been and chose a more secluded and safe spot to land. After getting on shore, Su Sheng released his supporting hand and stepped forward to check the situation ahead. As soon as Su Sheng let go, Qingji's legs went weak, and he collapsed helplessly onto the ground. He stared blankly at his legs, thinking to himself, "These legs of mine are probably done for." It should be noted that the premise for him to successfully use all his skills was to jump, but now he had become crippled and could no longer leap. What was the point of living like this? Su Sheng saw that the front was quite safe, so he returned again. Just as he came back, he saw Aokiji using the power of his fruit to strike at his own head. This action frightened Su Sheng, who hurriedly stepped forward, activated his skill, and knocked Aokiji's hand away, angrily shouting at him, "What are you doing? I worked hard to save you, not so you could seek death here." Aokiji was still immersed in the pain of losing his legs, unable to extricate himself. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Su Sheng with deep sorrow and asked, "Why did you save me? I lost my legs. What meaning is there in living?" Su Sheng was both amused and angry by this remark, retorting, "According to your logic, if someone loses a leg, they no longer deserve to live? There are countless people in this world, and so many of them are disabled. Why don't they deserve to live? Also, that Akainu is about to become a fleet admiral, and just now you were fighting desperately on the shore to defeat him. What's the matter? Did the seawater wash away your brain? Where's your fighting spirit? Did I save you for nothing?" facing Su Shang's barrage of questions. Green Bull remained silent beside her, unsure if he was even listening. Su Shang did not stop his barrage of questions just because he remained silent on the ground. Instead, he continued to ask, I thought you were righteous, willing to risk your life to save you. But if you truly wish for death, I won't stop you. I'll just consider the person I saved to be already dead. After Su Shang finished speaking, he turned and walked towards Hancock's direction, silently counting in his heart, 3, 2, 1. Sorry. He didn't know which of Su Shang's words had awakened him, making him suddenly realize his mistake. With his back to Su Shang, he couldn't help but smile at the words he heard. Everything was within his expectations. Thank you for saving me. I'm sorry for disappointing you, Green Bull said loudly. You're right. As long as I'm alive, I haven't lost, and I absolutely cannot stand by and watch a Kainu become the fleet admiral, causing the common people to suffer. Although it was already a done deal that a Kainu would become fleet admiral, Su Shang couldn't bear to tell him the truth, worrying that his newly ignited fighting spirit would vanish if he found out. Yes, thinking like that is right. As long as you're alive, there is hope. Anything is possible, Su Shang said loudly to encourage him. Su Shang slowly walked up to Aokiji, crouched down, and examined the injury on his leg. If it were just an ordinary leg injury, that would be fine, but Akainu had no intention of leaving him any chance to survive. He directly used the power of his fruit to scorch Aokiji's legs. Fortunately, Aokiji reacted quickly and managed to freeze his legs in time. After a thorough examination, Su Shang thought to himself that with such an injury, if he had an elixir, it would probably heal much faster. However, he had already used up all the elixirs he had on hand, and there were none left. Chapter 116. Aokiji joins, but he didn't want to give up on Aokiji's legs. After a period of inner turmoil, Su Shang ultimately decided to endure the pain and spent 1 million to buy 10 jars. Don't ask why he didn't just give Aokiji the money to open the jars. It's because Aokiji had such bad luck. He remembered that the last time he opened jars with a Kainu, they almost all yielded white items. After opening the jars, Su Shang's luck indeed turned out to be quite good. He got 4 blue items for red items and 2 white items. Not bad, not bad. He got 4 elixirs, 2 cups of Coca-Cola, 2 bowls of instant noodles, and some other miscellaneous items. Su Shang was quite satisfied with these few jars of medicine. He reached out and handed Qingji a pill, saying, take this, it can alleviate your pain. As for whether it can heal your leg, that depends on your luck. Su Shang didn't make any grand promises because he wasn't entirely sure if the medicine had that kind of effect. However, he felt it should work. After all, if a pill could bring the dead back to life, healing these crippled legs should be a minor issue in comparison. Qingji gratefully accepted the pill handed to him by Su Shang and carefully placed it in his mouth. Although he had never seen a pill before, he had heard countless tales of their legendary status. Now, not only had he seen it with his own eyes, but he was also able to taste it. How could he not feel surprised and excited? After taking the pill, Qingji felt a refreshing energy coursing through his legs. He noticed that his legs felt much more comfortable, and he could even stand up immediately. Once his expression had relaxed a bit, Su Shang asked, do you feel better? Can you walk? Qingji nodded slightly, and Su Shang quickly stepped forward to support his arm. Su Shang, who is 1.8 meters tall, looks like a delicate little wife when standing next to Aokiji, nestled in his arms. The two of them head towards Hancock's location. Along the way, Aokiji asks Su Shang again, you still haven't told me, why did you come here? Su Shang actually had a bit of selfishness in saving him. He wanted to recruit Aokiji into his team to help them search for the celestial being. After all, they were unfamiliar with the terrain on this ice and fire island, and they needed someone who knew the area. Just then, he happened to encounter a suitable candidate. In response to Aokiji's question, Su Shang never thought about hiding anything from him. Since he wanted his help, he spoke frankly. Actually, I came to look for clues about the celestial being, Su Shang stated directly. Su Shang curled his lips and continued. But now I only know that the clues to the celestial god will appear on this ice and fire island. Apart from that, I know nothing else, and I don't know where to look. Soon, they found Hancock, who happened to see them from a distance, and hurried over. Are you okay? Are you okay? Hancock said with a worried expression, looking at Su Shang from left to right, carefully checking him over and finding no issues, which finally reassured her. Su Shang looked at Hancock and smiled, saying, oh, I'm fine, don't worry too much. At this moment, Hancock looked at the Admiral Aokiji beside her with great respect and said, hello, I'm Hancock. Aokiji politely smiled at Hancock and said, hello, Your Majesty the Empress. I've heard so much about you. Then Su Shang looked around and didn't see Akainu's figure, feeling quite puzzled as he turned to Hancock and asked, honey, where's Akainu? I clearly saw him fainting at the bottom of the sea. How come he's gone? Hancock then remembered and hurriedly explained, oh, after he fainted, 2 people came and took him away. After listening, Su Sheng nodded and thought to himself that it must be someone from the warring states who brought Akainu back. At this moment, Su Sheng noticed that the expression of Akiji beside him had dimmed. He knew what was going on with Akiji. After all, he had been a general who had followed him for so many years. To say there were no feelings would definitely be a lie. Now that he had fallen to the bottom of the sea and was missing, the warring states didn't even bother to look for him, which was really disheartening. Su Sheng originally intended to recruit Green Pheasant, and now, is not this a good opportunity? He asked, with the warring states around you, you definitely can't go back. What are your plans for the future? Green Pheasant also didn't know what to plan for in the future, so he shook his head. Seeing this, Su Sheng was very happy in his heart. He pretended to be calm and said, how about this? Can you do me a small favor and help me look for clues about the gods on this ice and fire island? Qingji thought for a moment and then nodded seriously, agreeing. All right, I will help you search. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng was very excited. He reached into his system and took out the 2 bottles of cola from earlier, opened them, and handed one to Qingji, saying here, welcome to the team, cheers. Qingji took the drink and cooperatively clinked glasses with him. Then Su Sheng took out a immortal pill from his pocket and handed it to Hancock, saying here, take this. It will help your injuries heal faster. Hancock did not accept it, believing her injuries were almost healed and that there was no need to waste a pill. She refused, saying, my injuries are almost healed, so let's save this medicine for when it's really needed. However, Su Sheng insisted that she take it, and in the end, Hancock could not resist him and had to swallow the. Su Sheng finally showed a satisfied smile. He said with a smile, let's hurry up and find a place to rest before it gets dark. Because of the previous battle between Qingji and Akainu, many people had retreated far away, so they walked for a long time without encountering any signs of life. As the sky was about to darken, Hancock spoke up and said, how about we just find a deserted old house to rest for the night? Su Sheng thought this idea was good, but the premise was that they had to find a place first. The houses within a 10-mile radius were either frozen into blocks of ice or burned to ashes. There wasn't a single one that could be inhabited. They continued to walk forward and finally discovered a dilapidated old house. Perhaps because this place was relatively remote and a bit far from where they had been fighting, it had not been affected by the war. How about we just rest here for one night? Su Sheng said, pointing at the old house in front of them. Chapter 117, The Ecstatic Qingji. Su Sheng pointed at the dilapidated house, gesturing to the crowd. People nodded in agreement. After the fierce battle, they were already exhausted both physically and mentally. All wanted to rest. At night, Su Sheng lay quietly in bed, while Hancock beside him was already worn out and fell asleep quickly. However, Su Sheng couldn't fall asleep. After being on Ice and Fire Island for so long, there was still no clue about it, which left Su Sheng feeling quite troubled. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. The host task required selling jars on Ice and Fire Island. Due to previously exceeding the task, this time any quantity could be sold. Su Sheng's eyes brightened. It had indeed been a long time since he sold jars, and without any tasks assigned, he was too lazy to sell. Damn, I thought you had forgotten about selling jars. Su Sheng chuckled. The next island will restore the task amount, requiring the sale of 1,000 jars. Su Sheng rolled her eyes, realizing she was really putting her warm face against a cold butt. Su Sheng immediately thought of Akiji, but he really didn't know if Akiji had any money. Since he couldn't find any clues about Ice Fire Island, he decided to enhance the combat power of his own people first. Su Sheng's body could easily go 10 days and nights without sleep without any problem. Without hesitation, Su Sheng immediately got up and went to Qingji's room. At that moment, the light in Qingji's room was still on. Su Sheng saw this and let out a wry smile, thinking, who could possibly sleep soundly in the face of such a huge ordeal? Su Sheng pushed open the door and shivered. The entire room was icy cold. It might be that Qingji's leg hurt too much, or perhaps her heart ached even more. Haven't you slept? Su Sheng asked with a smile. Qingji put down the book in her hands and said softly, not sleepy. Why? Is there something important at this late hour? Su Sheng smiled and said, it's nothing, I just want you to buy me a few jars. Qingji replied expressionlessly and coldly, no need, with how I am now, buying those things is useless. Su Sheng remained unflustered. He had already guessed that Qingji would say something like this. Su Sheng fiddled with the hammer in his hand and smiled slightly. What if I could restore your legs and even give you strength comparable to that of the warring states? Su Sheng put on a relaxed demeanor, but deep down he wasn't very confident. After all, This jar was too unpredictable. What if he drew 10 whites? That would be disastrous. However, Akiji's eyes lit up. Even though he felt at ease, his understanding of justice and his desire for power remained strong. Akiji was a bit excited and asked, "Really?" His breathing became a bit hurried, melting the ice in the room. Su Sheng smiled slightly upon seeing this. The changes in the cold ice within the room allowed him to perceive the inner thoughts of Qingji. Su Sheng quickly set out 10 jars and said with a smile, "One is definitely not enough. Let's just open all 10 jars." Looking at the 10 golden jars, Qingji swallowed hard but soon showed a difficult expression. Qingji stammered and couldn't find the words. Su Sheng smiled and asked, "What's wrong? What are you hesitating about?" A hint of redness appeared on Qingji's pale face as he struggled to say, "I have no money." Su Sheng wanted to laugh, but seeing Qingji's miserable appearance, he held it back. "I know it's okay. Do you have anything valuable on you? You can sell it to me." Su Sheng was well aware that although the system didn't allow him to give money to others, he could still buy things from them. He felt quite clever. Su Sheng admired his own wit a bit. Qingji's expression softened slightly, but his arm began to tremble. Valuable items? Qingji really didn't have anything of value. As a poor admiral, as long as he had enough to eat and wear, where would he find precious belongings? Qingji took a deep breath and slowly pulled out a ring, which his mother had left him before she passed away. He had kept it on him all this time. But given his current situation, Qingji felt he had to make sacrifices for his inner sense of justice, for his beliefs, and for strength. "Mother, I'm sorry. I will definitely bring you back in the future," Qingji murmured. His arm trembled as he slowly handed the ring to Su Sheng, and a tear unexpectedly fell from his eye. Su Sheng was somewhat surprised. What kind of ring was this? So important? A family member? A lover? But it was never mentioned in the One Piece manga. However, since Akiji was so resolute, Su Sheng could not refuse. He could not hinder Akiji's determination. Su Sheng accepted the ring. Although it seemed ordinary, it contained Kuro's endless longing. Su Sheng solemnly accepted the hammer and slowly handed it to Akiji. "I think this ring is worth 100 million berries." Su Sheng directly extracted 100 million berries from the system and handed it to Akiji. Akiji was slightly surprised, but he didn't think much of it. Since Su Sheng gave it, he accepted it calmly. Akiji immediately spent 10 million berries to buy 10 jars. Without hesitation, he smashed open the 10 high-grade jars. Whether he could change his fate would depend on the light emitted by these jars. Su Sheng and Qingji were equally nervous, intensely staring at the light within the jar. 8 white, 1 blue, 1 colorful. There was surprise and disappointment in Su Sheng's eyes. The first 9 were too disappointing. He just didn't know what this colorful light was. Qingji showed no interest in the first 9 at all, instead fixating intensely on the colorful glow. Su Sheng was also nervous, looking at Qingji's, and entered the system to investigate. The first 9 items were quite ordinary, all of which were some delicacies, cigarettes, and fine wines. The two stared intently at the colorful lights. Su Sheng slowly spoke. "Colorful, 5-star Dragon Balls. Gathering all 7 can summon the dragon and grant a wish." Qingji's eyes were filled with disappointment. 7? Didn't Su Sheng already have 6? What was the difference from a useless ball? Qingxi slowly a cigarette. It seemed that my fate wasn't very good. Su Sheng smiled awkwardly, but his eyes were filled with fervor. The 7 Dragon Balls were finally gathered. After selling the jars for so long, he finally got this one. Su Sheng took a sharp breath. 7 Dragon Balls gathered together. What kind of concept is that? Su Sheng said excitedly, "Akiji, don't be disappointed. Sell me the orb for 1 billion berries." Akiji waved his hand and replied, "No need. My ring isn't worth 1 billion berries. I have no use for the orb, so you can have it." Akiji tossed the Dragon Ball to Su Sheng. Su Sheng carefully took it, feeling very excited. She originally thought Qingji wouldn't give it, but didn't expect such generosity. This guy Qingji, with his cold exterior, has a warm heart. Su Sheng looked at this guy and found him somewhat adorable. Perhaps in the future, this guy would become a valuable aid. Those who are too obedient are not good, and those who are completely disobedient are also not good. Someone like Akiji, who has his own principles and handles things with ease, is exactly what Su Sheng needs. Moreover, Akiji's strength is top-notch in the vast sea. Furthermore, Akiji has bought 10 more high-grade jars. Chapter 118. Akiji's strength approaching the heavens. Akiji took the hammer and without hesitation, quickly smashed open the 10 jars. Brilliant light flickered out from the jars, and both of them stared at the jars, holding their breath. They must get something good. The voices in Su Sheng and Akiji's minds echoed in unison. Then, both of them widened their mouths. The colors erupting from the jars were probably the most fortunate they had ever seen. 2 blue, for purple, 2 gold, and 1 rainbow. Su Sheng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was even better than the things from the Warring States period. Moreover, it was colorful, without the Dragon Balls. Who knows what kind of heaven-defying items could be produced? Who could withstand this? Akiji's heart was filled with joy, and an incredible light shone on his face. Su Sheng, hurry, look at what I've unlocked, Akiji said excitedly. Okay, don't rush. This time you will definitely become stronger, Su Sheng replied with a smile. Su Sheng quickly opened the system panel and began to examine the treasures obtained. 2 blue items, 10 fairy beans. An X capsule that increases attack power by 10 for 30 minutes. For purple light items, 3 upgraded fairy beans. Ice attribute combat skills, void ice spikes. And ice crystal wings that allow flight and increase speed by 10. There's also an S capsule that, when used, increases overall combat power by 10. Just seeing this, both Su Sheng and Qingji were somewhat shocked. This was terrifying. Any enhancement in any aspect could greatly boost Qingji's strength in a short time. It is important to note that for Qingji, a 10 increase would be incredibly formidable. If Qingji had such a terrifying capsule earlier, he could have easily defeated a anew. Qingji gasped, Su Sheng, these things are too terrifying. Qingji knew very well that at his level, it was extremely difficult to improve his strength even a little, let alone such a significant increase. That was simply a fantasy. Su Sheng chuckled, feeling quite satisfied. The jar was so enticing that it made him envious. But now that it was being used on his own people, he had no complaints. This is all you deserve. No need to mind it. Let me interpret the real good stuff for you below. Looking at the 2 gold and 1 colorful item, Su Sheng slowly said. Qingji nodded repeatedly. He had been eagerly waiting. The gold item, a gift from the sea god, when swallowed, grants immunity to the sea's limitations on devil fruits, and the fruit's abilities awaken directly. The gold item, the sword of the silent god, a divine sword left behind by a deity that died in extreme cold. The lower the temperature, the more terrifying the sword's power becomes, and it carries 4 sword techniques that surpass top-level fruit abilities. The colorful item, the reincarnation golden pill, when swallowed, reshapes the body to reach peak physical condition, automatically grants top-tier 3-color hockey, and contains the power of reincarnation. Su Sheng slowly finished reciting, but his mouth couldn't close completely. Each of these things, if taken out at random, was an extremely terrifying existence. They would attract the entire sea, and now, they all belonged to Akiji. How could this not make one envious? At this moment, Akiji was beyond excited. With these in hand, Akainu would probably be nothing but a joke. What Marine Admiral? Akiji no longer needed the position of Marine Admiral to pursue his own justice. Su Sheng extracted everything and slowly handed it to Akiji. Akiji trembled as he took it, realizing that this might change his life forever. He was so overwhelmed that he almost cried. Who could imagine that spending 10 million berries could yield such a terrifying item? If it were someone else, they would probably just curse Su Sheng as a con artist wandering the world. However, Akiji had witnessed the miraculous nature of these jars with his own eyes before. If it weren't for Su Sheng's suspicious actions, the wealthy people at sea would have long been fighting to buy his jars, and it might have even sparked a war. But Su Sheng wouldn't do such a thing. He had already sold enough jars. Selling too many would mean that everyone becomes a powerhouse, which would only bring more disaster and destruction to this world, something Su Sheng did not want to see. Although he was a traveler from another world, Su Sheng had developed feelings for this place, even more than for his previous world. Here, there was no vanity of the real world, no chasing fame and profit. He could feel a sense of responsibility, save the world, and have a beautiful wife like Hancock. Su Sheng felt very content and thought that spending the rest of his life in this world would be perfect. However, at this moment, Su Sheng didn't think much. He just looked at Akiji with a smile. This guy was too excited. This was going to change Akiji's life completely. All right, don't get too excited. Quickly try out these treasures you've opened, Su Sheng said with a smile. Akiji nodded heavily. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Akiji didn't care about anything else and chose the reincarnation golden pill first. Compared to the others, this item that could fully restore his body was the most needed. And it could also grant haki. As a Logia user, he generally couldn't possess haki, but now to obtain it directly would greatly enhance Akiji's strength. Without hesitation, Akiji swallowed the reincarnation golden pill, and Su Sheng was also very curious, staring intently at Akiji. Both were looking forward to what changes would occur, and the next scene left them in awe. They saw Akiji's body slowly disappearing, as if it was being reclaimed by this broken body. Su Sheng opened his mouth wide. What happened? Wasn't it supposed to restore the body? How did it just disappear? Qingji, where are you? Are you okay? Su Sheng shouted. Su Sheng, I'm fine. I'm selecting a body. Qingji's voice came from the void. Su Sheng shivered. It's really a cycle. Su Sheng sat on the ground, feeling a bit bored. The response from Akiji was indeed taking a long time, and this cold guy wasn't saying a word to Su Sheng. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void, and a figure stepped out, instantly capturing Su Sheng's attention. Akiji. Su Sheng was somewhat surprised. Akiji slowly nodded his head. His body had fully recovered, and his physical condition was perfect, even healthier than a newborn baby, truly beautiful. Akiji stretched his body and revealed a long-lost smile. This new body feels quite good, Akiji said with a smile. Don't you have a top-tier haki? Give it a try. Su Sheng reminded him. The top-tier haki is the key. Akiji scratched his head and grinned. It seems that the top-tier haki doesn't have 3 types, only armament haki and observation haki. Moreover, my observation haki has terrifying observation abilities, but it can't predict the kind of terror from the outside. Su Sheng waved his hand, saying it was enough, and that this could significantly enhance you. Moreover, things like Conqueror's haki are rare and cannot be cultivated. They depend entirely on chance, so there's no need to worry too much about it. Su Sheng's words were not without reason. Akiji nodded and slowly released a domineering aura with a mysterious presence. Chapter 119, Top-Level Combat Power. A faint blue halo gradually rose from Akiji's body, accompanied by a black flowing aura, exuding a strange atmosphere. Su Sheng looked at the changes in Akiji with some amazement. His haki and Kinbunchika haki seemed to surpass Hancock. The ability to combine haki with Kinbunchika haki was indeed powerful. Akiji, your Kinbunchika haki and haki look incredibly strong, Su Sheng said with a smile. Akiji nodded slightly, closed his eyes, and waved his arm. An extraordinary aura was released, and in an instant, Su Sheng felt a chilling sensation that struck deep into his bones, his eyes widening in shock. But the fact that the release of haki could shake his indestructible body was such a terrifying power. Moreover, it was accompanied by an ancient and mysterious force that sent chills down his spine. Su Sheng let out a light breath. This was no longer just dominance. The power contained within was far more terrifying. Qingji moved slowly, the bones in his body cracking and popping, somewhat frightening. Qingji looked up at the sky and then leaped into the air, reaching a height and speed that an ordinary body could never attain. Seeing this, Su Sheng clapped his hands in approval. This body chosen from the cycle is truly terrifying. When he saw Akiji slowly returning, Su Sheng smiled and handed the Jishin sword and the pill to Akiji. Akiji toyed with the pill, his eyes flickering. This is the ability to awaken a fruit directly. Who wouldn't be excited? Go ahead and eat it. I also want to see what the awakening ability of the Hai no Mi is, Su Sheng said with a smile. Akiji nodded without hesitation and swallowed it in one bite. Akiji never hesitated when it came to power. As the pill slowly dissolved in his stomach, Akiji suddenly felt his whole body tingle, as if his body were like warm water, both warm and powerless, yet extremely comfortable. Akiji felt the subtle changes in his body, and cold air continuously emanated from him, clearly a sign of the fruit's ability being automatically released. As time passed, everything around Akiji turned into ice, not frozen, but completely crystallized ice, and could be manipulated by Akiji at any time. Su Sheng was somewhat surprised. This fruit's awakened ability was too abnormal. If Akiji were to cultivate it to perfection, wouldn't he be able to freeze the entire sky? That kind of terrifying was truly vast. Su Sheng involuntarily shivered. The coldness brought by Qingji was too much, especially at night. How could Su Sheng endure it? Qingji, your awakened ability is too strong. Su Sheng et Golim. Qingji waved his hand. It's not just that. Suddenly, the ice flowed like water, all responding to Qingji's command, continuously gathering and forming strange shapes. Finally, a giant ice dragon appeared, majestic and imposing. It roared fiercely at Su Sheng, but Su Sheng remained unfazed. Ethereal cold flames emerged from his arm, and the temperature around him dropped even lower. The giant dragon seemed to be afraid, not daring to speak. Su Sheng smiled slightly, and Qingji indeed felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was not as strong as you. Qingji's face showed a hint of bitterness. Su Sheng smiled and patted Qingji's shoulder, handing over the silent god sword. Qingji's eyes lit up. He had never used a weapon before and didn't know what was special about this sword. Qingji drew the silent god sword, and the pale blue long sword was incredibly beautiful, with strange patterns that gave it an eerie feeling. The lower the temperature, the stronger it becomes? Qingji was puzzled. If that was the case, it didn't fully match his own strength. Qingji's fruit awakening ability spread out, turning everything around him into ice crystals. He even attempted to freeze the sword, but it was like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing the fruit abilities he released. At the same time, the pale blue light of the long sword became even more intense. Cold as bone, mournful as a spirit, the form of the silent god, Qingji shouted. The long sword suddenly emitted an astonishing light, incredibly terrifying and breathtaking. Ice dragons from both sleeves. Qingji shouted again, and two pale blue sword lights, each 100 feet long, flashed out. Everything in their path turned to ice, and when they struck the rocks ahead, they shattered with a loud crash, leaving only broken ice crystals on the ground. So powerful, Qingji exclaimed. The sword's strength was indeed terrifying, and that was just the first move. Without any additions, no armed color, no fruit abilities added. Su Sheng looked at the sword with great appreciation. Akiji, your swordsmanship can now be considered that of a swordmaster. Akiji smiled slightly. This is still far from enough. Let me try the ultimate move of this sword and that fighting technique. Akiji was excited. Once he touched the contents of the jar he bought, he would be able to fully learn everything inside, which pleased him greatly. Ice fighting technique, void ice spike. Akiji shouted, and ice crystal wings sprouted from his back, soaring into the sky like a deity. Akiji's expression became cautious as he crazily released the power of ice, causing the temperature around him to plummet. If someone lacked skill, even touching this domain would lead to instant freezing. Akiji raised both hands, unleashing terrifying icy power, and faintly heard sounds of shattering and solidifying in the void. Akiji's eyes glowed with a faint blue light, and then he softly shouted, causing countless cracks to appear in the entire space, with pitch-black solid ice emerging and intertwining everywhere, leaving no escape for those within. At that moment, a thunderous sound came from the sky, and a massive block of solid ice came crashing down. Its density surpassed that of diamond, weighing hundreds of billions of tons. No one on the sea could withstand it. The enormous solid ice smashed down, creating a large pit in the ground and completely freezing it, with surrounding ice cracks that were terrifying beyond measure. Su Sheng watched the impressive feat of Akiji and gasped in surprise. Not to mention anything else, just this move alone, even a Kainu would not be able to withstand it with all his might. The purple light was due to the fact that this move required a certain speed from the opponent. Akiji grinned, thoroughly satisfied with this move. It was much stronger than his previous ultimate move, the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Su Sheng clapped in delight, but Akiji did not stop. Instead, he slowly drew out the Quiet God Sword. A strange light flashed in Akiji's eyes. He was eager to test this sword. The power described was beyond words. Akiji seemed to pour all his strength into it, channeling a terrifying icy aura into the Quiet God Sword. The surrounding temperature had dropped to the point where the ice began to turn black. In contrast, the Quiet God Sword emitted a golden light, as if it were the power of a deity. This might be a form of awakening, Su Sheng suddenly realized. Akiji soared through the sky, the brilliant light of the Quiet God Sword illuminating the night. Akiji held his breath and swung the sword. Chapter 120. A sword sacrifices the galaxy. Akiji shouted loudly and swung the sword. A sword sacrifices the galaxy. A terrifying blade of light, adorned with flowing ribbons, was fiercely cleaved through the air. The blade carried a chilling low temperature, causing the entire void to shatter and then freeze, a truly spectacular sight. The black blade was decorated with sparkling white stars, incredibly beautiful. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the sky, and the originally bright moon dimmed. Su Sheng and Akiji took a deep breath simultaneously. This sword, with a momentum like a rainbow, if previously compared to sword masters, this sword would not be an exaggeration to call Akiji the strongest sword saint. However, beyond the sea, there are always greater skies and stronger people. No one knows what powerful experts might still exist. Take the red-haired Shanks, for example. His strength is not as simple as the Conqueror's haki. As the man most like the Pirate King, the sword in his hand is undoubtedly terrifying. Su Sheng had seen plenty of information about Shanks in the real world, and his strength has always been a mystery. Of course, Su Sheng is also a confirmed fan of Shanks, the man who once silenced tens of thousands of Marines with a single glance. What kind of charisma does he possess? Thank you so much, Su Sheng, Akiji said slowly. Haha, this is all you deserve. Su Sheng replied with a smile. Akiji's sudden expression of gratitude surprised Su Shang. This cold man actually said thank you. However, this man, who had significantly increased his strength, had already gained what he needed most. The excitement in his heart could not simply be released with a thank you. This man might soon embark on a new life. At this moment, the eastern horizon had already revealed a hint of fish belly white, and dawn was about to break. Su Shang and Qing Ji sat on the rooftop, the loud snoring of Bai resonating through the air, yet did not disrupt this tranquil scene. The two sat quietly until dawn. In any case, Qing Ji's inner sense of justice was very much aligned with Su Shang's goals. Perhaps Qing Ji had not made it clear in the past, but now, from any perspective, Su Shang knew that Qing Ji would never pursue power for his own sake. At this moment, the sky was gradually brightening. Su Shang activated his purple chi from the east eye to absorb the spiritual energy of the rising sun, which greatly benefited his cultivation of purple chi. This was something Su Shang had discovered inadvertently. Now, when he activated his purple chi from the east eye, strange solar patterns appeared, and his observation abilities had become increasingly terrifying, occasionally allowing him to read people's thoughts. Gradually, as these changes took place, a rich purple aura surrounded Su Shang, and a force of reincarnation slowly rose, no less formidable than Qing Ji's accompanying power of reincarnation. Su Shang's entire body gradually underwent a strange transformation, his skin turning purple, a sight that left people in awe. Qing Ji watched Su Shang's change, feeling surprised, not expecting that watching a sunrise would result in a purple person. Qing Ji dared not interrupt, as Su Shang's eyes had become very eerie, with purple gas constantly flowing out, creating subtle changes. Su Shang suddenly saw that the changes between heaven and earth were not only slowing down, but also becoming strange, exhibiting a cyclical pattern that was ever-changing and dazzling. Su Shang adjusted her breathing and carefully observed the changes in the sky. In Su Shang's eyes, the originally white clouds had not turned purple, but rather had turned gray, appearing very ancient. Su Shang kept observing the changing clouds and was amazed to find that the flowing patterns of the clouds actually resembled signs of text. Su Shang focused intently, and he was amazed to find that the appearance of these characters was exactly the same as those in the secrets of Snake Man Island. Su Shang took a sharp breath, realizing that the hidden script he had not discovered for so long was unexpectedly found in such a situation. The ancient characters glimmered with a gray light, putting a great strain on Su Shang's mental strength. Although the practice of the purple chi east coming eye was meant to cultivate his mental power and observation skills, organizing these characters was still consuming a lot of Su Shang's brain power. Su Shang's purple eyes gradually turned red with blood, and even his body was heating up. A large amount of text continuously appeared, each time different, and Su Shang relied on his terrifying memory to remember it, which was quite exhausting. Qing Ji watched Su Shang from the side, observing the terrifying and unstable reincarnation aura erupting from him, feeling somewhat surprised. This was completely different from his stable and orderly demeanor in the morning. Qing Ji realized the change in Su Shang at this moment, and his brows furrowed slightly. This was not a good phenomenon. Su Shang's extensive memorization of those texts, although it was meant to train the purple Qi Donglai eye, had reached a point of excess, turning into internal exhaustion rather than training. Qing Ji took a deep breath, releasing his ice blue haki, which slowly flowed and attached itself to Su Shang. Su Shang felt much more relaxed and slowly exhaled a breath. Qing Ji, make a piece of ice crystal for me. I want to engrave some words on it. It needs to be solid and not easy to melt. Su Shang suddenly said. Qing Ji didn't say much. Since Su Shang had spoken, it must be for a significant purpose. She then released a piece of ice crystal with a terrifyingly low temperature. With her current strength, the external temperature couldn't even affect this solid ice. Su Shang slowly stood up, but his eyes remained fixed on the horizon. He then took out the divine killing gun and began to carve characters on the ice crystal. Akiji was about to say something, but then fell silent. Su Shang carved with remarkable ease. Akiji initially thought that the toughness of this ice crystal surpassed that of diamond. Yet Su Shang carved as fluidly as if he were writing, which truly astonished Akiji. This state lasted for half a day before Su Shang finally stopped carving, sitting cross-legged as the purple aura began to retract. The powerful sun had become impossible to gaze at, and even Su Shang, no matter how strong, had not reached the intensity to confront the sun. However, the morning's training had made Su Shang's eyes even more terrifying, completely transforming into purple pupils, almost able to see through the minds of ordinary people. Now, he could observe the world in intricate detail. That feeling was like a mustard seed in Sumeru, extremely refined. Speed and ambush became worthless in Su Shang's presence. As long as Su Shang's physical strength reached a certain level, no one could defeat him in hand-to-hand combat. As the purple aura dissipated, Su Shang finally stood up, letting out a long breath as he looked at the slowly disordered ancient characters before him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He had deciphered part of the cipher, but how was he supposed to interpret this? In the current situation, there was indeed no one who could translate the meaning of this ancient script for Su Shang. Su Shang let out a light sigh. The most reliable thing to do was to wait for Robin and the others to arrive. Su Shang was calculating the days. It wouldn't be long before Luffy and the others arrived at Icefire Island. At that time, he could just ask Robin for help. With so many ancient texts, Robin would definitely be very interested. Su Shang did not hesitate and directly went back to the room to start copying. After all, it was safest to keep these things on paper. Chapter 121, Red Dog Returns. Su Shang slowly transcribed on the paper, seeing the chaotic clues and feeling lost. He couldn't understand the ancient characters at all. No one disturbed him. Hancock had gotten up early to go outside to find something. After all, a few people on this island needed food supplies after several days. However, Su Shang was not in a hurry, according to the signs from the movement of the clouds. It would take several more days to gather all the characters. He just needed to wait for Luffy to come and invite Robin. Robin had those glasses, and with them, the ancient characters could be deciphered in no time. Moreover, combined with Robin's previous experiences, she might be able to interpret even more information. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the door, and Shinji shouted explosively, soaring into the sky. A terrifying chill quickly spread throughout the room, and Su Shang was slightly startled and hurried outside. There, he saw 3 figures in the sky, with the leader dressed in white and beautiful tattoos adorning his strong arms. Su Shang was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Akainu to return. This guy healed so quickly. Hasn't he been scared yet? Su Shang felt a bit helpless. But seeing that Shinji had already stepped forward, it was clear that in front of this old rival, he wanted to showcase his newly regained super abilities. Su Shang's eyes turned cold at this moment, as he clearly saw 2 celestial dragons beside Akainu. The obvious glass helmets were the most evident proof. The celestial dragons likely didn't come for just the position of a marine admiral. They must have come for the secrets of the gods. At this time, Akainu slowly landed and saw the unharmed Aokiji, somewhat surprised. Your legs are actually healed? It must be Su Shang who did it, right? Aokiji looked indifferent and ignored Akainu, slowly releasing a light blue glow of haki that enveloped his entire body. Akainu felt Aokiji's terrifying strength and was quite shocked. In just a few days, this subordinate he had previously defeated was not only unharmed, but had also significantly increased in power, which darkened Akainu's expression. It is known that Logia-type Devil Fruit users cannot utilize haki. Yet this haki he was sensing was unprecedented, with a mysterious aura far surpassing ordinary haki. Aokiji said nothing more, drawing his long sword and beckoning Akainu with his hand. Akainu's face was grim. He didn't speak further, nor did he attack, because Su Shang was standing beside him. He had initially thought that bringing 2 powerful celestial dragons would be enough to defeat Su Shang. But now Aokiji's strength had clearly risen, making the battle situation unstable. Moreover, the large Whitebeard and Hancock on the roof were both at the level of the 7 warlords, and the odds of 3 against 5 were not great. A tall, muscular celestial dragon spoke up. They're just a bunch of inferior races. What is there to hesitate about? Just kill them all. Previously feeling somewhat helpless, the captain had to admit that this guy had killed countless celestial dragons and still underestimated the situation. However, the terrifying strength of the girl could not be underestimated. The grandeur created by Su Shang during the war still shocks Akainu to this day. Whether he can defeat Su Shang depends on these 2 celestial dragons. Clearly, underestimating him is an absolutely unwise choice. Su Shang has killed countless celestial dragons on multiple islands. And if you continue to look down on him, be careful of losing your lives again. At this moment, a slender female celestial dragon with pronounced curves spoke up. You first defeated the lower-ranking celestial dragons. We, however, possess noble bloodlines, and their strength is on a completely different level from ours. Even the so-called Crimson Giant is nothing but a display to us, lacking any sense of oppression. The female celestial dragon looked disdainful, rubbing her delicate cheek. Her glass dome would actually disappear when touched and reappear when her hand was removed, which was quite magical. Su Shang slowly walked forward, looking at the 2 celestial dragons with great disdain. What? You've killed so many people. and yet you still have thoughts about the secrets of the gods? Su Shang's eyes filled with a chilling, killing intent as he quietly watched the three members of the Celestial Dragon, with ethereal cold flames swirling at his fingertips. "Do you really think that killing a few lowly people can scare us nobles?" said the muscular Celestial Dragon. Suddenly, his muscles began to twist and undergo a bizarre transformation, becoming transparent, then incredibly hard, not as a solid surface but covered in sharp spikes, each one razor sharp. A gentle breeze passed by, and the air itself seemed to crack. At this moment, the battlefield was clear. There was no need for discussion. Both sides aimed to take each other's lives, and nothing else mattered. The alluring female, Celestial Dragon glanced at Akainu and gave him a signal. Akainu quickly understood. As a Celestial Dragon who completely commanded the Navy, he had no reason to resist. Akainu stepped forward first, and terrifying lava began to spread. Sushin wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Akainu. Since it was Akainu, there was no reason for these old foes not to fight. Akiji did not hold back, wielding the Ice God Sword as he advanced. Akiji took a deep breath, determined to deliver a fatal blow to Akainu, even at the cost of his life. An icy blue light began to emanate from Akiji's body, and a terrifyingly low temperature quickly spread around him, with black light flowing ominously around him. "Oh, I remember this guy has the ice fruit. How can he use Conqueror's Haki?" The alluring female, Celestial Dragon, was somewhat puzzled. "Lord, it's that kid's doing," Akainu said coldly, pointing at Su Shang. The two Celestial Dragons looked in the direction Akainu pointed, surprised that this guy could have such great fortune. No wonder he allied with that guy. "It turns out to be like this," the man with diamond spikes all over his muscular body said. Akainu said no more. His arm transformed into a massive lava fist as he leaped into the air, attacking Akiji with a lava explosion. Akainu's mastery of the lava fruit was now more refined, and he directly struck at Akiji with a powerful punch. The terrifying lava fist descended from the sky, with a heat so intense it could melt a normal person instantly. Akiji's gaze remained indifferent as he slowly raised his arm, and terrifying ice appeared, forming a giant shield to block the massive punch. Ice blue and black light surged continuously on the ice shield, looking quite peculiar. When Akainu's lava fist touched the hard ice shield, it instantly lost its power and quickly dissipated. Akainu was shocked. After not seeing Akiji for a few days, his most proficient attack had been easily blocked. Akiji's growth in strength was simply terrifying. It seems he got quite a few good things from that kid. Akainu's face was filled with disdain, but deep down, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Chapter 122. Akiji's overwhelming power. Akiji ignored Akainu's taunts, smiled slightly, raised his arms, and the awakened powers of his fruit surged. The entire ground turned into ice crystals, and the terrifying low temperature spread out, causing Akainu's movements to slow down. Akainu looked at his surroundings. Even his breath was being absorbed into the ice shards. His body shook. This was the fruit's awakening. Akainu's eyes were filled with disbelief. Conqueror's Haki was one thing, but this was an awakening of the fruit. It is known that with this ability, even the four emperors would not be Akainu's match. Feeling the increasingly cold sensations in his body, Akainu's eyes showed a hint of despair. This was no longer a character of the same level. In the Navy, only Sengoku and Karp together might be able to fight Akiji. However, there was no time for Akainu to think further. Akiji continued to unleash his icy powers, and the entire space seemed on the verge of freezing. As all the ice was about to turn black due to the terrifyingly low temperature, Akiji no longer hesitated. He lightly shouted, "Void Ice Spike." Akainu was somewhat surprised. He had never seen Akiji use this move before. Akainu was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, when suddenly the void cracked open, densely packed, and was then blocked by the terrifying temperature of the ice shield. Unable to close, Akiji exhaled gently, and spikes of black ice appeared in the void, one connected to another, densely packed, making it impossible to dodge. Akainu was alarmed and immediately summoned all his strength. Lava Shield. Terrifying lava surrounded Akainu, blocking the horrific ice spikes, but the ice spikes did not melt. Instead, they turned the terrifying lava into useless stone. The pressure from the terrifying rocks continuously pressed down on Akainu, bringing him immense strain. Akainu's eyes turned red, and he was exhausted from the enormous pressure. Akiji showed no mercy, and the terrifying black spikes kept thrusting forward, eventually finding a weak spot. The spike pierced through the lava shield, and Akainu quickly dodged, but the spike still managed to hit him, causing Akainu to snort coldly, his face turning iron gray. As Akainu moved, his energy became unstable. He roared, and the terrifying lava spread out, reaching a temperature that was extreme. It was no longer lava, but a terrifyingly hot airflow that flowed continuously, filling every corner. Breathing in could result in instant combustion. The crimson flow of clouds rapidly spread, melting the ice. Although Akiji's strength was terrifying, he still couldn't overcome the attribute's oppression. Akiji's expression turned grim. He didn't expect that, even with his formidable power, he still couldn't easily suppress Akainu. However, Akainu had already injured one arm, which was quite to Akiji's satisfaction. After all, he hadn't fully unleashed this move yet. Akiji looked at Akainu, who was blocking the ice spikes, his gaze unchanged, and lightly called out, "Fall." The temperature between heaven and earth suddenly dropped, and even Akainu's crimson clouds couldn't raise the temperature. It was a dead silence in the world. A thunderous roar sounded from the sky as a massive ice structure enveloped in a black aura fell with a crash. To maximize the effectiveness of this move, Akiji flew in the air, continuously reinforcing the ice with haki. The ice, blue with black streaks, smashed down toward Akainu, weighing over 100 million tons, extremely terrifying. Once hit, no one could escape. Akainu looked at the terrifying ice and took a deep breath. The horrific power created by Akiji left him in awe. He didn't expect such terrifying strength. However, Akainu was unwilling to admit defeat. How could he escape under Akiji's attack? Akainu shouted angrily, and the terrifying crimson clouds slowly gathered, causing the ground to soften and turn red. Is this the awakening of the fruit? Shan was surprised. He didn't expect Akainu's strength to be so terrifying, able to turn the ground into a semi-melted state and even suppress Akiji's fruit awakening ability. However, Shan still believed in Akiji. Although Akainu could suppress Akiji in terms of attributes, their essences were completely different. Akiji had a warm heart, while Akainu was ruthless. In this situation, it seemed that Akiji could still go far and was worth befriending. Moreover, as one of the three admirals, Akiji should know the true nature of the celestial dragons. On the surface, the position of admiral in the navy was lofty, but in reality, he still had to obey the celestial dragons and was restricted in many ways. This might not matter to others, but Akiji could not tolerate it. Leaving the navy government was also a wise choice. At this moment, Akainu had already condensed a massive hammer of crimson clouds and suddenly smashed it towards the ice in the sky. When the two collided, a deafening explosion echoed. Akainu's arm trembled, and blood flowed continuously from the wound, leaving his face extremely pale. The celestial dragon named you looked somewhat surprised. Akiji's tactics were quite cunning, and he hoped Akainu wouldn't die. There weren't many capable opponents for the navy government. You raised his arm, his fingers emitting a dark green light, and a dark green stream flew towards the massive ice. With a crisp sound, the ice transformed into jade and shattered, vanishing after hitting the ground. Yu's eyes brightened. The power contained in this ice was considerable. You looked at Akiji with a different expression, genuinely wanting to battle him personally. Akainu snorted coldly. "This is my affair. I ask Lord Yu not to interfere." You felt somewhat helpless, but said nothing more, knowing that Akainu still needed to act as the brain of the navy government and was still useful. Akainu moved forward again, coldly staring at Akiji, his expression somber. He had just touched the feeling of fruit awakening, and next would be the clash of their strongest moves. However, Akiji did not give Akainu a chance. The last failure was due to a lack of physical skills, where he was completely suppressed by Akainu. This time, Akiji possessed top-tier haki and was also in a body that had returned from reincarnation. Akiji wanted to test the strength of this body. Akainu snorted coldly, tearing a piece of his clothing to tie around his arm as he charged at Akiji. In close combat, Akiji's initiative to attack was nothing short of humiliation for him. Akainu's physical skills were top-notch. However, the moment they clashed, Akainu sensed something was amiss. Akiji's haki was very peculiar. Not only did it have conventional attribute enhancements, but upon contact with that black flowing light, Akainu felt a wave of emptiness and confusion. He experienced a moment of weakness, but Akainu's physical skills were exceptionally high, preventing him from being instantly overwhelmed. Instead, he exerted all his strength, hoping to break through Akiji's haki. Akiji's eyes showed some disdain as he fully activated the reincarnation power of his body, his speed and strength surging explosively. Seizing the opportunity, he threw a punch at Akainu, sending him flying backward. Chapter 123. Half-state fruit power awakening Aokiji and Akainu, both renowned as youths, were engaged in what could be considered a peak duel between two exceptionally powerful individuals. The celestial dragon named you, watching from the side, had a hint of amusement on his face, his lips curling into a slight, disdainful smile. He truly wanted the opportunity to battle Aokiji as well. At this moment, Akainu felt his body suffer a heavy blow, flying several meters back before flipping over and landing on the ground. Gradually, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he stumbled back several steps before steadying himself. The contempt in his eyes had diminished considerably. Aokiji's strength had indeed increased significantly. But what does that matter? Akainu disdainfully wiped away the blood trickling from his mouth. It was impossible for him to admit defeat now. This little injury was nothing serious. Deep down, Akainu was proud. Although he felt considerable pain and was slightly unsteady, he pretended to be unfazed. Following that, he coldly mocked Aokiji, saying that his haki was impressive, but still not enough. Despite sensing the power of Aokiji's haki and wondering why it was so strange and formidable, he spoke with a hint of disdain. Xiang Sheng, watching the exchange, naturally took note of everything. Both Aokiji and Akainu had once been Marines, and their strength was extraordinarily powerful. From the techniques and performances displayed by the two, if Aokiji had not received a power boost and faced Akainu directly, it was uncertain who would be injured or who would die. Aokiji could clearly hear the implications in Akainu's words and couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. He had just activated the reincarnation power of his body, greatly increasing his speed and strength. This damage had struck Akainu directly, and now he dared to provoke others as if nothing had happened. That punch only caused some blood to spill, yet you couldn't even dodge it. Your reaction was sluggish. Hearing Aokiji's cold sarcasm, Akainu's expression darkened. Naturally, he had to attack physically, but verbal exchanges and mental attacks were also necessary. This kid has given you quite a few good things, but unfortunately, no matter how you look at it, it was merely his generosity towards you. Akainu scoffed, his gaze suddenly turning cold. Now that some distance had been created, while Aokiji was still immersed in his words, Akainu suddenly launched an attack on Aokiji. Ignoring his pain, Akainu spread his arms wide, visibly stirring the air around him. His body now felt somewhat heated, and he threw his head back, letting out a furious roar. With a loud cry, flames and molten magma swirled around Akainu. He swung his arm towards Aokiji, and a torrent of scalding magma erupted like a volcanic eruption, rushing towards the sky and surrounding him with a powerful airflow. The overwhelming rush of air snapped Aokiji back to reality. Can that kid win? The celestial dragon named you, appearing as an outsider, asked with a smile. Watching Akainu's explosive power, he was not worried at all. The smile on his face grew more interested. Xiang Sheng, observing the lofty postures of the two, revealed a hint of disdain and mockery in his eyes. It seemed that these three still did not realize how powerful Aokiji's physical strength had become. Aokiji fixed his gaze on the lava, quickly raising his arms. Two ice crystals appeared in the sky, colliding with the scalding magma, and steam immediately spread out. Akainu squinted his eyes, trying to assess the situation as he watched the white mist gradually envelop the area. Suddenly, a white object flew out from a mist. Akainu silently thought, not good. Originally trying to dodge out of instinct, Akainu turned to evade the ice crystal but was still a step too late, and the ice crystal crashed directly onto his already injured arm. A trace of vapor emerged from the wound, and Akainu stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. But he managed to use his other hand to support himself. The pain in his arm caused beads of sweat to form on Akainu's forehead. Unable to hold back, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Now, Aokiji looked down at Akainu, who was half kneeling on the ground, like a king surveying his domain. Xiangshan couldn't help but smile slightly. Would this kid be killed by Aokiji? Aokiji's power should not be underestimated. If Akainu's fruit power awakened, there might still be a chance. The two celestial dragons beside him exchanged glances, their faces showing a hint of regret. Should we intervene? The alluring celestial dragon's eyes were cold. Akainu still had value to them, so they couldn't just watch him die. Before the celestial dragon named you could respond, Aokiji's ice crystal, emanating cold air, shot straight toward Akainu. The ice crystal, radiating cold, flew toward Akainu at a visible speed. While both had been friends for many years, Akainu's life would not be in danger from this level of strength, but losing an arm or a leg was a definite possibility. The ice crystal struck Akainu hard, and a thick layer of white mist enveloped the area where he stood. Others could not see what was happening within a mist, but the ice crystal gradually melted into water. Akainu's body radiated heat, and his eyes took on a hint of blood red. Is this kid going to die? The celestial dragon named you watched everything with cold eyes, feeling a surge of anger within. Moments later, as Yu's voice faded, he felt an unending stream of extreme cold air slowly converging towards the white mist. Even a layer of ethereal colors appeared above the mist. What is this? The alluring celestial dragon frowned and asked. The other celestial dragon did not reply. He didn't know what it was either, but he vaguely felt that this kid was not dead. Akiji watched as the white mist gradually dissipated, and Akainu, using his hand for support, slowly rose from the ground. Perhaps because the ice crystal had melted away, there was a puddle of water where Akainu had been standing. He could actually get back up? Akiji watched as Akainu got back up, muttering softly to himself. Although it was just his back, one could still tell that the air currents around Akainu were gathering. This was a sign that his awakened fruit ability still had some power. Akiji whispered to himself. Their fruit powers were fire and ice, which were inherently opposing attributes. Chapter 124, A Life and Death Battle, an Ambush. If one were to argue whose attribute was stronger, it would naturally be Akainu's. His fire ability could completely suppress Akiji's ice ability. However, from the current perspective, it seemed that the balance of power had shifted. Do you think this will defeat me? Akainu said with a low, sinister laugh, turning around with an exceptionally cold gaze. Here with Akainu, there would be no losing, no surrendering. Akainu let out a furious roar. Fire blast! Boom! A thick flame surged towards Akiji, and a heavy pressure made Akiji feel as if his body was burning, accompanied by a slight pain. Is Akainu looking to settle this with a fight to the death? Akiji thought with a cold smile. If this were in the past, Akiji would have had some reservations. But now he felt a hint of disdain. After losing his leg last time, he now had an enhanced ability and felt confident about his chances. Looking at Akainu now, Akiji felt as if he were watching a clown perform. Akainu's eyes were filled with rising anger as he faced the searing flames. Akiji relied on ice crystals to form a barrier. However, the flames, fueled by Akainu's fruit ability, were met with Akiji's fierce resistance, creating a dazzling light at the boundary where ice met fire. The ice crystals melted bit by bit, while the fire gradually extinguished. Akiji found it somewhat difficult to escape, and Akainu would not let this opportunity slip away. After unleashing the flames, he quickly condensed his fruit ability. With another roar towards the sky, Akainu shouted, "Red Lotus! Roar!" A raging inferno transformed into a dragon-like shape, moving swiftly towards Akiji with its fiery maw wide open. Akiji's eyes glinted with anger, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. The power he gained was not something that could be easily defeated. Akiji exerted himself to push the ice crystal, flipping backward in the air, and quickly raised his arm. Two sleeves of ice dragon. The frigid ice crystals spread out from Akiji's center, turning everything in their path into ice. Although Akainu's fierce flames still burned, they did not significantly affect Akiji's two sleeves of ice dragon. Watching the ice crystals spread towards him, Akainu continuously unleashed fire to suppress it. Fortunately, the ice crystals did not stop at his feet. With a crashing sound, wherever the ice crystals went, they collapsed. Bang! Perhaps due to their incompatibility, the massive air pressure pushed against Akainu's Red Lotus, and it was visibly transforming into an ice dragon, still charging forward but facing obstruction from the air currents, creating a white line that spread through the air. Crash! Another sound of shattering echoed, and Akainu's Red Lotus completely vanished, leaving only the remnants of ice crystals. How could it become this powerful? Akainu shouted angrily at the sight, his arm muscles twitching with rage. Akiji locked his cold gaze onto Akainu and drew the sword of the silent god from its sheath. As the long sword was drawn, a faint blue light bloomed like flames on its blade. Akiji stepped back, gathering his strength to raise the sword towards Akainu and thrusting it fiercely, his arm strength making his movements as swift as a bird. Stab! Akiji shouted, plunging the sword deep into Akainu's flesh. Akainu, still caught off guard, spat out a mouthful of blood. The unyielding tough guy could never admit defeat, even in death. Akainu sneered, placing his hand on the sword of the silent god embedded in his shoulder. The ice blue light of the sword pressed against Akainu's fiery palm, making a sizzling sound. Red liquid dripped from the sword's tip. Akiji stared blankly at Akainu's hand, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Nearby, two celestial dragons noticed the situation and exchanged glances, disregarding any caution, and rushed forward. Just as Akainu was forcefully pushing the blade of Akiji's sword out, the two celestial dragons flew above Akainu's head and struck Akiji with all their might. Caught completely off guard, Akiji took 2 blows to the chest, causing him to fly backward, still holding onto the sword of the silent god. A trace of light pink blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth, and Akiji faintly felt a burning pain in his chest. Susheng hadn't noticed these 2 celestial dragons before, thinking they would adhere to the code of martial ethics and not interfere in the battle between Akiji and Akainu. It seems he had overestimated their morality. Susheng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, wanting to step forward to help Qingji up and fight alongside her. However, before Susheng could reach Qingji, he saw her turn her head, a faint smile on her face directed at him. Susheng paused and heard Qingji disdainfully say, "There's no need for you to come over, Susheng. The abilities of these celestial dragons are nothing special. I can handle it myself." Seeing the determined expression on Qingji's face, Susheng did not step forward. It was only when Qingji slowly stood up, leaning on his sword, that Susheng took a few steps back. His cold gaze turned towards the 2 celestial dragons. At this moment, Akainu had already fallen to the ground, and the 2 celestial dragons were also looking at Qingji with cold eyes. Perhaps it was due to the success of the sneak attack, but that day, the dragon woman gradually wore a faint smile at the corner of her mouth as she watched. Such a big boast. Thinking you could defeat both of us just by relying on your own strength, huh? As she spoke, there was a hint of mockery and malice in her eyes. The other dragon woman said nothing, merely glancing at the chaotic scene with a faint smile. Such great power, what a pity it would be. The woman clad in jade remarked. Though she spoke, she showed no signs of giving anyone a moment to breathe. Qingji was still catching his breath with his sword in hand, hoping the burning sensation in his chest would subside a bit more. But just as he saw the dragon woman raising a flame, she aimed to strike him with a palm at the fastest speed. Qingji drew the Jishin sword and stepped forward to confront her. The wave of the sword and the woman's flame caused another surge, as if a gust of wind alternated between hot and cold, with a warm current in between. Seeing the situation, the dragon woman immediately flew to her companion's side to lend her energy. Susheng couldn't help but frown. He saw the flames sweep across the long sword, the fiery glow rushing straight into Green Pheasant's chest. Green Pheasant touched his chest, and his clothing was already burned to shreds. He felt as if his chest was burning with fierce fire, and blood uncontrollably flowed from the corner of his mouth. Coughing lightly, Green Pheasant felt dizzy and his legs felt a bit weak. Chapter 125, Susheng vs. 2. Looking at Green Pheasant, who was heavily injured and collapsed to the ground unconscious, the 2 celestial dragons nearby laughed mockingly. With such little power, he still dares to speak arrogantly. Truly ignorant of the world, thinking he is impressive just because he gained a small advantage. The woman laughed loudly, completely unaware that Susheng's eyes were gradually turning cold. With a condescending attitude, she looked down at the unconscious Green Pheasant and coldly mocked. With such insignificant ability, he thinks we would be afraid of him. She then glanced at the nearby lying Akainu and continued her verbal assault. This kid really is useless. Her gaze gradually shifted to Susheng. Didn't you just say he had many good things on him? If it weren't for using all his strength, Green Pheasant wouldn't have been beaten like this. The celestial dragon woman whispered to the woman beside her. The other woman looked at her with a hint of disdain in her eyes and disdainfully replied, "I don't even regard Green Pheasant as a threat. How could someone like him undermine your authority?" Before the woman could respond, she walked towards Susheng, disdainfully pointing at him. "You." The woman looked at Susheng's back, wanting to say something, but upon hearing the woman's scornful remarks about Susheng with no regard, she chose to remain silent. "You are heartless and ungrateful, watching Green Pheasant get beaten and not coming to help." Hearing the woman's sarcastic comments, Susheng didn't pay much attention, but his eyes gradually revealed a sinister intent as he looked at the fallen Green Pheasant. "What? Do you feel pity or mockery? Killing a few ordinary celestial dragons doesn't mean you have boundless power." Listening to the woman's incessant chatter, Susheng found it extremely annoying. "Do you know why villains die?" Susheng picked at his ears, his gaze slowly shifting from Green Pheasant to the woman. Susheng's sudden remark left the woman utterly confused. "What?" Susheng raised his arm and shouted loudly at the woman, as a phantom cold fire shot straight from his arm, releasing icy white flames towards her. Su Shang didn't pay attention to anything else and ran directly towards Akiji, picking him up and placing him on ground. At that moment, Su Shang wanted to help, but Akiji wouldn't let him. He naturally understood Akiji's intentions and didn't intervene. However, now that Akiji had taken the initiative to fight two opponents and was being beaten to a pulp, Su Shang couldn't just stand by and watch. He couldn't bear to see Akiji being killed right in front of him. He would definitely save him. But he also had to deal with those two despicable celestial dragons who only knew how to sneak attack. Su Shang placed Qingji in a relatively flat and safe area. He stood up and turned to watch as the woman fought fiercely, melting the icy white flames emitted from the ethereal cold firearm with an unending stream of fireballs. Now, the icy white flames in the sky fell like burning rain. The woman quickly ran away from that place, glancing back with a hint of disdainful amusement on her face as she continued to shout, "I thought you actually had some skills. Now that it has come to this, of course, I won't just stand by." After saying this, she added, "How can you say that? Those icy flames burn beautifully. It's quite a visual feast." The woman walked up to Su Shang with a smile and said, "I originally thought Qingji would be done for, but after taking a few of their blows, he's now half dead. I now find you more interesting." She continued to mock, "I heard you killed so many celestial dragon people. I really wonder if you can kill us too." Haha. The woman expressed her disdain for Su Shang and the others. Qingji, with no effort, could be beaten to a near-death state by them. As a celestial dragon noble with authentic celestial dragon blood, how could he be defeated by such insignificant people? Ridiculous. Su Shang was too lazy to listen to this person's nonsense and directly used the great heavenly creation palm to unleash a golden palm print at the two celestial dragon people. The woman, seeing this, immediately used her fiery hand to meet the palm print. Bang! With a loud bang, the woman stood there completely unharmed, a faint smile of mockery on her lips. She crossed her arms and said with a laugh, "Is that all?" Immediately, the woman's body seemed to be injected with something, and she became noticeably stronger. She swiftly launched an attack towards Su Shang, shooting bursts of flames directly at him. Su Shang used her ethereal cold firearm to release ice-white flames to catch it, and moments later, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Su Shang calmly looked at the two celestial dragons. The previous celestial dragon might indeed have had impure bloodlines, making it easy to deal with them. However, the two in front of him made Su Shang feel particularly alert. The strength of these celestial dragons should not be underestimated. Yet, it was not without a chance of winning one against two. Su Shang thought about this and launched the Great Creation Palm at the woman. The Great Creation Palm, with its golden imprint, gradually gathered in Su Shang's hand, forming a blazing fire lotus, which looked particularly beautiful amidst the falling snowflakes. Aiming at the woman, Su Shang suddenly pushed this golden palm imprint out. Whether it was due to excessive force or not, it produced a piercing sound like a struck gong. Seeing this, the woman gradually withdrew the smile from her face, truly a stubborn fool. Instead of using both hands like a typical woman, she arrogantly responded with just one hand. However, when the woman made contact with the golden palm imprint, a wave of sound made her feel as if her ears were ringing, and there was a slight burning pain in her palm. The woman frowned, but the expression was fleeting, and she quickly recovered, taking back her burned palm while Su Shang was not paying attention. "This thing can actually burn me." The woman's face showed no change, but her heart was already filled with confusion. However, she absolutely could not lose momentum and must not acknowledge Su Shang's strength. Even if she felt pain, she showed no intention of sparing Su Shang in her words. Having tried it all, thinking that such a trivial thing could defeat us, the woman smiled disdainfully, looking at Su Shang with a full sense of contempt. Su Shang seemed to ignore the woman's words, still quietly observing and pondering. He didn't believe that he couldn't harm these two people at all. Everything should have its weaknesses, no matter how strong a person is. Su Shang believed they all have their strengths and weaknesses. Not finding them doesn't mean they don't exist. Chapter 126. The Jade falls and flees in panic. Su Shang observed the woman, her gaze lingering without moving. The woman felt a twinge of unease in her heart, her face suddenly turning pale, and she tightly clasped her hands behind her back. Afraid that Su Shang would discover something, the woman swallowed hard and continued to mock him coldly, trying to cover up her anxiety. "What? Do you feel like you're at death's door and want to rely on us?" The woman laughed, her narrow eyes glinting with a hint of light. As she approached, Su Shang naturally wouldn't give them any chance to breathe. Since these tactics were ineffective, it was better to keep them on their toes. In a state of panic, people always reveal some flaws. This skill of keeping them overwhelmed was not something Su Shang could accomplish alone. If he were to face both of them by himself, Su Shang felt that he had already exhausted his strength before discovering any flaws in the two people, since they dared to team up against him. What was wrong with him facing two with 100? Su Shang didn't shout angrily, but her eyes turned cold as she shouted, "Multiple selves, instant kill." Immediately, 180 Su Shangs appeared one after another, and at this moment, the smiles on the women's faces froze. They felt an inexplicable sense that the situation was not good. A group of identical Su Shangs simultaneously unleashed the same skill, which was the Great Creation Palm. Su Shang pushed hard, and countless palm prints rushed towards the two of them. The woman reacted instinctively, letting out a roar towards the sky. With a thunderous sound, she struggled to resist, using all her strength to meet the palm prints. The woman coordinated from behind, but ultimately, the two of them could not withstand the hundreds of hands and were pushed back significantly by the golden palm prints. A trace of light was also generated from the friction beneath their feet. Su Shang observed the two people carefully. Due to the issue with the purple aura coming from the east, a hint of blue light gradually appeared in Su Shang's eyes. Su Shang could see clearly the wound burned into the woman's palm. At this moment, the woman was also feeling a bit of a burning sensation from the imprint on her palm. Sweat was dripping from her forehead, and when she simply glanced at Su Shang, a sense of fear suddenly surged in her heart. It turned out that there was still some effect. Her mouth seemed to have been blown open like a trumpet, and her ability to spout nonsense was indeed quite strong. Su Sang Weetspa, having already devised a plan to eliminate them in his heart. For such people, Su Shang naturally showed no mercy. Was there any chance for them to survive? Absolutely not. Just as these two celestial dragons were still resisting the strike, Su Shang had already prepared the next wave of attack. Su Shang's posture was already in place, but this time there were some purple marks on her palms, and around her body, a reddish-golden color gradually began to. The woman also noticed Su Shang here, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes, along with a trace of determination. Su Shang gathered his strength and shouted, pushing out a golden palm print. Unlike the previous two times, this golden palm print was accompanied by the reincarnation golden lotus and infused with his armament haki. The palm print shimmered with a faint purple hue, with a dual-colored flame in the center. At this moment, the palm print was burning with a brilliant lotus flower, and the fairy holding the lotus was extremely dazzling. As the palm print was released, Su Shang responded to the woman, saying that this was far more enjoyable than rain or snow. In the midst of his words, the woman hurriedly dodged out of the way. The woman was utterly obliterated amidst the raging flames. Su Shang looked at the woman with mixed feelings. After saying so much, this person still ended up being abandoned, dying in front of her without any attempt to save him. Su Shang certainly wouldn't be lost in thought, because the woman in front of him was walking straight towards him. Her strong arms were directly urging Su Shang to come closer. Fighting from a distance was impossible. She clearly intended to engage in close combat. With a hint of flame in her powerful arm, she swung a heavy punch towards Su Shang's chest. Su Shang grabbed the woman's arm and suddenly flipped it behind her back, delivering a kick, but it seemed ineffective as the woman's body appeared unscathed. The two fought for about an hour, remaining evenly matched. Each time Su Shang attacked, he used nearly all his strength. The sky was lit up with endless sparks from their fierce battle, dazzling and extraordinary. The woman's stamina was indeed impressive. Su Shang couldn't tell if it was because he had been too lax recently, but after just an hour or two of fighting, he began to feel his strength waning. Su Shang felt a stir in his heart and decisively summoned the puppet, Dabai, to join the battle. Throughout the fight, Su Shang's eyes never rested for a moment. He was searching, looking for weaknesses in the woman. Naturally, he was stronger in terms of stamina. With Dabai entering the battlefield, Su Shang gradually gained the upper hand in the fight, while the woman was filled with suppressed rage. At some point, a trace of blood unexpectedly appeared at the corner of her mouth. It was unclear whether she had bitten her lip or not. As Dabai engaged with the woman, he inadvertently struck her in the chest. Su Shang noticed the woman's unintentional frown and couldn't help but break into a faint smile. Weak point. Su Shang's gaze fell on the woman's chest, and a hint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. He intended to use the divine killing gun to kill her. In fact, he did take out the divine killing gun. However, it seemed that the woman sensed something, and instead of attacking Dabai or Su Shang, she directed her final attack at the unconscious Qingji. Su Shang was quick and agile, rushing over to help Qingji block the attack before it landed. Su Shang was unscathed, but when he turned to grab the gun to shoot the woman, it seemed as if she was slowly sinking into the ground. In just a moment, the woman named Yu vanished before Su Shang's eyes. Yu fled in panic, and Su Shang's gaze turned cold. This person would eventually have to be killed, as such individuals are a disaster if left alive. Su Shang chased forward, but without a direction, he decisively gave up. Yu fled away, and instead of pursuing, Su Shang turned and went to Qing Ji's side, crouching down and holding Qing Ji in his arms. You really should be grateful, Su Shang said as he took out an upgraded, immortal bean and unhesitatingly fed it to Qing Ji. The injuries on Qing Ji gradually emitted a faint golden light, and after a moment, they began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Even the weak breath was strengthening. Qing Ji woke up quite quickly. Su Shang, thank you. You helped me once again. Qing Ji slowly stood up and expressed his gratitude. Looking at the weakened Qing Ji, Su Shang's eyes flickered. That person had escaped. Our strength is still not enough. After saying this, Su Shang didn't wait for anything else and directly opened the host's exclusive jar. The Rinnegan from Naruto, which controls gravity, and the summoning of the Outer Path Golem, is most special because it can ignore certain barriers between life and death, capable of extracting and reviving an enemy's soul, but at a high cost. Chapter 127, The Mutated Rinnegan. Su Shang looked at the treasure that had been revealed and gasped. When she first saw the colorful light, her heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect it to be such a precious item. Su Shang's eyes had completely transformed at this moment, displaying spiral patterns that looked extremely bizarre. Based on previous knowledge of reality, the most powerful Rinnegan was once possessed by Hui Yue, which had the ability to access 5 mysterious spaces. However, Su Shang had never anticipated this resurrection and soul extraction, as he had never seen it before. Qing Ji looked at Su Shang's mutated eyes, and with just one glance, he felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. Your eyes? Qing Ji said, somewhat surprised. Su Shang smiled slightly. It's nothing. A powerful weapon capable of taking out you in an instant. Qing Ji's body shook. Taking out in an instant? Are you kidding? Just now, when I fought with you, it was an intense battle, and now you have a treasure that can instantly kill you. If Su Shang keeps opening jars like this, there probably won't be anyone on the Grand Line who can rival him. Su Shang shook his fist and said, well, now I don't have to worry about anyone coming after me. With my current strength, even if the 4 emperors came together, it would probably be a sight to see. Su Shang looked at the weak Akiji and said, all right, let's take a break. Those encrypted texts will probably need some more observation. Akiji nodded. Although he had recovered his body with the upgraded fairy beans, he was still somewhat weak. There was no rush regarding Akiji's matters. So everyone went back to the house together. Hancock had been anxiously waiting, as Su Shang was very reluctant to let her take action every time after the last battle. As his woman, he wanted to protect her himself. Hancock, being a woman, couldn't stand Su Shang's domineering attitude. Even if she disagreed, there was nothing she could do. When she saw that both of them were unharmed, she finally felt relieved. Husband, your eyes? Hancock was surprised to see Su Shang's completely changed eyes. Su Shang waved his hand. It's nothing. This eye is even more powerful than the Sharingan. Hancock covered her mouth in disbelief. She had seen the terrifying power of Su Shang's kaleidoscope Sharingan with her own eyes, especially that powerful Susanoo. Now, there is something even stronger. How monstrous is that? Seeing Su Shang looking a bit fatigued, Hancock didn't ask any more questions. Su Shang, Akiji, and the Whitebeard trio sat down to enjoy the feast laid out on the table, which was a new skill Hancock had learned. Although the taste was average, Su Shang still said it was delicious. Akiji, on the other hand, was carefully tasting it, as if he were testing for poison, which made Hancock giggle. In the days to come, we need to gather secrets. There's nothing else to do. After gathering everything, we will set off for Cake Island. Su Shang swallowed his food and said slowly. Akiji put down his chopsticks. Cake Island? That's the territory of the Yonko Big Mom. Even the Navy can't infiltrate it. Su Shang smiled slightly, thinking about the secrets of the celestial god that must be uncovered. Moreover, Auntie couldn't be left alone. She was a major threat. Green Pheasant's pupils contracted slightly. What kind of ruthless words was Su Shang saying? To directly kill Auntie? She was a strange woman with countless sons and terrifying strength. That woman indeed committed numerous atrocities, but eliminating her would not be easy. Green Pheasant naturally had seen Auntie, a terrifying woman of that era, and even he felt a great deal of apprehension upon meeting her. The thought of Auntie's powerful sons made him feel a bit overwhelmed, let alone directly strangling Auntie herself. Figures like her, and Kaido as well, had bodies that were far from normal. Wanting them dead was quite difficult. Like a rogue, but they could never reach the highest peak, True strong individuals were like Roger and Whitebeard, unafraid of death for the sake of their ideals. Don't worry, I've arranged for a good fighter as well. Besides, isn't my current strength on par with the four emperors? Su Shang's eerie Rinnegan spun, sending chills down Green Pheasant's spine. Green Pheasant didn't know Su Shang's current strength, but the previous great transformations were enough to match the four emperors. Since Su Shang had this confidence, Green Pheasant didn't say much more. However, he was indeed interested in facing off against the notorious four emperor Andy. Since you've made your decision, I'll go with you, Green Pheasant said with a calm expression, nodding. Su Shang smiled slightly, realizing that his cards were getting bigger and bigger. One warlord of the sea wife, one warlord of the sea puppet, and one marine admiral. With such a lineup, anywhere on the ocean, it would be enough to dominate. If he really were to form a pirate crew, he might surpass even the four emperors. I wonder how Ace is doing? Su Shang Mumut. Akiji glanced at Su Shang in surprise. This guy even managed to recruit that formidable member of the Whitebeard Pirates? What a terrifying individual. What will the future ocean look like because of Su Shang? Akiji silently sighed. After a moment of silence, everyone finished eating and drinking and hurriedly dispersed. The sky was getting dark. Akiji was reading in the room. The sound of snoring from the giant was still loud. While Hancock was looking at the 7 Dragon Balls on the table, Su Shang hadn't mentioned using them, and she wouldn't force the issue. It was a simple truth that once a person dies, they cannot be brought back to life. Su Shang sat on the rooftop, having obtained a Rinnegan, and realized that things were different from before. It wasn't just an improvement in observational abilities. He now possessed a power that was truly close to that of a god. Su Shang's perspective on the entire world had changed. Even at night, he noticed some different changes in the eastern horizon. He attempted to use the purple chi from the east eye, but felt a sharp pain in his eyes and was unable to activate it. Instead, purple chi continuously emanated from his body. Is the Rinnegan really this overbearing? Su Shang was somewhat surprised. He had thought that having the Rinnegan meant it was no big deal to lose the Sharingan. After all, the Rinnegan was the ancestor of the Sharingan, and all of its abilities were preserved and even enhanced. He had access to infinite Tsukuyomi, space techniques, and Amaterasu, and the black flames of Amaterasu were even more intense, capable of directly incinerating space. The only regret for Su Shang was that he couldn't inherit all types of Susanoo, only Itachi's. However, this time, he faced outright rejection from the purple chi from the east eye. What's going on? Su Shang felt helpless. Although the Rinnegan basically had the functions of the purple chi from the east eye, he couldn't give up this tangible means of enhancing attack power. Su Shang faintly felt that the eye of purple chi still existed in his eyes, as if resisting the erosion of the reincarnation eye. Since it wanted to devour him, it must have its sights set on his abilities. Then let it open. Su Shang shouted softly. Suddenly, Su Shang's eyes completely vanished, and strange energy emanated from the 2 large voids. Chapter 128. The powerful reincarnation eye, the Straw Hat Crew arrives. Su Shang's eyes were hollow, with purple energy continuously emanating. The stars in the sky shifted, time slowly passed, and Su Shang's eyes kept changing. The eyeballs gradually revealed themselves, and on the hollow white orbs, purple spiral patterns emerged, slowly growing. The mysterious power from the soul became increasingly intense, and Su Shang's momentum continued to rise. The purple spiral patterns continued to grow until they fully manifested. Su Shang exhaled a breath of purple energy, completely transforming, his figure soaring into the sky. The Rinnegan activated in an instant, casting the infinite Tsukuyomi, its patterns appearing on the moon. Countless people gazing at the moon at night instantly lost consciousness, staring blankly at the sky. In the Navy, Admiral Akainu looked on in astonishment at the changes happening across the entire Navy. What is happening? Could someone be using some kind of illusion to attack the Marine government? Severely injured, Akainu was very worried. In the Revolutionary Army, Dragon was shocked to find that his troops had lost consciousness, deeply astonished. Is someone trying to incite a war without regard for life? Across the vast ocean, countless pirate crews lost consciousness, and even the sea was devoid of wind and waves. Countless sea kings fell silent, and the entire world seemed to be immersed in death. Su Shang gently exhaled and activated the infinite moon reading. In an instant, the entire sea surface roared with waves, and countless sea king-like monsters howled fiercely, creating a terrifying scene. The whole world seemed to fall into madness, astonishing all. Those controlled by the infinite moon reading began to tremble incessantly, as if they had seen something, their eyes filled with despair and displaying a frenzied expression, looking extremely horrifying. This left those who were not controlled in shock, as they had no idea what was happening in this world. The purple in Su Shang's eyes grew increasingly dazzling, and the whole world seemed to be going mad. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. The sea was almost about to overturn, with countless sea kings floating on the surface and overturned pirate ships. Luffy and his crew were sailing on the sea when they suddenly faced such a terrifying phenomenon, leaving them momentarily flustered. They tightly controlled the pirate ship, hoping not to be capsized. They drifted with the waves, gradually losing their direction, unsure of where to float. On the pirate ship, Luffy and the others had their own tasks to attend to and were not distracted by the moon, so no changes occurred. At this moment, Su Shang's mind felt as if it had exploded, clearly sensing the terrifying power unleashed by the fusion of the Rinnegan and the purple energy of the Rinnegan, which was truly unbearable. Su Shang's eyes gradually lost their sparkle, revealing purple spiral patterns. The brilliance faded step by step, but his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and Su Shang felt a piercing pain. Su Shang hurriedly ate an upgraded divine bean, which improved his condition. Su Shang felt the change in his eyes. The two types of eyes had completely merged. The purple power of reincarnation was the product of the combination of the two types of eyes, and it was immensely powerful. Now, as long as Su Shang focused his mind, the purple energy of reincarnation could be manipulated at will. The enhancement from that ancient and mysterious power was no longer just a simple increase in attack power. Instead, it could mobilize the power of reincarnation, making the opponent feel a sense of helplessness as if they were falling into an abyss, and a despair of being trapped in reincarnation. Su Shang felt his eyes slowly returning to normal. The earlier outburst was only temporary, and he was not yet capable of achieving that terrifying manipulation of the entire world again. That kind of explosive state, which was merely a combination of two forces, required more than just the eyes. Su Shang needed sufficient strength to see through the moon and break through the heavens. Currently, aside from his proficiency in using Amaterasu, he had no experience with other abilities of the Rinnegan and needed to continuously develop his skills to reach such a terrifying scenario as before. Right now, Su Shang could only use infinite Tsukuyomi in a limited range. However, this gave him a direction. As long as he could utilize the Rinnegan to its fullest, he could achieve an invincible level. Moreover, Su Shang had previously comprehended the method of honing the purple chi from the east, which is also applicable to the Rinnegan. And stargazing tonight would have a similar effect. It seemed that the Rinnegan should be cultivated through the magnificent and spectacular sights of the world. Although it was a slow process, each small improvement represented a significant enhancement in strength. Su Shang now feels that using the Susanoo with the Rinnegan involves a different kind of energy. When the crimson-orange war god appears, his eyes emit a purple glow. Su Shang was quite satisfied, resting with his eyes closed on the rooftop. Although he could observe the ancient text at night, it was not as effective as during sunrise. Moreover, the recent synthesis had consumed a large amount of his mental energy, so taking a break was a wise choice. As the sun rose, Su Shang opened his eyes and watched as the eastern sky gradually revealed a hint of fishbelly white, the flowing patterns of the clouds becoming clearer. This significantly reduced Su Shang's pressure. What was most terrifying was that now Su Shang could mostly understand the ancient text, even though he could only make out bits and pieces. However, with the terrifying power of the reincarnation eye, he was able to roughly arrange the text. Su Shang was extremely excited, constantly collecting texts and switching to the rebirth eye. These things posed no burden to Su Shang, who kept absorbing them. Soon it was almost sunset, and only then did Su Shang move, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. Su Shang's eyes emitted a faint purple glow. In her control over the reincarnation, eye became much clearer. Su Shang returned to the room and wrote down the words that came to his mind on the paper. His two lively reincarnation eyes, full of spirit. He quickly finished writing, and Su Shang combined the previous parts, slowly sorting them out. Although he couldn't decipher the information, he could barely understand some of it. Su Shang was busy like this without stopping. After observing for 2 days, it should be about time. Looking at the 4 or 5 sheets of paper in front of him, Su Shang smiled. Su Shang was observing intently when he suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. He noticed that the observation haki expanded and discovered that Akiji was no longer inside the house. Where did this guy go crazy? Su Shang saw that the ground had completely turned into ice crystals, realizing it was Akiji's awakening ability. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of swords clashing and punches outside. Great 3,000 worlds. A green-haired man shouted, and a terrifying sword light surged out violently. Rubber Thunder Axe. Sushang only heard the horrifying sound of something piercing through the air outside, which was very ear-piercing, accompanied by the crackling of thunder. "Void Ice Spike!" Akiji shouted, as countless spatial fractures appeared, then froze, with terrifying black ice about to pierce through. "Luffy, you guys are here! Akiji, show some mercy!" Sushang shouted loudly. Chapter 129. Zoro's Fighting Spirit. Luffy and Sushang had not yet had a chance to hug, when they were interrupted by a sharp flash of sword light from nearby. Luffy turned around and shouted loudly, "Zoro, what are you doing?" Luffy was somewhat confused. Having just arrived, Zoro had drawn his sword right away, which was contrary to Luffy's enthusiastic character. Zoro, holding Enma, laughed heartily. The former Marine Admiral was now wielding a sword, and the aura of that sword even surpassed that of the Supreme Greatsword. "I really want to spar a bit." Luffy expressed his helplessness and looked a bit embarrassed at Sushang. Sushang waved his hand and patted Akiji. "Are you going to fight?" Akiji's expression was indifferent as he drew the Ice God sword. The intense sword light dazzled the eyes, and without a word, the astonishing sword aura proved Akiji's intentions. Zoro grinned, holding his swords with one in his mouth, showcasing a fierce three-sword style. Akiji remained expressionless, the power of ice continually flowing into the Ice God sword, its brilliance growing ever stronger, the ice blue light extremely dazzling. Seeing this, Zoro frowned slightly. He could clearly feel the increasing power of Akiji's long sword. If it were someone else, they would have likely launched an attack without giving the opponent a chance, but Zoro's character was different. The green-haired swordsman stood his ground, watching Akiji with a respectful posture, waiting for him to strike. This was the spirit of a swordsman from the sea, not taking advantage of someone's weakness. To win, one must do so completely, earning the opponent's full respect. After several breaths, Akiji slowly moved his feet, the terrifying chill emitted by the Ice God sword sending shivers down the spine. An ordinary person might be directly intimidated to death. Akiji was not dishonorable. Since Zoro wanted to compete in swordsmanship, he would use the Ice God sword to thoroughly convince Zoro. And he also did not know how terrifying the maximum power of this sword was. Seeing this, Zoro could no longer contain his restless heart. The three-sword style surged forward. The clash of three swords and one sword struck quickly, producing a resonant sound of metal colliding, sounding powerful and strong. When Zoro and Akiji clashed, the first strike was shocking. The terrifying icy power of the ice blue long sword made Zoro feel somewhat uncomfortable, even dulling his three swords. Fortunately, Zoro's haki was strong and sharp, providing significant resistance against the devil fruit abilities. The two exchanged blows back and forth, engaging in hundreds of rounds over a few minutes. Thoroughly enjoying the fight, Akiji was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Zoro's strength to be so formidable. He had only heard that Zoro was Mihawk's disciple, and Akiji had not paid much attention to Mihawk, let alone his disciple. But now it seemed that this guy was like a machine, with endless stamina, almost beast-like. Akiji swallowed hard. Without the powerful physique granted by the reincarnation golden core, he might not be Zoro's match in pure physical combat. Even now, he only slightly held the advantage. Akiji frowned slightly, leaping into the air, the Ice God sword radiating brilliant light. "Ice Dragon." Akiji called out lightly, and a beam of ice blue sword light instantly shot out, splitting the surrounding void, which could not close, being completely frozen, the violent energy instantly filling the entire space. Zoro let out a light breath, his muscles bulging, his terrifying momentum rising continuously, ferocious like a beast. Zoro roared, his figure shooting into the sky, executing the three-sword style secret technique, Great Thousand Worlds. A beam of white light tore through the sky, the sword light striking towards that ice blue sword light with lightning speed. The two collided, producing an astonishing sound, extremely powerful. Even Luffy, watching from the side, was quite surprised. I remember Akiji didn't use a sword before. How was his swordsmanship now even stronger than Zoro's? Sushang smiled slightly. "Have you forgotten my identity?" Luffy suddenly realized. "So it's you, this jar merchant. Following you is truly a blessing." Sushang did not say much, but instead looked at the battlefield where the two were locked in a fierce fight. "Akiji, put in a little more effort. Let my jar show its power." Sushang thought to himself. At this moment, the two were becoming more and more courageous in battle. "Ghost hunt!" Zoro shouted loudly, bending his body, with three swords crossing each other, displaying a terrifying posture that looked extremely fierce. Zoro's figure instantly vanished, and the space became tranquil. What incredible speed! Aokiji was somewhat surprised. Aokiji did not hesitate either, immediately flying into the sky, preparing to unleash the second move of the Quiet God Sword. Suddenly, Aokiji's figure became strange, and the Quiet God Sword in his hand kept changing, dazzling to the eyes. Aokiji's tall and slender body made this sword technique look very beautiful, with icy white streams of light constantly shifting, gradually giving rise to a strange spectacle, as if a phoenix was dancing in the sky. Ice Phoenix Sword Technique. Aokiji shouted loudly. With each change in his posture, a phoenix's cry echoed, and his momentum surged upwards, moving at an astonishing speed, making it impossible to pinpoint Aokiji's exact location. Zoro's Ghost Hunt finally activated, his black figure tearing through the void, and the black blade light instantly struck towards Aokiji, the terrifying attack power astonishing. Even with haki, if one was not proficient, they could only be cut in two. Aokiji instantly met the attack. This sword technique was known for its speed and versatility, lacking explosive power but excelling in an unending assault, capable of wearing down the opponent, with a continuous accumulation of icy power leading to a slow death. However, Zoro was no ordinary opponent. The terrifying blade light clashed, displaying incredible destructive power. In the initial exchanges, Aokiji's movements had little effect. Even the phoenix's cry seemed weak. But Aokiji's steady flow of flashy sword techniques gradually formed the icy power, and suddenly, Aokiji retreated sharply, the icy white light surging, charging up for a strike. The phoenix's cry pierced through the sky, and the icy white sword light transformed in the heavens, shattering the black sword light in one blow. Zoro was taken aback, quickly retreating, staring intently at the approaching, ever-changing icy blue sword light. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Ox Demon, Brave Claw!" Zoro's eyes became sharp, his figure leaping up, a black shadow rushing towards the icy blue blade light. The ghost slash pierced straight ahead, the black light blinding, and in an instant, the icy blue blade light vanished. Instead, a terrifying black shadow descended from the sky, its momentum grand and breathtaking. "Oh, the green-haired swordsman seems to have become even sharper," Sanji observed with interest as he watched the two fight. "Can Mr. Greenhair defeat Admiral Aokiji?" Robin asked with a smile, but looking at Zoro's eyes filled with hope. With a loud bang, the two clashed together. This time, Aokiji fully activated his haki and observation haki, each clash surprising Zoro. "This haki isn't that hard, but it gives me a sense of helplessness. How strange." Watching the icy white light slowly flowing on Aokiji's body, Zoro was somewhat astonished. Chapter 130. Aokiji's narrow victory. Zoro no longer hesitated, retreating as the terrifying haki flowed, with even more terrifying sword energy spreading wildly, the space around him becoming pitch black, and Zoro's eyes slowly glowing red. At a glance, this guy seemed like a death god from hell, extremely terrifying. "The Qian, Sanqian world, three-sword style ultimate move," Zoro shouted loudly. In the pitch-black world, the long sword in Zoro's hand spun continuously, generating strong air currents, warping the entire sky, as a terrifying wind rushed towards Aokiji. Aokiji sensed something was wrong in an instant, retreating as the continuous icy power surged into the Quiet God Sword. "Quiet God Sword domain," Aokiji shouted loudly. The long sword flew towards the sky at an astonishing angle, the icy white light spreading wildly, making the entire sky feel incredibly cold. In an instant, gray icy crystals filled the sky, and Aokiji shouted loudly. Countless gray long swords were generated, becoming terrifying under the illumination of the Quiet God Sword's light, the void cracking open, making it unbearable. At this moment, Zoro swung his sword with all his might, the white blade light like a long river, rushing towards Aokiji. Impossible to evade, even surpassing the speed of light, leaving no time to breathe. Aokiji was startled, but could not retreat, gritting his teeth and charging forward. Meanwhile, countless long swords also rushed towards Zoro, attacking from every angle, making one feel apprehensive. Zoro was undeterred. Seeing the multitude of long swords instead gave him a sense of fearlessness, as if a swordsman was at the pinnacle, facing the challenge of countless swordsmen. This kingly demeanor was vividly displayed on Zoro, who shouted loudly and charged forward. "Tiger! Crow! Demon Slash!" Zoro continuously shouted, white light, red light, black light, overwhelming the senses, dazzling. The two were filled with fighting spirit, fighting to the death. Aokiji's long sword carried flowing light, the black light points shining brighter. the mysterious and ancient power of reincarnation clashing with the White River. Zoro was almost using his ultimate techniques to counter the countless blade lights. Both of their stamina was continuously depleting, their moves gradually wearing down. Aokiji had a large wound on his chest, bleeding profusely, very eye-catching and painful. Meanwhile, Zoro's clothes were tattered, with countless small wounds on his body, as if he could collapse at any moment. However, an endless darkness spread around Zoro, his body swaying and changing, and in an instant he transformed into a terrifying demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms, making one tremble at first glance. Sushun looked at Zoro's transformation with some surprise. Is this the legendary ghostly aura, the 9-sword style? I've only seen it in the anime, but it's even more terrifying in the real world. Shinji was very astonished, unsure if he could handle it. At this moment, Shinji no longer hesitated, slowly rising into the air, pouring all the ice power within his body into his long sword. The terrifying ice power rapidly spread, making it unbearable for anyone nearby. The long sword shone with an icy white light, while black flowing light enveloped the sword body, looking very strange. One sword to summon the stars. Shinji shouted loudly. The ice power had accumulated to its peak, and with a terrifying swing of his sword, the ice-white sword light carried black flowing clouds, adorned with countless white light spots, resembling stars, dazzling to behold. Faced with such a terrifying attack, everyone present was shocked. Was this terrifying sword technique really something that only someone who had just drawn the sword could use? Oh, the green-haired one is probably going to lose this time, Sanji said helplessly. Although his eyes were disdainful, the cigarette in his hand accidentally fell to the ground. The entire Straw Hat crew was sweating for Zoro. Regardless of whether he won or not, he better not be reckless and end up dead. Shinji bellowed, continuously channeling ice power to support the sword light, growing ever stronger. And the entire sky was filled with a melodious sound of the sword, mesmerizing everyone. Zoro also no longer hesitated, in his terrifying state of 3 heads and 6 arms. He resembled a god of death. Taking a step forward, the space swayed, and his figure instantly disappeared. Demon Cry 9-sword style, 1 mist needle, Zoro shouted. Then, at the point of the ice-blue sword light, a black shadow flashed into existence. It was as if the god of death had descended, with a rumbling sound echoing through heaven and earth, and boundless darkness spreading out. Zoro swung his sword, and the blood-red light rapidly collided with the ice-white sword light. First, there was a deafening, terrifying sound, and then the void shattered completely, revealing a massive gash. However, Zoro's red light was even more terrifying. Those gashes were all shredded, and for a moment, the heavens and earth roared continuously. The sea surged violently, and the Sea Kings of the Deep were screaming in terror. The 2 enormous forces clashed, both of them holding on tightly. Whoever ran out of strength first would be completely defeated. Shinji was betting on the power of rebirth. Zoro was betting on his sword. All 3 of his beloved treasures were trembling incessantly, and even the supreme great sword could hardly support Zoro's monstrous technique. However, Zoro was just a sword, the sharpest one. And a swordsman who gambled his life was the strongest sword in the world. Just like when Mihawk fought Zoro with his accessories, it wasn't just about superior swordsmanship. He himself was a sword, unmatched by anyone. Shinji continued to channel ice power, suddenly feeling a peculiar sensation from these forces. After enduring a tremendous sense of overextension, Shinji sensed the flow of energy, and the black light of reincarnation began to flicker on his body. This seemed to be the true mystery of the Haki. Only then did Shinji realize the true power of Haki. In despair, he saw through reincarnation and discovered a glimmer of hope. Sushun originally thought that Aokiji would be the one to give in first. After all, Zoro was indeed a fierce beast with impressive strength. If it came to a full-scale battle, Aokiji's power would definitely overwhelm Zoro. However, relying solely on the 4-sword techniques of the Shikishin sword was indeed questionable. And Aokiji had only recently drawn his sword, so he wasn't very skilled with it yet. This made Sushun break out in a cold sweat, suddenly feeling less confident about his jar. Aokiji, please don't ruin my reputation. Sushun still relied on the jar to rampage across the sea. Fortunately, Aokiji was still impressive. The black light flickered, and Aokiji's complexion began to improve. The icy white sword light became even more intense, even surpassing the previous trend. At this moment, Zoro was struggling desperately, using all his strength to withstand the icy white sword light. However, The black flowing clouds, wrapped around countless stars, swept in. Zoro suddenly felt a loss of strength and began to retreat. But a swordsman can die, but a sword cannot die. Zoro is the sword. He then leaped into the air, his haki condensed to the extreme, 3 swords ignited with flames, 9 sword style, great thousand world. Zoro shouted in anger. And a blood-red river surged toward Aokiji, while Zoro was pierced in the shoulder, falling to the ground, dust swirling around him. Aokiji exerted all his strength, the power of reincarnation rising, beginning to engulf that red river. The screeching sound was extremely piercing and uncomfortable. Chapter 131. Astonished Robin, the flowing black river slowly devoured the red river, and eventually there was no sound in the world. The shattered space gradually restored. Aokiji's complexion was fatigued, paler than usual, his form swaying. He glanced at the fallen Zoro, with no expression, and instantly collapsed to the ground. If one were to determine a winner, it could only be said that Aokiji narrowly won. However, it seemed that Zoro's sword was still formidable. Aokiji's victory could also be attributed to Sushang's jar, but there was also a part of his own strength. After all, Aokiji's power was not insignificant, able to support such a vast amount of haki, which could not be achieved without solid strength. Otherwise, why would so many people have great ambitions but still remain ordinary? Everyone shook their heads when they saw the 2 fallen figures. These 2 guys, clearly nothing special, insisted on fighting to the death. Why bother? Sushang also felt helpless and went to help Aokiji with Luffy. Sanji slowly walked over, carrying the unconscious Zoro. Sushang, hurry and get the upgraded version of the healing beans. At this rate, we won't be able to save him later, Chopper said anxiously. Sushang was also helpless. His own immortal beans were used up, so he had to rummage through Qingji's package and found an upgraded version of the immortal beans. Qingji was unconscious and would probably feel a lot of pain upon waking up. However, there was no other way, as those 2 were desperately fighting. Sushang smiled and fed one to Zoro, then stuffed another into Kizaru's mouth. The wounds on both of them strangely disappeared, and they quickly regained consciousness. They exchanged glances and smiled. Clearly, their stubbornness made them somewhat optimistic about each other. It seems my sword still needs honing, Zoro said with a bitter smile. Kizaru, however, didn't know much about swords, jokingly said, just buy a few jars. Sushang awkwardly laughed, not intending to pull out any jars, as Zoro only believed in the strength he truly cultivated. Perhaps Zoro's progress was a bit slower than others, but as long as he persevered to the end, he would definitely be the one standing at the peak the longest. That is the spirit of a great swordsman. Oh, these magical beans are amazing. If I could make such beans, I'd be thrilled. Sanji joked as smoke slowly filled the air. Sanji found the sea he had always dreamed of, but he probably couldn't make such things, which made him very envious. If he were to open jars, Sanji didn't hope to find anything. Spicy strips, snail noodles, Zhonghua cigarettes. Dazhangju, Buddha jumps over the wall. These are what he wanted most. Miss Robin came back to the ship asking Sanji to make snail noodles, which left Sanji in a tough spot. According to Miss Robin's description, he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Following Miss Robin's description, Sanji almost thought about adding Sea King excrement into the soup, and as a result, he nearly died in the kitchen. Zoro laughed at him for several days. But seeing Zoro now, he felt a bit schadenfreude. It seemed this guy had been beaten down. Feeling down? Come have a smoke. Sanji walked over to Zoro and offered him a cigarette. Zoro looked at Sanji with disdain and walked away, saying, "Big smoker, smoking is harmful to health. You won't live long." Sanji, feeling wronged, exploded in anger. "Who are you calling that green-haired guy? I'm talking about you, stinky loser," Zoro yelled. The 2 bickered and followed the helpless Sushang back into the house. Upon entering, Hancock was surprised to see Luffy, but didn't say much. She wanted to go to the kitchen, but was blocked by Sanji. "Beautiful lady, let me prepare a delicious dinner for everyone." Sanji gracefully looked up and saw Hancock's stunning beauty. "Ah, this is just too beautiful." Sanji's nosebleed sprayed everywhere. Sushang turned around in surprise, just about to speak, when Hancock threw a flirtatious glance and ran out. Sanji's eyes turned into pink hearts, completely embodying the image of a lecher. Hancock blew a kiss, and Sanji nearly melted. Sushang felt a bit helpless. This wasn't just his wife showing off, this was playing with Sanji. Before Sanji could react, he turned into a stone. Everyone present was shocked, looking at the pitiful Sanji, feeling a bit helpless. Hancock had always been ruthless. Zoro slowly walked over and patted the stone Sanji on the head. Laughing, "Haha, old pervert, you have your day now." Zoro had a face full of schadenfreude, and his earlier worries vanished. Su Sheng smiled helplessly and gave Hancock a glance. And only then did Hancock untie Sanji, who immediately returned to the room. "Ha, stinky chef, how about turning into a big rock?" Zoro mocked. Sanji's face darkened. "Get lost. Green hair." He then went into the kitchen, and Luffy followed him in, shouting about eating. Sanji had no choice. He couldn't go against his childish captain. So he went to cook with a long face. Meanwhile, Su Sheng and Robin sat quietly at the table in the living room. "Robin, do you have your glasses on?" Su Sheng asked seriously. Robin smiled charmingly. "Mr. Su Sheng, I am never without them." She then took them out. Su Sheng said while organizing the ciphertext, "I came to Ice Fire Island for the divine text. Although I don't know if it's related to the historical text, the characters are definitely the same. My strength can only rank. I still need you to interpret it." Upon hearing this, Robin was very excited and surprised. Seeing Su Sheng's peculiar eyes, she seemed to understand something and then eagerly began to examine the text. At first glance, Robin was completely immersed in it and captivated. Su Sheng did not disturb her and quietly watched from the side. After a long while, Robin, with an excited expression, exclaimed, "These characters are so precious, Mr. Su Sheng. Thank you for showing them to me." Su Sheng waved his hand and smiled. "We are friends, and besides, I need these things too." Robin smiled gently and slowly began to speak. "These are indeed written in the same script as the historical texts. There isn't much introduction about the celestial being, but it mentions that the celestial being is selfless, capable of saving or destroying the world. However, regardless of how it is used, one must bear the corresponding cost. It does not exist above the sea, yet it constantly shrouds the sea." It also mentions Joy Boy, who seems to have once possessed the celestial being. Although he ultimately failed, it appears that Joy Boy never truly died, and it refers to ancient times and endless lifespans. Robin spoke slowly, and the abundance of information left both of them somewhat astonished. They hadn't expected such terrifying information to come from such an inconspicuous island. It was likely that the battle between Akainu and Aokiji was not a coincidence, but rather an intentional cover-up by the celestial dragons. Su Sheng mumut. There were many things that Robin did not know, and Su Sheng did not want to elaborate further, as it would disrupt the entire situation. These individuals needed to explore personally, not existing above the sea, yet constantly shrouding the sea. It must be the celestial dragons. Chapter 132. Su Sheng's Pirate Crew. Su Sheng, ancient, eternal lifespan. This is similar to the secrets of Cake Island on Snake Man Island. Big Mom can obtain others' lifespans, hence she cannot die. Robin nodded slightly and said softly, "Joy Boy never died." This statement is ambiguous. Joy Boy may be closely related to the celestial dragons, or it could mean that lifespan is connected to becoming a god like Joy Boy. Robin's analysis is insightful, as this information was obtained from his interpretation of historical texts. GOLD, Roger once said, "How wonderful it would be to be born in that era." Coupled with the reasons for Joy Boy's failure, being defeated by the celestial dragons and the Navy, and the United World situation, the ultimate treasure of the island is likely left by Joy Boy. Pirates are continuously emerging on the seas, and their ultimate goal is that final island, while the Navy and celestial dragons are fiercely intercepting them, even going so far as to establish the so-called Seven Warlords. It seems that the final island must be related to Joy Boy and the celestial dragons. Xuxing and Robin calmly analyzed and became more certain of their thoughts. The opening of the celestial god is likely related to lifespan and the Navy's rampant oppression of civilians, along with the outbreak of war, suggests that the island's secret treasure might be the strongest means to resist the celestial dragons and the Navy. But not everyone can obtain and use it, Robin said solemnly. Xuxing nodded slightly. One must have the determination and strength to break through the obstacles posed by the celestial dragons and the Navy in order to achieve this. Considering figures like Kaido from Cake Island, they have attained longevity but lack that kind of determination. Ultimately, what the island represents is also perplexing. Su Sheng kept scratching his head. It seems that Cake Island is just the beginning, and the busy search for the journey to find the celestial god may take a long time. Robin smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Su Sheng, you don't need to worry so much. With your strength, you're almost invincible throughout the entire sea route. It's just a matter of time." Su Sheng helplessly waved his hand, saying it was hard to say. Until now, every time he faced the celestial dragons, their strength was extremely formidable. Perhaps this was also an important reason for Joy Boy's failure back then. The hidden combat power of the celestial dragons was far more terrifying than what was visible on the seas. Robin smiled gracefully and said, I believe in Mr. Su Sheng and Captain. Su Sheng nodded. Indeed, Luffy will eventually reach the Nika form, the prototype of the Sun God, which is similar to Joy Boy from back in the day. At that time, Joy Boy's resurrection might also be Luffy. Avoiding all of this, his combat power is also top tier. Don't forget about Su Sheng's jar. Su Sheng took a sip of water and began to contemplate. As the situation evolved, he realized that it was indeed difficult to manage everything on his own. After all, even a terrifying existence like Joy Boy had been defeated by the combined forces of the Navy and the Celestial Dragons. No matter how strong he was, it was hard to contend with an unclear existence. I want to form a pirate crew. Given the current situation, I must expand my strength. Moreover, it seems that my actions are no different from those of pirates, and ultimately, it will lead to a confrontation with the Navy and the Celestial Dragons. Some people might not take action, but a deadly battle is absolutely unavoidable. I need to enhance my combat readiness, Su Sheng said slowly. I quite agree, Mr. Su Sheng. The captain would definitely be willing to team up with you, which would help us avoid many dangers. Robin smiled sweetly, clearly seeing that Su Sheng becoming a pirate would bring them significant benefits. Su Sheng smiled slightly. Since we are going to the final island, we are definitely on the same path and will naturally form an alliance. My pirate crew currently includes Hancock, Aokiji, and Whitebeard, but I don't know where Ace has gone. I don't seek quantity, only quality. Robin was slightly taken aback. The characters Su Sheng mentioned are all top-tier fighters. The establishment of such a pirate crew is likely to cause huge waves on the sea, shocking everyone. If the Straw Hat crew allies with Su Sheng, their potential dominance will soar, and the Straw Hat crew's pressure will greatly increase at that time. Su Sheng laughed and said, I have no ship, no name right now, and I still need to think about it. Let us talk about it again in a few days when we set off. If not, I'll just take your ship first. Haha. Su Sheng felt very excited about Sanji's cooking, as Hancock's meals were indeed not suitable for long-term consumption and could easily cause problems. While Su Sheng was pondering, the aroma from the back room quickly wafted in, making Su Sheng swallow repeatedly. Everyone at the dining table was very relaxed. The tasks that needed to be done on this island had already been completed, and after a day's rest, they would set sail. Su Sheng also felt particularly at ease. After all, the Celestial Dragons wouldn't be coming for a while, as their nobles had been driven away, and it would likely take time to mobilize their terrifying forces to repeat the same mistakes. However, Su Sheng was extremely confident in his Rinnegan. These eyes were top-tier combat power in the Naruto series. Although Su Sheng had not fully developed their potential yet, his strength was definitely impressive. At the dining table, Luffy, upon hearing that Su Sheng wanted to become a pirate and go to the final island, was very excited and laughed, saying, Great, Su Sheng, you're joining us. We'll go to the final island together, but the Pirate King will definitely be me. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and said with determination in his eyes, I'm going to be the Pirate King. Su Sheng put down his chopsticks and said solemnly, The title of Pirate King is yours. I just hope that no innocent people will suffer. The crowd fell silent, and Luffy slammed his fist on the table. You also said that the Celestial Dragons and the Navy government have a huge conspiracy. I want to become the Pirate King to protect everyone and fulfill everyone's dreams. Swordsmen, top chefs, sharpshooters, shipwrights, musicians, billionaires, historians, divine doctors, I won't let you down. I will protect everyone. Luffy's voice was strong and powerful, stirring the hearts of everyone present. They all nodded silently, and a glimmer of light appeared in Su Sheng's eyes. This guy is really suitable to be a teammate. Don't worry, together we will definitely succeed. Pirate King. Su Sheng gently patted Luffy's shoulder and said leisurely. Luffy nodded firmly, and on this small island, an alliance capable of overturning the entire sea quietly took shape. Su Sheng smiled faintly, stroked his chin, and patted Luffy's shoulder. I'm about done. Where did Ace go? Luffy laughed heartily. Ace went out by himself. P.S. looking for Whitebeard subordinates. Su Sheng nodded lightly, understanding a bit, and then smiled. Now my pirate crew needs him. As for others, let's just see as we go. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? When I see Ace again, I will definitely tell him. Su Sheng nodded slightly. I think my pirate crew will be called the Divine Can Pirates. Haha. After all, my profession is still selling cans. I'll make my name known. All right. Very good. Captain of the Divine Can Pirates. Luffy laughed. Everyone felt a bit embarrassed. The name was indeed quite random. Chapter 133. Crisis looms again, then, am I the vice captain of the Divine Can Pirates? Aokiji said with a blank expression, trying to joke. Ha ha ha, don't worry. I can make you the captain. Seeing Aokiji joking, Su Sheng hurriedly alleviated the awkward atmosphere. It was indeed a bit stiff. Since that's the case, We will set off tomorrow. According to Robin's interpretation of the divine secrets, we will first head to Cake Island. Luffy, if you think it's necessary, we don't have to stick together. We just need to meet at the final island, Su Shang said in a deep voice. Luffy nodded slightly. True strong individuals never stick together, but advance according to their own goals. At this moment, Chopper had finished eating and was wiggling his cute body towards the outside. Suddenly, Chopper's scream rang out. Everyone hurriedly ran outside, their faces instantly darkening. They saw a dense mass of Navy ships sweeping in from the beach in the distance. A grand sight. Leading them was Admiral Fujitora, slowly bringing countless Navy personnel ashore. Behind him was a very luxurious giant ship, from which 5 figures dressed in black emerged down a golden staircase. Such a massive commotion was only realized when they were at the gates, which made Su Shang furrow his brows unconsciously. This was not normal. With Su Shang's mutated version of the Rinnegan and terrifying observation haki, he would definitely be able to sense such a terrifying disturbance once it entered the sea area. Su Shang looked far away, and while Fujitora was manageable, those 5 figures were no simple matter. Luffy rubbed his wrist, unafraid, saying it's just the Navy, we just need to fight back. Akiji swallowed, not expecting to have to turn weapons against his own so soon. However, Akiji had just left and didn't know Fujitora, but Su Shang, who had watched One Piece, was very familiar with him. This guy had considerable strength, and it was likely that he hadn't even become an admiral yet. So Su Shang's group was probably just a training exercise for him. Su Shang's group, quickly surrender and hand over your secrets. Fujitora kept his eyes closed, his lips moving slightly, but with the power of the Zushi no Mi, he easily amplified his voice. Su Shang smiled faintly, thinking that if one wants to know the secrets, one must have the ability to do so. The spiral patterns in Su Shang's eyes quietly blossomed with a purple light. Luffy held his straw hat, Zoro raised his sword, Sanji lit a cigarette, Hancock unleashed her devil fruit powers, and Akiji quietly drew the ice sword. Several top-tier combatants were already prepared. On the Navy's side, several men in black removed their hoods, and Su Shang immediately spotted you. While he couldn't confirm whether the other 4 were celestial dragons, as they didn't have glass helmets. However, you showed extreme humility towards the 4, bowing his head deeply. A man with gray-white hair and golden eyes looked at Su Shang and the others with some disdain, questioning why they couldn't deal with these ants. What use were they to the royal family? You trembled slightly, saying, Lord Long Wong, these guys have an endless supply of trump cards, and we find it difficult to resist. We can only ask you to take action. Yu's expression was tense, filled with utmost fear towards the man before him. Despite Long Wong appearing gentle and refined, he was a pure-blooded celestial dragon, and there were not many pure-blooded celestial dragons, each possessing terrifying combat power. The Long Wong before them was a general-level figure among the celestial dragons, one that even the 4 emperors couldn't handle. The other 4 also had strong royal bloodlines and obeyed Long Wong's commands. Long Wong's golden eyes swept over Su Shang and the others with some disdain, even doubting that these lower beings possessed the terrifying power described. With a slight movement of his finger, everyone immediately understood. You and Fujitora were the first to charge out, with countless Navy soldiers rushing towards the group like a tide. Su Shang immediately confronted you, blocking Luffy, who wanted to strike first. I know this guy. Give me a few minutes. After saying that, Su Shang's figure disappeared. Luffy turned to charge at Fujitora, but Akiji had already drawn his sword and rushed in. The 2 admiral-level figures exchanged blows without much talk. Luffy scratched his head, wondering if they really loved fighting this much. It's not even my turn. Oh, don't rush. Those 4 might be the most terrifying, Zoro said calmly, as he could clearly feel the powerful aura of those individuals. The Navy continued to pour in. Hey, green hair guy, stop dawdling. Come with me to create a battlefield. Zoro coldly glared at Sanji. Let's go, you smelly chef. Zoro leaped into the air, performing the 3-sword style ultimate move. Go slash, Zoro shouted, becoming a black shadow that plunged into the enemy ranks. Countless bodies flying and screams echoing. Sanji didn't hesitate, using the moonwalk to enter the battlefield. His feet turned black, gradually creating flames through friction, an overwhelming aura spreading. His nearly invincible leg techniques sent the Navy fleeing in all directions. Luffy was even more ferocious, inflating his fist to an enormous size. Gear 3rd, Luffy shouted. The haki enveloped his massive fist. King Kong gun, Luffy roared, his terrifying fist descending from the sky. With a loud bang, a large number of Navy soldiers fell, leaving a giant pit in the ground. Luffy was indeed a top-tier combat force. His destructive power was astonishing. Zoro shook his head upon seeing this. The captain's strength was truly terrifying. At this moment, Su Sheng quickly faced you, rapidly colliding. You indeed transformed. Facing Su Sheng's fist wind, turning the space into jade, shattering the stones, and deflecting Su Sheng's attack. Su Sheng scoffed, running away and daring to come back. That jade twisted its alluring body and grinned sinisterly. This time, the four lords will take care of you soon. Don't get too happy. I'm just putting on a show. You can't kill me. Su Sheng looked at you, who seemed like a joke in front of him. Really? Before you could react, Su Sheng's eyes flashed, and she completely lost consciousness. The infinite Tsukuyomi was indeed terrifying. It was easier to cast and harder to break. The domineering defensive effect was no longer significant. Su Sheng was quite satisfied with the power of the reincarnation eye. Looking at the unconscious you, Su Sheng smiled slightly, and black-purple flames appeared in his hand, which were the upgraded version of Amaterasu. With one hand holding white ice flames, he brought his hands together, forming a fire lotus. Su Sheng slapped the J-body, and the once arrogant celestial dragon instantly turned into powder. Long Huang, witnessing this scene, was slightly taken aback. This useless person died after a few minutes of combat. But that's fine. Returning alive would only bring shame to the celestial dragons. Long Huang's expression gradually darkened, but he did not rush to take action. With a wave of his finger, he commanded, "Mingu, go meet him." "Yes," replied a man draped in red. This man's skin was entirely crimson, looking quite terrifying. The most frightening thing was that one could clearly see the blood flowing inside him. "Respected blood demon, let me enjoy a beautiful slaughter." Ming Ji's expression was extremely grim. Chapter 134, Exploding the Blood Demon, The Strength of Tung Hu. Su Sheng looked disdainfully at the blood demon with a grim expression, completely ignoring it. Su Sheng was completely accustomed to the antics of this group of celestial dragons, with all sorts of bizarre moves emerging one after another, which made Su Sheng quite impatient. The crimson steam slowly rose from Mingu, his fingers transforming into blood blades and fangs growing from his mouth, giving him the appearance of a true monster. With a bang, only a puff of steam remained where Mingu stood, having already vanished. How could he escape Su Sheng's gaze? With the Rinnegan, Su Sheng could clearly see Ming Ji's movements without even activating the observation haki. What a show-off. Su Sheng's gulp. He then turned his body and threw a punch, causing Mingu to reveal himself and instantly fly backward. However, Su Sheng did not give him a chance to breathe. His arm transformed into gold, and a golden palm print was instantly unleashed, a terrifying gravitational force completely controlling Ming Ji's form as the great creation palm struck solidly against him. Ming Ji's internal blood instantly dispersed significantly, yet there were no visible wounds on his body. "Damn it, blood demon devour!" Mingu shouted loudly. Suddenly, countless red threads spewed from his mouth, each accompanied by a blood ball that frantically consumed whatever it touched, causing Ming Ji's body to swell continuously. In the face of Su Sheng's attack, although the red thread shattered, the blood ball grew larger and larger, continuously feeding Mingu energy. "Requiem of the Death God," Mingu shouted. His eyes emitted a blood-red glow, and he kept murmuring as a strange sound filled the space, emanating a strong sense of oppression and attraction. For ordinary people, this could confuse their minds, causing them to slowly walk toward Mingu to be killed and devoured, or in severe cases, to commit suicide on the spot. However, for Su Sheng, this was merely child's play. Such illusion-like techniques were completely ineffective against him. Watching the constantly chanting Mingu, Su Sheng's eyes were filled with mockery. "Since you love to sing so much, let me take you to a place with higher heat." Su Sheng's Rinnegan flowed, and space shifted in an instant. The two disappeared and arrived in a magma space. Mingu was immediately shocked, looking at Su Sheng in disbelief. "What kind of technique is this? How'd I end up here?" Mingu kept leaping, dodging the magma. Su Sheng was not in a hurry, continuously releasing Amaterasu to force Mingu to have no rest, enjoying it like playing with a monkey. Watching Mingu gradually become exhausted, Su Sheng activated his reincarnation eye, and the two entered a supergravity space where Mingu could not move at all. Even the blood in his body felt powerless, and Mingu completely lost his fighting capability. Su Sheng walked slowly in front of Mingu, his eyes filled with mockery. "Take your time, noble celestial dragon, but I don't intend to leave you with a complete corpse." Su Sheng raised the divine killing gun and swiftly thrust it out. Ming-gu let out a tragic scream and turned into a puddle of blood. Su Shan was about to turn his head when he saw the blood water trying to slowly gather, still having the audacity to do so. Su Shan's arm emitted a faint cold fire, slowly burning towards the pool of blood, accompanied by Ming-ji's desperate scream, and in the end, nothing remained, turning into a wisp of green smoke, as Ming-gu was reincarnated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aokiji and Fujitora were engaged in a terrifying battle, with Fujitora's physical prowess being extremely formidable. Fujitora activated the gravity fruit, attempting to restrict Aokiji. However, Aokiji's awakened fruit ability had already turned the ground into ice crystals, making it difficult for Fujitora to attack with full force, which was quite frustrating. The two pulled back, and Aokiji shouted, "Void Ice Spike." The terrifying void shattered, revealing countless black ice spikes, densely packed and extremely intimidating. Fujitora's strength exploded, shattering numerous ice spikes with his nearly frenzied attacks, showcasing his formidable power. Aokiji frowned slightly, not expecting this newcomer admiral to be so terrifying. "Fall!" Aokiji shouted, as the sky suddenly darkened, and a massive ice block slowly descended from above, weighing hundreds of billions of tons. If it landed on someone, it would be a miracle to survive. Fujitora, however, paid it no mind. He instantly activated the gravity fruit, and the terrifyingly falling ice crystal became as light as cotton, slowly floating upwards, creating a shocking scene. Aokiji's expression soured upon seeing this. This move had perfectly played into this guy's hands, truly a case of losing both the lady and the troops. Aokiji hesitated no longer, his pale blue haki enveloping his entire body along with the black flowing clouds, which was quite extraordinary. At that moment, Fujitora controlled the massive ice crystal, and with a thought, the ice crystal was suddenly subjected to 100-fold gravity, crashing down towards Aokiji like a rocket. Aokiji furrowed his brows, unleashing his terrifying ice power, and the ice crystals on the ground shot up into the sky, transforming into two giant hands to block the massive ice crystal. Aokiji gradually infused his power into the Jigen's sword, and an ice-blue light shone brightly on the sword, its momentum soaring. Aokiji exhaled softly, swinging his sword, and a sword light of 100 zhong shot out, instantly shattering the ice block. Aokiji quickly ascended, and the terrifying ice power rapidly spread, controlling the vast expanse of solid ice, bringing the temperature of the area down to a lethal level. Ice Crystal Phoenix. At this moment, Aokiji had fully condensed a giant gray ice crystal phoenix, and with his fruit awakened, his control over ice had become even more proficient, far surpassing before. Fujitora slowly looked at the giant ice crystal phoenix, still calm and collected. "Rise," Fujitora murmured. On the ground, diamonds from tens of thousands of meters underground emerged, merging into a massive long sword that erupted with an extremely refined aura. Fujitora exhaled softly, and the terrifying long sword quickly shot out, applying 100 billion times of thrust. The long sword even ignited flames as it rushed towards the ice crystal phoenix. In the heavens and earth, the sound of swords and phoenixes howled, erupting with a terrifying momentum. When they collided, a massive explosion occurred, and dust rose. Before the smoke could clear, the two engaged once more. With their eyes tightly shut, Fujitora and Aokiji clashed swords, fighting fiercely. This surprised Aokiji, as this newcomer in the Navy was indeed powerful. Aokiji quickly dodged, but suddenly felt something was off as countless massive meteors crashed down from the sky. Aokiji's gaze turned cold, and the temperature in the cold ice domain plummeted to the extreme, hardening everything into ice. Aokiji quickly mobilized, and the terrifying solid ice spiraled towards the sky, creating a horrifying momentum that shattered the surrounding space. The terrifying meteors fell, and the countless ice crystals rapidly spread, forming a giant shield to defend against the onslaught. The ice blocks constantly developed cracks, but Aokiji instantly repaired them. Fujitora seized the opportunity and charged towards Aokiji. Aokiji's body shimmered with black flowing light. "I'm going all out now." Chapter 135. Su Shang versus Long Huang, Aokiji shouted, and the cold ice power erupted to its peak, his momentum continuously rising as the powerful awakened fruit ability spread quickly, causing a sense of dread. Fujitora looked at the erupting Aokiji with a hint of sweat. The ground beneath him had completely turned to solid ice, and even he could not extract the magma underground using gravity. This guy seems to be stronger than the rumors in the Navy. Fujitora was astonished by Akiji's strength, having never heard in the Navy that he had awakened his fruit. Akiji wielded the Jigen's sword, emanating an astonishing aura, appearing invincible. The ice blue light of the Jigen sword grew ever stronger, causing the entire void to tremble. Fujitora frowned slightly, wielding his sword and pushing gravity to its limits, as the invisible pure power gradually gathered, revealing a terrifying aura. Akiji did not want to hesitate. The black flowing light grew stronger, and countless ice energy flowed into the Jigen sword, creating a terrifying power that shook the heavens and the earth. A sword to offer the galaxy. Akiji shouted softly. At this moment, the Jigen sword's momentum had reached its peak, displaying an unimaginable, terrifying aura. Akiji swung his sword fiercely, and an ice-blue sword blade shot out instantly, accompanied by black flowing clouds and speckled with white light. Fujitora frowned, looking at the terrifying ice-blue sword blade and swallowing hard. No wonder Admiral Akainu was so badly injured. Taking this sword head-on would not be easy. 100 billion times gravity, sword strike. The black sword in Fujitora's hand flew out instantly, appearing powerful, but it was actually the terrifying gravity generated by the long sword that surged forth. The entire space was pressed down, and invisibly, Fujitora slowed the ice-blue long sword's speed, attempting to minimize its impact. However, the black flowing clouds behind seemed to be able to counter this invisible ability. The terrifying momentum continued to rise until they collided, erupting with a massive sound. Akiji soared into the air, his eyes radiating intense, killing intent, as the ice-blue energy rapidly spread throughout the space, enveloping everything in a terrifying cold, shrouded in ice-blue light. With a loud bang, Fujitora's sword flew out, and the ice-blue sword blade shot straight towards Fujitora. Fujitora was taken aback, unable to react in time. He spun around, but the terrifying sword energy had already reached him. With a poof, blood sprayed as it pierced through Fujitora's chest, causing him to fall instantly, unable to stand. Akiji looked at Fujitora, understanding that one day he too would leave. This sentence carried deep meaning, and Akiji did not deliver the killing blow. He saw a different light in this newcomer's eyes. Fujitora's gaze flickered, remaining silent, but his tightly shut eyes revealed a different expression. Akiji leaped into the air, plunging into the battlefield, exhaling softly, and the cold ice instantly spread, the terrifying low temperature freezing countless people. Only those with haki among the Navy survived. One strike to defeat the enemy. This was Akiji's most terrifying aspect. In group battles, Akiji was the ultimate trump card. Long Huang watched Su Sheng kill Minggu in an instant, somewhat incredulous, as a cold smile crept onto his lips, and faint golden light points slowly appeared in his hands. His figure moved slowly but in extremely fast speed, quickly approaching Su Sheng without saying much. The golden fist light tore through the void, crashing straight towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng furrowed her brows slightly, squatted down, and threw a powerful punch. The crimson golden armed color spread across her entire arm, causing the space around them to crackle. The two figures retreated dozens of steps, and Long Huang looked coldly at Su Sheng. Lowly beings have some things, huh? Then let me show you the height of the celestial dragon royal family that you will never be able to reach. Long Huang transformed into a beam of golden light. Sweeply up Ding Su Sheng. Golden lion fist. Long Huang shouted. With a punch, a roaring golden lion head charged towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng smiled slightly, and the dragon roared. The terrifying conqueror's haki spread out, inheriting the fearsome aura of the pirate king, slowly rising to form a giant dragon. With a deafening roar, the dragon's cry shook the heavens and the earth. The space trembled, drawing everyone's attention. The lion's head collided with the giant dragon, producing a thunderous sound. In the sky, a golden streak of light fiercely clashed with a crimson gold radiance. This long body technique was extremely terrifying, possessing the golden holy body, modified under the technology of the celestial dragons, boasting an incredibly formidable strength, and also aligning with Long Huang's abilities, the light manipulation technique capable of both offense and defense. Excelling in every aspect, Long Huang had trained for years in the barbaric seas filled with sea kings. Beneath his seemingly frail exterior lay a fiercely determined heart. When it came to what needed to be done, he would not hesitate even to kill his own kin, as he had grown up amid slaughter. Long Huang's golden body became increasingly radiant, and even his gray-white hair turned golden at that moment, emanating a terrifying aura that was heart-stopping. Su Sheng looked at the changes in Long Huang with some surprise. This guy's aura was somewhat terrifying. However, Su Shan didn't pay much attention to it. The Conqueror's haki quickly spread, and the armament haki covered his entire body, resembling a golden war god, with his aura quietly reaching its peak. The two quickly clashed, their fists hitting flesh fiercely and ruthlessly. Su Shan is not being arrogant, but rather absolutely confident. Since this so-called royal family wants to engage in close combat, she will give them a thrilling experience. Under the purple reincarnation eye, all of the opponents' moves will be seen through by Su Shan. The golden light constantly flows, resembling little snakes, each time accompanied by the fierce punches of the ruthless wilderness. Su Shan was very relaxed, taking his punches slowly and steadily. However, what puzzled Su Shan was that this guy seemed unaffected by the Conqueror's haki. Moreover, when their armament haki clashed, there was no pressure at all. But Su Shan had no time to think too much, as this Long Huang seemed to be relentless, with fists falling like raindrops. Su Shan was somewhat impatient. Infinite Tsukuyami. The power of the Rinnegan was instantly activated, and the mighty Long Huang let out a loud shout, just about to unleash a terrifying punch. When suddenly there was no sound. Su Shan smiled slightly. No matter how strong one is, it is still difficult to resist this infinite moon reading. His hands slowly transformed into gold, and black-purple flames appeared. An ice-white flame emerged from his left hand, causing the temperature to plummet, making one's soul tremble continuously and appearing extremely ferocious. The two types of flames quickly spread across the sky, and the entire battlefield was drawn to Su Shan. This astonishing spectacle, whenever seen, would leave one in awe. It was such a terrifying sight. Then a golden palm print gathered them, and in just a few breaths, a devastating purple-gold fire lotus was formed. Su Shan let out a soft breath, and the Conqueror's haki slowly surrounded the fire lotus, forming a crimson-golden flowing cloud. This fire lotus looked incredibly magnificent. Destruction Fire Lotus. Su Shang Xiaote. The exquisite fire lotus swiftly flew towards Long Huang, quietly blooming, causing the entire world to tremble. In an instant, as the terrifying fire lotus bloomed, everything around turned to nothingness, even the space shattered, and everyone's hearts trembled. What kind of terrifying technique is this? This guy is so strong. This was the collective thought of nearly all the Straw Hat crew. Luffy was even more shocked. In such a short time, Su Shan had become this terrifying. Just now, that punch from Long Huang, if it were Luffy, even if he activated Gear 4th, it would only be a tie. And he still didn't know if Long Huang had any stronger moves. However, the next moment, Su Shan and everyone present widened their eyes. Long Huang's body erupted with dazzling golden light, completely enveloping the destruction Fire Lotus. The brilliance of the lotus flower instantly disappeared, replaced by a golden light shining across the entire sky. Long Huang suddenly roared, as if enduring immense pain, with golden light constantly bursting from his eyes. His entire body kept expanding and contracting, losing its substantial form. The terrifying agony completely awakened Long Huang from his immense suffering. Yet, his body continued to expand and contract. As if it were a balloon, everyone watched Long Huang's transformation in surprise. What on earth is this guy made of? He can't die. Su Shan's gaze became cautious. This was the first time encountering such a monster, and it couldn't be killed. Moreover, Su Shan clearly felt that his destruction Fire Lotus had lost its breath. This surprised Su Shan. Could it be that this body could absorb energy? This was somewhat similar to Blackbeard's ability, but even more formidable. If it were Blackbeard, he would have been turned to ashes by such a terrifying attack, let alone absorbing it. The golden light slowly dissipated, and a monstrous creature completely awakened, its body growing significantly larger and its muscles appearing more solid. Indeed, it could absorb energy for its own use. Su Shan's guess was completely correct. This was a bit troublesome. It seemed that the only way to kill it was through hand-to-hand combat, but aside from the divine killing gun and the armament haki, Su Shan had no other means for physical combat. Su Shan's gaze became serious, his whole body wrapped in a golden aura. With a flash of dark light, the divine killing spear appeared in his hand. At this moment, Long Huang's eyes were filled with disdain as he mockingly said, "This seat has long been dead. You can't kill me." The golden saint body of Long Huang is merely a vessel. Long Huang had long since died, and it can be said that only his soul resides within. This body seems impossible to kill. Su Shan ignored Long Huang. The light of the divine killing spear flickered, and the crimson gold slowly clung to the spear. No matter what strange techniques you have, you ultimately cannot defeat me. If you want to die quickly, just surrender. Otherwise, Long Huang's words were cold, and a crimson gold cleaver appeared in his hand, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Su Shang did not say much, fully unleashing the indestructible body. A terrifying power enveloping his entire body, wielding the divine killing gun to attack. Long Huang's face twisted with rage as he brandished a machete and charged forward. The two engaged in a rapid clash. In just one exchange, Su Shang felt something was off. Long Huang's power was significantly stronger than before. Su Shang stepped back, but the Long Huang did not pursue. Instead, it continuously waved the golden machete in its hand. The golden light filled the sky, and a terrifying pressure rapidly spread out. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and countless beams of blade light shot out, shattering the void. Su Shang watched the dazzling array of blades in the sky, constantly wielding the divine killing spear to defend himself. He felt overwhelmed. The divine killing spear had no other techniques, and facing such unavoidable attacks was truly frustrating. Su Shang no longer hesitated, and the conqueror's haki rapidly spread, manifesting above the ground. Su Shang flicked his spear, gathering the conqueror's haki and armament haki at the tip, resulting in a dazzling brilliance. Spear out, enter the dragon. Su Shang shouted, and the spear moved like a swimming dragon, slicing through the void. In an instant, the sound of the spear echoed like thunder, as a silver light, fast as lightning, shot out, terrifyingly so. With one thrust, it quickly broke through all the golden light. Long Huang, seeing the incoming silver light, did not dodge but took it head-on. A flicker of golden light flashed on his chest, and Long Huang's expression turned fierce as he began to absorb this terrifying silver light. Su Shang furrowed her brows. This guy is truly a weirdo. Su Shang no longer hesitated, activating the reincarnation, anew. With a loud boom, a gigantic crimson-orange warrior appeared, though it had some purple markings on its body, looking incredibly mystical. The terrifying warrior shocked everyone present, even making Long Huang frown. She had never seen such a fearsome being. Some Navy soldiers were already scared out of their wits. This was the guy from the Marineford War who nearly destroyed the entire Marine government. The level of terror was such that even Admiral Sengoku could not withstand it. Su Shang looked at Long Huang, his eyes filled with killing intent. The crimson-orange war god held a 10-fist sword in one hand and raised the eightfold mirror, exuding immense power. Long Huang gazed at the crimson-orange war god, surprised but unafraid. The machete in his hand vanished, and a surge of golden light erupted from his body, soaring into the sky. In Long Huang's view, Su Shang was merely posturing. He had killed many large sea kings himself and did not take Su Shang seriously. Su Shang smiled slightly, and the terrifying conqueror's haki spread from his feet. The entire island, filled with dense Navy personnel, stopped moving, trembling in place, with some even dying from fear. Su Shang's true combat power erupted, and this terrifying conqueror's haki was rarely seen in the world. Everyone was shocked. With just the conqueror's haki, all the Navy here lost their combat ability. What a terrifying individual this was. Could he really take on the entire Navy government alone? Do people who can restrain this guy really exist in the sea? Long Huang looked at the large number of fallen Navy soldiers, his eyes filled with disdain. Useless trash, and this conqueror's haki can also be suppressed. The entire battlefield was left with only the 4 celestial dragons present. The rest were no different from the dead. Long Huang signaled, and the 3 celestial dragons immediately launched an attack, each with incredible speed. Luffy and Zoro leaped into the air, quickly confronting one of them. Sanji did not hesitate either and took on another, while Akiji joined Sanji to launch a joint assault. Chopper and Hancock soared into the sky, fiercely attacking the last celestial dragon. Su Shang did not let Da Bai go into battle. Da Bai's attacks were purely physical, and against a peculiar opponent like Long Huang. Da Bai had to be kept as a backup to catch Long Huang off guard. At this moment, the golden light on Long Huang surged dramatically, with countless rays of light gathering together. Those beams looked incredibly profound and increasingly dense, showcasing an astonishing devouring ability. The entire void was swirling continuously within this golden light, which was quite terrifying. Su Shang swallow like This golden orb of light was like the sun, filled with violent energy, as if it could explode at any moment, and her attacks would be swallowed and rebound. Chapter 137, Reincarnation I, Outer Path Demon Avatar. Su Shang stared intently at the huge golden sun, contemplating how to respond. At this moment, Long Huang let out a sinister laugh. Be afraid? Lowly ones, I am the sun. What do you have to fight against me? Su Shang's eyes turned playful as he looked at the arrogant Long Huang, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. The sun, huh? Then let your son go to the desolate space and scare you to death. Su Shang Mumu. Su Shang was also unsure, with such a massive entity. He didn't know if forcibly performing a spatial transfer would be successful. At that moment, Long Huang waved his hand, and a terrifying golden sun charged toward Su Shang. Su Shang's expression was cautious, his body frozen on the ground, his eyes fixed on the terrifying golden sun. Ha ha! Are you already too scared to move? Well, it's better to die comfortably. The figure of Long Huang had a sinister look. Spatial transfer. Su Shang shouted softly. The reincarnation I immediately activated, and the space slowly began to tear apart, gradually expanding. The larger it became, the slower the speed, and Su Shang held on desperately, with blood even appearing in his eyes. Su Shang shouted loudly, ignoring the immense pain in his eyes, and frantically expanded the space crack. Long Huang frowned at the sight, wondering what this guy was up to. Without thinking too much, Long Huang's golden light fist continued to strike the golden sun, and the pressure of the sun grew greater and greater, its speed increasing. Su Shang held on tightly, blood tears streaming from his eyes. Su Shang shouted loudly. The massive Susanoo brandished its sword behind, with the Yata mirror in front, blocking the golden sun. However, the form of Susanoo was also unstable, as Su Shang continuously released energy, putting a tremendous strain on his stamina. Su Shang took the opportunity to stuff 2 fairy beans into his mouth, his strength becoming abundant. Ignoring the blood on his face, he let out a loud shout, and the terrifying space crack completely opened up, instantly swallowing the golden sun and then merging. The originally chaotic battlefield suddenly became quiet as Su Shang gasped for breath, staring intently at Long Huang across from him. Su Shang's figure surged violently as he flew towards Long Huang, wielding the massive 10-fist sword to strike. Long Huang's body withdrew, and golden light spread out. Long Huang's fist channeled the golden light, transforming it into a giant shield that firmly blocked the 10-fist sword. However, the 10-fist sword inherently possessed sealing power. Su Shang activated the power of the purple energy reincarnation, and as the 2 forces converged, the golden light quickly withered. The terrifying strike landed heavily on Long Huang, sending him flying instantly. As the dust settled, Long Huang struggled to stand up, gazing at the terrifying Susanoo with a chilling extension. Don't think you're the only one who can summon a big guy. Long Huang's gaze turned somewhat frightening. Self-sacrifice, Long Huang shouted, his face instantly turning pale. Golden light spread out in all directions, enveloping all the Navy on the ground. A horrifying scene unfolded as the bodies of the Navy shrouded in the light slowly vanished, transforming into golden light points that converged towards Long Huang. Long Huang's body grew larger and began to chase after Su Shang. Su Shang was slightly taken aback. This really is a bastard, directly using his own people as nourishment for absorption. Truly a beast. Watching Long Huang gradually transform into a giant, Su Shang became increasingly serious. Facing such a terrifying Long Huang, he wondered what other tricks this guy had up his sleeve. Su Shang no longer hesitated, and behind him, 8 Magatama slowly appeared, radiating a crimson-orange glow. Su Shang gradually gathered energy, and the purple power of reincarnation slowly spread over the 8 Magatama. Without stopping, Su Shang once again infused the 8 Magatama with the crimson gold armed color. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. H. Shaku JG. Armed color version. Su Shang Saodet Lao Li. The 8 crimson gold Magatama swiftly attacked the massive golden body of Long Huang. The enormous Long Huang let out a furious roar, producing an astonishing sound. Its golden light surging, continuously roaring, as its 2 gigantic fists slammed towards the massive Magatama. However, the Magatama possessed terrifying attacking power, and the armed color could resist the absorption ability of the golden light. Long Huang's expression changed, and it unleashed its fists. Twin dragons emerged from the sea. In an instant, 2 golden dragons burst forth, carrying an extremely fierce momentum, ferociously flashing with golden light, as the twin dragons spiraled around the massive Magatama, charging towards Su Shang. At that moment, the Magatama made contact with Long Huang's body. Long Huang roared with all its might, completely absorbing the Magatama, causing its power to increase once again, its body continuously expanding with muscles bulging. Su Shang didn't have time to dodge and took the hit from the 2 golden dragons, producing a loud sound. Dust rose everywhere, and Su Sheng let out a muffled groan, looking pale. Watching the increasingly powerful Long Huang, Su Sheng felt a bit impatient. This bastard is really infuriating. No matter how hard I hit, he just won't die. So fearless of pain, it's truly disgusting. Su Sheng cursed inwardly. What's wrong? Are you scared? Lower race. Is this all you've got? Long Huang's eyes were filled with disdain, full of contempt for Su Sheng's actions. No matter how terrifying Su Sheng's attacks were, Long Huang could absorb them with his formidable body. The stronger Su Sheng became, the stronger he became in turn. Su Sheng looked at the arrogant face of Long Huang and couldn't bear it. Don't worry, grandson. I'll offer you as a sacrifice right now, Su Sheng said coldly, and Su Sheng saw the terrifying body of this guy and knew that he couldn't kill him with sheer terrifying attacks. Su Sheng saw this guy and quickly made a plan. The outer Dao demon statue possesses powerful sealing abilities, and to unleash its power, it requires a terrifying amount of energy for sacrifice. Using this guy as a sacrifice for the outer Dao demon statue couldn't be more suitable. Su Sheng's reincarnation eye slowly rotated, the purple patterns bursting with brilliance. And a huge sound echoed in the void, rumbling. An ancient copper-green magic statue appeared, looking extremely terrifying. However, the magic statue could not unleash its maximum power. After all, it lacked the energy boost from the nine-tailed beasts. Su Sheng's eyes flickered, and a terrifying power spread out. If we were to speak of fearsome energy, the Destruction Fire Lotus would be the most fitting. Su Sheng released a torrent of flames, with black flames and ice-white flames spreading across the entire sky. Then, Susanoo released 2 golden hand seals, quickly attracting the terrifying flames, which then solidified. The Armed Color and Conqueror's Color were added to the Fire Lotus, and the Dark Fire Lotus rapidly flew towards the Outer Path demon statue. The statue instantly absorbed such immense energy, and Su Sheng tried his best to control the stability of this power. The Outer Path demon statue erupted with a breathtaking light, roaring fiercely, shaking the ground. Long Huang looked at the massive Outer Path demon statue with some disdain, thinking, does creating another giant really help? It's just a mantis trying to stop a car. Long Huang slowly gathered golden light, and the terrifying power coalesced again. The powerful brilliance was no longer as dazzling as before, but slowly condensed, gradually about to take form, showcasing a solid force that was chilling to the heart. At this moment, the Outer Path demon statue's greedy aura for power slowly erupted. Chapter 138. You shall be bait. The Outer Path demon statue roared loudly, and the entire space shook continuously. The originally clear weather suddenly became overcast, as if trying to avoid this terrifying being. Su Sheng's mind stirred, but the external demon statue did not obey Su Sheng's thoughts. Instead, it continued to roar and struggle, attacking wildly without distinguishing friend from foe. The huge creature they had created was even attacking its own people. Long Huang's eyes were filled with disdain. Su Sheng let out a cold snort, facing the Outer Path demon statue. The terrifying power of the reincarnation eye was activated, infinite Tsukuyami. At this moment, a super powerful tailed beast ball had already formed in the mouth of the Outer Path demon statue, displaying a terrifying pressure. The surrounding space was almost folded under the oppression of this horrifying energy, extremely fierce. Su Sheng stared fiercely at this terrifying creature, a purple energy enveloping his body, and there were several blood vessels in his reincarnation eye, looking extremely terrifying. Su Sheng let out a furious shout, and the eyes of the Outer Path demon transformed into the appearance of reincarnation eyes. Su Sheng was gasping for breath. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. It's really hard to control him for a while. Su Sheng stuffed a handful of fairy beans into his mouth, instantly replenishing his energy. He controlled the Outer Path demon statue and charged towards Long Huang, its terrifying giant claws striking down towards Long Huang. Long Huang summoned a sky full of golden light, condensing it into dazzling demon claws. The 2 giant claws quickly collided, sending dust flying everywhere, and the entire small ice fire island shook violently. Su Sheng's mind stirred, and the eyes of the outer demon statue became filled with killing intent. Its massive mouth opened wide, and a bright red light ball continuously expanded within it, a violent aura spreading out. Long Huang furrowed his brows at the sight. The aura of the red light ball released by the outer demon statue was quite formidable, making him feel a strong sense of threat. Long Huang summoned a sky full of golden light, and the golden giant began to gather terrifying golden light between its hands. Suddenly, a pungent, fishy smell wafted through the air. This seemingly dazzling golden light carried a strong aura of death. Seeing this, Su Shang felt a bit disdainful. Was that something condensed from countless lives? It was ridiculous that the Navy would still follow something like this. Or could it be said they were colluding? The terrifying power of the external demon statue had completely gathered, and the crimson light shone across the world as if it were hell itself. Zoro, with green hair, couldn't help but sigh at the sight, thinking, what a powerful force. This must be the true technique of the Grim Reaper. Thinking of his own cursed sword, Zoro shook his head helplessly, realizing that he was still too far behind in comparison. Su Shang sao that dilet beats day. The Outer Path deity was already endowed with the intelligence of the tailed beasts, but now without a tailed beast. It could only harness the power of heaven and earth to form the tailed beast Jade. This was still far weaker compared to the combined strength of the 9 tailed beasts. However, in the world of One Piece, this was undoubtedly a terrifying destructive force. At this moment, Long Huang was also gathering a massive golden light between his hands, and the overwhelming stench in the air was quite nauseating. This high and mighty celestial dragon, using such despicable tactics, was truly speechless. Ultimate light, Long Huang shouted, and an unending stream of golden light pillars erupted from his hands. The crimson sphere instantly collided with the golden light pillars, and the heavens and earth were filled with a mix of golden and blood-red light, resembling a hell on earth. The terrifying pressure caused the entire island to tremble, and the spectacle originally created by Aokiji and Akainu was about to be completely split, turning into an ice island and a fire island. Everyone watched the horrifying clash with extreme shock in their hearts, wondering what kind of terrifying power could cause such a dreadful phenomenon. Su Shang and Long Huang both had serious expressions. With this level of attack, a little carelessness wouldn't lead to death, but it wouldn't be easy either. Moreover, Su Shang's real purpose wasn't to kill Long Huang, but to use him as a sacrifice for the Outer Path magic statue. After all, this guy was completely indestructible. Long Huang's body was just too strange. Su Shang had obtained the Outer Path demon statue and naturally understood the method to seal other powers. Although it was originally used on tailed beasts, it didn't matter, as the power of Long Huang was not as strong as that of tailed beast. Amidst the terrifying explosion, Su Shang continuously changed his form, setting up barriers in all directions, striving to prevent Long Huang from escaping. Long Huang's golden eyes pierced through the dust, realizing Su Shang had vanished, and quickly transformed into a streak of golden light, chasing Su Shang through the haze. The strength of the two was terrifying, and under such overwhelming explosive pressure, not only did they not tire, but they were also competing in such danger. Su Shang quickly cast seals in 8 directions, constantly changing the hand seals according to the recorded sealing techniques. As he moved through each area, purple light pillars quietly emerged from the ground and slowly rose. Long Huang's face twisted with malice. He thought Su Shang was afraid and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. He waved his hands wildly, emitting beams of golden light without any strategy. Countless golden light blades flew through the dust, resembling a world of death. Amidst the golden and red lights, explosions echoed. A foul odor permeated the air, and the space shattered, with the risk of being caught in the maelstrom at any moment, along with countless golden flying blades. In a vast ocean, how many could survive in such a place? Luffy and the others had already fought their way to the seaside, and the terror in the center of this island was completely beyond their reach. Su Shang continuously set up barriers, but the sharp-eyed Long Huang finally noticed and quickly launched an attack at Su Shang. A terrifying punch came rushing in, but Su Shang remained calm. As he watched Long Huang approach, he used the momentum to leap and delivered a kick. Combining his armed color and conqueror's color, he unleashed a terrifying force that restricted Long Huang's movements. Su Shang quickly shifted, and after compensating for the speed deficiency, he was now almost at the speed of spatial teleportation. Originally, the Rinnegan could achieve the power of spatial teleportation, but Su Shang was unsure about the consumption of using the seal, so he still did not use it. Soon, 7 pillars of light had already formed, with only the last one remaining, but it was necessary to restrict Long Huang's movements. Xu Xing's mind stirred as the terrifying outer demon statue rapidly attacked, causing the entire island to tremble incessantly. Meanwhile, beneath this island, there was something unknown to people. Law, a user of the Op no Mi, found that because of Xuxing's appearance during the Marineford War, aside from Whitebeard's inevitable death, the other outcomes changed drastically. This was also the reason for the frequent appearances of the celestial dragons. Xuxing's emergence shattered the world's structure and the celestial dragons' plans, bringing everything related to the gods and the ultimate truths to light. Taking advantage of the chaos, Law directly retrieved his own heart, and he observed the battle on the island clearly. Initially optimistic about Luffy, Law's attention gradually shifted to Xuxing. Ironically, both M and Slime perished in the terrifying aftermath of the explosion, leaving only Law alive. He was greatly shocked by the terrifying power displayed by Xuxing. Such strength would likely lead to a dire fate for the Yonko if they fought with Xuxing. Law looked at Xuxing, seemingly regarding him as the best candidate. Chapter 139, Sealing the Long Desolation. At this moment, Xuxing stopped, and the outer demon statue, which had been roaring, now showed a dim gaze, clearly. The power of a destruction fire lotus was insufficient to sustain this ancient divine object for an extended period. Xuxing squinted his eyes. The golden monster in front of him was the best sacrifice. Long Huang also noticed that the aura of the outer path demon statue had become weak. What? This big guy has no strength left and wants to fight me to the death? Long Huang rubbed his wrist, clearly disregarding Xuxing. He was absolutely confident in his own strength, even when facing such a terrifying formation. At this moment, Long Huang recalled the lonely boy on the wild sea, who dared not cry out or make a sound, and could only think of every possible way to protect his life. The terror of death left a lasting impression on Long Huang, so he felt no pressure in the face of such a situation. Xuxing's expression was serious. It was not easy to kill this guy, and keeping him in the seal would also be a challenge. A bloody battle was necessary. Xuxing no longer hesitated. The reincarnation I turned, and Susanoo instantly manifested. The majestic crimson giant appeared in an instant, wielding the 10-fist sword and the 8-span mirror, exuding an overwhelming aura. Xuxing's mind stirred, and a terrifying conqueror's haki spread across the entire island. That kind of invisible sense of oppression was the most deadly, and Xuxing's conqueror's haki was approaching the level of physicality, surpassing ordinary imagination. The entire area was filled with the armament haki, with a giant crimson golden figure, every movement causing the space to shatter, quite terrifying. Long Huang looked at the scene before him, his eyes bursting with fierce fighting spirit. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. The pain of absorbing energy made him feel truly alive, as if it were his mission and a necessity of life. Long Huang transformed into a golden giant, with golden light flickering, and his large cleaver appeared. The small ice and fire island could not bear it at all. The entire island was slowly sinking, as if it would be destroyed in an instant. The seawater began to gradually spread towards the island, and perhaps this island would turn to nothingness after this battle. Meanwhile, Luo, hiding in the shadows, had to find another place to hide. Seeing Luffy and the others' pirate ship by the seaside, he did not hesitate and quietly boarded it. On the island, two giant figures collided. The golden cleaver clashing with the 10-fist sword, golden and crimson light splattering everywhere. The sound was powerful and resonant, causing the sea to rise in waves. And that terrifying pressure spread far and wide. Xuxing knew the purpose was to hold on to this chaotic situation and that he must exhaust all of his strength. What followed was nothing but endless hand-to-hand combat. Xuxing's eyes shifted, the ethereal cold fire spreading across the entire sky. Everything appeared so dead and heavy. This terrifying power that burned the soul made everything lose the ability to rise. Even if Long Huang could absorb energy, he did not dare to touch the ethereal cold fire. Except for Xuxing. Everything that came into contact with this ethereal cold fire would be like a frog boiled in warm water, dying slowly. Long Huang, accustomed to absorbing energy, could clearly feel the terror of this ice-white flame. His expression became serious. What a kid, there really are quite a few good things. Xuxing ignored it. This is one of the 12 great treasures of light. Does one really think its effect is so small? The terrifying power of the ethereal cold fire kills invisibly, making the entire world extremely cold, yet it sears every corner of space. This is the greatest torment to the soul, surpassing common sense and shattering everything. Xuxing controlled the Susanoo to advance with his sword, countless ethereal cold flames attached to the blade, striking towards Long Huang. 10 fists, ice extinction. Xuxing shouted loudly. The 10-fist sword was not like before. It erupted with icy white light and surged towards Long Huang. carrying the sealing power of the 10-fist sword and the terrifying force of the ethereal cold flames that had been eroded deep within. Long Huang's expression was serious as he held a golden chopping knife. Gathering all his strength, Dragon King's fury, Long Huang soared into the sky. The golden chopping knife danced in the hands of this giant, creating strange arcs. Then, the heavens roared with thunder, and amidst the howling, a pitch-black lightning bolt descended from the sky. As the chopping knife fell, golden light engulfed the lightning, twisting and turning, summoning dark clouds once more. The golden light lost its color, and a pitch-black dragon emerged, roaring with all its might as it charged towards the icy white light beam. The long dragon continuously coiled, dissipating the force of the icy white energy, both gradually dimming. A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of Su Sheng and Long Huang simultaneously. The opponent's move was indeed unexpected and could not be measured by common logic. Su Sheng no longer hesitated, swiftly retreating while locking his gaze on Long Huang. The 8-pole mirror and 10-fist sword were positioned like European knights, slowly advancing towards Long Huang. Facing Su Sheng's strange stance, Long Huang no longer displayed the disdain and mockery he had before. No one knew what deadly move this guy would unleash next. Long Huang held a machete, erupting with a dazzling golden light, a terrifying aura swirling around him. This was his lifelong ultimate skill, terrifying enough to rival the 100 golden lotus feats created by Su Sheng. The golden light between heaven and earth no longer ravaged, but gradually converged towards Long Huang's palm, where a compass covered in strange patterns appeared, continuously absorbing the golden light. At this moment, Long Huang's complexion also turned somewhat pale, as if he had been drained of something, looking somewhat ferocious. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the golden light appeared particularly bright. In an instant, 9 beams of light shot into the sky from the compass, giving rise to 9 glowing orbs that gradually disappeared into the dark clouds. Above the sky, the sound of dragon roars and elephant trumpets echoed, responding to each other, as if an ancient paradise was hidden in the sky. 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique, Long Huang suddenly shouted. The sky was suddenly split by a golden lightning bolt, and in an instant, 9 dragon-shaped figures and 9 golden giant elephants appeared, roaring fiercely as they charged towards Su Sheng. 18 ferocious beasts circled around each other, their momentum continuously expanding. Su Sheng's expression was cautious. These beasts, once they got close, would likely tear him apart alive. Su Sheng couldn't see through this move either, but he could clearly feel that the cost of using it was not small. At least, Long Huang had already exhausted more than half of his strength. A giant elephant charged towards Su Sheng, but Su Sheng did not hold back. He used spatial teleportation to rise above the sky and lightly exhaled. Immediately, his fingers began to change continuously as he employed the multi-shadow clone technique. In the next moment, mist filled the air, and hundreds of Susanoo appeared in the sky. The armed color rapidly spread, and hundreds of golden giants raised their arms, slowly revealing golden handprints. Meanwhile, the reincarnation eyes of hundreds of Su Shengs rotated simultaneously, and a sea of black-purple flames and ice-white flames surged forth. The golden handprints appeared in an instant, and the sea of flames was quickly absorbed back, enveloped within the hundreds of golden handprints. Su Sheng's body erupted with purple chi, spreading across the entire sky, creating a fantastical scene. Chapter 140, Destroying Long Huang. The sky was surrounded by purple chi, and golden hands gradually opened one by one, revealing hundreds of exquisite purple lotus flowers. Beneath their incredibly enchanting appearance lay terrifying energy. Su Sheng let out a gentle breath, her complexion somewhat pale. Such a large-scale attack was truly exhausting. Su Sheng wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His body, having endured such exhaustion, was beginning to suffer backlash. The crimson golden haki and conqueror's haki spread and slowly climbed onto the purple gold fire lotus, as if undergoing a chemical change. In the sky, hundreds of purple gold lotuses shimmering with crimson golden hues sparkled. Everyone watched Su Sheng's astonishing act, a feat that had once appeared during the Marineford War, now resurfacing with even greater horror and brilliance. The sky was filled with purple gold lotuses slowly charging towards Long Huang. Long Huang's expression was serious as he continuously changed his hand signs, producing different seals, and the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique was pushed to its limit, like the force of justice descending from the heavens. The 9 dragons and 9 elephants intertwined and suddenly charged towards Su Sheng. In an instant, Countless fire lotuses exploded around Long Wong, while Su Shang exerted all his remaining strength to block the terrifying 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique with hundreds of 8-peak mirrors. Long Wong was completely engulfed in the terrifying explosion of purple gold lotuses, and the entire island shattered into pieces, becoming fragments, single-handedly destroying the island with its terror. Su Shang's 8-fold mirror was constantly shattered by the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique, white mist billowing, and the clones struggled to resist, gradually disappearing. Su Shang erupted with a sky full of golden light, with dragon roars and elephant trumpets echoing each other, which was quite bizarre. Su Shang could not move at all. The 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique could restrain his form, and that terrifying destructive power was beyond measure. This pure destructive force was incomparable to anything else. It wouldn't lead to death, nor would it make one face reincarnation, but rather it would cause one to directly disappear, erasing all traces. The shocking explosion attracted everyone's attention. Both were the main forces of their respective sides, the pillars of strength. If they were to die, just like that, there would be no need to continue fighting. This was no longer a duel between the two, but rather a desperate hope from both sides. Aside from Su Shang, no one could defeat Long Huang, and the remaining 3 celestial dragons could easily be wiped out by Su Shang. The space gradually stabilized, and the 2 figures still stood in the sky. Su Shang's clothes were tattered, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were blood red, and his body was covered in visible injuries, looking utterly tragic. Long Huang's body no longer radiated golden light and appeared very weak. His face was pale, and his eyes were hollow, as if he had lost something. Long Huang shook his head, looking at Su Shang, who had not yet been killed, and a surge of murderous intent erupted. He sensed the taste of death. The image of the little boy from the savage sea flickered constantly in Long Huang's mind, who had lived on raw flesh and blood, calculating his own life day in and day out. "You must die," Long Huang shouted loudly. His entire body became emaciated, and golden light surged into the sky. Amidst the spreading golden light, a gigantic golden fist appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. "My life punish," Long Huang shouted again. That terrifying golden fist broke through the void and fiercely smashed towards Su Shang. Su Shang's face changed color as he quietly watched the golden giant fist crashing towards him. Everyone was sweating for Su Shang. The terrifying lotus from earlier made them believe that Su Shang's stamina had been completely exhausted and he could no longer fight. After all, from a clear perspective, Su Shang's injuries were obvious and severe. Su Shang smiled slightly, and his reincarnation eye slowly rotated. He had reached the 8th position. Multiple shadow clones. Su Shang shouted, his fingers continuously changing poses as he quickly formed the seal. 8 Su Shangs swiftly occupied the 8 purple light pillars. The crimson-orange energy surged out, directly drawing the purple light pillars upward into the sky. The Long Wong was instantly sealed within, and the 8 Su Shangs could not possibly escape in their current state. "Are you consuming your own techniques? Then I'll just seal you directly," Su Shang murmured. He liked this situation the most. Long Huang had depleted its own power, making it even easier to seal. The Susanoo of the 8 Su Shangs appeared, their arms transformed into gold, and the pulling ability of the Great Creation Palm erupted. 8 golden hands swiftly descended, wrapping the entire space in a purple barrier. Su Shangs had already bled, but he didn't care, instantaneously teleporting to the front of the outer Dao demon statue. The terrifying power instantly activated the outer Dao demon statue. This massive monster roared fiercely, looking at Long Huang with greedy eyes as if it wanted to swallow him whole. It was too late. Long Huang looked at Su Shang's actions with disdain. He had absolute confidence in this move of his. This punch had cost him 10 years of his life, and that power was terrifying to the extreme. Long Huang noticed Su Shang's serious injuries. Even though Su Shang created a purple barrier, knowing it was a sealing technique, he didn't care. A lowly race attempting to seal a god? Long Huang was proud and confident, his expression gradually becoming sinister. "Die, you bastard. 10 years for your life. This is your honor. I am invincible." Long Huang was now completely mad. That boy who could not find his life became even more frenzied in the face of this. "Huh? Kill me? You're not even close," Su Shang shouted angrily. The two faced off against each other. "Seal for me," Su Shang shouted loudly. In an instant, 8 Susanoo arms unleashed countless golden palm prints, resembling the Buddha's palm, filling the sky with golden light as they pressed down towards Long Huang. At this moment, the outer Dao demon statue also began to roar terrifyingly, releasing a sound of horror unimaginable to ordinary people. The outer Tao demon statue instantly shot out 10 tails. And before Long Huang could react, they bound him and pierced into his body. "Salme, ridiculous," Long Huang scoffed, his body bursting with terrifying golden light. And cracks appeared on the tails of the outer Tao demon statue. Su Shang was slightly taken aback, but the giant fist in the sky flew towards the external demon figure, and the terrifying power infused into it made Long Huang's struggles weaken. The golden giant fist slammed down on Su Shang, and Long Huang sneered disdainfully. Everything was in vain. In the face of this presence, you cannot escape death. Long Huang was very confident. He had used this move with his previous body, slaughtering half of the Sea Kings in the Wild Sea. Now, with Long Huang walking on the ocean, everyone would tremble. Su Shang spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembled, and the bones on his back were visible. But the light of the reincarnation eye shone even brighter. Su Shang shouted loudly, and countless golden palm prints fell down, smashing onto Long Huang's body. Meanwhile, the outer path demon image continued to absorb Long Huang's power, becoming even stronger, with its tail's strength growing more formidable. Long Huang, seeing that the almost incapacitated Su Shang was still alive, showed a look of terror in his eyes. Chapter 141. The Terrifying Outer Path Demon Image. Long Huang's expression began to tremble. The powerful tail had already made it impossible for him to break free, and his body was rapidly withering, filled with despair in his gaze. Su Shang was in a state of utter disarray, staring fiercely at Long Huang, his eyes filled with killing intent. The golden palm prints filled the sky and came crashing down, causing the entire space to shake. "Bastard lowly race. Do you know what you will face for killing the royal family?" Long Huang had already begun to panic. What he felt now was not just the weakness of his body, but more importantly, the retreat of his power and the dissipating of his soul. Su Shang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disdain. "What are you facing? What I want is to destroy all of you. Let this world be filled with true justice. You pigs and dogs, you don't treat people as people, yet you foolishly think you're immortal? From the moment you were born, you were destined for death." Su Shang shouted loudly, and the brilliance of the reincarnation eye grew even stronger. The outer Tao demon statue roared fiercely, and the golden light of Long Huang quickly retreated from the golden radiance. Countless golden palm prints smashed down, and Long Huang suddenly fell silent. Meanwhile, the aura of the outer Tao demon statue became even more terrifying, continuously roaring loudly, with a more intense malice in its eyes. Long Huang slowly lost consciousness. He seemed to see the boy who had fought in the wild sea had chosen the wrong door when he left. Perhaps he should have truly faced those potential existences. Ultimately, the golden light dissipated, and Long Huang turned into a skeleton. Su Shang gasped for breath, having run out of upgraded immortal beings, and various forms fell onto the outer Tao demon statue. The outer Tao demon statue seemed to be sensing something, its reincarnation eye shining brightly as it looked at the remaining 3 celestial dragon people. Su Shang was panting heavily on the outer Tao demon statue, but he felt a connection being established between the statue and his own brain. Wherever Su Shang's mind directed, the outer Tao demon statue would look. Could it be that the powerful force of a Long Huang made you feel satisfied? Su Shang was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the outer Tao demon statue to be so docile at such a moment. The powerful force of Wu, reborn as the master. An ancient and mournful voice echoed in Su Shang's mind. Su Shang's eyes lit up. An outer path demon idol? However, there was no sound. Yet the outer path demon idol still obeyed Su Shang's commands. The 3 celestial dragons trembled all over, having witnessed the slaughter of Long Huang. What right did they have to defeat this terrifying creature? Nevertheless, the 3 celestial dragons did not flee. Their disdain for the various races of Qinghai was ingrained in their bones, making one feel disgusted. The 3 celestial dragons exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination. They were the elite subordinates of Long Huang and a product of celestial dragon technology enhancement. Named C1, C2, and C3, they radiated a grayish light that could transform into anything. The gray light around them rapidly surged, forming a grayish light curtain. The 3 took out a golden bracelet, cutting their wrists, and the gray light curtain instantly became resplendent, enveloping the outer path demon idol completely in an instant. C1, the celestial light curtain should be able to restrain this guy for a while. We should be able to kill it. Another celestial dragon said in a deep voice. The three nodded, and facing their respective opponents. A strong, killing intent arose in their eyes. Seeing the situation, Su Shang felt anxious, but the battle with the celestial dragons was too brutal, and without upgraded CN beings, he couldn't join the fight at that moment. The strength of these celestial dragons was impressive. If it were Su Shang against 3 of them, it would be manageable. But for Luffy and the others now, it would be a miracle just to hold their ground. These celestial dragons were not foolish. They knew that using seawater could greatly limit their opponents. 3 celestial dragons summoned large amounts of seawater, absorbing it into their bodies, which emitted a strange glow. At this moment, Luffy rubbed his wrist, unable to contain himself any longer. With all 3 types of haki activated, he leaped into the air, charging at C1. Rubber unlimited spiral bomb. Luffy shouted. His fists rained down like raindrops on a celestial dragon, and countless spiral bombs formed instantly, relentlessly bombarding him. Having trained for a long time, Luffy had nearly perfected his use of the spiral bomb. The celestial dragon remained calm, a gray light quickly spreading around him, forming a giant shield that absorbed the terrifying spiral bombs. Luffy pressed down on his straw hat, making his fists enormous and stretching his arms to an extreme length before quickly snapping back, unleashing a terrifying speed accompanied by lightning. Rubber Thunder Fist. Luffy shouted, his massive fist crashing towards C1. In an instant, the gray celestial dragon formed a giant fist of his own, a terrifying black fist colliding with Luffy's giant fist. At the moment of impact, Luffy felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, as the seawater absorbed by this celestial dragon was infused into all of his attacks. Seeing this, Akiji unleashed his ice powers, attempting to restrain the celestial dragon. However, the celestial dragon flashed with gray light, rapidly appearing in front of Luffy. Before Luffy could react, the entire body of the celestial dragon transformed into a blade, piercing through Luffy's chest. The speed of this celestial dragon far surpassed everyone else's, even outpacing Kizaru's light fruit. This absolute suppression made everyone shudder. 3-sword style, Great Thousand Worlds. Zoro shouted, a white blade of light rapidly slashing towards C1. In this crucial moment, Zoro stood up, relying entirely on his own strength. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and there was a sense of death staring from his single eye. C1's speed surged, his arms extending with an extremely long blade of light, quickly clashing with Zoro's Great Thousand Worlds. The sound of the collision was powerful and heart-stirring. Meanwhile, the 3 battlefields were all similar. Hancock, as a top-tier fighter, took the lead, unleashing her top-tier haki, with the awakened abilities of her fruit spreading, greatly restricting the movement of the gray celestial dragon. Perfume Femur. The terrifying armament haki enveloped Hancock's leg as she kicked at the celestial dragon. The celestial dragon's arms were extremely thick, firmly blocking Hancock's snow-white leg. Even more terrifying, the celestial dragon's body could explode. At the moment of impact, sparks flew, and with a loud bang, Hancock was sent flying. On the other side, Sanji continuously attacked with his legs, but the celestial dragon's martial arts were terrifying, not even moving from his spot. Even with Sanji's feet coated in armament haki and engulfed in flames, the celestial dragon grabbed him and tossed him away. All 3 battlefields were at a disadvantage, and Su Shang felt extremely tense watching. The outer path golem continued to strike at the terrifying gray barrier, but it was all in vain. Su Shang saw the layout of the battlefield, but could not participate, which was very painful. His wife was still outside. What to do? Moreover, Luffy's life and death were uncertain, and Su Shang even thought that the Dragon Balls might need to be used on Luffy. Chapter 142. Zoro's realization. Even though the 3 celestial dragons had lost the leadership of Long Wong, they still controlled the entire situation. However, Su Shang keenly noticed that the life signs of the 3 celestial dragons were gradually diminishing, likely related to the gray barrier. The 3 celestial dragons no longer hesitated and charged forward. Zoro looked at the fallen Luffy, his eyes filled with determination. Oh, Luffy, if you fall, I will protect you, Zoro said with a light shout. He activated his 3-sword style and swiftly confronted one of the celestial dragons. The celestial dragon's muscles bulged as he threw a punch, gray light shooting out and causing a terrifying explosion instantly. Zoro unleashed his 3-sword style, adding armament to his swords. 3-sword style, secret technique, Zoro shouted, slashing out a black blade of light toward the celestial dragon. As the explosion dissipated, It was revealed that the gray celestial dragon had effortlessly caught Zoro's terrifying slash with just 2 fingers. Zoro's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected his sword to be caught so easily, exceeding his imagination. Zoro gripped his sword tighter. A strong opponent? Then I will defeat you. His green hair bent slightly as he prepared to strike. The celestial dragon crossed his arms, looking down on Zoro. In an instant, the gray celestial dragon vanished, like a shadow, appearing behind Zoro in a flash. Zoro sensed it instantly, smiling slightly. Demon Hunt. Zoro's body spun around like a hellish demon, rushing toward the gray celestial dragon. However, the celestial dragon was even faster, evading Zoro's terrifying slash with a strange movement. Then, he grabbed Zoro's shoulders, and an explosion rang out, a thick spray of blood erupting, as Zoro's shoulders were blown apart. Zoro trembled in pain, his gaze becoming increasingly cold. Great Thousand Worlds. Hell Barrier. Zoro shouted. A blood-red aura radiated from him, his aura becoming extraordinarily powerful, completely locking onto the gray celestial dragon. In an instant, Zoro soared into the sky. His 3-sword style unleashed. A terrifying river of blood-red sword energy surged forth. The surrounding space shattered, blood energy spread, and the essence of his 3-sword style was unleashed. Unafraid of death, in countless worlds, I am in hell. This was one of Zoro's terrifying sword techniques. The gray celestial dragon roared, gray light enveloping him, exploding continuously like a barrage of cannon fire. The range of the explosions was small, but they carried an extremely fierce lethality. The sound of explosions mingling with the sound of shattering space. Zoro's sword light remained fierce, the blood-red sword energy breaking through the terrifying explosions, ultimately striking the gray celestial dragon. A piercing sound echoed as a pungent odor filled the air, and Zoro's expression grew serious. He could clearly feel the celestial dragon's aura becoming stronger, a terrifying pressure radiating, tightening his chest. The celestial dragon shot up into the sky, and in an instant, the sky was filled with gray light, a terrifying pressure spreading. The space slowly shattered, as if being torn apart by the terrifying gray light. Celestial Dragon Explosive Bomb. The celestial dragon shouted. A massive gray light descended upon Zoro, bringing with it an extremely terrifying heat. Zoro no longer hesitated. A terrifying sword energy enveloped him. In the mist, Zoro transformed into a black shadow, his terrifying speed shifting constantly, resembling a war god with 3 heads and 6 arms. 9-sword style, secret technique. Zoro roared. In the black mist, red light flickered, like the solid form of a grim reaper, sending chills down people's spines. Kill! Zoro shouted without further words, his terrifying sword intent breaking through the sky as a blood-red sword energy shot out instantly. The blood-red sword light was thousands of feet long, swiftly striking toward the gray light. The gray light was on the verge of exploding, instantly splitting in 2, and the gray celestial dragon quickly retreated. Seeing this, Zoro's form swelled as he charged toward the celestial dragon. However, at that moment, the celestial dragon grinned ominously, his hands moving rapidly, his eyes turning desolate. The 2 split gray lights instantly merged, trapping the rapidly advancing Zoro within, and exploded instantly, brilliant flames flooding the entire space, causing everyone to tremble. Could Zoro survive such a terrifying attack? Robin was somewhat surprised. Mr. Swordsman. Robin activated her Hellfire hand, wanted to save Zoro. However, amidst the clouds of black dust, a bloodlight suddenly erupted, forcefully pushing back Robin's rescue. 9-sword style secret technique, Endless Abyss. Zoro's voice echoed. Countless blood-red sword lights erupted from the black mist, densely packed with no place to retreat. It was like a hell, with Zoro's body covered in blood, clearly suffering severe injuries, yet he showed no signs of weakness. Instead, growing in momentum, Zoro roared, transforming into a black grim reaper as he charged toward the celestial dragon, a terrifying aura radiating, looking extremely fearsome. The celestial dragon had no space to evade, explosions occurring around him to counter Zoro's nearly frenzied attacks. In an instant, Zoro paused, radiating red light in the sky, resembling a blood-red flower about to bloom. Zoro's aura became increasingly strange, while the celestial dragon was brewing a terrifying killing move amidst his defenses. One of the celestial dragon's hands continuously gathered energy, even blood coalescing within that gray light sphere. The sphere grew denser, its light no longer spreading, becoming unremarkable. However, a master could tell that within that terrifying gray lay unimaginable power, capable of annihilating everything. Zoro's mind fell into contemplation, thinking of the true destructive power created by Su Shang, which was even more formidable than his nine-sword style. A truly annihilating feeling that was both scorching and filled with boundless chill. Zoro's eyes constantly shifted, and the next scene shocked everyone. Zoro sheathed his other two swords, holding the Wado Ikemonji, resembling a lonely swordsman. The terrifying armament flowed over the pure white long sword, frighteningly powerful. Zoro's muscles bulged, and even his blood flowed continuously. It could not hinder his terrifying, rising momentum. Zoro exhaled softly, slowly raising the Wado Ikemonji. This seemingly unremarkable action caused the space around him to tremble. This time, I will stand up, consolidate destruction, and protect the people on the Straw Hat ship. Zoro murmured softly. Zoro's eyes turned black, radiating a mysterious light. Blade of destruction. Zoro shouted. The Wado Ikemonji slashed out instantly, a terrifying black sword energy howling forth. Like a terrifying dragon, it destroyed everything in its path. Chapter 143. Su Shang's outburst. The terrifying Wado Ikemonji surged forth, and a gray light sphere in the celestial dragon's hand flew out as well. The two clashed, and Zoro's sword energy surged, instantly shattering the gray light sphere, which exploded, shaking heaven and earth. However, Zoro's slash grew even more powerful, stirring the world, terrifyingly so. Pucci. The terrifying sword energy pierced through the body of the gray, celestial dragon. His eyes filled with disbelief, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze filled with despair. He never expected that a lower-class person could possess such terrifying power. This sword energy contained an extremely high level of destructive force, making one's heart race. The celestial dragon felt the terrifying destructive power enveloping his entire body, and his vitality rapidly vanished. With a loud bang, the celestial dragon's body exploded. He wished to perish together with his attacker, but Zoro's sword energy completely restricted him. Just like that, this so-called superior race dissipated, unable to be reincarnated, leaving not even a trace of dust. The other two celestial dragons were shocked, not believing that a swordsman could kill such a powerful celestial dragon. At the same time, the gray barrier visibly weakened, beginning to shake and crack. Su Shang's eyes brightened as he stuffed a fairy bean into his mouth, restoring some stamina. Although his injuries were still severe, he forced himself to stand up. The terrifying Susanoo appeared, standing atop the outer path demon statue, launching an attack together. Cracks slowly appeared in the gray barrier, extremely unstable. The two celestial dragons' eyes turned cold upon seeing this. Heavenly fire covered the sky, shouted a gray celestial dragon. Terrifying gray flames erupted from his hands, spreading across the sky, causing the temperature of the world to suddenly rise, imbued with terrifying destructive power. The flames transformed into a gigantic fist, and the entire space seemed to melt from the burning heat, the terrifying fist smashing towards Hancock and Chopper. Faced with the horrifying giant fist, Hancock and Chopper's expressions grew serious. Chopper instantly transformed into a green deer man, wielding a golden rod as he charged forward. The golden rod swung, and terrifying power erupted instantly, creating fierce winds that tore through the void, directly attacking the flaming giant fist. Hancock did not hesitate either, unleashing all three colors of Haki as her fruit's awakened ability rapidly spread, turning the ground into hard stone. Even the seawater transformed into stone. Hancock's pink power shone brightly, rapidly erupting, causing the ground to crack, and all the stones quickly gathered to form a terrifying giant fist. Hancock's pink power enveloped the massive fist, smashing towards the sky. Chopper took the opportunity to borrow strength. The power of the golden rod erupted again, striking fiercely against the giant fist. The gray flames were extremely strange. Upon contact with the golden rod, the flames instantly spread along it. Chopper's fur was ignited in an instant, and the terrifying high temperature nearly melted his body. His eyes filled with blood vessels. Seeing this, Hancock's eyes turned resolute. She flew forward, two pink orbs appearing in her hands, pressing them onto Chopper's body, quickly petrifying him and extinguishing the flames. Little Chopper, I'm sorry, but this is the only way. Hancock spoke with some pity. But this was indeed the only way to save Chopper. Hancock slowly looked towards the celestial dragon, her three-color Haki rapidly expanding, the terrifying power materializing. and slowly attaching to her legs. Double aroma foot, Hancock shouted, launching a terrifying kick. A pink flash quickly flew towards the celestial dragon, who instinctively raised his arm to block. Instantly petrified, Hancock smiled slightly upon seeing this, her form rapidly enlarging as she prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the celestial dragon. In an instant, the celestial dragon's body ignited with terrifying flames, his arm instantly melting, only to regenerate in the next moment. His hands were engulfed in terrifying flames, which quickly spread, and a roar of a fierce tiger echoed in the sky. Burning heaven tiger roar, the celestial dragon shouted. The gray flames instantly transformed into a fierce tiger. Charging towards Hancock, Hancock had no time to dodge. Pink light erupted from her, instantly generating a pink wave, but the flaming tiger had already charged in. The fiery tiger instantly tore through the pink light wave, crashing into Hancock. At this moment, the celestial dragon's form had already vanished, and a wave of intense heat appeared behind Hancock, the terrifying flames transforming into a dull gray fiery blade, piercing through Hancock's lower abdomen. Hancock's eyes instantly lost focus as her body slowly descended. In a critical moment, she used her fruit's ability to slowly solidify the wound on her lower abdomen. The celestial dragon pressed the advantage, a terrifying killing intent spreading as his hands transformed into fiery claws, the horrifying power making one's heart race. Seeing this, Akiji wanted to intervene, and terrifying icy power spread out, forming gray solid ice that slowly turned into a sword, flying towards the celestial dragon. However, another celestial dragon quickly approached, palm open, a terrifying power beginning to spread, sending chills down one's spine. That power was extremely strange, possessing a strong devouring force. This celestial dragon's body appeared to be a semi-finished product of the Long Wong golden body, possessing devouring power, but could only devour and was extremely unstable. However, it was still sufficient to deal with Akiji. At this moment, the celestial dragon's fiery claws were already close to Hancock's body. Su Shang's eyes turned red within the gray barrier. Even though his back was already exposed with bones, continuously bleeding, Su Shang's Rinnegan suddenly erupted with terrifying purple light. The crimson golden light instantly attached to Susanu's arms, the terrifying power surging forth, smashing through the gray barrier. The outer path demon statue charged out, its 10 tails stirring the world. Let alone fighting, being able to survive amidst this terrifying turbulence was already considered a stroke of luck. Su Shang shouted loudly, and the entire sky turned purple. Infinite moon reading. The shape of Su Shang's reincarnation I was directly reflected in the sky, and a strange energy rapidly spread throughout the world, causing the bodies of the 2 celestial dragon people to be pushed back. The outer path demon statue finally emitted a crimson light, forming a red light sphere filled with destructive power. Tail beast ball, Su Shang shouted again. The crimson light sphere quickly flew out, instantly exploding on one of the celestial dragon people, who was reduced to dust in an instant. The other celestial dragon person also lost consciousness. As the terrifying power of Su Shang's reincarnation, I caused the entire sea to be in turmoil, with countless sea kings continuously roaring, as if all living beings were trapped in reincarnation, their thoughts in a daze. In an instant, the world fell silent again, as if everything had plunged into deathly silence, as if the entire sea was on the verge of extinction. Chapter 144, Total Annihilation. The astonishing scene created by Su Shang was exactly the same as that night, incredibly powerful and shocking. The celestial dragon had long lost consciousness, and Su Shang's eyes continuously emitted a purple glow, even shining with a purple hue like the orange martial god. The heavens and earth were in turmoil. Countless sea kings roared, and although it was broad daylight, countless stars appeared in the sky. The terrifying power of infinite moon reading instilled fear in everyone. This person, or rather this god, who could stir the entire ocean into raging waves, could no longer be stopped by anything. It was nothing short of a miracle. Su Shang shouted loudly and quickly approached the celestial dragon. With his enormous Susanu, he crushed him with bare hands, leaving no crumbs behind. Su Shang was still venting his anger. Suddenly, the world was filled with purple flames, and the upgraded Amaterasu was even more terrifying. The entire space was being scorched, with continuous sound of cracking. At the same time, ice-white flames swept across the sky, even more breathtaking. The terrifying power melted Ching Chi's solid ice in an instant, making him gasp in shock. The solid ice he had painstakingly awakened from the fruit was so easily dissolved. It was important to know that this ice was harder than diamonds. Su Shang continuously released flames, the patterns of the reincarnation irradiating light, exuding an increasingly eerie aura. The entire world seemed to be turned upside down, shaking people's minds. Even the sea could not withstand such terrifying flames spreading, with purple and white steam erupting continuously across the ocean. The Sea Kings screamed in agony, and even some small pirate crews passing by were completely annihilated. The sea god was furious. Someone had angered the god of the sea. On a distant island, people were in a panic, hearing the continuous screams of the Sea Kings from the ocean. Those things they had once feared most now slaughtered like chickens. Countless massive bodies floated on the sea, emitting a pungent stench. Yet, even in such a situation, there were still greedy Sea Kings feasting on their dead kin, unable to resist their greed for the deliciousness of the roasted flesh. It was like humans tasting fire-charred venison for the first time. However, the terrifying black flames and ice-white flames showed no mercy, instantly turning those greedy Sea Kings into steaming delicacies. The terrifying flames continued to spread across the sea, even alarming the Navy government. The so-called justice of the sea, witnessing the ocean turn hellish, could not remain calm. Akainu dragged his heavily injured body onto a tall building, his eyes filled with disbelief. Had the entire Navy heading to Fire Island lost contact? Akainu said in a deep voice. A Navy communications officer quickly responded, "Yes, Admiral Akainu." Akainu's gaze dimmed. The entire army was annihilated. In the distant sea, he recognized the black-purple flames and ice-white flames at a glance. These were the very things that had defeated him every time. Akainu no longer had any contact with the 5 celestial dragons, and Fujitora was even less to mention. The purple aura even spread to the skies above the Navy government, and Akainu slowly raised his head to look, feeling something unusual in his eyes. Has it really become this strong? Akainu's tone carried a hint of sorrow. No one had ever been able to repeatedly defeat this formidable being. Even after becoming the fleet admiral, he was still completely crushed by Su Shang. Akainu looked into the distance, hoping for a miracle, such as the celestial dragons still being alive, and that the so-called royal family of Long Huang had some great fortune. But the reality was that flames continued to spread, and the roars of monsters could be heard, revealing a figure with 10 tails in the distance. At that moment, a golden light shattered Akainu's illusion. Akainu was startled, thinking it was an attack, but it turned out to be a tall man with a pigeon on his head. It was none other than Sengoku. "What are you doing here? I heard you were looking for clues about the history text." Akainu looked at Sengoku, his eyelids flickering slightly, not too surprised. After all, having been the fleet admiral for decades, it was easy for Sengoku to come in. At that moment, Sengoku had shed his Navy uniform, now wearing a simple black coat. "You should have known better than to go too hard on Su Shang," Sengoku said slowly. "I even had to intervene when you fought Akiji. You're taking yourself too seriously." Akainu clenched his fists tightly, feeling a bit indignant. Sengoku sighed. "You and Akiji were originally colleagues. Your actions were truly too heavy-handed. Since you want to fight, you must be prepared to lose your life. This point was executed very well by Whitebeard back in the day. You should learn from him. You are all from the same era. Your awareness is too low." Akainu's words began to grow agitated. Sengoku said no more, instead pointing to the sky. "Look at that purple aura, the sun rising with the stars. The so-called rules set by the celestial dragons are all nonsense. They should not belong to this world. There should be no distinction between pirates and the Navy in this world. Justice is protected by brave people. Have those civilians ever been truly protected? The recent Long Wong incident, which swallowed the lives of over 100,000 people just to defeat Su Shang. What does that count for?" Sengoku's expression darkened, his arm trembling slightly. Over 100,000 troops, a terrifying living force just wasted like that. The celestial dragons are indeed bastards, but they possess unknown weapons. We cannot join forces with them. Even those 5 old men, what else is there for Akainu to say? But he was interrupted by Sengoku. "So I don't want to stay here any longer. These lowly beings, worshipping others to gain high positions, what do they amount to? Moreover, it seems that the celestial dragons won't activate that weapon. Many people are already seeking this secret along the sea routes. In the end, the islands are just a guise." Akainu looked surprised, staring intently at Sengoku. "You went?" Sengoku smiled slightly. "No, I want to understand more about the past. Such forward assaults are more suitable for the young. I also want to buy them more time and opportunities." "What do you mean?" Akainu was somewhat confused. Sengoku smiled slightly. When you truly understand the meaning of the two words behind us, you will know that weapon is not the celestial dragon support, but rather a useless trinket. After saying his final words, Sengoku strode away, leaving Akainu in solitude. Akainu's expression was somewhat dim. The current Navy government seemed like a useless trinket, as just Su Sheng alone was enough to destroy this place. Akainu looked at the increasingly dense purple aura in the sky, his eyes somewhat lost. What exactly is justice? Akainu began to have doubts. Justice will never be a rule that despises life. This is the voice of every pirate. Chapter 145. The marks left on the sea. Akainu quietly exhaled, looking at the purple aura in the sky, his gaze somewhat dazed. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and turned to leave. At this moment, Su Sheng was like a madman, the terrifying flames continuously spreading between heaven and earth. The dense purple aura making the world eerie, the terrifying power of reincarnation spreading everywhere. Su Sheng continuously exhaled, and the purple aura spread endlessly. Everyone on Ice and Fire Island felt a strong sense of suffocation. Su Sheng's broken body emitted a purple golden light, and his flesh quickly regenerated, making his physique even taller than before. He appeared more imposing, while Su Sheng's mind seemed to be in a state of shutdown. This body recklessly radiated the power of the reincarnation eye. The surrounding ocean had turned blood red, with countless sea creatures dead, their blood flowing like rivers, filling the air with a pungent smell. In the distance, on the island, countless civilians knelt on the ground, continuously bowing in reverence to the purple aura in the sky, fearing that the flames would spread to this place. A fire that even the ocean couldn't extinguish. What could it be if not divine? Who could withstand such a thing? Su Sheng fell into the cycle of reincarnation in the midst of fate. He saw his past life in that bizarre world. He was just an ant that could be seen everywhere. He once had dreams, but in the end, he could only watch the Pirate King smile foolishly. He had wanted to learn Luffy's spirit, but now Luffy's life and death were unknown. Su Sheng's eyes dropped tears, and he didn't know what to say. He saw two worlds but felt powerless. Each world had evils he had never encountered before. He once had no chance. But now Su Sheng was the king of the sea. His expression became indifferent, and a streak of golden light slowly appeared in the purple of his gaze. In an instant, the golden light transformed into black light, incredibly strange. That eerie aura began to spread, and the purple mist in the sky slowly dissipated. Su Sheng erupted with a terrifying overlord aura, a black and gold energy spreading around, causing the sky to turn gloomy, as if the Grim Reaper was about to descend at any moment. Su Sheng's conqueror's haki instantly surged, the terrifying black and gold energy rising up, fully materializing. The ominous conqueror's haki spread throughout the air, becoming increasingly frightening. The black and gold color quickly enveloped the entire sea, turning the Sea Kings into dust. With the power of the reincarnation I carried by the conqueror's haki, a terrifying force of destruction was formed, sending all things into reincarnation, with souls left with no way to recover. This is Su Sheng's terrifying strength. The surging power made his body feel even more comfortable. The crimson gold armament haki began to spread across his body, with black and gold patterns appearing, looking incredibly terrifying. The sea gradually returned to calm, and a wave of black and gold swept through the sky, causing the purple aura to dissipate rapidly. The black and gold color rushed past, and then settled into tranquility. The sun in the sky gradually appeared, and Su Sheng's gaze slowly returned to normal. Everything returned to calm, except for the ocean near Ice and Fire Island, which had completely turned blood red. Injured Zoro looked at the surrounding sea, swallowed hard, realizing this was the true Grim Reaper. Su Sheng didn't say much. Her figure quickly descended. At this moment, every exertion from Su Sheng emitted a black and gold glow, containing the terrifying power of destructive reincarnation, which was quite frightening. The residents on the distant island finally saw the sun, and their mood began to ease. "Thank you, Sea King, for sparing our lives." The residents started to express their gratitude under the leadership of their chief. Su Sheng fell rapidly, looking at the severely injured Luffy and Hancock, feeling a bit distressed. His wife had been beaten to this extent. "From now on, I will kill every celestial dragon I see." Su Sheng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The crowd anxiously watched the severely injured Hancock and Luffy on the fragmented islands, their breaths very faint, and they could barely hear any signs of breathing. Su Sheng's eyes were dim. "Qing Ji, do you still have the upgraded version of the fairy bean?" Qing Ji extended a finger, indicating that there was still one left. Su Sheng signaled,
and Qingji stuffed the in a Hancock's mouth, her injuries visibly healing at an incredible speed. The crowd had no objections, after all. They were all Su Sheng's people. However, Su Sheng did not think this way. Looking at the near-death Luffy, Su Sheng took out 7 Dragon Balls, intending to summon the dragon to resurrect Luffy. Just then, soft footsteps were heard behind the group. Su Sheng quickly turned around. With his terrifying power, even spatial transfers could be detected by him. The person was none other than Law. Su Sheng saw Luo and thought of the plot at that time, feeling no surprise. "Sir, I believe I can save Luffy," Luo said very politely. As Su Sheng was about to speak, Sanji stepped in front of him. "Hey, who are you? How can you save a captain?" Sanji glared while taking a drag from his cigarette, speaking irritably. Luo explained, "I am the user of the Op no Mi, and I can save Luffy. Trust me." Sanji activated his haki on his legs, entering a battle stance. "Hey, stop talking nonsense. What do you mean saving? Just say what you want to do." Su Sheng waved his hand and said, "All right, Sanji, I know him. He can indeed save Luffy. Right, Law?" Law looked a bit surprised. "You know me?" Su Sheng smiled slightly, clearly recognizing him. "I know your purpose, right? You want to defeat Kaido." Law's body trembled a bit. "How do you know everything? Is it possible that?" Su Sheng smiled slightly and said, "Don't overthink it. There are some things I know, and I will actually help you. Hurry up and save Luffy, and I will naturally assist you. My pirate crew also needs people." Law looked at Su Sheng's reincarnation eyes, which had black and gold patterns after the upgrade, feeling skeptical but still slowly stepping forward. Sanji stared intently at Law, not allowing him to cause any trouble. Su Sheng gently breathed out, "Sanji, don't worry. Who can escape my eyes? I also hope Luffy is okay." Sanji nodded and let Law go to treat him. Su Sheng just took out the Dragon Balls, and Sanji naturally knows the power of the Dragon Balls. He is well aware of the preciousness of such things, having been someone who has opened the jars before. Law approached Luffy and activated his fruit ability. Luffy's wounds quickly healed. His heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. His eyes turned bloodshot, and with a loud shout, he came back to life. Su Sheng looked at the rosy-faced Luffy and smiled slightly. "Luffy, how do you feel?" Su Sheng asked with a grin. I was careless and almost died," Luffy said, his eyes dimming a bit. Su Sheng smiled and patted Luo's shoulder. "Thank you, Luo. It's you who saved me." Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Luo? Thank you. From now on, you and I are brothers." Luo chuckled. "All right, Captain." Luffy's carefree attitude made Luo feel at ease. Chapter 146. Preparations before departure. Luffy stood up and gave Luo a tight hug, feeling an indescribable joy. He could see the light in Luo's eyes, a light that was exactly the same as that of his crew members. Luffy quickly energized the atmosphere. Su Sheng coughed softly and said, "This place is not suitable for staying long. A battle just occurred, and if this continues, there will likely be many problems. Our priority is to leave as soon as possible." Luffy nodded and asked, "Su Sheng, where do you plan to go?" Su Sheng twisted his neck and said, "I remember. There is one called Doflamingo among the 7 warlords, right?" Hancock replied, "Yes, his strength is probably the strongest among the 7 warlords." Su Sheng's eyes turned cold. He originally wanted to go to Cake Island, but given the current situation with the Celestial Dragons, they would probably go crazy and hunt us down. Doflamingo is also a Celestial Dragon. We must eliminate him first to prevent future troubles. Everyone was shocked, not expecting that the strongest of the 7 warlords of the sea was actually a Celestial Dragon, which made them even more unable to imagine the terror of the Celestial Dragons. Su Sheng smiled faintly and said, "Don't be afraid. It's just a warlord of the sea. Easily dealt with." Su Sheng's eyes turned cold. Luffy laughed heartily. "All right, then let's go challenge the strong ones. By the way, Luffy, are you still selling jars?" Su Sheng nodded. "This is my old profession. I have to do it for the rest of my life." Luffy laughed. "Then sell us some jars. Our strength needs to be improved. We are indeed a bit weak right now." Su Sheng nodded, indicating that it was fine. "Let's go to your ship first and open the jar on the way. This place is too dangerous." Everyone nodded in agreement with Su Sheng's words. 5 celestial dragons and tens of thousands of Navy soldiers had died here. No one dared to act recklessly. What should he do? Akiji asked helplessly, carrying the seriously injured and unconscious Fujitora. Su Sheng looked over, observing the terrible actions of the celestial dragons. He thought it would be difficult to return to the Navy government. His past, he had seen. He would take him on a ship and have Chopper treat him, but he mustn't be given any miracle beans. "I want to slowly draw him into my pirate crew." Akiji nodded. Everyone was somewhat surprised, knowing the past of this Navy admiral. What kind of power does Su Sheng possess to clearly perceive others' pasts? The most terrifying part
is that this guy wants to recruit him. Having 2 Navy admirals on one pirate ship is just absurd. Su Sheng smiled slightly and said nothing more. Under Luffy's lead, everyone boarded the ship together. On the deck of the ship, Su Sheng waved his hand, and dozens of jars appeared instantly. Holding a golden small hammer, Su Sheng transformed into the owner of a jar shop. Law curiously walked over and asked, "What is this? Why do you have so many jars?" Su Sheng smiled and then explained to Luo, "I am a jar merchant. The jars are divided into 5 levels: white, blue, purple, gold, and colorful. My Susanoo is a product of the jars." Luo was astonished. Such a terrifying thing. "Are you sure? You're not lying, right?" Su Sheng smiled and said, "No deception for young or old. You can let others try." Zoro approached with his body wrapped in bandages and asked, "Su Sheng, I'll buy 10. Can you produce an upgraded version of the fairy bean?" There was a hint of anticipation in Zoro's eyes. Su Sheng chuckled and replied, "Didn't you say you weren't going to buy?" He recalled Zoro's proud demeanor from last time. Zoro looked a bit embarrassed and said, "I still want to recover and get back to training as soon as possible." Su Sheng gently nodded. "All right, then I'll open it for you." Zoro immediately took out 10 million berries, which he had prepared with great effort. In fact, Zoro had long intended to open it because he knew about Su Sheng's complete defeat of Hawkeye. On this vast sea, it was probably very difficult to reach the peak relying solely on personal effort. Zoro smiled wryly. "Your jar may not be a shortcut to becoming stronger. It took me a long time to earn this 10 million berries." Su Sheng laughed and threw the hammer to Zoro. Zoro caught the hammer and, without hesitation, quickly smashed open 10 jars. Those jars instantly erupted with dazzling light, and everyone stared intently, guessing what good items Zoro could unveil. Law also fixed his gaze on the jars as the light appeared. 8 white, 1 blue, and 1 colorful. Seeing the colors of the first few jars, Zoro's face was initially dark, but upon seeing the last colorful light, his mood instantly brightened. Based on the intensity of the colorful light others had previously opened, he thought he would also get a powerful weapon. As the white light dissipated, to his dismay, there were 8 identical packs of cigarettes neatly arranged there. Zoro's face darkened immediately. He didn't even smoke. What use were these to him? Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and the 8 packs of cigarettes vanished in an instant. Zoro was furious. "Sanji, you filthy cook. Even if I throw them away, I won't let you smoke them." Zoro drew his sword, ready to chop Sanji to pieces. Just as he moved, Zoro winced in pain. "Zoro, don't move around. Your injury isn't healed yet." Chopper shouted, fearing that Zoro's wound might reopen. Zoro's expression was grim, while Sanji tore open a cigarette and enjoyed a puff, even offering one to Law. Law gently lit the cigarette, his eyes instantly shining. How can there be such wonderful tobacco? Law felt an unprecedented delight. Could this tobacco really be cultivated? Zoro ignored Law, as he was the captain's lifesaver, but he picked up a shard of the jar and threw it fiercely at Sanji. The shard was very sturdy, and Sanji kicked it away using his haki. "Hey, green hair, don't be so hasty. For the sake of those 8 packs of cigarettes, I'll prepare a table full of nourishing food for you," Sanji said, taking a deep puff of the cigarette. Zoro then relented, turning his attention to the blue light and the colorful light. Blue light, upgraded version of the magic beans. "Just what I need." Zoro was excited and swallowed the magic bean whole. The next scene nearly scared Law to death. He saw all the bandages on Zoro's body fall away. All his wounds healed rapidly, and even his muscles looked stronger than before. So miraculous. With this, my fruit seems almost useless. Law's eyes were filled with shock. He had thought it was a scam, but what happened was real, and Law found it hard to believe. While Su Sheng smiled proudly. "Law, if you want it, you can buy it too," Su Sheng said with a grin. Law swallowed hard and nodded slightly. He still wanted to see what else there was. As Zoro's body healed, he turned to Sanji. "Filthy cook, you don't need to cook for me anymore. If I don't fight you for 3 days and nights, I'll dye my hair red." Zoro said irritably, "Hey, you've already got the colorful light. Why are you still arguing with me?" Sanji was somewhat speechless. Zoro then remembered and slowly looked towards the colorful light. Chapter 147. Zoro's Ecstasy. Everyone's gaze followed Zoro's line of sight to the colorful light. The golden light promised something extraordinary, and the Straw Hat crew had tasted good fortune before. It was incredibly powerful. No one knew what terrifying treasure this golden light would reveal. Su Sheng lightly shifted her steps, activated the system, and began to investigate the things inside the colorful light. At a glance, Su Sheng was filled with shock and started to explain. Divine skill, dark magic, manifested 10 arms, with each arm bound to a famous blade, each having its own uniqueness.
Su Shang felt relaxed. This divine skill was perfect for Zoro. If it were any other kind of power, Zoro wouldn't even glance at it. Because for this man, aside from the swordsmanship, he had no aspirations for anything else. Zoro's expression was complicated at this moment. This divine skill would instantly elevate him to the 13-sword style, making him the most terrifying swordsman on the seas, especially since each sword was a famous blade. The terrifying power it brought would shock everyone. He might not even be a match for Mihawk anymore. Zoro trembled as he took the mysterious scroll. He couldn't wait to open it, eager to uncover its secrets. How could this sword fanatic resist the allure of such a terrifying divine skill and the 10 famous swords? As Zoro looked at the scroll, he instantly fell into a trance, his eyes vacant. After a long time, a glimmer gradually appeared in his eyes. Zoro shouted angrily, "Dark demon!" With a boom, black light erupted from his body, and his single eye shone with a terrifying red light, resembling a death god from hell. Zoro slowly raised one arm, famous sword. Ghost Revenge. A golden long sword appeared instantly, giving a refreshing feeling and bringing a brightness that was uplifting, truly worthy of being Ghost Revenge. Zoro swung his arm, and golden mist enveloped the area. With a single slash, the terrifying power shattered the void in an instant, truly fearsome. Zoro smiled in satisfaction, then gently moved his second arm. Famous sword, Heaven's Jealousy. Zoro whispered. A gray-white long sword appeared in his hand, the strange patterns on the blade exuding an eerie aura. As if it came from hell, the menacing presence spreading continuously, truly deserving of being Heaven's Jealousy. Zoro looked at the gray-white long sword, feeling very satisfied inside. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, and Heaven's Jealousy continuously changed its form in his hand. After a deep breath, Zoro shouted, "Summon the heavenly calamity." Zoro roared. He then struck down towards the sea with 3 consecutive slashes. Each slash carried boundless lightning, extremely terrifying. Each strike became sharper, and before the sword energy arrived, the surrounding void was shattered, and anything trying to obstruct his path was instantly crushed. Su Shang watched the sword moves used by Zoro, and without any doubt, Zoro had gained a huge advantage this time. Zoro looked at his 2 swords, which were quite impressive, but the opponent had already arrived. Zoro shouted loudly, and the final strike flew out. That strike was accompanied by a terrifying black light, capable of annihilating everything around it. Sometimes, a small fruit that wasn't too big could quickly spread that terrifying destructive power. Su Shang shook his head thoughtfully. This divine skill was indeed suitable for Zoro, but it was too troublesome to use and required constant practice. Zoro was very excited, trying out his swords one after another, each one bringing him unprecedented exhilaration. With many techniques already at his disposal, Zoro now had even more. The people present watched Zoro's terrifying moves and became very excited. Looking at the jars on the ground, everyone wanted to open a colored jar. Law glanced over, somewhat hesitant, but Usopp jumped in first. This guy, who usually liked to play it safe, saw an opportunity and without hesitation spent 10 million berries, not even blinking. The boss is generous, Su Shang exclaimed excitedly. He then handed the golden hammer to Usopp, whose arm trembled. He too hoped to have luck like Zoro's. He wanted to protect his teammates. "I want to be the Pirate King too. Jars, grant me power." Usopp prayed in his heart and eagerly smashed open the 10 jars. This was the result of years of effort for Usopp. How could he not cherish it? As the jars broke open, light shone throughout the ship. Su Shang stepped forward, looking at the contents of the jars with great anticipation. For white, 2 blue, 2 purple, and 2 gold, strange colors intertwined. Although there were no colorful ones, these items were enough to amaze people, containing who knows how many terrifying items. Earlier, Usopp's nuclear cannon was already terrifying enough, capable of destroying a small island, all of which came from Su Shang's opening. Su Shang examined the jars and began to explain. The white ones were all food items, and as soon as Usopp caught a whiff of the aroma, he was robbed by Luffy. Spicy strips, Buddha jumps over the wall. Crayfish, rainbow candy. Luffy was having the time of his life eating. "Hey, Luffy, save some for me," Usopp shouted, but he didn't get up. The remaining jars were even more tempting to him. The blue one contained an upgraded version of the magic bean, an AZ capsule that temporarily increased attack power by 10. For Usopp, a 10 boost wasn't much. The purple jar held a 98K quick precision sniper rifle, along with 10,000 specially made 98K bullets that were lightweight and increased range, exploding upon hitting the target. Usopp looked at the exquisite little gun in front of him. extremely excited. For the skinny Usopp, this gun was the perfect fit. Usopp eagerly took the gun, loaded the special bullets, and fired at the sea. The surface of the sea was instantly splashed up, showcasing the bullet's astonishing power. Sushang, quickly show me what the gold one is. Usopp asked anxiously, unable to contain his excitement. He was already very satisfied with the purple one, and he couldn't wait to see what treasure the gold one would hold. Sushang smiled slightly, patted Usopp's shoulder, and signaled him not to worry. Sushang examined the golden jar with some surprise. These items were truly perfect for Usopp. The Eye of Insight grants top-tier observation haki after use, but it only occurs within both eyes. This is definitely suitable, as Usopp's combat power relies on his shooting accuracy. The top-tier defensive technique, the Ancient Spirit Mirror, allows one to learn the pinnacle defensive technique that can shatter the heavens. Unless faced with someone terrifying enough to destroy the world, no one can break through this defensive skill. Usopp looked at these two items, feeling extremely excited. With a nuclear cannon, a 98K, top-tier observation haki, and top-tier defensive techniques, Usopp was now a high-level pirate with both offensive and defensive capabilities. He could probably even stand a chance against a marine admiral. This once deceitful guy had now become a master capable of protecting others. Chapter 148. Sanji's lucky day. Not only was Usopp excited, but seeing Usopp obtain such great items also sparked interest in the eyes of the others. The other members of the Straw Hat crew looked at Sushang's jar with eager anticipation. Come on, let me open a few, Sanji exclaimed, puffing out a smoke ring, looking a bit reckless. Zoro, who had just been robbed of a cigarette by Sanji, started to mock him mercilessly. What can a cook possibly open? Even if you get a weapon, it wouldn't suit you, you old chain smoker. His words were merely teasing, with no malice intended. Sanji shot a glance at Zoro and tossed 10 million berries to Sushang. I have money, and I'm willing, even if it's just for these great cigarettes. I have to open that jar. Sushang naturally wouldn't care about the bickering between the two, but still gave Sanji a thumbs up. With a smile, he handed the hammer to Sanji. Boss, please open the jar. On the surface, Sanji appeared calm, but inside he was already secretly rubbing his hands together. Please let me draw a few more packs of cigarettes, and preferably a few upgraded magic beans, Sanji prayed in his heart. The desire for these upgraded magic beans was not for anything else, but just to justify swapping a few packs of cigarettes from Zoro. The jar was smashed open, and it was hard to say whether he was lucky or too lucky. 5 beams of white light, 3 beams of blue light, 2 beams of golden light, and 1 beam of rainbow light. Wow, you even got a rainbow light. Your luck is a bit too good, isn't it? Zoro looked at the items Sanji drew with a bit of excitement. 3 blue and 2 gold. He was more excited than the person involved. Sanji, however, was a bit excited about the white light. Is it cigarettes? Sanji mumbled, looking over with some anticipation. What caught is our 5 packs of cigarettes. Sanji's face instantly filled with joy, and he picked one up, ready to smoke another. You haven't looked at the others yet. Sushang kindly reminded him with a smile. It was at this moment that Sanji realized, putting the cigarette in his mouth and looking towards the blue light. Perfectly in line with his wishes, there were 2 upgraded magic beans and a thick recipe book. Sanji picked up the 2 magic beans, stashed one away, and gave one to Zoro. This thing. You like it, so here's one for you. Zoro looked at the magic bean in Sanji's hand with some surprise, but he accepted it directly without being pretentious. Thanks, but I want that meal too. Sanji didn't say anything, just nodded in response. He then turned to pick up the thick recipe book, 4 food collections. What kind of recipe book is this? Sanji said as he flipped open the first page, which only had a few lines of text. The 4 food collections is compiled from dietary essentials, Sand family clean offerings, food treasures, Anew's legacy. It includes all kinds of ingredients and cooking methods, perfectly matching meals, and caters to any taste, making it a treasure in the culinary world. Listening to Sushang read the description, Sanji felt a sense of pride rising in his heart. I say, Sanji, you'll have to make us more delicious dishes in the future, Zoro said with a smile, patting Sanji on the shoulder. His luck was indeed good, igniting a spark of interest in the upcoming items. The golden item turned out to be a bone cleaver with intricate patterns, and the blade even had a hint of white light, indicating it was really something special. Shredding knife, used for preparing dishes, details unknown. Sushang was reading the description, and 3 black lines unconsciously appeared on his forehead. It was just a cooking knife, yet it was placed in the golden category. What on earth is this system doing? That wasn't the worst part. The most ridiculous item was another golden object. Durable protective shoes, which are characterized by their wear resistance and anti-fall features, can protect your little feet. The others were holding back slight smiles, but Sanji didn't mind. He just looked at the pair of shoes on his feet. Just right. These shoes of mine needed to be changed. After saying that, Sanji didn't hesitate at all and changed into the new shoes. They felt pretty good, and the style was nice. Looking at the last item, which was the most exciting, a light blue camouflage helmet. A level 3 helmet. Wearing this helmet means you don't have to fear the 98K, as shells are hard to penetrate, providing super protection for the head. Capable of resisting hundreds of tons of super pressure, and it also has a rebound effect. As the description was read out, everyone's eyes lit up. Although this item was for protection, it also gave him an extra weapon, didn't it? Zoro said, feeling happy for Sanji. At that moment, Chopper squeezed in. Su Sheng, I want to open too, Chopper said, handing Su Sheng 2 million berries and hurriedly grabbed the hammer to smash down. His luck was pretty good. He got 1 white and 1 blue. What is this? Su Sheng asked. This is a refreshing pill. Eating it instantly refreshes your mind and boosts your energy for the whole day, plus it brings a bit of good luck. It's a great item. The others behind had long been eager to try, but they still waited their turn. Robin smashed and got a pair of glasses that could identify the authenticity of treasures, but they only worked for half an hour. Frankie got a pack of cigarettes. Brooke got a fruit. I didn't expect to get such good items. 2 hits and 2 wins. Frankie laughed as he tucked the magic beans into his pocket. Nami watched as these people got quite a few treasures, thinking about her own dreams of wealth. If she could smash out some good items, she could sell them for a lot of money. Her luck surely wouldn't be worse than theirs. Nami walked over proudly and directly handed Su Sheng 10 million berries. Excitedly, she shouted, "Give me 10. All right, boss." Su Sheng handed over the hammer. She was determined to get good stuff. The jar was smashed open. 10 whites. Su Sheng felt a wave of emotion. It was indeed a bit unlucky, having not gotten a single good item. She didn't dare to voice this thought, and Nami's face darkened as she steeled herself to take a look. 3 packs of spicy strips, 2 pairs of men's big shorts, a ring, 3 bottles of cola, and 2 lollipops. It was simply useless. What did those 2 pairs of men's shorts mean? Nami's face was really quite dark, and the onlookers could only secretly laugh. Picking up the ring, she asked, "What is this ring for?" It's just a decorative item. Look at the beautiful patterns. It's nice." Su Sheng explained with a smile. Nami originally held a glimmer of hope, but it was now completely shattered. She initially thought Su Sheng's jar was faulty. But when Jinbei smashed a jar and got a magic bean, her face darkened even more. Chapter 149. This damn luck. Is this jar targeting me? Why did I smash it and get nothing? Nami exclaimed, her face showing a hint of grievance. Opening jars was all about luck, and even if she felt pity, no one was there to speak for her. This jar was chosen by you to smash. Don't blame me, Su Sheng said in a gentle tone. The sign of the little shop can't afford to be smashed, Su Sheng added calmly without getting angry. Nami felt a bit embarrassed, and it was finally Luffy who came to her rescue. All right, you can't blame others for your bad luck. Even if Su Sheng's items are useless, they are still good items. You just need to sell them to someone else if you don't want them, Luffy said impatiently, offering Nami a suggestion. Buying these snacks was fine, but Nami's gaze stopped at the men's big shorts, and she suddenly felt a bit speechless. How can a girl like me sell these men's big shorts? Nami blushed and took the item she had opened and walked away. The crowd's attention was momentarily drawn to Nami, their faces still showing a hint of amusement. Law felt quite complicated inside, more entangled about whether or not he should join the jar-opening ranks. He was indeed a bit shaken. All right, Su Sheng, give me a few jars too, Luffy said, smiling as he tossed the belly he had in his hand to Su Sheng. It was exactly 1,100,000 belly. As captain, he had to have more than them to avoid being seen as lacking in decisiveness. Here we go. Hammer for the big boss. Su Sheng joked as he handed the hammer to Luffy. 1,100,000 belly, even if it was just 100,000 more than 10 million. It made him the one with the highest amount, truly living up to the title of Big Boss. Luffy took it, bit his finger, and directly smashed the jar open. 7 beams of white light, 2 beams of blue light, 2 beams of colorful light. Luffy excitedly bit his finger hard, his eyes filled with surprise. Oh my! He actually opened 2 colorful lights. This damn luck. Luffy felt a bit smug inside. Feeling pleased, he took a look at the white lights. 3 packs of spicy strips, 2 bottles of red wine, and 2 bottles of cola. The white items weren't bad either. Luffy casually stuffed the spicy strips into his pocket, opened a pack, and started eating while looking at the blue items. 2 identical fruits, just like Chopper's. Does Su Sheng's fruit have any other effects? Just boosting spirit? Su Sheng shook his head. These 2 fruits are definitely different from just one fruit. No, this fruit has a stacking effect. One can keep you refreshed for a whole day. and with 2, you could become impervious to harm, creating a protective constitution. As Su Shang finished speaking, Chopper squeezed over, hands on his hips, angrily questioning, "Why didn't you tell me just now? Do you look down on me?" After saying this, he pouted and turned his head away. "I didn't. I just thought that having a second one would be more surprising," Su Shang replied. Meanwhile, Luffy curiously looked at the colorful light. As the light dissipated, he instantly smiled. "This looks pretty good, but it feels a bit like a steel pipe," Luffy said as he picked up the colorful steel pipe. Chopper chimed in, "Hey, this seems like my golden staff, but it's not as good looking as my golden staff." "Ha ha ha. It does look like a steel pipe," Zoro said, laughing as he looked at it. Then everyone's gaze shifted to Su Shang, as the steel pipe was not meant for dancing in his hands. Everyone was waiting for Su Shang to explain. "The Shin Tai Tai He steel pipe can strike all things, characterized by its heaviness. It does not change in size. And when struck, it can vaporize a person, carrying a certain cold force. The user can lock onto a target within a maximum range, 100 meters, for vaporization, and importantly, it can prevent lightning and attract it." Listening to Su Shang's explanation, Luffy became more excited and decided to give it a try. "I'll strike," Luffy shouted and swung the pipe down onto the nearby ground. Everyone quickly stepped back, afraid of being affected. The spot he struck immediately created a large hole, with a bit of ice shards on top. "What a strong force," someone exclaimed. Su Shang looked at the steel pipe in Luffy's hand and immediately thought of the original plot, where Luffy wielded a water pipe as a weapon when he was a child. Now that he thought about it, Su Shang couldn't help but smile. Luffy's connection with pipes was indeed extraordinary. "This power is immense. It feels almost sentient, and it doesn't harm our own people." Law marveled in his heart, his gaze slightly dazed, and he felt a ripple of interest in Su Shang's jar idea. Luffy, noticing everyone's reactions, contentedly held the steel pipe in his hand. It really does feel powerful. Su Shang's stuff is top-notch," he commented before turning to look at the second item. "Boxing gloves? Hey, this second one is great. It completely matches my style." As Luffy looked at the gloves, he thought to himself, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted. Rubber boxing gloves, which allowed the user to feel no pain and unleash endless strength, could easily smash a cow to pieces with just a swing of the fist. Hearing this explanation, Luffy's eyes sparkled. This thing was incredibly cool. He casually handed the steel pipe to someone nearby, picked up the boxing gloves, and put them on, feeling a warm sensation gradually flow up his arms, making him feel an immense power in his hands. Good stuff. Wearing them feels so powerful," he said, but that wasn't enough. He needed to try out the boxing gloves to truly enjoy them. Luffy ran to a nearby open space and threw a punch at a thick tree, which broke in half and flew into the sky under everyone's gaze. Gradually, the tree turned into a dot and disappeared from sight. "Wow, that's high," Chopper exclaimed, staring at the vanishing tree in awe. Luffy, surprised, gritted his teeth, grinning as he looked at the boxing gloves. "Su Shang, this thing is really a treasure. Let's see what else there is." Luffy excitedly rubbed his hands and ran over to take a closer look. "Hey Luffy, you only opened 2 colorful items. That's it," Su Shang reminded him. "All right, I've seen enough," Luffy pouted, a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. The temptation of these items was too strong. Luffy decided to come back to Su Shang's place for more treasures when he had the chance. At that moment, someone else's thoughts were also undergoing a significant change. Law was getting more and more excited, feeling that he had truly encountered a genius. How could such great items only be for looking at? With his heart racing, Law went to Su Shang to open a jar. Chapter 150. Excited Law trembled as he approached Su Shang, because the items that had been revealed from the jars were terrifyingly powerful. Even though Su Shang's pirate crew hadn't been established yet, and only had 4 or 5 members, they could completely annihilate his heart pirates. More precisely, in Law's eyes, aside from the 4 emperors who could withstand Su Shang for a while, the other pirates were nothing but insignificant characters. Law had witnessed firsthand how Su Shang stirred the entire battle during the Marineford War, single-handedly changing the course of the conflict. Except for Sengoku, no one had truly forced Su Shang to go all out. Su Shang smiled at Luo and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to open the can?" Luo's eyes were filled with longing, and with trembling lips, he replied, "Yes, Mr. Su Shang." Su Shang laughed and said, "No need to be nervous, Luo. Go ahead boldly." After that, Su Shang took out a jar and placed it in front of Luo. Luo naturally took out 1,000,000 berries for the captain of the Heart Pirates. This amount of money was like a drop in the ocean. Luo trembled as he took the hammer and struck down. Wow, a purple light appeared, somewhat dazzling. Luo was instantly excited and rubbed his hands as he looked over. It was a syringe. Luo widened his eyes and slowly picked up the syringe. This syringe was actually metallic, or rather, it seemed to be glass, but why was it glowing purple? Luo curiously examined the syringe in his hand, speaking endlessly. Perhaps feeling too excited, he didn't even notice that he was talking to himself. Seeing the syringe in Luo's hand, Shan couldn't help but smile inwardly. This kid's luck is quite good. I really didn't expect such a high-end item to be in the jar. Shan thought to himself that he shouldn't forget to explain this to Luo. The drug injector, as the name suggests, is a medical item. Ordinary drugs can be generated by oneself. For example, using it for fever and cold is quite simple. Just pull the piston out and take as much as needed. Don't say the dosage is small. If one injection isn't enough, then two. As he listened to the explanation, stars sparkled in Luo's eyes. What a good thing this is. With this, one can treat people without using any medical supplies. Anyway, Luo felt quite pleased. After tasting the initial sweetness, of course, he wanted to continue enjoying it. As who wouldn't want good things? Luo hurriedly put away this good item and said with a grin, Shan, this thing of yours is really good. Luo didn't know why he felt this way, but he felt that following Shan would surely lead his Straw Hat Pirates to success. The more he thought this way, the more urgent he felt inside. Shan, I'll open 2 more jars. Luo handed Shan 2 million berries. With excitement in his heart, he smashed the jar open with a hammer. After waiting for so long, he looked at the beam of light and was disappointed to face reality. As the white light dissipated, what caught his eye were 2 packs of fine cigarettes. He didn't smoke, so this was completely useless to him, right? It's not that he doesn't smoke. It's that he doesn't know how to smoke at all. This must be because my opening position wasn't right. Luo was still trying to convince himself in his mind. So, gathering his courage, he decided to go for 2 more jars. He could still afford these few million. Luo's face clearly lost some of its luster, and the words he muttered to himself were something he barely believed. But he still wanted to try again, just in case. Give me 2 more, no 3. Luo decisively changed his request from 2 to 3 and extended 3 fingers towards Shan. Without hesitation, Luo handed Shan 3 million berries and skillfully smashed down with the hammer. As for the so-called position, it was just a change in direction. Luo focused on the released beam of light and was momentarily stunned. Damn it, this was simply questioning his life. The familiar white light felt like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames that had been igniting in his heart. Shan didn't have much to say. He just walked over and patted Luo on the shoulder. Looking at the things that had come out, he chose not to talk about them for now. Luo looked at Shan. Although he didn't speak, his eyes looked a bit pitiful, and the little stars that had been in his eyes had faded quite a bit. That Luo, opening cans isn't just about luck. Probability is also a factor. Don't be discouraged, there are still opportunities. Why don't you try opening 10 at once? Shan's words made Luo instantly raise his head to look into Shan's eyes. It made Shan feel a bit guilty. Why did it feel a bit like I was doing a pyramid scheme? Forget it. I'm just speaking the truth, not trying to deceive anyone. Shan thought to herself, feeling even more determined about what she had just said, and nodded at Luo. This nod seemed to give Luo immense courage. Indeed, Luo had made a firm decision in his heart. Feeling a bit pained, he placed 10 million berry in front of Shan and said firmly, Give me 10 more jars. This time I'm sure I'll get something good. This was quickly depleting his small treasury, so he had to get something good out of it. Otherwise, he would feel guilty towards the Heart Pirates. Shan directly accepted the money, feeling somewhat excited about what Luo would produce next. He had a premonition that this time Luo would definitely come up with something good. When Luo struck down with a hammer, he felt a bit hesitant to look. 5 whites, 3 blues, 1 gold, and 1 colorful. Congratulations to Luo. He didn't dare to look, so Shan read it out loud for him, and, as expected, there were indeed good items. Luo opened his eyes and glanced briefly. There were a bunch of white shorts, 2 blue fruits, and an upgraded elixir. He had seen others open these before, so there was no need for Shan to explain much. His gaze was still focused on the gold and colorful items. Was this a medicine pouch? Luo picked up the small item and held it in his hand. The probing capsule came in a bottle, with a total of 10 capsules. As the name suggests, they're used for probing, specifically to check for any changes in the body's internal organs by having the patient take them, allowing the user to see inside the body. The invisible electric baton gathers laser energy and can be concealed in the user's hand, channeling the power of lightning. Once the user locks onto a target, they can shape the lightning into any form to penetrate the human body. Listening to the introduction of the gold and colorful items, Luo's eyes regained their sparkle. He thought about merging power with himself, ensuring that he would never harm the innocent. If it was for justice, he must not violate justice first. Sushing didn't know why he said these words, but Luo, who heard them, had a strange look in his eyes. Luo's eyes flickered, and he asked, "Is it possible to form an alliance? I happen to have one of the 4 emperors I want to deal with." Sushang's eyes flickered, and she agreed. Chapter 151, Reforming Tonghu. "I can agree to ally with you." Sushang said this quickly, which caught Luo a bit off guard. However, he reacted swiftly. "Well, here, have a smoke." Luo took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Sushang. Sushang refused. He didn't need this empty set. At this moment, Luo had his eyes on a newly opened bottle of red wine, a pack of spicy strips, and a pair of men's shorts. Sending the last one was indeed not very good. Sushang seemed to see that he was pondering something. To say it directly, "No need to think too much." Luo's face turned a little red. He was too excited. Hearing that Admiral Fujitora was on this ship, Sushang smiled slightly. Indeed, he was no match for Fujitora, having been knocked out by him and still on this ship. "Do you have something to discuss with him?" Since Sushang had said so, he didn't keep it a secret any longer. After all, only Sushang truly understood the evil deeds of the Navy and the Celestial Dragons, and he had immense strength. They left as soon as they could, and the key point was that Fujitora was injured. When they boarded the ship, the first thing that caught their eye was Fujitora lying on the deck. Upon hearing the visitors, he managed to open his eyes, though with some effort. When Law saw Fujitora, he was quite happy and without any pity, rushed over to feed him the upgraded senzabean. Fujitora's wounds were visibly healing, and his spirit gradually returned. Although it wasn't their first meeting, Law was still exceptionally excited. This thing was indeed necessary. After a moment, Fujitora stood up as if nothing had happened and thanked Law. "Thank you for saving me. But may I ask why you have come?" Fujitora was not particularly polite, especially after seeing Sushang and his group. "For justice." Sushang didn't beat around the bush, hitting the core of Fujitora's heart with a single phrase. Without waiting for Fujitora to say anything, he spoke up. "Do you know what justice is? I have had some contact with the Navy and the Celestial Dragons. Is it justice to annihilate the lives of 100,000 Marines in an instant?" Upon hearing this, Fujitora clenched his fists, his brow furrowing tightly. He understood the words. He had thought about this in recent days, but it was just a thought. Some things were still too profound to ponder. Viewing millions of lives as mere ants, their dreams are dreams. Aren't other people's lives lives too? Justice is not the wanton slaughter of the innocent. Fujitora looked at Sushang, the fluctuations in his eyes making him furrow his brow even tighter. He was conflicted. This person before him was absolutely correct. Maintaining justice would undoubtedly involve bloodshed and sacrifice, but wanton slaughter of the innocent could never be justice. Fujitora had already guessed the purpose of their visit. He had long thought about joining Sushang without needing them to mention it. Now, Law felt that Fujitora's body had recovered well, so he made a suggestion based on his thoughts. "Mr. Su's strength is exceptionally powerful. He never slaughters the innocent. It seems your body has recovered quite well." While speaking, Law poked at Fujitora's original wound. "It didn't hurt at all. What kind of miraculous medicine did you give me?" Only now did Fujitora notice something unusual about his body. Looking at his body restored to its original state, even the scars had disappeared, he was somewhat curious. Law naturally didn't say anything, only smiling mysteriously. "How about having a match with Mr. Su first?" Law wore a smile, though he was extremely excited inside. Let Fujitora feel Sushang's strength. Then he would understand how terrifying and powerful Sushang truly was. Thinking about Fujitora's reaction afterwards, Law felt incredibly thrilled. Fujitora maintained a neutral expression. "Then I shall trouble Mr. Su for guidance." Sushang nodded calmly. At this moment, both of them completely respected their opponent, and the intimidation in their eyes was not lacking at all. Sushang made no move, just quietly watching Fujitora. Fujitora looked at Sushang and shouted, "Gravity Blade." Before the sound faded, Fujitora charged forward like a hungry tiger at a sprinting speed of 100 meters, leaping upward and bringing the blade in his hand down towards Sushang's head. Sushang didn't have any weapons, but this time he dodged the attack with incredible speed. Sushang did not intend to harm the Fujitora in front of him. He simply shouted towards the sky with his ethereal cold firearm. A large expanse of ice and snow seemed like a landscape painting, with ice forming dozens of meters below the ship and petals falling down. Seeing this, Fujitora silently put away the knife in his hand, his eyes filled with a hint of respect. He was not familiar with this phenomenon, but when it impacted his body, Fujitora felt a mixed sensation of ice and fire. If this thing were to be used on a person,
it might even turn into gas. Fujitora thought to himself, loosening his clenched fist. He felt that the man in front of him was unfathomable, yet he did not sense any killing intent from Sushang. How about it? Isn't it impressive? At this moment, Law walked over and patted Fujitora's shoulder. Fujitora nodded, yeah. Although this thing hadn't hit him directly, he could still feel it. He just didn't expect that the person in front of him posed no threat at all. Don't be too shocked. Weren't you just asking what the thing you ate was? Hee, that's the miraculous elixir from Mr. Su, Law said with a bit of pride, noticing the sparkle in Fujitora's eyes, which filled him with joy. He patted Fujitora's shoulder again and added, but don't be too surprised. Mr. Su has many more good things than this. This little elixir is nothing. Fujitora's eyes instantly widened even more. But he still felt that there was a slight gap in his understanding that hadn't convinced him. Seeing Fujitora in a trance, Law became a bit frustrated. Isn't it for justice? What is justice? Is it about indiscriminately killing innocents under the guise of justice? Do those Marines who were unjustly deprived of their lives really deserve to die? Mr. Su is incredibly powerful, as you've seen, but his strength is not for personal domination. It's merely to maintain true peace and to save dreams for justice. Listening to Law's words, Fujitora felt a mix of emotions in his heart. These words resonated with him. He looked up at Sushang's figure and noticed that there was no malice in him. Those who act under a banner aren't necessarily just. It is those who silently protect without seeking fame or profit that truly are. You should have your own judgment, Law said before extending his hand towards Fujitora. Fujitora glanced at Sushang again and decisively placed his hand on Law's, saying, I've decided to follow you to uphold justice. Chapter 152, Fire Fist Ace appears. The God of Heaven Pirates. Sushang gently patted Fujitora's shoulder and smiled slightly. You saw it yourself during the Ice and Fire Island battle when Long Huang took the lives of over 100,000 Navy soldiers. Fujitora remained silent, his eyes somewhat obscure. Sushang looked at Fujitora, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Do you think you are useful to the Navy? Which is why Long Huang hasn't sacrificed you. Fujitora's expression darkened. Sushang was indeed correct. At that time, he had fallen into a coma and naturally thought that Long Huang had not killed him. Sushang flipped his arm, and it began to emit a pale white light. Fujitora suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body, and his face turned pale. Fujitora was shocked. Did Sushang think he had ulterior motives and was going to strike? If that was the case, Fujitora had no intention of staying and even want to fight these pirates. However, with a wave of excruciating pain, a pale white flame was drawn from his chest, and Fujitora instantly felt refreshed. Even his breathing became smooth. Sushang smiled slightly, feeling weak all over earlier. Even after eating the immortal beans, he still couldn't regain his previous feelings. Tung, who was shocked, and nodded silently. Sushang, how did you know? Sushang smiled slightly. Do you really think that the great fortune created by the dragon ruins didn't specifically seek your life? That day-long person devoured everything back then. How could they have spared you? Your power is worth the lives of tens of thousands. Tung, who furrowed his brow and slowly spoke. So, you're saying that my life was saved by you? Sushang smiled lightly and said, that's right. I initially injected a wisp of ethereal cold fire into your body to counteract the absorption power of the Long Huang. Although it would cause some damage to your body, it saved your life. But don't get too comfortable. The upgraded version of the fairy bean's effect hasn't worn off yet, and you should be recovering now. Fujitora nodded deeply. Thank you, Mr. Sushang. He didn't say much more. From this incident, he could see that Sushang had no ulterior motives. To be bold enough to fight against the celestial dragons with his life was a rare kind of fierce character. If it were just for wealth, there would be no need to go this far. The status of the celestial dragons is such that those who are aware would not easily provoke them. Even the revolutionary army has been slow to act due to their fearsome power. Fujitora gave Sushang a deep bow, the highest gesture of respect on the sea, indicating that he had completely trusted Sushang. Looking at his tattered navy coat, Fujitora didn't hesitate and threw it away. The word justice on the back of the coat seemed to dissolve rapidly upon contact with the sea, leaving no trace. Sushang smiled slightly. Welcome aboard. Fujitora nodded in response with a smile. Sushang handed over a golden hammer, gesturing for Fujitora to take a swing. Fujitora shook his head. The sturdy man with closed eyes walked gently towards the deck, wanting to feel the sea breeze and calm himself down. Sushang looked at Fujitora's tall figure, feeling a bit dazed. This guy really didn't know how much he had to bear. Sushang walked into the cabin and picked up a bottle of Wulianya. Instead of handing it directly to Fujitora,
he let his conqueror's haki manifest and slowly deliver it to Fujitora's side. At such times, it was better not to disturb anyone. Fujitora opened the bottle of Wulianya and took a sip, the aroma wafting in the air. He felt somewhat comforted, drinking on the deck to ease his worries. Where's true peace, a place where no innocent lives are lost? Fujitora murmured softly. At this moment, Su Sheng and the Straw Hat crew were chatting and laughing, watching them play with the good things they had brought, while also looking forward to the delicious food prepared by Chef Sanji. Meanwhile, not far from the Straw Hat crew, on the sea, Fire Fist Ace was sitting in a small boat, drifting slowly. Suddenly, he spotted a massive ship in the distance and picked up his binoculars. A flag with a straw hat skull was fluttering in the wind. Ace put down the binoculars, feeling a surge of excitement. Luffy? I can't believe I ran into him here. Ace accelerated towards the Straw Hat crew. Ace kept raising the binoculars to check, and as he got a little closer, his expression turned cold. He saw Fujitora sitting leisurely on the deck, drinking. Fujitora? How did he end up on the ship? Did something happen to Luffy and the others? Ace felt agitated, flames igniting above his fists. He had initially come to investigate the strange phenomena in this sea area, especially that blood-red sea, which had shocked this man with the will of fire. Ace had worried upon seeing Luffy's ship so close to the Blood Sea, fearing that something might go wrong. Ace had left earlier and gradually uncovered secrets about the Navy involving the Celestial Dragons, which led him to investigate further. He had heard that over 100,000 Navy soldiers had gathered here, prompting his arrival. To his surprise, the small island marked on the map had shattered into pieces, leaving a blood sea everywhere. Fujitora was also mentioned in the intel, having directly taken up the position of a Navy admiral, and now he was on Luffy's ship. How could Ace not worry? With a surge of killing intent, Ace increased the speed of his rowing, quickly heading towards the Straw Hat crew. As he approached, Fujitora was still drinking Wulianya, slightly tipsy, his mind lost in past memories, completely unaware of Ace's approach. Ace suddenly leaped up, flames erupting from his arm. Bastard! Where are Luffy and the others? Fire Fist! Ace shouted as he charged towards Fujitora. Fujitora felt the terrifying heat and instantly sobered up. He plunged his sword into the ground and, using its elasticity, swiftly moved away. Looking at Ace, his expression was one of disbelief. Are you that prisoner from the Marineford War? How did you end up here? Ace sneered. That is a question I should be asking you. Eager to find Luffy, his body engulfed in flames, Ace unleashed a terrifying barrage of fire punches towards Fujitora. Fujitora manipulated gravity to slow down the flames, but being on a ship, he could not draw upon the Earth's power. He could only fight while retreating, continuously probing the ground's proximity with his fruit ability. Fujitora's strength was quite impressive. Using his swordsmanship and gravity to counter Ace, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Ace felt anxious. This guy seemed so relaxed, which likely meant something had happened to Luffy and the others, and he needed a quick resolution. The pirate ship had been captured, and he didn't even know if they were alive or dead. Who could withstand this? Chapter 153. Fujitora versus Ace. Without hesitation, Ace ignited himself in flames, causing the temperature in the cabin to rise dramatically. Fujitora did not back down, holding his sword steadily in front of him, the gravity in the air suddenly increasing. Although Fujitora knew that Su Sheng and Luffy were not in any danger, he wanted to test Ace's abilities, the man capable of triggering the Marineford War. The pillar of the White-Beard Pirates. Fighting such a skilled opponent was exactly what Fujitora desired, and in this situation, Ace would undoubtedly use all his strength. This was precisely what Fujitora wanted, but what he didn't know was that Ace would be his future comrade. Ace, fully charged, leaped into the air. Not talking, huh? Then let me offer you as a tribute. Ace roared, elephant gun. Ace's leg ignited with fierce flames, releasing a terrifying pressure as he brought his massive fiery leg crashing down towards Fujitora. Fujitora's eyes narrowed slightly, the sword in his hand humming. He leapt into the air, his sword shining with dazzling brilliance. However, Fujitora's sword did not meet Ace. Instead, it generated a powerful force in midair, compressing the invisible air wave into the shape of a sword and crashing it towards Ace. When the two collided, the flames on Ace's leg were instantly blown back, like wheat being flattened by a gale, showing a sign of defeat. Ace's eyes turned cold, and he shouted angrily, causing the flames on his leg to surge again, warping the space around him. The terrifying heat caused the sea surface to continuously emit steam, fearsome indeed. The invisible sword-shaped gravitational impact gradually dissipated, and Fujitora took a deep breath, closing his eyes tightly, his ears slightly twitching, before lightly flicking his fingers. The invisible gravity surged again, colliding fiercely with Ace's massive fiery leg, resulting in a loud bang as both men were sent flying back. Fujitora was somewhat surprised. Ace's kick was not just about the flames on his leg, but also contained terrifying strength that penetrated through the invisible gravity, impacting his chest. Ace also felt discomfort. He hadn't expected the strength of this Marine admiral to be so formidable. During his earlier encounters with the other 3 admirals, he had never faced such a physically exhausting situation with a single move. Both stood their ground, their auras erupting, faintly clashing with Conqueror's haki. It was clear that neither was very familiar with it, but as strong figures like Fujitora and Ace faced each other on the sea, they would inevitably unleash their haki. However, the Conqueror's haki of both was nearly invisible, only subconsciously suppressing their opponent. Now, it was Fujitora's turn to take the initiative. He slowly raised both hands, and the entire ship seemed to sink slightly, a terrifying gravity spreading out. Ace even felt his body becoming heavier. Fujitora reduced his own gravity to almost zero, causing his body to float upwards toward the sky, and he opened his eyes a crack. Taking a deep breath, he hovered in the sky, gazing at the blue sky, with clouds swirling. A glimmer of light shone in Fujitora's eyes. Is this the place where people escape countless sufferings after death? He murmured, thinking of his deceased family and civilians back home. Fujitora raised his arms, and all the clouds slowly gathered, forming a gigantic spinning disk, as if rolling up a person's life, endlessly repeating and filled with suffering. Let me take you away from this world of suffering. Heavenly disk, guide you away from pain. Fujitora's aura exploded, and terrifying power instantly radiated from his hands. Fujitora shouted, "Heavenly disk." The cloud disk was immediately infused with 100 billion times gravity, rapidly crashing down toward the ground. The terrifying speed of the cloud disk's descent shattered the surrounding void, carrying immense power. Ace looked at the shadow in the sky, his expression gradually becoming cautious as he saw Fujitora still hovering in midair, the massive cloud disk slowly crashing towards him. Without hesitation, Ace stomped hard on the deck, his body instantly leaping into the air. Armament haki. Ace ought a light shout. During his time training at sea, he had also experienced the use of haki. He could see red light emanating from his arms, clearly indicating that this haki was highly compatible with Ace's abilities. Flames erupted from Ace's arms, twisting the air around him, shimmering like a river, creating a very eerie sight. A sea of fire spread out from Ace's body, slowly gathering on his arms. In the midst of the fierce battle of dragons and tigers, I possess both. Ace shouted domineeringly. Flames shaped into a fire dragon on one arm and a fierce tiger on the other, exuding an overwhelming presence, like the Lord of Flames over the sea. Meanwhile, the enormous cloud wheel continued to descend at a terrifying speed, shattering the surrounding void. This object seemed gentle, but the hidden power within it was terrifying enough to penetrate the entire island. There was no time to hesitate. Ace's arms were a deep red, containing a terrifying power that sent chills down people's spines. With no time for extra thought, the gigantic cloud wheel came crashing down. Without hesitation, Ace swung his fists. Dragon and tiger clash. In midair, a giant fire dragon and a fiery tiger tore toward the cloud wheel above. With a loud bang, the terrifying force created monstrous waves across the sea. The violent power of the fire dragon and tiger caused the space around them to explode and shatter, rushing straight toward the cloud wheel. Both of their muscles trembled as they resisted the residual force of each other's attacks. Neither of them backed down. Instead, they silently gathered even more terrifying moves. Meanwhile, in the ship's cabin, Su Sheng and the others were enjoying Sanji's exquisite culinary skills when the sudden violent waves nearly overturned the entire dining table. Su Sheng was somewhat impatient, wondering which reckless sea king dared to provoke him. Su Sheng stepped out of the hatch and was stunned by the scene outside. How did Ace and Fujitora end up fighting? Moreover, the techniques these two were using had never been seen before, and their power was clearly much stronger. Su Sheng was somewhat puzzled as to why he couldn't hear such a big commotion. Just as he was about to move, he found his body had become much heavier. Su Sheng smiled slightly. This vine tiger was quite clever, using increased gravity to block the transmission of sound. Was he really trying to fight against Ace like this? Su Sheng watched the amazing moves created by the two and smiled silently. He didn't want his future two capable assistants to fight each other like this. It was simply as painful as cutting flesh. Su Sheng looked at the relaxed expressions of the two and knew that they still had many tricks up their sleeves. If they continued to fight like this, someone might really end up dead. Su Shang shook his head, the black and gold patterns of the reincarnation eyes swirling. An eerie aura rising into the sky. The crimson-orange war god appeared in an instant. Chapter 153, showcasing brilliance, fierce battle, Susanu. Su Shang shouted softly, and the crimson-orange war god soared into the sky. Fujitora, seeing Su Shang take flight, chose not to continue fighting. After all, he had witnessed Su Shang's terrifying strength firsthand. Ace had already unleashed his skill, and the terrifying flames surged once more, the momentum of the flame dragon rising sharply. By the time he saw Su Shang clearly, it was already too late. However, when the attack struck Su Shang, he raised his hand to block it, and the red-gold light shone brightly, instantly devouring the flames completely. Ace's heart leaped to his throat, and only after the rising smoke dissipated did he swallow hard. He truly was formidable. Seeing Su Shang unscathed brought him some relief. But he couldn't understand why Su Shang was helping Fujitora. This guy was clearly a Navy officer. Thinking of his father's tragic state, Ace's heart was filled with uncontrollable rage. Su Shang is doing well, but what about Luffy and the others? Are you following Fujitora? Ace asked angrily, not considering another possibility. I'm here to mediate. We're all the same kind of people, so why fight as soon as we meet? It only harms our harmony, doesn't it? Su Shang pouted and replied to Ace's earlier words. At this moment, Ace's heart was filled with anger from his chaotic thoughts. Who do you think is on the same side as you? Where is Luffy? Hearing Ace's roar, Su Shang helplessly shook his head. Luffy and the others were perfectly fine. Fujitora and Akiji, like me, are my people and my crew. You don't have to be so agitated. Listening to the clear words, Ace widened his eyes in surprise, and the anger in his heart gradually extinguished. It really is convoluted and hard to understand. It's truly frustrating. In the future, such things should be said as soon as we meet. Ace muttered quietly. I did say it, but you couldn't understand because your emotions clouded your mind. Su Shang didn't say this out loud. He just smiled. Ace walked over to Su Shang, and to be honest, he was still shocked by what Su Shang had just said. When did you recruit this person? Can he really willingly submit? Ace asked in a low voice. Just now. At this moment, Fujitora walked over, his gaze landing on Ace, with a hint of eagerness on his face. Mr. Su Shang, I would like to compete with him. I hope Mr. Su Shang can give me a chance. Without needing to be told, Su Shang could see the desire on Fujitora's face. However, such matters should be asked of the person involved. You want to challenge Ace? I certainly won't stop you, but Ace glanced at Fujitora and then said, he just fought you because he thought you killed Luffy and the others, and he was determined to avenge Luffy. I don't know if he'll fight you again now. Why not ask him? Ace naturally heard their conversation clearly. He shifted his gaze to Fujitora, feeling a mix of emotions. This person had just fought with him without taking any damage, and his strength was truly formidable, making Ace feel excited. When Fujitora asked if he wanted to have another match, Ace didn't hesitate and gladly agreed. It was rare to have an opponent of similar strength. Having a sparring match wasn't a bad thing, was it? Although their previous fight was thrilling and enjoyable, it felt a bit lacking. Before they distanced themselves, Ace whispered with a smile of anticipation on his face. What a coincidence, he felt the same way. As they moved apart, their expressions turned serious. Preparing for a fierce battle. Let us see all your skills. I want to know how strong you really are. Ace's words were typical battle taunts. Fighting in silence wouldn't be any fun. Fujitora clenched his fist and launched a heavy strike at Ace. Ace didn't dodge or use a defensive move. He also released his skills, intending to counterattack. The skills clashed in the middle, producing sparks. Whether it was due to the force or not, there was a slight wave in the surrounding area. The two sides were evenly matched, and just as the sparks were about to dissipate, Ace shouted loudly, "Burn, flame fist." Two enormous fists, surrounded by blazing flames, shot towards Fujitora at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Fujitora leaped lightly to dodge it. In midair, he shouted, 10,000 kilos of weight. It was like a massive boulder falling from the sky, crashing heavily towards Ace. Ace smiled slightly as he watched it come down. Beside them, Su Shang felt a rush of anxiety. What kind of skills were these? Neither of them seemed to like dodging, although he felt a bit worried. Su Shang had no intention of trying to persuade them otherwise. However, when he heard Ace shout those words, Fujitora felt a rush of alarm. Great Flame Ring. Su Shang recognized this move. It was Ace's largest area of effect technique, the Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. First, it created several circles of massive spiral flames and unleashed the Great Flame Ring. Then, After the flames generated by the Great Flame Ring gathered into a fireball resembling the sun, it was thrown at the opponent, with enough power to destroy a city. Sushang looked at the fireball that was forming and couldn't help but frown. Is Ace really a bloodthirsty person? If he has a good heart, bringing him into the fold could actually be a wonderful thing. At this moment, Sushang was thinking about this when Fujitora unleashed a terrifying move. Gravity manipulation. Fujitora pulled the meteorite down from the sky, descending with a rolling wave of blue light. Sushang's mouth twitched. These two people were truly reckless. If it weren't for the strong powers involved, they would be smashed into a deep pit by Fujitora's sudden lethal move in no time. As the terrifying attacks from the two emerged, Sushang felt the sky before him darken. It wasn't so much that it became dark. Rather, it felt half scorching and half cool. The clash of lethal moves between strong opponents was indeed interesting, wasn't it? Seeing the duel escalate to this point, Sushang didn't attempt to intervene. Letting these two face some hardships wouldn't hurt. It might help temper their overly high spirits. Meanwhile, he could also observe whether Ace was the type to be bloodthirsty. In Sushang's view, Ace was very powerful, and his potential was quite high. Watching the battle between Ace and Fujitora, new thoughts began to stir in Sushang's mind. Since Ace had arrived, it would be inappropriate to let him go now. Soon, they would be entering the Dressrosa arc of the Pirate King storyline. Doflamingo was originally a celestial dragon, and now Sushang was also a key target of their wanted list, so he indeed needed sufficient combat power. Chapter 153. Stepping onto the same battleground by that time, it would be extremely dangerous, but it would also be crucial for Luffy's power growth. If he could simply wipe them out, it would be too boring. Moreover, he wasn't inconspicuous anymore. He would likely encounter celestial dragons wherever he went. If he were with Luffy and the others then, it would inevitably lead to greater trouble, making it difficult to protect them. After encountering Long Long on Ice and Fire Island, Sushang realized that the strength of the celestial dragons was hard to predict, and he needed to enhance his own combat power to be able to withstand it. Forming alliances was fine, but it couldn't be everything. Establishing a pirate crew was possible, but they must be strong enough. Sushang's eyes sparkled as he watched the two opposing figures. Instead of feeling worried, he felt a sense of pleasure. He was able to witness their true strength firsthand, which gave him a sense of satisfaction. After all, even if the two joined forces to attack Sushang, he could easily deflect their efforts. The power that could create blood-red seas and stir the entire world was not something everyone could possess. At that moment, the meteor created by Tung Hu and the terrifying fireball conjured by Ace collided with a tremendous explosion. The terrifying gravitational meteor struck Ace's massive fireball, distorting the space with its extreme heat and causing the gravity generated by Tung Hu to become unstable. However, the meteor was solid, and as the flames and meteor collided, the intense heat melted it, but the flames could not harm Tung Hu. For a moment, it turned into a massive furnace, with those meteors transforming into magma, slowly dripping down into the ocean and rising a cloud of white mist. Sushang watched the two people's abilities and couldn't help but click his tongue. It was indeed quite interesting. As Sushang finished speaking, he saw a huge mass of lava dripping towards him, and he felt somewhat helpless. With the application of Haki, a dazzling golden light enveloped him. Sushang exerted a bit of force, and the Haki materialized, quickly wrapping around the incoming lava and turning it into nothingness. Ace, who was originally trying to avoid the lava, was surprised by this scene. It was absurdly powerful. Ace had just learned Haki, and he naturally understood how difficult it was to train in it. Not to mention the materialization of Haki, which could only be achieved by those who had trained for decades. He never expected Sushang to use it so effortlessly. Sushang's strength became increasingly inscrutable. At this moment, Luffy and the others also stepped out. Just a moment ago, the gravity was still in effect, so Luffy and the others couldn't hear anything. Now that they were out, they weren't worried about Sushang facing any danger. His strength was such that unless someone could overturn the sea, who could possibly harm him? Luffy and the others waited for a long time, had their fill, and still hadn't seen Sushang. When they finally came out, they were shocked to see Ace and Fujitora battling in the sky. Luffy raised his arm and shouted, "Ace, I'm over here." Ace naturally heard Luffy shout immediately and nodded towards him. Seeing that Luffy and the others were safe, the killing intent in Ace's eyes softened considerably. However, fighting was still fighting, since he accepted the challenge. Any mercy for any reason would be disrespectful to the opponent. Ace slowly stood up, his entire body turning crimson. Resembling a superhero, Terrifying flames erupted around him, and the intense heat caused the surrounding space to become blurry. The flames on Ace gradually turned a deeper red, even showing some purple hues, clearly due to the excessively high temperature. Ace transformed into a flame war god, exuding a terrifying aura. Seeing Ace's stance, Luffy was obviously happy to see that Ace had learned haki. "Ace, you look so cool." Ace did not respond, but his gaze turned cold, revealing a desolate expression in his large eyes. Amidst the terrifying flames, there was a sense of desolation that was intimidating. With each step Ace took, the energy around him became eerie. Fire burns for miles. No grass grows. The solitude of autumn is unbearable. The 8 directions are destroyed. Only the flames reign supreme. Ace murmured continuously. 8 directions, destruction flame. Ace suddenly shouted. With that, Ace positioned his hands in a punching stance and suddenly launched a powerful punch that sent a terrifying force surging forward. A pillar of purple fire shot into the sky, fiercely aiming at Fujitora. Fujitora furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected Ace to have such a terrifying killing move. If used in the Marineford War, this technique could potentially defeat 2 or 3 admirals. Shan watched Fujitora with great interest, wanting to see what this guy would do to deal with Ace. Fujitora took a deep breath, and his eyes, which had originally opened a crack, fully widened. His hands began to squeeze continuously. 100 billion times weight. Fujitora shouted, and an invisible space began to twist before the naked eye, becoming discordant with the surrounding space. Quite bizarre. Supergravity strike. Fujitora bellowed. He then lightly thrust a sword toward the strange space, and the gravity-compressed space formed a sword shape, roaring towards the massive purple light beam. When the two collided, a tremendous sound erupted. The entire sea surface surged, and from the depths of the ocean, faint cries of pain could be heard. The astonishing creation that Shan had previously brought about plunged the depths of this sea area into deep panic. The merman tribe would probably have heard of Shan by now. At this moment, the 8 desolate destruction flame had collided with the super-gravity space of the Vine Tiger. Both sides evenly matched, wearing each other down. A confident smile suddenly appeared on Ace's face as he shouted loudly. The 8 desolate destruction flame instantly shattered a portion of the space. Then, the 8 desolate destruction flame evaded the space and charged straight towards the Vine Tiger. Neither could dodge, and the spikes of the gravitational space were also aimed at Ace's chest. Shan stared wide-eyed at the scene, realizing that these two were really ruthless. "Shan, please save them, or they're really going to be done for," Luffy said anxiously. Shan smiled and shook his head. "No, they won't die. Instead, he wants them to experience some hardships and get to know each other better." Shan's Rinnegan can see the strengths and weaknesses at a glance. Given the physical condition of the two, even with such a fierce fight, they wouldn't die. At worst, he could have chopper bandaged them up, make them stop fighting, and give them some senza beans. This way, Shan would also have a chance to persuade Ace, which would help eliminate future trouble sooner. Both of them were hit in the chest and instantly sent flying, their forms swaying unpredictably. Surviving such a terrifying attack is their greatest skill, but Shan couldn't just stand by. With their current physical condition, falling into the sea would mean feeding the fish. Moreover, they are both devil fruit users. Fighting like this really isn't easy to handle. Shan felt a bit helpless. Chapter 156. Ace joins. Shan's body surged, transforming into a black streak of light. He picked up Fujitora and threw him onto the ship. Then, the crimson gold armament haki activated, its tangible form quickly spreading towards Ace. The crimson gold wrapped around Ace, pulling him back onto the ship. Ace felt an almost terrifying pressure. As soon as the haki touched him, he felt completely powerless. Ace broke into a cold sweat, realizing that if Shan held a grudge against his previous disrespectful words, he could probably be killed with just a finger. Ace landed on the ship, slumping to ground alongside Fujitora, both of them panting heavily, their chests a bloody mess. Shan looked at the two of them with annoyance and said, "You two have no grudges, yet you're fighting so fiercely. Do you want to be thrown into the sea and fed to the turtles?" The two could only smile wryly, but the pride in Ace's eyes remained high. He was still unconvinced. Shan greatly admired Ace's attitude and handed a Xian bean to the two of them. After they swallowed it, their stamina was instantly restored, and their faces improved significantly. They looked at Shan with even more surprise. With this thing, wouldn't fighting mean having infinite firepower? At that moment, Luffy rushed over and chatted with Ace for a long time, and everyone took their seats. Entering the cabin, the pirate ship moved forward slowly. Seeing Luffy, Ace didn't rush to leave, which gave Su Sheng the opportunity he needed. Su Sheng secretly thought that directly bringing Ace on board would definitely not work, as Ace had deep feelings for the Whitebeard pirates, and it would be hard for him to let go. However, if he could offer a sweet deal to make Ace feel good for a moment, then he could express his thoughts, and it would be easier to persuade him to join. So Su Sheng slowly stood up and said with a smile, "Luffy, everyone in your pirate crew has opened their jars, but these two admirals haven't opened theirs yet." Su Sheng's gaze slowly shifted to Ace, who looked somewhat indifferent. He had never seen anything good come out of a jar, so naturally, he wasn't very interested. Luffy laughed and said to Ace, "You definitely have to open the jar. There are plenty of good things inside." Ace was a bit puzzled. What good things could possibly come out of opening a jar? Su Sheng feigned mystery, saying that the things inside were treasures that you had never thought of or seen in your life. Ace waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. I'm a poor guy. Don't try to fool me." Luffy, somewhat confused, shouted, "Ace, you have to believe him. There are good things in there. Even the food that comes out is a delicacy of the world." Luffy's eyes were filled with longing, hoping that Ace could open a can, as that would significantly enhance his strength. After a series of entanglements from Luffy, Ace finally stood up. "Su Sheng, I'll open one. Otherwise Luffy will keep bothering me and I won't be able to rest," Ace said helplessly. Su Sheng smiled slightly and nodded. "No problem." Su Sheng quickly prepared a jar. A basic jar, costing 100,000 berries. Ace raised an eyebrow and stared at Su Sheng. "Bro, are you okay? A jar sells for 100,000 berries?" Su Sheng smiled and nodded his head. Ace hesitated a bit, but Luffy didn't give him a chance and immediately handed Ace's pocket to Luffy, then took a hammer and opened the jar. Inside the jar, a dazzling light flickered and a burst of purple light shone rapidly. Purple light. Su Sheng was quite satisfied. After all, in this world, even things produced by purple light are hard for others to reach. Su Sheng stepped forward to investigate and saw 10 immortal beans. Su Sheng smiled slightly, instantly recognizing that these were 10 upgraded fairy beans. This item is indeed very useful and has an undeniable allure. Su Sheng picked up 10 fairy beans and handed them to Ace, smiling. "Congratulations, purple light, upgraded version of fairy beans." Ace took one out and examined it, asking, "What is this for?" Luffy eagerly interjected, "This upgraded fairy bean can quickly restore all injuries. It's like a miraculous medicine." Ace noticed a spark in Luffy's eyes and wondered if it was really that amazing. Doubtful, Ace hesitated, but Su Sheng, unable to hold back, let the golden-armed color flow quietly, suddenly enveloping Ace. Ace's body weakened, and Luffy quickly stuffed the fairy bean into Ace's mouth. "Luffy, are you trying to harm your brother?" Ace exclaimed in shock. Unfortunately, the fairy bean had already gone down Ace's throat. Ace stood there dazed, his expression increasingly helpless, wondering what on earth is this. Su Sheng and Luffy didn't say a word, and Luffy punched Ace in the chest. "What the hell, Luffy, what are you doing?" "I have an injury here," Ace shouted, but his expression quickly changed to one of confusion. "Huh, why doesn't it hurt?" Ace looked at his chest, his eyes wide open. "No way." Ace couldn't believe it, staring at Su Sheng with astonished eyes. Su Sheng nodded lightly. "That's right. This is the ability of the upgraded version of the fairy bean. Now you can believe that my jar can produce good things." Su Sheng felt a secret joy in her heart. Ace nodded, looking at the remaining fairy beans in his hand, took one out and tossed it to Vine Tiger, and put the rest away. The two exchanged a glance, and everything was understood without words. Su Sheng was very pleased with their behavior, as it would ensure that his pirate crew remained harmonious in the future. Su Sheng gently walked to Ace's side and asked, "Fire Fist, where are we going next?" Ace smiled and replied, "I still need to search for the true history and uncover the secrets of the Navy and the Celestial Dragons." Ace looked at the sea and softly murmured, "Dad, I won't let your death be in vain. I will definitely kill all those heartless beasts." Su Sheng gently stepped forward. "Follow me. I am now at odds with the entire Navy and the Tianlong people. A large part of that text is about the gods." Ace was somewhat surprised. "How do you know so much?" Su Sheng waved his hand. "I haven't been idle these days. The Celestial God is definitely related to the Celestial Dragons, and the Celestial God is even in their hands. However, the means to unlock the Celestial God are scattered across this vast ocean." Su Sheng pointed to the distance. "If we go further, we will reach Doflamingo's territory." Ace naturally understood. "Is it also related to that guy?" Luffy nodded. "Very likely. He is also a Celestial Dragon." Ace's body shook, looking at Su Sheng in disbelief. "He's also a Celestial Dragon. Then it must be dangerous for you to go." Su Sheng smiled silently and waved his hand, saying, "There's no way around it. It's related to the celestial dragons, so there must be some clues about the gods. Even if there aren't, we can still uncover. We have to go to such an obvious place. Why? Ace asked, somewhat confused. Su Shang was opposing the celestial dragons and the Navy like this, knowing the Navy's financial power. No matter how many jars Su Shang had, they could take them all. Su Shang smiled slightly. Have you forgotten your old man? No one wants to be treated like grass and wiped out at will. Chapter 157. Ace with explosive luck. Ace fell silent, but a spark ignited in his eyes. How could he forget his old man? That man who single-handedly split 2 islands during the battle on the top, standing against thousands of troops alone. The pirate king in his heart. Su Shang continued. The celestial dragons and the Navy have a clear goal, which is not peace, but to rule the world. However, there are many powerful pirates on the seas, making unification very difficult. The only solution is the celestial being. That's why it's the top priority. Ace slowly raised his head. Celestial being? I've heard of it, but I've never seen one. Does such a thing really exist? Ace felt somewhat confused. Su Shang laughed and said, Luffy is good friend with Poseidon, the sea god. Luffy scratched his head and chuckled. Indeed, the Dragon Princess of Dragon Palace is quite powerful. Summoning the strength of thousands of sea kings is not something anyone can compare to. Of course, except for Su Shang. Even with more sea kings, Su Shang could probably wipe them out with just a wave of his hand. However, the power of the gods has never been seen before, and no one knows what the power of the gods truly is. Su Shang continued, I want to recruit you, Ace. My pirate crew needs someone as strong as you. We're all fighting so that no more innocent people will die to eliminate the Navy and the celestial dragons. Ace still hesitated, and Luffy spoke up. Ace, you should agree. I've already allied with Su Shang. We promised to meet at the final island. Ace sighed, looking at Luffy's shining eyes, and slowly said, All right, I'll join you. But you have to stay allied with Luffy. Dad is already dead, and I can't let my family face danger again. Upon hearing this, Luffy was so moved that he almost cried. Ace. Luffy cried as he tightly hugged Ace, tears and snot flowing. Hey, all right, Luffy, you've gotten it all over me, Ace said with a bit of disdain, but also some enjoyment. Su Shang laughed heartily, waving his big hand, and a bunch of shining jars appeared. Welcome aboard, Su Shang exclaimed with a big laugh. Ace was a bit surprised. Didn't he know how Su Shang conjured up so many jars? Ace smiled and said, Trafalgar. Since it's your first time here, opening a jar is the standard for our pirate crew. And you too, Fujitora. Fujitora slowly stood up, his eyes fixed on the jars. Are these the jars that contain those terrifying things? Fujitora looked at the jars with some doubt. Ace smiled slightly and slowly walked in front of the jars, ready to smash one with a punch. Su Shang hurriedly stopped him, saying that this was something that cost money to operate, and it had to be done with a golden hammer. Ace was somewhat speechless and said, Captain, you're really stingy. Do you even want to take your own crew's money? Su Shang's face darkened. How did his character suddenly turn into a penny pincher? Ace and Fujitora shrugged, indicating that neither of them had a dime, and only Ace's head could be worth a few 100 million berries. Su Shang felt a bit helpless. He had to try to show off and was instantly slapped in the face. You two, sell me a strand of hair each, Su Shang said helplessly. Ace and Fujitora exchanged knowing smiles, each tugging a strand of hair for Su Shang. Su Shang's face turned dark as he extracted 200 million berries from the system. Come on, my precious crew members. Your hair is worth 100 million, Su Shang said irritably. Wow, the captain is so cool. Luffy, when will you learn from Su Shang? Nami's eyes sparkled at Su Shang's actions, and she even considered switching sides to become a pirate with him. Luffy laughed awkwardly. Hey, I don't have money. I won't sell cans either. Su Shang patted Luffy on the shoulder and said, Money is easy to make. As long as you don't give up on your dreams, wealth will surely increase day by day. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Nami, with a teary voice, said, My dream is to make money. Everyone chuckled, then their gaze turned to Ace. Then I'll open 5 jars lightly, Ace said with a big smile. Su Shang's face darkened. I gave you 100 million, and you only spent 5 million? Su Shang was about to be infuriated. These crew members really know how to let down their teammates. Ace chuckled and said, We need to save some money to take Luffy to eat delicious food. Every island ahead has various delicacies. Really? Ace, Luffy exclaimed, excitedly wanting to hug Ace. Su Shang was helpless. What kind of food could cost so much money? A golden chicken leg. What? There's a golden chicken leg? Is it delicious? Luffy laughed heartily. Su Shang's fist was enhanced with armament hockey, and he was quite annoyed. Seeing this, Luffy obediently fell silent. Ace smiled and took the hammer, opening one after another. Bang, 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 bang. 5 hits. The jars shattered completely, bursting with light. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that brilliance, and Sushing stepped forward to investigate. The light flickered, revealing white, blue, and gold. Hey, I just got a billion for free and opened so many good things. Sushang felt a bit psychologically unbalanced. This is really outrageous. But he couldn't get angry. After all, they were his own crew. Sushang slowly introduced, well, Bai Guang, a bowl of snail rice noodles, a bottle of Wulianya. Wulianya? Is it alcohol? Ace said curiously, as he opened the bottle cap. This wine smells so good. Ace was captivated by the fragrant wine, wondering if such deliciousness truly existed in the world. As Ace drank the wine, he opened the snail rice noodles. What the hell? How can it look like this? Ace almost spat out the fine wine he had just drunk. Robin walked over gently and said with annoyance, Mr. Ace, you don't understand its deliciousness. After saying that, Robin picked up the snail rice noodles and cooked them. The strange aroma made several girls feel good, but others covered their noses, looking at the 3 beauties in horror, questioning whether this poop-like thing was really edible. Ace calmed down and continued to look at the rest. Sushang continued, blue light, 10 fairy beans, and a 30-minute experience card for the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Ace looked a bit confused and asked, I know about the fairy beans, but what is this pure Lotus Demon Fire? Sushang chuckled, activating his reincarnation eye. Amaterasu transformed back to black, but now it shimmered with golden hues. The pure Lotus Demon Fire is at least as strong as my Amaterasu. As soon as Sushang said this, the audience was shocked. What does at least as strong mean? One must know how terrifying Sushang's black fire is. It wouldn't extinguish even over the ocean, showcasing incredible power. Ace looked at the card, swallowing hard. Does that mean he would have nearly godlike power for 30 minutes? Sushang smiled and said, You're quite a capable person too, Ace. Ace's face turned even redder as he looked at the golden light. Chapter 158. The Resurrection of the Dragon's Gallbladder. Everyone also looked at the golden light, eager to know what astonishing treasure was within. Sushang slowly walked towards the golden light under the gaze of the crowd. Sushang glanced over and discovered a red light group that burst forth with extremely powerful energy. Sushang also didn't understand this thing, so he opened the system panel to investigate. The Buddha Slave Reincarnation Pirate King System Reinstall version can utilize the power of flames to form the Buddha Slave Reincarnation. The enormous disc can absorb the opponent's abilities and return them. Sushang read aloud word by word, and Ace's eyes had already become excited. This thing is too terrifying. There was a gleam in Ace's eyes. Just listening to the explanation was incredibly enticing, absorbing the opponent's moves and rebounding them. What a fearsome technique this is. With this, one wouldn't have to fear others fighting to the death. Ace nodded in satisfaction. It seems our captain wouldn't lie. The things in this jar are indeed real treasures. Sushang smiled slightly, of course. How could there be counterfeit goods in our own jar? Sushang looked at Fujitora and scoffed. This guy took 1 billion berries from him and was still pretending to be high and mighty with his eyes closed. Fujitora was about to open the can. It was your turn. Sushang shouted. At this moment, Fujitora slowly walked towards the can. Sushang looked at the guy and couldn't help but smile. How did he become so decrepit? Sushang murmured to himself. Tung Hu, how many are you planning to open? That bad kid Ace opened 5 and then ran away. Sushang said irritably. However, Ace had already gone into the cabin, happily eating grilled fish and drinking wine. Tung Hu chuckled and extended a finger. 100. Sushang exclaimed, You have quite the appetite, Tung Hu. But I don't mind. The things you open like that might be too much for you. Or the ship might not be able to hold it. Hearing that Tung Hu was going to spend 100 million berries, Sushang was even more surprised. Tung Hu smiled and shook his head. Not 100, but just 1. Sushang's face turned dark. I really misjudged you, Fujitora. I originally thought you could do it, but I didn't expect it. You're even stingier than Ace. Fujitora smiled slightly and said, Thank you for the captain's kindness. My hometown is too poor, and I want to save this money to eventually donate it all to my hometown. Sushang heard this and didn't say much, but in his heart, he had a better impression of Tung Hu. In this era, there are not many people who understand gratitude. Sushang smiled as she handed the hammer to Fuji Tiger, saying, Let's break one. This will be your true initiation into the team. Fuji Tiger nodded silently. With a loud bang, the jar shattered, releasing a dazzling light. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Sushang stared wide-eyed as within that light, a rainbow of colors emerged. Colorful light. A top-tier luck emperor. Sushang really didn't expect it. He thought that having 1 purple would be great,
but who knew that it would actually emit colorful light all at once? This is amazing. Susheng immediately opened the system panel to check. In Dolua continent, soul bones and skulls possess the functions of avatars and charm. At this moment, Tunghu slowly opened his eyes after listening to the introduction, looking at the shiny skull with an expression of disbelief. Suseng not that gone feed in. Fujitora looked at the white skull, feeling a bit confused. How do you use this thing? It can't be that I have to open my head, right? Susheng laughed and said, it shouldn't be the case. The system introduction says it needs to be refined. It's not too late to find a suitable time to refine it. Tunghu touched the extremely cold skull and nodded heavily. Everyone was very satisfied with this round of jars, but the most important thing was about to come next. Susheng slowly walked to Hancock's side and said softly, we're about to go to Doflamingo's island. Are you going back to find your crew? Hancock pinched Susheng's waist hard and huffed. Want to leave me so soon? Hancock said irritably. Susheng chuckled awkwardly and said, no. I mean before this. Let's resurrect your good sister. You know that we became connected because of this. Now that the crisis is deepening, I want you to feel at ease as soon as possible. Hancock's eyes were a bit moist as she stared intently at Susheng, realizing she had not followed the wrong man. No matter how dangerous it is, I want to be with you. I am your woman, Hancock said shyly. Susheng's eyes were filled with tenderness as he gently kissed Hancock on the forehead and then took out 7 Dragon Balls. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. The 7 Dragon Balls summoned the dragon. What a magnificent scene that was. Susheng gently tossed the 7 Dragon Balls into the air, and they began to spin continuously. Suddenly, a burst of yellow light shone in the sky. A dark green giant dragon appeared out of nowhere, exuding an immense presence. Mortal, I can grant you one wish. This is the reward for gathering the 7 Dragon Balls. The dragon's majestic voice echoed over the sea. This left everyone on the ship stunned. There really was a dragon, which was simply too bizarre. Not to mention others. Even Susheng had never experienced such a spectacle. The Straw Hat crew felt an increased sense of awe towards Susheng. Summoning a dragon that they had only heard of in legends was truly terrifying. Susheng spoke up. Revive Hancock's sister, Longdan. The dragon's breath exhaled, and a white mist rose, revealing a figure. Hancock's eyes were a bit excited. Longdan. Your Majesty, Longdan shouted. The two met and shed tears for each other. Hancock explained the situation, and Longdan finally understood. She looked at Susheng in front of her with some surprise, not expecting that the man who once had to be wary of the queen had now become so powerful. Hancock said, I want to enter the Dressrosa archipelago with Susheng. You go back and stabilize the Kuja pirates. Let them live well in Amazon Lily. Well, they won't be attacked. Longdan's expression was a bit dazed. Your Majesty, that's Doflamingo's territory. If we're discovered, we will be fine. You don't have to worry. We have plenty of experts, Hancock said proudly. Now on Susheng's ship, there were 2 admirals, Fire Fist Ace herself. Each of them was a top-notch fighter. Susheng smiled slightly, extracting a supercar from the system panel. She gestured to Longdan. This thing is fast, convenient for you to get back. And it can also send messages. Susheng said softly. Longdan could only nod. He dared not go against the queen's wishes. Now that all concerns had been eliminated and the Dragon Ball had disappeared, Susheng's pirate crew had already taken shape. Including Susheng, there were a total of 5 people, each one a top-tier combat power. Susheng smiled slightly, looking at his crew and the Straw Hat Pirates. What do you think I should name the pirate crew? Everyone remained silent. After all, such a big matter, no one could thwart Susheng's thoughts. Susheng, hurry up and think of one. We still have shipbuilding matters to attend to, Ace said with a grin. Indeed, what kind of pirate crew would it be without a big ship? Chapter 159. The Heavenly God Pirate Crew. Susheng touched his chin and looked at the endless sea. Watching the smoke rising from the distant island, he felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. The warmth of the fire. Susheng looked around, murmuring in a trance. The sunlight spilled over the vast ocean, and Susheng slowly said, since the celestial being is the most important, and both the celestial dragons and the Navy want him, then to ensure the sea remains blue forever, let's call ourselves the celestial being pirates. Everyone looked at Susheng in astonishment, directly using the name of the celestial being. Was this really okay? Susheng continued to smile and said, we are all gods, and we can offer justice to the sea. Everyone was greatly moved. Susheng's words suddenly made each person feel an added sense of responsibility. Good. From now on, we are the Heavenly God Pirates. Ace laughed heartily. At this moment, Susheng, Hancock, Ace, Akiji, and Fujitora stood majestically on the deck, and the most terrifying pirate crew on the sea was thus established. The Heavenly God Pirates. Su Sheng smiled as he looked at his team, feeling very satisfied. On the vast, endless sea, the 5 of them stood tall. The super sports car had already been returned to the 9 snake pirates by Dragon Dandelion, and now Su Sheng needed a pirate ship to leave. Staying with Luffy's pirate crew wasn't a solution. They had to split into 2 groups. Moreover, based on Su Sheng's understanding of One Piece, Doflamingo knew Maria's secret, and the Celestial Dragons dared not take action against Doflamingo. What Su Sheng needs to do is not only to explore the secrets of Doflamingo Island, but also to capture Doflamingo himself. Even if he is left crippled and thrown on the ship, he must not be taken away by the Navy. Su Sheng did not plan to accompany Luffy. He must give Luffy the opportunity to grow in order to achieve the strongest alliance in the future. At this moment, Luffy spoke up. Su Sheng, what do you plan to do next? Why don't we go together? Luffy's eyes were filled with excitement. With such an alliance, entering Dressrosa would be an extremely terrifying presence. Su Sheng laughed and said, although we are allies, there are still some matters that you need to resolve. I have other objectives. Luo will follow his plan with you, while what we need to do is not just to eliminate Doflamingo. Luffy scratched his head, feeling a bit disappointed. So how are you guys leaving? Su Sheng replied, let's see how lucky I am. With that, Su Sheng took out 2 golden jars, which were the exclusive jars he recently obtained from selling jars. Su Sheng's hands felt a bit itchy. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since I opened a can myself. I always open them for others. I want to open one too. Su Sheng's golden jar attracted everyone's attention. Looking at this dazzling jar, whatever comes out of it is surely of great value. Su Sheng did not hesitate, and with 2 bangs, the jar shattered completely. Su Sheng looked at the contents of the jar, feeling a bit excited. The light flickered, and 2 beams of golden light appeared. Everyone gasped in shock. This was truly too lucky. It was absolutely terrifying. Su Sheng remained relatively calm, even feeling a bit disappointed. At first, it was said that the ultimate skill would be activated with a full set of 6 divine items, but now even the colorful light couldn't be produced. Such words would sound insane to others. How could one look down on golden light now? Everyone's gaze was directed at the 2 beams of golden light, and Su Sheng slowly looked over. Within that golden light was a model of a large ship. Su Sheng picked it up, feeling a bit confused. What the heck? I want a ship. What does giving me a model mean? Is it still an aircraft carrier? Or is it something shiny? Su Sheng Gomlai. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in Su Sheng's mind. Golden light, aircraft carrier, God of Heaven, fully automatic. It only requires issuing commands to operate automatically. Equipped with missile and unmanned combat drone systems. After hearing this, Su Sheng's mind buzzed. Damn, what kind of luck is this? I just wanted a pirate ship, and they directly gave me an aircraft carrier. This is just going to destroy the world. An aircraft carrier can carry nuclear bombs, which will need to be dealt with later. Su Sheng gasped in shock after hearing this. Isn't this just too terrifying? A nuclear bomb. With this thing, what other abilities are needed? One nuclear bomb could destroy the entire island. However, it really can't be done like that. There's no enmity. So one can't just kill those innocent people with a nuclear bomb. Otherwise, how could they still be called the Heavenly God Pirate Group? Su Sheng held the celestial ship and infused it with a spirit. The celestial ship transformed into a streak of light and soared into the ocean. In an instant, a massive aircraft carrier appeared on the sea. Its entire body was made of super strong metal, shimmering with silver light, and it was densely packed with countless missile launchers, along with a dozen planes on standby, exuding an overwhelming presence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this aircraft carrier. In comparison, Luffy's Going Merry looked like a tiny ant. This was a true weapon, even more powerful than the Underworld King. No way. Su Sheng, this can't be your pirate ship? Luffy exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at the celestial ship. Can this even be called a ship? This must be a terrifying war machine. Frankie's eyes were about to pop out as he excitedly said. Everyone was stunned by this colossal presence. What a terrifying existence it was. The celestial pirate crew truly was divine. Not only were the crew members powerful, but even their pirate ship was such a terrifying entity. Su Sheng Lauet Hotiti Li. Feeling very satisfied. From now on, this will be the ship of our Heavenly God Pirate crew. Let us roam the seas. Su Sheng waved his hand. Wow, it's really great to follow Su Sheng. Ace had never seen such a terrifying pirate ship. Even the Whitebeard's warship couldn't compare to it. The 5 members of the Heavenly God Pirates boarded the ship, and a flag of the Heavenly God rose. Su Sheng didn't use a skull. This terrifying aircraft carrier was the best proof. Su Sheng pressed the missile launch button, and dozens of cannons fired terrifying missiles in succession, exploding in the sky.
The missiles serve as a salute for the establishment of the pirate crew, continuously booming in the air. How extravagant! Usopp watched the countless missiles explode in the sky, inevitably feeling a bit envious. This kind of unlimited firepower is what every sharpshooter on a pirate ship dreams of. The missile launch lasted for several minutes, and the entire sky turned gray and ominous, quite terrifying. On the sea, countless people looked at the terrifying missiles with lingering fear. What kind of pirate crew is this? So wealthy that they use shells as explosive toys. Such a powerful pirate crew. We should take a detour. If we encounter them, it might be hard to survive. The entire sea was intimidated by the imposing presence of this giant. Su Sheng laughed and casually took something from another golden jar. A ball of brownish-yellow flame was burning, and the surrounding space was distorted by the heat. A terrifying temperature quickly spread into Su Sheng's palm. What is this? Su Sheng couldn't quite tell. Chapter 160 Su Sheng's Purpose in the World of Do Po Tsang Xiong. The 8 Desolations Destruction Flame possesses a savage destructive power, significantly enhancing attack penetration. Su Sheng looked at the yellowish flame in his hand and took a cold breath. The top 10 Ba Huang, Pemie Yin, its terrifying power goes without saying. With the strong power of the wilderness, wherever this flame burns, is a place of desolation and barrenness. Su Sheng looked at the brown-yellow flame in his palm with great satisfaction. This flame was perfect for fighting, with almost zero consumption and terrifying power, truly a rarity. Su Sheng punched the air, and a burst of brownish-yellow flames roared away, instantly transforming into a fiery eagle that shook the entire sky, making the clouds disappear and stirring up a light rain. The crowd watched Su Sheng's performance in amazement, exclaiming that it was truly powerful. Especially Ace, who was taken aback by Su Sheng's formidable skills, wondered, what use is my flame fruit now? Su Sheng smiled slightly, patted Ace, and said, you can open your jar with all the money you have left, just like me. Ace shook his head and replied, I would rather spend it on buying delicious food. Su Sheng rolled his eyes and then looked at Luffy. We're parting ways here. We're going to another place. See you on Dressrosa Island. Luffy nodded vigorously. No problem. Law looked at Su Sheng with a surprised expression. Mr. Su Sheng is also going to kill Doflamingo? Thinking of this, Law felt somewhat reassured, as Su Sheng's strength was indeed hard for Doflamingo to match. Su Sheng smiled and waved his hand, and the massive aircraft carrier set sail with a booming sound, instantly leaving Luffy and the others far behind. At this moment, Fujitora walked over and asked in a deep voice, aren't we going directly to Dressrosa? It's a place that appears bright on the surface, but is dark inside. Where are we going? Su Sheng stroked his chin and smiled. Let's go to a more dangerous place. The battle on the rooftop and the events at Punk Hazard had altered the dynamics, making it difficult to have major conflicts as they progressed into the Dressrosa arc. However, the troublemaker Luffy would definitely confront Doflamingo, and at that time, they must capture this guy alive. Su Sheng's current goal is to create a spectacle to attract the attention of the celestial dragons. Su Sheng smiled and looked into the distance, suddenly turning the bow of the boat. Let's go to the naval government. Draw their fire. Su Sheng had long been planning. Before this, the news of Don Quixote Doflamingo's withdrawal from the 7 warlords would surely spread across the seas. Initially, it was to capture Luffy and others. But now that Doflamingo has withdrawn, ambitious pirates would definitely attack him. The Navy's goal is to eradicate pirates, and Su Sheng intended to stir up a storm at Navy headquarters to attract the attention of the celestial dragons, thereby initiating a more terrifying war. Firstly, he aimed to make the name of the celestial god pirates known, and secondly, to capture Doflamingo. If he only attacked with Luffy and the others, and other celestial dragons showed up with even greater strength, it would be difficult to execute his plans. If a terrifying war broke out, Su Sheng would have the opportunity to capture Doflamingo, and he could guarantee his own escape without any issues. Without the Mera no Mi as a reward for the arena, it was hardly worth mentioning for Doflamingo to reach an agreement with the Navy government. He would have to give up even more. Su Sheng murmured to himself. The three listened to Su Sheng's words, spirits lifted. They headed straight for Navy headquarters, Marineford. This was indeed interesting. A glint flashed in Ace's eyes. Last time, he had sustained quite a few injuries there, and this time, he would give those wolves in sheep's clothing a good lesson. Akiji and Fujitora looked somewhat grim. Attacking Navy headquarters right after becoming pirates was indeed against common sense, especially with 2 admirals involved. It was truly a slap in the face for the Navy. Su Sheng said in a deep voice, the purpose of this trip is simple, to attract the most terrifying firepower of the Navy to chase us. We should attract as much as we can. but the Navy's firepower is extremely fierce, and it's unlikely we can attract them. Akiji, as a former Marine admiral, knows the Navy's deployments best. The few people present could easily take out the Navy, but attracting them is indeed difficult. If the Navy fully mobilizes, there will be at least hundreds of thousands of troops, and that terrifying firepower, no matter how strong, cannot be underestimated. Moreover, this aircraft carrier is too large. Even a blind person could hit it with artillery, right? Su Sheng smiled and pressed a button in the cabin, causing a blue circular barrier to appear around the entire aircraft carrier. Ace, see if you can break it, Su Sheng said with a grin. Ace rubbed his fists, thinking, how much could such a thin layer do? Fire fist, Ace shouted. A terrifying, flaming giant fist slammed into the blue barrier above, and the barrier trembled slightly. The flaming fist quickly extinguished, falling silent. Ace looked at the barrier in disbelief, realizing how terrifying its defensive power was. It had completely blocked Ace's formidable punch, and the powerful defense of the blue barrier surprised everyone, not just the others. Even Su Sheng didn't expect that this barrier could withstand Ace's terrifying punch without even a single crack. Not bad at all, brothers. Now who can reach us? Su Sheng said with a smile. The others nodded in satisfaction, feeling relieved that they no longer had to worry unnecessarily. Let's take a break. Things have been hectic these past few days. Su Sheng stretched lazily. Everyone agreed, thinking about how powerful the blue barrier was, wondering what kind of person could invade them. Su Sheng carried Hancock back to the cabin, and the other three returned to their own rooms. This massive aircraft carrier had rooms as luxurious as villas. The aircraft carrier was equipped with a cruising system, so there was no worry about getting lost. Su Sheng had already set the destination to Marineford. With countless bow-mounted systems, there was no fear of anything being able to obstruct them. The Sea Kings were nothing but insignificant creatures in front of Su Sheng's large ship. Back in the cabin, Su Sheng slowly exhaled, wearing only his underwear. After all these days of either fighting or selling cans, Su Sheng was truly exhausted. Hancock soon emerged from the shower, smelling fresh, and nestled in Su Sheng's arms. Su Sheng, we are being targeted by the celestial dragons. Why are we still going to the Navy headquarters? Isn't that like walking into a trap? Su Sheng lightly patted Hancock's curvy bottom and said with a smile, even if it causes a big commotion and attracts the celestial dragons, don't be afraid. Just fight to the death. We need to stir up a huge war on Dressrosa Island to achieve my goal. Hancock gently circled her finger on Su Sheng's chest and replied, I don't care about your goals. I just don't want you to get hurt. You were seriously injured when you fought that celestial dragon last time, and it really worries me. Chapter 161, Arrival at Marineford. Su Sheng smiled slightly, feeling a warmth in his heart as he faced his beautiful wife. He gently patted Hancock's back and said, if there's anyone who can defeat me, that would indeed be terrifying. Hancock recalled the terrifying scene created by Su Sheng that night and felt at ease. In the thousands of years of history on the sea, she had never seen anyone capable of conjuring such a terrifying atmosphere. All right, enough about that. I've been feeling pent up these days, Su Sheng said with a mischievous smile. As he spoke, Su Sheng forcefully tore off Hancock's thin clothing. Her exquisite figure was revealed, and the spring light instantly filled the entire room. If Sanji had seen this, he would probably have bled a sea of nosebleeds. Hateful, Hancock playfully scolded, feeling shy. Then, Su Sheng's lips pressed against Hancock's red lips, and a storm began to brew in the room. The quiet night was incredibly beautiful, with shooting stars occasionally streaking across the sky. A flash of white light piercing through the nerves, and the breathtaking beauty of the ocean was unimaginable. Beautiful nights are always short-lived. Su Sheng and Hancock quickly fell asleep, drenched in sweat, and before they knew it, dawn broke in the east. Marine Vondo is about to arrive. Please be advised, host. The reminder from the aircraft carrier echoed in the room. Su Sheng wearily stood up, looking at Hancock, who was sound asleep, and gently covered her with a blanket. Su Sheng put on his clothes and walked out, supporting his waist. The sea breeze blew in, and Su Sheng instantly felt refreshed. But his legs were still a bit weak. The consumption from last night was too great. The captain's battle last night was quite intense. Ace couldn't help but tease when he saw Su Sheng's appearance. But it was much harder than fighting Londo back then. Akiji also joked. This indifferent man was quietly changing while being with Ace. Stop talking nonsense. I just overexerted myself, Su Sheng said irritably. Ace and Akiji both smiled mischievously indeed. It was overexertion. Su Sheng laughed and scolded. You two are really not serious. Learn from Fujitora, be more quiet and strong. Fujitora said unhappily. You two keep your voices down in the future. I'm right next door. I didn't sleep well all night. Su Sheng felt a bit awkward. Ace laughed. Tung Hu. Next time I'll stay at your place. I'll cheer for both of you. Su Sheng rolled her eyes and said, all right, enough with the nonsense. We're almost at the Navy headquarters. Su Sheng walked towards the deck, looking at the distant Navy with a spark of fire igniting in his heart. This time, he would act recklessly here. At that moment, Hancock also stepped out, her voluptuous figure quite alluring, but no one was looking. The five of them were staring at the distant Navy headquarters, their eyes filled with fervor, five tall figures ready to stir up huge waves on the sea. At that time, the observation soldier at the Navy headquarters saw the enormous ship in the distance and was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. What kind of monster is that? Is that really a ship? The frightened soldier rushed to report. Soon, several vice admirals came to observe. A muscular vice admiral used a telescope to check it out. Tian Shun pirate group? The vice admiral was somewhat puzzled, while an older vice admiral beside him said, isn't Tian Shun an ancient weapon? Could it be this monster? No. We need to report to Admiral Akainu immediately. A soldier quickly left. Soon, Akainu hurried over, holding a telescope, and his mood became heavy. That wasn't an ancient weapon. It was a pirate ship, and its power was terrifying. He ordered, activate the highest level of naval defense. Akainu said solemnly. The people around were astonished. Is it a pirate ship? That's too terrifying. We need to use the highest level of naval defense. What kind of terrifying figures are coming? Everyone was confused, but they complied, as no one dared to defy Akainu's orders. Moreover, if that ship truly had terrifying capabilities, it would be disastrous. Akainu's gaze turned cold. He recognized the people on that ship, even if they turned to ash. Su Sheng and Akiji. They were his mortal enemies. Had they become so arrogant as to openly invade the Navy headquarters? You won't leave alive, Akainu whispered coldly. At that moment, Su Sheng and the others were nearing Marineford. And suddenly, there was a huge explosion as the cannons of the Navy headquarters rained down like raindrops onto the Tianshan ship. Su Sheng raised the blue barrier again, and those shells flew away like meat buns thrown at a dog, never to return. Su Sheng smiled slightly and gave you a warning. Su Sheng immediately pressed a button, and the terrifying guided missile system was activated. Rows of guided missiles locked onto the Navy headquarters, and with a loud bang, countless missiles flew toward the Navy headquarters like storm. In an instant, the Navy headquarters was engulfed in flames, and countless people were screaming in chaos. However, the shells continued to rain down. Akainu, with a grim expression, leaped into the air. Magma barrier. Akainu shouted loudly. A massive wall of magma formed in the air, blocking the countless guided missiles. Seeing this, Su Sheng pressed the pause button, and the bowstring gradually calmed down. Su Sheng stood on the deck as the aircraft carrier slowly approached the island. The blue barrier, although having strong defenses, did not provide soundproofing. Admiral Akainu, how have you been lately? Su Sheng asked with a smile. Akainu's expression was dark. What are you here for? Do you want to provoke hundreds of thousands of Navy soldiers? Don't think too highly of yourself. Akainu's tone was cold, but his hands were already enveloped in hot magma. Su Sheng smiled faintly and rushed out of the blue barrier. That's right. I'm here to provoke you. I beg you to chase me and hit me. Su Sheng said with a laugh. Bastard. Akainu's expression darkened. Akainu then leaped into the air, unleashing terrifying magma towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng smiled slightly. Still not beaten enough. Has the injury from last time healed? As soon as the words fell, Su Sheng's figure surged, and brown-yellow flames appeared in his hands. Su Sheng created a gigantic brown-yellow fire fist and slammed it toward Akainu. In just one encounter, Akainu was sent flying, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Navy immediately erupted in noise. Their admiral was knocked away with a single move. What the hell could they do now? This man is too terrifying, right? Su Sheng smiled as he looked at everyone, knowing that he couldn't kill Akainu and had to pretend for a while to let them pursue. Akainu slowly stood up, wanting to continue the attack, when a tall figure blocked his way. Green Bull? Akainu was somewhat surprised. This man had a terrifyingly powerful presence, but he never acted easily and would never listen to his orders. It was truly astonishing for him to take the initiative this time. Su Sheng was also taken aback. He had only seen the Green Bull once, and seeing it in person, the terrifying pressure made Su Sheng gasp in astonishment. Diamond binding. The Green Bull let out a light shout. In an instant, countless green vines surged towards Su Sheng, tearing through the void, looking very terrifying. Chapter 162, Fierce Battle with the Green Bull. The horrifying green vines shot up into the sky, charging towards Su Sheng. The seemingly soft vines caused the space to continuously explode,
and the piercing sound of the shattering made one's heart race. Su Shang let out a light shout, and brownish-yellow flames appeared in his hands. Barbaric Eagle. The brownish-yellow flames in Su Shang's hands suddenly surged forward, the terrifying temperature distorting the space and emitting a desolate aura. The fearsome barbaric eagle collided with the green vines, and the brownish-yellow flames instantly faltered, leaving people in awe. The flames, surprisingly, could not harm the green vines, showcasing their terrifying strength. Su Shang furrowed her brows slightly. She had never seen Green Bull in action before and didn't expect him to be so powerful. Green Bull slowly walked out, his eyes sharp like an eagle's, bright and piercing, while his gaunt face was filled with terrifying strength. Is this the guy? Akainu, you really should train harder, Green Bull said dismissively. Akainu didn't say much, his gaze still dim. You think you're so great. Let's see what you say when this kid unleashes his power. Akainu felt a bit off balance. Green Bull thought too highly of himself. Su Shang looked at the Green Bull and smiled slightly, his reincarnation eyes shimmering with black and gold light. Green Bull, I have a gift for you, Su Shang said with a smile. Suddenly, his figure shot up and brown-yellow flames appeared. Then, his reincarnation eyes flickered, Amaterasu, black flames emerged, and Su Shang's arms glimmered with ice-white flames. The entire world began to tremble, and the whole sea was shaking incessantly. Su Shang let out a light breath, and a terrifying power spread out. Merge! Su Shang shouted softly. Before long, three colored flames slowly converged, and a horrifying destructive force filled the air, erupting with astonishing power. In an instant, Su Shang's arms shimmered with golden light, and a delicate fire lotus gradually took shape, with brown, black, and white colors flowing, exuding an extremely eerie aura that made one's heart race. Su Shang shouted, Wildfire Lotus. The three-colored fire lotus instantly surged towards the Green Bull, unleashing a terrifying pressure. The surrounding space cracked as the fire lotus spun, so horrifying. The Green Bull frowned, feeling the fearsome power of the fire lotus. Having never seen such a move before, the Green Bull became cautious, its aura gradually rising, and its form suddenly leaping up. In midair, thousands of vines appeared behind the Green Bull, rapidly converging. They transformed into a colossal palm, reaching towards the heavens, exuding immense power. At that moment, the wildfire lotus was already nearing, and the Green Bull raised its right palm, a fierce force erupting forth, slamming down towards the wildfire lotus. Boom! The terrifying force swept through. Bang! Su Shang and the Green Bull's feet sank into the sea, and terrifying pits appeared on both sides. At this moment, the Green Bull's face was somewhat pale, but he did not give up. Instead, he urged his power even more fiercely. The Green Bull's arms rapidly swelled, as if they were about to explode. A layer of green skin appeared, and green patterns emerged, exuding terrifying strength. The green skin was covered with scales, making it look extremely frightening. Su Shang also did not dare to be careless. He felt that the Green Bull had become many times stronger than before. Primal Fire Lotus, explode. Su Shang shouted in anger. The Primal Fire Lotus instantly expanded, becoming incredibly huge, and collided with the Green Bull's palm, causing both to vanish in an instant. They perished together. At that moment, the giant python behind the Green Bull suddenly opened its massive mouth and shot out a green fireball, hurling it towards Su Shang. Su Shang retreated to avoid the green snake fireball. However, the attack speed of the green snake fireball was too fast. Although Su Shang was quick, the power of the green snake fireball was even stronger than his. Boom! The flame struck Su Shang's chest, exploding instantly. Poof! Su Shang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face extremely pale. This green snake fire was indeed powerful, capable of breaking through his physical defenses. It was too formidable. Haha! Su Shang, how about that? My strength is impressive, right? The Green Bull laughed arrogantly. Your strength is indeed powerful. But do you think this little bit of power can defeat me? I admit you are strong, but I'm not weak either, so why not give a try? Su Shang scoffed. The Green Bull's eyes widened. This boy actually dared to talk back, which infuriated him, and he was determined to tear him apart. Green Dragon Wave Slash. The Green Bull let out a low roar, gathering all his strength frantically. Whoosh! The Green Dragon Wave Slash was unleashed in an instant, heading straight for Su Shang. The Green Dragon Wave Slash was one of the Green Bull's most skilled techniques, and its power was 10 times stronger than before, enough to annihilate anything in its path. Su Shang's pupils contracted. The power of the Green Dragon's wave cleaving was beyond his expectations, and even he did not dare to underestimate it. Amaterasu.
Su Shan closed his eyes, and a terrifying flame erupted from them. This terrifying flame instantly enveloped the entire space, causing it to tremble violently, as if it were about to collapse. And the surrounding seawater was instantly evaporated. Rumble. The space shook violently, and the surrounding seawater began to evaporate as well. Su Shan's eyes opened, revealing two cold glimmers of light. With a wave of his hands, he called out, Amaterasu. A black light streaked across the sky, heading towards the green dragon's wave-cutting slash. Crack! The black light struck the green dragon's wave-cutting slash, instantly shattering it, and the red wave of residual energy continued towards the green bull. The green bull, panic-stricken, hurriedly dodged. Bang! Splurt! The green bull's left shoulder was pierced, blood gushing forth. Oh! The green bull let out a miserable scream, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He never expected Su Shan's power to be this formidable. It was simply unbelievable. How did you manage to hurt me? Su Shan said lightly, I don't know. Maybe I'm destined for this. My luck is always particularly good. Hearing Su Shan's words, the green bull was nearly infuriated. This kid was too arrogant, even daring to retort him. Good. Very good. I'll see whether you are strong, or my wild ancient tree is stronger. The green bull roared in anger, the vines all over his body thrashing wildly. A massive power surged forth, and the surrounding seawater frantically gathered towards the green bull, quickly forming a giant dragon that roared and charged towards Su Shan. What kind of monster is this? Su Shan's face turned a bit awkward. He didn't expect that a beast body would contain such powerful strength. Roar! The giant dragon let out a deafening roar, claws bared as it lunged at Su Shan. Amaterasu! Su Shan shouted, leaping into the air, pushing with both hands, and Amaterasu erupted instantly. The power of this Amaterasu was even stronger than before. This time it not only devoured the green bull's giant dragon completely, but also sent it flying. Su Shan walked step by step towards the green bull. Green bull, today, you're dead. Su Shan's tone was chilling, his eyes cold and merciless. Seeing Su Shan's expression, the green bull's heart sank. Could it be that Su Shan could really defeat him? No. Impossible. Chapter 163. Returning to Calm Roar. The green bull let out a furious roar, its massive dragon body rapidly swelling, enormous to the point of seeming like it would burst the entire space. The green dragon's huge head twisted grotesquely, opening its bloody maw to bite down on Su Shan. Looking for death, Su Shan's eyes burst with intense killing intent. He threw a punch, instantly flattening the green dragon's head, with chunks of bone falling off. Ow! The green bull howled in pain, countless wounds appearing on its body, blood continuously pouring out. Bastard! The green bull completely went berserk, unable to understand why. Despite being so much stronger than Su Shan, he kept losing. His beliefs were shattered. Primitive mark. The green bull bellowed. Suddenly, the scales on its body began to fall off, revealing green skin, with spikes emerging one after another. The green bull's appearance changed drastically. This was a secret method he used for defense, one he had always been reluctant to use, but today he had no choice, for he didn't want to lose. The green bull's height reached 5 zhang. Green fur sprouted all over its body, and its tail whipped around like a whip, making booming sounds, looking particularly terrifying. Roar! The green bull roared again, its voice echoing in all directions. Immediately, the green bull's figure moved in an instant, charging towards Su Shan like a cannonball. Its speed incredibly fast, almost reaching Su Shan in an instant, its massive claws striking towards Su Shan with devastating force. At this moment, Su Shan could no longer dodge. He took a deep breath and then threw a punch, a golden flame dragon roaring out, colliding with the green bull. Boom! The two completely different forces collided instantly, erupting in a dazzling burst of light. Su Shan let out a muffled groan and was thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale, clearly showing he had sustained a minor injury. Coughing violently twice, Su Shan lifted his head to look at the green bull in the distance. At that moment, the green bull was lying motionless on the beach, appearing to be on the verge of death. Su Shan slowly stood up and walked towards the green bull, his expression still icy. Suddenly, the green bull's eyes turned. A faint smile appeared at the corner of its mouth, and then it sprang up, clamping its legs around Su Shan's neck and opening its mouth wide to fiercely bite at Su Shan's throat. This guy was actually faking death. Su Shan cursed inwardly and struggled desperately, kicking the green bull in the stomach, sending it flying far away. However, the green bull still tightly clamped onto Su Shan's waist. making it futile for Su Shang to struggle. Damn it! Su Shang cursed again, and suddenly he felt a movement in his ears and quickly turned to the side. He saw vines stretching out abruptly from behind the green bull, wrapping around Su Shang's waist and pulling him towards the green bull. Su Shang was extremely anxious, struggling desperately to escape the entanglement of the vines. However, no matter how hard Su Shang tried, he was still getting more and more entwined. The green bull grinned menacingly, opening its huge bloody mouth, ready to devour Su Shang. Just at that critical moment, a burst of flames suddenly shot out from behind Su Shang, directly igniting the green bull's chest. With a loud bang, the green bull let out a terrible howl and released Su Shang. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shang broke free from the vine's restraints and ran far away. Ha 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 ha! Seeing Su Shang's embarrassed retreat, the green bull laughed wildly. Kid, this time you win. But that doesn't mean it's the end. This is just the beginning. I will make you fall into hell forever and endure the torment of pain. The green bull said viciously. Oh, is that so? Then I will wait and see. Su Shang replied calmly, not backing down. I hope you can maintain this composure. I'll take my leave first. Once I regain my strength, I will definitely kill you. After the green bull finished speaking, it transformed into a patch of green grass and disappeared on the sea, and the color of the grass gradually faded until it vanished completely. Hee hee. Su Shang chuckled to himself. Susanoo. Su Shang shouted, and the crimson-orange warrior god instantly appeared on the surface of the sea. You really know how to deceive. Su Shang scolded with a laugh. Just as the crimson-orange warrior god swung its sword, a giant green vine appeared in front of the navy. Good kid, very clever. This is my ultimate power. The green bull laughed. Green bull heavy armor. The green bull shouted. The terrifying giant green vine quickly charged towards the massive crimson-orange warrior god, and countless green vines surged up like terrifying green snakes, wrapping around the crimson-orange warrior god. Su Shang's eyes turned cold, and a terrifying power quickly spread. 3 colored flames erupted in an instant, scorching the green vines and emitting a pungent smell. Su Shang's expression turned cold, and the crimson-orange war god unleashed astonishing energy. His arms transformed into gold, and a tremendous force erupted, instantly pushing back the green bull. Su Shang's 3-colored domineering aura fully unleashed, and the Susanoo instantly transformed into a crimson-golden color, erupting with a terrifying presence. The black-gold radiance spread out from beneath his feet, and the conqueror's haki inherited from the pirate king instantly intimidated Green Bull. Green Bull's pupils constricted. What terrifying haki! Green Bull's gaze turned resolute. Now, with Su Shang's terrifying power, there was no chance of escape. Su Shang stared fiercely at the Green Bull, his eyes filled with killing intent. His fingers continuously formed seals, and with a light shout, multiple shadow clones. Instantly, hundreds of Susanoo appeared in the world, each shining with a crimson golden light, terrifying beyond measure. Since it had come to this point, why not completely destroy it to eliminate future troubles? Su Shang mumut slow. Suddenly, the heavens and earth were engulfed in black, ice-white, and brown flames, overwhelming everything, shattering all the space. Su Shang's dripped with blood tears, instantly bursting forth with a black and gold radiance. Space displacement. Su Shang shouted lightly. A terrifying gravitational force emerged, and the entire island disappeared in an instant, leaving only the stunned members of the Heavenly God pirate crew standing in place. Su Shang quietly watched the thousands of Navy soldiers in the reincarnation ice space, taking a deep breath. Hundreds of crimson-orange war gods still stood in the air. The terrifying flames were instantly absorbed, and above the sky, hundreds of black fire lotuses appeared, surrounded by flowing golden-red clouds, erupting with terrifying pressure. All the Navy soldiers were terrified to the extreme, with no one able to escape. Su Shang's eyes remained cold. All the Buddhas of the heavens. Su Shang shouted. Hundreds of golden palm prints pushed the destructive fire lotuses towards the Navy. Even though the Green Bull was powerful, it was now just like an ant, lacking any suppressive force. The terrifying fire lotuses fell with a thunderous roar, and the horrifying explosions rapidly spread, causing all living beings to lose their breath. Countless lives in the entire space evaporated in an instant. Su Shang watched the disappearing Navy in front of him and smiled slightly. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered, and Su Shang's figure was instantly swept away. Finally, is it time to go back? Synopsis. Su Shang was surprised to find himself inexplicably transported to the year 1520 of the Sea-Round calendar, becoming a jar merchant controlled by a system. Thus,
The Grand Line set sail anew under the definition of his jars.